Uncle Wang, don't do this. I'm your goddaughter. Chen Jiao wailed while pleading for you to spare her, but in your anger, you were already blinded by rage. Goddaughter, don't look back. What I want is this kind of role-playing feeling. Just because the aloof junior sister publicly asked you to kneel down and be her exclusive dog, you, knowing you were humiliated, found it hard to swallow this anger and had to pour all your strength onto your goddaughter. I call you aloof. I call you tsundere. I call you a dog with a low opinion of others. Just because you are in the Huan sect surrounded by beautiful women, yet you are still a virgin at over 90 years old, with only the cultivation level of the third layer of qi refining. So you plan to do some handiwork to reward yourself, but unexpectedly, at that moment, a familiar voice came. Congratulations, host, for bravely taking the first step. The super god cultivation system has been successfully activated. As you pulled up your pants, you felt a bit confused. Is this right? But before you could think more, a rapid knocking on the door interrupted your thoughts. Jiao, why did you suddenly think of coming to Uncle Wang's place? Uncle Wang, the pills you gave me a few days ago are all used up. Hurry up and find a way to get me some more. Chen Jiao said sweetly while trying to suppress her nausea. If it weren't for the fact that you were still a first-tier alchemist, she wouldn't want to see your face again. You still want the gathering spirit pill? Hearing this, you frowned, feeling somewhat resistant. If it weren't for your friend entrusting his daughter to you before he died, you really wouldn't want to deal with this ungrateful Jiao. From initially being somewhat respectful, it has gradually become a norm, and she has even started to become more and more excessive towards you. Helpless, you sighed. This gathering spirit pill is not something a first-tier alchemist like me can refine. The ones I gave you before were bought from the External Affairs Hall. Now, Uncle Wang's family resources are almost depleted. Can we please try to save some expenses? Before you could finish explaining, Chen Jiao shot you a disdainful glare. The gathering spirit pill can no longer satisfy me. I now need the azure spirit pill to break through to the 7th level of qi refinement. Hearing this, you were stunned in place, and despite the dissatisfaction in your heart, you burst out laughing. A high-quality azure spirit pill is worth 10 gathering spirit pills, and yet this ungrateful wolf dares to ask for 10 azure spirit pills. How could she have the audacity to speak so confidently? What are you laughing at? Seeing your mocking expression, Chen Jiao immediately became angry, but you ignored her and instead coldly shook your head. You can leave, from now on. Don't come to me for resources. What did you say? Chen Jiao stared at you in disbelief, her eyes wide open. You are an old friend of my father, and he has done you a favor. How can you just abandon me? Don't you have any conscience? Do you want to be ungrateful? Faced with Chen Jiao's accusations, you remained expressionless. I have already repaid everything over the years. I advise you to leave. Don't think that I am unaware of your discussions about me behind my back. Once the words are out, it won't look good for anyone. As you spoke, you looked Chen Jiao up and down, and to your surprise, upon closer inspection, the little girl from back then had grown up so much. Suddenly, your thoughts opened up. I say, Jiao, don't say Uncle Wang isn't giving you a chance. As long as you can agree to one condition from Uncle Wang, he will forgive you. Originally somewhat desperate, Chen Jiao perked up immediately after you softened your stance. Uncle, I will agree to whatever you say, as long as you don't cut off my elixirs. Humph, you clearly don't realize your mistake, you're just scared. However, you didn't plan to dwell on it, after all. No matter what, Chen Jiao always acted pretentious. Alright then, since we've reached this point in our conversation, if you sleep with Uncle, he will forgive you right away. Hearing this, Chen Jiao was stunned in place, and when she came to her senses, her pretty face turned red all the way to the back of her ears. You are my Uncle Wang. How can you make such an outrageous request? You pouted a bit in dissatisfaction. Now you know I am your Uncle Wang. But when you were secretly cursing and slandering me, why didn't you think of me as your Uncle Wang? Seeing you with an unrefusable demeanor, Chen Jiao became conflicted. If she really left like this, the free resources for cultivation would be gone, but if she agreed to him, could she really accept an old man? After much thought, Chen Jiao still chose to prioritize her career, and reluctantly nodded in your direction. Uncle Wang, can your body still handle it? If not, there's no need to force it. Taking care of your health is the most important thing. You underestimate your Uncle Wang, don't you? I'm just afraid that you won't be able to bear the accumulation of my more than 90 years. Well, okay then. Chen Jiao, at a loss, slowly closed her eyes, while you lewdly extended your withered, aged hands. In just a moment, you sighed with a pale face. This isn't right. I've never used it in my whole life. How can it not work now? You gritted your teeth in anger. Could it be that this delicacy that I've just obtained is going to be missed? Suddenly, you thought of the newly awakened super god cultivation system, and with a thought, your personal information slowly appeared. Name, fan of watching videos. Gender, male. Age, 95 years. Root bone, 5-element waste spiritual root. Talent and abilities, none. Cultivation, chi refining level 3. Due to the host activating the system for the first time, an epic level talent ability is granted, bankruptcy version of the law of heaven and earth. This ability allows for free changes in body size, and after transformation, physical strength is enhanced. The current awakening level is beginner, with a physical strength increase of 1 time, plus an additional 50 points of cultivation experience, which can be used to upgrade techniques, spells, auxiliary skills, etc. Just as you were engrossed in studying the system, a piercing sound suddenly rushed towards you. I said, Uncle Wang, you wouldn't want to go back on your word, would you? Coming back to your senses, you find Chen Jiajiao staring at you with a cold expression. Uncle Wang, I have already met the conditions you proposed. If you go back on your word, then don't blame me for not being considerate of our past. Before you could explain, Chen Jiaojiao's information was displayed in front of you. Name, Chen Jiaojiao. Gender, female. Age, 35. Root bone, gold, wood, and earth. 3 types of spiritual roots. Cultivation, refining chi level 6. Current good and evil value of the host, -10. You, who originally felt a bit guilty, were also taken aback when you saw this -10. This little girl, the relationship has become closer. Yet why does she still hate you, Uncle Wang? So you raised your eyebrows and looked at Chen Jiaojiao with ill intentions. Don't worry, Uncle Wang, my word is my bond. How could I go back on it? After hearing your words, Chen Jiaojiao's attitude softened quite a bit. That's good, Uncle Wang. Please don't blame me for my earlier attitude. I was just too concerned about our relationship, which is why I got so emotional. Since you have already forgiven me, you must keep the matter of the elixir in mind. Elixir? What elixir? I don't remember anything about that. Looking at you with a dubious expression, Chen Jiajiao forced a smile while trying to appear calm. Uncle Wang, don't tease me. Didn't we just agree on this? I will meet your conditions, and you will still be my Uncle Wang in the future. Yes, that's right. You can still call me Uncle Wang in the future, but I never said I would continue to provide you with elixirs. Angry, Chen Jiaojia clenched her fists tightly and glared fiercely at you. You actually want to freeload? You are wronging me. I only agreed to forgive you, and it does not include the matter of the elixir. You spread your hands, looking quite smug, as if you feel a sense of revenge fulfilled. However, the system reminds you that Chen Jiaojiao's evil value towards you has reached -55. If the value drops below -50, it will affect the host's personal safety. Although private fights are prohibited within the sect, there is no guarantee that Chen Jiaojiao won't lose her rationality now. So, you maliciously extend a finger. Don't be angry, my dear niece. If you want resources, you can have another chance for a spirit gathering pill. How about that? You are shameless. You are vulgar. Upon hearing this, Chen Jiaojiao's pretty face turned red, and her tightly clenched hands were trembling unconsciously. Not willing? You put on a nonchalant expression and want to drive her away. Wait, 1 gathering spirit pill is too little. At least a green spirit pill is needed. Are you dreaming? Even if it were made of gold, it wouldn't be worth this price. Besides, I never force anyone. If you can't accept it, just leave. Wait, Chen Jiaojiao hurriedly waved her hand to stop you. She really couldn't let go of this easily obtainable pill. Although the gathering spirit pill isn't very useful for her current cultivation level, getting one in just 3 seconds, what could be faster than this way of obtaining pills? Alas, what can I do? Who told me to be so career-oriented? After a moment of hesitation, Chen Jiajiao's eyes became determined, and she actively walked into the room. Humph, being cheap is one thing, but having such a big addiction, not afraid of exhausting this body that's about to fall apart. Wang Jianxian's face stiffened, and when he came back to his senses, Chen Jiajiao had already walked inside the house. Against all odds, I'm going to have to show you something today. Wang Jianxian's face was as black as a pot. His consciousness came to his mind and opened the attribute panel's feat subpage. There are only 2 lines on it. Diffractive Spirit Technique, Introductory. Blazing Sun Locked Elemental Sutra, Uninitiated. The Diffractive Spirit Technique was a low-grade chi cultivation technique. Although the Acacia sect had a large number of high-level techniques, the requirements for qualifications were all relatively high, and Wang Jianxian was only the lowest level of 5 spirit roots, unable to cultivate. Although the spirit diffraction technique was low level, it was universal and could be practiced by all 5 spirit roots. The Blazing Sun Locking Elemental Scripture was a unique technique of the Harmonious sect, and it was a mandatory method for every Harmonious sect disciple to learn upon entering the sect. It was a pity that this method needed to be practiced with a Taoist couple, and he was only the most trashy 5 spirit roots. Who would be willing to couple with him? This also led to the fact that he had never been able to practically practice this method, let alone get started. Now he awakened the system. It was just the right time to try out the effective cultivation points with this technique. He focused his attention on the Blazing Sun Locking Elemental Scripture, and with a thought, he added 20 cultivation points to it. Due to the special nature of the Blazing Sun locking elemental scripture, unusual cultivators, even those with exceptional talent, could cultivate for 2 or 3 hours a day would be considered extremely amazing. Even after 10 years of bitter cultivation, I'm afraid that the time truly spent on the Blazing Sun locking elemental scripture would be less than a year. While Wang Jianxiang's 20 cultivation points were added, it was the equivalent of 20 years of real, day and night, uninterrupted cultivation, enough to rival 200 years of hard cultivation by an ordinary cultivator. In an instant, Wang Jianxiang felt that he had become stronger. Even his sight seemed to have become a little brighter. At the same time, the attribute panel flashed with light. The 3 words uninitiated after the Blazing Sun locking Yuan scripture had changed to the words extreme sublimation. Wang Jianxiang froze and then rejoiced. As we all know, the cultivation of feats and spells can be categorized into 6 realms: initiation, ascension, initiation, minor accomplishment, major accomplishment, and consummation. And the so-called extreme sublimation is the realm beyond and above perfection. It represents transcending the limits of the jutsu and reaching a realm that even its creator has not touched. Wang Jianxiang's heart was in a state of surprise. The efficacy of the cultivation points was really strong. A mere 20 cultivation points went down, surprisingly directly drying up the Blazing Sun locking Yuan scripture to the extreme sublimation state. It was said that the Blazing Sun locking elemental scripture in the perfection realm could increase endurance by 5 times. And I wondered what kind of power it would be after extreme sublimation. Are you coming or not? If you can't, say so earlier and don't waste my time. At that moment, an impatient voice reached his ears. What a reversal! Wang Jianxiang sneered as he pulled his consciousness out of his mind and confidently walked towards the house. Half an hour later, the door to the room opened. Zhao Jiaochen walked out. She was surprised by how much Wang Jianxiang had changed. She couldn't understand how a person could have made such a great improvement in such a short time. Going from 3 to 30 seconds might not be a big deal, but to go from Master Scrapper to Master Blaster, that's overkill. Pills. She looked at Wang Jianxiang with a complex face and extended her white palm. There are enough pills inside to exchange for a spirit-gathering pill. Wang Jianxiang wiped his palm from the storage bag on his waist and took out a jade bottle and handed it to Chen Jiaojia, while squeezing his eyes at Chen Jiaojia. Your performance uncle is very satisfied. In the future, if you are short of pills again, you can come to uncle again. Chen Jiaojia sniffed and just put away the elixir with a blushing face. There was no agreement or refusal. This attitude is like defaulting to good and evil value plus 30. At the same time, a system prompt came from Wang Jianxiang's mind. Not only are you not annoyed, but you've raised your good and bad values. Wang Jianxiang froze, his heart bursting with oddities. Did serve? After that, Chen Jiaojiao did not continue to stay, and after Chen Jiaojiao left, Wang Jianxiang returned to the house and continued to study the attribute panel in his mind. After consuming 20 cultivation points, he only had 30 points left. He had already seen the powerful effects of cultivation points. The heart became extremely urgent about obtaining cultivation points. Sitting on the ground, he began to cultivate. 1 hour later, he opened his eyes blankly. Doesn't it say that 1 minute of asceticism increases 1 cultivation point? He's been practicing for an hour. How come he hasn't given a single hair? Am I misunderstanding? Wang Jianxiang thought for half a day and didn't figure it out. Shaking his head, he could only put the matter behind him for the time being. No matter what, let's find a way to raise our cultivation first. With a thought, he opened the auxiliary subpage. The page was simple, just 2 lines. Dan Dao, first order low-level Dan Master. The way of the weapon, not a good one. With a thought, he added 10 attribute points to Dan Dao. In an instant, a large amount of alchemy knowledge appeared in his mind, as if it was branded in, clear as day. On the page, his Dan Dao rank then changed to first order intermediate Dan Master. His idea was simple. Since his talent was crap, he would get high to make up for it. After the level of alchemy was raised, he could not only earn spirit stones for cultivation faster, but he could also make his own first order intermediate level pills for cultivation. With the 2 phases stacked on top of each other, the speed of cultivation would surely increase drastically. The issue of the incoming cultivation points was still unresolved, and the remaining 20 attribute points Wang Jianxiang didn't dare to move. Leave the residence and come to the Foreign Service Hall. After entering the Foreign Affairs Hall, he went straight to a counter. A woman was sitting behind the counter. The woman had a head of long black hair simply tied behind her back. Her appearance was extremely beautiful, as if she had walked out of a painting, clear and elegant. It's ridiculously big where it should be big, and exaggerated where it should be thin. One word to describe: the great weaponry. He didn't dare look at it more than that, and quickly turned back to a woman behind the counter and bowed. Outer disciple Wang Jianxiang, greetings to Elder Dong. Chapter 4: Ways to get attribute points. Selling or buying items? Dong Yu looked up at Wang Jianxiang, her stunning face cold. Disciple wants to purchase the formula for the body-nourishing pill and the green spirit pill. Wang Jianxiang didn't care about the tone of this outer sect elder. Elder Dong's character was like that, not for him alone, but for everyone. Hearing Wang Jianxiang's words, Dong Yu's expression moved. The Foreign Affairs Hall was the only place where the external doors of the Acacia sect purchased and sold items, and since he had minored in the Dan Dao, Wang Jianxiang had been coming and going to the Foreign Affairs Hall with great frequency, plus he had quite a reputation in the outer sect. Even though Dong Yu had a cold personality and had never deliberately paid attention to any outer disciple, she was still quite impressed with him. If she remembered correctly, this Wang Jianxiang should only be a first-order low-grade Dan master, right? The body-nourishing pill and the green spirit pill could both be first-order intermediate pills, and they were high-quality pills in the same class. It was extremely difficult for an ordinary first-order intermediate Dan master to refine it. What was he? A first-order low-grade Dan master, doing purchasing the Dan formulas for these two types of pills? Could it be that his cultivation on top of the Dan Dao had broken through? Thinking of this, Dong Yu secretly shook her head. Unfortunately, a first-order intermediate Dan master was nothing, not to mention first-order intermediate Dan masters, even first-order advanced Dan masters. There are 80 within this outer door alone without 100. The rather talented ones among them are not even 40 years old yet. He knew that Wang Jianxiang was extremely hardworking in his cultivation, but there were times when one could not reap the rewards of hard work. In the immortal cultivation path, talent was especially important, regardless of whether it was in the Tao of Dan or the Tao of immortal cultivation. Wang Jianxiang's talent was too poor. Often, his 10 years of bitter cultivation was not even as good as the January cultivation of someone with outstanding talent. She had even foreseen the sight of Wang Jianxiang turning into a shovelful of earth when his limit came a few years later. Cultivation is like crossing a log bridge. Some people fall down at the beginning, and some people stick to it for a longer period of time, but if they can't cross it completely, they are all just losers after all. At the thought, her complexion flickered for a moment of darkness, then returned as before. From the storage ring, he took out 2 jade slips and tossed them casually. 200 spirit stones. Thank you, Elder. After receiving the 2 jade slips and purchasing some more medicinal herbs, Wang Jianxiang saluted Dong Yu and left. As he turned around, his gaze swept over Dong Yu's chest again without showing any trace, then hurriedly left. Name, Dong Yu. Sex, female. Age, 175 out of 200. Root bone, gold system heavenly spirit root. Cultivation level, foundation building consummation. Current value of good and evil, 0 inch. After leaving the Foreign Affairs Hall, remembering the data that came to mind when he saw Dong Yu, a flash of amazement flashed across Wang Jianxiang's face. This elder Dong was actually a rare heavenly spirit root. Normally, the heavenly spiritual root qualification could easily break through the Jiedan stage. Elder Dong, on the other hand, was stuck at the perfection of foundation establishment stage, and was unable to break through even as he neared the end of his life. It doesn't make sense. After thinking for a moment, Wang Jianxiang shook his head and stopped thinking about this. To the current him, nothing was more important than raising his cultivation. After returning to his residence, Wang Jianxiang took out the body-nourishing Dan formula. After noticing his own physical problems, Wang Jianxiang's heart seems to have grown grass, always unable to let go. After a bit of searching through the information, he discovered an elixir that could heal the body, and it was this body-nourishing elixir. Especially for this aspect of his ailment, this Dan could be said to possess miraculous effects. If he wanted to get rid of his hidden disease, this Dan was definitely an essential medicine. The jade sketch that recorded the formula for the body-nourishing pill was pasted onto his brow. In the next moment, a message flooded into his mind. This message was precisely the method of refining the body-nurturing pill. Just as Wang Jianxiang was about to seriously study, the system's voice suddenly sounded. Ding! Inferior Dan formula detected. Optimizing and upgrading the Dan formula will consume 10 cultivation points. Is it optimized and upgraded? Wang Jianxiang was stunned and made a choice without hesitation. Yes. Ding! The body-nourishing Dan formula has been successfully optimized and upgraded to a perfect body-nourishing Dan formula. A message appeared in his mind out of nowhere. Wang Jianxiang immediately stared to read. After some comparisons, he found that the medicinal effect of the perfect body-nourishing pill was several times higher than that of an ordinary body-nourishing pill. But the difficulty of refining it had not increased. The herbs required for refining had even become a little more streamlined, lowering the cost of refining. What's even more amazing is that the perfect nourishing pill has no poison, but all elixirs have elixir poison. A high-quality elixir only meant that it contained less elixir poison. It did not mean that it was completely free of elixir poison. Once a cultivator took a large number of pills in a short period of time, it would lead to the accumulation of Dan poison in the body. The Dan poison that had accumulated in the body was extremely stubborn and difficult to dissolve. If it was not eliminated as soon as possible, the cultivation would stop if it was light. and if it was serious, it would even corrode the cultivation and cause it to degrade. Under normal circumstances, cultivators would expel the Dan poison as soon as possible after refining a certain number of pills to prevent it from accumulating. Moreover, the time consumed in expelling the Dan poison often exceeds the time spent in refining the Dan cultivation, thus slowing down the efficiency of cultivation. The pills optimized and upgraded by the system were not only more potent and less costly, but also did not have to consider the harm of Danmu poison, and could be refined without fear, making the cultivation efficiency increase by more than 10 times. If it were to be spread out, I'm afraid it would be enough to drive any cultivator crazy. Worthy of the system, Wang Jianxiang sighed in admiration, took out the Dan furnace, and started refining. Half a day later, when the pills were refined, Wang Jianxiang reached out and waved his hand, and 3 round pills shot out from the furnace. He grabbed the 3 pills in one hand. Before he could look at it, a mechanical voice suddenly came from his head. Ding! Alchemy successful. Gain 1 cultivation point. Wang Jianxiang froze, then revealed a look of surprise. So alchemy is considered hard training? He was worried that he couldn't find a way to obtain cultivation points, and this sudden discovery had solved his biggest problem. After coming back to his senses, he took out a perfect body nourishing pill and took it. After refining it, he clearly noticed that his body was nourished. There was a warmth in the small of his back, and even his eyes seemed to grow a little brighter. What a strong medicine! Wang Jianxiang's eyes lit up as he continued to swallow the elixir. Half a day later, the remaining 2 perfect body nurturing pills were all refined. He felt physically in better shape again. If Chen Jiaojiao were here, he would definitely let her know what it means to be strong and what it means to not bully the elderly into poverty. But there would be plenty of time to teach Chen Jiaojiao a lesson later. To him, the most important thing was to build his foundation as soon as possible. Getting high always treats the symptoms. As long as one could build the foundation and the body metamorphosed, any hidden diseases would automatically disappear. And once the foundation is built, the lifespan can be up to 200 years. Thinking of this, Wang Jianxiang was instantly motivated. Another jade slip was taken out. After reading the information in the jade slip, the system voice unsurprisingly sounded again. Ding! Inferior Dan formula detected. Can consume 10 cultivation points to optimize and upgrade. Is it optimized and upgraded? Yes. Ding! The optimization and upgrade was successful. The Green Spirit Dan formula has been optimized and upgraded to the perfect Green Spirit Dan formula. Chapter 5, Asking for Resources. At the same time as the system voice sounded, the formula for the perfect Green Spirit pill appeared in Wang Jianxiang's mind. Unsurprisingly, the perfect Green Spirit pill was more potent than the Green Spirit pill, and the cost of refining it had become lower. After some research, Wang Jianxiang took out the herbs and began to refine them. Half a day later, the first perfect Green Spirit pill was successfully refined. With a hint of anticipation on his face, Wang Jianxiang swallowed the perfect Green Spirit pill into his mouth. In the next moment, a gentle yet thick medicinal power erupted within his body. He immediately held his breath and refined it with all his might. Then he realized the problem. The medicinal effect of the perfect Green Spirit pill was too strong. Under the huge explosion of medicinal power, he was only able to utilize only 10% of the medicinal power, and the vast majority of the medicinal power was wasted by escaping. Qualification and merit are the 2 most important factors that determine the efficiency of refining. He couldn't change his qualifications, and the only way to improve his refining efficiency was to raise his Gongfu realm. Thinking of this, he didn't hesitate to add the remaining 15 cultivation points to the diffractive spirit technique. The diffractive spirit skill at the entry-level realm was suddenly elevated to the Dengtang realm. His utilization of the perfect Green Spirit pill's medicinal power instantly increased to 30%. Although he still wasted most of it, Wang Jianxiang didn't feel the slightest bit of heartache and quickly gathered his mind and refined it with all his might. Half a day later, when the last strand of medicinal power was exhausted, the aura on Wang Jianxiang's body steeply climbed a notch. Breakthrough! Wang Jianxiang opened his eyes and revealed a look of surprise. The medicinal effect of the perfect Green Spirit pill was a bit stronger than he had imagined. I'm afraid that it was only stronger than the medicinal effect of a normal first-order top-grade pill. More importantly, there was not the slightest bit of Dan poison within the perfect Green Spirit pill. He can break through on drugs with absolutely no qualms. After that, he put out a bucket of water to wash away the foul-smelling dirt formed by the discharge of impurities from his body during the breakthrough, and began to continue refining the perfect Green Spirit pill again. The next day, early morning, after a night of refining, the 2 pills came out again. Previously, he had already exhausted his savings in order to purchase 2 Dan formulas and medicinal materials, and the only remaining spirit-gathering pill was also given to Chen Jiaojia. He was now poor except for these 2 green spirit pills. Based on the principle of a thin stream of water, these 2 pills he did not intend to swallow and cultivate himself, but planned to take them to the Foreign Affairs Hall to sell. Foreign Affairs Hall. The cool-looking Dong Yu leaned behind the table as usual. Wang Jianxiang unobtrusively went over the top again. Dong Yu looked at Wang Jianxiang and a flash of surprise flashed across her expression. A breakthrough? Spinning around, he shook his head darkly. Even if he breaks through, he will only be at the 4th level of qi cultivation, and it will still be difficult to escape the arrival of the Great Limit. His face resumed its coldness. Buying or selling items? Wang Jianxiang took out the 2 perfect green spirit pills that he had prepared long ago. I would like to sell the 2 pills. I would also like to ask Elder Dawn to take a look at them. Green spirit pill? Dong Yu raised an eyebrow. In just 2 days he had successfully refined the green spirit pill. This Wang Jianxiang was hardworking enough. However, he had just become a first-rank intermediate Dan master, so even if he had refined a green spirit Dan, I'm afraid it would only be the lowest quality kind. He has already reached the end of his life, but his heart to cultivate is still so firm. I really don't know whether to admire him or pity him. Dong Yu sighed darkly. Never mind, let's settle more spirit stones for him later. The recovery price of the green spirit pill usually ranges from 150 spirit stones to 250 spirit stones, and the exact price is determined by the quality of the pill. With that, she reached out and took the 2 pills into her palm. These 2 green spirit pills are of fair quality, so I'll count you 180 spirit stones A. How is that possible? After Dong Yu got the elixir, she just casually glanced at it, but after that glance, it was impossible to look away. With her cultivation, she could tell at a glance that these 2 green spirit pills were different. Although the appearance of these 2 green spirit pills was no different from ordinary green spirit pills, if one looked closely, one could find that the surface of these 2 green spirit pills was a bit more delicate than ordinary green spirit pills. A closer look would reveal that the medicinal power contained within it was much more powerful than an ordinary green spirit pill. What's more, she surprisingly didn't find any Dan poison in these 2 green spirit pills. The medicine is strong beyond reason, and there is no dandruff. Was this really something that Wang Jianxiang, a recognized waste of all outer disciples and a joke in everyone's eyes, was able to refine? Suddenly, a look of excitement appeared on her face. The perfect elixir with no dandruff. Wasn't this exactly what she was looking for in a Dan master? But the next moment, she calmed down again. He's too weak and has a big deadline coming up. She glanced at Wang Jianxiang. A touch of desolation flashed in her eyes before she immediately returned to her normal self. No Dan poison green spirit pill. Perfect quality. The medicinal effect is even a shade stronger than an unusual first-order top-grade pill. Count your 2,000 spirit stones apiece. Wang Jianxiang's eyes lit up at his words. The cost of refining the perfect green spirit pill was just less than 100 spirit stones, a full 20 times the return. It's almost like you can get money faster than killing people and setting them on fire. He spent 3,000 spirit stones to purchase a large number of herbs in one breath, all of which were the original ingredients for refining the perfect dragon yang pill and the perfect green spirit pill. Think about it. Purchased some more spirit gathering pills, afterwards left the Foreign Affairs Hall. After returning to his residence, Wang Jianxiang had just refined a few perfect body-nourishing pills. A brisk voice suddenly came from outside the door. Uncle Wang, in or out? I came to see you with your great niece, Niu Shaoran. Hearing this voice, Wang Jianxiang froze. Niu Shaoran is Chen Jiaojiao's Taoist partner. He was extremely good at saving face, and since he and Chen Jiaojiao had formed a Tao couple, the number of times he had come to visit him was only a handful of times. It was because of the fear of getting involved with him, the outer sect joke, and being snickered at. If not for his stupid money, Niu Shaoran was afraid that Chen Jiaojiao would have cut off relations with him. Why did he suddenly think of coming to see me? And with Jiaojiao Chen? Wang Jianxiang's face flashed with a touch of eccentricity as he went forward and opened the door. 2 figures were standing outside the door. One with a delicate and slender figure and a beautiful appearance, like a ripe peach, was none other than Chen Jiaojiao. Beside her was a middle-aged man with a rather handsome appearance. Shaoran, haven't seen you for a while, please come in. Seeing the handsome middle-aged man, Wang Jianxiang revealed a kind smile. While leading the duo into the living room, he secretly exchanged a glance with Chen Jiaojiao. Seeing that Chen Jiaojiao looked as normal, her expression relaxed quite a bit. Shaoran, what can I do for you? After taking his seat, Wang Jianxiang was the first to speak. Niu Shaoran laughed. Nothing much, it's just that it's been too long since I've come to see you. Walking around, Wang Jianxiang completely take this sentence as a fart. The surface is still hanging a kind smile, and cattle Shaoran eager to talk. After a conversation, Niu Shaoran hesitated full of difficulties sighed. Uncle Wang now Jiaojiao and I have reached the 6th level of qi refining. If we can break through the 7th level of qi refining within 3 years, foundation building is expected. You're the closest thing Jiaojiao and I have to help us. Sure enough, Wang Jianxiang laughed coldly in his heart, and a touch of difficulty surfaced on his face. But, I've been supplying you and Jiaojiao all these years, and my hands are tight. Uncle Wang, Words can't be said like that. Niu Shorin shook his head. Those resources of yours were given to Jiao Jiao, and Jiao Jiao transferred some to me. That's what he gave me. It's not considered to be from you. I've never asked you for a favor before, huh? This is a favor you must do. Wang Jianxiang's face was a moment of hesitation, as if he had made up his mind. Shorin, don't worry. Since you said so, this favor uncle will definitely help. When he said that, he clenched his teeth hard. I still have 2 more potions in my house. If I refine them, together with the savings I have on me, I should be able to buy a dozen green spirit pills. You guys go ahead and I'll give you a quick practice. How can that be? Niu Shorin hypocritically said. Uncle, you're so old. It's hard for Jiao Jiao and I to let you put us through this. Tell you what, Jiao Jiao and I will stay and give you a hand. Playing second fiddle? Surveillance, right? Wang Jianxiang cursed in his heart and did not show the slightest color on his surface. Shorin has a heart. Uncle Wang can do it. No need. How does that work? Wanted. It's really not necessary. No, you just listen to me. I can really do it myself. Tell you what, Jiao Jiao has a fine and capable heart, so let Jiao Jiao herself stay and help you. Chapter 6, 6th level of Qi practicing. Say, what's going on today? After the cowkeeper left, Wang Jianxiang's face converged with a smile and looked at Chen Jiaojiao expressionlessly. Chen Jiaojiao's pretty face blanched as she hurriedly explained. Uncle, it wasn't me who told Shorin to come. It was he himself who insisted on coming along. Wang Jianxiang didn't say anything and remained expressionless as he looked at her. Chen Jiaojiao let out a bitter smile as she continued to explain. In the past, you have always given a lot of resources, but the last 2 times, you have only given a spirit-gathering pill. Scaling down too much. Shorin guessed that it should be caused by the fact that he hadn't walked with you for too long, causing you to be displeased, and that's why he insisted on coming along. I couldn't stop him, and there was no way to explain, so I had to come with him. Wang Jianxiang sniffed and looked relieved. Really? 1,000 times true. Chen Jiaojiao nodded her head repeatedly. Wang Jianxiang originally guessed that Chen Jiaojiao had brought Niu Shorin here this time, because she wanted to force him to come and knock him down. If that was really the case, he would decisively cut off contact with Chen Jiaojiao, preferring to feud with the 2 of them rather than giving her the slightest bit of resources again. Hearing Chen Jiaojiao's explanation, his expression completely eased. So it is. He held Chen Jiaojiao's shoulders somewhat guiltily. Jiao Jiao, it's uncle who wronged you. Just now I saw you look a little pale. Is there something wrong? Here, let uncle give you a closer look at your body. For the next month, Wang Jianxiang didn't go out again and kept refining pills. Ever since awakening the system, he had never failed in refining pills. The 100% rate of Dan formation is inhuman. As January came to an end, the herbs purchased earlier had all been exhausted, and 50 perfect body nourishing pills and 50 perfect green spirit pills had been obtained. It also accumulates a lot of cultivation points. During this time, Niu Shorin and Chen Jiaojiao came back a few times. After all the scene, leaving the supervisor Chen Jiaojiao then self-satisfied departure. Niu Shorin thought he had Wang Jianxiang under control and was complacent. I don't know. The most powerful hunters often come as prey. Wang Jianxiang just watched his performance flatly, as if he was watching a clown. To the current him, the spirit-gathering pills were just inconsequential chump change. Cultivation is supposed to be a boring chore. Cultivating for a long time would be even more boring, and it just serves as a spice for the breaks between cultivation. It's nothing to spend a little money on. Inside the dimly lit room, Wang Jianxiang looked at the entire 100 cultivation points on the attribute panel and without hesitation, directly added it to the diffractive spirit technique. Raising his Gongfu realm would increase the absorption rate of the elixir, and was the best way for him to raise his cultivation at the moment. His goal was to directly raise the diffractive spirit technique to the highest level of the grand completion realm. Ding! The diffractive spirit technique has reached the current highest realm. 500 cultivation points can be consumed to optimize and upgrade. Is it optimized and upgraded? Hearing the system voice coming from his mind, Wang Jianxiang froze. Surprisingly, even feats can be optimized and upgraded? Looking at the attribute panel, the dingtang at the back of the diffractive spirit technique had changed to Dichang, and there was indeed an additional option of optimize and upgrade at the back. He already had a garbage qualification, plus cultivating the diffractive spirit technique, a mass merchandise technique. His cultivation was naturally ridiculously slow. If he could raise the level of his Gongfu, his cultivation speed could definitely increase by a lot. Thinking of this, Wang Jianxiang was thrilled for a moment. However, after seeing the only 5 cultivation points left, the excitement calmed down. The diffractive spirit technique had consumed a total of 95 cultivation points from Dengtang to Deshang, and these 5 points were what was left over. 495 points short of optimizing and upgrading the diffractive spirit technique. This was not a small amount of money. Even if he refined pills without sleep, he would have to accumulate nearly 4 months. Wang Jianxiang shook his head and stopped thinking about this for the time being, taking out a perfect green spirit pill and swallowing it into his mouth. After the diffractive spirit skill reached its grand completion, the utilization rate of the medicinal power reached 70% from 31%. The rate of cultivation enhancement had more than doubled. 2 short days, after refining 10 perfect green spirit pills in one breath, his cultivation had successfully broken through and reached the 5th level of Qi cultivation. He was about to continue cultivating and break through to the 6th level of Qi practicing in one breath. Chen Jiujiao's voice came from outside the door. Wang decides to take a break for half guard. Half an hour later, Chen Jiujia took the spirit gathering pill and left satisfied. After Wang Jianxiang rested for a while, he continued his closed-door cultivation. 10 days later, sitting cross-legged, Wang Jianxiang's body shook as his cultivation level broke through once again. Breaking through from the 5th level of Qi cultivation to the 6th level of Qi cultivation consumed 37 perfect green spirit pills. He wasn't going to refine the remaining 3 perfect green spirit pills himself. After reaching the 6th level of Qi cultivation, the cultivation speed of continuing to take the perfect green spirit pill plummeted. If one wanted to rely on the perfect green spirit pill to make a breakthrough, one would need to refine at least 200 to 300 of them, and it would take more than 2 to 3 months to refine them all the time. For an onlooker, this breakthrough speed was enough to be considered astonishing. But he's a hangman. That breakout speed doesn't deserve him. With a jolt of his spiritual energy, he got rid of the dirt on the surface of his body and walked straight in the direction of the External Affairs Hall. Chapter 7 Elder Dong's Special Treatment. Perfect Yunxia Dan. Foreign Affairs Hall. Wang Jianxiang came in front of Dongyu, and as usual, he offered a salute to the majesty of her chest. The Acacia sect is full of beautiful women, but such an astonishing scale was something he had only seen in Dongyu so far. Buying or selling items? Dongyu looked at Wang Jianxiang and inquired coldly as always. The next moment, her gaze froze. The languid sitter snapped upright. Wang Jianxiang's eyelids followed, afraid that they would pop out of his clothes. Dongyu did not notice Wang Jianxiang's gaze and just stared at him. 6th level of Qi practice. In less than 2 short months, his cultivation had actually increased from the 3rd level of Qi practicing to the 6th level of Qi practicing. At this rate, I'm afraid he could really build a foundation. In time, her eyes flickered for a moment, then dimmed again, and she sat back down in dismay. It's not possible. Wang Jianxiang's ability to have such an astonishing breakthrough speed must have relied on the perfect green spirit pill. Although the perfect green spirit pill was astonishing, it was after all only a first-rank intermediate pill. Once Wang Jianxiang's cultivation broke through to the 7th level of Qi cultivation, the effect of the perfect green spirit pill would definitely be greatly reduced, and as his cultivation continued to rise, the effect would continue to decrease. At the 10th level of the Qi practicing stage realm, it was a bit unrealistic for him to want to reach the 9th level of Qi practicing stage with just the perfect green spirit pill, let alone foundation establishment. Further, even if he could really reach the 10th level of Qi practicing before his big day came, so what? With his qualifications, I'm afraid that the success rate of foundation building would be ridiculously low, right? Wang Jianxiang didn't know what was going on in Dongyu's mind. Although he was a bit shocked at Dongyu's sudden action of standing up and sitting down again, he didn't think much about it. I want to buy the formula for the Yunxia Dan. Before coming here, Wang Jianxiang had already thought about the Dan formula he wanted to purchase. In terms of effect, the Cloud Haze pill was enough to be ranked among the top tier of first-rank advanced pills, and the medicinal power was mild, which suited him well. Dongyu's eyes flickered as she sniffed. First-order advanced Dan formula. Had he already become a first-ranked senior Dan master? Hadn't he just become a first-rank intermediate Dan master not long ago? Dongyu looked deeply at Wang Jianxiang. She suddenly realized that she was somewhat unable to see through this teacher-nephew. Yunxia Dan formula, priced at 8,000 spirit stones. Hearing Dongyu's words, Wang Jianxiang's face stagnated. So expensive. The first-order intermediate green spirit Dan formula was only 200 spirit stones, and the Yunxia Dan formula was only 1 level higher. But the price was so exaggerated. If it were someone else, Dongyu would be too lazy to explain, and would love to buy or not. However, she herself did not know why. But at this moment, she showed a very different attitude towards Wang Jianxiang and patiently explained. The first-order low and first-order intermediate Dan formulas are too low-grade. The sect doesn't pay much attention to them, so they're naturally cheap. A first-order advanced Dan formula is already considered a control-grade item, and the price is much higher. After listening to Dongyu's explanation, Wang Jianxiang sort of understood. A flash of embarrassment followed immediately. Originally, he thought that with the spirit stones and 3 perfect green spirit pills he had on him it would be more than enough to purchase the Yunxia Dan formula and the original ingredients. But now he saw that it wasn't even enough to buy the formula. Just as he was about to purchase some raw materials for refining perfect green spirit pills first, and go back to refine some perfect green spirit pills to gather enough capital before coming back, Dong Yu seemed to see his dilemma and spoke again. But not enough spirit stones? Wang Jianxiang nodded awkwardly. I only have 500 spirit stones and 3 perfect green spirit pills on me. The perfect body nourishing pill was consumed too quickly, and apart from the 10 that he had initially refined, after which he had taken the time to refine some more, they had also been eaten up long ago. Dong Yu pondered for a moment and said, I can be the one to give you the Yunxia Dan formula on credit. You only need to pay it back within 2 months. Wang Jianxiang froze. Elder Dong, who was incredibly cold to anyone, had actually taken the initiative to give him a treat? It's not like you're looking at me, is it? Wang Jianxiang thought joyfully, and then dismissed the idea. Can't figure it out, simply don't think about it. It's a good thing anyway. Many thanks to Elder Dong. Wang Jianxiang paid his respects to Dong Yu. After that, he exchanged the 3 perfect green spirit pills for spirit stones, purchased a large number of medicinal herbs, and headed out. Dong Yu looked at his gradually fading back, her picture-perfect face covered in bewilderment. Obviously, I already know that it's impossible for him to build a foundation. Why do I still hold a trace of unrealistic fantasies about him? It's already a miracle for a chi-practicing stage cultivator to refine the legendary perfect elixir. Perhaps it's because he created this small miracle that my subconscious mind wants to boogie for another bigger miracle out of unwillingness. It's just a pity that if a miracle can be created easily, how can it be called a miracle? She sighed feebly at the thought. After returning to his residence, Wang Jianxiang immediately took out the Yunxia Dan formula and pasted the jade sketch on his brow to read it. A few moments later, the system's prompt came. Ding! Inferior Dan formula detected. Optimizing and upgrading the Dan formula will consume 30 cultivation points. Is it optimized and upgraded? Compared to the first order intermediate nourishing pill and green spirit pill, the optimization and upgrading costs of the first order advanced pill formulas were raised quite a bit. Fortunately, the previous dozen or so days were utilized more fully. Cultivation leisure in the positive interaction with Chen Jiajiao at the same time pills did not practice less. Cultivation points have re-accumulated by 50 points. Yes, Wang Jianxiang's mind moved. Ding! The Yunxia Dan formula has been successfully optimized and upgraded to the perfect Yunxia Dan formula. Wang Jianxiang added the remaining 20 cultivation points to the Dan Dao. The Dan Dao grade was raised from intermediate first rank to advanced first rank, after which he didn't directly refine the perfect Cloud Haze Dan. Instead, he first refined some perfect body nourishing pills for backup, and then refined some perfect green spirit pills to warm up, before starting the perfect Yunxia pills. However, just as he was about to refine the perfect Yunxia pill, Chen Jiajiao came to ask for the pill. Wang Jianxiang naturally entertained generously. In just half an hour a big project of more than $1 billion was delivered with her. Wang Jianxiang sent Chen Jiajiao out the door with his legs slightly trembling. Jiajia, Uncle found a precious Dan in the Foreign Affairs Hall 2 days ago. I haven't been able to spare it, so I'm giving it to you. Wang Jianxiang took out a perfect green spirit pill after much deliberation. He had always felt that the reason why the system had the column of good and evil values, it was bound to be more than simply allowing him to discern the attitudes of others towards him. He had a hunch that if he could pull a person's good and evil values against him full, the true effects of the good and evil values would inevitably be displayed. This is the green spirit pill? Chen Jiaojia received the perfect green spirit pill and carefully examined it, a shocked look lifting above her pretty face. No, its medicinal power has far exceeded that of an ordinary green spirit pill. After coming back to her senses, she was a bit unsure to Wang Jianxiang to make sure. Is it really for me? Sure. Wang Jianxiang smiled kindly and nodded. Uncle Wang, you're so nice. Chen Jiajiao was touched and thanked Wang Jianxiang before leaving. Ding, good and evil value plus 20. After checking the attribute panel, Chen Jiajiao's good and evil value against her had been raised to 80 points, not far from full. Wang Jianxiang nodded with satisfaction and trembled as he returned to the house. After resting for a while, he continued to open the furnace to refine pills. Unsurprisingly, after upgrading his Dan Dao to the first rank advanced level, he was already able to refine the perfect Cloud Haze Dan, and the rate of Dan formation is still 100%. The first perfect Yunxia Dan was refined in just half an hour. After that, he stopped refining the Dan and swallowed this perfect Yunxia Dan after his spiritual energy recovered. After refining this perfect Yunxia Dan, he felt that he had almost reached the middle and latter stages of the 6th level of Qi cultivation. One more will break through to the 7th level of Qi cultivation. The medicinal power of just 2 of them can be worth 100 perfect green spirit pills. The effects of this perfect Cloud Haze pill are really strong. Wang Jianxiang was instantly energized. Continue alchemy. Chapter 8, One of the Three Beauties, Su Yutong. The following day, Wang Jianxiang swallowed another perfect Cloud Haze pill, and his cultivation unsurprisingly broke through to the 7th level of Qi practicing. On the day after that, 3 more perfect Cloud Haze pills were refined one after another. He didn't continue cultivating, and took these 3 perfect cloud Dan with him as he headed towards the External Affairs Hall, Foreign Affairs Office, Qing Dynasty. When Dong Yu received the 3 perfect Yunxia Dan handed over by Wang Jianxiang, she still could not help but feel a shock in her heart even though she had been mentally prepared for it. At the same time the heart grew more and more sorry. This Wang Jianxiang was indeed an alchemy genius. Perfect pills that only existed in legends could be successfully refined one after another. It was a pity that his Dan Dao level was too low to be able to concoct high-grade pills, and he was on the verge of his death, destined to not be able to build a foundation, losing his cultivation value. Otherwise it would definitely be taken seriously by the sect. No Dan poison Yunxia Dan. The medicinal effect far exceeds that of an ordinary Yunxia Dan. Each can be exchanged for 500 spirit stones, 3 pills totaling 500 spirit stones. After removing the 8,000 spirit stones from the Yunxia Dan formula, there is still a balance of 500 spirit stones. After putting away the perfect Yunxia Dan, Dong Yu looked at Wang Jianxiang. Are there any more items to purchase? Wang Jianxiang pondered for a moment. May I ask Elder Dong how to sell the Foundation Establishment Dan formula? Dong Yu's heart trembled as she looked at Wang Jianxiang with a deadpan expression. You've become a second-order Dan master? Wang Jianxiang had the peculiar talent of refining daneless poisonous elixirs. If one could refine a Foundation Establishment pill, not only would the resulting Foundation Establishment pill not have the slightest bit of poison, but I am afraid that the medicinal power would also far exceed that of an ordinary Foundation Establishment pill. In that case, I'm afraid he might not be without hope of building a foundation. Once he built the foundation, he would be able to increase his lifespan by 100 years and have plenty of time to continue advancing on top of his cultivation and Dan Dao. If he can become a second-order senior Dan master before her lifespan runs out. Thinking of this, Dong Yu's heart that was almost dead silent once again rippled. Wang Jianxiang didn't realize that his casual question had caused such a big reaction from Elder Dong, and shook his head awkwardly. I can't. He just felt that he was not far away from the 10th level of Qi cultivation, and he was just trying to understand the market of the foundation building Dan formula in advance so that he could make preparations. The light in Dong Yu's eyes instantly dimmed as she sniffed. That's right, he was just a Qi practicing stage cultivator. How could he become a second-order Dan master? She let out a bitter smile and sat back in her chair, but she eventually answered Wang Jianxiang's question. The selling price of the Foundation Establishment Dan formula is 1 million spirit stones. However, the Foundation Establishment Dan formula is of great significance. It's a level 1 controlled formula, and outer disciples are not authorized to buy it, even if you really have 1 million spirit stones. Ha! Wang Jianxiang was dumbfounded. It was surprising that the outer disciples were not authorized to purchase the Foundation Establishment Dan formula. Then how will he build his foundation? Purchase an unusual base-building pill? Not to mention the fact that it was extremely difficult for outer sect disciples to obtain Foundation Establishment pills, and it was hard to obtain them. Even if you can get it easily, he knows full well how trashy his talent is. With an unusual foundation building Dan, it would be very difficult to build the foundation successfully even if one didn't consider the Dan poison and treat the foundation building Dan as a sugar bean. The only hope for him to build his foundation was the perfect foundation building pill, and in order to refine the perfect foundation building pill, one must first obtain the foundation building pill formula. Dong Yu's words were like a bolt from the blue to her. Seeing Wang Jianxiang's face turn ugly, Dong Yu's expression moved. You seem to want the foundation building Dan formula very much? Wang Jianxiang nodded his head in a disoriented manner. Seeing this, Dong Yu, not knowing whether it was out of a deep-seated unwillingness or a desire for the so-called miracle, ghostly spoke up. If you can become a second-stage Dan master, you can come and find me, and I'll help you obtain the Foundation Establishment Dan formula. Hearing Dong Yu's words, Wang Jianxiang froze, then revealed a look of surprise. It's so dark and bright. Many thanks to Elder Dong. He gratefully bowed to Dong Yu. He also exchanged all the spirit stones on his body for spirit medicine, after which he bid farewell to Dong Yu and left. Dong Yu gazed at Wang Jianxiang's departing back and was lost in thought for a while. Greetings, Uncle Dong. A clear and melodious voice came. When Dong Yu looked back, a young woman had come to the counter at some point. She had delicate features and snowy skin. A head of long black hair was draped over her shoulders, and a purple romper was just below her knees, revealing her slender white calves. Her breasts were bulging, and although the scale was not as amazing as Dong Yu's, she was still considered to be amazingly talented. This young woman was called Su Yutong, and was one of the few outer disciples other than Wang Jianxiang that she was quite impressed with. Su Yutong was initiated 3 years ago. According to the rules of the Acacia sect, disciples who joined the sect within 5 years were considered newcomers. Although Su Yutong was a newcomer disciple, In just 3 years of cultivation she had already reached the 8th level of chi cultivation, and the strength of her talent was evident. The stunning beauty of the face coupled with the powerful talent makes it extremely famous in the outer door, and is listed as one of the 3 great beauties in the outer door by many good people. Buying or selling items? Dong Yu's voice was as cold as ever. Su Yutong also seemed to have long since adapted to Dong Yu's attitude. Pursing her red lips, disciple wants to buy some Yunshadan. What quality do you want? Naturally, the higher the quality, the better. Dong Yu nodded and directly took out the 5 perfect Yunshadan that she had obtained from Wang Jianxiang. These are the highest quality Yunshadan within the Foreign Affairs Hall today, priced at 5,000 spirit stones apiece. Hearing this price, Su Yutong was shocked. Although the Yunshadan was the most potent of the first order senior pills, it was only worth between 3 and 500 spirit stones, right? Seemingly seeing the thoughts in Su Yutong's mind, a deep meaning flashed through Dong Yu's eyes. These Yunshadan are extraordinary. You will never suffer a loss if you buy them. Su Yutong was unimpressed in her heart when she heard this. Unusual? No matter how extraordinary it is, it's still just a Yunshadan. Can it still be 1 topping 10? However, since Dong Yu was kind enough to recommend it, she couldn't afford to dismiss the other party's face. Give me 1 perfect Yunshadan and 10 more ordinary Yunshadan. How richly insightful was Dong Yu. She could tell at a glance the little scheme in Su Yutong's mind. Shook his head. She could be certain that Su Yutong would definitely regret this decision after trying the perfect Yunshadan. She didn't go on to explain. Though, taking out a perfect Yunshadan, he took out 10 more ordinary quality Yunshadan and handed them over to Su Yutong. When Su Yutong had finished paying for the spirit stones and left, she was about to put away the remaining 4 perfect Yunsha pills on the table when a beautiful woman suddenly rushed into the external affairs hall in a hurry. She swept her gaze across the counter, then searched at the 4 perfect cloud haze pills on the table. Elder Dong, are these 4 Yunsha pills the pills sold by senior brother Wang? Dong Yu looked at the beautiful woman at the counter. She was extremely impressed with this woman. It wasn't because of how famous the other party was or how strong their talent was, but because the other party had come to squat in the external affairs hall every day like crazy since they had purchased the perfect green spirit pill some days ago. During this period of time, Wang Jianxiang sold not a single perfect green spirit pill to the Foreign Affairs Hall, and all of them were bought by her. Looking at her urgent look, Dong Yu nodded. Yes. The woman was delighted at the words. Can you sell it to a disciple? Naturally, Dong Yu said coldly. I'll take all 4 of these pills. Chapter 9, Su Yutong's visit. After Su Yutong returned to her residence, she immediately began her seclusion. 20 days later, 10 ordinary Yunshadan were refined to nothing. Su Yutong opened her closed eyes, her brows furrowed tightly. After the 10 Yunshadan were refined, although her cultivation had progressed, she was still far from breaking through to the 9th level of chi cultivation. There were only 6 months until the outer sect competition. There was little hope of breaking through before the outer sect competition, but if she couldn't make a breakthrough, and was only competing at the 8th level of chi practicing cultivation, even if her battle strength was not bad, I'm afraid that it wouldn't be very realistic for her to get a good ranking. Before entering the Acacia sect, she was a direct descendant of an immortal cultivation family. Since he was young, he showed a strong talent for immortal cultivation and received treatment like a star. After entering the Acacia sect, the talent she displayed as well as the advantage of her appearance still put her above almost all the new disciples. The superior experiences she had been having had made her extremely arrogant at heart. The moment she learned about the outer sect grand competition, she made up her mind that she would definitely make a splash at the grand competition. He even set a goal to reach the 9th level of chi practicing before the start of the outer sect competition. But today it seems that the odds are that this goal will not be accomplished. Thinking about this, her heart was filled with resentment, but there was not the slightest way to do so. One can only take one step at a time. While thinking about this, she took out the last Yunshadan on her body. This Yunshadan was the very same heavenly priced pill that Elder Dong had recommended to her. She hadn't come into contact with the Tao of Dan, and could only vaguely sense that the medicinal power within the perfect Yunshadan was a bit purer than the ordinary Yunshadan. But so what if the quality is higher? The same as Yunshadan. Can this one even go to heaven? 5,000 spirit stones apiece. That's more than 10 times the price. Elder Dawn was clearly treating her like an ingrate. With a hint of dissatisfaction on her face, she casually threw the perfect cloud haze Dan into her mouth. In the next moment, an incomparably pure medicinal power instantly filled the limbs and bones. This medicinal power was not only pure, but also extremely majestic, far from being comparable to an ordinary Yunshadan, and its medicinal power is gentle to the extreme. Although the medicinal power is huge, but the difficulty of refining it is instead smaller than the unusual Yunshadan. Not only did it not bring her the slightest discomfort, instead, she felt her whole body is warm and comfortable. What surprised her even more was that this Yunshadan did not contain the slightest bit of Dan poison within it. In other words, If the conditions permitted it, this Yunxia Dan could be used completely without any fear. An hour later, Su Yutong's body shook as her breath soared. It's the 9th level of Qi practice. Just one, but let her break through the 9th level of Qi cultivation. If a few more. Thinking of this, Su Yutong immediately got up, briefly rinsed her body, and rushed to the External Affairs Hall as fast as she could. Foreign Affairs Hall. Dongyu sat behind the counter and looked out of the Foreign Affairs Hall for a while. At the moment she was filled with a pale figure. Just then, a figure hurriedly barged into the Foreign Affairs Hall. Elder Dong, give me 3 more perfect Yunxia pills. Before the person could stand, an urgent voice had already reached Dongyu's ears. Dongyu looked up. The person who came was none other than Su Yutong. Dongyu had expected this scene and was not surprised, faintly shaking her head. No more. No more? Su Yutong was dumbfounded. How could there be no more? Doesn't the Foreign Affairs Hall have a continuous supply of pills from specialized Dan masters? Dongyu glanced at her. That perfect Yunxia Dan was not refined by a Dan master under the jurisdiction of the Foreign Affairs Hall, but rather it was acquired, and there were only 5 in total. Su Yutong bit her red lips. A flash of unwillingness flashed across her face. If she could obtain enough perfect Cloud Xia Dan, she was confident that she could reach the 10th level of Qi practicing or even Qi refining perfection before the opening of the outer sect competition. At that time, not to mention the top 100, even the top 10 she was confident. Becoming a top 10 in the outer sect as a newcomer. What an amazing feat. Once she was able to succeed, she would definitely be able to draw the attention of the inner sect elders. With a bit of luck, one might be accepted as a disciple by one of the inner sect elders. In that case, she could be considered to have flown the coop. How could she easily let go of this opportunity to rewrite her destiny? Could Elder Dong inform disciple who sold that perfect Yunxia pill? Hearing Su Yutong's follow-up question, Dongyu was silent for a moment and said, even if I don't tell you, I'm afraid you won't stop there and will definitely think of other ways to probe, right? Su Yutong was silent. She still had some connections within this outer gate. Moreover, there were many people coming in and out of the Foreign Affairs Hall on weekdays, and there were no deliberate measures to keep the transaction secret. Even if Dongyu did not say anything, it would not be difficult for her to investigate the person who sold the perfect Cloud Haze Dan if she wanted to. Seeing this, Dongyu's face did not change in the slightest and continued. In that case, there is no harm in telling you. The name of the person who sold the perfect Yunxia Dan is Wang Jianxiang. The moment she heard the name Wang Jianxiang, Su Yutong almost thought she was hallucinating. If he remembered correctly, it seemed like the only one in the outer sect with the name Wang Jianxiang was that loser, right? She checked with Dongyu again. It was still a little hard to believe, but it had to be believed. The one who had sold the perfect Yunxia pill to the outer hall was none other than that trash who was known throughout the outer sect. Wang Jianxiang did not know what was happening in the Foreign Affairs Hall. He did not leave his residence again after paying his debt that day, for 25 days in a row. Apart from taking the time to communicate with Chen Jiajiao in depth, almost all of his time was spent on alchemy. Now that the medicinal herbs on his body had been consumed, he had replaced them with over 100 perfect Dragon Yang Dan and over 200 perfect Yunxia Dan as well as over 300 perfect Green Spirit Dan. The conversion was worth millions of spirit stones. It wasn't until now that Wang Jianxiang finally had some sense of wealth. The next step is to raise your cultivation. Just as Wang Jianxiang was preparing to cultivate, a knock came from outside the door. Wang Jianxiang froze. The name of his waste had long spread to the outer sect. Those outer sect disciples were ashamed to associate with him, and on weekdays only Qin Jiajiao would come to him. But didn't Jiao Chen leave early this morning? Why are you back? With a hint of doubt, he stepped forward and opened the door to the house. A pretty face then came into view. Seeing the person outside the door, Wang Jianxiang froze. At the same time, a message from the visitor appeared in his mind. Name, Su Yutong. Sex, female. Cultivation, 9th level of Qi refining. Age, 21. Roots and bones, gold and water double spirit roots. Value of good and evil, -48 inch. Su Yutong? What did she come to see me for? In recent years for the name Su Yutong, Wang Jianxiang has not known how many times he has heard it. Newcomer to the sky. One of the 3 great beauties of the outer sect. Either of those 2 names is gold. In the past, he had also seen each other from afar. But the 2 of them, a scum and a heavenly pride, were ultimately people from 2 worlds, and had never crossed paths in the slightest. It's the first time I've been this close. Just as Wang Jianxiang was taken aback by Su Yutong's arrival, Su Yutong's brows were slowly furrowed. This ugly, old man couldn't keep his eyes off her body, causing a wave of nausea to form and a flash of disgust deep in her eyes. But when she thought about the purpose of the day, her furrowed brows stretched back out. A faint smile lifted up on her stunning face. Senior brother Wang, won't you invite me in for a seat? Chapter 10, Wan Yuyao. It had to be said that Su Yutong, one of the 3 beauties of the outer sect, was indeed stunningly beautiful. A smile that moves the heart. Chen Xiaojiu is also considered quite outstanding beauty, but compared to it, it is like the difference between the ugly duckling and the white swan. No matter the appearance or temperament are crushed. But although Su Yutong was beautiful, Wang Jianxian had no intention of appreciating it. Although she had a smile on her face, Wang Jianxian could clearly feel a sense of rejection that rejected people. It was a kind of arrogance from the bottom of his heart, as if he was looking at a gutter rat, the kind of condescension and contempt that could not be completely hidden no matter how much he tried to hide it. This feeling made Wang Jianxian very upset. The blinding -48 good and evil value in the opponent's attribute panel was undoubtedly confirming that his feeling was not wrong. Now Wang Jianxian had a deeper understanding of the various aspects of the data in the attribute panel. Good and evil values of 0 to -100 represent hatred, and from 0 to -49 represent antipathy. -48 value of good and evil. Representation has been loathed to the core, like the average person walking on the side of the road and stepping on a piece of, or kissing a rat in the gutter. Wang Jianxiang frowned and pondered for a moment, but he still stepped aside to invite Su Yutong into the house. Walking into the house, Su Yutong looked around. Simple, dirty, that was her first reaction, and the disgust in her eyes grew stronger. She didn't take her seat, as if touching the items in the room would soil her. Senior brother Wang, I've come here today for the perfect Yunsha Dan. Her time was precious. She didn't have time to waste time with Wang Jianxiang, a famous scum, and went straight to the point. How much do you want? Wang Jianxiang wasn't too surprised, nor did he deny it, and painfully acquiesced. The Foreign Affairs Hall was crowded with people, and since he had sold the perfect Yunsha Dan to the Foreign Affairs Hall, he hadn't thought about keeping it a secret. 15. With the medicinal power of the perfect cloud haze pill, just 5 of them would be enough for her to break through to the 10th level of Qi practicing. The remaining 10 pills could completely help her cultivate to the limit of the 10th level of Qi cultivation in one breath, reaching the realm of Qi refining consummation. Yes, Wang Jianxiang nodded and, although the Su Yutong's good and evil values towards him were somewhat inexplicably low, and her attitude was also a bit off-putting, he did not have a grudge against the other party after all. The elixir was sold to anyone. There was no need to offend her for no reason. If Su Yutong could show enough sincerity, he would not be reluctant to make a deal with her. Seeing Wang Jianxiang agreeing painfully, Su Yutong revealed a satisfied look. Senior brother Wang really knows what he's doing. Bring the pills. Senior sister won't take them from you for nothing. I can give you a chance to dine with me. Her words were laced with arrogance. It's not like begging. It's more like handouts. Wang Jianxiang had all but taken out the elixir when he heard this and rolled his eyes. With a flip of his palm, he put the elixir back again. So this woman is trying to get something for nothing? 15 perfect Yunsha Dan, even according to the purchase price of the Foreign Affairs Hall, was worth 52,500 spirit stones. And that's not all. You want me to pay for your dinner again? Are you human? Seeing Wang Jianxiang put the elixir back again, Su Yutong's slender eyebrows slightly clustered. What does senior brother Wang mean by this? Let's forget about sharing a meal. Let's settle for spirit stones. One hand pays, one hand delivers. Wang Jianxiang said with a leathery smile. Wang Jianxiang, what do you mean? Su Yutong's face stiffened, then revealed a look of anger. I was lifting you up by being able to give you, a punk, the opportunity to dine with me, and you insulted me like this. She had set out her attitude. If Wang Jianxiang is sensible, he will have a meal with him. This is the treatment that how many outer disciples have begged for. And he, Wang Jianxiang, is so ungrateful. That's really going to disappoint senior sister Su's lift. Hearing Su Yutong's almost abusive words, Wang Jianxiang's face slowly cooled down. Perfect Yunsha Dan is 8,000 spirit stones apiece. If senior sister wants it, take the spirit stones and talk. 8,000 spirit stones apiece. Hearing Wang Jianxiang's offer, Su Yutong's eyes widened. The External Affairs Hall only sells them to the public at only 5,000 spirit stones apiece. Why don't you go and grab them? You're an old, undead piece of crap who's poor and crazy, aren't you? Too expensive? Wang Jianxiang pointed to the door with an expressionless face. Take your time. You. Su Yutong coldly glared at Wang Jianxiang. Her full breasts rose and fell for a while. Okay, I want 3 of them. I hope you never leave the sect. Otherwise I'm afraid that this spirit stone is something that you have a life to earn, but no life to spend. Hearing the words that contained a full of threats, Wang Jianxiang couldn't help but roll his eyes. I have to sell it if you want to buy it? Am I your father or your grandfather? The old man is not for sale. Mudbloods have a little fire left in them. Originally, Su Yutong's arrogance had only made Wang Jianxiang a little uncomfortable, and it was because of this that he had deliberately quoted a high price of 8,000. And now, Su Yutong's threat had completely enraged him. You tricked me. Su Yutong stared at Wang Jianxiang dead in the face. On the attribute panel belonging to Su Yutong in Wang Jianxiang's mind, the good and evil value instantly decreased to -60, but he didn't care in the slightest. It is what you think it is. Now, leave immediately, or I'll report you to the clan's enforcers for trespassing. Su Yutong's face changed. Acacia sect's rules are strict. Breaking into other people's residence is not a small crime. If this crime is really implemented, even if her talent is not bad and is valued by the sect, I am afraid that she will not be spared. Thinking of this, she glared fiercely at Wang Jianxiang, and her good and evil values lowered once again, having reached -70 points. A few more harsh words were let out before he reluctantly headed for the door. Just as she stepped out of her room, a figure came up to meet her. The visitor was a temperamentally beautiful woman with a beautiful appearance, a plain dress, her chest bulging at an alarming scale, demure with a hint of seduction. At the same time Su Yutong saw the beautiful woman. The beautiful woman also noticed her. Seeing this outer sect's renowned heavenly pride walk out from within Wang Jianxiang's residence, a flash of surprise crossed the beautiful woman's face. However, she didn't say much, and only nodded politely to Su Yutong before bending over to Wang Jianxiang inside the room. Greetings to senior brother Wang. Senior sister Wang Yuyo, I have something to ask for senior brother's help. Begging him? I'd advise you to save your breath. After Wang Yuyao's words fell, she had not yet waited for Wang Jianxiang's response, but a sneering voice came from her ears. Wang Yuyao froze and looked at Su Yutong beside her in dismay. What makes you say that? Senior sister Su? Su Yutong sneered. Wang Jianxiang is a waste in his own right, yet he is arrogant and doesn't know how to be polite. You'll only make a fool of yourself by begging him. Instead, why don't you talk to me about your difficulties? With my connections within the clan, I might be able to help you. When she said this, she was not looking at Wang Yuyo, but at the house. It seemed that she wanted to show Wang Jianxiang her status in the outer sect through Wang Yuyo, so that Wang Jianxiang would regret offending her. But as good as her ideas were, the reality was different from her expectations. Wang Yuyo didn't have a grateful surprise when she heard the words, and didn't even promise, but shook her head coldly. Don't bother senior sister. What I want senior sister can't give. Having said that, no more attention was paid to it. Self-consciously, he once again bowed to the house. Please, elder brother, help me. Su Yutong was displeased and her face became more and more ugly. With a cold snort, the imperial sword left. Wang Yuyo looked back at the disappearing back. How could she not hear the hostility towards Wang Jianxiang in Su Yutong's words? She didn't know what the conflict was between Su Yutong and Wang Jianxiang, but she knew exactly what stance she should show. It was because the perfect Yunxia Dan that she had been longing for could only be given to her by Wang Jianxiang. Come in. Just then, an old voice came from inside the house. Wang Yuyao's face was delighted as she hurriedly walked towards the house. Chapter 11, Building the Foundation. Wang Jianxiang's gaze lurched over Wang Yuyo, and in his sea of consciousness, a curtain of light surfaced. Name, Wang Yuyo. Sex, female. Cultivation, 9th level of Qi refining. Age, 33 out of 100. Root, water. Wind and wood. Good and evil value, 0 inch. After Wang Yuyo entered the house, Wang Jianxiang's eyes focused on her body and a curtain of light then appeared in his mind. Meet senior brother Wang. Wang Yuyao's respectful voice came from his ears. Wang Jianxiang returned to his senses and surveyed the beautiful woman in front of him from a close distance. Her waist-length hair was simply bound by a colored rope and her skin was fair. The dress was plain, but it couldn't hide that proud figure at all. Just as Wang Yuyo lowered her head somewhat uncomfortably at being looked at, Wang Jianxiang withdrew his gaze. You're also here for the perfect Yunxia Dan, aren't you? Wang Yuyo secretly breathed a sigh of relief. It was immediately followed by a blink. Also, could it be that Su Yutong had also come to seek out senior brother Wang to purchase the perfect Yunxia pill? She was so pissed off when she left. It couldn't have been because she hit a nail, could it? Thinking of this, Wang Yuyao's heart was suddenly worried. Even the famous three beauties of the outer sect, the newcomer heavenly pride Su Yutong had hit the nail on the head, and he was afraid that he was going to return empty-handed from this trip. She sighed in her mind. But if you're here, you have to try it, right? Thinking of this, she nodded. Senior sister knows that the perfect Yunxia pill is incredibly precious, so I wonder if senior brother could part with it? When she finished, she couldn't help but lower her head. Could be. Senior sister knows. Disturbing senior brother. Ah, elder brother you promised? Wang Yuyo had thought that there was no hope for this trip, and froze for a moment before reacting and looking excitedly at Wang Jianxiang. Wang Jianxiang nodded. He still had a good impression of Wang Yuyo. How could he not see the other party's intentional dislike of Su Yutong's move to curry favor with him at all times outside the door? Intelligent, humble and polite. How can one not be endeared? How many do you want? 1. Wang Jianxiang nodded and took out a perfect Yunxia Dan. Seeing the pill that Wang Jianxiang was pinching between his thumb and forefinger, Wang Yuyao's eyes instantly lit up. Wang Jianxiang looked at her. Know the price? Wang Yuyao's expression stagnated, and she carefully said, Is 5,000 spirit stones okay? It was 5,000 spirit stones apiece that she had bought within the Foreign Affairs Hall before. In that case, 5,000 spirit stones would be enough, I think. However, after her words left her mouth, she saw Wang Jianxiang shaking his head. Her heart hung in the air. Is not enough? That's it. Things are expensive because they are rare. If what Elder Dong had said was true, looking at the entire sect, the only person who could refine the perfect Yunxia pill was senior brother Wang. If the effects of the perfect cloud haze pill were spread out, not to mention 5,000 spirit stones, even if it was 8,000 or even 10,000 spirit stones apiece, I'm afraid that there would be a large number of people who would buy it. It was just that she could no longer shell out any more spirit stones. Previously, purchasing the perfect Yunxia Dan at the Foreign Affairs Hall had almost exhausted the resources she had on her. These 5,000 spirit stones were still enough after she sold her last 2 magic artifacts. Thinking of this, she shook her head in loss. Excuse me, senior brother Wang. After saying that, he lost his mind and headed for the door. Wang Jianxiang froze. Wait, why are you going? Wang Yuyao's footsteps lurched as she looked towards Wang Jianxiang with an embarrassed expression. Senior brother, I can't afford it. Wang Jianxiang froze again, then reacted. Losing his smile, he shook his head. The purchase price of the Foreign Affairs Hall is 3,500 spirit stones apiece. You can just give me 3,500 spirit stones apiece. Wang Yuyao froze, a little incredulous. Really? Sure. Wang Jianxiang nodded. For the current him, earning spirit stones was easy. 10,000 or 8,000 spirit stones was nothing. Giving Su Yutong a high quote was seeing her as a bad influence. This Wang Yuyao looks good to the eye, and there is no harm in earning less. Thank you, elder brother Wang. Getting Wang Jianxiang's confirmation, Wang Yuyao was thrilled. Her white and tender face flushed with red, and her originally beautiful and incomparable appearance was even more seductive. Wang Jianxiang looked at this pretty face. His heart warmed up and he didn't move. Although the perfect Yunxia pill is strong, it's far from enough to let you make another breakthrough if there's only one. Speaking here, his eyes gleamed at Wang Yuyao, his voice filled with an inexplicable sense of temptation. Do you want to get more perfect cloud Xia Dan? Wang Yuyao's eyes lit up, then quickly dimmed. But I come from a mediocre background, and the resources I've accumulated over the years have been exhausted, so I don't have any more spirit stones. Wang Jianxiang smiled. What if I don't charge you spirit stones? Wang Yuyao heard the words and was delighted, then seemed to think of something. The joy on her face converged, and she tentatively opened her mouth. I don't know what senior brother wants senior sister to pay for. Talking to a smart person like senior sister is really smooth. Wang Jianxiang looked at her appreciatively and said smilingly, then senior brother won't beat around the bush. With a beat of his voice, he continued, senior brother, I'm getting older, and I'm also afraid of living alone. You only need to spend some time accompanying senior brother to sleep. Every 3 times a perfect cloud haze Dan. Senior brother, is this sleeping a verb or a static word? Wang Yuyao carefully glanced at Wang Jianxiang. Wang Jianxiang glanced at her. What do you think? Wang Yuyao's face instantly turned red. Instead of being shy and annoyed, she seriously considered for a moment and then looked at Wang Jianxiang again. Senior brother, the path of immortal cultivation is too difficult, and senior sister's talent is not top-notch. If not for your pills, perhaps senior sister would still be struggling at the 6th level of chi cultivation until today. Senior brother looks up to senior sister. Senior sister is naturally willing. I want to get ahead so badly. Very good. Hearing Wang Yuyao's reply, Wang Jianxiang smiled. A few moments later, the door to the house was opened. Wang Yuyao and Wang Jianxiang walked out together. Wang Jianxiang was in a good mood. Wang Yuyao could be much more understanding than his godniece. Gentle and thoughtful, smart and generous. The way he was treated made a world of difference. He could sense that the other man really respected him. This was reflected by her 0 skyrocketing to 50 points of good and evil. And Chen Jiaojiu hadn't reached 85 in good and evil value until now. Although he was greeted with a smile every time, the contempt for him in his heart never disappeared. Here's your advance. As Wang Jianxiang spoke, he pulled out a perfect Yunxia Dan and handed it to Wang Yuyao. Wang Yuyao joyfully put away, hesitantly looked at Wang Jianxiang. Elder brother, tomorrow, why don't you rest more rest? You this body. Wang Jianxiang felt insulted. He glared. What words? Senior brother, I have a physique without a doubt. Strong as a lad, said the man, patting his chest hard, but did not expect to shoot himself staggered. Fortunately Wang Yuyao quick eyes and hands. A hand to help him did not fall on the ground. Shikyu. At this moment, Wang Jianxiang's heart to build the foundation became much stronger once again. Chapter 12 Chen Yuan Spiritual Formation. Yan Qing Xian. Time is like fine sand on the fingertips, always passing unnoticed. During these nearly 2 months, Wang Jianxian was possessed as a master of time management. The bitter cultivation did not let go of the in-depth communication with Wang Yuyo and the care of his godniece Chen Jiaojia. Time was utilized to the max. After refining nearly 150 perfect Yunsha Dan, his cultivation finally broke through to the 9th level of Qi cultivation. Feeling the soaring spiritual energy in his body, Wang Jianxian was elated and at the same time couldn't help but spit for a while. For others, from the 8th to the 9th level of Qi refinement, 3 or 5 perfect cloud haze Dan would be enough. Instead, he had consumed nearly 150 of them. Worthy of being a 5-system wasted spirit root, this is too wasted, isn't it? He shook his head and did not continue cultivating. After his cultivation level reached the 9th level of Qi cultivation, the effect of the perfect cloud haze pill had been drastically reduced. It would be difficult to make another breakthrough in a short period of time if one only relied on the perfect cloud haze pill. He pondered for a moment, and his mind wandered, got up and headed for the door. Foreign Affairs Hall. When Dong Yu saw Wang Jianxian again, she could tell at a glance that his cultivation had reached the 9th level of Qi practicing. She wasn't surprised by this. With the assistance of the perfect cloud haze pill, it wasn't surprising that there was such an advancement. Selling or buying items? It was still the same inquiry as always, but I don't know if it was Wang Jianxian's illusion. But Dong Yu's words seemed to be a little less cold than before. Disciple would like to purchase a set of Qian Yuan spirit formation flags. Wang Jianxian had already thought about the goal of this trip before he came here, and immediately returned at his words. Qian Yuan spirit formation flag? When Dong Yu heard this, a look of surprise flashed across her face. After a moment of contemplation, the slender palm of his hand gently waved. A set of 16 palm-sized compact formation flags appeared in front of Wang Jianxian's eyes. Qian Yuan spirit formation flag. Intermediate level magic weapon. Priced at 100,000 spirit stones. Although Wang Jianxian had been mentally prepared, he was still shocked by the price. Although he knew that complete sets of formation flag-type magic weapons would cost quite a bit more than their unusual counterparts, he didn't expect the difference to be so great. Unusual intermediate-level magic weapons sold for around 10 to 20,000 spirit stones. The Qian Yuan spiritual formation flag, however, has more than doubled 5 times. However, although the 100,000 spirit stones were a lot, he was now so wealthy that he didn't put it in his eyes, and painfully pulled out 35 perfect Yunsha Dan. After that, he purchased a large amount of medicinal herbs needed to refine the elixir. The remaining 22,500 spirit stones were all exchanged for the medicinal ingredients needed to refine the perfect cloud haze pill. Many thanks to Elder Dong. After putting the medicinal herbs and the Qian Yuan spiritual formation flag into his storage bag, Wang Jianxiang thanked Dong Yu and left the Foreign Affairs Hall. Dong Yu looked at Wang Jianxiang's back with a complicated gaze. With the dual assistance of the Qian Yuan spirit formation and the perfect Yunsha pill, it was no surprise that his cultivation would soon reach Qi refining perfection. However, with his qualifications, there was never the slightest possibility of building a foundation under normal circumstances. If you want to build a foundation, the only way to refine the legendary perfect foundation building Dan. She sighed helplessly at the thought. Let's hope he continues to work miracles. No wonder senior sister is so attached to the outer sect, so it's because she's raising a love interest. Suddenly, a delicate voice rang out without warning. There was a blur around them, and the large number of figures coming and going within the Hall of Foreign Affairs as well as the noisy sounds instantly disappeared. It was as if the area had been cut out of reality alive. In the face of this sudden change, Dong Yu did not panic in the slightest. Her expression was calm as she slowly looked up. A demonic figure then came into view. The visitor was wearing a colorful red dress. Red skirt texture is extremely thin. Through the red skirt, a large white tender hidden. The hemline of the skirt only reached just above the knee, and the slender, straight calves were completely exposed in the air, with a pair of jade feet that were not covered in the slightest, and were small and delicate. No wonder you've been keeping your hands off those suitors. So you like the old bangers. I didn't expect senior sister to have such unique tastes. A faint smile hung on her absolutely beautiful face. Her voice was delicate and soft, but a hint of teasing was hidden in this melodious voice. Dong Yu coldly looked at the red-skirted woman. Yan Qingxian, what are you doing here? TSK, although the Qian Yuan spirit formation flag is only a first-order intermediate magic weapon, it has a peculiar effect, and outer disciples don't have the authority to purchase it. Yan Qingxian did not respond to Dong Yu and laughed to herself. Senior sister sold the Qian Yuan spirit formation flag to that outer disciple without applying to the sect. Is that considered using power for personal gain? Dong Yu's complexion did not change in the slightest, still looking at her coldly. Okay, you're still boring. Yan Qingxian shrugged, her expression becoming serious. Master asked me to bring word to you that if you are still unable to make a breakthrough within 3 years, you will be asked to enter the Yin Yang Hall. Hearing Yan Qingxuan's broken words, Dong Yu's face whitened. Senior sister, You and I joined the sect in the same year and worshipped under the master's disciples in the same year. Once I fought you on everything." Yan Xingxuan's words faltered as she gave Dong Yu a deep look. "But I do not wish for you to follow in my footsteps. If you are unsure, flee the clan." Before the words fell, her figure quickly blurred and eventually disappeared into thin air. Meanwhile, normalcy returned to the Foreign Affairs Hall. People come and go. However, Dong Yu remained frozen in place, unable to return to her senses for a long time. Back at the residence, Wang Jianxiang immediately began to refine the pills. Now that he had consumed all of the perfect cloud haze pills on him, he desperately needed to replenish them. Half a month later, the newly purchased herbs were consumed, and Wang Jianxiang stopped refining the pills. 380. That's enough for now. Wang Jianxiang checked the amount of perfect cloud haze Dan and exhaled a long breath. After his spiritual energy and spirit had fully recovered, he took out the Chen Yuan spiritual formation flag and began to refine it. 3 days later, all 16 pairs of formation flags were refined. He pointed his finger. 16 pairs of formation flags instantly flew to 16 directions, forming a spirit formation. It's done. Feeling the fluctuations of the surrounding formations, Wang Jianxiang's heart was delighted. He took out 16 perfect cloud haze Dan and threw them into the air. 16 perfect cloud haze Dan appeared on top of each of the 16 pairs of formation flags, dripping and hovering above the flags as they rapidly rotated. In the next moment, an invisible suction force erupted from within the formation flag. The medicinal power of the perfect cloud haze pill continued to pour into the formation flag, and then converged towards the center of the formation. The 16 strands of medicinal power were perfectly fused under the influence of the power of the formation into a single medicinal power of higher quality. Seeing this, Wang Jianxiang immediately ran his gong method to absorb it. The huge medicinal power surged into the body, and was constantly transformed into pure spiritual power. Cultivation rapidly climbed up. This rate of climb was extremely astonishing, and in just 3 days it allowed him to reach the middle of the 9th level of Qi refinement from the beginning of the 9th level of Qi refinement. According to this progress, in at most 10 more days, he would definitely be able to break through to the 10th level of Qi cultivation. The only drawback was that nearly 30% of the medicinal power would be wasted when it was fused through the formation, which was too much of a loss for the perfect Yunxia Dan. But this is not a problem at all for Wang Jianxiang. It's just an elixir. Can't we just make it again if it's gone? Elder brother, are you there? Just as he was about to cultivate to the 10th level of Qi cultivation in one breath, a voice suddenly came from outside the door. Wang Yuyo? Wang Jianxiang raised his eyebrows, and the image of a dignified and beautiful young woman came to mind. The last time they met, Wang Yuyo said that she was going into seclusion to make a breakthrough. Counting up, he hadn't seen Wang Yuyo for nearly half a month. Hearing her voice all of a sudden was rather like a small sense of urgency. With a wave of his palm, he put away the formation flag, quickly walked towards the door. Chapter 13, Yan Qingxuan's Temptation. Creak. Upon opening the door, a beautiful face came into view. Sure enough, it has broken through to Qi refining perfection. After seeing Wang Yuyao's attribute panel surfaced from his mind at the first time. His cultivation naturally could not be concealed from Wang Jianxiang. A smirk appeared on his face. Congratulations to senior sister on her cultivation breakthrough. This is all thanks to the pills that senior brother sent me. She smiled sweetly and took out a jade slip. Senior brother, this is an item I found within the sect's outer workshop market. It seems to be a sub-dan formula, but there is a forbidden restriction within the jade slip, so only a Dan master can view it. Oh, Wang Jianxiang revealed a look of interest as he sniffed the words, drew back his palm, received the jade slip, and extended his spiritual sense towards the inside of the slip. In the next moment, his spiritual sense was suddenly hindered. Sure enough, there is a prohibition. Wang Jianxiang's eyes narrowed as his spiritual sense surged in with full force. Cut it out. A sound like a broken lens rang out of thin air. The band shattered. A message then appeared in Wang Jianxiang's mind. Wang Yuyao was right. What was contained within this jade slip was precisely a Dan formula. It was just the name that made him freeze. Mortal dust pill? What an odd name. Wang Jianxiang raised his eyebrows and carefully studied the information in his mind. Well, Wang Yuyao couldn't help but open her mouth to inquire after waiting by the side for a few moments. Seeing that Wang Jianxiang was slow to move, Wang Jianxiang sniffed back and shook his head. There was only the Dan formula within the jade sketch, but there was not the slightest record of the potency of the elixir. However, seeing that Wang Yuyo was looking at him with anticipation, he couldn't help but smile. Not a bad Dan formula. I like it a lot. As you like. Wang Yuyo sniffed and let out a long sigh of relief, a happy smile lifting up on her face. For Dan masters, there was no doubt about the attraction of the Dan formula. Although Wang Jianxiang was not majoring in the Dan Dao, he was still very interested in this mysterious Dan formula. Just want to know what this mortal dust Dan does. The only way to know is to refine it and test it. Thinking of this, He looked at Wang Yuyo. Wait for me for a moment. After saying that, he quickly came to the alchemy room. The materials used to refine the mortal dust pill were very common, and he happened to have them on him. He didn't refine it immediately, but instead focused his spirit on the jade slip. The next moment, the system's voice came out. Ding! Inferior Dan formula detected. Optimizing and upgrading the Dan formula will consume 30 cultivation points. Is it optimized and upgraded? Yes. Ding! The Mortal Dust Dan formula has been successfully optimized and upgraded to the perfect Mortal Dust Dan formula. As the system voice came out, the Dan formula in his mind had been optimized. Wang Jianxiang immediately began to refine it. 1 hour later, a mortal dust pill comes out. Wang Jianxiang walked out of the alchemy room and saw Wang Yuyo, who was waiting outside in a well-behaved manner. Smiling, he casually threw the mortal dust Dan in his hand onto a side table and walked towards her. Half an hour later, there are still 2.5 months before the outer sect competition will be held. Have you thought about participating? Wang Jianxiang regained a trace of strength and twisted his head to look at Wang Yuyo, who was standing neatly dressed. When Wang Yuyo heard this, her complexion dimmed. Only the top 50 will be rewarded in the outer sect grand competition. And although I've already reached chi practicing perfection, my spell cultivation is too average, so I'm afraid that I won't be able to compete with some chi practicing 9th layer cultivators who have a strong foundation. Participating in the grand competition will only end up as a laughingstock. It's better not to participate. Wang Jianxiang shook his head. What if I'm sure I can get you into the top 50, or even the top 10? Wang Yuyo was dumbfounded, then got excited. Really? Mr. Wang doesn't do things without certainty, and since I said it, I can definitely do it. Wang Jianxiang stared at Wang Yuyo. Just say if you want to participate. The outer sect competition is an event for the entire sect. Anyone who enters the top 50 will be rewarded with foundation establishment pills, and will more than likely receive the attention of the inner sect elders. So if she can enter the top 50, senior sister will naturally be eager to do so. Thinking of the foundation building pill, Wang Yuyao's cheeks flushed with excitement. How precious was the foundation establishment pill? How many outer disciples who had reached chi practicing perfection had begged for it? Now she had the chance to get it when she had only just reached chi practicing perfection. How can you not be excited? In that case, it's a deal. Wang Jianxiang nodded. You go ahead and sign up. Just leave the rest to me. Many thanks, senior brother. Senior brother's great favor. Senior sister can't thank you enough. Wang Yuyo nodded heavily, her face filled with gratitude. To her in the past, foundation establishment was a dream and goal that she had spent her entire life striving for. And now, her cultivation had skyrocketed. The goals for the next few decades were accomplished in just a few months. Now there is even a chance to get the foundation establishment pill to impact the foundation establishment stage. It was all brought about by Wang Jianxiang. Ding! The value of good and evil has increased. A mechanical voice sounded in his head. During this time Wang Yuyo's good and evil values towards him increased by leaps and bounds. It had already reached 90 points before. And now, Wang Jianxiang detached a strand of consciousness to look at the light screen in his mind that belonged to Wang Yuyo. The number in the good and evil value column had changed to 96. It's almost at full strength. Wang Jianxiang was a little excited in his heart. He had always suspected that once the good and evil values reached their full value, the system would likely show up with new features. But nay, Chen Jiaojiu, that white-eyed wolf, can't be raised. No matter what he did, the good and evil value just stayed at 80 points, unable to continue to rise any further. Instead, Wang Yuyo came up later. It soared to 96 points in just over 3 months. After returning to his senses, Wang Jianxiang looked at Wang Yuyo, his gaze becoming more and more amiable. There is no need for you to be polite. Senior sister, go ahead and enroll. After Wang Yuyo left, he laid down for a while longer. I had just regained some strength and was about to get out of bed. A coquettish and soft voice that sounded very energetic suddenly rang out. TSK, senior nephew is really an old man with an old heart. Before the words fell, a red-skirted figure appeared out of thin air at the edge of the bed and looked at Wang Jianxiang with a smile. The appearance of the visitor was too sudden. Wang Jianxiang's heart was startled, and he subconsciously made a carp. However, he neglected to mention that he was not fully recovered at the moment, just played halfway and fell back. After failing to get up, he reacted quickly and without hesitation rolled toward the bottom of the bed. Once he had distanced himself from the visitor, it was only then that he had the effort to look at the other man. When he looked at the other party's appearance, his eyes almost went straight. It's so beautiful. The visitor was a beauty on the same level as Dongyu. The looks were completely not inferior to Su Yutong, one of the 3 beauties of the outer door, and her temperament and figure were even better. TSK, 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 you're quite young at heart for your age. Yan Xingxian smiled daintily and deliberately pulled at the hem of her skirt. Wang Jianxiang's eyes couldn't help but widen a few points. Immediately after that, he suddenly smelled a faint aroma, and a cold humming sound then entered his ears. Colorful. Aren't you afraid I'll kill you? Wang Jianxiang instantly reacted, and then realized that the red-skirted woman had appeared in front of him at some point. The icy face was almost on his face. Chapter 14, the 10th level of Qi practicing. Wang Jianxiang was chilled and subconsciously took a step back, smiling forcefully. Private fights are forbidden within the Acacia sect. I guess you shouldn't want to break the rules here. Since you're so good at guessing, why don't you guess if I kill you? Will anyone know that I did it? Yan Qingxian let out a delicate laugh. Wang Jianxiang suddenly realized that the surroundings began to blur. The walls, the beds, the tables and chairs, and everything else is fading and disappearing. It was as if this space was being rapidly stripped away from the real world. In the blink of an eye, he realized that he had arrived in the middle of an endless space, surrounded by nothing. What did not change was that the red-clothed figure in front of him had not moved a single bit since the beginning. Wang Jianxiang looked at her in shock. Illusions, formations, or spells, but either way, it showed that the other party's strength was far above his. Thinking of this, Wang Jianxiang swallowed hard. I ask myself that I have not offended Senior. I wonder what Senior's orders are here. The command is quite a bit of talk, but I just thought you were quite interesting and came to check it out. Yan Qingxian looked Wang Jianxiang up and down with a strange expression. Ever since she found out about Dong Yu's special care for Wang Jianxiang, she kept an eye on the other party. During this time she had been wandering around the outer gate, secretly investigating Wang Jianxiang. The results surprised her. Wang Jianxiang, nearly 96 years old, with a poor talent that is rare in the world. The bottom of the 5-system waste spirit root, the fighter among the trash. After 70 years of cultivation, his cultivation level has only reached the 3rd level of Qi practicing. However, these were only the perceptions of the vast majority of outer disciples. She also learned from a very small portion of the outer disciples that Wang Jianxiang had been enlightened in his old age, and had awakened a peculiar talent in the Dan Dao, which allowed him to refine perfect pills without poison. A perfect elixir. This was a legendary item. Even the one with the highest attainment in Dan Dao within the Acacia sect was unable to refine it. A waste among the outer disciples could easily refine it. How the hell did he do that? Wang Jianxiang's whole body was clean at the moment, and he was a little hairy from the look. Just then, Yan Qingxian withdrew her gaze. She waved her palm. Everything around us was restored as before. She looked at the table beside her and reached out. The jade bottle on the table was ingested and fell into her hands. With a finger on the jade bottle, a round and flawless Dan pill flew out from the jade bottle. Rumor has it that you are capable of refining perfect pills without Dan poison, so this item is thought to be a perfect pill, isn't it? She grabbed the elixir into her hand and surveyed it, then revealed a look of awe. That's peculiar. The medicinal effect is perfectly astringent. With my realm, although I can feel the strength of the medicinal power, I can't distinguish its medicinal effect. After saying that, without waiting for Wang Jianxiang to respond, he was about to throw the elixir into his mouth. Senior, wait! Wang Jianxiang was startled and quickly spoke out to stop it. What? You can't even spare a mere first-order elixir? Yan Qingxian glanced at Wang Jianxiang. No. Wang Jianxiang shook his head. It's just a first-order elixir, and it doesn't matter if it's a poisonous elixir. Yan Qingxian skimmed her lips and continued to place the elixir towards her mouth. Wait! Wang Jianxiang hardened his head and blocked again. Yan Qingxuan's brows furrowed as she looked at him expressionlessly. Obviously, Wang Jianxiang's repeated obstruction had already made her upset in her heart. Wang Jianxiang's heart tightened and he dryly laughed. Senior, this elixir was obtained by chance by the late generation, and its potency is unknown. Saying this, he took out another perfect cloud haze Dan. You eat this one. This one is not only more potent, it also tastes better. No, just this one. Yan Qingxian smiled contemptuously. After that, he swallowed it in one gulp. Joke, is she taking the other side's elixir for the potency? The district is just a first-order elixir. Even if it was a perfect elixir, so what? It wouldn't have the slightest effect on her. She just wanted a taste of the perfect potion. Yan Qingxian laughed coldly in her heart, and was about to say a few words to Wang Jianxiang when she suddenly noticed that something was wrong, then realized what he had eaten. How come? Yan Qingxian snapped her eyes open and droned at Wang Jianxiang. Quickly give me the antidote. Wang Jianxiang swallowed his saliva and said bitterly, I've already told you. The formula for this potion was something I got by accident, and I didn't even know about its medicinal effects before. You asshole. Yan Qingxian clenched her silver teeth at the words, about to turn around and flee. However, she neglected her state at the moment and just turned around, falling backward in an unsteady stance. Wang Jianxiang was right behind her and subconsciously caught her. Yan Qingxian backhanded him. Wang Jianxiang opened his hands and didn't dare to put them down, secretly screaming in his heart. It's nice to have a big, beautiful woman offering to throw herself at you, but what about a big, beautiful woman who can easily run you over? Moved? Of course I wouldn't dare. But while he didn't dare to move, He couldn't organize Yan Qingxian to move. It can only be borne with pain and pleasure. Half a column. Yan Qingxian finally regained a trace of her senses. She counted her fingers on herself in quick succession, and her body shimmered with auras. A hidden and oppressive feeling made Wang Jianxiang's scalp tingle. A few moments later, the terrifying pressure converged. Only then did Wang Jianxiang dare to twist his head to look. At this moment, Yan Qingxian had already replaced the broken long dress with a new red one. Yan Qingxian coldly looked at Wang Jianxiang. Today's matter right as if it did not happen. If it is spread out, you know the consequences. After saying that, his figure shifted and disappeared. Seeing that Yan Qingxian had already left, Wang Jianxiang let out a long sigh of relief. What's this called? You seem to be the victim, right? The elixir was robbed, all 11 fingers cramped up, and he almost didn't turn into a human stem. Turned out to be the bad guy himself. Luckily, the woman was reasonable. Otherwise, if he slapped him to death in shame, who would he find to justify? Getting to the bottom of it. Weakness is the original sin. If he was the legendary Yuaning ancestor, he would still need to be concerned about so much. What about needing her? So what if I hit her? Isn't it all in your mind? If anyone dared to be unreasonable with him, he had to reason with the other party. Cultivate. Wang Jianxiang gritted his teeth. The heart to cultivate was again and again much stronger. 10 days later, Wang Jianxiang's body shook, his breath soared, and a large amount of fishy impurities were expelled from his body. He opened his eyes and beamed. I'm at the 10th level of qi practicing. The body's aura shook, and the impurities on the surface of the body were driven away. Silently, he felt the power that came with the growth for a few moments. Then he closed his eyes again and continued to cultivate. 1 hour later, he opened his eyes again. The speed of cultivation has really slowed down quite a bit again. With the current cultivation progress, if he wanted to reach the limit of the 10th level of qi cultivation, that is, qi cultivation perfection, he would need at least 3 months of hard cultivation. However, he had expected this situation and was not too surprised. 3 months is a bit long, but not unacceptable. He didn't continue to cultivate next, but fell into contemplation. Qi refining perfection was just around the corner, and the next most important thing was to prepare for foundation establishment. Chapter 15 Dawn Yu's Hope. The foundation establishment Dan formula had already come and gone, so there was no need to think about it. However, the medicinal materials for refining the foundation establishment pill are very rare, and the clan does not sell them to the public at all, so if you want to obtain them, you can only find another way. As far as he knows, the top 50 disciples of this outer sect competition would not only be rewarded with foundation establishment pills, they would also be given entry qualifications to the Cold Pool's secret realm. Among them, the top 10 even get one more attendance slot, which is equivalent to 2 slots. There were 3 main ways for the Acacia sect to obtain the raw materials for the foundation establishment pill. The secret cold pool is exactly one of them. Wang Jianxiang disliked ring battles that were watched like monkeys, which was why he encouraged Wang Yuyao to participate in the outer sect competition. As long as Wang Yuyao entered the top 10, he would be able to bring him along to enter the cold pool secret realm. Now that there are still 2 months until the start of the grand competition, it's time to make some preparations. 1 hour later, Foreign Affairs Hall. When I saw Dong Yu again, for some reason, she was very different from before. The color of his face was a little obscure, and there seemed to be more than a little apprehension between his brows. Seems to have a heavy heart. Elder Dong? Seeing that she was a bit dazed, Wang Jianxiang couldn't help but remind her. Dong Yu immediately came back to her senses. What did you just say? Wang Jianxiang let out a bitter smile. He had just said it twice already, and together this one didn't listen at all. There was no way around it, and it had to be repeated again. I want to purchase some spell drawings. You still know how to make weapons? Hearing Wang Jianxiang's words, Dong Yu's slender eyebrows frowned. Seeing Dong Yu's face look a bit bad, Wang Jianxiang was a bit puzzled for a while, not knowing where he had offended her, and carefully said, slightly understand some. Dong Yu shook her head. Cultivating together lies in refinement, not variety. The more you learn will only distract you. If you concentrate on the Dan Dao, you might have a slight chance of successfully building a foundation before your big day arrives, and then it won't be too late to cultivate the weapon Dao when your lifespan has multiplied. Wang Jianxiang smiled at his words. Thank you for your concern, Elder. Disciple has the confidence to become a second-order Dan Master. Dong Yu's face sank with some displeasure. This Wang Jianxiang was a bit too arrogant. If she didn't have some expectations for him in her heart, how could she have persuaded him so painstakingly? I don't know if you've recently obtained some kind of chance to be able to make breakthroughs on top of the Dan Dao one after another, but in Dan Dao cultivation, the second order and the first order are the difference between the great realms, far from the small realms that are so good to break through. If you are so blindly arrogant, it will be too late for you to regret it. She gave Wang Jianxiang a deep look. forcibly holding back the anger in her heart, and patiently persuaded. Hearing Dong Yu's obviously much heavier tone, Wang Jinxiang froze. He didn't know why this cold and colorful elder suddenly cared about him, but he also knew that the other party was well-intentioned. Patiently, he said, "Elders' reasoning is naturally known to disciples, but since disciples say so, they naturally have something to rely on. These days disciple has made another improvement in the Dan Dao, and has already touched the boundaries of a second-order Dan master. In a short period of 2 or 3 months, and in a long period of half a year, he will definitely be able to become a second-order Dan master. In fact, he could always rely on cultivation points to break through if he wanted to, but to tell the truth would be a bit too much of a shock to be anything but conservative." Even so, Dong Yu seemed to be stunned. Directly after his words fell, he froze. For a while, Wang Jianxiang saw that she hadn't come back to her senses and was thinking about whether or not to remind her. There was a sudden blur before his eyes. Dong Yu suddenly ghosted in front of him and grabbed his arm excitedly. "Is everything you said true?" Feeling the strength in his arm, Wang Jianxiang secretly grinned and hurriedly nodded his head, 1,000 times over. "Good, great." Seeing Wang Jianxiang's certainty, Dong Yu suddenly smiled. "The moment is as beautiful as 100 flowers in bloom." Wang Jianxiang looked a little dumbfounded. Normally, Elder Dong always had a cold face to anyone. When had he ever shown such a delicate look? A moment later, Dong Yu seemed to have noticed her lapse, and hastily retracted her grip on Wang Jianxiang's hands, collected her smile, and in the blink of an eye, resumed her usual coolness. With a flash of her figure, she resumed her original position and looked at Wang Jianxiang. "Since you're about to make a breakthrough, why don't you seize the time to make a breakthrough as early as possible? Why do you still need to be distracted by the Tao of weapons?" Disciple wants to refine some magic weapons to prepare for the outer sect competition, Wang Jianxiang said. Dong Yu was stunned and then reacted. "You want to enter the cold pool secret realm to obtain the medicinal materials for refining the foundation establishment pill?" Wang Jianxiang smiled and nodded. "Elder Mingjian." Upon hearing this, Dong Yu spread a smile. "It seems that you are confident in breaking through to the second rank of Dan Master. In that case, I won't stop you. What drawings of magic weapons do you want?" As soon as the words fell, he didn't wait for Wang Jianxiang's response. She froze and looked over, only to find Wang Jianxiang staring at her blankly, and she couldn't help but raise her voice a few degrees. "Wang Jianxiang, what are you doing?" Wang Jianxiang instantly came back to his senses. Looking a bit embarrassed, "Elder, your smile is too beautiful. I didn't mean it." Next time, Dong Yu glared at Wang Jianxiang and repeated, "What drawings of magic weapons do you want?" Before he came, Wang Jianxiang had long thought of the drawings he needed, and immediately said at his words, "Wind-chasing boots, purple cloud flowing light skirt, Xian prana sword, Xian guang seal, and small 1,000 mountain seal. You're a first-ranked advanced artifact master?" Dong Yu was dumbfounded. In his opinion, Wang Jianxiang was at best a first-order low-level artifact master. However, he didn't expect that the spells Wang Jianxiang named were all high-level spells, promoted not too long ago. Seeing Dong Yu reveal her surprise, Wang Jianxiang gave a dry smile and said humbly. Dong Yu was somewhat speechless. She now seriously suspected that Wang Jianxiang had been hiding his clumsiness before, and that his talent in the Tao of Dan and the Tao of weapons was not only not bad, but instead exceeded most outer disciples. He had actually cultivated all of his Dan Dao and artifact Dao to the first rank advanced level a long time ago, and it was only recently that he had revealed them a little bit. If that was the case, Wang Jianxiang's normally unfathomable rate of refinement in the Dan Dao could be explained. After coming back to her senses, she showed a pensive look on her face and then slowly said, "Outer disciples only have the authority to purchase high-level magic artifacts. They don't have the authority to purchase high-level magic artifact drawings. The highest you can purchase is intermediate-level magic artifact drawings." Wang Jianxiang sniffed and revealed a look of disappointment. Dong Yu glanced at him and gritted her teeth. "I can make the decision to sell you the high-level drawings, but I can only sell you one, and the remaining ones will either be directly purchased by you for the spells, or they will have to be replaced with intermediate-level spell drawings." Wang Jianxiang's eyes lit up. It's true that it's good to have people at the top. After some thought, he finally chose the small 1,000 mountain seal drawing. As for directly purchasing high-level spells or intermediate spell drawings, after being optimized and upgraded, the power of a perfect intermediate magic weapon must not be weaker than an ordinary advanced magic weapon. Naturally, it's more cost-effective to buy drawings. In the end, Wang Jianxiang bought the small 1,000 mountain seal drawing and several intermediate-level magic weapon drawings. After that, he purchased a large amount of weapon refining materials before bidding farewell to Dong Yu. After Wang Jianxiang left, the excitement on Dong Yu's face could no longer be contained. It was surprising that he could really break through to a second-order Dan Master. In that case, wouldn't she not be completely out of luck? Shall we confer with him? A flash of hesitation crossed her face, then she shook her head. There's no rush. It's not too late to look for him when he succeeds in building his foundation. If he fails to build his foundation, everything will just be empty talk. Chapter 16, The Great Competition begins. Inside the room, Wang Jianxiang sat cross-legged, his consciousness having come within the sea of souls. A curtain of light surfaced within an empty sea of souls. Wang Jianxiang looked at the attribute panel. The consumption of cultivation points during this period of time was limited, and the amount accumulated was quite impressive. Having reached 358 points, his mind moved. The attributes panel flickered to the minor page. Dan Dao, first rank senior Dan master. The way of the weapon, not a good one. His attention fell on the Tao of weapons, and with a thought, he added 60 cultivation points to the Tao of weapons. With the experience equivalent to 60 years of bitter cultivation added on, the cultivation level of the Tao of weaponry directly climbed from unimpressive to first order advanced. Consciousness was withdrawn from within the sea of souls. With a flip of his palm, he took out a jade slip from within his storage bag. As he focused his attention towards the jade slip, the system voice unsurprisingly sounded. Ding! Inferior drawings detected. Optimizing and upgrading the drawings will consume 20 cultivation points. Is it optimized and upgraded? Yes. Ding! The water moon skirt drawing has been successfully optimized and upgraded to the perfect water moon skirt drawing. Wang Jianxiang put the perfect water moon dress drawing aside and took out 3 more drawings. Ding! Inferior drawings detected. Optimizing and upgrading requires 20 cultivation points to be consumed. Is it optimized and upgraded? Ding! Inferior drawings detected. Optimizing and upgrading requires 20 cultivation points to be consumed. Is it optimized and upgraded? Ding! Inferior drawings detected. Optimizing and upgrading requires 20 cultivation points to be consumed. Is it optimized and upgraded? 3 voices rang out in quick succession. Yes. Ding! The purple jade crawl drawing has been successfully optimized and upgraded to a perfect purple jade crawl drawing. Ding! The Xian Shui ring drawing has been successfully optimized and upgraded to a perfect Xian Shui ring drawing. Ding! The Cloud Water Cold Light Sword drawing has been successfully optimized and upgraded to the perfect Cloud Water Cold Light Sword. After the 4 intermediate drawings purchased were all optimized and upgraded, Wang Jianxiang took out the only advanced magic weapon drawing, the small 1000 mountain seal drawing. Ding! Inferior drawings detected. Optimizing and upgrading requires 30 cultivation points. Is it optimizing and upgrading? Yes. Ding! The small 1000 mountain seal drawing has been successfully optimized and upgraded to the perfect small 1000 mountain seal drawing. When all the drawings were optimized and upgraded, Wang Jianxiang took out the long-prepared alchemy furnace and started the refining of the magic weapon. With the 100% success rate granted by the system, he managed to refine a magic weapon just for the first time. What surprised him was that refining magic artifacts could also be rewarded with cultivation points. His motivation to refine was instantly stronger. In just 3 days, all 4 perfect intermediate level magic weapons and 1 advanced level magic weapon were successfully refined. He called Wang Yuyao to him. When Wang Yuyao learned that these 5 magic weapons were all gifted to her, she was excited beyond words. The favorability rating has increased again. It was raised to 99 points in one breath. It's just a little bit short of full value. This unexpected surprise lifted Wang Jianxiang's spirits. When I calmed down, I couldn't help but throw up a little again. Why is it stuck at 99 points? This spelling less behavior is simply shameful. While Wang Yuyao went back to refine with her magic weapon joyfully, Wang Jianxiang once again returned to his bitter cultivation. Time passes. As the day of the great competition rapidly approached, some of the outer disciples who were out on missions as well as those who had been in closed-door hard cultivation for years had come out one after another. The entire outer sect had clearly become lively. In the blink of an eye, the day of the outer sect competition arrived. Wang Jianxiang ended his seclusion and headed towards the square where the grand competition was being held. There was a steady stream of people along the way. There are signed up to participate in the competition face apprehension and anticipation. There are also such as Wang Jianxiang purely to see the fun. Soon, a huge square large enough to hold tens of thousands of people appeared in front. As far as the eye could see, 10 huge rings that were 100 feet tall rose up side by side, dividing the square into 2 halves. On either side are rows of seats. Wang Jianxiang came to the viewing area and casually found a seat. Half an hour later, the seats around the room were all filled with people, and at a glance there was a pressurized mass of heads. Call out. At a certain moment, 3 figures suddenly appeared over the square. The strong aura spread across the entire field, and the originally noisy plaza suddenly quieted down. Wang Jianxiang swept his gaze over the 3. The trio's information appeared in his mind at once. 2 early-stage Jiedan, 1 mid-stage Jiedan, worthy of being a sect event. 3 inner sect elders came at once. While Wang Jianxiang was lamenting, the mid-Jiedan elder among the 3 slowly spoke. Old man Yun Zhongquan is the presiding officer of this grand competition. With that, he waved his palm and a ball of light appeared in midair. These balls of light each of which has a number plate wrapped within it, totaling 1,880 balls of light, correspond to the number of participants involved in this grand competition. The person who draws the same number is the opponent for this round. Now, start drawing lots. After the words of the sparrow and the clouds fell, a figure swept into the air. Moments later, each of the 1,880 balls of light were taken by the participants, and the number plates within them were revealed. Among these contestants, Wang Jianxiang saw Wang Yuyo, as well as Su Yutong, and even saw Chen Jiaojiu and her Taoist partner, Niu Shaoren. What surprised him was that Su Yutong's cultivation had also reached qi refining perfection. This cultivation speed seemed a bit abnormal. On second thought, he was relieved. He had recently sold a good amount of perfect cloud Xiadan to the Foreign Affairs Hall in order to purchase resources. It wouldn't be hard for this woman to get some if she had a mind to. Rather, she picked up the slack. Wang Jianxiang shook his head and whirled around, no longer paying attention to her. Those who drew numbers 1 through 10 will go to rings 1 through 10, respectively. The words of the sparrow and the clouds rang out once again. Wang Jianxiang gazed at the 20 figures that had already ascended the ring. Surprisingly, there was Wang Yujiao among them. Wang Jianxiang raised an eyebrow and focused his attention on ring 3. Wang Yuyao's opponent was a rough middle-aged man. The cultivation level had reached the 9th level of qi refining. This kind of cultivation was considered a medium level among all the participants. Game on. As the sparrow and the cloud spoke once again, the 20 participants in the 10 rings moved at the same time. Ring 3. Wang Yuyo and the rough middle-aged man struck out at the same time. Wang Yuyo harnessed the perfect cloud water cold light sword. The sword was like a cold light, hitting her opponent with no power to fight back. The two exchanged blows for a few moments, and in the end, Wang Yuyao was victorious. After watching this engagement, Wang Jianxiang couldn't help but shake his head. This battle looked like Wang Yuyo had the absolute advantage. However, the opponent's magic weapon was only a low-grade magic weapon. Wang Yuyo had an absolute advantage in both cultivation and magic weapon, but surprisingly, she failed to kill her opponent in seconds. Let's just say her foundation is too weak, if not for the benefit of the law. On her own, if she wanted to defeat her opponent, I'm afraid it would be extremely difficult even with her cultivation advantage. Immediately afterward he couldn't help but chuckle. Wang Yuyo was only at the 6th level of qi practicing half a year ago. Although her cultivation level had quickly climbed to qi practicing perfection because of the perfect pill, her spell cultivation had not yet had time to rise. Today, the extent of her spell cultivation was still only at the 6th level of qi cultivation. It's understandable to take a loss. On the contrary, he himself is not bothered by this aspect. Because he had been intoxicated with bitter cultivation in the past, he had never practiced combat-related spells at all. Thinking about this, Wang Jianxiang was a little embarrassed in his heart. We'll be going to the Cold Pool Secret Realm soon, so it's time to turn around and cultivate some spells. Chapter 17 Top 50. The first round proceeded at a fast pace due to the mixed strength of the participants. The first round totaled 940 matches, and it was completely over in just half a day. Among them, Su Yutong easily defeated her opponent. Her opponent was also at the 9th level of qi refining cultivation. In stark contrast to Wang Yuyo, Su Yutong didn't even utilize a magic weapon, and easily defeated her opponent just by virtue of her strong spells. After a short break, the remaining 940 contestants were redrawn. The second round continues. This time, Wang Yuyao's opponent was likewise a 9th level qi refining cultivator. Easy win after a short exchange. It was dusk when the second round ended. The remaining 470 participants once again drew lots to begin the third round, and so on and so forth. At the start of the 6th round, the time had come to the early hours of the next morning. In this round, Wang Yuyao's opponent was a cultivator at the 10th level of qi refining, carrying a medium-grade magic weapon. His spells were quite powerful. Wang Yuyo was unable to gain the upper hand with only a cloud water cold light sword, and in the end, she drove the purple jade treads, which increased her speed dramatically, and only then was she able to win by virtue of her speed advantage. After the battle, Wang Yuyo successfully advanced to the next round, and also attracted a lot of attention. Spells are different from pills. This world did not have the concept of a perfect magic weapon. A perfect intermediate level magic weapon was comparable in power to a high level magic weapon, and in the eyes of outsiders, it would be a high level magic weapon. In the outer sect, the standard equipment for ordinary disciples was a lower grade magic weapon. Those who were able to possess a mid-grade magic weapon were already extremely wealthy existences. As for high-level magic weapons, only the top group of people in the outer sect could possibly possess them. And Wang Yuyao not only had it, but owned a full 2 pieces. It's almost like everyone can't help but get a little misty-eyed. Under the ring, Su Yutong looked at Wang Yuyo with an ugly expression. If he remembered correctly, when he ran into Wang Yuyo at Wang Jianxiang's place, the other party was still only at the 9th level of qi practicing. And now, Wang Yuyo had broken through to chi practicing perfection. She was able to make a breakthrough because she bought the perfect Yunsha Dan from the Foreign Affairs Hall. In order to purchase the elixir, she had even sold the only high-level magic weapon she had on her person. And Wang Yuyo? After being lost face by Wang Yuyo, she had also investigated the other party. The other party was nothing more than an ordinary outer disciple. Half a year ago it was only the 6th level of chi practicing. The reason why he was able to quickly break through to the 9th level of chi refining was still because of his luck, accidentally bumping into Wang Jianxiang's dealings with the Foreign Affairs Hall, and purchasing the perfect elixir in the first place. However, with the other party's mediocre stature, cultivating to the 9th level of chi refining was afraid that he had already exhausted his savings. It was unlikely that there would be any spirit stones left to continue purchasing elixirs. In that case, there would only be one reason why Wang Yuyo was able to reach chi practicing perfection. Wang Jianxiang gave her the perfect Yunsha Dan at a low price, maybe even for nothing. In that case, a high-level magic weapon on her body made sense. It must have been gifted by Wang Jianxiang as well. Although Wang Jianxiang was a loser, his luck was too good. Surprisingly, he had researched the perfect elixir. With the perfect pill, he could completely earn a large amount of spirit stones in a short period of time. For other outer sect disciples who were precious and incomparable high-level magic weapons in his case, he was afraid that he could take them out with his hands. Wang Jianxiang's treatment of Wang Yuyo could be considered a stark contrast to her, causing a serious imbalance to grow in her heart. On what grounds? Why do you, Wang Jianxiang, treat me so badly, but treat Wang Yuyo, a lowly ordinary disciple, so favorably? She felt that Wang Jianxiang was deliberately targeting her. The dislike of Wang Jianxiang in his heart became stronger and stronger as the match continued. Soon, it was Su Yutong's turn to appear. It had to be said that Su Yutong deserved the name of the newcomer's heavenly pride. Her opponent was likewise a cultivator at the 10th level of chi cultivation and was armed with a first-order medium-grade magic weapon, which was not bad. However, facing this kind of opponent, she easily defeated them by simply harnessing a lower-grade magic weapon flying sword. Strong strength, beautiful posture, floating like an immortal. It caused a lot of applause for a while. In the crowd, Wang Jianxiang's gaze lingered on Su Yutong for just a moment before falling back on Wang Yuyo. A total of 100 people participated in the 6th round. Wang Yuyo's defeat of her opponent meant that she had managed to make it to the top 50. However, his expectation for Wang Yuyo was not just the top 50, but the top 10. This outer sect competition. Those who entered the top 50 would receive a foundation building pill as well as a chance to enter the Cold Pool Secret Realm. And if he could enter the top 10, the reward would not only be much more generous, but he would also be able to obtain a follower's quota to enter the Cold Pool Mystic Realm, which was equivalent to 2 entry quotas. The Cold Pool Mystic Realm quota could not be gifted to another person, but the follower quota could be gifted at will. Wang Jianxiang wanted exactly this follower slot. As long as Wang Yuyo could enter the top 10 of the grand competition, he would be able to enter the Cold Pool Secret Realm as Wang Yuyo's attendant. Another hour passed. The 6th round is finally over. In mid-air, the clouded sparrow swept his gaze across the bottom. The top 50 have been decided, and the final round of the tournament, the Battle of the Guard, is next. Those who are confident in their own strength may mount the ring to become ring keepers. 10 rings, 10 ring keepers in total. The remaining 40 people can choose any defender to challenge. Each person only has 2 chances to challenge, and if they fail 2 times, they will lose the qualification to challenge. A defender who loses 1 match loses the defense, but may keep the challenge and may continue to challenge other defenders. Anyone who can last until the end or defend the ring for 10 consecutive matches is considered to have successfully defended the ring. This battle will determine the 10 successful defenders to advance to the top 10. The ring number represents the final ranking. Now, the game continues. Moments after the words of the sparrow in the clouds fell, a figure shot out and landed on top of ring number 1. The domineering voice then spread throughout the room. Interesting rule. This no. 1 ring belongs to Mr. Yi. Come and fight if you don't want to. The scene was quiet for a moment. Several more figures flew out one after another and landed on top of other rings. Ring 2 is not mine. 3 also the ring is mine. In the blink of an eye, all 10 rings were occupied. Wang Jianxiang looked towards ring number 9 and raised an eyebrow. Su Yutong, she's confident enough. Wang Jianxiang sneered and looked towards Wang Yuyo in the crowd. Wang Yuyo didn't compete with those people for the ring, and Wang Jianxiang wasn't anxious about that. Initial keeper status doesn't mean much. There was no point in grabbing or not grabbing at this moment, and only those who were able to stand until the end were considered winners. There were several other contestants who didn't move a muscle like Wang Yuyo. Apparently, these people had the same idea. Wang Jianxiang's gaze focused on these people as he swept over them, and his heart stirred. Not easy. He looked at the 10 defenders in the ring again and couldn't help but smile. These few people are confident enough, but I just don't know how many of them will last until the end. Chapter 18 Eat if you lose. After the 10 initial ring keepers are determined, below the ring, the 40 challengers began to scrutinize the 10 defenders, all seemingly contemplating which one to challenge. For a moment, the scene was somewhat quiet. Ha ha, since everyone is so humble, let me go first. Just then, a figure shot toward ring 8. This person's action seemed to have caused a chain reaction, followed by several figures shooting out one after another. In a flash, aside from ring number 1, the defenders on the remaining 9 rings all welcomed their respective challengers. On the 9 rings, great battles erupted with roaring sounds. Only ring 1 was quiet and looked very different. Wang Jianxiang couldn't help but look at the figure sitting cross-legged in ring number 1. Name, Yeling Yun. Sex, male. Cultivation level, Qi practicing perfection. Age, 30 out of 100. Roots and bones, gold and earth double spiritual roots. Favorability, 0 inch. I can't believe it's him. No wonder. After seeing the other party's message, Wang Jianxiang's pupils shrunk. The name can be heard in the outer door. Yeling Yun joined the sect 10 years ago and achieved Qi practicing perfection in just 9 years. Soon after his breakthrough, he went out to practice, and in a fight with the disciples of the Devil's Sect, he killed 3 Qi practicing perfection cultivators of the Devil's Sect with his own strength. It was one of the strongest people recognized by the outer sect, and there were no two ways about it. The grand competition was regarded as the biggest favorite to win this grand competition even before it started. No wonder no one dares to challenge it. While Wang Jianxiang was sizing up Yeling Yun, the battles on the 9 rings had gradually calmed down. Wang Jianxiang looked back at them one by one. 4 of the 9 rings have been replaced with new ring keepers. On the contrary, it was Su Yutong who continued to perform strongly and easily defeated the challenger. Half an hour of recovery time followed. Once the defenders have recovered, the second round of challenges continues, and so on and so forth. It wasn't until 5 rounds of challenges had passed that the only initial defenders left were numbers 1 and 9. Yeling Yun remained unchallenged until now. Su Yutong, on the other hand, easily defeated 5 challengers. Soon, the 6th round of challenges came. This time, Wang Yuyo, who had never challenged, finally moved. With a flash of purple light under her feet, she rushed up to ring 9 with amazing speed. Seeing Wang Yuyao's actions, Wang Jianxiang couldn't help but smile. Su Yutong's strength was not bad, and she was firmly in the top 10 among all the participants, and might even be able to compete for the top 6. Challenging her is not really a good option. It was impossible for Wang Yuyao's intelligence not to see it. She obviously kept Su Yutong's conflict with him in her heart and wanted to help him out. Wang Yuyo, it's you! After seeing the new round of challengers, Su Yutong's eyes couldn't help but narrow, and then she let out a cold smile. You're still really stupid. Do you really think that you can win against me just because your cultivation has reached Qi refining perfection and you've obtained 2 high-level magic weapons from that punk? We won't know if we can beat you until we fight. Wang Yuyao's expression was equally cold. Her words were sharp, and she was not the least bit polite. People are different. Perhaps in Chen Jiaojiao's view, she and Wang Jianxiang are just a mutual exchange, and there is no question of who owes who. But it was completely different for Wang Yuyao. She comes from a humble background and has had a hard time surviving since she was a child. And if it weren't for the help of a nobleman, I'm afraid she would have died at a young age. As a result, she has always been a grateful person. Originally, with her talent, the probability of building a foundation in this life was extremely low. And now, because of Wang Jianxiang's help, her cultivation soared, and foundation building was just around the corner. Once the foundation is built, strength leaps, the essence of life is transformed, and lifespan is multiplied. This favor is like a new creation. Wang Yuyo originally had no grudge against Su Yutong. However, Su Yutong's hostile and abusive treatment of Wang Jianxiang created a grudge between them. Humph, I don't know what I'm talking about. Su Yutong's face sank. In the final analysis, she inwardly looked down on Wang Yuyao. Even though Wang Yuyao's cultivation was not weaker than hers now, in her opinion, it was only a momentary thing. The two are worlds apart in terms of both their origins and their qualifications. Compared to her, Wang Yuyao was nothing but an ugly duckling. In the future, her achievements would surely far exceed Wang Yuyao's. Therefore, although Wang Yuyo had only responded to her by standing on equal footing, in her opinion, this was Wang Yuyao's disrespect and humiliation. I will make you regret this. With a cold snort, she pointed her finger and a flying sword carrying a stern aura shot toward Wang Yuyo. Wang Yuyo did not show any weakness and similarly offered her flying sword. Shoo away. In mid-air, the two swords collided and were then simultaneously thrown backward. The chi tugs underneath. Wang Yuyo retreated several steps in a row. On the contrary, Su Yutong's figure was only slightly shaken. Too strong. Just by virtue of a first-order low-grade magic weapon he actually suppressed Wang Yuyo. Fairy Su is awesome. Iron still needs to be hard. This Wang Yuyao's breath is weak and floating. Able to go so far all depends on the power of the magic weapon. Encountering ordinary people can still cope with it, but encountering a real heavenly pride won't work. Seeing this scene, the audience set off a burst of chatter, especially a fat man beside Wang Jianxiang. His words were even more harsh. Wang Yuyao, this must be evening, which rich kid. Really think you can fly up the branch and become a phoenix? Encountering a true heavenly pride is destined to be beaten back. At this moment, the fat man's face was filled with sarcasm as he stared at Wang Yuyao dead in the face. It was as if there was some deep hatred between the two. Beside the fat man, there was also a figure like a sparrow, and at the sound of his voice, he immediately chimed in. Brother Boo is right. This Wang Yuyao is just a little bit lucky, and how dare she look down on Brother Boo? It's really detestable, let alone the fact that she's still just a tiny outer disciple. Even if she had entered the inner sect, she wouldn't be qualified to look down on Brother Boo. Fatty was obviously very flattered by Sparrow's bragging, and a smug smile appeared on his face as he sniffed. I wonder what this man's name is. Just then, a voice suddenly entered the ears. Fatty twisted his head to look. A trembling pale figure had leaned over at some point. The visitor's hair was pale, his face full of folds and twilight, and he looked as if the earth was buried up to his head. King of Waste? Seeing the visitor, a flash of contempt flashed through the fat man's eyes. Why are you looking for Little Master? Little Master doesn't have time to take care of a punk like you. Wang Jianxiang didn't care about Fatty's bad attitude and said smilingly, you seem to be very unimpressed with Wang Yuyao? Fatty smiled disdainfully. That goes without saying, as long as you're not blind. Who can't tell? Wang Jianxiang shook his head. I'm rather optimistic about Wang Yuyao. I think she should be able to win. You trash, no. The fat man laughed out loud. Then if I can win, I dare to eat. Ha ha ha, laugh your ass off at your dad. At this time, Sparrow seemed to be unable to hold back and laughed along. A punk is actually pointing out in front of your father? If Wang Yuyao can win, I'll also accompany a pile. That's a good sentiment. Wang Jianxiang smiled at his words. How about a bet? Die aside. Are you trash qualified to bet with me? What are you betting with? I bet on your big. The fat man cursed, but just halfway through the curse his voice suddenly came to a screeching halt. Next to him, Sparrow froze as well. The two of them moved in unison, both of them staring at Wang Jianxiang's feet with glowing eyes. There, a large pile of spirit stones was being stacked. Wang Jianxiang looked at the duo with a smile. Here are 10,000 spirit stones. If Wang Yuyao loses, these spirit stones will go to you too. But if Wang Yuyao wins, I don't want your spirit stones either. How about just eating? As you said yourselves, do you guys bet? Or not? Chapter 19, you'll be in a bigger hurry later. Bet? Of course. As soon as Wang Jianxiang's words fell, Fatty and Sparrow didn't even think about it and directly agreed. Su Yutong was able to suppress Wang Yuyao, who was using a high-level magic weapon, even with a low-level magic weapon, and the gap between the two was visible to the naked eye. In the eyes of the duo, it was a completely surefire bet. Who would have trouble with spirit stones? No bet is a cutie. Good. Empty words are no proof. Make a note, and if anyone backs out, the Hall of Punishment will be the one to deal with it. Hearing the word torture hall, the two couldn't help but shrink their necks. The Hall of Punishment is the place in charge of punishment in the Acacia sect, specializing in disposing of disciples who have broken the rules of the sect. It was the last place that any disciple would want to touch or even mention. In addition to this, the torture chamber is also a place of notarization. Once the note is signed, if someone breaks the contract, the criminal hall will definitely intervene. But on second thought, what are they afraid of? What a surefire bet. It's better to sign it instead, to save the old punk from backtracking on his own. Thinking of this, the two of them no longer hesitated and painfully signed their names on the note. Step Moon Half, Bear Strong. Wang Jianxiang looked at the name on the note. Yes, it matched the name in his consciousness message. Then he signed his own name. The bet is official. As the three agreed on the bet, the battle in the ring was already getting more and more intense. At this moment, Wang Yuyao had already activated 3 magic weapons one after another. The perfect purple jade treads, the perfect cloud water cold light sword, and the perfect water moon skirt. A long, bass-colored dress was added with a fluttering skirt. The purple boots under his feet were glowing with purple light as if they were cast in amethyst, and the blue flying sword on top of his head was emitting a powerful sword chi. The long hair that had been simply tied up by the colorful rope had long been blown away by the battle fluctuations, and the long black hair danced in the wind. The other side, Su Yutong coldly looked at Wang Yuyao. At this moment, her complexion had become one of gravity. Although Wang Yuyao had a weak foundation and average strength of her own, however, with the addition of 3 powerful magic weapons, it was no longer to be underestimated. After a bit of a fight, she had a slight advantage, but found that she couldn't hold her at all. A glint flashed in her eyes at the thought, to be able to battle me until now. You're proud enough of yourself. This battle is over. In ice-cold words, Wang Yuyao made a point towards the flying sword. On top of the sword, a layer of golden light emerged and shot straight towards Wang Yuyao with an ear-piercing shrill. Wang Yuyao's expression was grave, and her body was surging with spiritual energy. On the perfect cloud water-cold light sword, a white mist rose as if it was floating light, colliding with the flying golden sword in a flash. Boom! With a loud roar, the cold mist collapsed and countless golden sword chi covered Wang Yuyao like golden needles. Wang Yuyao's face changed and she scrambled to activate the perfect water moon dress. In an instant, it was as if a lake had appeared on the long, basalt-colored skirt. Above the lake, the moon's shadow emerged. The cool moonlight spread out like mercury, enveloping Wang Yuyao in it. Stick to a point. Stick to a point. Stick to a point. In the next moment, a large amount of golden sword chi flooded Wang Yuyao. Intense metallic clanking sounds rang out, and the moonlight shook and shattered violently. A few moments later, the golden sword chi disappeared and Wang Yuyao reappeared. At this moment, the moonlight guard formed by the perfect water moon skirt had completely shattered, and several tattered marks appeared on the beautiful skirt. Crimson blood seeped out from the broken place, staining the long skirt red. Wang Yuyao's face was pale, and blood continued to spill out from the corner of her mouth. There is already a world of difference between you and I. A moment of luck may have blinded you, but after this battle, I'm sure you'll recognize reality. Su Yutong looked at Wang Yuyao proudly, her palms synthesized into seals, and between her palms and fingers, the golden light became more and more intense. On the sword that was knocked back, the golden light that had already dissipated surfaced again, and it was a few points more intense than the previous blow. This sword, defeat you. Before the words fell, the flying sword shrouded in dense golden light broke through the air. This sword was overwhelmingly powerful. Wherever it passed, the air was distorted and disintegrated. The participants who were paying attention to this battle saw the scene and their eyelids fluttered. So strong. Is this Su Yutong's full strength? She's still just a rookie disciple. How can she be so strong? At this moment, other than a few participants whose faces remained calm, everyone else revealed a look of shock. The golden light seal? To have practiced the golden light seal to such an extent, it's really rare. In mid-air, the three inner sect elders had been paying attention to the ring below. After seeing this scene, one person couldn't help but reveal a look of surprise. Indeed, qualifications, enlightenment are all top-notch. It seems that my Acacia sect has produced another genius figure. Yun Zhanghe looked at Su Yutong, his eyes revealing an indescribable fondness. It just so happened that he had recently prepared to take on a female disciple. This Su Yutong had an excellent appearance, and what was even better was that her Yuan was still there. It was simply not too suitable. Ha ha ha, these spirit stones are ours. On the other side, when Buyu Half and Xiong Zhuang saw Su Yutong's surefire sword, they looked excited and were about to take the spirit stones in front of Wang Jianxiang. With a wave of his palm, Wang Jianxiang retrieved all the spirit stones on the ground and glanced at them lightly. The battle isn't over yet. What's the hurry? He. Since you won't shed a tear until you see the coffin, let's wait a little longer and let you lose. The duo of Buyu Half and Xiong Zhuang sneered. Wang Jianxiang ignored the duo and looked in the direction of the ring on his own. In the ring, the golden sword was already less than a foot away from Wang Yuyao. Even if Wang Yuyao had a high-level magic weapon that increased her speed in her body, she was already too late to dodge. At this moment, everyone including the three inner sect elders thought that Wang Yuyao was at the end of her rope and would definitely lose. No one except Wang Jianxiang noticed that a faint light flashed above Wang Yuyao's right hand finger, and a ring that looked like a blue crystal flashed out. The moment the ring appeared, an invisible force erupted from the ring and enveloped the perfect water moon dress. Sound of a crash. The sound of a tidal wave flowing through the air. On the perfect water moon skirt, the lake vision reappeared. The bright moon surfaced. The bright moonlight penetrated through his body, transforming into a protective force that collided with the golden sword the moment it descended. Boom! The ring trembled violently. In the next moment, a golden light flared up, occupying half of the ring. The other half of the ring was covered in bright white moonlight. The golden light was overbearing and harsh, as if an infinite sword chi had condensed out. The moonlight is cold and serene, revealing a holy atmosphere. The two kept colliding and consuming. Eventually, the golden light was the first to dissipate into thin air when the moonlight was only 1 square foot left. Blocked. She even has a high-level magic weapon. This is too trenchant, isn't it? Seeing this scene, the crowd of spectators looked at each other. Even the three inner sect elders couldn't help but glance at each other, somewhat speechless. Who on earth has she fallen for? Surprisingly, they gave her so many high-level magic weapons. The two of them, Buyu Half and Xiong Zhuang, looked at each other with ugly faces, and a bad premonition suddenly flooded their hearts. Wang Jianxiang heard the two cursing and gave them a smiling look. I know you two are in a hurry, but don't rush yourselves just yet. You'll be in more of a hurry later. Chapter 20, Rules are only for the weak. The onlooker is clear. The authorities are confused. Su Yutong didn't know what was going on at first, and it wasn't until she heard the murmurs around her that she finally realized it. You even have a high-level magic weapon. She looked at Wang Yuyao's right hand, her gaze landing on the perfect Xian Shui ring, and her face became ugly to the extreme. That old bastard is too generous, isn't he? Surprisingly, he piled 4 high-level magic weapons on this lowly woman in one breath, especially this blue ring. It even possessed the strange and powerful effect of enhancing the power of other magic weapons. The value of such a magic weapon was much more precious than an ordinary magic weapon of the same level. Wang Yuyao didn't say a word. In the perfect Xian Shui ring, the invisible force merged into the perfect cloud water cold light sword. The perfect cloud water cold light sword trembled. The icy cold and piercing mist spread, wrapping the entire body of the sword. And then the cold air contracted and condensed towards the surface of the flying sword, transforming into a layer of solid ice. In the blink of an eye, the perfect cloud water cold light sword transformed into a crystal clear ice sword. Above the sword, a shocking coldness spread out. The temperature in the ring plummeted. Phew! A cracking sound sprang up. The ice sword broke through the air and appeared in front of Su Yutong in the twinkling of an eye. As the ice sword approached, the terrifying coldness soared in a straight line. Su Yutong felt her body become stiff, as if she could be frozen at any moment. Her face changed color. The spiritual energy in his body worked rapidly, and his stiff body was slightly relieved. She put her palms together and folded her fingers into a seal. Golden light seal. A golden light emerged from between his palms and fingers and merged into the flying sword, turning it into a golden sword. The next moment, the two swords collided. Icy cold mist swept across the ring, and the golden sword chi was all frozen and shattered. A few moments later, the fog dissipated and a wretched figure was revealed. Su Yutong was cloaked and kneeling on one knee. There was a bloody hole in her shoulder that was shocking to the eye. The terrifying power of ice and cold turned into a layer of frost on his hair and skin. The blood in the shoulder wound was frozen just as it flowed out, turning into ice crystals that fell to the ground. You lost. Wang Yuyao's long hair fluttered as the perfect cloud water cold light sword above her head pointed straight at Su Yutong, gulping icy cold sword chi. No way. How could I possibly lose to you? Su Yutong lost her mind for a while, then he snapped his head up in a frenzy. How does a lowly woman like you deserve to be compared to me? No way. Wang Yuyao frowned and pointed her finger forward. The perfect cloud water cold light sword shot straight at Su Yutong. Su Yutong's combat strength was already 1 out of 10. If this sword fell, she would be crippled if not dead. Phew! Right at this moment, a blazing beam of light was like a meteor breaking through the sky, suddenly coming from outside Ring 9, beside Cloud Sparrow. An intersect elder frowned and was about to stop it. Cloud Sparrow suddenly waved his hand, stopping him. This intersect elder was stunned, and after hesitating, he did not make a move after all. In the middle of this elder's hesitation, the stream of light had already appeared in Ring 9, precisely slamming into the perfect cloud water cold light sword. The hot aura erupted, and the cold aura on the perfect cloud water cold light sword was instantly dissolved, falling and flying back. Boom! Streams of light fall to the ground, blazing and powerful waves of air swept through. Wang Yuyao was caught off guard and was hit solidly. A mouthful of blood sprayed out and she retreated several steps. When the gas wave subsides, a half-foot deep crater appeared in the crowd's line of sight. In the pit, a golden jade talisman was stuck in the ground like a razor blade. Yutong, you forgot to bring this item. At the same time, a faint voice spread across the square. Wang Jianxian's eyes narrowed and his gaze went to Ring 1. That golden jade talisman was thrown by none other than Yeling Yun. Ring number 1 and ring number 9 were hundreds of feet apart. Even though Wang Yuyao's strike was not at full strength, the fact that he could stop Wang Yuyao's strike from such a distance was enough to show his strength. It's Yeling Yun. He actually made a move to be able to stop Wang Yuyao's attack from such a distance. Yeling Yun's strength has gotten stronger again. The surrounding crowd finally reacted, and their gazes went to Ring 1. At the same time, Su Yutong also reacted. When she saw the golden jade talisman, she immediately looked delighted. With a move of his palm, he ingested the golden jade talisman. You go to hell. Between shouts, she mobilized her remaining spiritual energy to pour as much as she could into the golden jade talisman. In the next moment, the golden jade talisman suddenly transformed into a large swath of light points, which then regrouped above her head as a golden blade of light slowly took shape. A strong fluctuation spread out, growing stronger and stronger along with the gradual molding of the golden light blade. The crowd's attention was once again drawn back. A burst of exclamations of surprise then resounded throughout the entire square. Oh my god, it's even a talismanic treasure. This golden jade talisman is a talisman treasure? Wang Yuyao will lose. Talismanic treasures. Wang Jianxiang frowned as he looked at the blade of light in the ring that was transformed from the jade talisman. The so-called rune treasure was an extremely special type of spirit talisman. refined with the power of the origin of powerful instruments such as spirit weapons and magic treasures supplemented by the means of the rune Dao. Since talismanic treasures could only possess at most 30% of the power of the source apparatus, and it was difficult to repair the apparatus origin once it was depleted, refining talismanic treasures was a very uneconomical move. Usually only elders would refine it to protect their favorite juniors for self-defense. This also makes talismanic treasures quite rare. There is a limit to the number of times a talismanic treasure can be used, and once it reaches the number of times it can be used it will shatter completely. What exactly is the relationship between this Yeling Yun and Su Yutong, that he would even be willing to give her the talisman treasure to use? Wang Jianxiang looked at the two of them thoughtfully and got up to look at the three figures standing in the air. Elder, this move should be breaking the rules of the competition, right? His voice instantly spread throughout the entire square with the addition of his spiritual power. The square was silent. Everyone looked over in surprise. Wang Jianxiang, the most famous waste of the outer sect, dared to stand up at this moment and question the inner sect elders? This item was originally Su Yutong's item. I just brought it to hand over to her, before the three inner sect elders could speak. In ring number 1, Yeling Yun's gaze turned, his stern gaze stabbing at Wang Jianxiang as if he were an arrow. Yeah, people are just returning things to their rightful owners. It makes sense. That's right. Is Wan Yuyao only allowed to use so many high-level magic weapons, but no one else is allowed to use their treasures? On the side, Bu Yuhaf and Xiong Zhuan were originally desperate, but they didn't expect the darkness of the willows to come back to the village. That's a talismanic treasure. Even the weakest talisman treasure, that was refined from the origin power of a spirit weapon, far from being comparable to a magic weapon. Even if Wang Yuyao had more advanced magic weapons, she would definitely not be able to defeat Su Yutong who possessed talismanic treasures. Wang Jianxiang ignored the three and just looked at the figure in the air. Sensing Wang Jianxiang's disregard, Bu Yuhaf and Xiong Zhuan couldn't help but snort coldly. Yeling Yun narrowed his eyes as a chill flashed through his pupils. In the air, the sparrow in the clouds gave Wang Jianxiang an expressionless look. Then his gaze turned to Yeling Yun. Faint words followed. Next time. Yes, elder. Yeling Yun clasped his fists in the air and twisted his head to look at Wang Jianxiang, his face filled with mockery. Wang Jianxiang sniffed a moment of silence. The words of the sparrow in the clouds appeared to be criticizing Yeling Yun, but in reality, it was a tacit acknowledgement of Yeling Yun's actions. Sure enough, no matter which world it was still strength that was honored in the end. The rules are only used to bind the weak. He smiled indifferently, eyes redirected to the ring. The fight is not over. There's no telling who's going to win and who's going to lose. Chapter 21, Freshly Pulled? The fight in the ring didn't stop because of the changes around them. The top of Su Yutong's head, the golden light blade has been completely formed at this moment, and the fluctuation spread out by it has already become so powerful that it has shocked the eyes of ordinary chi practicing perfection cultivators. Kill! She pointed forward and the light blade shot out in a stream of light. The moment the light blade was shot out, Wang Yuyao, who had been caught off guard by Yeling Yun, finally suppressed her injuries. Seeing the light blades coming, she waved her palm and a small, delicate ceiling platform shot out. In the process of shooting out, the indie size skyrocketed. It instantly skyrocketed from the initial size of a small half palm to a behemoth with a diameter of over 10 feet. Boom! In the next moment, the light blade collided with the seal platform. Berserk power chi instantly swept across the entire ring. The crowd that was still focusing on Wang Jianxiang immediately returned their attention to the ring when they heard the roar coming from the ring. At the same time Wang Jianxiang also collected his thoughts and gazed over. At this moment, the entire ring had long been enveloped in a storm raging. Debris and sand swept through the storm, obscuring the view. Even the spiritual sense was blocked out by this violent force, making it difficult to penetrate. The crowd could not see the final outcome of the battle and had to wait for the storm to die down. Time passes slowly. The raging storm is gradually winding down. The view from the ring is gradually revealed. The ring that was strong enough to withstand a battle between ordinary chi practicing perfection cultivators was now in shambles. A crack crisscrossed the entire ring, as if it was going to split the ring into countless pieces. Broken ring. Wang Yuyao's hair was scattered. Her face was pale, and blood was dripping from the corner of her mouth. Her breath was weak and her body swayed as if she might fall to the ground and pass out at any moment. But in the end, it held up and didn't fall. Across from her, a figure had long since passed out, and it was none other than Su Yutong. Seeing this scene, almost everyone froze, and then they exclaimed in shock. Wang Yuyao actually won. She defeated Su Yutong who possesses a talismanic treasure. That's a talisman treasure. A treasure that can be considered invincible at the chi practicing stage. That's too much, isn't it? At this moment, the shocked were not only the outer disciples watching the battle. See? An inner sect elder looked at the two people beside him in surprise. That seal table is not simple. The other inner sect elder nodded. Hearing the duo's discussion, Yun Zhengjiao's gaze also turned to Wang Yuya with a flicker. Even though the talismanic treasure is only made from the origin of a low-grade spirit weapon, it is by no means comparable to a magic weapon. Not only did she block that seal stage phantasm, but she also gained the upper hand. It's indeed quite something. Saying that, he shook his head again. However, this girl's foundation is extremely poor, and she relied solely on external objects to get this far, so it will be difficult for her to become a great talent in the end. While the three inner sect elders were exchanging words, Wang Jianxiang's gaze had turned to ring number 1. Ring 1. Yeling Yun's face had already turned iron blue. Seemingly sensing Wang Jianxiang's gaze, he turned his head to look over. When he saw the iffy smile at the corner of Wang Jianxiang's mouth, his cheeks twitched. How dare a loser taunt him? His gaze instantly became incomparably cold. If gazes could hurt people, Wang Jianxiang was afraid that he had already been looked at to death countless times. Sensing Yeling Yun's killing intent, Wang Jianxiang skimmed his mouth in disdain. Who do you scare in the clan? I don't believe you dare to do it. Suddenly, he seemed to feel something and turned his head to his side. Immediately afterward, two sneaky figures, one fat and one thin, were seen quietly fleeing. What are you two doing? Could it be that you want me to get the enforcers of the Hall of Punishment to negotiate with you? Hearing Wang Jianxiang's words, the two of them stiffened their bodies and stopped at the same time. Wang Jianxiang, don't be unreasonable. Xiong Zhuang's hempo-like body stood up and looked at Wang Jianxiang aggressively. We admit that we're short-sighted. Counting you as a winner isn't good enough? Wang Jianxiang had a look of oil and salt. According to the agreement, the two of you can perform eating. Wang Jianxiang, more friends more ways, don't do too much. Hearing that Wang Jianxiang actually wanted them to eat, the fat meat on Bu Yuhaf's face couldn't help but tremble. Wang Jianxiang looked at him lightly. Joke, weren't you guys quite happy when the bet was set at that time? What? You don't want to admit it after losing? In that case, I'll see you in the Hall of Punishment. The moment Wang Jianxiang's words fell, both of their faces went white. If today's matter were to really reach the Hall of Punishment, with the style of the Hall of Punishment, not only would they have to fulfill the bet, but they would also be stripped of a layer of skin. Thinking of this, the duo's tone instantly softened. Wang Jianxiang, it's not that we want to break the contract, it's just that right now, even if we want to eat it, where are you going to get the? Wang Jianxiang frowned at his words. Things like are common among mortals, but not really much in the land of the cultivators. Once a cultivator reaches the foundation stage, he or she will be able to dispel the grain and not eat the food of the world. So naturally they will not have the three urgencies of mortals. Although practicing cultivators couldn't break up the grain, as immortal cultivators, they consume spirit values and spirit water. Although there are impurities in spiritual values and spiritual water, they are far purer than in the mundane world. Urination and defecation are naturally much less frequent, usually only once in 2 or 3 months. It was pretty hard trying to find something to eat for these two little gluttons. However, these two people obviously had a gap with Wang Yuyao, and if they were to spare them like this, they were not willing to do so. Just when Wang Jianxiang was in some difficulty, a voice suddenly came from behind him. Senior brother Wang, I have a hobby of raising some mortal livestock during my weekdays, so I can get these two some food. The voice was neutral and full of masculinity. Without looking, Wang Jianxiang would have thought that the owner of the voice was a muscular man. However, when he turned his head back, his pupils shrank. What a bear, strong and fierce. Woman. Yes, the speaker was a woman. She was over 2 meters tall, with 2 cute ponytails on her head, and a pink dress that stretched tightly over her body, making you wonder how stretchy the dress was. Muscles bulged on a pair of bronzed legs under the hem of her skirt, and her leg hair was unbelievable. The looks and figures of the women within the Acacia sect are generally above par, and such an extreme product is really rare. Wang Jianxiang couldn't help but spit out a sentence in his heart. After coming back to his senses, a smile spread across his face. Then thank you, senior sister. Senior brother Wang doesn't have to be polite. A blush flashed across the fierce woman's face as she turned her body around and sent her sword away. A few short moments later, the fierce woman folded back again at great speed. That fast? Wang Jianxiang froze. This point of time is afraid that he will not be able to catch up to the residential area. Right? Fetch. With a hint of uncertainty, Wang Jianxiang asked the fierce woman. A shyness flashed across the fierce woman's face and she nodded. With a wave of his palm, a large pile of foul-smelling objects appeared above the ground. At the top of the pile of objects, there were still wisps of hot air rising. Associated with the timing, Wang Jianxiang couldn't help but feel his heart skip a beat. Asterisk 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 asterisk, this couldn't have just been pooped on by this big sister, could it? Chapter 22, Start Your Show. Wang Jianxiang couldn't help but secretly look at the fierce woman on the side. The fierce woman's face was currently flushing with excitement and anticipation, and her eyes were flashing with a strange light. At this moment, he finally confirmed it. Is indeed freshly made by this one? And a big sister must have a special fetish. No wonder there is so much positivity about this. Thinking of this, Wang Jianxiang burst into tears in his heart and looked at Bu Yuhaf and Xiong Zhuang. You too. Start your show. Bu Yuhaf's fat face and Xiong Zhuang simultaneously revealed a look that was worse than crying. They clenched their teeth fiercely, and with 3 parts tangled, 3 parts grief and 4 parts determination, they crouched down, only just approaching. The stench made them retch. The 2 men fought back their nausea and looked at each other, gritted his teeth hard. Eyes closed, one of them grabbed a handful and stuffed it into his mouth, eating it full. See this scene. The surrounding crowd almost vomited, and even Wang Jianxiang couldn't help but feel a wave of discomfort in his stomach. The only exception is the mighty daughter. At this moment, she looked more and more agitated. Her eyes flashed with excitement, and her body was trembling. Why is it garlic flavored? Just then, 2 slurred voices sounded almost simultaneously. You. In the next moment, Bu Yuhaf and Xiong Zhuang simultaneously kneeled on the ground and vomited, their bile almost not coming out. After some wild vomiting, the 2 of them got up with pale faces and looked at Wang Jianxiang with resentment. Wang Jianxiang, you have guts. Wait for me. Wang Jianxiang frowned and fanned his palm in front of his nose. You two's mouths are too smelly. It's better to go back and brush your teeth first. You. The 2 men were shaking with anger, feeling the teasing gazes projected by the people around them. They only felt a hot flash on their faces and no longer had the face to continue staying. It was like running away, leaving in the dust. Looking at the departing backs of the duo, Wang Jianxiang let out a cold smile as his gaze fell back to ring number 9. The unconscious Su Yutong had long since been carried off, leaving only Wang Yuyao alone in the ring. The ring keeper can have half an hour to recover after each challenge. Wang Yuyao was sitting cross-legged in the ring, grasping for time to recover. Half an hour later, she slowly opened her eyes. Her spiritual energy was too heavily depleted, and she had only recovered less than 30% in just half an hour. But finally, some of the battle power was restored. Under the ring, most of the challengers had exhausted their challenges. The few remaining challengers all had scornful faces as they looked towards ring number 9. Although Wang Mengyao's own foundation was extremely poor, the magic weapon on her body was too powerful. The scene of defeating Su Yutong by carrying the talismanic treasure heart was even more frightening to almost everyone. Even if she wasn't in her complete state right now, none of the challengers under the stage dared to act rashly. Instead of going to gamble on her form, it would be more prudent to just go ahead and challenge the obviously weaker defenders of the ring. For a while, ring 9 became a forbidden place for the challengers, just like number 1. As time passed, the remaining challengers became fewer and fewer, and the grand competition was about to enter the countdown. Seeing that Wang Yuyao was about to soldier on and stand directly at the end, in ring number 1, Yeling Yun suddenly stood up. As one of the most recognized strongest people in this grand competition, Yeling Yun's every move would receive a lot of attention. His movements instantly drew stares from the gallery. As the crowd watched, he slowly made his way to the edge of the ring, then took the initiative and jumped down. Seeing this scene, everyone was dumbfounded. What's the situation? Yeling Yun voluntarily gave up his soon-to-be first place? Just as this thought surfaced in the minds of the crowd, Yeling Yun suddenly transformed into a golden light that traversed the plaza at an astonishing speed, instantly appearing in ring number 9. It was only after seeing this scene that the crowd finally reacted. Yeling Yun was trying to avenge Su Yutong. This is going to be a good one. Ring 9. Wang Yuyao looked at the imposing Yeling Yun with a grave expression. Her silver teeth clenched. She felt a powerful sense of oppression on Yeling Yun. The oppressive feeling filled her heart with unease, but she didn't flinch. Before the grand competition, Senior Brother Wang had already informed her of the plan. If you want to help Senior Brother Wang, you have to be in the top 10. So, she can't back out. Yeling Yun did not open his mouth in the slightest after he ascended to ring number 9 and pressed his palm directly towards the ground. In an instant, an amazing gravitational force erupted from within the earth. Wang Yuyao's face turned white as she was pressed towards the ground and knelt down. She tried her best to activate the perfect water moon skirt, and with the moonlight protecting her body, she was able to avoid the result of being crushed to the ground. However, the perfect water moon skirt could not completely block this power. She was still pressed down to one knee, unable to get up. Weren't you just great? What about Fang Xiaoyin? Use your strongest means, or you won't last more than 3 breaths in front of me. Yeling Yun looked arrogant as he approached Wang Yuyao step by step. As he got closer, the gravitational pull grew stronger. Wang Yuyao's body trembled more and more, as if she could be crushed by this gravitational force at any moment. She clenched her red lips, and due to too much force, her red lips had been bitten through, spilling crimson blood. Just when she was ready to fight for her life, a familiar voice suddenly entered her mind. You can't fight him. Admit defeat. Elder Brother Wang. Wang Yuyao was stunned and looked a little hesitant. Jump out of the ring immediately. Just then, Wang Jianxiang's voice reappeared in her mind. and this time, there was a bit more sternness in the voice. At those words, Wang Yuyao finally stopped hesitating. On his finger, the perfect Xian Shui ring flashed, an invisible force added to the perfect water moon dress. The protective moonlight instantly became dense, her body lightened, and she then charged down to the ring without hesitation. Trying to escape? Seeing this scene, Yeling Yun frowned. His palm suddenly stretched out and grabbed at Wang Yuyao. A terrifying gravitational force instantly erupted. Wang Yuyao's figure was stagnant, and was actually completely pulled by this gravitational force. Not only could she not move forward, but instead showed signs of being pulled backward. She gritted her teeth. The spiritual light on the perfect purple jade shoes under his feet flourished. The superimposed power of the 3 high-level magic weapons finally broke through this terrifying gravitational force. Yeling Yun frowned and snorted coldly. Push your palms forward. That powerful gravitational force was instantly transformed into a repulsive force, like a heavy hammer hitting on top of Wang Yuyao's back. A mouthful of blood sprayed out from Wang Yuyao. Her body threw forward and fell heavily under the ring. The ring was tens of feet high. The fall from the ring was not a light one. Wang Yuyao only felt that her internal organs were shaken, and she once again sprayed out a large mouthful of blood. Just then, Yeling Yun arrived at the edge of the ring. His expression was cold, and he pointed his finger downward. The powerful repulsive force was like a shockwave that shot straight towards Wang Yuyao, who had fallen to the ground with serious injuries. The air became distorted wherever it passed. Chapter 23, Calculating Yeling Yun. At the critical moment, Wang Yuyao could no longer care about her own injuries. She hurriedly sacrificed the perfect little Thousand Mountain Seal and urged the power of the perfect Xian Shui ring to add to it. In the next moment, Yeling Yun's attack descended. Boom! A terrifying chi explosion erupted with a loud bang. Wang Yuyao let out a muffled grunt and was lifted off like a scarecrow, falling towards the audience. Just as she was about to fall to the ground, a figure swept in sharply and held her in its arms. Senior Wang. The pale-faced Wang Yuyao's eyes brightened. Wang Jianxiang nodded and slowly landed on the ground. Heel first, he loosened his arm around Wang Yuyao's waist. Yeling Yun's attack was indeed domineering and harsh. However, Wang Yuyao's seemingly tragic injuries were actually not as severe as she had imagined under the protection of the perfect water moon skirt. Wang Yuyao nodded and sat down on the ground without hesitation. Seeing that Wang Yuyao had entered into meditation, Wang looks up to ring 9. At this moment, Yeling Yun was standing at the edge of the ring, his gaze looking cold, his face filled with disdain and ridicule. A punk is just a punk. How dare he go against him 3 times? It's really not self-serving. If he wasn't within the sect, he would have made this punk regret it for the rest of his life. Wang Jianxian's gaze just lurched over Yeling Yun, and then he looked into the air. Elder, Wang Yuyao has already jumped off the ring, clearly admitting defeat, yet Yeling Yun is still chasing after her to kill her. Is it against the rules? Yun Zhengquan's face was expressionless, and after a moment of silence, he faintly said, if you haven't landed, you are not considered to be out of the ring, and Wang Yuyao had not yet landed when Yeling Yun delivered his final blow, so, it's not considered a violation. According to the rules of the grand competition, as long as one party showed their willingness to give up the match, they would be considered to have conceded defeat, and the other party would not be allowed to continue attacking. This sparrow in the clouds is clearly talking nonsense. However, Wang Jianxiang did not have the slightest bit of anger. He just smiled indifferently and cupped his fists to Cloud Sparrow. Disciple understands. Thank you for explaining to the elder. Looking at Wang Jianxiang's cloudy appearance, the sparrow in the clouds frowned, inexplicably feeling a bit uncomfortable in his heart. He frowned and said in a cold voice to Wang Jianxiang, the grand competition strictly forbids any intervention by non-participants. You have just violated the rules of the grand competition. If there is a next time, the door rules will punish you. Wang Jianxiang smiled coldly in his heart. He didn't even come out of the audience. He just caught Wang Yuyao. Is this considered intervening in the match? That's a pretty far-fetched argument. However, facing a Jiedan powerhouse, he didn't dare to retort. It's not a matter of wimping out. Rather, it's a matter of being stupid. In ring number 9, the sneer on Yeling Yun's face intensified when he saw Wang Jianxiang suffer defeat. This Wang Jianxiang is not only a loser, his brain is probably not good either. He was the topmost disciple of the outer sect today. Su Yutong was even more of a supreme heavenly pride, having such amazing strength after only 3 years of initiation. In Elder Cloud Sparrow's mind, that Wang Jianxiang and Wang Yuyao could not be compared to them at all. This punk can't even figure out such simple reasoning, and he's trying to get Elder Young Kizi to preside over fairness several times? It's really stupid. Then he looked at Wang Yuyao. With me here, you don't want to enter the top 10 in this grand competition. The domineering words were transmitted without the slightest concealment. Wang Yuyao's eyes opened and a look of anger appeared on her face. Ignore him and take the time to recover. Wang Jianxiang calmly looked at her. Wang Yuyao nodded and once again closed her eyes to recover. Yeling Yun sneered at the sight, his gaze sweeping over the challengers under the ring. This ring number 9 is Su Yutong's. Whoever dares to grab it is an enemy of me. Yeling Yun. After saying that, he turned into a golden stream of light and shot back to ring 1. After he left, ring 9 was empty. Below the ring, those participants who hadn't used up their challenge times yet looked towards the empty ring 9, their eyes flickering up. However, out of fear of Yeling Yun, no one dared to take the stage after all. Time passes. As the grand competition was already nearing its end, Wang Yuyao finally stopped recovering. How's the recovery going? Wang Jinxiang asked. The injuries have been suppressed, and 70% of the spiritual energy has been restored, Wang Yuyao said. Wang Jinxiang nodded. Board the stage. Go to ring number 9. Wang Yuyao was stunned, and without inquiring, she mounted the empty and unoccupied ring without hesitation. She had also heard Yeling Yun's domineering declaration. But, so what? Since senior brother Wang asked her to go, she would go. Seeing that Wang Yuyao had actually ascended to ring 9 once again, the crowd's spirits were lifted. This Wang Yuyao was really bold. She even dared to go toe-to-toe with Yeling Yun. Isn't she afraid to die? Meanwhile, Yeling Yun, who was seated in the center of ring number 1, had sunk in color. Seek death. With a cold snort, he transformed into a golden light and shot out of ring 1 at an astonishing speed. Seeing Yeling Yun attacking again, Wang Mengyao's face was grave. The perfect little thousand mountain seal flashed out and hovered in front of her, dripping and spinning. Just as she was about to take the initiative, a voice transmission suddenly sounded in her head. She froze and couldn't help but look at Wang Jinxiang in the audience. Wang Jinxiang didn't continue to transmit his voice and just nodded. Seeing this, Wang Yuyao took a deep breath and looked at Yeling Yun once again. At this moment, the opponent had already appeared in ring 9. After rushing into ring number 9, he didn't pause for a moment and like an arrow, he shot domineeringly towards Wang Mengyao. Just as the crowd thought that the battle was about to start, Wang Yuyao suddenly made a move that was unexpected by everyone. She turns and jumps out of the ring. Escaped? Escaped? There was a moment of dismay from everyone. That's too wimpy, isn't it? In that case, how much better to simply hide under the ring? What's the point of going up there and losing face? No, it seems like he hasn't used his challenge count yet. He's trying to consume Yeling Yun's challenge count. When this voice came out, it caused a clamor. Yeah, there are only 2 challenges per person. Yeling Yun had already consumed it once before, and now it was already considered a second challenge. That means he'll have to stay in ring 9. On the contrary, Wang Yuyao still had 1 challenge opportunity left, and could completely go the other way around to capture ring 1. It's really good math. Hearing the murmurs around the room, Yeling Yun's face was in a state of dismay. Before, he was so focused on taking it out for Su Yutong that he hadn't really thought about this. It wasn't until this moment that he finally realized he had been counted. Asterisk 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 count on it. He gritted his teeth and walked over to the ring and looked down. Then there was a blink. Where's Wang Yuyao? Call out. A stunned look had just surfaced on his face when he suddenly saw a flying sword and a ceiling platform flying head-on. It's that spell. Bingo. He's not trying to exhaust my number of challenges. He's trying to eliminate me completely. Yeling Yun's face changed, then became hideous. Asterisk 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 you're dreaming. Blast. At the same time, a petulant shout came. The perfect cloud water cold light sword and the perfect little thousand mountain seal exploded at the same time. Chapter 24, by Chi Rua and the Mysterious Girl. Ring 9. Boom. The terrifying power of the explosion swept out like a storm. The tough ring crumbled inch by inch like tofu. The berserk explosive force rushed out of the ring and raged in all directions. The spectators close to the ring changed their faces and fled in panic. The terrifying power of the explosion raged for several minutes before slowly stopping. When the dust settles, it was then that the crowd looked at ring 9 in disbelief. Immediately afterward, he was shocked to find that the tall and sturdy ring had been reduced to rubble. On the ruins, a figure was suspended in midair. Her dress fluttered, and a cool moonlight enveloped her surroundings. It was Wang Yuyao, on the ground more than 100 feet away from her. Yeling Yun did not know when a pair of crimson armor had appeared on his body, emitting a gust of blazing heat, and his slightly pale face was gloomy to the extreme. Seeing this scene, the audience erupted into a chorus of cries. Hiss! This Wang Yuyao actually self-detonated 2 magic weapons in one breath. That's a high-level magic weapon. If I had a high-level magic weapon, I would have to hug it even in my sleep. How would I care to blow myself up? This Wang Yuyao is also too wasteful. That said, Yeling Yun is too strong. 2 high-level magic weapons self-detonating didn't even seriously injure him. Another talismanic treasure. This guy is really a big dog. Wang Jinxiang was in the middle of the crowd, his gaze fixed on the crimson armor on Yeling Yun's body, and his expression was somewhat regretful. This guy does have arrogant capital. The response was amazingly fast. Surprisingly, He reacted the moment Wan Yuyao detonated her magic weapon, listening to the cries from the surroundings. Yeling Yun's face became more and more ugly. He stared at Wan Yuyao dead in the face. How could he not expect Wan Yuyao to be willing to self-detonate a high-level magic weapon? And it was a one-time self-detonation of 2 magic weapons. If he hadn't reacted quickly enough and stimulated the defensive talisman treasure in time, he would have been crippled if he didn't die. How could he swallow this breath when the top powerhouse of the outer sect had been counted by a woman whose name was unknown? Asterisk 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 I'll kill you. His eyes burst into crimson as he turned into a stream of light and killed Wang Yuyao. Yeling Yun, you've already lost. Just then, a faint voice suddenly came from the audience. Yeling Yun's figure instantly stopped, his face grimacing as he looked at Wang Jianxiang. She was the one who admitted defeat first. I didn't lose. Admit defeat? Wang Jianxiang snorted. Who heard her admit defeat? She's already jumped out of the ring, and as soon as she does so she's considered to have conceded defeat. Hearing this, Wang Jianxiang laughed, a touch of teasing crossing his face. Didn't Senior Sparrow in the clouds already say that just now? As long as the contestant has not landed on the ground, he is not considered to have conceded defeat. Wang Yuyao did jump out of the ring, but she hasn't landed until now. And you have landed. So, it's you who lost. Yeling Yun's expression stagnated and he couldn't help but look at the sparrow in the cloud. The sparrow in the clouds looked deeply at Wang Jianxiang. The others might not know, but with his cultivation level how could he not discover Wang Jianxiang's previous transmission? Wang Yuyao was just the executor. The real controller was actually this person. In order to block his mouth so that he could no longer favor Yeling Yun, he even used the words he had just uttered to block his mouth. In front of so many outer disciples, if he continued to favor Yeling Yun, wouldn't he be slapping his own face? This outer disciple is so deeply calculated. Not only had Yeling Yun been counted, even he had been counted. But in the end, although this Yeling Yun had talent and strength, he was still too young after all. He shook his head and looked at Yeling Yun. Yeling Yun, you lost. Hearing the announcement from the sparrow in the clouds, Yeling Yun's face turned white and his heart was filled with unwillingness. He coldly glanced at Wang Yuyao. Wang Yuyao, right? Count on you. We'll see. As soon as his words fell, without waiting for Wang Yuyao to open her mouth, a faint voice then came out. Don't delay the progress of the competition since you've already been eliminated. Yeling Yun's face stagnated as he looked at Wang Jianxiang, a killing chance flashing in his eyes. With that, he let out a cold snort and shot away as a stream of light. As the biggest favorite to win this grand competition, he was put on the spot by an unheard of woman and didn't even make it into the top 10. He no longer had the face to continue. After Yeling Yun left, Wang Yuyao looked at Wang Jianxiang. Wang Jianxiang naturally understood what she meant and slowly shook his head. With Yeling Yun eliminated, the biggest contender for the title had disappeared, making it the perfect time to fight for the title. But championships aren't so easy to win. Wang Jianxiang swept his gaze unobtrusively over the remaining challengers. It paused for a moment on 2 of the figures. It's 2 women. One was dressed in a long pale yellow dress, with bright eyes and a slender figure. One looked very young, with a petite figure, but her childish face was already showing the beauty of her country. These 2 had never made a move since the start of the ring-keeping tournament, but they gave Wang Jianxiang an extremely dangerous feeling. This level of danger was even more than Yeling Yun. Even if she hadn't exploded the perfect little Thousand Mountain Seal and the perfect Cloud Water Cold Light Sword, Wang Yuyao was by no means a match for these 2, let alone now. Wang Yuyao wasn't sure what Wang Jianxiang had in mind, but trusted him unconditionally. Seeing him shake his head, he immediately extinguished the idea of fighting for Ring 1. But just because Wang Yuyao was able to hold back the temptation of the championship, it didn't mean that others could. Some of those who were confident in their own strength scrambled for it. The race has accelerated significantly. A short half-hour later, under the ring, there were only 2 people left who still had the qualifications to challenge. It was the 2 women that Wang Jianxiang had focused on earlier. The woman in the long pale yellow dress looked at the petite girl and took the lead. She leapt to her feet in a graceful and elegant manner. It's Bai Shiruo. She's finally on stage. This is the first of the 3 beauties of the outer sect. Amidst the roar of voices, Bai Shiruo landed in ring number 1. Then the battle was fought. With just a single blow, one defender fell under the ring in a sorry state. So strong. Seeing this scene, the crowd sucked in a breath of cold air. Most of the reason Bai Shiruo was known as the first of the 3 beauties was because of her appearance, and her talent could only be considered upper middle class. There was no comparison to a heavenly pride of Su Yutong's level. All along, she had rarely made a move in front of people, so few people knew her exact strength. In the previous rounds, she hadn't been too impressive, and it had been a surprise to see her in the top 50. No one could have imagined that her true battle power would be so exaggerated. Even Wang Jianxiang's heart couldn't help but jump. Would there be any weaklings who dared to compete for ring number 1? Although that ring keeper was not as good as Yeling Yun, he was not a generalized person, and he was also a well-known figure in this outer sect. Before that, he had even lost several challengers in a row and had held on until now. The strength was still above Su Yutong. How could such strength be seconded by a random strike? This strength is truly terrifying. After Bai Shiro, the petite young girl also moved. She didn't choose to challenge Bai Shiro. Instead, he ascends to ring 2. Again, it was a glancing blow. That no. 2 defender who had been holding out for 6 rounds of challenges spat out blood from his mouth and conceded defeat in horror. Such an amazing performance caused the crowd to gasp once again. From the voices around him, Wang Jianxiang unexpectedly learned that this petite young girl was actually unrecognized. It was as if they had appeared out of nowhere in the middle of the outer gate. This caused Wang Jianxiang to be a bit surprised and gaze over. In the next moment, the young girl's attribute panel appeared in her mind. Chapter 25, Small 5 Elements Sword Formation. Name Mu Lingxi. Sex, female. Cultivation level, Qi practicing perfection. Age, 15. Roots and bones, Thunder System Heavenly Spirit Root. Good and evil value, 0 inch. 15-year-old Qi refining perfection. Thunder System Heavenly Spiritual Roots. Seeing the young girl's message, Wang Jianxiang couldn't help but widen his eyes. Originally, he thought that the young girl had practiced some kind of special technique to stop the growth of her appearance and looked significantly smaller. I didn't realize that the other person was really just a teenage girl, a 15-year-old Qi refining perfection. If this were to be spread out, I'm afraid that countless jaws would be stunned. Even more amazing. Surprisingly, she was still an extremely rare lightning system physique, and she was also a heavenly spirit root. This outer sect is truly a crouching tiger and hiding dragon. After returning to his senses, Wang Jianxiang couldn't help but sigh for a while. The match didn't end after Mu Lingxi's challenge. This was because both the duo defeated by her and by Shiro still had one more chance to challenge them. It was only after the duo had challenged that the match was finally declared over. Eventually, Bai Qi Rua became the first place, Mullingar Creek second place, Wang Yuyao ninth place. After announcing the names of the top 50 finishers of the former grand competition, Yun Zhongquan couldn't help but look at Wang Jianxiang. This big competition, the one who impressed him the most was not Yeling Yun, or Heavenly Spirit Root Su Yutong, or even any of the contestants. Instead, it's Wang Jianxiang. From the murmurs in the audience, he had already learned something about Wang Jianxiang. Rubbish, the big day is coming. More than 70 years of cultivation had only reached the 3rd level of Qi refining. It's just that the rumors seem to be a little off from the facts. This Wang Jianxiang's cultivation had clearly reached the 10th level of Qi practicing. Instead, there is a hidden dead air overflowing from his body, which is indeed a sign of impending doom. After withdrawing his gaze, he shook his head darkly. It's just a man who's going to die. If it wasn't for his deep heart and making things difficult for him several times, such as this kind of ordinary outer disciple, he wouldn't even notice the other party. After that, he opened his mouth to declare the end of the grand competition and left with the other 2 inner sect elders. With the departure of the 3 great elders, the outer sect grand competition was officially declared over. The various events above the grand competition spread throughout the sect in a very short period of time. Newcomer's strongest heavenly pride Su Yutong's elimination, biggest title favorite Yeling Yun not in top 10, and the appearance of the man who started it all, the biggest dark horse of the tournament, Wang Yuyao. Every bit of it was so surprising. Even the outburst of Bai Shirua, the head of the 3 beauties, and Mu Lingxi, who appeared as if out of nowhere, were so unexpected. On top of that, the exploits of Bu Yuhaf and Xiong Zhuan were naturally blown out of proportion, becoming a source of laughter for many disciples after their cultivation. Compared to previous years, this big competition may not be the most intense, but it is definitely one of the most interesting and exciting to watch. 3 days later, Wang Jianxiang was diving into his cultivation when Wang Yuyao suddenly arrived. After the great competition ended, Wang Yuyao returned directly to her residence to heal and recover. This was the first time he had seen Wang Yuyao since the end of the grand competition. This great competition was like a whetstone, causing Wang Yuyao's entire temperament to change. If in the past she was like an ugly duckling with shyness and low self-esteem, now she is more like a white swan with her head held high. Senior brother, the rewards for the grand competition have already been handed out, and the quota to enter the cold pool secret realm has already arrived. And I've got 2 gifts for you. Wang Yuyao reached out and 2 items emerged. A jade bottle, a jade slip. In the jade bottle is a foundation building pill. This jade slip is an attack method that I have specially selected for you. Hearing Wang Yuyao's gentle introduction, Wang Jianxiang's heart warmed. After the great competition, he had casually revealed to Wang Yuyao that he was going to buy an attack method. I didn't realize it was just a casual remark that she took to heart. As far as he knows, the awards for 4th through 10th place in the grand competition are the same. All of them were a foundation establishment pill. 300,000 spirit stones and a chance to go to the outer sect's treasure trove to pick any treasure. In terms of value, the foundation building pill is the most. The second is the opportunity to select treasures from the outer sect's treasury. The small 5 elements sword formation should have been picked from the outer sect's treasury. The foundation establishment Dan and the opportunity to pick treasures from the outer sect treasure trove. These were her 2 biggest gains in this outer sect competition, and she didn't even hesitate to take them out and give them to him. Especially the base building pills. This was almost a treasure that any chi practicing stage cultivator could only dream of. Wang Jianxiang softly looked at Wang Yuyo and put away the jade sketch of the small 5 elements sword formation. Although there were some attacking techniques that could be purchased within the outer hall, they were generally of a lower grade, far inferior to the collection in the outer sect's treasury, and the law of combat was also an item he desperately needed. There was no need to push back. As for the jade bottle containing the foundation establishment Dan, it was pushed back by him. I'll take the little 5 elements sword formation. This foundation establishment Dan is useless to me. Keep it. But, no need to but, if you're told to keep it, you keep it. Wang Jianxiang shook his head. Oh, Wang Yuyao saw that Wang Jianxiang seemed to be a bit angry, so she hurriedly nodded her head and withdrew it. Looking at Wang Yuyao's well-behaved appearance, Wang Jianxiang heatedly smiled. Now that the chores are out of the way, let's talk about something serious. Finished speaking, in Wang Yuyao's exclamation of surprise while she intercepted waist hugged up, just ready to turn. Ouch! His body suddenly froze, and cold sweat instantly hung on his head. What's wrong? Wang Yuyao was stunned, and when she saw Wang Jianxiang's cold sweaty head and pale face, she was worried for a moment. I can't, my back is flashing. Wang Jianxiang grimaced and put Wang Yuyao down. Wang Yuyao looked relieved and snapped. Who let you be so immodest at such an old age? Are you still coming now? Come on. Of course. But your waist. It's okay, why don't you move it? 10 minutes later, Wang Yuyao red-faced helped Wang Jianxiang walk out from the inner room. Just as Wang Yuyao was about to leave, Wang Jianxiang's expression changed and he said to Wang Yuyao, don't take that foundation establishment pill for now. The cold pool secret realm only allows chi refining stage cultivators to enter. Once you break through to the foundation establishment stage, you'll lose your eligibility to enter. But there are no restrictions after entering the secret realm. You can wait until you enter the secret realm before taking it. Got it, Wang Yuyao answered. After Wang Yuyao left, Wang Jianxiang revealed a thoughtful look. Since he had already planned to enter the cold pool mysterious realm, how could he not make any preparations at all? The cold pool secret realm opened once every 30 years, coincidentally at the same time interval as the outer sect competition. This time the opening time was set a month later. The cold pool mystic realm was not owned by the Acacia sect, but was jointly managed by the 4 major immortal cultivation forces in the northern realm. When it opened, it wasn't just the disciples of the Acacia sect's 1 clan that entered, but the outer disciples of the 4 major immortal cultivation forces would all enter. At that time, the disciples of the 4 major cultivation forces will compete for resources together. That level of intensity was far beyond a fight between fellow disciples. Deaths and injuries are perfectly normal. The Acacia sect alone had strong people like Bai Chi Ruo, Mu Ling Shi, and Yeling Yun. So if the other 3 sects could be on par with the Acacia sect, how could the disciples within their sects be simple? This cold pool secret trip want to be foolproof. Just small 5 elements sword array. This one preparation cannot be enough, but also to do some other preparations. At that thought, he got up and headed for the door. Chapter 26, Preparations before the opening of the secret world. Wang Jianxiang had just left his residence not long ago when he saw 2 familiar figures on his face. Chen Jiajia and Niu Shoren? Wang Jianxiang raised an eyebrow. He hadn't paid attention to it before, but thinking about it at this moment, it seemed like he hadn't seen Shen Jiajiao for more than 2 months. At the same time that Wang Jianxiang saw the duo also noticed Wang Jianxiang. Chen Jiajiao's expression flickered, her gaze somewhat evasive. Next to her, a thick sneer spread across Niu Shoren's face. Yo, isn't this the king of waste? What's the point of a punk like you coming out and embarrassing yourself if you don't stay tight in the house? Hearing Niu Shoren's words, Wang Jianxiang raised his eyebrows, pondering in his heart. Chen Jiajiao didn't come to him for such a long time. It seems that there is something in between. His gaze lurched over Chen Jiajiao. Chen Jiajiao's message appeared in his mind. When he saw the only 10 points of goodwill left in the goodwill bar, he became more and more certain of his suspicions. So it's Sharon. As if he didn't hear Niu Shoren's humiliation, Wang Jianxiang smiled and said, Uncle also went to the outer sect competition some time ago and saw your match. It seems that you were eliminated in the first round. Nothing serious, right? The corner of Niu Shoren's mouth twitched. He did compete and he did get eliminated in the first round, and got beat up so bad, he recuperated for half a month. This is a complete disgrace for him who loves face. And at this moment the humiliating past was mentioned by Wang Jianxiang. his face could not help but feel a burst of fire. Humph. I'm only competing for the sake of practicing, grades and whatnot don't matter at all. Indeed. Wang Jianxiang nodded, seemingly expressing his approval. Niu Shaoren's face just relaxed a bit. Wang Jianxiang's voice followed. With your strength, it's impossible to achieve anything. He blanched for a moment. Humph. King of Waste, cut the crap. Jia Jiao and I were about to go look for you, but I didn't expect to run into you halfway, so it's a waste of time. Oh, looking for me? What's the matter? Wang Jianxiang looked at Chen Jiajiao. Chen Jiajiao's eyes averted and she didn't open her mouth. Seeing this, Niu Shuran continued, looking for you is naturally to sever ties with you. This old waste of space, from now on, you will have no relationship with my couple. Are you sure? Jiao Jiao went through a lot of trouble to ease up with me in the first place. Wang Jianxiang said and looked at Chen Jiajiao. Niu Shuran froze. What détente? Chen Jiajiao's face changed. Wang Jianxiang, Shoren has made it very clear that we have no relationship from now on. Don't you ever pester us again. After saying that, he pulled Niu Shoren back toward the road. From Wang Jianxiang's point of view, it looked quite a bit of a mess. Jiao Jiao, what did the Waste King mean just now? What détente? Did you beg him? And you say, it's not because you're too stubborn to associate with him, I can only coax him. So, I see. I'm sorry for the aggravation, Jiao Jiao. The sound of their conversation carried on the breeze. Wang Jianxiang couldn't help but let out a light laugh. Chen Jiajiao's betrayal didn't affect him in the slightest. He hadn't expected much from Chen Jiajiao, the white-eyed wolf. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been hiding her Dan Dao level from Chen Jiajiao. Not a single perfect Yunxia Dan had been given to her, and even the perfect green spirit Dan had only been given 4. What puzzled him a bit, though, was this. Niu Shoren's cultivation level was still comparable to Chen Jiajiao's before, both having just broken through the 7th level of Qi cultivation not long ago. Why was Chen Jiajiao still at the 7th level of Qi cultivation while Niu Shoren had already reached the 9th level of Qi cultivation? After pondering for a moment, he shook his head to stop thinking about this and headed towards the Foreign Affairs Hall. Half a day later, Wang Jianxiang returned to his residence. With a wave of his hand, 5 jade slips emerged. These 5 jade slips were exactly what he had prepared for his trip to the Cold Pool Mystic Realm. 3 of them were Dan formulas, while the other 2 were drawings of magic weapons. The 3 Dan formulas were all first-order high-grade pills, named the Restoration Spirit Pill, the Earth Yellow Pill, and the Blood Bursting Pill respectively. The Spirit Restoration Pill possessed the efficacy of accelerating the speed of recovery of spiritual energy. The Di Huang Dan, on the other hand, was a healing elixir. As for the Blood Bursting Pill, it could increase strength for a short period of time after taking it, but the side effects were extremely great, making it a life-fighting pill. The 2 drawings, on the other hand, were the Shenguang Seal and the Wind Chasing Boots, which were 2 high-level magic weapon drawings. Dong Yu had previously said that outer disciples were not authorized to purchase high-level drawings, but for some reason, after learning that he was preparing to enter the Cold Pool Mysteries, he took the initiative to make an exception and sell him 2. He naturally wouldn't refuse such a good thing and bought it on the spot. With these items at hand, the trip to the secret realm could definitely be a lot safer. After that, he gathered his spirit and looked toward the 5 jade slips one by one. Ding! Inferior Dan formula detected. Optimizing and upgrading requires 30 cultivation points to be consumed. Is it optimized and upgraded? Ding! Inferior Dan formula detected. Optimizing and upgrading requires 30 cultivation points to be consumed. Is it optimized and upgraded? Ding! Inferior Dan formula detected. Optimizing and upgrading requires 30 cultivation points to be consumed. Is it optimized and upgraded? Ding! Inferior drawings detected. Optimizing and upgrading requires 30 cultivation points. Is it optimizing and upgrading? Ding! Inferior drawings detected. Optimizing and upgrading requires 30 cultivation points. Is it optimizing and upgrading? 3 system voices sounded in succession. Yes. As the thoughts flashed through Wang Jianxiang's mind, the system voice sounded again. Ding! The Restoration Spirit Pill Dan formula has been successfully optimized and upgraded to a perfect Restoration Spirit Pill Dan formula. Ding! The Earth Yellow Dan formula has been successfully optimized and upgraded to a perfect Earth Yellow Dan formula. Ding! The Blood Explosion Dan formula has been successfully optimized and upgraded to a perfect Blood Explosion Dan formula. Ding! The Arcane Light Seal drawing has been successfully optimized and upgraded to a perfect Arcane Light Seal drawing. Ding! The Wind Chaser Boots drawing has been successfully optimized and upgraded to the perfect Wind Chaser Boots drawing. After optimizing and upgrading all of the Dan formula and magic weapon drawings, Wang Jianxiang took out the materials that had been prepared long ago and began to refine them. In the blink of an eye, a month passed by. The successive month of refining was fruitful. The perfect Cloud Haze Elixir has accumulated 500 pills. The perfect Restoration Spirit Pill and perfect Earth Yellow Pill, which had a relatively large consumption, had even prepared thousands of each. There weren't many chances to use the blood-bursting pills, and only 20 of them were prepared. In addition to that, he also refined 20 pieces each of the perfect Xianguang seal and perfect wind-chasing boots, the perfect small thousand mountain seal, the perfect Xian Shui ring, the perfect cloud water cold light sword, and the perfect water moon skirt. As for the perfect purple jade treads, with the better perfect wind-chasing boots as an alternative, there was naturally no need to use them anymore. Senior, the notice has come down. Traveling to Falling Snow Mountain in 3 days. On this day, Wang Yuyo approached and told Wang Jianxiang a piece of news. Falling Snow Mountain was exactly where the entrance to the Cold Pool Secret Realm was located. Is it finally time to open the Secret Realm? A hint of anticipation flashed in Wang Jianxiang's eyes. He didn't let Wang Yuyo leave after that, pulling the blushing Wang Yuyo towards the inner room. We're here. We have to do something, right? Chapter 27, Yin Xinxian, the lead elder? After Wang Yuyo left, Wang Jianxiang took a deep breath and his consciousness came to his mind. A month ago, optimizing and upgrading the Dan formula and drawings consumed 150 cultivation points. Over the past month, under his diligent alchemy, the cultivation points he had consumed had been replenished. Now his cultivation points had reached 580. Thoughts. The light screen flickered to the feats and spells page. Behind the feats column, there are still only 2 lines. Diffractive Spirit Technique, De Shang, has reached the highest level. Spend 500 cultivation points to optimize and upgrade this technique. Blazing Sun locked elemental scripture, extreme sublimation. Upgrading the diffractive spirit technique required 500 cultivation points. As long as he wanted to, he could obtain a higher grade technique at any time. However, feat enhancement affects the future and has little effect on immediate combat power. As of now, the most important thing for him was to raise his battle power. Eyes down. Below the feats column, an extra line was added to the otherwise empty spells column. Small 5 elements sword formation, uninitiated. Wang Jianxiang focused his attention on the little 5 elements sword formation. Cultivate the little 5 elements sword formation to the highest level. Ding! The little 5 elements sword formation realm has been raised. As the system's feedback sounded, a stream of cultivation information appeared out of thin air, perfectly integrating into his memory. When he looked at the light screen again, the description of the spell bar had changed. Small 5 elements sword formation, great success. Snapping one's fingers and achieving greatness in spells. This is the happiness of being hung up. Wang Jianxiang smiled with satisfaction and inadvertently glanced at the attribute points. 80. When he saw the number, he couldn't help but freeze, and then his heart pumped. Nima, what kind of bull **** spell is this? Cultivating it to its grand completion had surprisingly consumed a full 500 cultivation points from him. Wouldn't this mean that if there were no cultivation points, if he wanted to cultivate to great success with his qualifications, he would have to stay in seclusion for 500 years without sleep or rest? But on second thought, the harder it was to cultivate, it also meant the more powerful it was. The thought immediately balanced him out. He had the urge to try his hand, but the clan was crowded. It is easy to attract the attention of others by experimenting at your own risk. Without considering the case of hidden breath-type treasures, the only way to gain insight into another person's cultivation is to be one large realm higher. Although he had long since reached the 10th level of chi refining, if he did not actively expose his breath, it would take at least the foundation establishment stage to see through his reality. In the hearts of all the outer disciples, he was still a waste. Although it was possible that his talent in the Dan Dao had gotten out, this world where power was honored didn't stop others from treating him like a little karami. The secret world of the cold pool will open. Right now at this juncture, pretending to be a pig in a poke is the way to go. It was best if everyone left him alone so he could fish in troubled waters. Or worse, be safer. Out of this consideration, in the end, Wang Jianxiang did not test the power of the small 5 elements sword formation. If you want to try your hand, there will be plenty of opportunities later. There's no need for early exposure. 3 days later, early morning, the sun is rising. When Wang Jianxiang and Wang Yuyo arrived at the gathering place, dozens of figures had already converged here. Wang Jianxiang swept his gaze over the crowd and then froze. Niu Sharan, Chen Jiajiao? These two even came. How did they get the secret realm quota? Ha ha, a top 10 that relies solely on magic weapons to get there, and a waste at the 3rd level of chi cultivation. Are you guys sure this combination isn't going to commit suicide in the secret realm? A sneering voice suddenly rang out. The voice was not disguised in the slightest, and it was carried out recklessly. A gaze was instantly attracted and landed on Wang Jianxiang and Wang Yuyo. Gales of laughter followed. It's really the king of wastes. Wang Yuyo even gave him the attendant slot. This waste king is only at the 3rd level of chi cultivation. What's he doing in the secret realm? Too slow to die? Ha ha, isn't there Wang Yuyo protecting him? It's estimated that this Wang Yuyo is probably lacking fatherly love since childhood. and bringing this old guy with her gives her a sense of security in her heart. Hearing the laughter coming from all around, Wang Yuyao's face was a shade of green and white. Wang Jianxiang ignored the crowd and his gaze crossed over the crowd, directly locking onto a figure. Yeling Yun. It was from his mouth that the very first voice came. At this moment, Yeling Yun was clasping his hands in front of his chest, looking at the hilarity with a mocking expression on his face. Never mind how you got top 10. It's better than some of the people who got eliminated. These days, Yeling Yun had been grumbling about what happened at the outer sect competition. Wang Jianxiang's words were right on target. The smile on his face instantly disappeared and was replaced by a gloomy one. Tough-talking old man, just pray that I don't run into you in the secret realm. Otherwise, a cold light flashed in his eyes. Wang Jianxiang skimmed his mouth, completely ignoring his threat, and his gaze lingered on Su Yutong beside Yeling Yun for a moment. Noticing Wang Jianxiang's gaze, Su Yutong let out a cold snort before looking at Wang Yuyao with hatred. Senior brother. Wang Yuyao frowned. Don't bother. Wang Jianxiang shook his head and the two of them found a corner to stand in. Soon after, two figures shot up from the depths of the Acacia sect. The trip to the Cold Pool secret realm was not a small matter for the sect. In order to make sure that nothing was wrong, a man and a woman were dispatched at once to lead the team of two inner sect elders. The man had gray hair and an old man's appearance. The female was wearing a red dress with a red veil. Although she was unable to see her appearance, the slender and absolutely beautiful figure, as well as the blown white skin, proved that she was bound to be a supreme beauty. When Wang Jianxiang saw the appearance of the two, his face couldn't help but stiffen. These two outer sect elders were actually both acquaintances. The male was none other than Yun Zhongxuan, who had presided over the outer sect competition earlier. Although the female was masked by a red veil, the familiar figure and temperament allowed Wang Jianxiang to instantly confirm her identity. Yan Qingxian, how could it be these two? My luck is too bad, isn't it? Wang Jianxiang's heart laughed bitterly. It's really true, the old saying, it's not the enemy that makes the difference. Although he and the two were not enemies, they were not much better. The bird in the clouds was a little better, just leaving some bad impressions and not really offended. But Yan Qingxian could be different. He's been punching her hard, although she was quite reasonable at the time. If she sees him again and remembers the past, on impulse, well, the consequences are simply unimaginable. Thinking of this, Wang Jianxiang hurriedly lowered his head and squeezed his body behind the crowd. But fear of what comes. Although Wang Jianxiang had tried to make his stance as stealthy as possible, it still didn't help in the slightest. After arriving at the square, Yan Qingxuan's goal was clear. The eyes directly crossed the crowd and landed on Wang Jianxiang. Noticing her gaze, Wang Jianxiang's body stiffened. Fortunately, Yan Qingxian didn't seem to have any intention of turning over old scores, her gaze only lingering on him for a moment before moving away again. Wang Jianxiang let out a long sigh of relief. Senior brother, why are you sweating so much? Just then, Wang Yuyao, who was on the side, saw that Wang Jianxiang's face was covered in sweat and revealed a puzzled look. It's so hot today. Wang Jianxiang's face was awkward, and he hastily wiped his sweat and feigned a hot look. Wang Yuyao was stunned. The doubt on her face did not dissipate. Hot? It's like winter, right? Even if it's summer, being a cultivator shouldn't feel hot, right? She wanted to say something else. Fortunately, at this moment, the voice of the bird in the clouds came and relieved Wang Jianxiang. The personnel have arrived and are ready to go. Chapter 28. Four great powers gather at Falling Snow Mountain. With a wave of the cloud sparrow's palm, a stream of light shot into mid-air, transforming into a large alabaster-like ship. An introverted yet vast aura spread out. This is the Jade Dragon Boat. The magic treasure will be traveling in on this trip. All hands, board the ship at once. After saying that, he and Yan Qingxian took the lead and flew into the ship. Is this the magic treasure? The crowd looked at the Jade Dragon Boat and all of them revealed shocked expressions. Wang Jianxiang similarly tilted his head and looked at the white jade ship in the air with a vibrating expression. The magic weapon is just an immortal Dao apparatus used by cheap practicing stage cultivators. On top of the magic weapons there were also spirit weapons, and only after reaching the foundation establishment stage could one harness a spirit weapon. Fabulous treasures, on the other hand, could only be used by at least a Jidan stage cultivator. This was the first time he had seen a magic treasure with his own eyes. Even though his breath was already in a state of convergence, it still made him feel a sense of oppression like facing a vast ocean. He had no doubt that if the breath of this magic treasure was fully opened, the breath alone would be enough to crush all the disciples present. Call out, call out, call out. As he watched a figure fly into the Jade Dragon Boat, Wang Jianxiang looked at Wang Yuyao. Let's go up as well. Having said that, the two of them rose up into the air and entered the Jade Dragon Boat. The Acacia sect and the Falling Snow Mountain were separated by 100,000 miles. Even if a chi refining perfection cultivator didn't consider consumption and flew at full speed without sleep or rest, it would take at least a month. However, With the speed of the Jade Dragon boat, it arrived at Falling Snow Mountain in just one day. The entrance to the secret realm has arrived. In the Jade Dragon boat, Yun Zhongshu waved his arm. The Jade Dragon boat was recovered. Wang Jianxiang only felt a blur before his eyes, and when his vision returned to normal, he realized that he had arrived at the top of a large mountain. Snowflakes were falling in the sky. As far as the eye can see, every corner of the mountain is covered with snow that does not melt over the years. Ha, Yan Qingxian? I didn't expect the Acacia sect to be led by you and fellow Taoist Cloud Sparrow this time. A surprised voice suddenly came. Wang Jianxian looked in the direction the voice came from. Not far from them, there was another group waiting in the wings. The group of men and women were all big and muscular. The speaker was the leader of the group, an old man with gray hair. He looked already very old, paler than Wang Jianxiang no less, as if he was about to die. However, the skin on his body did not have the slightest crease, and his exaggerated muscles held the robe up high, and the robe that should have been loose was tightly wrapped around his body, displaying an amazing elasticity. It's like putting an old man's head on a young fitness instructor. How it looks. The four major cultivation forces in the North Realm, Heping sect, Xianqing Palace, Wanjian sect, and Zhangyang sect. It was rumored that the people of the Zhangyang sect majored in physical fitness. These people's bodies were so exaggerated, so it was thought that they were from the Zhangyang sect. Wang Jianxiang surveyed the group of people, pondering. At the same time, Yan Qingxian looked towards the muscular old man, and underneath her veil, a clear and cold voice came out. Javanchan, are you surprised I could come? Some surprise indeed. The muscular old man Zhao Wenchang seemed to have anticipated Yan Qingxuan's tone and smiled in disbelief. Immortal Qingxian was the #1 heavenly pride of the Acacia sect that shook the northern realm back then. Just do not know why since 70 years ago has not left the clan. The outside world are rumored that you suffered a serious injury cannot be recovered, and even more rumors that you have fallen. Now it seems that the rumors are somewhat untrue. Yan Qingxuan's eyes flickered as she did not respond. Zhao Wenchang smiled, and his gaze turned back to Cloud Sparrow. Elder Cloud Sparrow, the last time the secret realm opened it was you and I who led the team, and now that 30 years have passed in a flash, we meet again. The clouded sparrow responded with a smile, and the two of them climbed into conversation. Compared to the harmony between the leading elders, the dynamics between the disciples of the two clans were diametrically opposed. Everyone knew very well that after entering the cold pool mystic realm they were competitors in a life and death struggle, looking at each other with provocation, as if they were about to collide with sparks. Wang Jianxiang was in the middle of the crowd, sizing up the Zhangyang sect disciples one by one. Watch out for those two behind Zhao Wenchang. Just then, a voice suddenly entered the mind. Wang Jianxiang was stunned and looked at Yan Qingxian at the front of the group. The latter did not look at him, as if the transmission just now did not come from her. Wang Jianxiang smiled, and his gaze went to the Zhangyang sect team. Standing behind Zhao Wenchang was a man and a woman. The male was nearly 2 meters tall, shirtless, with exaggerated muscle lines all over his body and a sense of power. The female was half a head taller than the male, with a clean-cut brow, but her body was no less muscular than the male's, with exaggerated muscles holding her skirt up high. With that, the attribute panels of the two appeared in his mind. Name, Yang Yun. Sex, male. Cultivation level, Qi practicing perfection. Age, 29. Roots and bones, earth and water double spiritual roots. Good and evil, -50 inch. Name, Su Crisp. Sex, female. Cultivation level, Qi practicing perfection. Age, 28. Roots and bones, earth and wood double spiritual roots. Good and evil, -50 inch. Unsurprisingly, both of their cultivation levels had reached Qi practicing perfection. It was thought that the real battle power would not be weaker than Yeling Yun stream, and such as their top outer sect pride, the accumulation in the Qi practicing stage is afraid to have long been enough, and must have the foundation building pills on their bodies. At this moment, although he was only at the Qi practicing stage, after entering the secret realm, he would definitely break through to foundation establishment quickly. As for the value of good and evil, not that he was surprised. After all, after entering the secret realm, they are competitors, and it's normal to fight to the death. It's weird to be able to feel good about it. Just as Wang Jianxian looked at the two of them, they seemed to have sensed something, and their gazes were like electricity as they looked at Wang Jianxian in unison. What a keen perception. It really isn't simple. Wang Jianxian raised his eyebrows and withdrew his gaze without showing any trace. These two women are called Su Crisp, the first place winner of the Zhangyang sect's outer sect competition this time, and the man is called Yang Yun, the second place winner. Yan Qingxuan's voice once again rang out from his mind and pointed out for him one by one the top 10 of the Lele Zhangyang sect's outer sect competition. Wang Jianxian looked over one by one and memorized all these people. Call out. Just then, a breaking sound suddenly rang out. A huge sword arrived in a hurry and stopped in the air above the crowd in a whirlwind. In the next moment, dozens of figures leapt down from above the giant sword. Each of these people had sharp edges on their bodies, just like a supreme sword, sharp and peerless. Although Wang Jianxiang didn't recognize these people, the features on them were too obvious. It only took an instant to guess where they were coming from. 10,000 Sword Sect. Ha ha, fellow Daoist Qingfeng, you're a little late this time. Javanshan is like a socialite. After the 10,000 Sword Sect crowd descended, they looked over with a laugh. The person at the head of the 10,000 Sword Sect was a green-shirt middle-aged man. Smiling, he looked at Jiao Wenchang and nodded. Fellow Daoist Jia, fellow Daoist Qingfeng. After Jiao Wenchang spoke, the sparrow in the clouds also smiled and looked at Qingfeng. Fellow Daoist sparrow in the clouds. Qingfeng nodded to Cloud Sparrow. When he saw Yan Qingxian beside Yun Zhongquan, he revealed the same look of surprise as Jiao Wenchang did when he saw Yan Qingxian. Fellow Daoist Yan? I didn't expect you to come on this trip to the Cold Pool Mysteries as well. If I remember correctly, this should be the first time you've left the sect in the last 10 years, right? Yan Qingxian nodded coldly and did not speak. However, the next moment, Wang Jianxiang's reminder from Yan Qingxian rang in his mind. That woman's name is Lu Qinger. She is the first place winner of the 10,000 Sword Sect's Outer Sect competition this session, and the person carrying the double swords is called Jian Jiao, ranked second. Wang Jianxiang followed Yan Qingxuan's fingerprints and looked at them one by one. The focus of his eyes paused on Lu Qinger for a moment. This Lu Qinger was unexpectedly young, surprisingly only 18 years old. Although they did not carry flying swords like the other 10,000 Sword Sect disciples, and their aura was not as sharp as the other 10,000 Sword Sect disciples, but if one senses carefully, one can feel a hidden sharpness in her body. This sharpness seemed to contain the will to cut through everything within it. Incomparably amazing. As for the value of good and evil, again, only minus 50 points. Exhale. Just as Wang Jianxiang sized up the crowd of disciples from the 10,000 Sword Sect, a sound of breaking air came again. The crowd looked on. A magnificent palace flew by. Seeing this palace, Jiao Wenchang smiled. The people from the Xianqing Palace have arrived as well. Everyone has finally arrived. As he spoke, the palace was already hovering above the heads of the crowd. In the next moment, the palace flickered and disappeared. Dozens of figures appeared in mid-air and then slowly landed. The person at the head of the group was a beautiful woman in a palace dress. She swept her gaze over the crowd. When she saw Yan Qingxian, her pupils shrank. Yan Qingxian, you're actually still alive? Chapter 29, Mysterious Jade. The palace-suited beauty looked stern and her tone was aggressive. Yan Qingxuan's face didn't change in the slightest as she sniffed at her, lightly glancing at her. Song Qiuyue, you, the defeated general of that year, haven't even died yet. How could I possibly die before you? A situation? Wang Jianxian's gaze swept between the palace-dressed beauty and Yan Qingxian, revealing a look of interest. There seems to be a story between these two. And from the conversation, it seemed that Yan Qingxian was the one who had the upper hand. Thinking of this, he remembered that he had never read Yan Qingxuan's information and couldn't help but gaze at it. In the next moment, Yan Qingxuan's information light screen appeared in his mind. Name, Yan Qingxian. Sex, female. Cultivation level, late Dan stage. Age, 170. Root and bone, fire sky spirit root. Good and evil value, 10 inch. Another heavenly spirit root. And the cultivation was surprisingly so strong. Of course, these were not what surprised Wang Jianxiang the most. What surprised him the most was that Yan Qingxuan's good and evil values towards him were actually positive. The other side. Song Qiuyu's face chilled when she heard Yan Qingxian's words, and she was about to continue saying something when Jiao Wenchang suddenly opened his mouth to cut off her words. Alright you two, today we are here for the Cold Pool Mystic Realm, so don't let the juniors see the joke. Song Qiuyu snorted coldly, and ultimately did not say any more. Yan Qingxian smiled indifferently. Secretly, he introduced Wang Jianxiang to the top 10 of the grand competition of Xianqing Palace again. Lin Xianer, number 1 in the outer sect of the Xianqing Palace. Xiao Wuya, second in the outer gate of the Xianqing Palace. Wang Jianxiang swept his gaze over the Xianqing Palace crowd and finally looked at a woman in a white dress. The woman had long black hair that reached her waist and a white dress. The stunning face was fairy-like. The only drawback is that she is a little too proud, as if everyone is below her. These four major immortal cultivation forces all seem to be a bit yin and yang. After returning to his senses, Wang Jianxiang thought about the rankings of the great competition of the Acacia sect, and his heart couldn't help but feel a pang of emotion. Since everyone has already arrived, let's open the secret realm. At a certain moment, the 10,000 Sword Sect's elder Qingfeng looked at the crowd of leading elders and opened his mouth. Good. Yan Qingxian, Jiao Wenchang and Song Qiuyue all nodded. The four of them then each took out a jade token and threw it into the air, and then each of them pinched a spell and injected spiritual energy into the token. The four tokens erupted with 4 rays of light shooting into the air. At the intersection of the 4 rays of light, space suddenly distorted, and then a pitch-black spatial hole slowly opened up. The entrance to the cold pool secret realm has been revealed. Disciples of the Xianqing Palace enter quickly. Zhengyang sect disciples enter quickly. 10,000 Sword sect disciples enter quickly. Acacia sect disciples enter quickly. The four spoke almost simultaneously. In the next moment, the disciples of the four clans simultaneously swept towards the entrance. Wang Jianxiang and Wan Yuya were sandwiched among the Acacia sect's disciples and flew into the cave entrance with the crowd. After entering the spatial hole, Wang Jianxiang only felt a blackness before his eyes. Immediately, he felt that his body was being pulled by an invisible force. Before he could react, his eyes lit up and he realized that he had arrived in an unfamiliar space. He looked around. It's empty. As expected, the teleportation location to enter the secret realm was randomized. In the sky, snowflakes fall, non-stop all year round. The earth was covered with ice and snow, and as far as the eye could see, it was white. The grass and trees are constructed of ice crystals. The strange thing was that these grasses and trees were not dead, and he could clearly feel the presence of vitality from them. What was even more surprising was that on some of the large trees there were flowers in full bloom, and even some of them bore fruit. He couldn't help but go up and check it out. After realizing that the grasses were not elixirs, he recognized a direction and walked forward. Sneer at. Just stepped out a short distance. A harsh air-breaking sound suddenly reached his ears. With a flick of his finger, a small seal on one side instantly surfaced. A golden light erupted from the small seal, enveloping him in it. Anum. Bang. In the next moment, a large ice crystal bird shot up, and the edge of the bird, which was 10 feet long, packed on top of the golden light. The golden light was not damaged in the slightest. The ice crystal bird, however, let out a mournful cry, and the entire bird crashed and shattered on top of the golden light. Just a bird at the 5th level of Qi practicing? Seeing this scene, Wang Jianxiang was a bit embarrassed, seriously inexperienced in combat and overreacting a bit. Surprisingly, he directly offered the seal of perfect Xian light. What's the difference between that and hitting a mosquito with a cannon? With a wave of his hand, he retrieved the perfect Xian light seal and looked towards the broken ice that the big bird had transformed into on the ground. In the midst of the broken ice, an ice ball the size of dragonite shimmered with a crystalline luster. This item was called the Cold Pearl, and it was unique to the Cold Pool secret realm. The reason why the Cold Pool mystic realm got its name was precisely because of a cold pool at its core. At the bottom of the cold pool there were numerous precious elixirs and treasures. However, the water of the cold pool possessed a powerful erosive force. The only way to resist this erosion is to hold a cold bead. Otherwise, even if it is the Jidan stage, it will be turned into an ice sculpture the moment it enters the cold pool. Cold beads are obtained by killing the spirits in the cold pool secret realm, and multiple cold beads can be fused into higher quality cold beads. The higher the quality of the cold bead, the longer it would resist the erosion of the cold pool. If you wanted to gain something in the cold pool, the more cold beads you collected, the better. Naturally, Wang Jianxiang collected the cold beads on the ground, not slowing down and moving on. This time, the secret realm was opened for a full year, and there was plenty of time. The secret cold pool was unexpectedly large. Fully half a month has passed. Wang Jianxiang walked all the way, but did not meet a silhouette. Secret creatures were encountered quite a bit. Having harvested dozens of cold beads, his battle experience had also been greatly enhanced. On top of that, he had also harvested several medicinal herbs, but they were only of average value. As far as he knew, the deeper the cold pool mystic realm moved forward, the smaller the area became, and the probability of encountering other people would greatly increase. Here, the danger does not only come from the secret realm itself, but it can also come from the disciples of the other three sects as well as fellow disciples. Anum. Buzz. Right at this moment, the earth suddenly shook, and several miles ahead, an astonishingly hot breath erupted like a volcanic eruption. It's hot. How could such a blazing aura suddenly erupt in this world of ice and snow? Wang Jianxiang raised his eyebrows and sped up to the front. At this moment, Wang Jianxiang was not the only one who noticed the aura surfacing. A fire attribute aura that is diametrically opposed to the climate here would even appear within this cold pool mystery. Interesting. Feeling the sizzling breath that came to his face, a burly man raised an eyebrow and quickly rushed towards the place where the breath had erupted. It's a fire attribute breath. Could it be that a treasure has appeared? Looks like I'm in luck. A figure stepping on a sword smiled and then increased its speed. Treasure out of the world? It seems to be dozens of miles away. This sizzling aura is able to spread out over such a long distance. This treasure must be extraordinary. The group of four looked away into the distance. With a wave of the leader's palm, a bronze leaf flew out and transformed into the size of several feet. Come up quickly. Such a chance. We are determined to win. With Wang Jianxiang's full speed flight, he crossed a distance of several miles in no time. The next moment, he paused in midair. Look down. The ice in this area has long since melted away. The grass and trees all melted. The earth was turned to scorched earth by the blazing heat, and smoke rose in all directions. In the center of this scorched earth, a fist-sized piece of jade quietly hovered. The surface of the jade is as smooth as a mirror, and the hole is oval in shape, resembling a goose egg. Through the surface of the jade one could see that a green-colored flame was burning inside the jade. The terrifying temperature was spreading in all directions. Chapter 30, The Yellow Bird is Behind. It's not clear what the hell this thing is though, but for a tiny piece of jade to cause such an amazing vision, it must be extraordinary. He didn't rush forward. The temperature above this jade was too terrifying to approach. However, he could feel that the temperature emanating from within the jade was slowly converging. As long as you wait for its temperature to decrease to a certain level, you can naturally collect it. After waiting for a few moments, he suddenly turned his head to look behind him. There were several auras rapidly approaching at the rear. Are there others in the neighborhood? It seems like it will take some effort to get this treasure. His gaze flickered, and his body did not move, still holding on to the mid-air. A few moments later, a burly figure swept in. Good baby. Upon his arrival, the visitor looked at the jade for the first time, and his expression was joyful. Only after that did he twist his head to look at Wang Jianxiang. A flash of disdain flashed across Wang Jianxiang's face as he felt the rich, decaying aura on his body. Old thing, I have some impression of you. You should be from the Acacia sect, right? I don't know what your Acacia sect is thinking, to allow a half-entered waste like you to enter the secret realm. Isn't this a waste of the secret realm quota? Grandpa, I'm in a good mood, so I'll give you a chance to get lost immediately, and this treasure will be mine. Wang Jianxiang narrowed his eyes at the large man in front of him. Outside the entrance to the secret realm, Yan Xingxian had mentioned this person when she introduced him to the top 10 of the 3 great sects' outer doors. Zhangyang sect, Wu Yan, ranked 10th in the outer sect. What? Don't want to off? Seeing that Wang Jianxiang didn't react, a flash of sternness flashed across Wu Yan's eyes. In that case, don't blame little master for being ruthless. While he was talking, Wang Jianxiang realized that his good and evil value had decreased from -50 points to -70 points. Just as he was about to do it, a breaking sound suddenly came from the distance. Yu Yan frowned and stopped his attack. Wang Jianxiang also felt something in his heart and looked to the rear. A sharp flying sword was shooting at an astonishing speed. One moment he was 100 feet away, and the next moment he had appeared in front of the two. Standing on top of the flying sword was a youth. He first looked at the jade below and his eyes lit up. Then his gaze swept over Wang Jianxiang. After noticing that it was just a scrapper with Wang Jianxiang's limit approaching, a flash of disdain crossed his eyes, and then he looked at Wu Yan. Seemingly recognizing Wu Yan, a flash of gravity flashed across his expression. It's him! At the same time, Wu Yan stared closely at the visitor, a similarly cautious look appearing on his face. He obviously recognized the other party's identity as well, and couldn't care less about Wang Jianxiang as he went on full alert. While the two were looking at each other, Wang Jianxiang, who had been ignored, was also sizing up the two. Wu Feng, the 9th in the outer sect of the 10,000 Sword sect. His gaze fell on the person standing with the imperial sword, and the identity of this person flashed through his mind. With that, I couldn't help but sigh a little. After entering the secret realm for half a month without being able to run into anyone, the first time he ran into someone was actually 2 of the top 10 levels. His gaze swept over the duo unobtrusively. Both of them obviously had scruples, and although they were both poised to strike, neither of them wanted to take the lead. For a while, the situation was at an impasse. He, on the other hand, had become like an outsider because he had been ignored. The temperature of the jade had been steadily decreasing as time passed. It wasn't until a certain point that the temperature of the jade finally dropped to a bearable level. It's as if it's a signal to break the deadlock. Wu Feng and Wu Yan, who had been facing each other, instantly moved. Both of them rushed towards the jade at the same time. Wang Jian didn't rush to make a move, but just stood by watching the fight between the two in an old-fashioned manner. In terms of speed, it was obvious that Wu Feng was a bit faster and was the first to appear next to the jade. Just as he wanted to reach out and grip towards the jade, Wu Yan suddenly shouted, his size instantly skyrocketing to over 10 feet. Like a giant, he slammed his fist out. The terrifying power compressed the air and shot at Wu Feng as if it was a cannonball. Wu Feng's face changed and he had to give up on collecting the jade. A finger was pointed out and a sword chi shot out. Boom! In midair, the two forces exploded the moment they collided. Wu Feng was shaken and retreated far away. Wu Yan used this opportunity to quickly come to the jade, and his giant palm grabbed the jade. Get thee outta here! Wu Feng pointed his finger and the flying sword shot out from under his feet. During the flight, the flying sword split into 2, and by it turned into 4. Startled, Wu Yan hastily retracted his palm that was grasping at the jade and backed away to pull away while a dazzling bloodlight erupted from his body. The bloody light quickly coalesced and converged, and in the blink of an eye, it transformed into a bloody armor covering his body. Break me! He growled and pounded out a fist. 3 of the 4 flying swords shattered open and the flying sword body shot out backwards. Wu Feng's face turned white and his body shot backwards tens of feet. Yu Yan wasn't doing well either. The terrifying sword chi was shattered by his power though. However, some of the tattered sword chi still broke through the blood armor and rushed into his body. Sound of escaping laughter. A mouthful of blood spurted out of him, and he hastily mobilized his spiritual energy to resist the sword chi in his body. Just when the two of them had already struck true fire and were ready to fight for their lives, they suddenly detected a hint of abnormality. Startled, they immediately stopped attacking each other and looked at the jade location in unison, only to see that a figure had already appeared there at some point. This figure was no other than Wang Jianxiang. Noticing the gazes of the two, Wang Jianxiang's movements froze, then he snorted. You two take your time fighting. I won't bother you, haha. Old, how dare you pick the peach? Stop. The two's faces instantly twisted. They hadn't been putting Wang Jianxiang in their eyes. In their opinion, the only disciples worthy of being taken seriously by them were the top 10 level disciples of the four sects. This old guy is not only not the top 10 level, but also the limit. Even ordinary elite disciples are not as good as, completely a waste, is the lowest level of this time to enter the secret realm of the crowd. In front of them, such cultivators were simply unbeatable. They didn't believe that this old man would dare to take food from a tiger in front of them after seeing their strength. But the truth is, they all miscalculated. Wang Jianxiang simply ignored the hysterical ranting of the two men. Without the slightest pause in his movements, he scooped up the jade in his hand. Seek death. Seeing this scene, Wu Yan and Wu Feng's eyes turned red, like two angry bulls charging. Bye-bye Yuna. Wang Jianxiang laughed and was about to leave when he suddenly noticed that the spiritual energy in his body was actually suppressed for the most part. Asterisk 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 what's the situation? This jade can even suppress spiritual energy. His face changed, and his first reaction was to put the jade into the empty storage bag he had prepared in advance. But the next moment, his face darkened. Surprisingly, it could not be included in the storage bag. Seeing that Wu Yan and Wu Feng had already killed, Wang Jianxiang sighed. I wanted to interact with you as a normal person, but you forced me to. No more pretending. Old man showdown. He pointed his finger. Dozens of emerald green sword chi shot out and merged into the void. In the next moment, a large formation emerged, trapping Wu Yan and Wu Feng within it. Boom! Boom! The duo's attack landed on top of the large formation, which shook violently, surfacing a large number of cracks, like porcelain that was about to break. But the next moment, the emerald green light above the large formation flashed. The cracks are all gone. Seeing this scene, Wang Jianxiang couldn't help but shake his head. Spiritual power being suppressed by 70% has too great an effect on strength. Otherwise, there's no way these two little caramels would have been able to crack his sword formation of wood. Chapter 31, Targeted? Wang Jianxiang had wanted to kill the two. His cultivation was suppressed though, but it wasn't difficult to just decapitate these two. But all the time he changed his mind again. These disciples who entered the secret realm were quite wealthy, so they might as well take this opportunity to lure in some more. Then, when he thought of this, Wang Jianxiang's eyes lit up. He looked towards the stormy duo in the formation and laughed, intentionally shaking the jade in his hand. Both of you, this treasure, Mr. Wang, is smilingly accepting it, so I will not accompany you for the time being. After saying that, without waiting for the two to respond, he slowly flew off into the distance. That old bastard. Seeing the opportunity being taken away, and taken away in a big way, the two were instantly infuriated. Wu Yan's mouthful of steel teeth almost gritted, and his huge body shuddered. Wu Feng's face was grim, and the sword chi on his body was somewhat unable to collect, shooting around in a flurry. Break it for me. The two of them were like chicken blood, frantically attacking the grand formation. Pity. The big formation looked shaky. Each time it was blasted full of cracks, but it just wouldn't break. Cut it out. At some point, the large formation suddenly shattered open like a lens. The bodies of Wu Yan and Wu Feng both stiffened at the same time. The two looked at each other, and not only did their faces not show the slightest bit of joy, but instead, they were as dead as a mother. Their faces were horribly gloomy. The reason why this big formation was shattered was not because it was broken by them. Rather, it shattered on its own because that old man left without the subsequent input of spiritual energy to support it and ran out of power. It's like two people slapping each other with rock paper scissors. You keep losing and getting slapped in the face, while you're sharpening your knives and holding your breath to win back a few games. The guy who's been winning all along makes light of the fact that you're too good to play with. Are you angry? Anyway, Wu Feng and Wu Yan were almost furious. Old, I'm going to let you die with 10,000 arrows through your heart. I'm going to crush your balls. Both of them let out angry growls at the same time and chased after them as fast as they could. After the two left, silence returned to this part of the world. Soon after, 3 men, 1 woman, and 4 figures appeared in this heaven and earth. A man swept his gaze over the scorched earth with a regretful expression. We came too late. the treasure has already been taken by someone else. It is indeed a bit of a pity to lose touch with the treasures of this place, but for us, the greatest chance today is not the treasures of this place. The man at the head of the group laughed and turned his head to look at the man and woman duo behind him who hadn't spoken. Brother Sharon, is what you said before the truth? Senior brother Liang Chen, you have asked this many times. Nyo Sharon laughed bitterly. You're the 5th place winner of the outer sect competition. If you give Nyo a few more guts, Nyo wouldn't dare to cheat you. In that case, that Wang Jianxiang does have a method that can make one's cultivation skyrocket? Liang Chen pondered. 100% there. Nyo Sharon nodded. That woman called Wang Yuyao senior brother Liang Chen always knows, right? The 9th place winner of the outer sect competition. Wang Yuyao? Liang Chen raised his eyebrows. Nyo Sharon nodded. Yes, it's her. You may not know it, but I happen to have heard of her about a year ago. Half a year ago she was still just a cultivator at the 6th level of Qi cultivation, and was coveted for her beauty by Buyu Half, and at that time the rumors were quite lively in the small circle I was in. But ever since I came into contact with Wang Jianxian later on, my cultivation has skyrocketed. In just half a year's time he broke through from the 6th level of Qi refining to Qi practicing perfection. Liang Chen's complexion was greatly shaken at his words. Such a big breakthrough in just half a year. Are you sure? How the hell is this practicing? It's enjoying the immortal path, okay? Because there is no suffering in this rate of cultivation, only joy. Immediately, he frowned again. No, if that Wang Jianxiang really has this kind of ability, why would his own cultivation stop at the 3rd level of Qi practicing for many years, 1,000 times over? Nyo Sharon nodded. Mr. Nyo's Dao couple often traveled to Wang Jianxiang's residence and had run into Wang Yuyao many times. Liang Chen's gaze turned to the woman beside Nyo Sharon. You frequently travel to Wang Jianxiang's residence? Going for what? Chen Jiaojiao sniffed and looked a little unnatural. Just when he was about to make up some excuse, the clever Nyo Sharon learned to snatch the answer. Jiaojiao was once Wang Jianxiang's godniece. Although that Wang Jianxiang has never helped her with anything, but Jiaojiao is very affectionate and often goes to help him with his hands. But that Wang Jianxiang was too shameless and often demanded without measure. Jiaojiao couldn't stand the annoyance and finally made up her mind to break off her relationship with him. After saying that, he secretly gave a wink to Chen Jiaojiao. It seemed to say to her, look how witty your husband is, talking so much truth that it's hard to tell. God have mercy. Nyo Shorin really thought that what he said was half true and half false, but without realizing that the first half of what one thinks is true is actually false as well. Liang Chen didn't think much about what he heard, and he didn't care about the relationship between Jiaojiao Chen and Wang Jianxiang. But ultimately, it's okay. Wang Jianxiang does have a way of making quick breakthroughs. However, it seemed to be restricted, or else he himself wouldn't have been trapped in the 3rd level of Qi cultivation for many years, and it was also unknown whether this method was only applicable to the Qi practicing stage. But even if these limitations do exist, the value of this method must be unimaginable. If they could obtain this method, they would be rich. Thinking of this, his heart gained a few more points of urgency. Very well, if you can catch that Wang Jianxiang, the benefits will not be lacking for you couple. Many thanks to senior brother Liang Chen. Nyo Shaoren was delighted, then added, however, that Wang Yuyao and Wang Jianxiang seem to be extremely close. We need to prepare in advance, Indiana. As he spoke, his heart was vaguely resigned. It was precisely because he was afraid of Wang Yuyao that he had told Liang Chen about this matter. Otherwise, if he was only dealing with Wang Jianxiang, he would have done it himself long ago, and wouldn't let others share the big head. Don't worry, we were able to get together quickly because we had prepared the 1,000-mile tracking talisman in advance and were lucky enough to teleport into the secret realm in a relatively close location. It's hard to get together on such short notice, Liang Chen said and let out a cold smile. Besides, even if they do get together, so what? It's only the 9th of the outer sect. I'm good enough to handle it alone, not to mention that I have brother Qianyu to help me. 1,000 feathers, the very man standing beside him, was also the 7th place winner of the Harmony Sect's outer sect competition. Hearing Liang Chen's words, Qianyu smiled confidently. 9th in the outer sect, and it's still a 9th place that relies on foreign objects. It's not enough to fear. As Nyo Shaoren's trio spoke, Chen Jiajiao's face had been hesitant. She gritted her teeth and finally couldn't help but open her mouth. 2 senior brothers, can you spare that Wang Jianxiang's life after seizing the breakthrough method? Jiajiao, what are you saying for him? Without waiting for Liang Chen and Qianyu to speak, Nyo Shaoren couldn't help but chortle. That Wang Jianxiang obviously has a method that can make a rapid breakthrough, yet he doesn't even help you. His god niece, such a selfish and self-interested person deserved to die a long time ago. Chen Jiajiao's face shifted for a moment and she sighed. But he was once my god-uncle after all. Seeing that Chen Jiajiao insisted, Nyo Shorin couldn't help but look at Liang Chen and Chen Yu. Wang Jianxiang has a rotten life. There's no harm in keeping him alive, Liang Chen said indifferently. Many thanks to senior brother Liang Chen. Chen Jiaojiao smiled, her expression visibly relieved. Let's go and find Wang Jianxiang. Liang Chen's gaze looked ahead, and a flash of greed flashed across his eyes. Wang Jianxiang didn't realize that he had become someone else's prey. At the moment, he was flying forward at top speed. Behind him, more than a dozen murderous figures fell far behind. Feeling the powerful power fluctuations created by these people converging together, Wang Jianxiang couldn't help but gulp. Did you play a little too big yourself? I would have liked to rely on the treasures in my hands to attract more leaks and give them a harvest together, but he really overestimated his luck. The special code didn't get out far, and they all met several crops of people, and all of them are strong. Behind this dozen people, just the top 10 of each clan has no less than 5 people. The rest, although less than the extent of the top 10 of each clan, but they are all elite in the elite. Moreover, the hate-pulling effect of the sword formation of wood was beyond his expectations. After he threw out a few sword formations of wood, these people were like chicken blood. No matter how much he accelerated, they didn't bring off the hate. Each one was as murderous as if his mother had been molested by him, especially the duo of Wu Yan and Wu Feng. The two men's hatred towards Wang Jianxiang had been completely drawn to full strength. The duo took the lead of the crowd. It felt as if he had a vendetta against him for killing his father and his mother. Just as Wang Jianxiang pondered whether to end fishing to harvest leeks, a figure suddenly appeared in front of him. It's my senior brother Wutong from the Xianqing Palace. Among the rear pursuers, a surprised voice rang out. Senior brother Wutong, this person is carrying a heavy treasure. Quickly stop him. Chapter 32, Overwhelming Strength. 5th place in the Xianqing Palace Outer Sect competition. Wutong? Hearing the voice from behind him, Wang Jianxiang looked ahead and raised his eyebrows. That's a big fish. Phew. Just as his mind flickered, the person in front of him had already made his move. With a wave of Wutong's palm, a compact compass shot out, and in the blink of an eye, it arrived above Wang Jianxiang's head, and then hovered in midair. In the next moment, endless spiritual light suddenly erupted, radiating in all directions with the compass as the center, enveloping the area of nearly 100 feet around Wang Jianxiang. Wang Jianxiang was in the midst of the aura, only to feel a huge force squeezing from all directions, trying to fix him in place. His speed suddenly slowed down more than tenfold. He's being held back by senior brother Wutong. Kill him quickly. The Xianqing Palace disciple who had called out Wutong earlier was overjoyed and took the lead in launching an attack. The rest of the crowd wasn't slow to react and followed closely behind. In an instant, more than 10 strong attacks came. Water sword formation. Wang Jianxiang tapped his fingers repeatedly, and the sword shadows merged into the void. The heavens and the earth were like a wave, sealing off the surrounding area. Shoo away, shoo away. Shoo away. An attack then descended. In the void, the sound of waves went on, as if there was a giant wave slapping down towards those attacks. An attack constantly obliterated in midair. The sword formation of water was continuous. However, Wang Jianxiang was after all suppressed 70% of his spiritual power at the moment. Plus he was caught unprepared for a moment and was given the upper hand by Wutong. After all, he failed to block all the attacks and suffered a small loss. Rolling. With a roar, Wang Jianxiang was blown out. His withered white hair instantly fell apart and his clothes became tattered. Chives, you've angered Grandpa. Wang Jianxiang pointed his fingers in succession. Between the flashes of sword shadows, a large formation was once again presented. This time the big formation was very different from the previous one. The array was filled with countless sharp swords, which were not only sharp enough to chill people's hearts, but also had blazing flames attached to them. Shoo, shoo, shoo. The endless sword chi was as if it had a consciousness, precisely locking onto everyone. The crowd's faces changed greatly, and they just wanted to resist. Wang Jianxiang snapped his fingers again. A spiritual light merged into the grand formation. Within the large formation, gravity instantly soared 100 times, except for Sycamore, who was only bent over. The rest of them all knelt down to the ground, and even worse, they directly slumped down. Next moment, a miserable scream rang out one after another. Apart from Wutong and Wu Yan, Wu Feng, who barely managed to block the wave of attacks, the rest of them were all split up by the sharp swords, shattered into countless segments, and died beyond death. Of the 3 who were alive, apart from Wutong who was in a slightly better state, Wu Yan and Wu Feng had both suffered heavy injuries as well. How can this old thing be so strong? Wu Yan and Wu Feng were dumbfounded. Sycamore was also a bit dazed. Wang Jianxiang has too much rottenness in him. It's clearly a great look. The average person's chi and blood had long since begun to fail by this point, and their battle power had slipped severely. Why was his strength so exaggerated? Escape! At this moment, the 3 of them made a decision in unison. The 3 flew into the air and fled in 3 directions. Trying to escape? Forcing me to be serious. Ha! Late? Wang Jianxiang snorted coldly. Fingers pointed toward the big formation. an emerald green light merged into the large formation. At the same time, the three of them had already arrived at the edge of the grand formation and simultaneously launched an attack on it with all their might. Shoo away! The large formation trembled, and then there was no response. Once a complete little 5-element sword formation is formed, it's not as simple as just a fusion of characteristics. Wang Jianxiang sneered when he saw this scene. The small 5-element sword formation could be split into 5 subformations: the sword formation of gold, the sword formation of wood, the sword formation of water, the sword formation of fire, and the sword formation of earth. Each of the 5 sword formations had its own characteristics. If the characteristic of the sword formation of wood is to trap the enemy, the sword formation of gold is mainly to kill. When the 5 sword formations were fused, it would be a complete little 5-element sword formation. Once the fusion of the small 5-element sword formation was completed, not only could it have the characteristics of each of the 5 subformations at the same time, but under the continuous operation, the power of the 5 characteristics could be strengthened significantly. With his current suppressed state, if he had only performed the sword formation of wood alone, he might not have been able to trap the 3, but if you form the small 5-element sword formation, the ability to trap the enemy will more than multiply. With only the strength of these 3 people, it was not possible to break the formation. 3 of you, go in peace. Wang Jianxiang pointed toward the large formation. Endless sharp swords burning with flames wreaked havoc. 3 people just rose on the face of horror while the sharp sword pierced through the body, and then was divided into 2 halves, 4 halves. Seeing that the 3 were already dead beyond death, Wang Jianxiang waved his palm and withdrew the large formation, and then all the belongings on the people were collected. After a quick check, he couldn't help but reveal a flash of joy. Other than that, 15 foundation establishment pills were harvested alone. It's true what they say about killing and setting fire to a gold belt. This time the leak is not cut in vain. After putting away the belongings of the crowd, he reached up and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, turning the jade back and forth between his 2 hands. Prepare to study this piece of jade closely. After all, this thing was too eye-catching, and if it couldn't be put into a storage bag, it would be too troublesome. Focusing only on studying the jade, he didn't notice that the blood on his finger was actually absorbed by the jade the moment he touched it. Immediately afterward, the jade actually melted into his palm as a whole, forming an egg-shaped pattern on his palm. What the hell? Wang Jianxiang was startled, and before he could react, a huge suction force suddenly erupted from the egg-shaped pattern. The spiritual energy within his body suddenly surged uncontrollably towards the egg-shaped pattern. How? Wang Jianxiang was shocked. Controlling the spiritual energy with all his might, he was still unable to restrain it from being devoured. Fortunately, just when he had very little spiritual energy left, he didn't know whether it was because the egg-shaped pattern had a guilty conscience or had swallowed its fill, and finally stopped devouring. Wang Jianxiang let out a long sigh of relief. He lifted his hand to his palm, wanting to cry. Where is this thing a baby? It's a grandpa. I haven't found a use for it yet, but the mess is quite manageable. He took a rejuvenation pill and then shook his head. If one was unable to meditate and refine it, the spirit restoration pill would have an effect, but it would be greatly reduced, and the speed of restoring one's power ability would be very slow. However, this place had just experienced a great battle and could easily attract the attention of others or secret realm creatures, so it was obviously not a place to recover at ease. Forget it, let's go find a safe place to recover our spiritual energy first. At this moment, the spiritual energy in his body was less than 10%, and he had very little battle power left. It would be troublesome if they were to encounter other people, or meet a stronger secret creature. Thinking of this, he quickly ran toward the front. The reason why he didn't choose to rush through the air was not only because of the high consumption of rushing through the air, but more importantly, the air was empty. It was too easy to be discovered, and in his current state, the danger was too great. But things don't always work out the way they should. Just a few miles ahead, 4 figures suddenly appeared on the side. He was shocked and immediately pulled away. The 4 also seemed to be startled by the sudden appearance of the silhouette, and in a great shock, they did not hesitate to eject backwards. After standing still, Wang Jianxiang gazed at the 4 people. Then he couldn't help but reveal a stunned look. Liang Chen, Xian Yu? These 2 were both in the top 10 of the Acacia Sect's outer sect, and he had seen them at the outer sect competition, so he naturally recognized them. Just how did Niu Shoren and Chen Jiajiao get together with them? Immediately after that, he thought of Niu Shoren and Chen Jiajiao's previous actions of severing ties with him, and his mind drifted off. Turns out it's found a new backer. No wonder. Just as Wang Jianxiang sized up the 4 also saw Wang Jianxiang. Wang Jianxiang. Immediately afterward, 4 voices of surprise that seemed to have seen rare treasures sounded at the same time. Chapter 33, Spicy Eyes. Liang Chen, Xian Yu, Niu Shoren and Chen Jiajiao looked straight at Wang Jianxiang. The four of them were filled with greed in their eyes, as if they were excited to see a walking vein of spirit stones. They made their way forward after leaving the place where the jade came out. Not long ago, the Great War fluctuations were suddenly detected. The aura that was vaguely emanating was so powerful that even Liang Chen and Xian Yu felt a bit alarmed. With the idea of looking out for their own lives, the four of them did not want to be caught up in a battle of this caliber and decided to take a detour. They purposely bypassed that battlefield. However, he did not expect that he had just circled around to the back of the battlefield and ran into Wang Jianxiang. It's so hard to find the right place to get it. It looks like God is helping them. What do you want? Seeing the four men's unsuspecting looks, Wang Jianxiang frowned and took a step back. Wang Jianxiang, I'm afraid you don't realize it yet. Your secret has been exposed. The cowkeeper sneered. The secret's out? Wang Jianxiang froze. The first reaction is the system. It was immediately followed by a reaction. That's not true. The system is in your own head and can't be seen by anyone but yourself. And even if he wanted to show it to others, they couldn't see it. So how could it be exposed? Could it be? What's going on between him and Chen Jiajiao has been discovered. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but look at Chen Jiajiao. The possibility was then dismissed. If his affair with Chen Jiajiao had been discovered, how could Niu Shorin be so calm? Even if he had a big heart, he couldn't have mentioned it in public. Could he? Just because he's called the cowkeeper doesn't mean he's the cowhead. Seeing Wang Jianxiang's face full of confusion, the sneer on the bullkeeper's face intensified. Wang Jianxiang, your acting skills are quite good, but the fact that you helped Wang Yuyao make a breakthrough has long been known to me. It's useless even if you deny it. If you can honestly hand over the method that allows for a quick breakthrough, we may be able to consider sparing your life. Wang Jianxiang froze again. Then his face became odd. He looked at Chen Jiajiao. There was no doubt that Wang Yuyao's matter should have been spread by her. She and Wang Yuyao often went to see him. Although they've never been in the same arena, they've played each other a couple of times to bump into each other and should have guessed something from that. Noticing Wang Jianxiang's gaze, a flash of hatred flashed across Chen Jiajiao's face. That's right, I'm the one who passed on your secret. Wang Jianxiang, you obviously have a method that can make a breakthrough, yet you don't help me, your god niece, and instead you cheapen Wang Yuyao, an outsider. You've gone too far. I'm out of line? Wang Jianxiang looked at her indifferently, not even bothering to retort. Well, the catch-up session stops here. Right at this moment, Liang Chen suddenly opened his mouth. He looked at Chen Jiajiao and Niu Shorin. This place is too close to that battle area. It's not advisable to stay for long. It's important to do business. With that, he looked at Wang Jianxiang again. You know our purpose. Now, hand over the breakthrough method. If I hand over the breakthrough method, you will let me leave in one piece? Wang Jianxiang said. Liang Chen let out a light laugh. This cheap life of yours isn't worth much in itself. If you can honestly cooperate, it's not impossible to spare your life. Wang Jianxiang nodded. The method is very simple. That is alchemy. I am a very talented Dan master. Hearing Wang Jianxiang's words, Liang Chen's face instantly turned gloomy. You mean to say that the reason why Wang Yuyao was able to break through from the 6th level of qi cultivation to qi refining consummation in half a year was because she ate the elixir you refined? You old thing, you're treating me like a cutie. Is that it? He felt that Wang Jianxiang was playing a trick on him, a big loser from the outer sect, but he said he was a very talented Dan master. What the hell? He would rather believe that a mortal pig could cultivate into an immortal than believe such nonsense. The duo of Chen Jiajiao and Niu Shorin also laughed coldly. They naturally knew that Wang Jianxiang knew how to make Dan. It was just that his little Dan Dao cultivation couldn't even make it to the stage, much less with such unbelievable efficacy. Not to mention the pills refined by his little Dan Dao cultivation. Even the world's top first-order pills definitely did not have this kind of efficacy. There seems to be some dishonesty in this old man. Shifuyu let out a light laugh. A spiritual pressure instantly enveloped Wang Jianxiang. If it was usual, the spirit pressure at the level of qi refining perfection would not be able to affect him at all. But now that the spiritual energy in his body was nearly depleted, it was actually difficult to resist for a while. His face went white and he bent at the waist. This scene, when viewed in the eyes of the four, happened to match the impression of that clan's trash. Xian Yu looked at Wang Jianxiang indifferently. I'll give you another chance to reorganize your language. I'm telling the truth. Wang Jianxiang straightened up with difficulty and smiled. No one believes in telling the truth these days. It was no secret that he was able to refine perfect first-order elixirs. It was only that no one had deliberately publicized this matter, and the only people who knew about it were Dongyu, Wang Yuyao, and Su Yutong, amongst a few others. Xian Yu shook his head and laughed at Liang Chen. This old man is really tough-talking. Liang Chen sneered. Tough mouth? Then I'd like to see which is harder, his bones or his mouth. With that, he slowly raised his palm. Old man, since you have to seek death, then I can only behead you and then personally refine your soul. As he spoke, A ball of spiritual light rapidly converged between his palms and fingers. Senior brother Liang Chen. Don't! Seeing this scene, Chen Jiaojiao's face struggled for a while, and with a clench of her silver teeth, she blocked in front of Liang Chen. Senior brother Liang Chen, you guys promised me to keep him alive. Liang Chen gave her a faint look. Get lost. Chen Jiaojiao's face turned white. Senior brother Liang Chen, get out. Liang Chen let out a cold snort, and his spiritual energy was mixed in with his voice, like a heavy hammer hitting Chen Jiaojiao. Chen Jiaojiao's face turned white and her entire body flew out. Jiaojiao. The Ox Guardian's face changed, and he hurriedly came forward to help her up. What are you doing? If that old man is dead, he's dead. What does it have to do with you? Go to hell. At the same time, without Chen Jiaojiao's block, Liang Chen's palm probed straight out. A palm print made from the gathering of spiritual energy broke through the air. Seeing this scene, Chen Jiaojiao had a complicated look on her face. She was simply trying to seize the breakthrough method. Why had things developed to this point? Thinking that Wang Jianxian was about to perish under this blow, she closed her eyes with some reluctance. On the other side, the spiritual power palm print quickly broke through the air and appeared in front of Wang Jianxian. Wang Jianxian's expression was grave, and a spiritual light flashed on his body. A fine gown had been draped over her body. Above the long skirt, the water rippled and a round of moon shadows emerged. The bright moonlight reflected from within the long skirt, enveloping his body. The moonlight is bright and the shadows are hazy. The mood is beautiful. It's the image of the old man in a skirt that's a little hot. Not only was the power of a perfect intermediate magic weapon enough to rival that of a high-level magic weapon, there was another advantage, and that was low consumption. Its consumption was only comparable to that of an ordinary intermediate-level magic weapon. Wang Jianxian had very little spiritual energy left in his body today, not enough to catalyze a perfect advanced magical weapon, but barely enough to catalyze a perfect intermediate magical weapon. But in the end, it was only barely catalyzed, and its power could not be fully displayed. Bang! After the palm print made contact with the moonlight crumbled by inches, and Wang Jianxiang shot out backwards with blood spilling from his mouth. It's that high-level magic weapon of Wang Mengyao's. She even lent you all the high-level magic weapons. Seeing the exquisite long dress on Wang Jianxiang, Liang Chen and Xian Yu didn't feel amused by the spicy scene and revealed their shocked colors. How precious is a high-level magic weapon? Like the two of them, each of them only possessed just one piece. That Wan Yuyo was even willing to lend it to someone. So what if it's a high-level magic weapon? No matter how strong a magic weapon is, it has to rely on the power of the user. And if you're so weak, how much of its power can you display? You still can't escape death today. Liang Chen sneered and slapped his palm out again. An even more condensed palm print of spiritual energy rushed towards Wang Jianxiang. Without a word, Wang Jianxiang waved his palm. A pair of shoes, one left and one right, flew towards Liang Chen and Chen Yu. The next moment, his mind moved. Both shoes were detonated at the same time. Chapter 34, The Betrayer is Betrayed at Last. Wang Yuyao that even lent him this pair of high-level magic artifact-level shoes as well. Seeing this pair of familiar shoes, a thought simultaneously flooded Liang Chen and Xian Yu's minds. The next moment, both shoes exploded at the same time. The berserk power set off a storm that instantly enveloped the two of them. Liang Chen was fine, as he was less traumatized due to the spiritual palm imprint that blocked him for a split second. Shifuyu was a bit miserable. His entire body was blown away. Clothes hung in strips like rags, and the skin was scorched black. On the contrary, the weakest duo, Niu Sharen and Chen Jiaojiao, received the lightest waves instead due to Liang Chen and Xian Yu fending them off at the front. It was only lifted out by the storm's aftermath, and there were no major injuries. When the storm stopped, the four regrouped. When he looked ahead again, Wang Jianxiang had long since lost sight of him. Liang Chen, Xian Yu and the Ox Guardian's faces all turned ugly. On the contrary, it was Chen Jiaojiao who, for some reason, had a feeling of relief. Liang Chen and Chen Yu, right? Grandpa remembers you guys. And those two wolf-hearted things, Niu Sharen and Chen Jiaojia, more than 10 miles away. Wang Jianxiang collected his breath and walked between a patch of grass and trees formed by cold ice. After the battle just now, the remaining spiritual energy in his body was also completely depleted. He stuffed a restoration elixir into his mouth. Spiritual energy recovery was very slow. No, we have to hurry and find a place to recover in peace. Otherwise I'd be dead at any random danger right now. Wang Jianxiang swept his gaze across the surroundings, then looked at an ice mound in front of him, and his eyes lit up. The ice mound was a dozen feet high, and at the bottom of the mound grew ice grass a man high. Behind the iceweed was a dark hole. If it wasn't for the fact that he was in the right place at the right angle, it would have been difficult to discover the hole. Just recover here. Wang Jianxiang immediately made a decision, quickened his pace, and walked into the cave. The cave entrance was less than a foot in diameter and very narrow. However, when he walked into the interior from the entrance of the cave, he realized that the space inside the cave was unexpectedly spacious, as big as a normal house. What was even more amazing was that there was a formation arranged inside the cave. It was just that the formation didn't seem to have been activated for a long time, and it looked very old. Wang Jianxiang tried putting some spirit stones into the formation eye. Surprisingly, the formation successfully operated. It still works, and it's a concealment array. Wang Jianxiang looked delighted. Under the concealment of this formation, the cave entrance had completely disappeared. At this moment, the cave seemed to be isolated into a separate world. Even a chi practitioner perfection cultivator could not detect the existence of the cave with all his senses. With this formation, the security of this place will be drastically increased. His nerves, which had been taut, had also finally relaxed completely. He sat down on his knees and swallowed another perfect restoration spirit pill to start recovering. As he refined at ease, the medicinal power of the perfect restoration spirit pill quickly melted away, and a cool stream of air flowed into the limbs and bones. Wherever it passed, a strand of spiritual energy quickly nourished. Within the empty meridians, spiritual energy was rapidly restored. The recovery speed was more than 30 times faster compared to before. 2 hours later, Wang Jianxiang's closed eyes slowly opened. At this moment, his spiritual energy had completely recovered. Thinking of Liang Chen and Qianyu duo, a flash of sternness flashed in his eyes. It's not a gentleman who doesn't report his revenge. He's not a nice guy. As early as when he blew up his magic weapon earlier, he had already moved within it. A strand of his spiritual sense had been mixed with the force of the explosion and attached to the two men. With this ray of spiritual sense guiding him, as long as he was within a certain range, he could clearly sense the other party's location. Make it impossible for the other side to hide. How dare you hit me with your ideas? I'll make sure you don't live through today. While Wang Jianxiang was hiding in the cave to recover his spiritual energy, Liang Chen and the others had already searched the entire area of dozens of miles around. Unfortunately, because of the existence of the concealment array, the four of them did not discover Wang Jianxiang's hiding place. Impossible. That old man is so weak. It's impossible for him to run far away. The Ox Guardian looked resigned and said. Liang Chen was silent for a moment, his gaze sweeping over Niu Shoren and Chen Jiajiao, focusing on Chen Jiajiao for a moment. His gaze was filled with lechery and licentiousness to the extreme, causing Chen Jiajiao to experience a wave of discomfort. She frowned and couldn't help but clasp her hands to her chest and take 2 steps backward. Liang Chen smiled at Chen Jiajiao with deep meaning, then his gaze shifted back to Niu Shoren. But the truth is, Wang Jianxiang has escaped. Liang Chen's gaze when he looked at Chen Jiajiao was not hidden in the slightest. Niu Shoren was at the side and naturally saw it all. His face stagnated as he unobtrusively blocked in front of Chen Jiajiao and said with a strong smile, Brother Liang Chen should not be in a hurry. The secret realm has only been opened for a month. We will have plenty of opportunities in the future. Liang Chen smiled wryly. Yes, Brother Qian Yu and I do have plenty of chances, but whether or not you guys have a chance depends on whether or not you couple are on board. What does Brother Liang Chen mean by this? When Niu Shoren heard this, a bad feeling suddenly sprang up in his heart. Brother Ox, what are you pretending to be confused about? Liang Chen snorted and swept his gaze greedily over Chen Jiajiao. If not for the fact that you have a flowery Taoist couple, why do you think that with that little strength of yours, why would Brother Qian Yu and I befriend you? The matter of my preference for taking care of friends' wives and daughters with Brother Qian Yu is not a secret. I don't believe that you, Niu Shoren, would be unaware of it, since you know that and still took the initiative to collect the pills we gave you. Isn't that a tacit admission? You took their pills. Hearing Liang Chen's words, Chen Jiajiao looked at Niu Shoren incredulously. She was not familiar with Liang Chen and Qian Yu before and did not know the temperament of the two. All I know is that the husband suddenly befriended them some time ago. I thought I could rely on this relationship to rise up the ladder, but I didn't realize that there was even this layer of cattiness hidden in it. Niu Shoren looked at Chen Jiajiao, his face struggling for a moment. Jiajiao, you have to believe me. I did accept their gifts, but I didn't think of betraying you. Ridiculous. Liang Chen snorted coldly. Since you know how the two of us act, why would you collect our pills if you are unwilling to? Do you want to whore us out for nothing? You're afraid you don't know how to write the word death, right? Niu Shoren opened his mouth. He did know how the duo acted, but at that time the duo gave too much. Plus they didn't say so explicitly, just that they wanted to make friends with him, so he took it with a pinch of salt. The reason why his cultivation had reached the 9th level of chi practicing was precisely because of the help of these pills, but I never thought that it would lead to the current trouble. Just as Niu Shoren hesitated, Liang Chen's voice continued. Now, I'm only giving you 2 paths, either die or roll to the side and enjoy the show. Feeling the killing intent on Liang Chen's body, Niu Shoren's heart chilled. Between death and the Taoist couple, he chose to give in after all. Seeing Niu Shoren retreating away, Chen Jiajiao's heart was filled with despair. Niu Shoren, with my appearance conditions, I can obviously easily find a cheap practicing perfection cultivator to be my Dao couple, but I didn't do so, and I'll share half of the resources with you every time I get them from Wang Jianxiang. In your conscience, would you be here today without me? I was faithful to you, but you betrayed me for some benefits. You shall not die. At this moment, she suddenly remembered Wang Jianxiang. In the past, she disliked Wang Jianxiang for being a waste and having a bad reputation, but now that I think about it, Wang Jianxiang really didn't treat her badly. It was only later that she went too far, which caused Wang Jianxiang's personality to change drastically. Now, she too has suffered betrayal. Finally understood Wang Jianxiang's feelings. The heart is filled with remorse. She shouldn't have cut off her relationship with Wang Jianxiang, let alone counting on him. But everything seems to be too late. Seeing Liang Chen and Xian Yu approaching step by step, a flash of determination flashed through her eyes. She has a temper too. She wasn't a virtuous woman, but she never wanted to let these two people who were counting on her get away with it. With a flip of his palm, a flying sword appeared in his palm. It was then stabbed hard into the chest. Chapter 35, Revenge Never Sleeps. Stick to a point. The flying sword in Qin Zhejiao's hand had just pierced her chest when a forceful chi suddenly slammed into her wrist. With a numb wrist, the flying sword fell to the ground. Liang Chen's indifferent voice then came. Want to die? You can't even die if you want to without my consent. Chen Zhejiao's face changed, and her spiritual sense did not hesitate to break out of her body. The flying sword on the ground was as if it was held by an invisible hand, shooting up and stabbing straight at her own chest. Get thee out of here! Liang Chen frowned and bellowed out. A strong force was transmitted with the drink, and the flying sword failed to pierce into Chen Zhejiao's body and was knocked out. Chen Zhejiao was about to continue chasing after her when Liang Chen suddenly appeared by her side like a ghost. Immediately after, her neck tightened, and her entire body was lifted up by Liang Chen with one hand cupping her neck. Her snow-white neck was instantly pinched red and purple. A strong force invaded her body, directly suppressing all of her spiritual energy. With her power suppressed, it was as if she had become an ordinary person. No matter how much she struggled, she couldn't break free. Liang Chen scanned her body. The lecherous look on his face grew stronger. Then his gaze fell to her beautiful face. I told you, you can't even think about dying without my consent. With that, he looked at Qiyu, who had just walked up beside him. Brother Qiyu, how about coming along? Very good. Shifuyu laughed. I think it would be wise for you to consider yourselves first. As soon as Qian Yu's words fell, without waiting for the two to make further moves, a voice suddenly came from behind them without warning. The sudden noise startled the pair. The two of them were as if they had been scalded on their asses, and they couldn't even be bothered to continue restraining Chen Zhejiao as they instantly scurried forward dozens of feet. It was only when he confirmed that the person behind him did not follow him that he breathed a sigh of relief and looked to the rear with a grim expression on his face. Wang Jianxiang, it's you! When the two of them saw the person behind them, they were stunned at the same time, somewhat unable to believe their eyes. Wang Jianxiang even took the initiative to send it to his door. Is he crazy? You don't want to live? With that, the duo reacted. Wang Jianxiang, you stupid bastard. I was worried that I couldn't find you, but I didn't expect you to come to my door to die. Ha ha ha, that saves us a lot of work. Liang Chen stared wistfully at Wang Jianxiang with an uplifted expression. Although Qian Yu didn't say anything, the greed and killing intent in his gaze already indicated everything. Pathetic. Seeing that the two looked like they were eating their words, Wang Jianxiang sneered and didn't bother to talk nonsense with them. With a point of his finger, an emerald green sword chi merged into the void. Wordlessly, a large formation enveloped the duo. Formation? No, it should be a spell. Liang Chen and Qian Yu were stunned, and then they felt a bit incredulous. This old punk even has such subtle means? After the sword of wood formation was formed, Wang Jianxiang's attacks did not stop. The fingers continued to point out. A firelight blended into the formation. In the next moment, a sea of fire instantly covered the interior of the great formation of wood. The hot flames instantly enveloped the duo within the formation. It wasn't until now that the duo finally reacted. The terrifying searing pain caused the faces of the two to instantly become incomparably distorted, and miserable screams resounded. Impossible! How can you be so strong? Aren't you at the third level of chi refining? You're hiding your strength. No, we were wrong. Spare us, Grandpa. Inside the big formation, the screams were getting weaker and weaker. Wang Jianxiang's face was cold as he watched the formation until the duo was completely incinerated in the sea of fire. Before, he was able to easily withstand the duo of Wu Yan and Wu Feng even when his strength was suppressed. Although Liang Chen and Qian Yu's duo were stronger, he was now without the jade to suppress him. At full strength, just two superimposed formations easily killed the two of them. Cut it out. Just then, a sound came from behind him. Wang Jianxiang turned to look. Niu is hastily fleeing into the distance. The noise that made was the result of him stepping on a piece of icy grass as he panicked. What are you going to do in such a hurry to leave? Ni's son-in-law? And you didn't know to say hello to uncle? Wang Jianxiang pointed his finger and the perfect cloud water cold light sword shot out, catching up with Niu Shouren in just a few breaths. The tip of the sword pointed straight at Niu Shouren, stopping him. Although its power was hidden, the cold aura that naturally emanated from it then caused Niu Shouren's body to become stiff, and even his skin was covered with a layer of frost. Niu Shouren was horrified, terrified. He fell to his knees and kowtowed. Uncle Wang, spare your life. Uncle Wang, spare your life. For the fact that I was once your niece-in-law, you can just let me go like a fart. I'll never dare again. Wang Jianxiang sighed softly. Sharan, there is no greater good than knowing your mistakes and being able to change them. It's a great relief that uncle is so pleased that you have realized your mistakes so quickly. Niu Shouren sensed that Wang Jianxiang's tone had slowed down, and seemed to see an opportunity, and his eyes lit up. But there's a truth I want you to understand. Just then, Wang Jianxiang's words continued to come. If you say so, Uncle Wang, Shouren will certainly follow. Niu Shouren hurriedly responded with earnestness. Wang Jianxiang nodded. The reasoning is very simple. That is, no matter whoever makes a mistake, they must suffer its consequences. Do you understand? I understand. Uncle Wang, I understand. Niu Shouren nodded his head in a panic. I will definitely keep this in mind in the future. No, you don't understand. Wang Jianxiang shook his head and pointed his finger. The sword light flashed. Niu Shouren's chest was instantly pierced through as a terrifying cold force erupted. His wounds didn't even have time to bleed out before his entire body was frozen into an ice sculpture. Within the ice, his face was still lifelike with a wisp of despair. How can you talk to me about the future when you have already made the mistake of certain death? Sharan, you're confused. Wang Jianxiang indifferently looked at Niu Shouren in the ice sculpture and kicked the ice sculpture down. The ice sculpture along with Niu Shouren who was frozen in it shattered into dozens of broken pieces in unison. After killing Niu Shouren, Wang Jianxiang turned around and looked at Chen Jiaojiao. From the beginning to the end, Chen Jiaojiao just stood frozen in place. Noticing Wang Jianxiang's gaze, this brought him back from his daze. Why don't you run away? Wang Jianxiang said coldly. Chen Jiaojiao smiled miserably at his words. If you don't want me to live, I won't be able to escape even if I run away. Wang Jianxiang stared at her for a moment and raised his hand. Bang! An invisible force crashed into Jiaojiao Chen. Chen Jiaojiao let out a muffled snort and sprayed blood from her mouth as she flew dozens of feet backwards, then fell heavily to the ground. Her face was as white as paper, and her breath was even weakened to the extreme in an instant. Wang Jianxiang didn't continue to strike after that. Be well. He lightly glanced at Chen Jiaojiao and turned to leave. Chen Jiaojiao was greedy but not murderous. Deadly sins can be avoided but living sins cannot be escaped. After this blow, if she can live, the grudge will be cancelled. If she dies, it will be over. Rear. Chen Jiaojiao looked at the departing back. There was no anger on his face, much less resentment towards Wang Jianxiang. All there is endless remorse. But as Wang said, everyone is responsible for what they do wrong. Since she had already taken this step, there was no going back to the old days between her and Wang Jianxiang. An endless view of the snowy skies above. A wretched figure was running away. Behind it, 6 figures chased after it with murderous auras. Wang Yuyo, hand over the magic weapon. That kind of magic weapon is not for you to possess. Wang Yuyao was oblivious to the threat from the rear. Her silver teeth clenched as she flew rapidly. However, one of the pursuers in the rear was clearly much stronger than her and was rapidly closing in on her. Half an incense stick later, that person was already less than 30 feet away from Wang Yuyao. She pointed a finger. A birdsong lifted from the sky. A lifelike ice bird instantly condensed, and in the blink of an eye, it crossed a distance of tens of feet and appeared behind Wang Yuyao. Chapter 36 Roll. Feeling the icy cold aura coming from behind her, Wang Yuyao's face changed. Above his finger, the Xian Shui ring was inspired, followed by a point of the flying sword at his feet. The perfect cloud water cold light sword shot out at once. Ding! In the next moment, the cloud water cold light sword shot backward. Wang Yuyao stifled a grunt. Her mouth and nose spilled blood, and her already pale face became even paler by a few points. Not seeing the slightest bit of blood, but with the force of the recoil, she once again closed the distance between her and her pursuer. She stuffed an earth yellow pill and a rejuvenation pill into her mouth and one brain and proceeded to flee ahead. It was obviously impossible to be distracted from refining the medicinal power in this state. Using the elixir in such a way was an extremely extravagant behavior, and more than 80% of the medicinal power would be wasted. Wang Yuyao naturally knew this, but at this moment, she couldn't care less. She was close to the limit of both her injuries and her spiritual power. If it wasn't for the elixir that had been supporting him, I'm afraid that he would have long been decapitated by the enemy behind him. Before entering the secret realm, Senior Brother Wang had given her 10 rejuvenation pills and 10 earth yellow pills as well as a blood bursting pill. Now the restoration spirit pill and the earth yellow pill had used up 9 of them. Once these two types of elixirs ran out, she would inevitably no longer be able to support them. Is it time to use the blood explosion pill? The side effects of the blood bursting pill were extreme. Once it is used, if it fails to solve the problem, one will be in a state of certain death, and that's under normal circumstances. She was in an extremely poor state now, and once she used it, it was even possible that her body would collapse directly. But she's cornered now and has no choice. At the thought, she no longer hesitated. Just as she took out the blood-bursting pill and prepared to swallow it, suddenly, he noticed that the bracelet on his wrist suddenly glowed faintly. Senior Brother Wang is nearby. Her eyes lit up. This bracelet was also given to her by Senior Brother Wang. There was a total of 1 pair of bracelets, and Senior Brother Wang was still wearing a pair on his body. As long as they were less than 10 miles apart, they could sense each other's location through the bracelet. At this moment, she had already vaguely sensed Senior Brother Wang's location. Moreover, Senior Brother Wang seemed to have sensed her location and had already rushed here. Thinking of this, she flipped her palm and put away the blood-bursting pill again. Gritting his teeth, he flew in the direction where Wang Jianxiang was. Others might not know, but she was well aware that Senior Brother Wang was not the waste that the outside world had rumored him to be. On the contrary, she had always felt that Elder Brother Wang was unfathomable. As long as he could rendezvous with Senior Brother Wang, the trouble behind him would be easily solved. The sky. While Wang Jianxiang was rushing, his brows had long been furrowed. Just a short while ago, she had sensed Wang Yuyao's location through her silver light bracelet, so she began to approach Wang Yuyao's location. Gradually, though, he began to realize something was wrong. Wang Yuyao's speed was too fast. It seemed to be speeding along in reckless haste. This was not like rushing, but more like running away. Thinking of this, his heart sank and his speed instantly exploded to the extreme. Sound of escaping laughter. A mouthful of blood sprayed out from Wang Yuyao, and she tumbled out once again. She stuffed 2 pills into her mouth. It's the last 2 already. She looked a little worried. The elixir had completely run out, but in her senses, the distance to Senior Brother Wang was still about 5 miles. With the state she's in at the moment, can she hold out? Chili County in Wanzhou suburbs of North Chongqing Municipality, formerly in Sichuan. Wooly, commonplace name. Sunli, Beijing street name. A few moments later, far away in the sky, a blurry figure loomed. Although he was unable to see his appearance, Wang Yuyao was certain that it was Senior Brother Wang. However, her face didn't have the slightest bit of elation. Instead it was filled with helplessness. It was too late after all. The pursuers had caught up with her and attacked her once again. A powerful icy cold aura invaded. The cold cleared her mind. She gritted her teeth and swallowed the blood-bursting pill in one gulp. In the next moment, she felt the blood in her body suddenly boil. It's like boiling water that's been boiled. Scarlet blood. She rose up from the blood, passing through the veins and merging into the spiritual energy, dyeing it a bloody color. The originally mild spiritual energy instantly became furious. In the meantime, Wang Yuyao's appearance had also changed dramatically. A head of black hair instantly turned into the color of blood, and in his pupils, a blood light dazzled. She pointed her finger. The cloud water cold light sword collided with the ice bird attacking behind him under the shroud of bloodlight. A roar passed. The ice bird shattered, and the blood light outside the cloud water cold light sword faded. Ha! Strength increasing elixir. You really have quite a lot of goodies on you. A white-skirted woman appeared less than 10 feet away from Wang Yuyao. She looked very young, in her early 20s. The features were exquisite and the body was slender and delicate. A pair of beautiful eyes looked at Wang Yuyao, filled with surprise. Immediately afterward, she smiled again. But it seems like the side effects of this elixir aren't small. You shouldn't be able to support yourself for long in this state, right? Wang Yuyao didn't say a word as she turned around and was about to continue fleeing. She naturally knew the state she was in. The blood chi in her body was wildly violent. Wherever it passed, fascia, flesh and even bones were torn apart. She was already badly injured. If you can't get out of this state in time, you're likely to die. Trying to escape? The woman laughed softly and flexed her fingers. A powerful aura came. Wang Yuyao had to turn around to fend it off. Call out. A faint cracking sound came from the woman as she stopped in front of her, twisted his head and looked away. A figure was getting closer. Are you trying to rendezvous with her? Do you think you'll get out of the crisis after you rendezvous with him? Wang Yuyao looked at her coldly, not saying a word. The woman smiled and shook her head. As much as I would like to know why this person has given you so much confidence, I don't want to be surprised in the slightest. So, please go to hell. As soon as the words left her mouth, the woman pointed her finger. The powerful flying sword broke through the air. Wang Yuyao similarly offered her flying sword and added the power of the perfect Xianshui ring to it the moment it was shot out. Ding! The two flying swords collided. Wang Yuyao spurted blood and retreated. But in the end, the woman's blow was blocked. The increase is surprisingly so great. This elixir potency is really not bad. The woman let out a marvelous sigh and once again controlled the flying sword to stab at Wang Yuyao. Wang Yuyao clenched her teeth and resisted again. An even greater force was transmitted, and as if she had been hit by a huge mountain, the blood-colored spiritual energy in her body collapsed, and she stumbled helplessly out of the room. At this moment, Wang Jinshan was less than a mile away from the battlefield and clearly saw the scene. It's over. The woman looked up at Wang Jinshan, a touch of mockery lifting up on her stunning face. Seems to say, "You're late." Immediately waving his palm, the flying sword stabbed out again. See this scene. Wang Jinshan's eyes instantly turned incomparably cold. There was a sudden flash of green light at his feet. Between the strong fluctuations spreading, a whirlwind instantly enveloped his entire body. Under the whirlwind's roll, Wang Jinshan instantly crossed the distance of 1 mile with incredible speed. The moment the woman's flying sword was about to pierce on Wang Yuyao's body blocked in front of Wang Yuyao. "Get out!" In icy words, the flying sword shot backward. Chapter 37, Submission, or Death. Wang Jinshan's voice was laced with spiritual energy and raged out. It still didn't disperse after shaking back the woman's flying sword, but seemed endless and continued to sweep out. The woman's face changed and she retreated a dozen feet back one after another. This guy. At this moment, her face no longer had the ease and teasing it had before, and instead, a thick concentration flowed out. Before entering the secret realm, she had already memorized all of the top 10 of the other 3 major powers outer sects in her mind under Elder Song's reminder. This person was clearly not among them, so why was his strength so strong? Buzz. As the woman froze, Wang Jinshan's attack had descended again. Emerald green light enveloped the woman, and a sword formation instantly took shape, trapping her within it. The woman's face changed as she harnessed her flying sword to attack the sword formation. Boom! The sword array only trembled slightly and then calmed down. So sturdy. The woman's face changed and she attacked again. The big formation remained undamaged. At this moment, a horrified look finally appeared on her face. After trapping the woman with the sword formation of wood, Wang Jinshan did not continue to focus on the woman. With a sway of his body, he caught Wang Yuyao who was about to fall to the ground. Sifu. Seeing Wang Jinshan, Wang Yuyao squeezed out a smile on her bloodless face, but she was hurt too badly. Only 2 words had just been uttered, but they tugged at the wound. A large mouthful of blood was sprayed out, and then his consciousness went black and he fell into a coma. Wang Jinshan's face changed, and his fingers made a point at multiple acupoints on her body. The medicinal power of the blood-bursting pill in Wang Yuyao's body that had not yet been completely consumed dissipated at once, and her hair color then returned to black. He checked Wang Yuyao's injuries again, and his heart sank. Wang Yuyao was already seriously injured. Taking the blood-bursting pill again, the injuries were compounded. The body had reached the brink of collapse. He hurriedly took out a perfect earth yellow dan and took it for her. With a finger on her chest, the spiritual energy entered her body and helped her refine the medicinal power. With this level of injury, ordinary earth yellow dan naturally couldn't do anything, but perfect earth yellow dan was still able to do something. As the medicine melted away, her injuries were finally suppressed. Wang Jinshan breathed a sigh of relief and gave her another perfect earth yellow pill, allowing the potency of the pill to evaporate freely as his gaze turned to the woman in the sword formation of wood. This woman he knew, disciple of the Xianqing Palace, 4th in the outer gate, Yi Qing Xue. Just then, he suddenly heard a breaking sound coming from the distance. Turn your head and look. At the end of the line of sight, 5 figures were rapidly approaching. It appeared in the middle of the battlefield in a short moment. When the 5 people saw the woman trapped in the sword formation of wood, they were shocked. Senior sister Qingxue is trapped. Quickly help her out. Before the words left his mouth, he immediately struck out at the sword formation of wood. The woman in the wood sword formation saw the reinforcements arrive and her spirits lifted. Together with the reinforcements outside the formation, they attacked the Kino no sword formation. Boom! The sword formation of wood trembled, and immediately crumbled into several cracks. The formation has broken. Shatter it with a single blow. All 6 of them were delighted at the same time. As he was about to continue his attack, a green light flashed on the wooden sword formation, and the cracks disappeared as far as they could go. The 6 men's faces stiffened. This formation has an extremely strong recovery ability. It's somewhat unrealistic to forcefully break the formation, Yi Qingxue said gruffly. When the 5 people heard this, they seemed to have thought of something, and their gazes turned and landed on Wang Jinshan. This formation was cast by him. Kill him and the formation will break itself. One man spoke sorrowfully. Good idea. The other 4's eyes lit up. In the next moment, the 5 of them simultaneously rushed out in a murderous rage. When Yi Qingxue saw the 5 people killing Wang Jinshan, her expression moved and she did not stop them. Of the 5, 2 were ranked in the top 10 of the Xianqing Palace's outer doors, and the remaining 3 were not in the top 10, but were also ranked among the top 20. The strength of the 5 in a joint effort might not be weaker than her. Although this old man was strong, he still had to be distracted to maintain the formation, and she didn't believe that the other party could fight against all of them at the same time. Seeing the 5 figures attacking, Wang Jianxiang's face was calm. The 10th and 8th of the Xianqing Palace's outer gate, and 3 minions who didn't even make it into the top 10. Today, you already have a way to die. Wang Jianxiang clasped his palm. The golden sword chi emerged, but did not merge into the void. Instead, it coalesced in his fist. At this moment, his fist was a sword formation of gold. Boom! The void exploded. Between the raging golden sword chi, the 5 figures spewed blood furiously, falling and flying out at a faster speed. No way! Yi Qingshue's face was filled with disbelief when she saw this scene. Immediately afterward, she seemed to have thought of something. A flash of horror flashed across her face. Run away! This person is not to be defeated. He has already reached the spiritual power 3rd turning realm. Spiritual power 3rd turning realm. Hearing Yi Qingshue's words, the 5 people were shocked. Without hesitation, he turned and fled. On the other side, Wang Jianxiang was stunned. He hadn't heard of the 3 revolutions realm and was somewhat confused as to what this realm actually was. However, seeing that the 5 were about to flee, he could only temporarily suppress his doubts in his heart. A punch is thrown. Countless golden sword chi shot towards the 5 people in an all-encompassing manner, completely drowning them in an instant. The 5 tried their best to resist. However, the sword chi was too much, and in the end, it was not blocked. One after another, the sword chi penetrated their bodies. A few moments later, when the golden sword chi dissipated, the 5 people were already dead. Wang Jianxiang opened his palm and the sword formation on his fist dissipated. With a glance, he returned to the sword formation of wood. He pointed toward the sword formation of wood. The sword formation of earth blended with the sword formation of wood. In an instant, the gravity within the formation skyrocketed. Yi Qingxue let out a cry of surprise and was directly pressed down on the ground. Unable to move, Wang Jianxiang took a step forward and walked into the sword formation. Looking at Yi Qingxue, who was lying on the ground, he faintly said, "Tell me, what is the 3rd turn of spiritual power?" Hearing Wang Jianxiang's words, Yi Qingxue was stunned. He doesn't know about the 3-turn realm of spiritual power? Wasn't he in the 3rd turning realm? But if he wasn't, why was he so strong? When Wang Jianxiang saw that Yi Qingxue did not respond, a trace of impatience flashed across his face. Feeling the coldness on Wang Jianxiang's body, Yi Qingshue's heart trembled and she hurriedly opened her mouth to explain. Soon after, a flash of realization appeared on Wang Jianxiang's face. The 3rd turning realm of spiritual power was not actually a realm, but a stage leading to foundation establishment. The so-called foundation building, in simple terms, was actually converting gaseous spiritual energy into liquid spiritual energy. After cultivating to chi practicing perfection, a cultivator who wanted to build a foundation would have to compress his spiritual energy. Each compression is 1 turn. Once it went through 4 compressions, the spiritual energy could be completely liquefied, which also represented the cultivator's fish leaping into a dragon, completely transforming into a foundation establishment cultivator. Thus, the 3rd turning realm was the limit under foundation establishment. Those who could reach this realm were, without exception, characters who stood at the very top of the chi practicing stage. He had previously been wondering why Yeling Yun, Bai Shiro, and Mu Lingshi were so much stronger than ordinary cultivators when they were also practicing chi consummation. Now, finally, it makes sense. They must have all embarked on the path of compressing spiritual energy. After resolving the doubts in his mind, Wang Jianxiang looked at Yi Qingxue. A murderous intent flashed in his eyes. Now I'm only going to give you 2 ways. Submit, or die. Chapter 38 3 Revolutions Realm and Foundation Establishment. What? How dare you try to make me submit to you? A waste of space with a big deadline? I'm the 4th heavenly pride of the Xianqing Palace's outer sect? How dare you do this to me? Hearing Wang Jianxiang's words, Yi Qingshue's heart was suddenly flooded with infinite humiliation, full of determination. So, you're choosing the path of death? Wang Jianxiang's icy voice interrupted her exasperated words. The cloud water cold light sword flashed out in his hand and stabbed at her heart. Before the sword arrived, the icy cold emanating from the sword caused Yi Qingsue to shiver. Instant sobriety. Wait, I submit to. I am willing to submit. Seemingly afraid that Wang Jianxiang would not be able to react, she anxiously said several times in a row. The flying sword in Wang Jianxiang's hand stopped instantly, and the tip of the sword had already cut through her skin. A cold aura instantly enveloped her, forming a layer of frost on the surface of her white skin. Fortunately, Wang Jianxiang withdrew his hand in time, otherwise if he had been slower by 1/10 of a second, her heart would have been pierced. Yi Qingshue's face went white. At one time, she thought she was too proud and pure to be tarnished in the slightest, but the moment death approached, she suddenly realized what dignity, what innocence, all of this is bull *******. The only thing that matters is being alive. Fortunately, her introspection is quite timely. Wang Jianxiang put the flying sword away and said indifferently, "Since you've agreed, let go of your mind. You want to control me?" Yi Qingshue's face changed. Once her soul was controlled, she would even lose her ego and be completely reduced to a puppet. If that was the case, she would rather die. "No, it's just leaving a Dao imprint within your soul. See." Wang Jianxiang shook his head. Yi Qingxue sniffed and let out a long sigh of relief. Being left with a soul imprint meant that the life was controlled by the other party at all times, but at the very least, the personality would not be manipulated. "You'd better be telling the truth, or I'd rather blow my own soul than ever just be annoyed." "Yoo-hoo, kinda tough. You seem to be a little confused about the current situation." Wang Jianxiang slapped her hard on the face. A bright red palm print instantly surfaced on that fair skin. Yi Qingshue's face was directly red with shame and indignation. "Let go of your mind." Wang Jianxiang let out a low gulp and controlled a strand of spiritual sense to drill into Yi Qingshue's brow, leaving an imprint on top of her soul. So much for that. All he had to do was think. When the seal exploded, Yi Qingshue's soul would explode with it. The soul is broken. After that, he waved his palm and the formation dissipated. Yi Qingxue was so relieved that she immediately jumped up from the ground. She subconsciously took several steps back. The thought that his life and death had fallen into the hands of this old thing filled his face with complexity. There was indignation. There was shame. And more than anything else, there was fear and scorn. "Call the master." Wang Jianxiang gave her a faint look. Her complexion shifted for a moment before she finally called out softly, "Master." "That's right." Wang Jianxiang smiled and walked over to Wang Yuyo. The elixir he had stuffed into Wang Yuyao's mouth earlier had already dissolved on its own, and Wang Yuyao's injuries had been completely contained, but it would take some time before she woke up. Thinking of this, she carried Wang Yuyo on her back and with a move of her palm, 5 storage bags were taken into her palm. These were the storage bags of the Xinqing Palace disciples. Yi Qingxue opened her mouth when she saw this, but in the end, she didn't dare to make a sound. Wang Jianxiang glanced at her. "Follow me." After saying that, he swept away in one direction. Yi Qingshue's face was hesitant for a while, then she sighed lightly again and followed closely. Half an hour later, Wang Jianxiang returned to the cave and then pulled out some spirit stones and activated the formation inside the cave. Putting Wang Yuyao on the ground, he made her swallow another perfect earth yellow dan. After placing his fingers against her chest and helping her refine the medicinal power, he turned to look at the silent Yi Qingxue. "What turn of strength are you at now?" Yi Qingxue looked at him. "First turn." Wang Jianxiang nodded and continued. "What about Lin Xianer and Xiao Woya? The two of them are in the third turn just like you." Although from Wang Jianxiang's words, he didn't look like a spiritual power third turning realm cultivator. However, thinking about his strength, Yi Qingxue finally decided that he was the spiritual power third turning realm. Otherwise his strong mess of a battle power just didn't make sense. Only Wang Jianxiang himself knew that the reason why his battle power was so overpowered was all because of the little 5 elements sword formation at the grand completion realm. However, he didn't bother to explain to Yi Qingxue and just nodded. In that case, it seemed that the first and second places in the outer sects of the 4 major immortal cultivation forces should both be at the third turning realm. As for third place, it's hard to say. Thinking of this, Wang Jianxiang suddenly emerged with a new doubt. How to compress spiritual energy. After entering the cold pool mysterious realm, he didn't deliberately cultivate though. However, the cultivation after resting also caused his cultivation level to steadily increase at all times, and now he was very close to practicing qi consummation. Now that we know about the 3 turns realm, the method of compressing spiritual energy should naturally be asked about. Yi Qingxue's expression stagnated as she looked at him incredulously. "You can't really have not compressed your spiritual energy yet, right? Would you believe me if I said no?" Wang Jianxiang shrugged. "Sell." Yi Qingxue swallowed arduously. If it had been before, she might have been a little skeptical, but at the moment, she was somewhat convinced. Wang Jianxiang shook his head. "You haven't answered my question." Yi Qingxue came back to her senses and gave Wang Jianxiang a deep look. "There is no method to compress spiritual energy. The only way is to take the foundation establishment pill." "Oh?" Wang Jianxiang raised an eyebrow. "That is to say, every time you take a foundation establishment pill you will be able to complete 1 compression? How is it possible?" Yi Qingxue shook her head. "There is a high possibility of failure when compressing spiritual energy. Some people with extremely powerful talents might be able to accomplish 1 compression with 1 foundation establishment dan, or even succeed in establishing the foundation with just 4 foundation establishment dan, but this is merely the most ideal state, and the vast majority of people can't do it." Hearing her explanation, Wang Jianxiang nodded indistinctly, and a little embarrassed at the same time. Previously, he was worried that Wang Yuya would not be able to enter the cold pool mysterious realm if she broke through after taking the foundation establishment pill, and persuaded her not to take the foundation establishment pill for the time being. So you've made a fool of yourself. If Wang Yuyo had taken the foundation establishment pill at that time and completed the first turn of her spiritual power, perhaps today there would be no need to be hunted down to this point. Thinking of this, he looked at Wang Yuyo. Coincidentally, at this time, Wang Yuyo awoke. How's it going? Wang Jianxiang saw this and got up and walked over. Senior Wang. Wang Yuyo saw that Wang Jianxiang was about to get up. Wang Jianxiang immediately stopped her. You've just awakened. Your body is still weak. Don't move yet. Wang Yuyo nodded. Just then, she suddenly saw Yi Qingxue who had just walked over and her face changed. Why, how are you here? Without waiting for Yi Qingxue to respond, a voice suddenly came to his ears. He has already been branded with my soul and has become my soul slave. Chapter 39, The Wealth of the Rich and Powerful. Hearing Wang Jianxiang's words, Wang Yuyo directly froze. What surprised her was not Wang Jianxiang's power. In her mind, Wang Jianxiang was supposed to be mysteriously powerful. What really surprised her was Wang Jianxiang's audacity. Yi Qingxue was the Xianqing Palace's fourth heavenly pride of the outer sect. How dare he make her a slave? Isn't this equivalent to riding on Xianqing Palace's head and slapping it? Once the matter was exposed, Xianqing Palace was afraid that they would have to go on and on with him. At that time, I'm afraid that the Acacia sect will not be able to protect him, and will definitely not go to war with the Xianqing Palace for him. Well, don't think too much about it, just recuperate. Wang Jianxiang was able to guess what he had in mind and threw her some Di Huangdan, not thinking in his heart. He had his own plans as to why he chose to take Yi Qingxue as a slave. With his soul control, he was certain that Yi Qingxue wouldn't tell anyone about this. After all, if he died, Yi Qingxue would be buried with him. Moreover, cultivation of immortality is against heaven. So what's the point of cultivating immortality if you're afraid of this and that? Seeing Wang Jianxiang's look, Wang Yuyo didn't say much. Swallowing an earth yellow Dan recovered his injuries. After regaining her autonomous consciousness, the speed of recovery from her injuries increased greatly. In just 5 days, the injuries on her body had completely healed. During this period, Wang Jianxiang had been cultivating in the Qianyuan spirit formation. His cultivation was already very close to qi refining perfection, and on the day Wang Yuyo recovered, he reached the qi refining perfection realm. Wang Yuyo, on the other hand, immediately began her seclusion after recovering. Swallowing a foundation building pill, he began to compress his spiritual energy. Unfortunately, her talent was only average. In the end, he didn't succeed in breaking through the first turning realm. A breakthrough is not something to be rushed. Relax and unwind first. Half an hour later, Wang Yuyo restored her state of mind, took a foundation building pill handed by Wang Jianxiang and swallowed it. After several days of cultivation, finally, he managed to complete a spiritual power compression and reached the first turning realm. A breakthrough? Wang Yuyo just opened her eyes to see a smiling Wang Jianxiang. Aha! She nodded. The smile on Wang Jianxiang's face intensified. Can't such a good thing not be celebrated? Said the man with a progressively perverted smile on his face. After each compression of spiritual energy, although the spiritual energy would become more condensed, the total amount would become less. The next step is the accumulation process, until the total amount of spiritual energy is restored as before the next compression. Wang Yuyo was in the process of accumulating the first transformation realm at this very moment. Wang Jianxiang gave her the Qianyuan spirit formation and a large amount of perfect Yunxia Dan. With the ample supply of resources, her cultivation was rising at an astonishing rate. All the process of Wang Yuyo's breakthrough Yi Qingxue had seen in her eyes. The generosity shown by Wang Jianxiang made her incredibly hot-eyed. She's a motivated monk. She also longed for a rapid increase in her cultivation. She wants to get ahead, too. This day, he finally couldn't help but find Wang Jianxiang. Lord Master, how can I be like her? She swallowed and looked at Wang Jianxiang. It made her uncomfortable to speak so lowly to someone. Oh, when Wang Jianxiang heard this, his eyes flickered and he immediately smiled. It depends on your determination. Don't worry, Master, I will be loyal to my master in the future. She gritted her teeth. Aha! Wang Jianxiang nodded. Still looking at her, Yi Qingxue clenched her silver teeth and moved closer to Wang Jianxiang. This foundation building pill is for you. Wang Jianxiang flipped his palm and took out an elixir and casually threw it at her. Thank you, Master. Yi Qingxue immediately reached out to catch it, and the trace of unwillingness still lingering in her eyes instantly became clear. She wasn't like Lin Sienna and Xiao Woya who had deep backgrounds and could get the foundation establishment pill with relative ease. Otherwise, would she have given up her dignity to please Wang Jianxiang? As a matter of fact, her cultivation accumulation had been sufficient for a long time, and the reason why she was still stuck at the first turning realm was precisely because of the lack of foundation building pills. She had long since refined the foundation establishment pill that she had obtained during the outer sect competition, but she was still half a step short of the second turning realm. Now with this foundation establishment pill, it would definitely be possible to break through to the second turning realm. Thinking of this, she couldn't wait to swallow the foundation building pill in her hand. Seeing that Yi Qingxue had entered a state of cultivation, Wang Jianxiang withdrew his gaze. Ordinary foundation building pills had no effect on him. Instead of keeping it, it should be used to strengthen the team. Now that Yi Qingxue had been planted with his soul mark, life and death were all in his hands. There is absolutely no need to worry about her devouring the Lord. If you can pile her up to the foundation stage in one breath, at that time, he would be able to have a foundation establishment stage fighter. The goal of his trip was to obtain the raw materials for refining the foundation establishment pill, and the original ingredients for refining the foundation building pill could only be found at the bottom of the cold pool. At that time, he would inevitably cross paths with the topmost geniuses of the outer sects of the various clans. These people were at the third turning realm before entering the secret realm, and after entering the secret realm, the probability was that they would choose to impact the foundation establishment stage. If it was just chi refining stage cultivators, he would naturally not be afraid of anyone. But what if it's the foundation stage? Although, there were bound to be only a handful of these people who could succeed in building their foundations, that would cause him to lose the initiative. He didn't like to put the initiative in someone else's hands. That was why he thought of taking in Yi Qingxue and helping Wang Yuyo and Yi Qingxue break through foundation establishment. After several previous great battles, the number of foundation establishment pills he had on him had already accumulated to 21. After giving one to Wang Yuyo and another to Yi Qingxue, there were still a full 19 left. Such a quantity should be enough to supply the two with what they needed to build their foundations. Even if it's not enough, big deal. Go grab some more. 5 days later, a powerful wave of spiritual energy spread out. Wang Jianxian's expression moved as he looked up at Yi Qingxue. A breakthrough? Yi Qingxue slowly opened her eyes and a flash of joy flashed across her face. Hearing Wang Jianxian's inquiry, he nodded. So very good. Wang Jianxian laughed. This kind of happy time should be celebrated. Yi Qingxue subconsciously nodded. Hey, this is the Cloud Haze Dan. Wang Jianxian handed Yi Qingxue several bottles of pills. The second turning realm was also in the category of the chi refining stage, and the effect of the perfect Yunxia Dan was just as powerful. After that, he pointed to where Wang Yuyo was. Don't swallow it directly. There are formations there to aid in cultivation, so the two of you can just cultivate in it together. Yi Qingxue noticed the unusual nature of the elixir as soon as she received it. It was the same Yunxia Dan, and the one Wang Jianxian gave her was obviously much more powerful than the unusual Yunxia Dan. After walking into the formation, she was even more shocked in her mind. It was the medicinal power of the Yunxia Dan that permeated the formation. But to her surprise, the potency was too strong. It's like nothing you've ever seen. What surprised her even more was that these medicinal powers did not contain the slightest bit of Dan poison. Under this medicinal environment, the speed of cultivation was already incredibly fast. Plus there's no need to consider the effects of dandruff. It was hard to imagine just how fast one could cultivate here. Think about it. She gave Wang Yuyo an envious look. This woman's natural talent was average, and she was able to reach chi refining perfection so quickly. I'm afraid it was all because of Wang Jianxiang's help, right? At this moment, she suddenly felt a bit chagrined that she knew Wang Jianxiang late. Half a month later, Wang Yuyo completed the accumulation of the first transformation realm. After taking 4 foundation building pills, he managed to break through to the second turning realm. Just the day after Wang Yuyo's breakthrough, Yi Qingxue also completed her accumulation of the second transformation realm. Her talent was clearly much more powerful than Wang Yuyo's. It only took 2 foundation establishment pills to reach the third turning realm. Chapter 40, Turkey, Firebird. After the duo broke through, continue to enter the Qianyuan spirit formation to cultivate hard and build up his cultivation. During the time that the two of them were in seclusion for their breakthrough, Wang Jianxiang was refining weapons in addition to alchemy, and his elixir spells and cultivation points had been raised quite a bit. On this day, he didn't continue refining and prepared to go to the outside world to hunt for some cold beads. Shortly after leaving the cave, a sudden burning pain came from his palm. He stifled a grunt and lifted his palm to look at it. Only the egg-shaped mark in his palm was bubbling with green light. The green light was incomparably hot, giving him an extremely terrifying feeling. If it wasn't for the fact that the green light was converged to the extreme at the moment, even just a hint of power spilling out would have been enough to burn him to ashes. I'm afraid. Damn. What the hell is this? Wang Jianxiang felt as if his palms were going to melt. The intense pain made him almost gnash his teeth, and cold sweat covered his brain. This searing pain is horrible. Sooner or later I'll die from the pain if it continues like this. A flash of viciousness passed through his eyes. As he was about to cut down his arm, the green light in his palm suddenly broke free. Under the green light, an egg-shaped jade stone was hidden. However, Wang Jianxiang did not care about observing, and hastily backed up, trying to distance himself from him, but the next moment he froze. The The surrounding area had long been turned into a sea of green fire at some point. The earth was burned to a boiling lava. Rolls of smoke kept rising like the end of the world. Asterisk 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 asterisk. A moment later, Wang Jianxiang finally reacted. His face turned white, and he offered the Xianguang seal with his hands in a frenzy, and with a flash of spiritual light on his body, the perfect water moon dress was draped over his body. After that, he compressed the wooden sword formation on his body surface, turning it into a third line of defense. The sword formation of earth, sword formation of water, sword formation of fire, and sword formation of gold were instantly integrated into it, increasing the defense of the wooden sword formation to the extreme. Ha, not right? The busy Wang Jianxiang's movements suddenly gave way. I was just too startled to think about it. It was only at this moment that he suddenly realized that he didn't seem to feel the slightest sensation of burning. He subconsciously surveyed his body. Immediately afterward, he realized that a layer of green light had actually enveloped his body as well. This layer of green light was extremely faint, and could not be detected if one did not look closely. Although the green light appeared to be weak, the surrounding terrifying high temperature that was enough to melt the magic weapon was all on the outside after the attack. What's going on? Wang Jianxiang was a bit confused. Click. Right at that moment, a sound like a glass stone breaking rang out. Wang Jianxiang subconsciously looked at the jade. Immediately afterward, he realized that a crack had opened up in the jade. Cut it out. Cut it out. As the first crack split, as if it had triggered a chain reaction, one crack after another surfaced one after another. In the blink of an eye, the entire jade stone actually completely shattered apart. As a piece of broken jade peeled to the ground, Wang Jianxiang was shocked to find that the jade was actually hollow. What surprised him even more was that there was a chicken inside the jade. This thing turns out not to be a lookalike, but it really is an egg. Wang Jianxiang couldn't help but open his mouth wide as he looked at the green-furred chick that had emerged from within the jade. Just as Wang Jianxiang was sizing up the green-haired chick, the green-haired chick seemed to sense something and suddenly looked at Wang Jianxiang. Creaking and groaning. A cheerful chirping sound was followed by a green light that instantly cut through. Wang Jianxiang's eyes flashed, and the green-furred chick had already scurried into his arms. Wang Jianxiang stiffened. Although this thing looked only the size of a palm, he couldn't help but tremble a little in his heart when he thought of the horrific scene it created when it was still just an egg. However, to his surprise, the green-furred chick did not attack after scampering into his arms, but instead affectionately rubbed against his chest a few times. He let out a long sigh of relief. The heart was much more relaxed. He tried to touch the head of the green-furred chick, and the soft fluffy fur was very pleasant to the touch. Not only did the green-furred chick not show the slightest bit of impatience, it instead rubbed against his finger cheerfully. Wang Jianxiang finally relaxed completely when he saw this. He looked at the jade debris on the ground. I think it was eggshells. With a wave of his palm, he collected all the eggshells. After the green-haired chick was born, the fire attribute power in the eggshell did not dissipate, but was completely hidden. If it was used for refining weapons, the effect should be good. 2 hours later, Wang Jianxiang returned to the cave, looked over his shoulder at the little green-colored guy, and couldn't help but let out a bitter smile. It was as if this little guy recognized him. No matter how much he hid, he could easily find him and couldn't shake him off. Until now he didn't know where this little guy came from, but after a bit of research, he wasn't completely unproductive. Upon closer inspection he found that the little guy didn't seem to be a chicken, but a bird, except that the fluff was a little fried and looked more like a chicken. Then again, this little guy is a female. What's this? When Wang Jianxiang entered the cave, he caught the attention of the two women inside. They couldn't help but show their astonishment when they saw the small green-colored bird on Wang Jianxiang's shoulder. Picked it up outside. Wang Jianxiang was too lazy to explain and casually responded. Picked up? There are still indigenous creatures of flesh and blood life in this secret realm? The two of them were surprised for a while, but seeing that Wang Jianxiang did not mean to go into details, they did not ask more questions. After that, Wang Jianxiang didn't let the duo continue cultivating. He had always had a bold idea, but he had never had the chance before, and now that the two of them woke up from their cultivation at the same time, he finally caught the opportunity. 10 days later, Wang Yuyao completed the accumulation of the second transformation realm. After failing 6 times in a row, he finally became a third turning realm cultivator. A few more days passed. Yi Qingxue completed the accumulation of the third transformation realm. The threshold of breaking through the foundation establishment was obviously far too much beyond what it was before. With Yi Qingxue's talent, it also took a full month and a half, and after consuming 5 foundation establishment pills one after another, she finally succeeded in building her foundation and became a foundation establishment cultivator. Until now, Wang Jianxiang only had 2 foundation-building pills left in his hands. Consumption was beyond his expectations. The remaining 2 foundation establishment pills were obviously far from enough for Wang Yuyao's foundation establishment. Continuing the retreat no longer serves a purpose. Wang Jianxiang immediately decided to celebrate the day and leave the next day. But plans can't catch up. For some reason, Wang Jianxiang is severely lacking in stamina. It wasn't until the 3rd day that I recovered completely. After Wang Jianxiang removed the formations inside the cave and covered the cave entrance properly, looking behind him at the 2 women, the duo's strength had changed drastically compared to before, especially Yi Qingxue, even if it was just standing there without actively releasing the slightest bit of spiritual energy. However, the spirit pressure within its body was enough to make any qi-practicing cultivator's heart tremble. A 3-turn realm, a foundation stage, plus himself, an old scheming strong man and an unfathomable firebird. The strength of their group was already quite impressive. Thinking of this, Wang Jianxiang's heart sounded bold. A big hand. Depart. The 3 people and the bird shot off in the direction of the cold pool at once. Chapter 41, Your Mouths Stink. Wang Jianxiang had planned to rush along while looking for a few unlucky eggs to borrow some foundation establishment pills so that Wang Yuyao could also complete her foundation establishment. But I don't know if people have already traveled to the core or if it's just bad luck. Until they arrived at the core of the place, they hadn't even encountered a single silhouette. Is this the cold pool? The heartland? Wang Jianxiang, Wang Yuyao and Yi Qingxue looked ahead. 100 feet away from them, there was a sight of pool water about 3 feet in diameter. The pool is clear and smoky. This smoke is not water vapor, but is made of cold air. Even if it was 100 feet, the 3 of them were actually somewhat unable to withstand it. Take it. Wang Jianxiang took out 3 cold beads, leaving one for himself and handing the other 2 to Wang Yuyao and Yi Qingxue respectively. Along the way, they had hunted and killed a large number of indigenous creatures, and these 3 cold beads had long been fused to the highest level. After holding the cold bead, the feeling of coldness disappeared immediately. Wang Jianxiang looked at the green-colored bird on his shoulder. Chicken. Just wait outside. Chick was the name he gave to the little green bird. At first the chicks were extremely resistant to the name, but in the end they couldn't resist Wang Jianxiang's hegemony. After Wang Jianxiang's words fell, the chick nodded humanely. It has a great distaste for cold pool breath. If it wasn't for Wang Jianxiang leading it, it wouldn't have even gotten close enough to get here. After receiving Wang Jianxiang's order, he flew towards a distant iceberg without hesitation. Wang Jianxiang and the 3 of them then came to the edge of the cold pool and leapt down. The trio kept diving downward. Cold pool as if the bottom is not visible. Has been diving for half a day, but still did not reach the bottom of the pool. Fortunately, the cold beads not only resisted the cold power of the cold pool, but also allowed them to breathe normally in the pool water. In addition to that, even the gravity of the pool water was also resisted. Otherwise, even if they weren't crushed by the gravity of the pool, I'm afraid they would have suffocated long ago. After all, they couldn't completely close their chi like a jade cultivator. While holding your breath for a long time, you can't do it without breathing for most of the day. The 3 of them sneaked around for another day and finally arrived at the bottom of the cold pool. The cold pool is like the shape of a trumpet. The entrance is small, but widens the further down you go. At the bottom of this cold pool, it is as vast as a small world. Wang Jianxiang looked around and had a bit of a headache. Originally thought that the size of this cold pool was limited, and it shouldn't be difficult to find the medicinal ingredients for refining the foundation establishment Dan at the bottom of the cold pool. Where did I expect this place to be so big? He looked at Wang Yuyao and Yi Qingxue. I want to collect some herbs for refining the foundation establishment pill. Which one of you knows the clues? Yi Qingxue pondered for a moment. I can find it. Wang Jianxiang's eyes lit up and he couldn't help but praise. Xiao Shui is really great. Not only is she capable, she's also competent. Yi Qingxue's face flushed, and as if she didn't hear it, she took out a palm-sized compass and identified the location. Follow me. When she finished, she took the lead in one direction. Wang Jianxiang and Wang Yuyao immediately followed. A few days later, a square paved with green stones appeared ahead. The verdant stone floor was in a state of disrepair, filled with an ancient aura. In the center of the square stood a dark stone monument. Around the stone monument, dozens of figures were engaged in a melee. They're fighting over the futon. Yi Qingxue looked at the great battle in the square from afar and said with certainty, a futon? Wang Jianxiang and Wang Yuyao swept their gazes over the side of the stone monument. 18 other raised platforms were found to have been constructed around the stone monument, some of which had worn-out futons placed on them. The battle in the square looked chaotic. In reality, they all erupted around the raised platform with the futon. What's the use of these futons? Wang Jianxiang looked at Yi Qingxue. The futon is the key to enter the medicinal garden. As long as one sits on the futon and communicates with the stone tablet with their spiritual sense, they can be teleported into the medicinal garden. Yi Qingshu said. Hearing her words, Wang Jianxian's expression moved. What's a medicinal garden? Yi Qingshu said. The pill garden is a strange space where all kinds of spirit medicines are planted, and the legend is that it is a relic left behind by an ancient power. Are there any herbs in the medicinal garden for refining the foundation establishment pill? Yes, and there are many other precious herbs. Yi Qingshu nodded. Wang Jianxian's eyes lit up, but he didn't rush into the square. Instead, he carefully examined the battle situation in the square. In the square, there were disciples of the four major powers. There are quite a few of them in the top 10 levels as well. However, what made him a little strange was that the top disciples who ranked in the top 2 of the 4 forces were nowhere to be seen. Couldn't find this place? You can't, can you? It's okay if 1 or 2 don't find it, but if they all don't find it, it's too much of a coincidence, isn't it? Yi Qingshu saw the doubt on Wang Jianxiang's face and seemed to have guessed what he had in mind. There are 18 high platforms in the square, and accordingly, there should be 18 futons, and now there are only 8 high platforms left with futons. The other 10 bushels should have been taken already. You mean that the top disciples of the 4 powers have already entered the medicinal garden? Wang Jianxiang drifted off. No wonder the first 2 of each clan are nowhere to be seen. It turns out that they have long since entered the medicinal garden. Let's go. Let's grab a few spots as well. Wang Jianxiang spoke to the 2 women and took the lead in approaching a high platform within the square. At the side of the high platform, 7 figures were mixing it up. An explosion shook one person out. He was on fire, wanting to charge back, when he suddenly saw a hunched figure with a strong aura of decay approaching. Old man, almost earthbound in age, still learning to venture out? He sneered and charged forward with a murderous rage. He had been beaten up and was on fire, and this old guy looked like a bully, so he just happened to take it out on him. Wang Jianxiang had just approached the high platform when he suddenly saw a figure killing. His face didn't change in the slightest, and he didn't even have the slightest intention of making a move. "You yo, over to you." As his plaintive words fell, a gorgeous flying sword cast like ice crystals instantly shot out from behind him. Pust! The rushing figure froze, and his chest was instantly pierced through. Cut it out! Cut it out! His body was instantly frozen before it fell to the ground and shattered into a dozen pieces. The great battle over here was brief though. However, the icy cold aura that was released and then withdrawn caught the attention of the 6 people who were fighting at the side of the high platform. 2 of the disciples from the Acacia sect were stunned for a moment when they saw Wang Jianxiang. It's the Waste King. He even managed to enter the cold pool and came here. Immediately after that, they saw Wang Yuyo behind Wang Jianxiang. It's Wang Yuyo. So there is Wang Yuyo helping? No wonder. I really don't know what this Wang Yuyo was thinking, to bring such a drag along. However, regardless of what they thought in their hearts, at this juncture, they did not show it, and instead, they said to Wang Yuyo, "Wang Yuyo, how about fighting with us for the futon here?" At that time, the harvest in the medicine garden will be divided together. Of the remaining 4, 2 were from the 10,000 Swords sect and 2 were from the Zhengyang sect. The 3 forces were originally of equal strength. If the Acacia sect suddenly had an extra person, it would definitely be able to suppress the other 2 parties. Thus, after hearing the words of the Acacia sect's duo, the 4 people's faces turned ugly at the same time. "Sorry, we don't want to join forces. We just want to keep it to ourselves." Wang Jianxiang smiled. Hearing Wang Jianxiang's words, the Acacia sect's duo's faces sank. "Rubbish King, what are you? Where is room for you to speak here?" As soon as the duo's words left their mouths, an ice-cold voice then came. "His decision is what I mean. Besides, your mouths stink. Let me tear them up for you." A cold and bone-chilling aura suddenly erupted. The 2's faces instantly changed drastically. Chapter 42, Do you want to do something big? Shoo shoo. In a stern breaking sound, 2 icy cold sword chi came across the sky. Pust! The 2 men's shoulders were instantly pierced by the sword chi, and they retreated in a sorry state. At the same time, a shocking cold force spread from the wounds, to freeze their bodies. The 2 of them looked horrified and hastily mobilized their entire body's spiritual energy to desperately suppress the coldness in their bodies. Looking up at Wang Yuyo again, the faces of the 2 were already filled with fear. "Wang Yuyo, how dare you lay your hands on a fellow disciple? Aren't you afraid of being dealt with by the rules of the sect?" Wang Yuyo was silent as her fingertips flashed with spiritual energy, about to point at the perfect cloud water-cold light sword in front of her once again. Wait! Just then, a palm suddenly gripped her wrist. Wang Yuyo looked at Wang Jianxiang. Wang Jianxiang shook his head at her. "It's not worth it to throw away your life for these 2. The Acacia sect strictly forbids disciples in the sect from killing each other. This place was crowded with people. Once Wang Yuyo really killed these 2 people, the matter would definitely not be hidden. According to the rules of the sect, killing a fellow disciple was a life-threatening offense. Yes, waste. No, Wang Jianxiang is right. You're the top 10 geniuses of the outer sect. We're only the 18th and 20th. It's not worth losing our lives for us. When the two heard Wang Jianxiang's words, it was as if they had grabbed a life preserver and hurriedly said eagerly. Wang Yuyao didn't pay any attention to the duo. She just nodded towards Wang Jianxiang. I'll listen to you. Hearing Wang Yuyao's words, the duo's eyes lit up as they thought that they had suppressed her with the clan's rules. They glanced at each other and then looked at Wang Yuyao. Wang Yuyao, you have already violated the sect rules by striking out at us earlier. Once we report back to the sect, you will definitely be severely punished. Now we can give you a chance to help us capture the futon on this side of the elevated platform, and we can pretend that what just happened never happened. Seeing that the two of them actually knew no better than to turn around and threaten her, Wang Yuyao's complexion turned cold. Wang Jianxiang patted her shoulder, signaling her to be at ease, and then looked at the two of them, a faint smile lifting up on his face. What do you two mean? Is that you want us to cooperate with you? Cooperation? The duo snorted. Didn't you hear clearly? We are asking her to snatch the futon for us. This is the time. Now it's our turn to not want to cooperate, and you are not qualified to cooperate with us. With that, they looked at Wang Yuyao. Wang Yuyao, if you don't want to be punished by the sect, you'd better be obedient. Wang Yuyao sniffed, and an angry look appeared on her face. Wang Jianxiang's expression remained unchanged, a faint smile still hanging on his face. I'm already going to let the two of you off the hook, so why should the two of you be aggressive? He, Waste King, don't talk so nicely. The two sneered. Kill us? Do you guys dare? Wang Jianxiang sighed. Since the two of you are so pressed, then I can only slaughter the two of you, or else people will think that I, Wang Jianxiang, am a horse herder. Although Wang Jianxiang's voice was soft, the duo's bodies tightened at the same time after hearing it and stared tightly at Wang Yuyao. Wang Yuyao, you have to think about it clearly. Is it worth it to throw away your life for a word from the King of Waste? Without the slightest hesitation, Wang Yuyao's fingertips once again had spirit light flashing out, about to decapitate the two. Wang Jianxiang pulled her back again. Wang Yuyao looked a bit puzzled. These two do have to be killed, but not by you, Wang Jianxiang said softly, and Wang Yuyao was puzzled. Then, Wang Jianxiang looked at the two of them and said with a smile, the Acacia sect's disciplinary rules can restrict its own disciples. I just don't know if they can restrict people from other forces. The duo was stunned, somewhat confused as to what Wang Jianxiang meant. The smile on Wang Jianxiang's face slowly disappeared, and his icy voice then sounded, little Schwerer, still not making a move? Phew. As soon as his words fell, two inconspicuous spiritual energies suddenly shot in. In the next moment, the two had not yet reacted. The two spiritual forces had already penetrated their eyebrows. The four people from the 10,000 Sword sect and the Zhangyang sect who had been paying attention to the side saw the two people from the Acacia sect die. They all showed scorn and were about to retreat. All four of you, now that you've seen it, stay. Wang Jianxiang lightly glanced at the four people. In the next moment, four channels of condensed spiritual energy broke through the air and pierced through the heads of the four men. The four people's faces instantly froze, turning into four corpses that fell to the ground. Seeing Yi Qingxue decapitate six people like killing a chicken and slaughtering a dog without even showing his face, Wang Jianxiang couldn't help but sigh a little in his heart at the toughness of Foundation Establishment stage cultivators. Although it is only a step away from practicing Qi to the Foundation stage, the gap between them is like mud. In front of a Foundation Establishment stage cultivator, a Qi practicing perfection cultivator was as fragile as paper mache. Even a third turning realm cultivator was no exception. He looked to Wang Yuyao. Yuyao, go fetch the futon. Wang Yuyao nodded and flew upwards. Shortly afterward, the bushel arrived. Wang Jianxiang's gaze fell to another high platform that possessed a futon. Keep grabbing. There were four people fighting furiously beside this high platform. Two of them were from the Xinqing Palace. One was from the 10,000 Swords sect, and one was from the Acacia sect, King of Waste, and Yi Qingxue. Seeing the duo, the face of the man from the Acacia sect flickered. The man from the 10,000 Swords sect's face flickered and did not speak. On the contrary, it was the two men from the Xinqing Palace who spoke impulsively. Get lost, this place belongs to us. They directly ignored Wang Jianxiang, so old and full of decaying aura. At a glance, it is a waste that has exhausted its potential and is approaching the end of its life. On the contrary, when he looked at Wang Yuyao, he revealed a slightly wary look. As for Yi Qingxue, as a Foundation Establishment cultivator, if she took the initiative to conceal herself, these people would not be able to detect it at all. Wang Jianxiang swept his gaze from the four one by one and finally landed back on the two Xinqing Palace men. The same words go to you. Get lost. Grandpa wants the futon here. The two of them sniffed and their faces flashed with murderous intent. This side of the battlefield was originally the two of them had the upper hand. If there were no accidents, the futon on this stone platform would definitely belong to them. Wang Jianxiang's arrival sort of adds to their variables. They were already extremely upset. plus Wang Jianxian's arrogant attitude. The killing intent in the hearts of the two finally could no longer be suppressed. Seek death. They snorted coldly and harnessed their flying swords to kill Wang Jianxiang and Wang Yuyao. Wang Jianxiang looked calm and looked at Wang Yuyao. Wang Yuyao was about to strike. Jeer. Two spiritual forces suddenly broke through the air. The heads of those two people from the Shanqing Palace were instantly pierced through, their vitality dissipating. Wang Jianxiang was stunned and couldn't help but look behind him. Your Shanqing Palace allows fellow disciples to fight each other? In the next moment, Yi Qingshue's voice came from his mind. Not allowed. Then how dare you kill? I've already checked. There are no other Foundation establishment cultivators in this square. No one can find out that I killed them. Hearing Yi Qingshue's words, Wang Jianxiang's eyes lit up. No other Tsukiji? In other words, they are just invincible here. Thinking of this, he swept his gaze over the dozens of figures in the square. Want to do something big? What big one? Yi Qingxue was stunned. Kill all these people. Yi Qingxue. Chapter 43 Lin Xianer, Xiao Wuya. Hearing Wang Jianxian's voice transmission, Yi Qingxue was silent for a while. She asked herself that she already had a lot of guts, otherwise she wouldn't have dared to kill her fellow disciples. I didn't expect Wang Jianxian to be more daring. No, it should be crazier. The disciples who were able to enter the secret realm were the elite of the outer sects of each sect, the future backbone of the sect. A few deaths of various clans might feel no pain and would not be pursued, but if all the people were killed, then the clans would have suffered a great loss. At that time, not to mention the leading elders outside the secret territory. I'm afraid that the principals of the four major powers would have to go crazy. After coming back to her senses, her ghostly voice reached Wang Jianxiang's ears. There are still leading elders sitting outside the secret land, and the means of the Jidan stage cultivators are something we can't speculate on. We won't necessarily be able to hide it when the time comes. That's so. A touch of regret flashed across Wang Jianxiang's face. Then forget it. When he finished, he looked at the remaining two who were watching him warily. Kill these two too. Yi Qingxue did not send another voice. Two condensed spiritual energy shot out after Wang Jianxiang's words, piercing through the two men's skulls. Wang Jianxiang let Wang Yuyao collect the futon, while he himself collected 4 more storage bags, and then his gaze turned back to the third high platform. A few moments later, the third futon arrived easily, while Wang Jianxiang harvested 6 more storage bags. Next, enter the medicinal garden. Saying that, Wang Jianxiang looked at Wang Yuyao. Wang Yuyao understood and took out all 3 futons and placed them at her feet before sitting on top of one. Wang Jianxiang also sat on a futon. Yi Qingxue appeared and sat on top of the third futon. After that, the 3 of them spread out their spiritual sense and communicated with the stone tablet. The futon that the 3 of them were sitting on burst into a burst of spiritual light. In the next moment, the 3 of them disappeared at the same time as the futon under their seats. In an ancient bronze hall, spiritual light flashed, and 3 figures flashed out at the same time. This is a medicinal garden? Wang Jianxiang looked around and was stunned for a moment. Wang Yuyao also looked at Yi Qingxue suspiciously. This place didn't look like a place that could grow spirit medicines in any way. This should be a staging area. Yi Qingxue looked around and pondered for a moment. Transit? That's right. Yi Qingxue nodded and pointed around. See these doors? Wang Jianxiang and Wang Yuyao nodded. They had noticed before that there were 9 portals evenly distributed on the walls around the Great Hall. Oddly enough, there was clearly plenty of light in the hall, but it was pitch black behind these portals, and it was impossible to see the slightest glimpse of what was behind the portals. Walking through these doors will allow you to enter the examination space, and passing the examination will allow you to be teleported into the medicinal garden. Yi Qingxue continued. Wang Jianxiang nodded thoughtfully. In that case, go in. After that, he picked a random door and walked in. Wang Yuyao and Yi Qingxue followed him. The two had just stepped into the doorway when an irresistible resistance suddenly pushed them back. What's going on? Wang Yuyao was startled and looked at Yi Qingxue. Yi Qingxue frowned tightly, and after a moment, she seemed to have thought of something and her face changed. Oh no, I forgot something. What is it? Wang Yuyao stared at her closely. Only 3 people can enter each portal in a test period, and the difficulty of the test is set according to the first person to enter. What? Hearing Yi Qingxue's words, Wang Yuyao's face changed drastically. In other words, 2 people had already entered this portal before senior brother Wang entered and had not yet passed the examination. In that case, wouldn't senior brother Wang participate in the examination with those 2 when he went in? Those 2 people if they are all refining stage, okay? If there is a foundation stage cultivator, or the first to go in, doesn't it mean that senior brother Wang has to go through the foundation establishment stage level examination? After walking through the portal, Wang Jianxiang only felt a blackness in front of his eyes, and when his sight returned, he realized that he had arrived in a strange space. After realizing that Wang Yuyao and Yi Qingxue did not appear in the surroundings, he frowned. What's going on? Where are Yuyao and little Shuer? Did it spread out? Or did it not come in? Just then, an odor of blood wafted in. Wang Jianxiang immediately returned to his senses and walked forward. A few moments later, several massive corpses appeared before them. These were 4 huge bird corpses that were more than 10 feet tall. The bird's corpse was littered with wounds deep enough to be seen on the bone. This injury doesn't seem to be the result of a spirit beast killing, but more like the result of a cultivator. Wang Jianxiang's eyes flickered. Could it be that someone has already come in here before me? He pondered for a moment and continued to walk forward. The moment he entered this space, the examination information had already appeared in his mind. That is to travel to the core of this space. There is a teleportation array there that leaves this space and leads directly to the medicine garden. The direction he was heading to was exactly the direction where the core place was located. All the way, he had encountered more than 10 spirit beast corpses, and it looked like they were all decapitated by those who entered before him. It made his heart flutter and he couldn't help but feel grateful at the same time. What was mind-blowing was the strength of the other side. Among these dead spirit beasts, there were a few that were particularly terrifying. Even though he was dead, the lingering sense still gave him a sense of alarm. This feeling of oppression was just like Yi Qingxue after the breakthrough. To be able to kill several such powerful spirit beasts one after another, that person's toughness could be imagined. I think it must be the top pride of a certain clan, and like Yi Qingxue, it has already succeeded in building its foundation. Thankfully, it was because that person was strong enough to decimate all the spirit beasts along the way. He was able to make it all the way here safely. Otherwise, if he were to encounter those foundation establishment stage spirit beasts, it would be an old crime. 2 days later, a powerful battle fluctuation suddenly passed from the front. Is that the man fighting the spirit beast? Wang Jianxiang's expression stared and he immediately stopped moving forward. That person who entered first was at the foundation stage. He wasn't sure of the other party's identity, and rashly meeting with them would only put himself in a passive and crisis situation. Until the battle fluctuations disappeared, he coalesced the sword formation of wood, causing it to cling to his body like clothing. Only after confirming that his breath had been collected to the extreme did he slowly approach the direction from which the battle fluctuations had come. A short time later, a patch of weeds. Wang Jianxiang gently peeled away the weeds blocking the front, and then a battlefield appeared in front of him. A huge spirit beast corpse was lying on the crumbling earth. On the corpse, the powerful aura that still remained reminded him that this corpse was also a foundation establishment spirit beast in its lifetime. Just as Wang Jianxiang was surveying the spirit beast corpses in the battlefield, a male voice suddenly came out. We've already killed 7 foundation establishment spirit beasts before and after. This test is really perverted. Wang Jianxiang looked towards a corner of the battlefield, and 2 figures, a man and a woman, then came into view. The male is handsome and distinguished. The female's appearance was stunningly beautiful. Her body was slender, and her temperament was like that of an immortal. The moment he saw the duo, 2 names immediately popped up in Wang Jianxiang's mind. Lin Xianer, Xiao Wuya. Chapter 44, Wang Jianxiang's Old Six Behavior. Seeing these 2 figures, Wang Jianxiang's heart was shocked. As the first and second pride of the Xianqing Palace's outer sect, there was no doubt about these 2's talent. Now that he had also succeeded in building his foundation, his aura was no better than Yi Qingxue's. He subconsciously shrunk, but his concerns were clearly overstated. The Deshang Realmwood sword formation's ability to conceal his breath was beyond his expectations. Even though the 2 were already foundation establishment cultivators, they failed to detect even the slightest hint of his breath. It's normal for us 2 foundation establishment cultivators to enter a gate at the same time, so it's normal for the test to be a bit harder. But Brother Wuya doesn't have to worry too much. I still have my bottom card untouched. Passing this test shouldn't be too much of a problem. Hearing Xiao Wuya's words, Lin Xianer lightly laughed. Before joining the Xianqing Palace, her family had been friends with Xiao Wuya's family for generations, and the 2 had known each other since they were young and were considered childhood sweethearts. Xiao Wuya was 3 years older than her, and she had always called Xiao Wuya Brother Wuya before she joined the Xianqing Palace. Even now that he had become the number 1 person in the outer sect, and his strength had jumped above that of Xiao Wuya, he still affectionately called Xiao Wuya as Brother Wuya. Hearing Lin Xianer's words, Xiao Wuya favored Lin Xianer with a glance. What are you thinking about, you ninny? I am not worried about this examination, and even if we do encounter danger in the secret realm, how can I let you take the front? Lin Xianer sniffed and spat out her tongue. That dainty and cute look was a stark contrast to her usual condescension. Since Brother Wuya isn't worried about the examination, could it be that he's worried about Elder Song's order? That's right, Xiao Wuya nodded. This examination has already lasted for half a month, and now that there are only 3 months left before the secret realm closes, we still have to enter the medicinal garden to collect medicines, so time is too tight. I'm afraid, Brother Wuya doesn't have to worry. Lin Xianer smiled. In my opinion, those so-called outer sect elites of the Acacia sect are nothing but a joke. Even an old loser with a big deadline approaching can mix up the secret realm quota. It can be imagined how wasted this batch of Acacia sect disciples are. It's simple to deal with them. There's no need to waste too much time. Hearing Lin Xianer's words, Xiao Wuya also smiled. He also had a few memories of the old thing that was filled with decay. With such trash being able to mix into the team, the quality of this batch of outer sect elites of the Acacia sect was indeed not good either. Anyway, it's always good to be cautious. Keep rushing, and finish this test as soon as possible. Xiao Wuya stood up. Alright, listen to Brother Wuya. Lin Xianer beamed and stood up. You ninny. Xiao Wuya shook his head helplessly. A few moments later, the two shot off. Wang Jianxiang stepped out of the weeds, pondering. The elder song in the duo's mouth should be Song Qiuyu. Song Qiuyu didn't dare to directly fight with Yan Qingxian, only ordering Lin Xianer and Xiao Wuya to deal with the Acacia sect disciples, supposedly wanting to use this as a way to disgust Yan Qingxian. He had the presence of mind to stop it. However, he was only a chi practicing cultivator, and even if he refined the small 5-element sword formation to its full completion, it would be difficult for him to fight against a foundation establishment cultivator. Not to mention the fact that the other party was still 2 foundation establishment stage. He shook his head and could only suppress the thoughts in his mind as he followed along. Playing it safe, he just fell far behind the duo. Half a day later, Wang Jianxiang's figure suddenly lurched as he gazed intently at the heights in front of him. In the sky, a large greenish-black bird that was nearly 20 feet long roared into the sky, with a single feather as if it was cast from fine iron, and with thunderous light entwined all over its body. The speed of the big bird was extremely astonishing, and in a flash of lightning it had appeared in front of Lin Xianer and Xiao Wuya. The wings vibrated, and a thunderbolt fell from the sky, splitting the two of them down to the ground alive. The great war ensued. As a thunder attribute spirit beast, the green and black big bird's attacks were incredibly powerful. Lin Xianer and Xiao Wuya were beaten back and were injured in no time. Seeing that the situation was not right, Lin Xianer flipped her palm and took out a jade talisman. A little finger. The jade talisman instantly transformed into a jade white flying sword that shot towards the large green and black bird. A white rainbow flashed by, and the large green and black bird let out a harsh cry as a bloody wound appeared on its body. However, Lin Xianer's face did not have the slightest bit of joy. Her sword was originally stabbed towards the head of the green and black bird, but the green and black bird was too fast. He even dodged away the moment the sword landed on his body, and only suffered some superficial wounds. Xianer, I'll trap it. Right at this moment, Xiao Wuya's eyes flashed with a stern color and he also put up a fight. He flipped his palm and took out a turquoise jade talisman. A little finger. The turquoise jade talisman transformed into a stream of light and shot towards the large green and black bird. The big green and black bird seemed to realize the crisis and was about to lift its wings to dodge. But in the moment the green and black bird dodged, the turquoise light suddenly exploded. The green light over. The space are all attached to a layer of green light film. In the blink of an eye, the area of several hundred feet in circumference was transformed into a green light prison. Inside the prison, green light erupted. A suppressive force instantly coalesced on the big green and black bird. Xianer, do it! Xiao Wuya seemed to be extremely consumed, beads of sweat hanging on his head as he anxiously drank to Lin Xianer. Lin Xianer sniffed and immediately pointed at the jade white flying sword. The jade white flying sword instantly shot towards the head of the large green and black bird. At the moment of life and death, the big green and black bird went completely berserk. A thick electric snake jumped out on the hard feathers, as if it had transformed into a bird of thunder and lightning. Under the lightning outburst, the suppression of the green light prison was instantly broken. With a flash of electricity, the green and black bird instantly rushed out of the green light prison. The jade white long sword then fell short. Not good. This big bird is already close to the middle stage of foundation establishment, and it's of the lightning attribute. Its attack power and speed are ridiculously strong. The two of us are by no means opponents. A look of horror passed over Xiao Wuya's face. Brother Wuya, don't worry. Even if we can't fight this person, if we want to leave, it can't stop us. At this moment, Lin Xianer's complexion calmed down instead. With a flash of aura in her hand, a page of talisman paper appeared in her hand. The 1,000 Miles Talisman? Seeing this page of talisman paper, Xiao Wuya's expression was delighted. Lin Xianer nodded. The spirit light of the talisman paper in her hand flourished, and then the dense spirit light rotated and turned into a vortex shape, forming a constantly rotating channel. The passageway connects to nothingness and leads to nowhere. Crackle. The passage had just formed when several thunderbolts suddenly fell from the sky. Lin Xianer and Xiao Wuya's faces changed. There would be a short teleportation time for entering the teleportation channel of the 1,000-mile talisman. The teleportation channel transformed by the 1,000-mile divine walking talisman was again extremely fragile. That's enough time for the thunder force to destroy the teleportation channel. Thinking of this, instead of entering the teleportation channel, they simultaneously dashed to the top of the teleportation channel to resist the power of the thunder. shoo away. After a roaring sound, the two of them landed in a sorry state with blood spilling from their mouths. Although it was a mess, the teleportation channel was always saved. Xiaoya looked at the big green and black bird. Xiener, you go first, I'll trap this head. When he finished speaking, he pointed his finger. The green light prison suddenly contracted and reappeared as a stream of light shooting toward the big green and black bird. The big green and black bird was right above the green light prison, too close to react, and was once again enveloped by the green light prison. Seeing this, Lin Xiener, who was originally still a bit worried, finally felt relieved and stepped into the teleportation channel. Her figure gradually faded and eventually disappeared into the teleportation channel. Crackle! After Lin Xiener teleported away, the large green and black bird erupted once more. Humph, is always only to be counted. No more playing with you. Xiaoya sneered at the situation and stepped into the teleportation channel without any panic. At the same time the palm of his hand was waved. Without waiting for the big green and black bird to break through the blockade, it took the initiative to withdraw the green light prison. The turquoise jade talisman re-manifested and flew towards his palm. The large green and black bird roared angrily. In the sky, a large amount of lightning struck down. However, at this moment, Xiaoya stood within the teleportation channel, and his figure had become a blur. In the next instant, you can completely teleport away. Everything seems to be too late. Can come back later to clean you up. Xiaoya tilted his head back and looked into the air with a cold smile on his face. Click! But the moment his words fell, a shattering sound suddenly came. The teleportation channel suddenly shattered. Xiaoya's body that had originally faded away solidified back again. A moment of bewilderment appeared on his face. Then it became ugly. The teleportation channel is destroyed. He failed to teleport. Chapter 45, Meeting Lin Xiener again. Boom! Several bull-thick thunderbolts landed. Thunder flashed and the earth crumbled. A figure spewed blood from its mouth and flew out dozens of feet in a wretched manner, smashing down hard on the ground. Xiaoya rose up from the ground in a sorry state, but did not look at the large green and black bird. But instead, the first thing he did was to look at a flying sword not far away that was draped with an icy cold aura. In the next moment, he showed a crazy look on his face, and his murderous gaze swept up the surroundings. Who is it? How dare you sneak up on Mr. Xiao? Do you dare to show yourself? The icy voice spread out, but there was no response. Xiaoya's eyes were red. It was that flying sword that had just broken through the teleportation channel, cutting off his escape. He knew that he had no hope of escaping in front of this big green and black bird, and was bent on finding the hidden person and pulling him down with him. But no matter how much his spiritual sense probed, he was never able to detect the slightest abnormality. He was the second-day pride of the Xianqing Palace's outer gate, but he had to be assassinated to death, and he didn't even know who his enemy was. What a shame this is. At this moment, the suffocation in his heart even overpowered his fear of death. In the face of the large green and black bird that attacked again, he didn't care and just flew back and forth in all directions in an attempt to find the person who attacked. Unfortunately, he's not destined to make it. Early on, after the successful sneak attack, Wang Jianxiang secretly dug a hole and buried himself. With the sword of wood formation to hide his aura, he only needed to conceal himself from Xiaoya's eyes. In the end, Xiaoya failed to find the sneak attacker and was turned into charcoal by a bolt of electricity in an endless suffocation. After killing the outsiders who had invaded the territory, the big green and black bird made another round of the surroundings before lifting its wings and leaving. Another moment passed. Wang Jianxiang quietly peeled back the layer of soil on his face and saw that the big green and black bird had already left, and let out a long sigh of relief. For safety's sake, he did not withdraw the sword formation of wood from his body. With the sword formation of wood blocking his breath, the green and black bird would not be able to sense his presence. He looked around, then to a charred corpse. The body had been completely reduced to charcoal. It was evident from the numerous wounds, large and small, on his body that the deceased was in considerable pain before his death. He fumbled around with the coke and took out a storage pouch. After checking it out, a turquoise jade talisman appeared with a flash of spiritual light in his palm. This object was the very same talismanic treasure that could briefly trap the large green and black bird. It had been taken back by Xiao Wuhan before, but now it belonged to him. In addition to this, Xiao Wuhan had 6 foundation establishment pills in his storage bag as well as many spirit stones, so he could be said to be rich. After checking out the loot, he didn't stay here much longer. Recognizing the direction of the core place, he carefully stalked ahead. In a dilapidated building, a bit of spiritual light suddenly surfaced, and then the spiritual light flourished. A figure flashed out from within the aura. After the figure appeared, the aura quickly faded and eventually disappeared. Where is this? A flash of wariness flashed across Lin Xiener's face, noticing that there was no danger in the surroundings. His expression relaxed a bit. She did not have the slightest worry at all about Xiao Wuhan not showing up together. The teleportation of the 1,000 miles divine travel talisman was random, and it was normal that the two were not teleported to the same location. With Xiao Wuhan's means, there was not the slightest difficulty in getting away before the 1,000-mile divine travel talisman's teleportation channel dissipated. In her thoughts, Xiao Wuhan must have gotten away safely by now. After some scrutinizing, her eyes landed on a staircase that led to the upper level. After a moment of contemplation, he headed for the stairs. When she arrived at the second floor, she immediately detected a stream of pure spiritual energy so thick that it was almost foggy. Her gaze then fell upon a square of water about 10 feet in diameter. This is a spirit pool made of liquefied spiritual energy. A flash of joy appeared on Lin Xianer's face and she couldn't help but walk towards the pool. If she could refine the spiritual water in the pool, her cultivation would definitely increase tremendously. Call out. The moment she arrived at the pool, a small green snake the size of a palm instantly shot out from the pool. The speed of the small green snake was extremely astonishing. Before Lin Xianer could react, her shoulder ached and she had already been bitten by the small green snake. With a startled expression, her spiritual energy shook the small green snake back. Looking for death. She looked at the wound on her shoulder and with a point of her finger, a flying sword shot out. Ding! Sparks were flying. The little green snake was sent flying. Its scales were incredibly hard, and her strike surprisingly failed to leave the slightest trace on its body. Hiss! The little green snake was stimulated by the pain and charged ferociously once again. Lin Xianer's expression was icy cold as she directly offered a jade talisman. With a flash of spiritual light, the jade talisman transformed into a small jade white sword. There was a flash of white light, sound of escaping laughter. The little green snake was cut in half vertically from head to tail. Seeing that the little green snake was already dead, Lin Xianer breathed a sigh of relief. Covering the wound, he was about to step forward to check it out when he suddenly felt a burning in his shoulder. In a short moment, the feeling of burning heat quickly spread throughout the body, and the clothes on his body were unable to withstand this high temperature, and were disintegrated into pieces without a sound. Even consciousness was a little fuzzy. Oh no, this snake is poisonous. Lin Xianer looked startled and hastily mobilized her entire body to suppress it. Immediately afterward, her face changed. Surprisingly, her power was unable to suppress the toxins in her body. In a panic, she thought of the spirit pool in front of her and jumped inside without hesitation. As the rich aura entered her body, a cool sensation hit her, lifting her spirits. It works! She was delighted in her heart. However, the little snake's toxin was stronger than she could have imagined. It seems to be a strange kind of fire poison. Not only could it produce a scorching temperature hot enough to incinerate flesh like the real fire, but it could also tickle the fire of nothingness and infinitely amplify all her emotions. Even though she had already exerted all her strength and supplemented it with the suppression of the cold pool spirit spring, she was only able to block the erosion of the fire poison in her body. Fortunately, the fire poison in the body is a rootless force. As long as it continued to consume as it did, sooner or later it would be worn out to the fullest, but only if she maintains the fragile balance that she has now. With the sword of wood formation masking his breath, Wang Jianxiang dodged several Foundation establishment spirit beasts along the way. In just one day, he crossed a distance of thousands of miles without any danger and arrived at the core of the examination space. Is this the final place of the test? Looking at the dilapidated building in front of him, Wang Jianxiang pondered. In front of him was a 3-story attic. This attic seemed to have gone through endless years, and every brick and tile was filled with an ancient aura. Wang Jianxiang thought about it and walked towards the attic door with a cautious face. Walking through the door, Wang Jianxiang's eyes suddenly blossomed. When he came back to his senses, he found himself in the middle of a building. Turn and look. Behind them was a wall, and the door they had come in through had actually disappeared. He was shocked, then quickly calmed down. Surveying the surroundings, his eyes fell on the stairs leading to the upper level. Is this the only way? He sulked for a moment and carefully made his way down the stairs toward the upper floors. A few moments later, he tiptoed to the second floor. Then he couldn't help but freeze. What appeared in front of us was a square-foot diameter pool. In the pool, the aura was amazing. Careful sensing would reveal that the water in the pool was actually liquefied from pure spiritual energy. But it wasn't the pool itself that surprised him. Instead, it was the figure soaking in the pool with its back to him. Chapter 46, Don't Turn Around? I'm Brother Wuya. In the pool of water, the dense spiritual energy was like smoke lingering above the water. In the haze of smoke, a figure stood in the middle of the pool. The water in the pool wasn't deep, only reaching her waist. The bare, slim back showed a near-perfect silhouette in the haze of smoke. Lin Xianer. Even without seeing the front face of the person in the pool, Wang Jianxiang still recognized the silhouette at the first moment. He was shocked, and his first reaction was to flee. Just as he subconsciously wanted to turn around and go downstairs, he suddenly realized that there was something wrong with Lin Xianer. Immediately afterward, his eyes turned to the edge of the pool and saw the corpse of a snake that was only the size of a palm. An idea suddenly appeared in his mind. Is she Poisoned? If that's the case, this moment must be her weakest. As this thought popped up, Wang Jianxiang's gaze flickered. Since this Lin Xianer had already received Song Qiuyu's orders, she was bound to deliberately target the Acacia sect disciples. The future is likely to be against him. At this moment, she is not lightly poisoned. Isn't it the best time to eliminate her? Thinking of this, Wang Jianxiang gritted his teeth and carefully walked towards the pool. Lin Xianer's entire mind was focused on fighting the fire poison in her body at the moment. Plus Wang Jianxiang had the sword of wood formation locking up his breath. Until Wang Jianxiang walked to the edge of the pool, she still did not have the slightest awareness. At this moment, Wang Jianxiang had completely confirmed his previous guess. She must be extremely poisoned. Otherwise, even if you can't feel his scent, can't you still detect the sound of footsteps close at hand? Thinking about it made him much bolder, and the eyes became bold. After coming to the edge of the spirit pool, the scene in the spirit pool became much clearer. Unfortunately, you can only see the back, not the front, and all the parts below the waist are hidden in the spiritual water. A moment later, Wang Jianxiang quickly came back to his senses and a coldness flashed across his face. His palms lifted and his fingertips coalesced with spiritual energy. It's about to hit the ground running. But with all of his attention on Lin Xianer, he didn't realize that a wisp of green breath silently floated out from the spirit pool, mixed in with the spiritual fumes, drifted down to his body, and burrowed into his body along his pores. This wisp of greenish-red breath was precisely a wisp of fire poison that Lin Xianer had expelled from her body at some point. Previously, it had been mixed in the spiritual water until this moment when it floated out. Compared to the fire poison in Lin Xianer's body, this wisp of toxin was less than 1%. Such a weak poisonous power was not a threat to Wang Jianxiang's life, but its property of being able to increase emotions affected Wang Jianxiang silently. Originally, Wang Jianxiang didn't think much about it and only wanted to kill this potential threat in front of him as soon as possible. However, when the strand of toxin entered his body, Wang Jianxiang's thoughts were somewhat skewed. She's so pretty, why don't you take the opportunity? The moment this thought appeared, Wang Jianxiang himself was startled. This was a powerful enemy that could kill him at any time. He shook his head violently, attempting to shake off the bold thought, but instead of dispersing, the thought grew stronger and stronger, as if it had transformed into a second personality, constantly tempting him with its words. What's the hesitation? Xianqing Palace Outer Sect First Goddess she's suffering from severe poisoning right now, and she's powerless to resist. Meanwhile, his sanity morphed into another voice. No, absolutely not. One slip can cost you your life. Too risky. But his sanity didn't last long before he was gradually brought to heel. Can't we just watch a little longer before we kill her? Shall we try? In the end, his sanity was completely defeated. He carefully stepped into the spirit pool and just made his move. Lin Xianer was instinctively startled. Wang Jianxiang was startled. And in a hurry, he said, Xianer, don't turn around. I'm Brother Wuya. After this period of time of detoxification, the fire poison in Lin Xianer's body had already been refined. Only the prolonged detoxification had left her consciousness a little muddled. However, after hearing Wang Jianxiang's voice, she instantly came to her senses instead. She and Xiao Wuya were childhood sweethearts. How could Xiao Wuya's voice not be recognized? The voice wasn't right at all. It definitely wasn't Brother Wuya. Moreover, Brother Wuya had always respected her. When had he ever acted so rudely? Her eyes snapped open. Noticing the person behind him, a strong killing intent immediately erupted from his body. After sensing this killing intent, Wang Jianxiang's body chilled and he also came to his senses, jumped to the shore as fast as he could. At this moment, Lin Xianer turned around violently to look over, and a pair of stunningly beautiful eyes instantly erupted with icy killing intent. It's you! Lin Xianer instantly recognized it. Wasn't this person the old loser in the Acacia Sects team who was at the end of his days? Thinking of this, her face instantly turned ugly. She was the No. One heavenly pride and the No. One goddess of the outer sect of the Xianqing Palace, with a noble status and icy cleanliness. I can't believe I was taken advantage of so much by a lowly old guy. If it got out, wouldn't her reputation stink? How can I hold my head up in the future? How can I face Brother Wuya? Thinking of this, the killing intent in her body had exploded to the extreme. Wang Jianxiang's heart chilled as he suddenly looked behind Lin Xianer with wide eyes. Xiao Wuya, why are you here? Lin Xianer was startled and subconsciously turned to look. Taking advantage of this moment, Wang Jianxiang jumped out of the spirit pool and ran. It wasn't until this moment that Lin Xianer finally reacted. Shameless old bastard. I'll kill you. She pointed her finger forward. A jade talisman shot out and transformed into a jade-white flying sword in a flash of spiritual light. It's that talismanic treasure. Seeing this jade-white flying sword, Wang Jianxiang instantly felt a tingle in his scalp. He's seen the power of this thing before. Chopping that big green and black bird at the Foundation establishment stage was like cutting tofu. If this falls on him, What about this and that? Thinking of this, he didn't hesitate and directly activated the perfect wind-chasing boots, and his entire body ascended the staircase leading to the third floor at an astonishing speed amidst a gust of wind sweeping through the area. Stick to a point. The incomparably sharp jade-white flying sword missed Wang Jianshan by just a hair and crashed into the corner of the stairs. The ancient building looked old and the walls were covered with cracks, as if it could collapse at any time. However, after being stabbed by this sharp jade-white small sword, not a single trace was left behind. Instead, the jade-white small sword was like an egg touching a stone, being knocked through a corner and retransforming into a jade talisman that fell to the ground. An extra thin crack appeared on top of the jade talisman. Lin Xianer flew out of the spirit pool with a flash of light, draped in a brand new white long dress. Not bothering to check the talismanic treasure, he rushed towards the stairs leading to the third floor in a murderous rage. Chapter 47 Medicine Garden Test. Third floor of the old building. Lin Xianer rushed up and immediately looked to the center position. An ancient altar had been built there, and under the erosion of the long years, it was covered with fine cracks. On the altar, a faint aura was converging. Her face changed and she rushed to the altar as fast as she could. After examining it for a few moments, his face paled. It really is a teleportation array. She looked around the altar and several alcoves came into view. The spirit stone embedded in it had already been turned into powder by the teleportation array that drained its aura. With a wave of her palm, she blew the powder in the alcove clean and took out the spirit stone to embed it. In the next moment, the teleportation array above the altar relighted. But after only a moment of illumination, the spirit stone in the groove suddenly shattered, and the formation pattern reappeared hidden in the altar. Is the quality of the spirit stones not enough? Lin Xianer's face changed. Legend has it that in ancient times, the aura of heaven and earth was rich and pure. There were extremely many veins of spirit stones back then. Spirit stones are categorized into 4 grades: extreme, superior, medium and inferior, based on the strength of the spiritual energy they contain. And today, as the land has gone through mutations, the cultivation environment is far inferior to that of the ancient times. Spirit stone veins became extremely rare, not to mention that the spirit stones that were birthed were almost all just lower grade spirit stones. Obviously, this altar was left over from ancient times. Its upper array of lower grade spirit stones cannot be activated. He didn't believe that old man would possess high grade spirit stones. The only possibility was that this altar was originally inlaid with spirit stones, and the only remaining aura was depleted. As she thought about it, her face became more and more ugly. If the lower grade spirit stones could not activate the formation, how could she leave? Eventually, she didn't think of a way out and had to return to the second floor. The spirit pool on the second floor could help her raise her cultivation, and now she could only take one step at a time. It was just that whenever she thought of that old man, she couldn't help but grit her teeth. Lin Xianer's guess was accurate. It was true that Wang Jianshan didn't have any high-grade spirit stones. Instead, he activated the formation through the original spirit stones on the altar. Now, he had arrived outside a medicinal garden. Saying that it's a medicinal garden, this place is actually incredibly large. As far as the eye can see, at a glance, all sorts of precious medicinal herbs grew as savagely as weeds. Wang Jianshan walked into the medicinal garden with some impatience. Just after walking into the medicinal garden, he was greeted with the sight of dozens of Xianyu ginseng growing not far away. Xianyu ginseng, the very core medicinal material for refining the foundation establishment pill. Wang Jianshan immediately walked over and was about to pick it. Just at the moment his palm was about to touch a Xianyu ginseng, a spiritual light suddenly erupted from beside the Xianyu ginseng. Wang Jianshan immediately felt that his palm was blocked, and before he could react, his consciousness blossomed, and he instantly realized that he had appeared in an empty space. Buzz. A ball of spiritual light surfaced in front of him, transforming into a solid figure in the blink of an eye. The person transformed by the spirit light looked exactly like Wang Jianshan, and even his cultivation level was exactly the same as his. Is this a test for picking elixirs? Wang Jianshan looked at the figure in front of him that looked exactly like himself. Right at that moment, the aura silhouette suddenly attacked him. Wang Jianshan moved with a thought. The perfect cloud water cold light sword was sacrificed, and the attacks of the spirit light silhouette were instantly broken by the cloud water cold light sword. The cloud water cold light sword gave a lurch, and then it continued to break through the air, piercing through the aura silhouette. The auric silhouette shattered. Wang Jianshan's eyes flashed and he realized that he had returned to the medicine garden. It really is a test. Wang Jianshan gave a dark cry and once again extended his palm towards the Xianyu ginseng. This time, he did not encounter any more obstacles and easily picked this Xianyu ginseng. After that, he picked 9 more Xianyu ginsengs one after another. It wasn't until he was picking the 11th Xianyu ginseng that a familiar spiritual energy reappeared. Wang Jianshan raised his eyebrows and did not dodge. In the next moment, he was once again pulled into the test space. Between the flashes of spiritual light, a figure identical to him reappeared. Cultivation remains consistent with him. After the aura silhouette appeared, he pointed his finger, and a flying sword with a chilling aura shot toward him. Seeing the familiar flying sword, Wang Jianxiang revealed a look of surprise. Cloud Water Cold Light Sword. This spirit light silhouette had unexpectedly executed the Cloud Water Cold Light Sword. Wang Jianxiang's figure flickered, dodging the attack of the flying sword, and looked at the aura figure in thought. He didn't immediately shatter this aura silhouette. Instead, they are entangled with it. A few moments later, he sacrificed the perfect Xian Shui ring and used the power of the perfect Xian Shui ring to enhance the perfect Cloud Water Cold Light Sword, shattering this spiritual light shadow with a single strike. There was a flash of light. After re-entering the medicinal garden, Wang Jianxiang continued picking Xian Yu ginseng, plant after plant. It wasn't until the 21st plant was picked that a spiritual light appeared again. Sure enough, every 10 elixirs is a boundary beyond which the test will be activated. Wang Jianxiang's heart stirred. When he came back to his senses, he had been pulled once again into the familiar empty space. Spiritual light flashed, and spiritual figures coalesced. This time, the aura silhouette still started attacking as soon as it appeared. A flying sword with a chilling aura shot out. Wang Jianxiang's body flashed with light, and the perfect water moon dress appeared on his body. The moonlight mapped out. Ding! The flying sword landed on top of the moonlight, and the moonlight shook violently. Wang Jianxiang's face stared, and he activated the perfect Xian Shui ring to enhance the perfect water moon dress again. The reflected moonlight flourished. Only then did he manage to block this sword from the aura silhouette. His gaze was like lightning as he looked at the fingers of the aura silhouette, and on his finger, he suddenly found a familiar ring as well. The perfect metaphorical water ring. Sure enough, the difficulty of this test is progressively increasing. As long as the number of means he displayed increased, the number of means of the aurora silhouettes would increase during the next test, thus increasing the difficulty of the test. If it continued on and on, eventually the aura silhouette would learn all of his tricks, making it impossible for him to pass the test ever again. After figuring out the routine of the medicine garden test, Wang Jianxiang no longer wasted any more time, and with the cooperation of the three perfect magic weapons, the perfect cold light cloud water sword, the perfect Xian Shui ring, and the perfect water moon skirt, he swiftly decimated this third aurora silhouette. After returning to the medicinal garden, Wang Jianxiang picked all the 6 remaining Xian Yu ginseng at his feet, looked at the other kinds of medicinal herbs not far away, thought about it, and did not pick them. Instead, he headed a little farther toward a land where herbs were piled up. What grows there is also Xian Yu ginseng. According to the rules of the medicine garden test, the number of herbs picked by each person is necessarily limited, except that the number picked varies according to how much means each person has. Xian Yu ginseng was the main ingredient for refining the foundation establishment pill, and it was also one of the rarest in the prescription. All other dispensed medications are available in the outside world, and he didn't know exactly how many perfect foundation building pills he needed to build his foundation. It's not a small number anyway. To be on the safe side, he decided to only collect Xian Yu ginseng. Although there were certainly many more precious medicinal herbs in the medicinal garden, if one could not build the foundation, even the most precious medicinal herbs would be wasted. As he plucked the 41st Xian Yu ginseng, he was pulled into the test space for the 4th time. This time, he had wanted to fight the aura silhouettes without casting more spells, relying only on his battle sense, lower the difficulty of the 5th test a bit. Unfortunately, he overestimated himself. The auric silhouettes were not intelligent though. However, the combat experience was beyond his imagination, and within a few moves, he had him in a headlock. In desperation, Wang Jianxiang could only offer up the perfect little Thousand Mountain seal again and directly smash it. Returning to the medicinal garden, he continued picking Xian Yu ginseng. After picking the 51st plant, the test is performed for the 5th time. After a fight, the aura mannequin was defeated with a sudden burst of speed thanks to the perfect wind-chasing boots. Soon after, the 6th test begins. After a bitter battle, he sacrificed the perfect Xian light seal again and won with great difficulty. The 7th test, he finally used the killer little 5-element sword formation. Under the superimposition of the triple sword formation, it broke through the magic weapon defense of the aura silhouette and shattered it. In the 8th test, he stacked the 4 sword formations and consumed them for a long time before finally defeating the aura silhouette with great difficulty. The 9th test, he finally exhausted everything, stacking the 5 sword formations and executing a complete little 5-element sword formation before decapitating the aura silhouette. After returning to the medicinal garden, Wang Jianxiang picked 10 more Xian Yu ginseng. As he looked at the next Xian Yu ginseng, he hesitated. Once he plucked this Xian Yu ginseng, he would definitely be pulled into the test space. The aura silhouette of the 10th test already possessed all of his means and was still more experienced in battle than him. If one were to enter it again, there would be almost no hope of breaking through. just when he was already ready to give up and continue picking herbs. A thought surfaced in his mind as if a thunderbolt had crossed his mind. He seems to have an undercard that he hasn't used yet. Chapter 48 Lin Xianer escapes. Just as Wang Jinxian was frantically collecting Xianyu ginseng, in several other directions of the medicinal garden, there were also people collecting medicinal herbs. This medicine garden test is actually enhanced step by step based on the strength displayed by those who enter. Unfortunately, I showed too many tricks at the beginning, causing the subsequent tests to be too difficult, and I was only able to break through 3 of them. Su Yutong looked at the endless medicinal garden and was filled with chagrin. Asshole, this bull test doesn't even give a hint. Yeling Yun's eyes were red and his heart was furious. Not long ago, he was pulled into the test space while gathering his first herbs, in order to defeat the aura mannequin as quickly as possible. He was on fire, sweeping the aura silhouettes in an extremely strong stance. The result was that the aura silhouette in the second test had learned too many tricks from him, and he had to exert his full strength, which allowed him to pass at the cost of serious injuries. Until this point, he hadn't been able to figure out the rules of the Pill Gardens test and didn't dare to continue to undergo the test. At the same time, it also meant that his harvest in the medicinal garden came to an end. Other than Su Yutong and Yeling Yun, Su Crisp and Yang Yun from the Zhengyang sect, Lu Qing'er and Zhenjiu from the 10,000 Sword sect, as well as Bai Shiro and Mu Lingshi were all going through the Pill Garden test. At the same time, Yi Qingxue and Wan Yuyo also passed the qualification test to enter the Pill Garden and entered it. Second floor of the old building. Lin Xianer was naked and sitting in the spirit pond. The spirit water that had originally filled the spirit pool had already been refined away, revealing the flawless ketone body that had originally been immersed in the spirit water. Buzz! At a certain moment, Lin Xianer's body shook. A powerful aura erupted, instantly filling the entire second floor space. It's the middle stage of foundation establishment. Lin Xianer opened her eyes with an uplifted expression. I didn't expect the water of this spirit pond to be so amazingly helpful in cultivation. A month ago she was only at the beginning of the early stage of foundation establishment. In just a short month of cultivation, he had already broken through to the middle stage of foundation establishment. Immediately afterward, she quickly calmed down again. So what if it's a breakthrough? If she could not activate the teleportation array on the altar, she would not be able to leave until she was completely trapped here. Think about it. She couldn't help but see the pale figure in her mind again. A gnashing of teeth. It was this old man who had not only taken her innocence, but had also trapped her in this ancient building. It took a while for her to calm down again. Was about to leave the dry spirit pool. Suddenly, he saw that the bottom of the pool was actually covered with a layer of jade white spirit stones. Stunned, she picked up one of them. After a quick check, a look of surprise appeared on his face. Top quality spirit stones, with such a pure and huge amount of spirit power within. These spirit stones were definitely all top grade spirit stones. Immediately afterward, a murderous intent flashed across her face. With these top grade spirit stones, I'll be able to leave this place through the teleportation array on the altar. Old man, your time to die has come. In the empty test space, Wang Jinxian flashed out. Ultimately, he chose to proceed with the ordeal. Anum. Buzz. A spiritual light erupted, and the spiritual light silhouette of the 10th test coalesced. As soon as he appeared, the aurora silhouette flickered with aurora above his 5 fingers and grabbed forward. The small 5-element sword formation instantly appeared, trapping him within it. Wang Jinxian had long since adapted to the piss-taking nature of aurora figures attacking directly after appearing. As the aura silhouette struck out, it did not hesitate to condense the small 5-element sword formation on top of its fist. A punch slammed out. Small 5-element sword formation versus small 5-element sword formation. Boom! The sword formation surrounding him shattered with a bang. The terrifying power flowing from Wang Jinxian's fist was also shattered at the same time. He staggered back. His body had not yet stopped, and with a movement of his mind, the perfect cloud water cold light sword shot out. At the same time, the aura silhouette also offered up the perfect cloud water cold light sword. The two swords did not collide, but rather staggered. One sword shot towards the aura shadow, and the other towards Wang Jinxian. In the face of the flying swords that were shooting at him, Wang Jinxian did not retreat, but instead advanced. With a flash of light from the perfect wind-chasing boots underneath his feet, he dodged and dodged in a thrilling manner. And then, just like a gust of wind, he swept towards the aura silhouette. The other side. In the face of Wang Jinxian's flying sword, a long dress emerged on the aura silhouette. Moonlight mapping. Ding! The flying swords were directly blocked by the moonflower, unable to come an inch closer. Seeing this scene, Wang Jinxian was not surprised but delighted. With a wave of his arm, a small mountain-like seal platform crushed down. A terrifying oppressive force enveloped the aura silhouette, making it difficult for it to move. The perfect Xian Shui ring on the aura silhouette's finger flickered with light. The moonflower around his body flourished, and the oppression around him loosened. The light under his feet flashed and he dodged away at an astonishing speed. Boom! In the next moment, the small mountain-like seal platform pressed down. The aura silhouette was not able to completely avoid it after all. The moonlight outside her body shattered, and along with the perfect water moon dress on her body, it also shattered apart. But it was not too heavily damaged itself. On the way to fly backwards, the palm of his hand waved. A huge seal platform emerged and smashed at the charging Wang Jianxiang. Wang Jianxiang gritted his teeth fiercely, sacrificing the perfect water moon skirt and augmenting it with the power of the perfect Xian Shui ring. The moonlight mapped out from the skirt and turned into a layer of defense around it. At the same time, the perfect wind-chasing boots glowed brightly. Not only did he not dodge like the aura silhouette, he instead met the great seal with even greater speed. At the moment of collision with the seal platform, with a sudden change in direction, he nimbly bypassed the seal platform and was about to continue charging towards the aura silhouette. However, he had just circled around the sealing platform when a force of suppression suddenly erupted from the platform, and his speed was violently reduced by more than double. Bang! In the next moment, the indie changed direction and slammed hard into his back. Wang Jianxiang's mouthful of blood spurted out wildly, and his bones were broken several times by the impact, but he doesn't care. Borrowing the force of the impact of the seal platform, he rushed towards the aura figure at a faster speed. Dagon Small Rui, change for me. A flash of madness crossed his face. The entire person suddenly swelled up, and in the blink of an eye, he transformed into a giant that was more than a foot tall. Fly for me. He slammed his fist out. The casserole-like fist slammed hard into the aura figure's face, sending it flying. Die. Immediately after the strike, he catalyzed the perfect little thousand mountain seal. Like a small mountain of seals pressed down, the spirit light silhouette exploded at once. Wang Jianxiang let out a long breath, looked at the roiling points of light that the aura silhouette shattered into, and spat out a mouthful of blood-tinged saliva. That's not the only place where the old man can get big and hard. The next moment his eyes flashed and he regained his sight once again. He was already back in the middle of the medicinal garden. After some recovery, he continued picking herbs. After picking 10 more Xianyu ginsengs, he didn't continue any further. Unwillingly, he looked at this endless medicinal garden with some regret in his heart. If we can scavenge this place, not to mention the resources of the foundation stage, even if it is the conjugation of Dan, the conjugation of infancy is more than enough. Unfortunately, this is clearly just a luxury. Being able to pass the 10th medicine garden test was already his limit. 11th? To go in there is to die. He raised his hand to the circular mark on the back of it. That's what the futon was made of when you entered this place. Simply activate the futon seal to leave the medicinal garden. He took another look at the densely packed herbs in the medicine garden, shook his head, and activated the futon seal. In the next moment, his figure disappeared into the medicinal garden. Just the next second after Wang Jianxiang left, a white-skirted woman with an immortal-like temperament appeared in the middle of the medicinal garden. She had delicate features and a slender figure. It was none other than Lin Xiener, who had just gotten out. Coincidentally, the location where she appeared was less than 10 feet from where Wang Jianxiang had left. It's finally out. Lin Xiener looked around, a flash of ice in her eyes. Wang Jianxiang, wait for me. Chapter 49 Uncapped Feats. A month had passed since the Bushel fight. The verdant stone plaza that was previously bustling with activity had long since been emptied of people, becoming empty and devoid of a single silhouette. Buzz. At some point, a space next to the stone monument suddenly rippled like water waves, and a figure flashed out. After the figure appeared, another aura shot out from the fluctuating space and transformed into a worn-out futon at his feet. After Wang Jianxiang showed up, the first time he was alert. He looked around, relieved to notice that the square was empty. As he was about to leave, a spiritual light suddenly shot out from the futon under his feet and melted into the pitch-black stone tablet. In the next moment, a message suddenly appeared in Wang Jianxiang's mind. After 10 tests in the medicinal garden and an excellent rating, you may enter the Great Desolate Monument to select a technique or spell. Wang Jianxiang was stunned. Without waiting for him to react, a dark light suddenly shot out from the stone tablet and enveloped him in it. The dark light was very inconspicuous, but it contained a vast greatness within it. In front of this power, Wang Jianxiang felt as if he was a drop of water in a vast ocean, without the slightest resistance. Not only the body, but even the mind seemed to be frozen. In the next moment, the dark light retracted towards the stone monument. Wang Jianxiang flew towards the stone monument under the roll of dark light and merged into it. The moment he entered the stone tablet, Wang Jianxiang felt as if he had entered a dark world. Not only could he not see the slightest thing, even his spiritual sense was blocked in his body and could not leave it. Just when Wang Jianxiang was a bit at a loss for words, a soft voice suddenly entered his ears. Trialist, I am the artifact spirit of this great desolate tablet. You only need to show what you have learned in turn, and the feats and spells that suit you will be attracted to you. Remember, you only have 1 hour to pick, and when that time is up, you'll be teleported out regardless of whether or not you've gained anything. Now the selection begins. Hearing the words of the artifact spirit, a look of interest flashed across Wang Jianxiang's face. Casting your own specialties as a way to attract the right spells for you? Nice peculiar approach. He tried to hold out his palm. In the center of his palm, a miniature wood spell formation coalesced. Later, a green light ball suddenly floated out from the end of the dark world and quickly approached him. At a glance, there were dozens of light clusters. These clusters of light vary in brightness. Some of the light was faint, like a candle in the wind, as if it would go out at any moment. Some of them glowed so strongly that a glance at them brought a blinding sensation of. The strength of the light emanating from the light mass should be directly proportional to the strength of the Gongfu spells contained within it. Wang Jianxiang swept his gaze over these light clusters one by one, pondering. He didn't make a rash choice. He only had one chance to pick, so naturally he had to pick carefully. Next, he performed the sword formation of gold, sword formation of water, sword formation of fire, and sword formation of earth one by one, attracting a large number of light clusters of various colors. After that, he fused the 5 formations into the small 5-element sword formation. After a few moments of silence in the darkness, 3 clusters of light slowly floated in. These 3 clusters of light all emitted multicolored colors that were gorgeous. The brightness of each one was extremely astonishing, far surpassing all the light clusters that had appeared before. However, there were also strengths and weaknesses in these 3 clusters of multicolored light. The one in the center shone the brightest, just like a small sun, vaguely suppressing the 2 multicolored light clusters on both sides. Seeing this small sun-like ball of colorful light, a strong desire instinctively arose in Wang Jianxiang's heart. Driven by this longing, he couldn't help but extend his palm. The next moment, he bit his tongue. The pain coming from his tongue brought clarity back to his eyes. No, I still have tricks up my sleeve. He slowly withdrew his palm, big and small as it is. With a low cry in his heart, his figure instantly doubled in size. Right at the moment he cast the size Rui, thousands of white balls of light suddenly came forward and out of the darkness. The brightest of them was even enough to rival the colorful light cluster that was like a small sun. Seeing the brightest white ball of light, a strong desire surfaced in Wang Jianxiang's heart once again. The longing was so strong that it was even stronger than before. This is the one. Just as he had made up his mind and was about to choose this white light cluster, an inconspicuous gray light cluster floated over slowly with a few moments of laziness. The gray mass of light was not bright. However, the moment it appeared, all the light clusters converged at the same time. Even the 2 brightest ones were no exception. That's not all. After the gray light mass drifted in, all the light masses actually retreated to the sides in unison, splitting a path. On the road, the black light mass floated in front of Wang Jianxiang without slowing down and in an old-fashioned manner. Seeing this scene, Wang Jianxiang's eyes immediately lit up. According to the rules in the stone tablet, the mass of light that had the strongest attraction to him was the one that contained the technique or spell that best suited him. This gray light mass didn't bring him the slightest attraction even though its appearance forced him to crush everything. If it were a normal person, they would certainly hold the idea that they would rather choose to be fit than powerful. What's the use of learning even the strongest feats and spells? What's more, the mass of light that best suited him wasn't weak either. But Wang Jianxiang is not normal. He's the man with the system. So what if it doesn't fit? If you have training points, why are you afraid you won't be able to learn? Just be strong enough. Therefore, he chose the gray light cluster without hesitation. Just the moment his palm touched the gray light mass, the voice of the artifact spirit suddenly came out. Selection complete. Just as the voice fell, a dark light emerged and sent Wang Jianxiang out of the great desolate monument. After returning to the Lapis Plaza, Wang Jianxiang didn't make the slightest move and just froze in place. As early as the moment he touched the gray mass of light, a wave of information flooded into his mind. At the moment, he was reading the information in his mind. The sacred body of ages. There is no limit to root and bone, no limit to enlightenment. All beings can learn, with heaven and earth to seize creation, while light shares splendor. 1 year old, one spirit stripe, break all laws with force. After reading the information in his mind, Wang Jianxiang sort of understood what the age saint body was. The so-called age saint body. Note although powerful coaxing. In fact, simply 2 words, alive. The longer you live, the stronger you get. Those who cultivate the sacred body of the years can condense 1 spiritual pattern per year. Spirit tattoos could not only enhance physical strength, but each spirit tattoo could also enhance strength by 30 pounds. Take the millennium as an example. 1,000 years can condense 1,000 spirit lines and grow 30,000 pounds of strength. However, even Yuaning stage cultivators only had a mere 1,000 years of life. For the Yuaning stage cultivators who could move mountains and reclaim the sea at every turn, a fart was estimated to be able to collapse 30,000 pounds of force. and this point of enhancement did not have the slightest effect on them at all, not to mention the yuaning stage. Even a jade stage cultivator could wield hundreds of thousands of pounds of force with his hands. For ordinary cultivators, this so-called age-holy body was a complete chicken rib. But Wang Jianxiang is different. He has practice points. He doesn't have to stay up for hours. 1 point of cultivation represented 1 year of hard cultivation. In other words, a single point of cultivation could grow a spirit pattern. If he had enough cultivation points, he could completely accumulate a large number of spirit patterns in a very short period of time. 1,000 spirit lines might not be a big deal to yuaning stage or even jidan stage cultivators. But what if we put it in the foundation stage? Thinking of this, a look of exhilaration flashed across Wang Jianxiang's face. This was simply a never-ending road without the slightest bottleneck or ceiling, perfectly suited to his path of becoming stronger. Phew! Just as Wang Jianxiang was immersed in the joy of obtaining the sacred body of the ages, he suddenly felt a spatial fluctuation coming from not far away. He subconsciously looked over, just in time to see a figure walk out from within the fluctuating space. The face then stiffened. Lin Xiener? How'd they get out of her trap? Chapter 50. Wang Jianxiang's standing position happened to be right across from Lin Xiener. The moment Lin Xiener left the spatial teleportation, the first thing she saw was him, and it was too late to hide. For a moment, the air seemed to freeze. Old mongrel, I was just about to go look for you, but I didn't expect you to come to my door by yourself. In the icy cold voice, a violent spiritual energy instantly erupted from Lin Xiener's body, sweeping out like a hurricane. Wang Jianxiang's face changed. The seal of perfect Xian light was instantly offered and suspended above his head. Pale golden light erupted from the ceiling platform, transforming into a light shield to protect him in it. Then the palm of the hand pressed forward. 5-colored spiritual light flashed above his 5 fingers, and the small 5-element sword formation coalesced and took shape, being compressed by him into a barrier that transformed into a second layer of protection. That wasn't all. He took out the perfect little 1,000 mountain seal and suppressed it in front of his body, turning it into a third layer of protection. Immediately afterward, he draped the perfect water moon skirt over his body, using the perfect Xian Shui ring to increase the power of the perfect water moon skirt, forming a 4th layer of protection. After doing this, he still didn't have the slightest sense of security, and without stopping again, he urged his perfect wind-chasing boots and fled towards the outside of the square as fast as he could. Just the moment Wang Jianxiang turned around, a terrifying storm of spiritual energy swept in. The perfect Xian light seal was instantly thrown away, and the light gold light shield fragmented. The small 5-element sword formation, which had been unbeatable in the past, was no longer strong in the face of the foundation stage cultivators, and was instantly destroyed. The tall and perfect little 1,000 mountain seal was then blown away like a toy, and at this moment, Wang Jianxiang had only just escaped a dozen feet away. The next moment, the storm behind him caught up. The moonlight outside his body only lasted for an instant before dimming. Cut it out. The perfect Xian Shui ring directly shattered into 2 halves. The perfect water moon dress has also become tattered. Wang Jianxiang's entire body was thrown out like a muppet. After flying out dozens of feet, his feet flashed with a spiritual light, and the perfect cloud water cold light sword flashed out from underneath his feet, which managed to stop his retreat. He wiped off the blood at the corner of his mouth and a look of horror flashed across his face. It was only a single burst of spiritual energy. It wasn't even a complete strike, but it had actually destroyed the defense that he had laid down with all his means. Is this the beginning of the foundation stage? That's too much, isn't it? He subconsciously used his system to check Lin Xiener's information. Middle stage of foundation building. When he checked out Lin Xiener's cultivation, his heart was once again shocked. Lin Xiener had unexpectedly made another breakthrough. No wonder the strength was so terrifying. With his current strength, he might still have a few hopes of escaping in the face of a cultivator at the beginning of the foundation establishment stage, but in front of a mid-foundation establishment stage cultivator, he would surely die. Must improve strength. Thinking of this, he barely hesitated for a moment, and with a thought, he added as many cultivation points as he had on him to the sacred body of the ages. Ding! The age sacred body realm has been elevated. The current number of spirit lines is 480. As the system alert sounded, a slender pattern of light suddenly appeared in Wang Jianxiang's flesh. Under the crisscrossing of these light patterns, his fleshly body's defense increased dramatically. Not only that, but his physical strength had also increased to a rather astonishing degree with it. Without waiting for Wang Jianxiang to experience the pleasurable sensation brought about by the enhancement of his physical body, a whistling sound suddenly struck him. He immediately came back to his senses, and then he saw a spiritual power palm print over 10 feet in diameter slapping towards him. Before the palm print arrived, the terrifying aura had already arrived first. Wang Jianxiang only felt his body sink, and every move became extremely difficult. This was still that he had already received the increase of the 480 Dao spiritual patterns. if he had done so before he had elevated the age-divine body. Just this breath oppression alone would have been enough to press him to the ground, unable to snap out of it. Size as desired. Wang Jianxian's expression was grave, and he let out a low gulp in his heart. In the next moment, his size suddenly doubled, and his body density doubled with it. The power of the original 480 spiritual marks body had multiplied, reaching a level comparable to 960 spiritual marks. The breath oppression that had previously pressed him somewhat hard to catch his breath was instantly like a fresh breeze, no longer able to cause the slightest obstruction. Break it for me. He slammed his fist out, and power comparable to the power of 960 Dao spirit marks erupted in full force. Boom! The spiritual palm print shattered at once. A powerful force of recoil invaded Wang Jianxian's body along his fist. However, in the face of his powerful body defense, this force of recoil failed to cause the slightest damage. Wang Jianxian used the force of this recoil to escape the lapis plaza at an astonishing speed. Against the current of the cold pool, he rushed upwards. How can this be? On the other side, Lin Xianer's entire body was frozen. She's a mid-foundation establishment cultivator. Even just a random slap was enough to make an unusual early foundation establishment cultivator stand in strict anticipation. Wang Jianxiang, on the other hand, was only a chi refining perfection. It was already surprising enough that she wasn't immobilized by the aura she had when she attacked, but she had actually defused her blow unharmed. This is something a refining stage cultivator can do? If she had not been able to clearly sense Wang Jianxiang's realm, she was afraid that she would have to suspect that Wang Jianxiang was a foundation stage cultivator in disguise. In the next moment, Lin Xianer came back to her senses. Old mongrel, you can't escape. With a cold snort, she instantly rushed out of the square and chased after them upwards. If it was in the outside world, with her mid-foundation establishment cultivation, she could catch up with Wang Jianxiang in a matter of moments. But in the middle of the cold pool, there was the water of the cold pool obstructing it, and the faster the speed, the greater the resistance. The speed gap between him and Wang Jianxiang was greatly narrowed. Nonetheless, in just a quarter of an hour, she still caught up with Wang Jianxiang. Go! With the lesson learned from the last time, she did not continue to underestimate Wang Jianxiang. Directly moved the talismanic treasure. The small jade white sword coalesced and broke through the stream of water to stab at Wang Jianxiang. Feeling the sharpness coming from behind him, Wang Jianxiang's expression was grave as he threw out several perfect magic weapons one after another and then detonated them. The strong explosive force slowed down the speed of the jade white small sword, while Wang Jianxiang used the impetus of the explosive force to surge in speed, once again pulling away from Lin Xianer. Lin Xianer's face sank as she waved her hand to retrieve the talismanic treasure. Under the erosion of this cold pool of water, the power of the talismanic treasure was greatly suppressed, and the power that erupted was not much stronger than her own. Continuing to use it is just a waste of the number of uses. A few moments later, she once again caught up with Wang Jianxiang. Lock! This time, she reached out and struck a beam of spiritual energy. After this beam of spiritual energy approached Wang Jianxiang, it suddenly transformed into thousands of hair-thin threads of spiritual energy that wrapped around him. Without looking back, Wang Jianxiang threw out several more perfect magic weapons downwards. Boom! Shoo away! In several successive explosions, although the spiritual power threads were incomparably tough and were not destroyed, they were greatly hindered, making it difficult to advance an inch. A moment later, when the force of the explosion stopped, Wang Jianxiang had long since gotten out of the attack range of the spiritual power threads. I'd like to see how many magic weapons you can have to self-destruct. Seeing this, Lin Xianer sneered and continued to chase forward. In a flash, the two had been chasing each other for a whole day. It was almost time to leave the cold pool, but Lin Xianer still failed to catch up with Wang Jianxiang. She was a little skeptical by now. If she remembered correctly, during this one day's chase, Wang Jianxiang had self-detonated nearly 100 magic weapons. On top of that, dozens of rejuvenation pills were taken. An old waste of space with a big deadline on the horizon had so many high-level magic artifacts and elixirs in his possession. Even the Acacia sect patriarch's own son can't be this arrogant, right? Wow! Just then, there was a sudden sound of breaking water from above. Lin Xianer looked up. Wang Jianxiang had already rushed out of the cold pool. Seeing this scene, not only did she not feel the slightest bit of urgency, she instead revealed a cold smile. Within the cold pool, the stronger the strength the more the speed was suppressed. Once she left the cold pool, without the obstruction of the water of the cold pool, with her speed of the middle stage of foundation establishment, she would be able to catch up with that old mongrel in a matter of moments. Chapter 51, What do you want? After Wang Jianxiang rushed out of the cold pool, he grabbed at the cold pool below. The small five-element sword formation instantly transformed into a barrier that covered the cold pool, and then with full speed, he dashed towards a distant mountain range of ice and snow. Dying, under the cold pool, Lin Xianer sneered, a finger pointing down. The small 5-element sword formation instantly collapsed, and then shot out from the cold pool, chasing after Wang Jianxiang without stopping. After leaving the cold pool, Lin Xianer's middle stage foundation establishment speed completely exploded. Like a long rainbow instantly cutting through the sky, it appeared behind Wang Jianxiang in a flash. She pressed her palm. A huge palm of spiritual energy slapped down. Wang Jianxiang had to stop escaping and pounded out a backhanded punch. Shoo away. After a roaring sound, Wang Jianxiang's mouth spilled blood as he continued to approach the iceberg. Lin Xianer's complexion was icy cold as she turned an instant and chased after him once again. Shoo away. With another roar, Wang Jianxiang once again shot out backwards again, and then forced his body to control his shape in midair and flew towards the iceberg. So resistant. A flash of consternation flashed across Lin Xianer's face, then she let out a cold smile. I'd like to see just how long you can carry this. Between cold smiles, she once again caught up with Wang Jianxiang. Shoo away, shoo away, shoo away. The roar of the ensuing chase was constant. Wang Jianxiang flew backwards in a sorry state amidst one roar. Even if his current physique was enough to be comparable to 960 Dao spirit marks, he still couldn't completely resist it. The injuries were getting heavier as they continued to accumulate. At the same time, his distance from the edge of the ice mountain range was shortening. Shoo away. Another roar passed. Wang Jianxiang fell heavily at the foot of an iceberg. Call out. The next moment, Lin Xianer chased after him. Is it finally too much to carry? Her white skirt fluttered, like a fairy on earth, and she looked down at Wang Jianxiang with a face full of hatred. Go to hell, old thing. Her fingertips flashed with spiritual light and she was about to unleash a surefire strike on Wang Jianxiang. Exhale. Just then, the originally cold heaven and earth suddenly became blazing hot. Lin Xianer was startled and her body flashed. The next moment, a ball of flame grazed his body. Although she wasn't touched, Lin Xianer still felt a burning pain in her body, and it was as if all the spiritual energy in her body was showing signs of being ignited. Lin Xianer had just stopped her stance when a cracking sound suddenly entered her ears. Looking up to go, a green light was swooping in at an alarming speed. In the green light was a small, palm-sized, green-colored bird. The bird looked weak, as if it wasn't the least bit threatening, but that terrifying speed and the sizzling aura that came with its approach reminded Lin Xianer that this bird was terrifying. Exhale. Just as Lin Shuer was sizing up the little green-haired bird, the little green-haired bird had already rushed in front of Lin Xianer. Lin Xianer's heart skipped a beat and she hastily dodged. Boom! The earth trembled, and a large amount of green-colored flames spread out. The ice-covered earth turned to scorched earth. Just then, Lin Xianer suddenly turned her head. It was discovered that Wang Jianxiang was actually going to take advantage of the opportunity to escape. With a cold look on her face, she was about to go after them. Cry of a crane or wild goose. Just at the moment she wanted to go after them, a clear chirping sound suddenly came from the earth. In the next moment, a green flame enveloped her like a sea of fire. Her heart skipped a beat. He had to give up chasing Wang Jianxiang and fully resisted the flames. However, the power of the green flame was beyond her imagination. Everything she resisted was as fragile as a bubble in front of the green-colored flames, and was melted away in an instant. What kind of spirit beast is this? It's so strong. A wave of horror went through her and she hastily dodged. However, she had just avoided it when a large swathe of flames once again attacked, forcing her to dodge in a sorry state once again. But this time she didn't quite avoid it. Attached to his shoulder by a strand of flame as small as a hair, the skin on his shoulder was instantly scorched black, and the blazing flames centered on his shoulder and quickly spread in all directions. Lin Xianer was startled and hastily mobilized her spiritual energy to suppress it. In the end, although she extinguished the flames with great difficulty and did not suffer too serious injuries, her spiritual energy was reduced by a full 10% in this instant. Not consumed, but burned away by the flames attached to the body. Lin Xianer was shocked. Such a terrifying flame was simply unheard of. She no longer dared to tangle with the green-haired bird and turned to flee. Yet the little green-haired bird was in hot pursuit as if it recognized her. It made her anxious and unbalanced at the same time. Just now the awful old man was here besides her. Why did the strange bird single her out? She's too unlucky, isn't she? The mid-foundation establishment cultivator was very fast, but the speed of the little green-haired bird wasn't slow at all, and was even better. After some chasing and fleeing, not only did Lin Xianer fail to get away, she was instead hit by the green flames several times. The clothes on her body were tattered, and more than 80% of the spiritual energy in her body had been consumed. Call out. At some point, the green-furred bird suddenly crashed. The speed was so fast that Lin Xianer didn't even manage to react in the slightest before she was slammed into her body. Pust! A mouthful of blood spurted out from Lin Xianer and she fell far away. After falling to the ground, she ignored the injuries in her body and mobilized the remaining 20% of her spiritual energy to extinguish the green fire that stained her body. But as the green fire was extinguished, the spiritual energy in her body was completely depleted. Not only that, he himself was seriously injured in the collision just now, and is now at the end of his strength. Just as her heart was in despair, she suddenly heard a booming sound from the distance. The little green-haired bird seemed to be attracted to her, and instead of continuing to pursue her, it turned its head and flew in the direction from which the voice came. Seeing this, Lin Xianer let out a long sigh of relief. I don't know what the commotion was just now, but regardless, thankfully the strange bird was attracted away, otherwise she would definitely be in trouble today. Just as she wanted to leave this place and find a safer place to heal and recover, a figure suddenly broke through the air. Lin Xianer looked up and her face froze. Wang Jianxiang? At the same time, Wang Jianxiang also looked down. After seeing her, he seemed to be a bit surprised and subconsciously had to flee. Then immediately afterward, he seemed to have discovered something and swooped down to land in front of Lin Xianer. Lin Xianer, I didn't expect us to meet again so soon. You seem to be in a bit of a bad state. Lin Xianer's heart burst with bitterness. This is like just getting out of the tiger's mouth and into the wolf's den. In her current state, an unusual chi practicing perfection cultivator would be able to easily defeat her. And when she encountered this old man, she had no chance of winning at all. What? Weren't you pretty good before? Now you have nothing to say? Wang Jianxiang teasingly looked at Lin Xianer. Lin Xianer snorted coldly. Cut the crap. What exactly do you want? Think. Wang Jianxiang hemmed and hawed. Lin Xianer froze, not reacting for a moment. A moment later, something seemed to come to mind. The face instantly turned pale. Chapter 52, The Shocked Yeling Yun. You impudent man, don't you dare. After reacting, a flash of fear crossed Lin Xianer's eyes. Wang Jianxiang laughed coldly when he saw this. Just teasing you. I, Wang Jianxiang, never force people in this regard, and you hate me so much. You think I would keep an enemy around? With that, a murderous intent flashed across his face. With a flash of spiritual light in front of his body, the perfect cloud water-cold lightsword emerged. Just then, a voice came over untimely. Ha, there's another Acacia sect disciple here. Wang Jianxiang frowned. There was no rush to behead Lin Xianer. Turning his head, two burly figures came into view. The two men, one male and one female, were stocky. Seeing the iconic tendon flesh of the duo, Wang Jianxiang knew without even thinking that the duo came from the Zhengyang sect. I thought that we would be scolded when we went back after being run over by one, but I didn't expect to run into another one. We're quite lucky. Of the two, the woman looked at Wang Jianxiang with a smile, her eyes revealing coldness. I don't seem to have offended you too, do I? Wang Jianxiang's eyes looked at the two faintly. Of the two, the male's cultivation was at the second turning realm and the female was at the first turning realm. You should have gotten the secret realm quota by relying on connections, right? A flash of contempt flashed in the man's eyes. It's no wonder you know nothing about it. But I have a feeling it's better for you to be the confused one. Wang Jianxiang narrowed his eyes. This kid looks like a big guy, but his mouth is quite cheap. Right at this moment, the Vajra Barbie beside the man seemed to be a bit impatient and coldly said, "What's the point of wasting words with this kind of waste? Take his head and go back to deliver." The man smiled and nodded, taking a step forward. "Old thing, are you going to cut yourself, or are you going to let me do it? First things first, if I make a move, I won't let you die so painfully. Is that so?" Wang Jianxiang laughed and took a step forward as well. "I'm a person who still likes no pain, so you might as well give it a try." The man's face went cold. When he was enjoying the habit of letting out a harsh word and striking out, he suddenly saw the figure behind Wang Jianxiang. Lin Xianer was originally blocked by Wang Jianxiang and happened to be out of the duo's line of sight. But as Wang Jianxiang took a step forward, her figure was then exposed. I. The man's eyes widened. His unspoken words stuck in his throat, and his tongue began to knot. Mother, isn't this the Xinqing Palace's #1 heavenly pride? Lin Xianer? What's she doing here? And in such a state of disarray? Who hurt her like that? He swallowed hard and a shudder ran through him. It's not this old guy, is it? Why are you so inked up when you're told to move? Just then, the woman got a little impatient when she saw the man was slow to make a move. The man turned around and gave a look that was worse than tears, pointed behind Wang Jianxiang. The woman froze and subconsciously looked over. In the next moment, her face instantly stiffened and horror covered her face. What? I'm waiting. Why don't you do it yet? Wang Jianxiang looked at the two with a smile. Is it because you don't want to do it? That won't do. Being a man has to be a spit and a nail. It has to count. If you guys don't dare to do it, then I'll do it. Hearing this, the two men's bodies trembled. Without hesitation, he turned and ran. Wang Jianxiang shook his head disdainfully. If the two didn't run, he could easily decapitate them. But now the two didn't have the slightest fight in them. All of them were chi practicing perfection. They were even a bit higher in cultivation. If they were bent on escaping, he was afraid that it would take some effort to catch up. At the thought, he looked over his shoulder. Chick, over to you. The chick sniffed and lazily spread her wings. The tiny wings curved into a snapping finger and then flicked out. Two inconspicuous green flames cut through the sky. In an instant, he caught up with the duo who fled into the distance. The blazing flames came upon them, instantly penetrating the sturdy flesh and bones of the duo, burning their internal organs into ashes. With a flash, Wang Jinxiang appeared in front of the man's corpse and pressed a hand on his canopy while his residual soul had not dissipated. Spiritual awareness instantly poured in. A moment later, Wang Jinxiang read the information he wanted from his residual soul. As far as the Zhengyang clan man knew from memory, there's a little witch within the Acacia sect. He had beheaded many 10,000 sword sect disciples during the fight for the futon in the Greenstone Square. After entering the medicinal garden, he met up with Su Crisp, the number one person in the outer sect of the Zhengyang sect, and beat him to a serious injury. Now that the 10,000 sword sect and the Zhengyang sect had reached an agreement to join forces to hang the Acacia sect's disciples, this man and woman were originally chasing after Su Yutong and Yeling Yun with Yang Yun, the second-day pride of the Zhengyang sect. Yang Yun was lured away by Yeling Yun. The two of them, on the other hand, had chased Su Yutong together to this point and were escaped by Su Yutong, thus accidentally encountering him. Yeling Yun? From this woman's memories, it was known that Yang Yun had also broken through to the foundation establishment stage, and since Yeling Yun was able to hold him back, he thought that he had also broken through to the foundation establishment stage. He wanted to follow up and see if there was a chance to shade Yeling Yun, thought about it, and then gave up on it for the moment. Let's capture Lin Xianer first. How dare you kill my Zhengyang sect disciples? Old man, you're afraid you've eaten a bear's heart and leopard's gall, right? Just then, a gloomy voice suddenly came from the distant sky. Immediately afterward, a powerful spirit pressure of the foundation establishment stage came overwhelmingly. Wang was staggered by a mistake. Turn your head and look. A tall figure had appeared in midair at some point. Zhengyang sect, Yang Yun? Seeing this figure, Wang Jinxiang's eyes couldn't help but narrow. Didn't he go after Yeling Yun? Why are you back? Could it be that? Didn't catch it? Thinking of this, Wang Jinxiang felt some regret in his heart. Old trash, how dare you ignore me? Looking for death. Seeing that Wang Jinxiang just sized himself up with a disinterested face and didn't respond, Yang Yun was furious, swooping in at an alarming speed. He didn't use any means, he just crashed over raw. Hard to get? Can you be as tough as my old man? Wang Jinxiang sneered as his body instantly swelled up. With that, he leapt up. Bang! The two collided, and Yang Yun shot backward with a face of dismay. However, as a body-refining cultivator, he had a strong body and was not injured. You're obviously only at the chi practicing stage. Why is your strength so strong? After stabilizing his stance, he looked at Wang Jinxiang with a face full of consternation. Immediately afterward, he suddenly noticed Lin Xianer and couldn't help but widen his eyes. Lin Xianer? Why is she here? And by the looks of it, it's also badly injured. Could it be that he was seriously injured by this man? Thinking of this, he looked at Wang Jinxiang incredulously. The chi practicing stage re-injured the foundation establishment stage? You don't think so? Chapter 53, What Strange Bird? Phew! Just as Yang Yun's mind was in doubt, somewhat afraid to go on, retreating and feeling unable to pull his face, a burst of roaring sound suddenly came from behind him. He looked back, his gaze flickered, and his demeanor relaxed. At the same time, Wang Jinxiang also noticed the two figures that appeared in the sky. The two are in the middle of a chase. The young girl in front of her looked very young, with a slender and petite figure and delicate features that were perfect. The woman in the back had a clean look, but her body was robust to the core. Yang Yun was already considered a number one slugger, but this clean-cut woman was even taller and more muscular, rigid and fierce in every move. Mullingar Creek, Su Crisp. Upon seeing the duo, Wang Jinxiang instantly recognized them. Subconsciously, he checked the information about the duo. Su Shu seemed to have also received an unparalleled opportunity, and her cultivation level had unexpectedly reached the middle stage of foundation establishment just like Lin Xianer's. On the contrary, Mu Lingshi's cultivation was still at the chi practicing stage, just as it was before entering the secret realm. However, what made Wang Jinxiang stunned was that facing Su Shu, a middle-stage foundation establishment, chasing after her. Although Mu Lingshi was at a disadvantage, she was not completely powerless to fight back, as speed is at a disadvantage. Su could easily keep shortening the distance between them and then attack her. However, in the face of Su's attacks, she was able to follow them with the smallest of costs each time, and used the force of the recoil to pull away again. Between this chase and escape, the two soon came close. So it's you. Seeing Wang Jinxiang, a flash of disappointment flashed across Mu Lingshi's delicate face. She's been hunted for a little while now. Earlier, I detected a battle fluctuation in this neighborhood and thought of coming here to see if there was a chance to get rid of the heel behind me. I didn't realize it was him. Immediately after that, Her gaze swept over Yang Yun. Are you being targeted too? Come what may, let's give you a hand. Before Mu Lingshi's words fell, her palm grabbed forward. Crackle! An electric light suddenly slashed towards Yang Yun. Yang Yun's expression stared as he slammed his fist out. The lightning shattered, but his body followed suit and stiffened for a moment. Immediately after that, Mu Lingshi's voice suddenly sounded in Wang Jianxiang's mind. Hurry up and escape. At the same time, Su's voice came through. Senior brother Yang, forget about that old thing for now and help me stop this little devil girl. In the next moment, both women's brows furrowed. Wang Jianxiang and Yang Yun acted as if neither of them had heard what the two of them had said, and neither of them moved. Nilingxi was furious. What's wrong with this old man when he's trying to help? Originally, she was all set to leave as soon as possible, but Wang Jianxiang's ungrateful behavior in turn made her change her mind. Call out. In a flash of lightning, Mu Lingshi appeared in front of Wang Jianxiang, exasperated. What's wrong with you, old man? Good intentions to help you get out of the trap is not even appreciated. Ha! Halfway through her words, she suddenly saw the wretched figure behind Wang Jianxiang. Lin Xianer? Her eyes widened. Then she looked at Wang Jianxiang in shock. You did this? At the same time, Su caught up and stopped beside Yang Yun. Senior brother Yang, I just asked you to stop her. Why aren't you moving? A flicker of reproach flashed across Su's face. This little devil girl was really difficult to deal with as she had a thunder attribute physique. Not to mention that her speed and attack power far exceeded the other attributes. The paralyzing sensation every time an attack landed on her body annoyed her even more. That's what caused her to chase it for so long. If Yang Yun had just listened to her and helped him, he might have caught this little witch by now. In the face of Su Chui, who was in an accusatory posture, Yang Yun couldn't help but smile bitterly. It wasn't that he didn't want to help, and it wasn't even that he was afraid that this old guy next to him would escape. Rather, he was afraid that in the moment he struck, he would be attacked by this old man. There's just something evil about this old guy. Even Lin Xianer had fallen into the hands of this old man. He had to be cautious. Senior sister Su, look there. He pointed behind Wang Jianxiang. Su Chui was originally going to scold, but she froze at the words, turning his head to look behind Wang Jianxiang. Immediately afterward, the pupils suddenly contracted. That's Lin Xianer? No? How could the first person of the outer gate of the Shenqing Palace be in such a sorry state? Did the old guy do it? Thinking about it, she understood Yang Yun at once. It's not a good idea to be afraid. If Lin Xianer was really this old guy who had been seriously injured, his strength must not be underestimated, and it was normal to be cautious. Her complexion shifted for a moment as she secretly transmitted her voice to Lin Xianer. Fairy Lin, can you tell me what's going on? She felt the need to find out what was going on. If that old man really had the strength to severely injure Lin Xianer, I'm afraid it would be difficult to kill that little witch Mu Lingshi today. Lin Xianer's face was ugly. Falling into the hands of this old thing from the Acacia sect was already hard enough for her to accept. Being gazed at with successive gazes of amazement was more than enough to make the shame within her explode to the extreme. On weekdays, she faces gazes that contain admiration, awe, and envy. When have we ever encountered such a scenario? This was simply trampling the pride of her heart under her feet and wantonly trampling it. When she heard Su's voice transmission, her expression moved, just about to respond. Wang Jianxiang suddenly looked at her. She blanched. Hey, I'm talking to you. On the side, Mu Lingshi was so angry that she almost jumped to her feet when she saw that Wang Jianxiang had once again ignored her. Wang Jianxiang glanced at her, then looked at Su Crisp and Yang Yun, a faint smile spreading across his face. You two also want to know who injured Fairy Lin? Su coldly looked at Wang Jianxiang. What? You want to say it's you? Wang Jianxiang shook his head and touched the green-furred bird on his shoulder. Little chicken, tell them. Achoo! The chicks were a flurry of cries. Su, Yang Yun, including Mu Lingshi, were all dumbfounded. No, he thinks people understand bird language? Wang Jianxiang fiercely flicked the chick a melon crash. Silly bird, you really set on awe? Asterisk them for me. There was a flash of resignation in Birdie's eyes. The movement was without the slightest hesitation. It flew straight into the air, its tiny wings flashing. The sky and earth suddenly became hot. Large swathes of green flames coalesced out and surged towards Su Crisp and Yang Yun. As the green flames approached, not only did the terrifyingly high temperatures make the duo's physical bodies feel as if they were about to melt, even the spiritual energy in their bodies began to stir. It's like water that's about to boil. A flash of shock flashed across both of their faces at the same time. Be careful. This flame can burn spiritual energy. Suzy was the first to react. The casserole-sized fist slammed out. Fist power erupted. The flames crumbled and countless broken green flames splattered. Two figures shot out from the flames and dodged far away. The two were quick to dodge though. but the number of broken green flames was just too much. Although the duo had tried their best to dodge, they were still touched by the green fire. It took a lot of effort to extinguish it with difficulty, and it was a mess. When they looked at the chick again, both of them couldn't help but have horror crossing their faces. What kind of weird bird is this? Chapter 54. Who are you cursing? Senior sister Su, this strange bird is too strong, and with the addition of Mu Lingshi and that old man, I'm afraid that with the strength of the two of us, it will be difficult to resist. Yang Yun stared at the air with a grave expression and secretly transmitted his voice to Su Crisp at the side. There's no harm, we just need to hold them off for a moment. Gao Ming and Bai Jia are nearby and will soon arrive. When she had chased and killed Mu Lingshi before, she had already contacted the duo of Gao Ming and Bai Jia when she sensed how difficult Mu Lingshi was to deal with. At the moment the duo was close to the place. Hearing Su's words, Yang Yun's heart was relieved. Gao Ming and Bai Jia were ranked 3rd and 4th respectively in the outer sect of the Zhengyang sect. When he had just entered the secret realm, Gao Ming's cultivation was at the 2nd turning realm, while Bai Jia was at the 1st turning realm. However, the duo's chances were quite good, and they had gained a lot of benefits in the secret realm. All have now successfully built their foundations. Once the two of them arrive, gather the strength of the 4 of them and this strange bird will be nothing to fear. As for Mu Lingshi and that old man, Mu Lingshi needs to be careful. Although in terms of hard strength is not as good as a foundation establishment cultivator, but the speed is extremely fast, coupled with the fact that it is a lightning attribute. Unusual early foundation establishment facing her, an inadvertent will have to suffer a loss. As for the old guy, although the physique was not bad, it was not enough to be feared. Phew! The chick immediately charged at the duo after the blow. Its feathers were ablaze with blazing green flames. Dawning green flames coalesced outside of its body, making her appear as if she had transformed into a firebird of more than 10 feet in size. Join forces. Su looked grave and let out a low gulp. Then his figure suddenly drew up and transformed into a small giant-like figure. She punched out, setting off an airburst like an explosion. The terrifying fist force turned into a shockwave and instantly rushed out. At the same time, Yang Yun didn't dare to be slow, and at the same time Su Crisp struck out. He also slammed out a fist. Above his fist, channels of dark yellow airflow surrounded it. His fist was as if it weighed 10,000 pounds, and his punches were slow and heavy. The dark yellow fist energy followed Su. Boom! An explosive sound rang out in mid-air. Violent explosive fluctuations impacted in all directions, and it was as if green fire rained down in the sky. Amidst the raging spiritual energy and flames, the giant bird transformed by the green flames outside the chick's body crumbled, and the tiny body flew backward. On the other side, Su and Yang Yun were also shaken back, with many more burns on their bodies. After this collision, they finally figured out something about this strange bird. The reason why the strange bird was so strong was all because of its innate flame ability. It's not really in a high realm. It's just the early stage of foundation building. Thinking of this, the two were instead more surprised in their hearts. The more this happened, the more it proved that this strange bird was extraordinary. Chirp! Just then, the chicks attacked again. The two gritted their teeth and met them at the same time. The Great War continues to erupt. Hey, that's quite a bird you've got there. Looking at the fierce battle in the air, a flash of amazement flashed across Mu Lingshi's face. Wang Jianxiang sniffed and felt a sense of relief in his heart. No one's complimented him like that since he's been older. There was no need to mention Chen Jiaojia, who often taunted him with this matter. Not even Wan Yuyo had ever done so. On second thought, what the other man was thinking and what he was thinking didn't seem to be the same thing, and he calmed down again, looking towards Mu Lingshi. Little girl, just the little chick can't kill these two by herself. We have to go and help. Hearing Wang Jianxiang address himself, Mu Lingshi frowned and seemed to be dissatisfied. Immediately afterward, though, her attention was drawn to something else. Chick? Such a pretty little bird and you gave her such a nasty name? Not. What's wrong with the name Chick? It's good to remember and sound good. How good is it? Wang Jianxiang skimmed his mouth. He'd racked his brain and gotten up early in the morning to come up with that name. Stylish in a classy way. Elegant without being tacky. What's so bad about it? Mu Lingshi was powerless to spit and didn't want to bother with this old man. Electricity surfaced outside his body, and with a flash he appeared a dozen feet away. Wait! Right at this moment, Wang Jianxiang suddenly shouted out in a low voice. Mu Lingshi stopped instantly and looked back at Wang Jianxiang. What's wrong? Su Shu has already contacted the other disciples of the Zhengyang sect when she was chasing me. We have to hurry and kill them to leave, otherwise their reinforcements should arrive. Wang Jianxiang shook his head, his gaze cast to the distant sky. It's already here. Mu Lingshi froze and raised her eyes to look. Only then did he realize the two figures were approaching rapidly in the distance. A few miles apart, two powerful auras were already faintly spreading. Are both of them at the foundation stage? Wang Jianxiang's brows slowly furrowed. If he was at full strength, he might be able to fight with an early-stage foundation establishment cultivator, but due to the disadvantage of his spiritual energy reserves, he would not be able to last at all. Inevitably, they will eventually fall. As for Mu Lingshi, if he didn't have any hidden means, his strength should be in between him, and Birdie couldn't kill Su Su and Yang Yun. Once these two from the Zhengyang sect arrived, I was afraid that the battle would be unfavorable to them. Thinking of this, Wang Jianxiang's heart has already vaguely borne the intention to retreat. Chick, come back, he bellowed low. Chick sniffs, his attack stops and he's about to back off. Want to leave now? It's too late. A flash of coldness flashed across Su Su's face, and her body swelled up once again. At this moment, she pushed her cultivation to the extreme. Bang! With an explosion of air, she charged out brazenly, a punch to the Chick's. Chick had to turn back to meet the attack. A moment later, Yang Yun also caught up. Yang Yun also put up a fight. His size had also skyrocketed. Although it was not as good as Su, it was not to be underestimated. With the two of them teaming up, the Chick couldn't get away for a while. Seeing this, Wang Jianxiang directly rushed out. He had to help Kei get out of the trap and escape before those two from the Zhengyang sect arrived. As she passed by Mu Lingxi, a voice reached her ears. Little girl, come along and help. Mu Lingxi's delicate eyebrows bounced and she couldn't help but straighten her flat chest. Small? Who are you cursing? The big ones just didn't show you. But she also knew that now was not the time to dwell on such trivialities. Lightning coalesced in his hand, transforming into a tens of feet long lightning whip in the blink of an eye. Gripping the thunder whip, he rushed out. Leave this bird to me. You hold them off. Seeing the two of them rushing, Su clenched her teeth and said to Yang Yun, yes. Yang Yun immediately broke away from the battlefield and rushed towards the duo. The law of heaven and earth. Wang Jianxiang's heart was full of bravado and he shouted. The words bankruptcy edition were automatically ignored. His body instantly doubled in height. At one punch, bang! After an explosion, Wang Jianxiang and Yang Yun backed away at the same time. Crackle! Right at this moment, a long whip of lightning lashed straight at Yang Yun. Yang Yun gritted his teeth and forcefully stopped his retreat to receive the blow. His body went numb, and with a muffled grunt, he shot backwards in a sorry state. And at the moment Wang Jianxiang had slowed down, another punch slammed out. The two of them alternated their attacks, not giving Yang Yun the slightest chance to catch his breath. Fighting, Yang Yun lost every step of the way. Bang! At some point, Yang Yun was inadvertently knotted by a thunder whip from Mu Lingshi. He sprayed blood from his mouth and flew backwards. While this was happening, Wang Jianxiang slammed his fist. Seeing that Yang Yun was about to fall under this punch, a spiritual force suddenly came across and blocked Wang Jianxiang's strike. Wang Jianxiang looked up. Those two foundation establishment stage reinforcements from the Zhengyang sect had already arrived. It was one of them who had just stepped in and blocked his attack. Is it too late after all? Looks like, is going to put up a fight. Chapter 55, You've made a fortune by marrying you, haven't you? With two foundation establishment stage cultivators joining the battlefield instantly quieted down. Suzy stopped pestering the Chick. Yang Yun after the robbery. The duo backed up to the two reinforcements. The Chick also returned to Wang Jianxiang's shoulder at his beckoning. Old man, your bird is indeed strong, but you yourself are too weak. Now that we are four, I want to see how arrogant you still are. Su looked at Wang Jianxiang with an icy gaze. Her clothing was scorched and torn in many places. Healthy, bronzed skin with numerous scorched black marks. Even his hair was burned and jagged and wretched. At the moment, her heart was filled with burning anger. In the sect, it was always her who beat up others. When had she ever been beaten so miserably? Wang Jianxiang didn't respond to her, but looked at Mu Lingshi on the side. Little girl, you'll have to fight for your life later. Run away when you have the chance. Don't think about me. Hearing Wang Jianxiang's words, Mu Lingshi's heart warmed. The old guy didn't look like much of a smoothie, but he had a good heart. Just as she was secretly moved, Wang Jianxiang's next words came next. Of course, I wouldn't care. Mu Lingshi's face darkened. A touch was withdrawn. She grunted. Why are we running away? Nonsense. Can you kill an early-stage foundation establishment cultivator? Wang Jianxiang rolled his eyes. Why can't I? Mu Lingxi asked rhetorically. Wang Jianxiang froze and looked at Mu Lingshi's confident and incomparable face. You really can? Mu Lingxi nodded. 1-on-1. Solid kill. Wang Jianxiang's eyes lit up. In that case, maybe there really is no need to run away. Asshole. When Su Jie saw that Wang Jianxiang didn't pay any attention to her, the anger in her heart grew even more intense. Do it. Yang Yun and I will block that strange bird. You two go kill that old bastard and that little witch. Su gave a command to Gao Ming and Bai Jie and took the lead to rush out. Yang Yun, Gao Ming and Bai Jie followed closely behind. Chick, you go block that muscle girl and the one called Yang Yun. Wang Jianxiang whispered. Chirp. Chick can be called the first fierce general under Wang Jianxiang's seat, always thought nothing of Wang Jianxiang's commands and executed them directly. As Wang Jianxiang's words fell, he directly rushed out. Yang Yun, Su Jia let out a low gulp and directly greeted him. Behind her, Yang Yun followed closely. Fighting instantly erupted between the two and the bird. Gao Ming and Bai Jia, on the other hand, rushed towards Wang Jianxiang and Mu Lingshi. I'll block one, and you take down the other. Wang Jianxiang let out a low gulp and directly rushed towards Gao Ming. Old man, in a hurry to die? Gao Ming let out a sardonic smile, and his figure instantly drew up to about the same height as Wang Jianxiang. Surname Pang, surname Pang, surname Pang. The two were like two little giants, punching away. On the other side, Bai Jia rushed straight towards Mu Lingshi. Mu Lingshi had been standing still and did not move. Looking at Bai Jia, who was rapidly approaching, a sharpness flashed through her eyes. Her small, slender white hands instantly formed an odd hand seal. The third body, out. When she uttered the three words about her third body, her voice was still simply a slightly childish teenage voice. But when she said the word out, two more mature voices however popped up, superimposing themselves on her original voice. As the word out fell, two figures suddenly stepped out of her body and stood on her left and right sides. Located on the left was a tall woman. A long head of hair cascaded down to her waist like 3,000 waterfalls. Her features were exquisite to the extreme, as if she had descended from the 9 heavens, untainted by dust. On temperament, on looks, even the likes of Dong Ro and Yen Qingxian were half a point behind her. The only downside, the chest is slightly barren of principle. On the right was a stunning young woman who looked to be around 30. The same long hair, the same tall figure, the same delicate features. If you look closely you can find out. Both the woman and the beautiful woman's looks were surprisingly extremely similar to Mu Lingshi, living up to the different age versions of Mu Lingshi. Seeing this bizarre scene, Bai Jia's heart skipped a beat and he couldn't help but slow down his charge. Immediately after that, he suddenly saw 3 pairs of eyes carved like a mold icily looking towards him. He felt a chill in his heart for no reason. Thunder breaks the evil. The teenage version of Mu Lingshi raised her hand and pointed to the sky. Anum, crackle. In a flash, the winds and clouds changed. A streak of thunder and lightning like a giant python wandered out from the clouds, then fused into a spear of thunder and lightning stabbing downwards. Bai Jia subconsciously tried to dodge. Xian Fen Ice Prison. The mythical girl version of Nilingxi suddenly pointed at him. With Bai Jia as the center, the temperature suddenly plummeted within a radius of tens of feet. Bai Jia only felt a coldness in his body, and a layer of solid ice instantly surfaced on his body. His body instantly stiffened, and even the spiritual energy in his body seemed as if it was about to be frozen, and its operation became slow. But he was, after all, at the foundation stage. The liquefied spiritual energy had even changed qualitatively. With the essential power of liquefied spiritual power, it directly broke through the blockade of the cold power and freely operated in the body. With the operation of his spiritual energy, the solid ice on his body instantly shattered. Seeing that the thunder spear was about to descend, he leapt forward and was about to duck out of the way. Wind barrier. Right at this moment, the beautiful woman version of Mu Lingshi suddenly waved her palm. Bai Jia was instantly bounced back as if he had hit a hard wall. His face changed and he looked over. Only then did he realize that a wall of wind had coalesced around him at some point. Boom! In the next moment, the thunder spear descended. Crackle! Endless thunder and lightning power raged, and a radius of tens of feet was as if it had been transformed into a sea of thunder and lightning. When the lightning dispersed, a charred black figure fell helplessly towards the ground. The mythical girl version of Nilingxi pressed her palm forward. The charred corpse was instantly frozen into an ice sculpture. The beautiful woman version of Mu Lingshi erected her palm into a knife, and the ice sculpture, along with Bai Jia's corpse, revealed that it was instantly sliced off. In a short moment, Bai Jia died in the early stage of foundation building. Sensing movement on this side, the other two battlefields went quiet at the same time. Su and Yang Yun as well as Gao Ming, who had just collided with Wang Jianxiang for several counts, backed up at the same time, and the three of them looked at the headless body on the ground with a hard look on their faces. Withdraw. Su looked at Wang Jianxiang and Mu Lingshi unwillingly. With another scornful look at the chick, he let out a low gulp and flew off into the sky with the two men beside him. Seeing the trio fly away, Wang Jianxiang's figure shifted and appeared beside Mu Lingshi. The eyes couldn't help but sweep over the myriad girl version of Mu Lingshi and the beautiful woman version of Mu Lingshi. Two messages appeared in the mind at the same time. Name, Mu Lingxi. Sex, female. Cultivation level, Qi practicing perfection. Age, 21. Root and bone, water-based heavenly spirit root. Good and evil, 20-inch. Name, Mu Lingxi. Sex, female. Cultivation level, Qi practicing perfection. Age, 38. Root bone, wine system heavenly spirit root. Good and evil, 20-inch. Seeing the good and evil values in his mind, Wang Jianxiang was instantly confused. Holy, is not a diversion? If it's a split, how come there are 3 different ages? After coming back to his senses, he looked at Mu Lingshi in shock. These two, aren't your doppelgangers? Mu Lingshi glanced at Wang Jianxiang in surprise, not expecting his eyes to be so venomous. Shaking his head, not a doppelganger. I once practiced a special technique. You can think of them as the other 2 ages of me. Wang Jianxiang sniffed and said thoughtfully, so, then whoever marries you in the future won't make a fortune? Chapter 56. What? Mu Lingshi didn't react at first. Immediately after that, it seemed to realize something. A flash of redness flashed across her pretty face, and she angrily said, what are you thinking about? You're a person who's about to enter the ground, but you're still thinking about this nonsense all day long. What do you mean by messy? Dual cultivation is our acacia sect's most respected cultivation method, right? Wang Jianxiang skimmed his lips, not daring to agree. Men are teenagers until they die. Though he was ostensibly at the end of his days, he still had a heart of gold. His original dreams and hobbies have remained the same since the beginning. Dreams of everlasting life, hobby beauty. Just like he can only properly draft for 30 seconds now, but still enjoy. It is called a hobby. Just then, a strong curiosity suddenly arose in Wang Jianxiang's mind. Since Mu Lingxi's 3 identities are each 3 age groups, is the teenage version of her body really her original version? You're not pretending to be young, are you? Thinking of this, he couldn't help but ask Mu Lingshi a question. Hearing his words, Mu Lingshi smiled. You guess. As soon as the words fell, the wonderful woman version of Mu Lingshi and the beautiful woman version of Mu Lingshi walked towards the young girl version of Mu Lingshi at the same time, and immediately merged into the young girl version of Mu Lingshi's body. Wang Jianxiang was speechless. All 3 versions of Mu Lingxi's life breath were exactly the same, so how could he guess? Seeing Wang Jianxiang eat his words, feeling that she had finally gotten one back, Mu Lingshi felt much more comfortable in her heart. She turned her head to look and froze. Ha, Lin Xianer is gone. Hearing her words, Wang Jianxiang looked back and realized that where Lin Xianer had been before was long gone. It can't be helped if you run away. We were all just fighting the 4 people of the Zhangyang sect with all our might and had no time to spare. And Lin Xianer isn't a little cutie. How could she not know to take advantage of the opportunity to escape? Wang Jianxiang said so in his mouth, and in his heart, he comforted himself. But there was always some reluctance. The more I think about it, the angrier I get. With a twist of his head, he fiercely gave the chick a brain crash. You stupid bird, didn't I tell you to keep an eye on her? What are you doing? The chick's eyes were full of aggression. Chirp chirp. It's not. I'm fighting the enemy. Ha, didn't it take me to stop those 2 strongest guys? And I don't think you asked me to keep an eye on anyone. Did you? How dare you talk back? What's wrong with you? Does it feel like you've grown up? That you've gotten your wings? That you can disobey? Chicks. In the end, under Wang Jianxiang's love, the chick admits his mistake. Mullingar Creek. Wang Jianxiang nodded with satisfaction and looked back at Mu Lingshi. Thinking of her 3rd life body, she couldn't help but feel a little warmth and a kind smile on her face. Little sister, I see that your cultivation is still stagnant at Qi refining perfection. Is there a shortage of foundation building pills? You can talk to Grandpa if you lack pills, and Grandpa will find a way to get them for you. Mu Lingshi stayed dumbfounded, then rolled her eyes. If you have this ability, you'd better build your own foundation first before you say it. If it's another night or 2, you should be in the ground as well. Wang Jianxiang's smile stalled. This dead girl has a poisonous mouth. He resisted the urge to go up and whip her ass, the smile on his face growing more kind. This child, how can you talk like that? Grandpa, I'm just a little late to the party, but not as bad as you think. Foundation building to me, that's nothing. Mu Lingshi skimmed her lips. A late bloomer? You're a little late, aren't you? Seeing Mu Lingshi's disbelief, Wang Jianxiang shook his head. You'll understand when I build my foundation later. If you want to make a breakthrough at that time, you can come to me. He was a little surprised to see that Mu Lingshi didn't build a base when he first saw her. It wasn't until she saw her 3rd life that she finally guessed why. One person cultivated 3 bodies and each possessed heavenly spiritual roots of different attributes. This Gong method was indeed ridiculously strong. However, while being powerful, I am afraid that it has also greatly increased the difficulty of the cultivator's breakthrough. Otherwise, with her qualifications, she shouldn't still be stuck in the Qi practicing stage. As a matter of fact, this was really the case with Mu Lingshi. The technique of 3 worldly bodies was obtained by chance from an ancient relic by her little aunt, who had never been able to practice it and later gave it to her. Although she had cultivated this technique with her powerful enlightenment, she had not anticipated that after cultivating this technique, the difficulty in breaking through the great realm would increase 1,000-fold. Even if she didn't lack the foundation establishment pill, she had only cultivated to the 3rd turning realm, and her cultivation had completely stagnated. After that, no matter how hard she tried, she was never able to take the final step. she had to come to terms with a reality. With an ordinary foundation establishment pill, she would not be able to break through at all. Later, she heard from a Dan Dao master that only the legendary perfect foundation establishment pill could possibly allow her to successfully establish her foundation. But the perfect elixir is just a legend. That Dan Dao master couldn't refine it either. However, after consulting the ancient books, that Dan Dao master came up with a new idea. Unable to directly refine the perfect foundation building Dan with hard power, then they would rely on certain special medicinal materials to purify the ordinary foundation building Dan, so that the ordinary foundation building Dan's medicinal effect would be enhanced while reducing the amount of poison in it, so that it would be infinitely close to the perfect foundation building Dan. However, herbs with this effect are extremely rare and many are extinct. Among them, only the 9-leaf red lotus was the best to find. But even so, the most recent news of the 9-leaf red lotus appearing within the Acacia sect was 50 years ago. At that time, an outer disciple had obtained a 9-leaf red lotus in the Cold Pool secret realm. The reason why she had entered the Cold Pool mystic realm this time was for the 9-leaf red lotus. In order to enter the medicinal garden, she had gone on a killing spree in the verdant square under the Cold Pool, capturing the first futon from the swords of many 10,000 sword sect disciples, became the first person to enter the medicinal garden. After some searching, she finally found the 9-leaf red lotus. However, it was discovered that the 9-leaf red lotus had already been discovered first by Su Crisp of the Zhangyang sect and was about to pick it. She attacked without even thinking. At that time, Su was still just a beginner in foundation establishment, and he was seriously injured in a moment of unpreparedness, and escaped in a mess. She managed to get the 9-leaf red lotus. However, it had also created the situation where the Acacia sect was now being strangled by the Zhangyang sect and the 10,000 sword sect in a joint effort. Now that the 9-leaf red lotus had arrived, it meant that the pseudo-perfect foundation establishment pill imitated the day after tomorrow was about to arrive. If it was really as that Dan Dao master predicted, she would be able to successfully build her foundation. The boulder weighing on her heart was long gone, not to mention that she didn't believe that Wang Jianxiang would be able to help her build her foundation. Even if she did, she wouldn't be able to use it. Therefore, after hearing Wang Jianxiang's words, he just smiled without responding. Seeing that Mu Lingshi still looked unimpressed, Wang Jianxiang smiled bashfully. As a good hunter, the main thing is to have enough patience. He couldn't show too much eagerness. He had to wait for his prey to take the bait of its own accord. What's the word? Oh, right, desire to escape. Chapter 57, So many tricks. The danger is now removed. Are you coming with me or by yourself? Wang Jianxiang looked at Mu Lingshi. As it was, the Zhangyang sect and the 10,000 swords sect had joined forces long ago. With his relationship with Lin Xianer, it was likely that the Xianqing Palace would be involved as well. At that time, the situation would evolve into the three major forces surrounding the Acacia sect side. He had to meet up with Wang Yuyo and Yi Qingxue as soon as possible before he could do so. Mu Lingshi wasn't weak and was pretty, so if she could join the team she could also boost the team's strength. I'm with you. Mu Lingxi didn't even think about it and responded directly. What's there to think about? Now that the people of the Acacia sect had long been dispersed, it was extremely difficult to find other fellow sect members. And even if we find other fellow disciples, what then? Can you compare to Wang Jianxiang? Not to mention the fact that Wang Jianxiang's own battle power could fight with early foundation establishment cultivators. His bird was even stronger and perverted, strong enough to suppress mid-foundation establishment cultivators. Traveling with him was undoubtedly the safest option. Wang Jianxiang nodded. It's fine to follow me, but it has to be based on my wishes. Yes. Mu Lingshi nodded in agreement. After that, the two of them changed to a relatively safer place and recuperated for half a day to recover all their status. Seeing that Wang Jianxiang remained where he was, with no intention of leaving, a flash of doubt flashed across Mu Lingshi's face. This place is not far from the cold pool, and it could be discovered by people from other forces at any time. So why don't you hurry up and leave? Wang Jianxiang glanced at her. Waiting for someone. Waiting for what person? Mu Lingxi was stunned. Wang Jianxiang revealed a kind smile. Want to know? Mu Lingxi nodded. Kiss Grandpa on the mouth and Grandpa will tell you. Mu Lingshi's pretty face darkened, and her curiosity instantly disappeared. Wang Jianxiang still had a kind smile on his face, seemingly not caring at all. In truth, the heart was already gnashing its teeth. Little girl, sooner or later I'll make you beg me to kiss you. Another half day later, Wang Jianxiang's expression moved as he looked in the direction of the cold pool. Out, through the soul imprint, he could sense Yi Qingshue's location within a certain range. Previously, Yi Qingxue was at the bottom of the cold pool, beyond the range of perception, and could not be perceived. But just now, Yi Qingxue suddenly appeared in his perception. He took the initiative to let go of his soul aura, allowing Yi Qingxue to be able to sense his location through his soul seal. Not long after, two figures shot up from the distance. Someone's coming. Mu Lingshi's complexion stared and stood up. no need to be nervous, one of our own. Wang Chang held his palm on her shoulder naturally and laughed softly, as if comforting a junior. Mu Lingshi's body stiffened and dodged away from the original spot. Wang Jianxiang withdrew his palms without showing any trace and couldn't help but rub them together. It's so soft, it's like having no bones. A few moments later, the duo arrived. Senior Wang. After seeing Wang Jianxiang, Wan Yuyo immediately came to his side, looking delighted. It's great that you're fine. Previously, when Wang Jianxiang entered the medicine garden qualification examination space, he had worried her badly. Fortunately, there was the existence of Yi Qingxue, a soul slave, who could feel the life and death of his master through the soul seal. Wang Jianxiang smoothly wrapped his arms around her. I'm fine, master. At this time Yi Qingxue walked up with an apprehensive face. I'm sorry, master. It was my negligence. Wang Jianxiang nodded expressionlessly. I don't want to know if you meant to or not, but if you made a mistake, you have to be punished. Yi Qingxue's face went white. Understood, master. Listening to the conversation between Wang Jianxiang and Yi Qingxue, Mu Lingshi had long since whitened her eyes. It wasn't until this moment that she finally couldn't help but open her mouth. Her name is Yi Qingxue, right? She's a proud daughter of the top 10 geniuses of the Xianqing Palace's outer gate, and she's even calling you master? Wang Jianxiang nodded. It can't be helped. I defeated her before. She was attracted by my aura and had to recognize me as her master. Ask her if you don't believe me. I gave him 2 ways out then. I didn't force her. Mu Lingshi was stunned and couldn't help but look at Yi Qingxue. Master is right. Yi Qingxue nodded. Wang Jianxiang did give her 2 paths. 1 way to slavery, 1 way to death. It sounds like she's being given a choice, but it's coercion in disguise. Of course, she didn't dare to expose Wang Jianxiang. Nielingxi was speechless. This old man is so bold that he dares to take Xianqing Palace disciples as slaves. That's simply not the same thing as outright decapitation. This kind of move was completely writing the face of Xianqing Palace. In terms of seriousness, it was even above slaughtering all the elite disciples of the outer sect of this term of Xianqing Palace. Of course, she wouldn't make herself uncomfortable and expose Wang Jianxiang. This kind of move was completely thankless, and would only be bad but not good for her and even the Acacia sect. After that, the group returned to the cave under the leadership of Wang Jianxiang. Wang Jianxiang activated the formation inside the cave, taking out a large handful of foundation building pills from his storage pouch. He threw them to Wan Yuyo. These were the ones he had gained from beheading the disciples of various sects during this period of time. There's only a month left until the exit of the secret realm opens. Make sure to break through foundation establishment before the entrance to the secret realm opens. Good. Wan Yuyo nodded and immediately swallowed a foundation establishment pill to start cultivating. This scene staggered Mu Lingshi for a moment. There must be at least 20 to 30 foundation establishment pills in that big handful, right? Giving away so many foundation establishment pills out of hand. This was too trenchant, wasn't it? She recognized herself as coming from a remarkable background, but it doesn't reach the level of giving away the foundation establishment dance so casually. Although she didn't live much in the outer sect, she still had heard of the famous waste king of the outer sect. In hindsight, the rumors were just wrong and a bit exaggerated, except for the age which doesn't seem to be remotely accurate. Night. Wang Jianxiang tied up Yi Qingxue using Japanese techniques and revealed an evil smile. Now it's time for punishment. Corner. Nielingxi was speechless. She averted her gaze, trying not to look or listen. Wan Yuya's breakthrough had lasted for more than 20 days. With the support of sufficient foundation establishment pills, she finally managed to break through to the foundation establishment stage. During this period of time, Wang Jianxiang's punishment of Yi Qingxue was uninterrupted. Mu Lingshi was somewhat admiring this old man. Even if the dishes are fine, they still like to play. But then again, he's so fancy. The secret realm door will open in 7 days. We have to head to the location of the secret realm exit. Seeing Wan Yuya's breakthrough, Wang Jianxiang looked at the 3 girls. Although you are randomly teleported when you enter the secret realm, the exit of the secret realm is fixed. They have to get to the exit location before it opens. Otherwise they will be trapped in the secret realm. Since the discovery of the Cold Pool secret realm, there had never been a record of people trapped in the secret realm surviving. The people from the 10,000 Swords sect and the Zhangyang sect won't let us leave easily. In addition, the people from the Xianqing sect will most likely make a move as well, so we must be cautious. A flash of gravity crossed Mu Lingshi's face. Wang Jianxiang nodded and looked at Yi Qingxue, pondering for a moment. If the Xianqing sect's people intervene, you can either refrain from making a move or find a reason to make a move against the 10,000 Sword sects and the Zhangyang sect's people. Yi Qingxue, after all, came from the Xianqing sect, and if she struck out at her fellow disciples, she would certainly not be able to escape the severe punishment of the sect rules after leaving the secret realm. Once it became a big deal, he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to hide the fact that he had taken him as a soul slave. Yi Qingxue nodded. Depart. With Wang Jianxiang's order, the 4 people and 1 bird flew away from the cave and headed towards the location of the secret exit. Chapter 58 Yeling Yun with bountiful opportunities. A canyon in the middle. Hundreds of figures were separated into 3 directions. Lu Qing'er, we agreed to join forces to surround and kill the people of the Acacia sect, but you, 10,000 Sword sect, have gone out of your way to do your job. At the forefront of the Zhongyang sect side, Su's pair of casserole-sized fists were clenched tightly, and his clear face was glowing with anger as he forced himself to stare at a young woman. The woman had a green dress and a straight posture. A waist-length hair was cascading, just like an overwhelming sword with a sharp inner edge. Hearing Su's angry rebuke, she just looked at her lightly and didn't say anything. Beside her, a youth grunted, "And you have the nerve to say that we contribute to the work? There are a number of top 10 ranked disciples among our targets, which even includes Bai Shiro, one in the Acacia sect's outer sect. Even so, we've decimated a dozen people from the other side, including 2 geniuses at the top 10 level. On the contrary, what about you guys? Just killed a few insignificant characters, none of the top 10 levels. I think it should be you, Zhangyang sect, who should be the one to put in the work." The youth's words were as sharp as he was. It was none other than the second of the 10,000 Sword sect's outer sect, Jianjiu. Su sniffed with a stagnant expression and said with an ugly face, "There was an accident on my side. Otherwise I would have already chopped that Mu Lingshi to death." An accident? Lu Qing'er, who had been silent all this time, moved and a flash of interest flashed across her face. These disciples who had entered the secret realm this time, other than her and Lin Xianer and Bai Shiro, there was someone else who could make Su Crisp suffer? She looked up at Su Crisp. "What accident?" "An old man," Su said with a gloomy face. Lu Qing'er was stunned and subconsciously thought of the old man in the Acacia sect's team before entering the secret realm. Those who were able to qualify to enter the Cold Pool Mystic realm were almost all the outer sect elites of each sect. An old guy with a near-life expectancy is still pretty impressive. Immediately afterward, a flash of shock appeared on her face. That old man is only in the refining stage, and his lifespan is nearly exhausted. Even if his luck explodes and he succeeds in building the foundation, I'm afraid he doesn't have the ability to make Su Crisp, who is already in the middle stage of foundation building, suffer, right? That old man got a strange bird somewhere, and his strength is above mine." Although it was a bit embarrassing, Su Crisp still said it with a sullen face. Speaking here, she turned her gaze to the Xianqing Palace's side. "This is something that Fairy Lin must know better than I do." Lin Xianer's face darkened at his words. For the sake of maintaining her image, she did not mention that she had suffered a great loss at the hands of Wang Jianxiang after meeting with the Xianqing Palace disciples. It just says that there's a feud with the Acacia sect. This kind of revealing behavior of Su felt a bit embarrassing to her. She was silent for a moment and said in a chilling voice, "That old man's bird is indeed very strong. I am no match. The reason why I want to join forces with you guys is precisely because I have a grudge against this old man. Moreover, that old fellow has an extremely vile temperament, so if you encounter him later on, you must be careful." Hearing Lin Xianer's words, Lu Qing'er's heart instead grew more and more curious. A flash of intense battle intent flashed in her eyes. This canyon is the location of the exit of the secret realm. If the people of the Acacia sect want to leave, they must come here. A big battle is inevitable. She couldn't wait to meet the old guy the duo was talking about. And even more so, she wanted to see just how strong his bird was. To be able to make both Lin Xianer and Su Crisp suffer in succession, one would think that one's strength should be good. Just as the 3 clans were blocking the gate in the canyon, the 30 or so disciples of the Acacia sect were gathering on a large mountain nearby. Yeling Yun, Su Yutong and Bai Shiro were all among them. In front of the crowd, an oval copper mirror was hovering in mid-air. An image is playing on the mirror, exactly the scene inside the canyon. Although the bronze mirror could not play the sound, the crowd also guessed something through the image. For example, the attitude of the Xianqing Palace. The Xianqing Palace has actually joined forces with the 10,000 Sword sect and the Zhangyang sect. It's fortunate that we have this spirit weapon from senior brother Yi. Otherwise I'm afraid that if we had crashed headlong into it, we would have been in mortal danger already. A gurgling sound of afterthought came from the crowd. At the forefront of the crowd, Bai Shiro looked towards Yeling Yun and smiled in a light and elegant manner. "Senior brother Yi has sort of helped us dodge a bullet." Yeling Yun smiled. "Senior sister Bai is overstating things. I only obtained this item by chance." A flash of color flashed in Bai Chiruo's eyes. Senior brother Yi was able to get his chance after calmly retreating in the face of a strong enemy's pursuit. And to get this spirit weapon while breaking through to the middle stage of foundation establishment in terms of strength shows that the blessings are profound. You can definitely have some great achievements in the future. Senior sister is overrated. Yeling Yun looked at Bai Chiruo's beautiful face, and the surface remained calm. However, a touch of pride flashed in the depths of his eyes, as well as a wisp of fire filled with evil intent. To the side, Su Yutong frowned at Bai Shiro. unobtrusively interrupting the duo. What are we going to do? Are we just going to keep waiting here? Hearing this, the gazes of the others gathered. Bai Chi Ruo looked at Yeling Yun. The implication is self-evident, that he should make the decision. Yeling Yun's strength had also reached the middle stage of foundation establishment, and with a spiritual weapon in his hand, he could be called the #1 strongest person in the Hohuan sects team today. Seeing Bai Chi Ruo's action, he didn't humble himself and smiled. Keep waiting. Wait for the exit to open and then find a chance to break through the blockade. Time passed, and in the blink of an eye, it was time for the secret realm to open. Over the canyon, a large area of space suddenly rippled like water waves, and then the space shattered, transforming into a huge black hole about 30 feet long. The exit appeared. The people of the three major powers had their expressions moved. However, no one left, and an aura of solemnity filled the air. Not coming yet? The opening time of the entrance to the secret realm is only 2 hours. I'd like to see just how long you guys can hide. Su Jie's gaze looked around, and a cold smile appeared on her face. Lin Xianer's expression was icy cold, and her spiritual sense had long since spread out, secretly searching for a certain person. Compared to the two, Lu Qinger was much more bashful, arms clasped in front of his chest, his body straight. He waited silently. How? Out or not? On the iceberg, Su Yutong looked towards Yeling Yun. The eyes of the others were cast. Yeling Yun gazed into the canyon, and after a moment, he drank in a low voice. Punch out. After his words fell, the crowd suddenly rushed towards the exit in the canyon. Coming. Lu Qinger's slightly closed eyes instantly opened, and a shocking sharpness rose up from her body. Kill. Su sneered and led the people from the Zhangyang sect to take the lead in welcoming them. Lin Xianer and Lu Qinger followed closely behind. The great battle broke out instantly. Yeling Yun fought against Su and Lin Xianer with his own strength. A bronze mirror hovered above his head. A beam of light shot out from the copper mirror, and even though Su and Lin Xianer joined forces, surprisingly failed to gain the upper hand. In the meantime, Wang Jianxiang was standing on another snowy mountain looking at the great battle in the canyon, his hand stroking his chin, his face in deep thought. He was thinking about how he could find a chance to pit Yeling Yun to death. Chapter 59, Follow him and give him a good beating. The people from the three major forces were very ambitious and wanted to exterminate everyone from the Acacia sect in one fell swoop, and for this reason, they had purposely arranged for more than 50 people to remain next to the entrance and laid down a boundary. There were about 60 people who were actually involved in the big fight. This number of people compared to the 30 or so people of the Acacia sect, although they still held the absolute upper hand, it also gave those ordinary elites of the Acacia sect a chance to resist. Senior Brother Yi, they've shrouded the exit with a boundary. What should we do? Su Yutong shook back the three opponents in front of her with a single blow, looked at the boundary in the air, and anxiously transmitted her voice to Yeling Yun. The other Acacia sect disciples were almost per capita besieged by the two and were in a sorry state, and they were also anxiously transmitting their voices to Yeling Yun. The constant transmission in his mind caused Yeling Yun's already irritated mood to snowball, and his face became gloomy. In his original plan, if he can bring out some people, he will try to bring some people to escape, and when these people return to the clan to publicize this deed, his prestige will certainly be greatly enhanced. If it is not possible, he will not hesitate to leave these people to escape. But he really didn't expect the three major powers to do such a great job, actually laying down the boundary in advance, not wanting to let go of any of them. In that case, it would be very difficult for him to escape even if he wanted to do so alone. Hang on, I'll figure it out. After he shocked Su Crisp and Lin Xianer back with a single strike, he transmitted a voice to pacify the crowd. Then a flash of ferocity flashed in his eyes. Senior, it seems like I have to trouble you today. I don't have much soul power left. I can only help you once. After that I will fall into a long slumber. Have you thought about it? A misty and melodious female voice suddenly sounded from his mind. Yeling Yun looked at the jade-white ring on his finger, and a flash of struggle flashed through his eyes. This ring is his biggest secret. Although he came from the Yi clan, he was only born to a servant girl and had a lowly status. It was because of obtaining this ring and worshipping the soul in the ring that he was able to quickly rise to his current achievements. Once the soul in the ring fell asleep, it meant that he could no longer get help from the other party during its slumber. The rate of strength gain will be drastically reduced. But eventually, he made up his mind. Master, I've thought about it. No way. The current situation was that the exit was blocked by the boundary, and he couldn't leave if the boundary wasn't broken. While the Acacia sects people were still alive, they could still help him stall some of his enemies and still have a chance to turn the tide. If all the people of the Acacia sect are dead, even with the help of his master's soul power, it would be difficult to overturn the situation. In that case, as you wish. The ethereal female voice once again sounded from his mind. In the next moment, a huge soul power instantly surged into his soul sea. Yeling Yun stifled a grunt, feeling as if his head was about to explode, but at the same time, he felt an unprecedented power. It was as if he could wipe out everyone present with a single thought. This feeling is not an illusion, but a fact. With the soul power in his mind right now, he could indeed do it. But unfortunately he was too weak himself. Only a very small portion of this soul power could be utilized. Even so, it had boosted his strength immensely. He moved with a thought. An unprecedented spiritual light erupted from the copper mirror. Strong spiritual power fluctuations spread, and a thick spiritual light suddenly shot out from the copper mirror, then split into two and shot towards Lin Xianer and Su Crisp. Sound of escaping laughter. Sound of escaping laughter. Both of them sprayed blood from their mouths at the same time and flew backwards. The scene shocked everyone. The entire battlefield was silent. Not right. On the iceberg, Wang Jianqiang, as a bystander and with his attention always on Yeling Yun, keenly detected a hint of something. Just now, the white ring on Yeling Yun's finger flashed with a bright light, after which Yeling Yun's strength increased dramatically as if he had taken medicine. Obviously, that ring was unusual. That ring can increase cultivation? Or is it something else? Wang Jianqiang's brows tightened. This Yeling Yun was obviously harboring a not-so-small secret. How? In the canyon, Su Crisp and Lin Xianer, who had been injured by the strike, glanced at each other and simultaneously revealed horrified expressions. A moment ago, Yeling Yun was a normal mid-foundation establishment cultivator, and it was only with the power of his spiritual weapon that he blocked the two of them from joining forces. However, in the next moment, his strength skyrocketed, reaching a level comparable to the late stage of foundation establishment. Has he been hiding his strength? Thinking of this, the two of them simultaneously developed a sense of retreat in their hearts and did not continue their attacks. Compared to the two women's scorn, Lu Qinger was revealing a strong battle intent after sensing Yeling Yun's sudden outburst of powerful aura. She slashed out with her sword. Sound of escaping laughter. Bai Qi Ruo's counterattack instantly shattered, and a long bloodstain appeared on his shoulder as he retreated in a sorry state. You actually hid your strength. Bai Shiro stepped backward in disbelief. She had been able to fight back and forth with Lu Qinger before, yet at this moment she couldn't even block a sword. Fighting is a process of sharpening sword intent for me. How can I sharpen myself by crushing with absolute strength? Lu Qinger gave her a faint look. But now, I've found a better whetstone. Saying that, her gaze turned towards Yeling Yun, and a powerful sword intent instantly locked onto Yeling Yun. In the next moment, Lu Qinger's entire body was like a sharp flying sword, shooting towards Yeling Yun. The two engaged. Strong fluctuations spread out in all directions at once. Under the enchantment of the mysterious soul power, Yeling Yun's cultivation was enough to rival that of a late-stage foundation establishment cultivator. And with the addition of holding a spiritual weapon, his strength was even higher. Lu Qinger was only in the middle stage of foundation establishment, and the sword in her hand was only a high-level magic weapon flying sword. However, the sword intent in her body was so powerful that it reached an unbelievable level, causing her attacks to be incomparably sharp, and she actually fought Yeling Yun. This woman is so powerful. Seeing this scene, Wang Jianqiang couldn't help but widen his eyes. He was able to battle a foundation establishment stage cultivator with a cheat practicing perfection, and that was because he had cultivated the sacred body of the ages, and his physique was not limited by his realm. When Mu Lingshi was able to kill an early stage foundation establishment cultivator with the third transformation realm, it was because she had cultivated the heaven-defying technique and practiced a 3 lifetimes body. As for Lu Qinger, she had no powerful physical body, and did not display any heaven-defying techniques, and did not even perform any sword Dao techniques, just the most basic moves. Completely relying on his sword intent alone, he had realized a battle beyond his level. It's a pugnacious mess. After noticing how powerful Lu Qinger was, Yeling Yun's face became more and more gloomy. There was a time limit to the master's soul power enchantment, and if he was held back by Lu Qinger, he would sooner or later be revealed in his original form. A flash of ferocity flashed in his eyes at the thought. Back me up. He overloaded and released a powerful storm of souls despite the load on his body. Terrifying soul power wreaked havoc. Lu Qinger's face turned white as she stepped backward. Yeling Yun's soul sea was damaged and he had a splitting headache, but he did not dare to have the slightest delay. Join me in breaking the restraints. He forced himself to endure the headache and let out a stern cry, rushing towards the entrance of the secret realm as fast as he could. On the iceberg, Wang Jianqiang narrowed his eyes, then looked at Yi Qingxue behind him. Snowy, you follow. Give him a good one when it counts. Chapter 60 Seizure of a Bronze Mirror. Hearing Yeling Yun shout, the Acacia sect's disciples got rid of their opponents as fast as they could and rushed towards the exit of the secret realm. Many people were badly injured in their haste to get away. However, even though they were heavily injured, they still charged towards the exit of the secret realm regardless. Strike together to break this boundary. In an instant, Yeling Yun appeared in front of the boundary. With a point of his finger, a thick pillar of spiritual power light shot out from the copper mirror and blasted on top of the boundary. Boom! the boundary immediately trembled violently, and a crack emerged. In the meantime, the other Acacia sect disciples finally arrived, and an attack followed them, landing on the boundary. Cut it out! Cut it out! The boundary was instantly riddled with cracks, reaching the brink of collapse. However, at this moment, the people from the three clans had already chased after them. Hold them off! I'll break the boundary! A flash of anxiety flashed across Yeling Yun's face as he drank sharply. I'll block Lu Qinger! Bai Qi Ruo gritted her teeth at the words. Her body's spiritual light flourished, and she took the lead in rushing out. The others also knew that success or failure was at stake, and without hesitation, they desperately blocked up. Pust! Bai Qi Ruo's shoulder was pierced through, and he flew backwards in a sorry state. Su Yutong's breath weakened as a mouthful of blood spurted out. The others also retreated spitting blood, and a few who had already suffered heavy injuries before even completely fell in this round of attacks. At the same time, the copper mirror above Yeling Yun's head once again shot out a spiritual light that landed on the boundary. The boundary that had already reached its limits suddenly shattered open. Finally broken, Yeling Yun let out a long sigh of relief. Bai Shi Ruo, Su Yutong, and the others also revealed joyful colors. But before the crowd could rush towards the entrance, a huge bronze bell suddenly appeared and was about to hold the exit of the secret realm within it. Senior Brother Yi, we can't let this bell fall. Senior Brother Yi, block this bell. Brother Yi. The crowd was alarmed. However, in the face of the crowd's chants, Yeling Yun sneered in his heart. Blocking the big bell? What if those who maintained the boundary took advantage of this time to get a respite and coalesce the boundary again? Without turning his head back, he directly ignored the shouts of the crowd and stepped into the exit of the secret realm. The moment he walked into the exit of the secret realm, a figure suddenly flashed out. A wave of the palm of the hand. The thick spiritual energy swept towards Yeling Yun like a hurricane. Her appearance was just too sudden, and Yeling Yun was completely unprepared. In his haste, he only had time to put a layer of spiritual power barrier in front of him, and although he protected himself, he failed to protect the copper mirror above his head. The bronze mirror was directly knocked out of the exit range. My spirit weapon! Yeling Yun was startled and was about to take back the bronze mirror, but before he could react, a spatial force erupted and he instantly disappeared from the secret realm. In the next moment, the great bell fell and held the exit within it. At the same time, the disciples of the three clans who were maintaining the boundary finally slowed down, and a new boundary condensed out. The Acacia sect's crowd stared blankly at the exit that was once again tightly guarded, their faces filled with despair. Yeling Yun the dog scum even left them behind and ran away by himself. The only way to live that they had desperately created was cut off. In this instant, the crowd had the heart to chop up Yeling Yun, and they all broke into curses. All the women in Yeling Yun's ancestry were warmly greeted and blessed. The most unacceptable among them was also Su Yutong. Yeling Yun's family and her family are world friends, and the two families are even interested in setting up the two. Su Yutong was also very fond of Yeling Yun. In any case, she did not expect Yeling Yun to abandon her one day. While the people of the Heping sect were furious because of Yeling Yun's backstabbing, the people of the three major forces, the Xianqing Palace, the Zhengyang sect as well as the 10,000 Swords sect, looked towards the figure that had suddenly appeared. It's her, Yi Qingxue. After seeing the appearance of the visitor, the crowd's complexion moved. Iceberg. Wang Jianxian was not too surprised when he saw that Yi Qingxue failed to shock Yeling Yun out of the secret exit. A slight smile. It's not bad to leave the brass mirror behind. If Little Bird or Mu Lingshi sneaked over, they could definitely stop Yeling Yun from leaving, but then they themselves would fall into the siege of the three clans. The gains don't pay for the losses. Yi Qingxue was a disciple of the Xianqing sect, so she didn't have to worry about being besieged when her whereabouts were exposed. However, Yi Qingxue was only at the early stage of foundation establishment after all, and the gap between her and Yeling Yun after stimulating the mysterious power was not small. It was already good enough to leave behind his spiritual artifact copper mirror. This copper mirror is powerful. It must be enough to make Yeling Yun's heart ache for a long time. Inside the canyon, facing the gazes of the crowd, Yi Qingxue's face was as normal as ever as she reached out and recruited the bronze mirror not far away into her hands. Su Jie's expression moved as she looked at the people from the Xianqing Palace, and she didn't say anything after all. Lu Qinger's face was flat and unperturbed, as if nothing but the sword in her hand could catch her attention. Rather, it was Jianzhou beside her who couldn't help but look at the bronze mirror one more time. It's good to be back. We're rounding up the Acacia sect disciples. Return to the group. Lin Xianer looked at the bronze mirror held in Yi Qingxue's hands and her gaze flickered. Yi Qingxue didn't respond to Lin Xianer, but instead turned her head to look at Yang Yun. A shocking murderous energy erupted from his body. Yang Yun, you killed 5 of my Xianqing Palace disciples. Today I want you to pay for your life. With that, she took a step forward. The icy breath locked onto Yang Yun with a deadly grip. Yang Yun shivered and looked at Yi Qingxue in shock. No, When did I kill your Xianqing Palace disciple? I never even met you after entering the cold pool secret realm. How dare you argue? Yi Qingshua's voice was icy cold, and with a flash of spiritual light in front of her, a flying sword emerged, pointing directly at Yang Yun. Yang Yun, is what she said true? Seeing that Yi Qingshua's demeanor didn't look like she was faking, Su couldn't help but look at Yang Yun. Yang Yun shook his head helplessly. I really haven't killed. Su nodded and looked at Lin Xianer. Fairy Lin, I'm afraid there's some misunderstanding here. Lin Xianer frowned tightly and looked at the Acacia Sects people, then looked at Yi Qingxue. Yi Qingxue, we'll talk about this matter later. The most important thing right now is to round up the Acacia Sects people. With that, she then transmitted her voice to Yi Qingxue. Beheading the Acacia Sects disciples was at Elder Song's command, so you'd better not make any trouble. Hearing Lin Xianer's words, Yi Qingshue's expression stared. It seems to be a choice of compromise. After giving Yang Yun a fierce glare, he silently returned to the Xianqing Palace's team. You have tarried long enough. Can we do it? Lu Qinger frowned at Su Chui and Lin Xianer. The duo sniffed and turned their gazes to the Acacia Sects crowd and coldly said, naturally, kill. As the words of the duo fell, the disciples of the two sects rushed towards the crowd of the Acacia sect. Kill. Seeing the two clans begin to move, Lu Qinger gave an order and took the lead to rush out. Prepare to die. Bai Qi Rua stared at the people from the three clans who were coming in a murderous rage. A flash of determination flashed across her face, and the people behind her all showed despair. Just as this great battle was about to break out, a mournful scream suddenly came out from the side of the Zhangyang sect, and a figure whose chest had been penetrated flew out backwards. The three clans' attacks stopped in unison. Everyone looked at the miserable figure in shock. Yang Yun. After seeing the figure, the crowd was stunned. Then they thought of something and looked at a direction in unison again. At the edge of the Xianqing Palace team, a beautiful woman was hovering a flying sword in front of her, and above the sword, a line of crimson blood dripped down continuously. Chapter 61, Time to Close the Net. After realizing that the person who attacked and killed Yang Yun was Yi Qingxue of Xianqing Palace, the people of Zhangyang sect instantly exploded. This woman dared to attack and kill Yang Yun in public. Isn't that treating all of them like air, not giving a damn about them? You seek death. With a furious bellowing sound, a large number of figures surged towards Yi Qingxue in a murderous manner. The Xianqing Palace disciples naturally couldn't watch Yi Qingxue being besieged. It's not personal honor or disgrace that's at stake, it's team face. After seeing the Zhangyang sect disciples kill, they also shot out. The scene became chaotic. Lu Qinger couldn't be bothered to continue attacking the Acacia sect disciples, and after realizing that the situation was not right, she decisively led the 10,000 sword sect disciples to draw back. The battlefield between the Zhangyang sect and the Xianqing Palace was avoided from afar. Acacia sect side, Bai Qi Rua and the others were stunned for a moment, and then they all revealed joy. Originally thought that it was already a certain death. I did not expect that the peak turned around and the situation took a turn for the worse. Iceberg. Wang Jianxian looked at the scene that had suddenly become chaotic and a smirk appeared on his face. The three clans combined looked powerful. In reality, it was just a tofu dregs group led by the strongest disciples of the three sects and verbally negotiated. It's fine if the three parties are at peace with each other, but whenever there is a slightly larger disagreement, it can easily fall apart. And it was this divergence that Yi Qingxue attacked and killed Yang Yun in public. Beside Wang Jianxiang, Mu Lingshi watched the transformation of the situation in the valley with the same face full of astonishment. Originally, the Acacia sect disciples in the canyon were already trapped in a situation of certain death. Even if she and Wang Jianxiang all went down to the battlefield to participate in the battle, they could not change the situation. But with this move by Yi Qingxue, instead, the situation was turned around in an instant. This is a wonderful tactic. She couldn't help but look at Wang Jianxiang. This can't be your idea, right? Wang Jianxiang smiled. Just a slight trick. Mu Lingshi looked a bit awestruck. No wonder the world has this saying of an old fox. So it turns out that people who live for a long time will really become treacherous. Wang Jianxiang's face stiffened and he said with a black face, this is called scheming. Mu Lingshi spat out her tongue. What do we do now? Should we go down and help? Wang Jianxiang shook his head and cast his gaze into the canyon. Not yet. Inside the canyon, the battle between the disciples of the two sects, the Zhangyang sect and the Xianqing Palace, was getting more and more intense. At this moment, except for the few people led by Su Shu and Lin Xianer who still kept their cool and didn't participate in the battle, only those who were at the back of the boundary, maintaining the boundary, were in a daze and had not yet reacted because the boundary was blocking them and they did not know the reason. The rest of the disciples all threw themselves into the battle. Seeing that the disciples of both sects had already fought, Su and Xianer Lin sighed and had to get into the fight as well. They knew there was something strange going on, but when it came to something like this that involved their collective face, they had to get on it. As the battle escalates, The casualties of the two clans were mounting. The disciples of the two clans maintaining the boundary also finally couldn't sit still, although until now they didn't know why the two clans were at war. But it doesn't matter, since we're already at war, we'll just fight. One moment they were teaming up to maintain the boundary, the next moment they were fighting with red eyes. Calm down. If the boundary disappears, the Acacia sect disciples will definitely take advantage of the opportunity to escape. Some 10,000 sword sect disciples exclaimed in shock. Calm your ass down. A Zhangyang sect disciple had just been sent flying out by a spiritual force, and his anger was so high that he blew the person who had spoken away with a punch. The scene was utter chaos. The boundary also completely collapsed due to the loss of spiritual energy to maintain it. Soon after, the large bell that shrouded the exit was also taken back by Su Christ to participate in the great battle. The exit of the boundary was completely exposed, and there was no longer the slightest obstruction. Seeing this, Lu Qinger shook her head. With things having developed to this point, it was no longer possible to get the Zhangyang sect and Xianqing Palace to join forces again. The plan to eliminate the Acacia sect's disciples was completely foiled. There was no longer the slightest point in continuing to stay. She waved her palm, leading the 10,000 sword sect disciples into the exit. He left the secret realm. Seeing the 10,000 sword sect's people leave, Bai Shiro, who had been observing this situation, let out a long sigh of relief and had an unreal feeling. The Acacia sect had almost lost its resistance. In less than a moment, he would surely be exterminated by the three clans. It was at this time that the Zhangyang sect and Xianqing Palace inexplicably fought. The three-sect alliance instantly collapsed. Their crisis was lifted. The situation changed so quickly and strangely that it was a bit dreamy in any case. Behind her, the faces of the Acacia sect's people were all showing the exhilaration of having survived the calamity. With a wave of her palm, Bai Qirua was about to lead the crowd away. A voice transmission suddenly rang out from her mind, and she looked startled, immediately stopping in the air. The palm of his hand was raised, blocking the crowd behind him. Senior sister Bai, what's wrong? The crowd was stunned and looked at Bai Shiro. Bai Qirua didn't respond immediately, first glancing toward an iceberg in surprise, then at the disciples of the Xianqing Palace and Zhangyang sect who were in the midst of a great battle. After a moment of contemplation, he said to the crowd behind him, "Do you want revenge?" The crowd was stunned. What does senior sister Bai mean by this? Su Yutong's expression flickered as she opened her mouth. Bai Shiro looked at Su Yutong, and her gaze swept over the crowd again. Xianqing Palace is in conflict with the Zhangyang sect. We may be able to take the opportunity to take revenge. Su Yutong and the others' gazes stared. Senior sister Bai, this move is too risky. That Su Crisp and Lin Siener are both in the middle stage of foundation establishment, while you're the only one of us in the middle stage of foundation establishment. As long as the two of them are still around, they are stronger than us in terms of top-level combat power. It's true that there will be a great deal of exertion when their two clans fight, but our current exertion isn't small either, and we won't be able to benefit if we force the two clans to join forces at that time. A calm voice came out from the crowd. The crowd nodded in unison. Bai Qirua sniffed and was silent for a moment. What if I say I'm 10% sure? Senior sister Bai, forget it, let's consider this loss today as buying a lesson. Yeah, there's no point in dying with them. Leave. After experiencing the desperate battle just now, the crowd had long been chilled, and were instinctively somewhat resistant to this risky move. Bai Qirua shook her head. Whoever wants to leave can leave now. Those who believe in me can stay. Hearing Bai Shiro's words, the crowd's eyes flickered for a moment. Senior sister Bai, this battle all relies on having you to support it. Mr. Yen is not someone who doesn't know what's good for him. I wanted to continue fighting with you, but nah, my state is really bad, so I won't accompany you. One person looked at Bai Shiro and took the lead, flying into the exit. Senior sister Bai, I'm also a bit unwell, so I'll take my leave. I'm too consumed, and I won't serve. My sister is still waiting for me to get back. My mom is having a baby. After him, a figure left one after another. In the end, only Su Yutong was left alone. Senior sister Bai, forget it. There will be plenty of opportunities in the future. No need to have to take revenge today. Su Yutong shook her head and left the secret realm as well. Eventually everyone left, and the only one left behind was Bai Shiro himself. Iceberg. Wang Jianxian looked down at the scene and smiled. This Bai Shiro looks soft and weak-looking, but I didn't expect to be so bold and resolute. Mu Lingshi shook her head. Now that everyone is gone, your plan doesn't seem to work. Wang Jianxian smiled, full of indifference. It's enough to have her, a mid-foundation establishment cultivator, stay behind. After he finished speaking, his gaze landed on the battlefield between the Zhangyang sect and the Xianqing Palace. The two clans originally had a total of over 80 people, but there were many casualties after a great battle. There were less than 50 left to fight, and each of the remaining people was consumed. A few moments later, He withdrew his gaze and leapt down from the top of the iceberg. At the same time, a voice entered Mu Lingshi's ears. Time to close the net. Chapter 62. Sorry, I'm an undercover agent. Inside the canyon, the disciples of both sects had suffered heavy losses in the battle until now. The injuries as well as the threat of death gradually wore down the impulses in the hearts of the disciples of the two clans. Noticing the crowd's reduced desire to fight, Su's expression moved as she looked towards Lin Xianer. Lin Xianer, if we continue to fight you and I will only lose both of our clans. How about stopping here? Lin Xianer also had the exact same intention and nodded without hesitation. Good. In her mind this fight should never have happened. Only the group was too angry to stop it. Now that the crowd is starting to calm down, the time has come to end this farce. Just as the two of them were about to heckle back the disciples of their respective clans, a green light suddenly descended from the sky. Corner of the battlefield. Gao Ming was fighting Yi Qingxue. The two are both early-stage foundation establishment. Strength is similar. The war has been carried out until now. The two are consuming a lot, but still no one cannot help each other. Just then, a scorching aura struck. Before Gao Ming could react, the green light had already pierced through his body. Hot flames ignited from within him, instantly turning him into ashes. After piercing through Gao Ming, the green light did not stop for a second and rushed straight towards Yi Qingxue. Yi Qingxue's gaze flickered and she dodged in panic, narrowly avoiding the impact of the green light. The green light landed a blow and did not continue to attack Yi Qingxue. It suddenly drew up and transformed into a small, palm-sized, green-furred bird in the air. It's that weird bird. Su and Lin Xianer stopped their hands at the same time, and their faces changed drastically when they saw the chick. Then they seemed to think of something and exclaimed at the same time, spread out in all directions. However, just as their words left their mouths, the chick's wings had already unfolded. The two hanging green flames were like a waterfall, pouring downwards in a steady stream. Endless green flames swept at an astonishing speed. The duo only had time to protect the fellow disciples around them, and a sea of green fire then descended, enveloping everyone in the two clans. The sound of miserable screams resounded throughout the canyon at once. Cultivators below the foundation establishment cultivation level did not have the slightest resistance in the face of the chick's green fire, and were instantly incinerated. 5 short breaths. The canyon that was originally still shaking with killing was completely quiet. The green fire gradually extinguished, and Lin Xianer and Su Crisp withdrew their defenses, revealing their forms. Around her, only a handful of people survived because of their protection. Old mongrel. The two of them cursed fiercely, looked at each other, and killed the chick at the same time. Call out. The moment the two of them rushed out, a figure suddenly plunged across. Strong spiritual energy attacking. Bai Shirua. Lin Xianer hurriedly resisted, and after seeing the visitor, her face couldn't help but sink. Rather forgot that she hadn't left yet, which was bad. That strange bird was extremely strong, and in a single combat situation, neither she nor Su Crisp was a match for anyone. As she thought of this, her eyes lit up as her gaze turned and landed on a figure in the distance. Yi Qingxue, she's still alive too. If Yi Qingxue and Su Crisp were to join forces, although they couldn't suppress the strange bird, they would at least be able to withstand it. Thinking of this, she immediately drank to Yi Qingxue. Yi Qingxue, go and block that strange bird with Su Crisp. Yi Qingxue's gaze flickered and she looked up without showing any trace, then smiled. Yes. After responding, she immediately flew over to the chick. Lin Xianer let out a long sigh of relief at the sight. Then her gaze turned to the few remaining fellow disciples. You all leave the secret realm immediately. Since the strange bird had arrived, that old thing was bound to be nearby. These people are only at the chi refining stage. If he continued to stay here, not only would he not be able to help in any way, but he could lose his life at any time. And you leave. At the same time, Su Crisp, who had already stopped in front of the chick with Yi Qingxue, also shouted loudly to the remaining disciples of the Zhongyang sect. The disciples of the two sects immediately flew towards the exit. Want to leave? Have you asked your grandpa one? A figure steeply descended from the sky. A punch slammed out. The brutal force instantly transformed into a shockwave, blasting half of the people alive. Immediately after, thunder from a clear sky. Several thunderbolts suddenly landed on the remaining people, turning them into a charcoal. In the blink of an eye, the disciples of the two clans flying towards the exit were slaughtered. The two of them, Su Shu and Lin Xianer, instantly turned ugly to the extreme, wishing to immediately dismantle Wang Jinxiang. Yet they knew full well that they were lost. Continuing to stay, not to mention decapitating that old guy, it was difficult even to defend himself. Thinking about this, the two of them made a decision at the same time. Lin Xianer spared a blow from Bai Shiro, ignoring her injuries, and rushed towards the exit without hesitation. Su desperately fled towards the exit, sparing her body to be incinerated by the green fire. Yi Qingxue's figure paused and followed suit. It was just that what made Su Crisp a little unbalanced was that she didn't know if it was because she escaped the strange bird's attention on her first. Yi Qingxue was clearly a body length behind her, and the strange bird even ignored her and just stared at her and burned. Just as the three of them were rushing towards the exit, a figure suddenly appeared next to the exit, blocking them. Seeing this figure, both Lin Xianer and Su Crisp's bodies erupted with intense killing intent, their speeds not slowing down in the slightest as they charged straight at them. Old thing, just when I was worried about not having the chance to kill you, you even took the initiative to send yourself to the door to seek death. Looking at the murderous rushing duo, Wang Jianxiang waved his palm. A turquoise jade talisman flashed out. In the next moment, the turquoise jade talisman transformed into a green light that spread out in all directions. Lin Xianer and Su Crisp didn't put Wang Jianxiang in their eyes at all. Under Wang Jianxiang's sudden strike, the careless duo suddenly crashed into the green light prison. In an instant, a powerful oppressive force appeared. The two's figures instantly froze. This is Brother Wu Ye's talismanic treasure. Where did you get this thing? Lin Xianer looked at Wang Jianxiang incredulously, her pupils fluttering. Xiaoya had not been able to arrive near the exit until now, which had already made her a little worried, and at this moment, when she saw this familiar talismanic treasure, her heart was suddenly flooded with a bad premonition. Wang Jianxiang hemmed and hawed. Want to know? Kneel down and beg me first. You! Lin Xianer's face turned cold. Right at this moment, Su suddenly erupted. His strong physical body power exploded, shattering the green light prison alive. Get out first! She gave a low shout to Lin Xianer. Lin Xianer had a jolt, and only then did she realize that the green-haired monster bird in Bai Shiro had already chased after her. Just as the two of them were preparing to block this wave of attacks from the green-haired monster bird in Bai Shiro before fleeing the secret realm, two flying swords steeply stabbed from behind. The two of them looked startled and dodged in a hurry. However, the flying swords were too close to them, just barely dodging the vitals, and then both of them were pierced through their bodies by the flying swords. Blood spilled from their mouths and they retreated more than 10 feet, looking towards a figure with a face full of shock. Yi Qingxue, are you crazy? Yi Qingxue smiled at his words. Sorry, I'm undercover. Chapter 63, What's the meaning of taking away innocence? Hearing Yi Qingxue's words, Lin Xianer and Su Chui both revealed shock. Then came a moment of dawning realization. They finally reacted. No wonder Yi Qingxue would suddenly look for trouble with Yang Yun, and even attacked Yang Yun without any regard for the consequences. It turned out that she had only had one purpose since the beginning, and that was to stir up the conflict between the Xinqing Palace and the Zhengyang sect, destroying the alliance of the three sects. You went so far as to turn your back on your fellow disciples. Aren't you afraid of being sanctioned by the sect rules? Lin Xianer stared at Yi Qingxue with a stern voice. Of course I'm afraid. That's why I have to take care of you guys before I leave the secret realm. A voice came. The person who spoke was not Yi Qingxue, but Wang Jianxiang. After saying that, he gave a wink to Chick and Bai Shiro. A man and a bird understood and immediately killed. Lin Xianer and Su Shu were already consuming a lot, plus they were heavily injured by Yi Qingxue's sneak attack. In a short moment the two men fell heavily to the ground, losing their power of resistance. Wang Jianxiang slowly landed in front of the duo, his eyes looking at Lin Xianer. Now I'll give you two paths. Be planted with my soul mark to become my soul slave, or be like her. As soon as the words left his mouth, Su was slashed in the head with a sword, and his majestic body fell to the ground with a loud crash. Her head rolled to the ground, dazed in confusion. If she was given a chance to live again, she would have questioned it out loud. Didn't you say you had two choices? I haven't chosen yet. Why don't you let me choose? Wang Jianxiang collected his sword and stood, looking back at the somewhat dumbfounded Mu Lingshi. Wang Yuyo, Yi Qingxue and Little Bird shrugged. Ahem. I simply looked at her and didn't kill her because she wasn't pretty enough. As for Lin Xianer, I'm keeping it for a great use. The three men and the bird had an odd look in their eyes for a moment. Wang Jianxiang shook his head helplessly as he saw that their misunderstanding of him seemed to have deepened. What he said was really all true. Forget it. A gentleman acts honestly and openly. Why do you need others to understand? He looked at Lin Xianer, his gaze cold. How about it? Have you made a good choice? Lin Xianer's face struggled with silence. Looks like you want to choose the path of death, worthy of being the number one person in the Xinqing Palace's outer sect. You have backbone. Wang Jianxiang gave a thumbs up and stabbed down with his sword. Lin Xianer's face lost its blood color then, and she hurriedly shouted out, Wait! I agree to be your sole slave. The sword in Wang Jianxiang's hand lurched and stopped in front of her chest. TSK, I thought how arrogant you were, but it turns out that you are just as afraid of death as ordinary people. A teasing smile lifted up on Wang Jianxiang's face. Lin Xianer was dying of shame. Her pretty face reddened. Alright, let go of the soul resistance, Wang Jianxiang said faintly, and a strand of spiritual sense drilled into her brow. With her mid-foundation establishment cultivation, If she was prepared, his spiritual sense would definitely not be able to enter her soul sea, much less plant a mark on his soul. However, she had completely given up her soul defense at this moment, and Wang Jianxian's spiritual sense easily entered her soul sea, leaving a mark on her soul. After planting a soul imprint on Lin Xianer, he collected the numerous storage bags scattered on the ground one by one. These storage bags were all left by the dead disciples of the 4 clans. It contained all the gains they had made in the secret realm, and 1 or 2 might not be anything, but as many as 100 or so storage bags accumulated. That harvest was somewhat astonishing. After returning to the 5 women, Wang Jianxian thought about it. Each handed the 3 women 5 storage bags. Wang Yuyo and Yi Qingxue both put it away with joyful faces. Mu Lingshi, on the other hand, shook her head and didn't collect. He said that he didn't contribute to this battle, and that he didn't deserve it. Wang Jianxian didn't continue to be humble and nodded, nimbly tucking these 5 storage bags away again. Then he looked at the 3 of them. You guys leave first, I have a personal matter to speak with Lin Xianer. Mu Lingshi looked at the exit. The spatial force that permeated the exit had become a little unstable. Time is almost up. The exit can hold out for about 20 minutes at most, after which it will collapse. You're going to have to hurry. Wang Jianxian nodded. I know. The 3 women sniffed and without further delay, flew into the exit and disappeared into the secret realm. Wang Jianxian withdrew his gaze and looked Lin Xianer up and down. Know why I didn't just kill you? Lin Xianer looked at Wang Jianxian coldly and was silent. Have you ever heard of the name Luo Yunxiang? Wang Jianxian was silent for a moment and stared into her eyes. Lin Xianer's expression twitched. How do you know this name? Judging by the reaction, I should have known. Wang Jianxian looked delighted. You know her? Lin Xianer shook her head. I've only heard the name Luo Yunxiang mentioned by a clan elder. Do you know how she is now? Wang Jianxian was delighted and hurriedly asked after her. Lin Xianer thought for a moment. I only know that she was once an immortal Dao wizard of the Xinqing Palace that was hard to come by in 1,000 years, and her talent was so high that she even shocked the Yuaning ancestors, but then it seems to have suddenly disappeared. How did it go missing? Wang Jianxiang's heart tightened and he hurriedly asked after him. He had asked Yi Qingxue about this matter before, but Yi Qingxue had not heard of it. At this moment, it was so hard to find a clue that I couldn't help but be a little surprised. Luo Yunxiang, an extremely important name in his life. He was just an orphan at the age of 6 when he first crossed over. At such a young age, even with an adult mind, it was very difficult to survive in this cruel and unfamiliar world. Then he met Luo Yunxiang. Luo Yunxiang was only 3 years older than him, and although she was only a thin little girl who was malnourished, her strength was otherworldly and she could do a lot of dirty work, and the fitness is staggering. Never getting sick. The two supported each other and lived together for 7 years. If it weren't for Luo Yunxiang's care, he wouldn't know how many times he'd have died of sickness and starvation. Then they met an old crone, an immortal who claimed to be from the Xinqing Palace. The old crone was like a treasure after seeing Luo Yunxiang and forcefully took Luo Yunxiang away. Since then, Wang Jianxiang realized that immortal cultivators existed in this world. It was only then that the heart of monasticism rose. He had tried to join the Xinqing Palace, but unfortunately, his qualifications were too poor and he was rejected. He then saved an old man by coincidence, who gave him a token in return for his kindness. It is said that his ancestor had a relationship with the Acacia sect, and this order was given by a high-ranking person of the Acacia sect. With this order in hand, one only needs to have a spiritual root, regardless of the quality of the spiritual root, to join the Harmony sect. It was a pity that the old man's family had been passed down for more than a dozen generations, and none of them possessed a spiritual root. That's what cheapens Wang Jianxiang. It was because of this token that Wang Jianxiang managed to join the Acacia sect. After joining the Acacia sect, the reason why he practiced so hard, in addition to the Chinese people's bone-deep obsession with immortality, the search for Luo Yunxiang also occupied a large part of the reason. Hearing Wang Jianxiang's follow-up question, Lin Xianer shook her head. I don't know. The people in the clan who know this name seem to be very leery of it. A flash of disappointment flashed across Wang Jianxiang's face, and then he resumed his coldness. Lightly looking at Lin Xianer, I want you to do everything you can to look into this matter after you return to Xinqing Palace. Now that Lin Xianer was under the roof, how could she dare to have the slightest objection in the face of Wang Jianxiang's order? She could only nod her head. Don't think about being masculine. That won't do you any good. Wang Jianxiang coldly warned her again. Then the words changed. There's still about 10 minutes before the exit closes, so there's plenty of time. Didn't you say before that I took your innocence? Now let me teach you well what it really means to take someone's innocence. Chapter 64, A Big Gamble Outside the Secretariat. Falling Snow Mountain. The 1-year period has come and gone, and the exit will be open soon. So which one do you think will reap the greatest harvest this time? Outside the secret boundary, The muscular old man Zhao Wenchang looked smilingly at the other three sects leading the elders. Just as Zhao Wenchang's words fell, Song Qiuyue suddenly sneered. I'm not sure which family has the biggest harvest, but I can guess which family has the least. Zhao Wenchang's gaze flickered. Oh, Elder Song might as well say something. At the same time, Qingfeng and the Clouded Sparrow both looked over towards Song Qiuyu, except for Yan Qingxian, who was still sitting on the side with her eyes closed. Humph, pretending. Song Qiuyu glanced at Yan Qingxian, then a flash of sarcasm flashed across her face. Needless to say, the Acacia sect has even sent out an old waste of space with dirt buried up to his head, so it's obvious how poor the quality of its outer disciples is. This kind of team, it's already good enough to come out alive after entering the secret realm. How much do you expect them to gain? Saying so, she looked at Yan Qingxian with a face full of sarcasm. If it were me, this kind of team would be too embarrassed to bring out. Hearing Song Qiuyue's mockery, Yan Qingxian, who had been meditating with her eyes closed, slowly opened her eyes. Looking towards Song Qiuyu, he said indifferently, you seem to have a lot of confidence in your Xianqing Palace disciples? I can't talk about confidence, but at least it's much stronger than your Acacia sect disciples. Song Qiuyu sneered. Yan Qingxian shook her head. On the contrary, I do feel that my Acacia sect disciples are a bit more outstanding. Song Qiuyu's expression flickered. Is that so? Since you are so confident in your Acacia sect disciples, how about a bet? A bet? Yan Qingxian raised an eyebrow. What? Don't dare? Song Qiuyu sneered. It seems like you were prepared for this. Yan Qingxian looked deeply at Song Qiuyue, then smiled. Since you want to gamble, then let's gamble. Say, what do you want to bet? Seeing Yan Qingxian agree, Song Qiuyue's eyes lit up. Betting on the harvests of the disciples of our two clans. Whoever's side harvests more wins. If you lose, give me your Xian Mingli fire ring. Hearing Song Qiuyue's words, Yan Qingxian had yet to react, but Zhao Wenchang, Qingfeng, and the eyelids of the sparrows in the clouds could not help but jump. Xian Mingli fire ring. That was Yan Qingxuan's iconic magic treasure back when she was famous in the Northern Realm. It was likely also the most powerful piece of magic treasure she had on her. This Song Qiuyu opened her mouth and even wanted to walk away from the Xian Mingli fire ring. This bet is also a little too big, right? Compared to Zhao Wenchang's trio, Yan Qingxian, who was the person in question, instead appeared quite calm. Hearing Song Qiuyu's proposed wager, she just smiled coldly. Want a bet on my Xian Mingli fire ring? Fine. What are you going to bet with me? Bet with my purple jade palace. With a wave of Song Qiuyu's palm, a purple light flashed in front of her, and an exquisite palace the size of a palm appeared in front of her. Zhao Wenchang, Qingfeng, and the sparrow in the clouds couldn't help but have a strand of greed flash through their hearts when they saw this purple palace. The violet jade palace was a precious palace-type magic treasure, being able to defend, attack, and live, not to mention, it could also be used as a flying magic treasure, an extremely all-purpose magic treasure, with a value at the top level of magic treasures of the same level. Not enough, however, in the face of this precious palace treasure, Yan Qingxian shook her head with a flat expression. In favor of Yan Qingxuan's reaction, Zhao Wenchang's trio did not show the slightest surprise. The purple jade palace is precious. However, the Xian Mingli fire ring was even better. The Xian Mingli fire ring is also a magic treasure that can be attacked or defended, and the power of both offense and defense is above that of the purple heavenly jade palace. On top of that, the Xian Mingli fire ring could also be used as a flying magic treasure, and its speed was above that of the purple jade palace. In addition to not being inhabitable, the Xian Mingli fire ring could be said to suppress the purple heavenly jade palace in all directions, making it an even more precious magic treasure than the purple heavenly jade palace. Hearing Yan Qingxuan's words, Song Qiuyu mused for a moment and took out another jade slip. This is a pair of drawings of a high-level spirit weapon I obtained by chance, named the Dragon Breath Ancient Bell. How about adding to it? It's not enough. Yan Qingxian continued to shake her head. What if we add this crippled second-order ancient Dan formula? Song Qiuyu took out another ancient jade slip, which was covered with slim cracks and filled with traces of age. The value of ancient Dan formulas is more reflected in the pharmacology contained in them, and possesses an extremely high research value for Dan masters. This ancient Dan formula is 60% complete, so I'm sure you should know very well how valuable it is. Yes, Yan Qingxian nodded. Since that's the case, it's a deal. If you win, the purple jade palace, the drawings of the Longyin ancient bell, and the ancient elixir formulas all belong to you. If I win, your Xian Mingli fire ring will be mine. After Song Qiuyu finished speaking, she seemed to be afraid that Yan Qingxian would back out, and without waiting for her to respond, she looked at Zhao Wenchang and Qingfeng again. How about the two of you being witnesses? Zhao Wenchang and Qingfeng gave Song Qiuyu an envious look and nodded. They also didn't think much of the Acacia sect disciples, and in their opinion Song Qiuyu's probability of winning was extremely high. That's a Xian Mingli fire ring. a powerful magic treasure that was enough to instantly skyrocket their battle power. They were very chagrined at the moment, unexpectedly letting Song Choyue steal the show. Why had they not thought of this just now? Yan Qingxian naturally saw Song Choyue's thoughts. These people looked down on Wang Jianxian, but she happened to think that Wang Jianxian would probably become a cavalryman and be able to increase the upper limit of the Harmony sect's disciples. She smiled indifferently. It's settled. 1 hour later, the space above falling snow mountains suddenly fluctuated. Yan Qingxian and the others looked up as their complexions moved. The exit is about to open. Song Choyue glanced at Yan Qingxian, a cold smile flashing across her face. Jia Wenchang, Xingfeng, and the sparrow in the clouds also looked up. Under the watchful eyes of the five, the space became more and more distorted, and eventually, a deep spatial passage slowly took shape. Coming out, seeing that the exit was thoroughly presented, the five people's gazes fell firmly on top of it. 1 minute, 5 minutes, 10 minutes, half an hour later. What's going on? How come no one has come out yet? Changfeng looked grave. In the past, once the exit of the secret realm appeared, there would be disciples teleporting out. The clouded sparrow mused for a moment. It couldn't be because of something that delayed it, and it hasn't arrived at the entrance yet, right? How is it possible? 1 or 2 people delayed is still justifiable. Everyone delayed. Do you believe it yourself? Song Choyu sneered. It couldn't have been an accident, could it? Jiao Wenchang frowned. The exit of the secret realm will remain open for 2 hours, so we'll see. Yan Qingxian looked at the entrance, her slender brows frowning slightly. As the five finished waiting, another half hour passed. The exit of the secret realm suddenly faltered, and then, a wretched figure staggered out of the exit. Yeling Yun. Seeing the person who appeared, the five people's expressions moved. Yeling Yun, what happened within the secret territory? The exit of the secret realm has been open for so long. Why are you the only one to come out? Song Choyue, Zhao Wenchang and Xingfeng looked at Yeling Yun at the same time. Yeling Yun sniffed and looked towards Yan Qingxian and the sparrow in the cloud. Yan Qingxian frowned and remained silent, and the bird in the clouds spoke. Speak. Yeling Yun took a deep breath and spoke about what happened in the secret realm. From Mu Lingshi arousing the hatred of the disciples of Xianqing Palace and Zhangyang sect, the two sects jointly besieged the Acacia sect. To the canyon, the 3 major forces strangled the Acacia sect, speaking in great detail, but there were 9 truths and 1 lie in his words, and he flaunted his image to an unparalleled degree. For example, when the Zhangyang sect and Xianqing Palace were chasing and killing the disciples of the Acacia sect, he had repeatedly stepped in at the most critical moments, laying down his life to save his fellow disciples. Another example was that after shattering the boundary laid down by the 3 clans alone by exercising his undercard, he clearly had the opportunity to leave immediately, but chose to stay and die with his trapped fellow disciples. It wasn't until all of his fellow disciples had fallen that he broke out with a great deal of grief and managed to leave the secret realm. Chapter 65. Yeling Yun, who was poked and punctured. You are very good. I have long seen that you are of good character and a rare talent. After hearing Yeling Yun's words, the face of the sparrow in the clouds was already filled with appreciation. In the immortal cultivation world, there weren't many people who were so sentimental and righteous. It wasn't in vain that he had looked at him differently during the outer sect competition. Yeling Yun's behavior made him only feel that he had a sharp vision and a light on his face, and he felt immensely comforted in his heart. Then he looked at Jiao Wenchang, Xingfeng and Song Choyue. 3 of you. Aren't you prepared to give my Acacia sect an explanation? Hearing the words of the Cloud Sparrow, Zhao Wenchang laughed. Fellow Taoist Cloud Sparrow is really good at joking. When we discovered the Cold Pool Mystic Realm, our 4 clans had already set the rule that all fights in the Mystic Realm are personal decisions of the disciples, and they cannot be elevated to the heights of the clans. Fellow Taoist Jia is right. In the past secret realms, which one didn't have casualties? My 10,000 Swords sect had them as well. Did they ever come to you? Acacia sect? Xingfeng said indifferently. Songqiu, you didn't say anything and just gave a disdainful laugh. You guys. Yun Zhongquan's face was gloomy for a while, and he was unable to speak as he was choked. Right at this moment, Song Qiu suddenly looked at Yan Qingxian. Oh, right, Yan Qingxian, the bet should have been won by me, right? Yan Qingxian ignored Song Qiu and turned to Yeling Yun with an expressionless face. In the Battle of the Canyon, did Wang Jianxiang participate? Yeling Yun revealed a look of indignation at his words. Elder, Wang Jianxiang didn't show up at all. He must have seen his fellow disciples in danger and hid. Such cowardly and fearful of death, heartless and unsympathetic people are simply a disgrace to my Acacia sect. Yan Xingxuan's expression did not change in the slightest because of Yeling Yun's words and remained flat. So, Wang Jianxiang is not dead? Yeling Yun was stunned, somewhat puzzled by Yan Xingxuan's thoughts. He shook his head. I'm not sure about that, but I can be sure that he didn't appear in the middle of the great battle. Alright, you've consumed a lot. Go to the side and meditate to recover first. Yan Qingxian waved her hand. Yan Qingxian, You're not trying to cheat, are you? Seeing Yan Qingxian ignoring herself, Song Qiuyue's face darkened as she sneered. Yan Qingxian glanced at her indifferently. The exit of the secret realm hasn't disappeared yet. What's your hurry? The exit hasn't disappeared yet. But isn't the result already obvious? Song Qiuyu sneered and pointed at Yeling Yun. Only this one person from your acacia sect has left the secret realm. What are you going to win me with? Is it hard to believe that you think his harvest alone is worth dozens of people? Are your ears not working well? Yan Qingxian raised her eyelids. Didn't you hear that my acacia sect still has disciples in the secret realm? Are you talking about that half-in-the-ground loser? Song Qiuyu laughed as if she had heard the funniest joke in the world. Zhao Wenchang and Xingfeng laughed along with him. Even the sparrow in the clouds couldn't help but shake his head. After sneering, Song Qiuyu looked at Yan Qingxian again. Yan Qingxian, you don't want to count on a loser who has managed to survive in the qi refinement stage until the end of his great life to help you turn the tide, do you? What? Can't you? Alright, since you won't shed a tear until you see the coffin, I'll wait until the entrance disappears, and then I'll see how you can still deny it. 10 minutes later, spatial fluctuations once again appeared at the exit of the secret realm. A figure came out from the spatial passage in a line. The first person to walk out of the exit was a stunningly beautiful young woman. She wore a long green dress. Her figure was straight. Her long hair was tied behind her back, and she carried a long sword on her back, her face calm and unruffled. It was none other than the first person of the outer sect of the 10,000 Sword sect, Lu Qing'er. Jianjiu and the other group of 10,000 Sword sect disciples followed closely behind. In a short moment, more than 40 figures appeared in midair. After the 10,000 Sword sect disciples walked out, the exit of the secret realm gradually calmed down. No? Seeing this scene, Song Qiuyue and Zhao Wenchang, who had always been old and calm, frowned. Lu Qing'er, why are you the only ones out? Where are my Xianqing Palace disciples? Song Qiuyu couldn't help but ask the woman in the green dress. And my Zhangyang sect disciples? Zhao Wenchang followed suit and asked. Lu Qing'er looked at the two and said without being humble, the Xianqing Palace disciples are fighting with the Zhangyang sect's disciples. It should take a while before they can tell the winner from the loser. Hearing her words, not only Song Qiuyu and Zhao Wenchang froze, Xingfeng, Sparrow in the clouds, Yan Qingxian, and even Yeling Yun froze. Didn't the Xianqing Palace, the Zhangyang sect, and your 10,000 Sword sect form a three-way alliance? How come there's an infighting going on? After returning to her senses, Song Qiuyu couldn't help but ask. Lu Qing'er nodded. An alliance had indeed been formed, and we had all pushed the Acacia sect disciples into a desperate situation. But Yi Qingxue from Xianqing Palace suddenly appeared midway, saying that Yang Yun had killed 5 disciples of Xianqing Palace, and then suddenly attacked and killed Yang Yun afterward. And then the disciples of your two clans fought. Hearing Lu Qing'er's words, Zhao Wenchang and Song Qiuyue simultaneously darkened their faces. Did anyone from the Acacia sect survive when you left the secret realm? Just then, another voice entered Lu Qing'er's ears. Lu Qing'er looked towards the red-skirted figure, and after a moment of silence, she truthfully said, before I left, there were still 21 people left alive in the Acacia sect, including Bai Shiro. As soon as her words fell, everyone's faces were stunned, and then they all looked at Yeling Yun in unison. That's a bit of a discrepancy between the information. Cold sweat instantly broke out on Yeling Yun's face, and his heart secretly cried out. The reason why he dared to lie to Yan Qingxian and Yun Zhongquan was because he had determined that Bai Shiro and the others would all die in the secret realm. As long as everyone is dead, his word is dead. Who would have thought that just as he escaped in one foot, the three-sect alliance would disintegrate in the next? The Xianqing Palace even fought with the Zhangyang sect. Yeling Yun, what's going on? The clouded sparrow looked at Yeling Yun with a gloomy face, his heart bursting with shame. How long has it been since he thought he knew how to read people? The cold sweat on Yeling Yun's face increased, not knowing how to respond. Just then, Yan Qingxian coldly glanced at Yeling Yun. This matter will be brought up again later. Yeling Yun's heart trembled. He didn't think that Yan Qingxian was speaking in his favor. The other party clearly felt that the occasion was not right at this time and wanted to settle scores after returning to the sect. The other side. Song Qiuyu's face had become a bit ugly. She, who had been steadily winning, suddenly realized that the bet between her and Yan Qingxian didn't seem as stable as she had imagined. At this moment, Yan Qingxian suddenly looked over. Her faint voice transmitted, Song Qiuyue, we won't know who wins or loses until the end. You just now seem to be happy a bit early. Humph, do you really think that your Acacia sect disciples can still come out? Song Qiuyu sneered and looked at Lu Qing'er. What was the state of the Acacia sect disciples when you came out? Everyone has suffered serious attrition. Most of the disciples have suffered serious injuries, and the rest are more or less injured. Lu Qing'er said, how does it compare to the state of my Xianqing Palace disciples? Far less. Song Qiuyu smiled at her words. Yan Qingxian, do you hear that? You're going to lose. Lu Qing'er's confident voice had just fallen. The exit of the secret realm fluctuated violently once again. Immediately afterward, 20 figures teleported out from within the exit. Seeing these figures, Song Qiuyu's smile froze on her face. Chapter 66 Raising the Stakes. The ones who walked out of the secret realm were none other than the Acacia sect disciples. After these people appeared, they immediately gritted their teeth and looked around before their gazes were fixed on Yeling Yun. In the next moment, a tirade of abuse resounded through the mountaintop. Yeling Yun, you shameless man, saying that we should join hands with you to break the boundary. But you yourself were the first to turn your back on us and escape the secret realm after breaking the boundary. You deserve to die. Elder Yen, Elder Cloud Sparrow, this son has already taken his death. This treacherous villain doesn't deserve to be a disciple of the Acacia sect. From the crowd's chants and curses, Yan Qingxian and Yun Zhongquan had already gotten the information they wanted to know. What this Yeling Yun had done in the secret realm seemed to be even worse than they had imagined. How dare you say that? That's what I'm talking about. If a man is shameless, he is invincible. Well, this matter will be discussed when we return to the clan. Yan Qingxian coldly glanced at Yeling Yun, then raised her hand to stop the crowd from cursing. She swept her gaze over the crowd. Someone come and tell me what's going on in the secret realm right now. After Yan Qingxuan's words fell, the crowd fell silent. A moment later, Su Yutong came to the front from the back of the crowd. She first looked at Yeling Yun indifferently before slowly landing in front of Yan Qingxian and paying her respects. Back to Elder. Before we left the secret realm, Xianqing Palace disciples and Zhangyang sect disciples were having a huge battle. Senior sister Bai Qirua was originally going to leave the secret realm with us, but for some reason she suddenly changed her mind and had to stay in the secret realm to find a chance to take revenge. Although both the Xianqing Palace and the Zhangyang sect suffered losses that were not small, they are still in a much better state than us. We felt that this move was too risky and wanted to dissuade her, but senior sister Bai had already made up her mind, so we could only leave the secret realm first. Suddenly you're staying? Yan Qingxian pondered for a moment before asking again. Did you guys ever see Wang Jianxiang before you left? Su Yutong was stunned. Thinking about that old loser was instinctively a bit distasteful. What's Elder Yan asking about that loser all of a sudden? That old thing's own waste is just a matter of course, but it has no self-knowledge, not knowing how to die to enter the secret realm of the cold pool. I'm afraid I'd have died in the mouth of a secret creature by now. She shook her head. Didn't see it. Yan Qingxian nodded, her gaze sweeping over Su Yutong and the group of outer disciples. All of you find a place to meditate and recover. The crowd responded in unison, and then each of them found a place to sit down. Seeing the return of the Acacia sect's disciples, Song Qiuyu had completely stopped laughing. The phrase heavy losses in Su Yutong's mouth was something she heard clearly. For today's solution, one could only pray that the disciples within the sect would be able to defeat the Zhangyang sect. If you can win and get the loot, the bet will win. If the battle is lost, there is no telling. Her heart grew heavy at the thought. Even the wait seemed extraordinarily long. Little by little, time passed, and it was getting closer and closer to the time when the exit would close. However, until now Zhangyang sect and Xianchang Palace still did not have a single disciple return. Song Qiuyue and Zhao Wenchang couldn't help but feel a sense of foreboding in their hearts. Another moment passed. The space at the exit fluctuated again. The two immediately looked over, their faces glowing with anticipation. In the next moment, a figure took the lead and shot out. Yi Qingxue. Upon seeing this silhouette, Song Qiuyu's expression was relieved. Just when she thought that the next scene should be one of her own disciples coming out in a line, she did not expect Yi Qingxue's appearance to be both the beginning and the end. After Yi Qingxue showed up, 3 more figures flew out from the spatial passage. However, they were not disciples of the Xianqing Palace, nor were they disciples of the Zhangyang sect. Instead, they are Acacia sect disciples. The 3 were Mu Lingshi, Wang Yuyo, and Bai Shiro. The 3 seemed to be chasing after Yi Qingxue, and after rushing out of the teleportation channel, they glared fiercely at Yi Qingxue. Only after that did he fall towards Yan Qingxuan's side. The exit gradually subsided after the 4 showed up. Song Qiuyu's face changed again and again. The feeling of ill will in her heart had festered to the extreme. Yi Qingxue, how come it's just you? Where are the others? When Yi Qingxue heard this, her complexion immediately became miserable, and she sadly said, back to the elder. Except for senior sister Lin Xianer, everyone else has fallen. Song Qiuyu's eyes went black when she heard this. It took a while before he came back to his senses, but a few moments of disbelief still remained on his face. How could this happen? Even if you guys are no match for the Zhangyang sect, it's not like your entire army was wiped out, right? Yi Qingxue bitterly shook her head. The difference in strength between us and the Zhangyang sect is actually very small. Originally, after fighting for a period of time, neither side could do anything to stop the other, and both were going to call a truce. I didn't expect that just then, but a large number of secret realm beings suddenly appeared. These secret realm beings are too cunning, blocking the exit in the first place. We can only fight the secret realm beings in a bloody battle. In the end, although we defeated the secret realm beings, our manpower was almost exhausted, and we ended up being taken advantage of by the Acacia sect's disciples who still remained in the secret realm instead. After listening to Yi Qingshue's words, Song Qiuyue's face had become hard to see. Ever since the Cold Pool Mystic Realm had been discovered hundreds of years ago, Shenqing Palace had never seen such a disastrous bandwagon score. Even if she was an elder, I'm afraid that she would be punished for it when she returned this time. Little girl, where are my Zhangyang sect disciples? How many are still alive? After Yi Qingshue's words left her mouth, it wasn't only Song Qiuyue who changed color, but also Jiao Wenchang. Yi Qingxue was silent for a moment and said, "All dead, not a single one left." Hearing Yi Qingshue's words, Jiao Wenchang seemed a bit unable to accept them and directly froze. Shenqing Palace at least has 2 alive. He Zhangyang sect disciples unexpectedly did not leave one. Hearing about the state of the Zhangyang sect, Song Qiuyue suddenly felt better. However, once she thought of the bet with Yan Qingxian, her face sank again. The Acacia sect had come out with 23 people, while she, Shenqing Palace, had only come out with 1 person. Even if Lin Xianer was able to return safely, how could the harvest of just 2 people possibly compare to so many people? The ancient Dan formula and spirit weapon drawings were nothing, but the purple jade palace was the most valuable piece of magic treasure she had on her person. If she lost out, her strength would inevitably fall quite a bit with her. To get another such precious magic treasure, one would not know how long it would take, unless, thinking of a certain possibility, as if she had suddenly grabbed a life-saving straw, she stared tightly at Yi Qingxue. Who else is within the secret territory right now besides Xianer? Yi Qingxue thought for a moment and said, originally, there were a total of 4 people from the Acacia sect who stayed in the secret realm, but under the calculations of senior sisters Xianer and I, at the cost of me leaving the secret realm, I was able to bring out Bai Shiruo, Mu Lingshi, and Wang Yuyo. Right now, apart from senior sister Xianer in the secret realm, there's only Wang Jianxiang. Wang Jianxiang? Hearing this name, Song Qiuyu froze, then reacted. Isn't this the old punk from the Acacia sect? At the thought, her heart was relieved and a smile reappeared on her face. The more grueling the battle in the secret realm was, the more storage bags were left there. If Lin Xianer was able to pick up all the storage bags, her harvest alone could easily surpass the sum of the harvests of all the people of the 2 sects, and it would be easy to surpass the Acacia sect. The secret creatures at the exit were now killed off. Lin Xianer's competitor was left with only Wang Jianxiang. How can that old trash fight with her? One heavenly pride of the Shenqing Palace? Unless he was having an affair with Lin Xianer, the storage bag left behind in the secret realm would definitely fall into Lin Xianer's hands. Thinking of this, her expression flickered as she looked towards Yan Qingxian. Yan Qingxian, do you dare to raise your bet with me? Chapter 67 Exit the Secret Realm, Win or Lose. While Song Qiuyu was questioning Yi Qingshui, Yan Qingxian had also finished listening to the report from Bai Qiruo's 3 girls. The 3 women were not far off from what Yi Qingshui had said. The only difference was that the 3 women had spoken one more piece of information than Yi Qingshui. That's a powerful bird in Wang Jianxiang. A bird that was strong enough to suppress an unusual foundation establishment intermediate cultivator. But the message was spoken through a voice transmission, and the others didn't hear it. How much do you want to add? Hearing Song Qiuyu's provocative words, Yan Qingxian's gaze flickered and she pondered for a moment before opening her mouth, seemingly somewhat hesitant. Song Qiuyu saw this and became more confident. With a flip of his palm, a jade slip appeared in his palm. Within this jade slip is a record of a soul defense technique called the soul forging technique. I'm going to bet your blazing flame Shin dragon gun with this spell. Upon hearing Song Qiuyu's words, Qing Feng and the sparrow in the clouds were stunned at the same time. Even Jiao Wenchang, who was annoyed by the total annihilation of his disciples, couldn't help but be staggered for a moment. This Song Qiuyu is too ruthless. The blazing flame Shin dragon gun was likewise Yan Qingshuan's famous magic weapon. Although it was not as powerful as the Shin Mingli fire ring, it was much more powerful than an ordinary magic weapon. If one were to lose both the Shin Mingli fire ring and the blazing flame Shin dragon lance at the same time, it would certainly be a major blow to Yan Qingxian. You've got a big appetite. Aren't you afraid of bracing yourself to death? Yan Qingxian coldly said. Song Qiuyu sneered. Cut the crap. The soul defense technique is one of the most precious of all the techniques. I'll use the soul forging technique in exchange for your blazing flame Shin dragon gun is more than enough. Yan Qingxuan's face was hesitant for a moment, and after a moment, she fiercely gritted her teeth. Fine. I'll bet with you. Fairy Yan. Mr. Cheng would like to take part in some of this bet. I wonder if you dare to make another bet. By now, Qing Feng finally couldn't sit still. What Song Qiuyu could think of, he could also think of. This bet was practically robbing Yan Qingxian. If that's the case, why can't he intervene? We're all here. We can't just watch Song Qiuyu pick up money, right? What do you want to bet? Yan Xingxian looked at Qingfeng and said in a cold voice. Qingfeng smiled faintly and took out a jade slip. This is my 10,000 sword sex sword nurturing technique, which is worth far more than ordinary magic treasures. I'm not greedy, so I'll just take a loss and bet your Qixia treasure skirt with this treasure. The Qixia treasure skirt was considered a relatively superior defensive magic treasure. However, it was indeed slightly inferior to the 10,000 sword sex sword raising technique. This was not something that Qingfeng had exaggerated. Yan Qingxuan's face sank, seemingly wanting to refuse, but seemingly unable to hang on to her face. She fiercely gritted her teeth and coldly said, "Okay, I'll bet with you. Fairy Yen is refreshing." Qingfeng laughed, his heart already overjoyed. He had craved for it back when Yan Qingxian and Song Qiuyue had just made a bet. Fortunately, it finally plugged in at the last minute. This white-knuckle mana is finally catching up. Seeing that Qingfeng had also gambled with Yan Qingxian, Zhao Wenchang couldn't care less about being annoyed. Fairy Yen, I also want the magic treasure. I also want to bet with you. Do you dare? Are you guys taking me for a fool? Yan Qingxian looked at Zhao Wenchang with a gloomy expression. Hey, Fairy, why be angry? If you do not dare to bet explicitly say on the line, Jia Mao do not bet is. Yan Qingxian snorted coldly. Don't dare? I, Yan Qingxian, have never been timid in so many years of cultivation. Say it, what do you want to bet? Zhao Wenchang looked delighted, as if he was afraid that Yan Qingxian would back out, and took out a jade slip. I'm going to bet on your purple spirit earring pendant with the explosive power technique of the Zhengyang sect. Okay, I'll bet you. Yan Qingxian nodded. Zhao Wenchang's heart perked up at the words. As soon as he thought of the imminent acquisition of a fine magic treasure for nothing, the mood that had been annoyed beyond belief by the total annihilation of the sect's disciples improved quite a bit. The four raised and made new bets. This scene directly stunned the four women. Bai Shiruo, Wang Yuyo, Mu Lingshi and Yi Qingxue. Others may not know what's going on in the secret world. They're clear as a bell. Lin Xianer has long been captured by Wang Jianxiana. Song Qiuyue, Qingfeng and Zhao Wenchang were raising the stakes and making bets again. Wasn't this giving Yan Qingxian a treasure? Yan Qingxian was also really tolerant. I'm surprised I didn't laugh on the spot. Thinking of this, the four women looked towards the smiling Song Qiuyu, Qingfeng and Zhao Wenchang, who thought they had taken advantage of the sky, and couldn't help but feel some pity in their hearts. I wonder if they'll be laughing in a few more minutes. As if hearing the four women's heartfelt voices, a burst of spatial power suddenly rippled out at the exit of the secret realm. The next moment, a wretched figure shot out. It's Lin Xianer. At the sight of this figure, Song Qiuyu, Qingfeng, and Zhao Wenchang laughed out loud at the same time. Yan Qingxian, you lost. Willing to bet? Hand over the bet. The three of them looked towards Yan Qingxian with a face full of exhilaration. Yan Qingxian looked a little mocking. Three of you. The exit hasn't even disappeared yet. And you're so sure that you've already won? Lin Xianer has already walked out alive. The storage bags of all the people who fell in the secret realm are bound to be on her. What are you going to win with? Song Qiuyu sneered. Yan Qingxian shook her head. My clan's Wang Jianxian has yet to appear. So you're so sure that the storage bag is on Lin Xianer? Negative. Yan Qingxian sneered and looked at Lin Xianer. Xianer, tell her whether those storage bags are in your possession. Before her words could fall, spatial fluctuations kicked up again, interrupting her. No way. Is still available? Her words trailed off as she exchanged glances with Qingfeng and Zhao Wenchang, a bad feeling flashing through her heart at the same time. As the fluctuations in the spatial power at the exit became more and more obvious, a stooped old man walked out from within the spatial opening. On his shoulder, a small green-furred bird was lazily reclining. After the old man walked out, the entrance to the secret realm happened to reach the time limit and gradually became blurry. It disappeared completely in just 3 breaths. At the sight of this figure, aside from Yan Qingxian, Bai Shiro, Wang Yuyo, Mu Lingshi, Lin Xianer, and the 6 of them, Yi Qingxue, all of them couldn't help but be dumbfounded. Wang Jianxian unexpectedly walked out alive, and was fully clothed in calm. In addition to the color of his face was a little white, and he seemed to have consumed a lot of physical strength, but he didn't have the slightest injury on his body. Comparing it to Lin Xianer's wretched appearance when she walked out, the sense of ill will in the hearts of the 3 of them, Song Qiuyu, grew more and more intense. Lin Xianer, do you have the storage bag of the person who fell in the secret realm? Song Qiuyu looked at Lin Xianer and asked again, only compared to just now. This time her voice was no longer full of confidence, but more than a little apprehensive and uneasy. Lin Xianer sniffed and bitterly shook her head. How come it's not on you? Song Qiuyu's face changed and she panicked a bit. You are a mid-stage foundation establishment. Can't you even rob an old waste that has perfected qi refining? As soon as Song Qiuyu's words came out, the Harmony sect disciples present revealed their shocked expressions. In their memories, Wang Jianxian's cultivation level was only the third level of qi refining? When did you break through to qi practicing perfection? Meanwhile, Wang Jianxian was a bit angry. This woman's mouth is too cheap. Facing Song Qiuyu's questioning, Lin Xianer sighed helplessly. That bird on him is too strong. Said the man, shaking his head again. Song Qiuyu sniffed and looked at the chick on Wang Jianxian's shoulder and seemed to understand something. Suddenly, he felt a spin in the sky and almost fell to the ground. Chapter 68, Accountability to the End. To Song Qiuyu, even the matter of the Xinqing Palace disciples within the secret territory almost dying out was not as big a blow to her as losing the bet. Those were some of the most expensive treasures she had accumulated so far in her cultivation. It's amazing that it's all going to change hands now. It can be a return to the past. However, Song Qiuyu was not the only one who was sad at the moment. Zhao Wenchang and Xingfeng didn't feel good in their hearts either, and were even more sad than Song Qiuyu. They are now gutted. Honestly, watching Song Qiuyu and Yan Qingxian bet against each other was the end of it. Why be greedy? What's the big deal? It's a good thing that instead of getting the benefits, he got himself into it. Wang Jianxian didn't know about a few people's bets. His gaze swept over Song Qiuyu, Zhao Wenchang, and Qingfeng. Seeing that the three of them all had a dead mom's expression on their faces, they couldn't help but feel a little confused. Song Qiuyu and Zhao Wenchang face ugly is understandable. After all, died so many disciples well. Pretend also have to pretend like a little. The 10,000 sword sect's loss is not a big one, so what's the point of Qingfeng coming along for the ride? Could it be because Lu Qinger and the others left the secret realm early and missed the last opportunity to amass wealth? It shouldn't. If Lu Qinger and the others didn't leave, the Zhangyang sect in Xinqing Palace would definitely be on the defensive. It's impossible to fight to that extent. There was no way that Qingfeng couldn't figure this out. Wang Jianxiang shook his head and landed beside Yan Qingxian, carefully transmitting his voice to her. Elder, what's going on? Yan Qingxian sniffed, revealing a rare smile. Good thing. What's good? Wang Jianxiang was stunned. You'll know later. First take out all the harvest from the secret realm. Hand it over? Didn't it say that only 30% of the harvest within the secret territory needs to be handed over to the sect? Wang Jianxiang sniffed and tightened the bag behind him. Yan Qingxian blankly glanced at Wang Jianxiang. Take it out first. I'll return it to you later. What should be yours won't be a single point less. With so many people watching, could I have taken your stuff for myself? You don't want a face, I want a face. Wang Jianxiang sniffed in relief and placed the backpack behind him at Yan Qingxuan's feet. This is it, said the man, opening the bag. Hundreds of storage bags were scattered all over the place at once. The people present looked at these storage bags and gulped. Each storage bag here can represent the entire savings of an outer sect elite. What's more was that they were all also stored with the harvest from the secret realm, which was the big headache. One or two alone might not count for much, but cumulatively, the value is high enough to even make an ordinary jade cultivator look sideways. After Wang Jianxiang took out these storage bags, Yan Qingxian didn't put them away, but only pointed to them and said to Song Qiuyu, Zhao Wenchang and Qingfeng, do you need me to take out the things in the storage bags and compare them with you? The three of them sniffed, their faces turning blue. There's no need for that. It's just a spell. Mr. Qing can still afford to lose. Qingfeng pulled a face and threw the jade slip of the sword nurturing technique to Yan Qingxian. Since the secret realm has been closed, Mr. Chang will not continue to accompany them. After saying that, he looked at the disciples behind him, and with a wave of his palm, a giant sword flashed out. Let's go. With that, he took the lead and jumped onto the giant sword. Lu Qinger gave Wang Jianxiang a curious look and jumped up right after him. Not long after, all the disciples of the 10,000 sword sect boarded the giant sword. Farewell. Qingfeng looked down below and then flew off into the distance with his giant sword. Yan Qingxian withdrew her gaze and faintly swept a glance at Song Qiuyu and Zhao Wenchang. Where are the two of you? Zhao Wenchang blackened his face and threw a jade slip to Yan Qingxian without a word. He was in a bad mood already. Originally, the Zhangyang sect disciples were all wiped out already enough to make him upset, and he wanted to win a piece of magic treasure to change his mood. Now it's good. The magic treasure didn't win, but instead, he lost the sect's secret technique of explosive power. It was as if he was holding a fiery flame in his chest that could explode at any moment. After delivering the explosive force technique, he didn't stay any longer and flew away from the falling snow mountain. After Zhao Wenchang left, Song Qiuyu took out a compact palace carved like purple jade and 3 jade slips with a face full of reluctance. After much hesitation, he finally threw it to Yan Qingxian. Yan Qingxian inspected it and looked at Song Qiuyu. The purple heavenly jade palace, the drawings of the Longyin ancient bell, the ancient Dan formula and the soul forging technique, counting that you're still being trustworthy. After saying that, with a wave of his palm, he put away the purple jade palace and all 5 jade slips. Song Qiuyu snorted coldly and glared fiercely at Wang Jianxiang. If it were not for this old man, would she have lost to Yan Qingxian? This person? Let's go. A moment later, she withdrew her gaze and spoke coldly, taking the lead as she flew into the air with her sword. Lin Xian'er and Yi Qingxue followed closely behind, with Song Qiuyu's trio leaving. Only the Acacia Sects family remained on Falling Snow Mountain. Yan Qingshan looked at the storage bags on the ground and collected a portion of them with a wave of her palm. Immediately after, a voice that seemed to be laughing and not smiling entered Wang Jianxiang's mind. I'll collect 30% of these things and turn them over to the clan. As for the ones you've kept private, they don't count toward the total. Hearing the voice coming from his mind, Wang Jianxiang's face stiffened and he smiled awkwardly. He did hide it. Before leaving the secret realm, he had purposely hidden a few of his most precious storage pouches on his body and did not take them out. Those few storage bags were all left behind by people who had entered the pill garden, and all of them possessed medicinal herbs from the pill garden. The value of those few storage bags alone was almost as much as the sum of these hundreds of storage bags. If he added his own storage bag, the value would be even higher. Yan Qingshan blankly glanced at Wang Jianxiang, somewhat speechless in her heart. This old man is also too bold. Even dared to hide. Really think that the elders leading the team are just for show. If she hadn't used her spiritual sense to help Wang Jianxiang cover it up the first time he came out of the secret realm, I'm afraid that the storage bag he had hidden on his body had long been discovered by the Clouded Sparrow. When the sect's punishment came down at that time, it would definitely be enough for him to drink a pot of water. She shook her head and turned to collect the other disciples' clan draws, and finally looked at Yeling Yun, her face instantly cold. She pointed her finger. A red rune coalesced out and turned into a stream of light, instantly disappearing into Yeling Yun's brow. Yeling Yun only felt an irresistible force rush into his body in a crushing manner. The spiritual energy was immediately suppressed and could no longer be mobilized in the slightest. His face instantly turned pale, and a wave of unease ran through his heart. Yan Qingshan waved her palm. Yeling Yun's storage bag was ingested by an invisible force and flew into her palm. Yeling Yun, although my Acacia sect is not considered a famous sect, it is not a demonic sect either. If you are alone from the beginning to the end to impact the 3-sect disciple blockade, I won't blame you, and neither will the sect. But you pretended to unite with your fellow sect members, but turned your back on them at a critical time, nearly killing everyone. This move is a bad move for the sect rules. All your gains within the secret territory are hereby forfeited. Upon returning to the clan, I will hand you over to the Hall of Punishment and pursue you to the end. Chapter 69, Talking Tonight. One day later, Wang Jianxiang and the others returned to the Acacia sect, which had been away for a year. After the return of the crowd, information about this trip to the Cold Pool mysterious realm circulated at an astonishing speed. One of the most surprising things was Wang Jianxiang's performance. Have you heard? Wang Jianxiang has already reached Qi refining perfection and defeated Xianqing Palace's #1 heavenly pride, Lin Xian'er, with a powerful spirit bird. Have you heard? Wang Jianxiang defeated Xianqing Palace's #1 heavenly pride Lin Xian'er with a bird. Have you heard? Xianqing Palace's #1 heavenly pride, Lin Xian'er, is having an affair with Wang Jianxiang. In less than a day, several versions of Wang Jianxiang's story have been circulated, and the more they are circulated, the more crooked they become. Disciples who knew the truth heard these rumors, and they cried and laughed. Lin Xian'er is the proud daughter of Xianqing Palace. Can she look at Wang Jianxiang, this old half-broken clapper? How about a little logic? What genius could come up with such a bombastic plot? However, Wang Jianxiang, who was the person concerned, couldn't help but feel a little weak. Why is this getting more and more true? Fortunately, this was the Acacia sect, not the Xianqing Palace. Otherwise, wouldn't his relationship with Lin Xian'er be revealed? Sure enough, no matter what world, there are always a few chosen children with amazing brains, commonly known as shower. On the night of the day after returning to the clan, the house that had been vacant for a year was extraordinarily cold. Wang Jianxiang lay in the house, looking at the vast starry sky alone, and a sense of loneliness emerged. So he called Wang Yuyao. The loneliness subsided and the house wasn't cold. Nowadays, Wang Jianxiang was rich, and there was no lack of materials for refining weapons and alchemy on his body. For the next 3 days, he didn't go out and directly began his seclusion, until he had accumulated enough cultivation points to raise his Dan Dao cultivation to the 2nd rank. He immediately stopped his seclusion and left his residence towards the Hall of External Affairs. The main ingredients for refining the Foundation Establishment Dan had already arrived. The Dan formula had Dong Yu's promise not to worry about it, and the auxiliary ingredients for refining the Foundation Establishment Dan could be purchased within the External Affairs Hall, so it could be said that everything was ready. He couldn't wait to refine the perfect Foundation Establishment pill as soon as possible and break through the Foundation Establishment stage. Foreign Affairs Hall. Dong Yu was still leaning behind the table as usual. A man is standing at the table. He was slender, with a face like a jade, and his features were as angular as a knife. A faint smile was hanging on his handsome face as he said something to Dong Yu. However, Dong Yu didn't seem to have a problem with this person. Her cold demeanor even revealed the slightest bit of boredom, and she coped with the situation with a bang. Just then, Dong Yu suddenly saw a figure walk in from outside the main door. Her eyes lit up. Meet Elder Dong. After Wang Jianxiang entered the Foreign Affairs Hall, he came straight to Dong Yu and cupped his fists and bowed to her. When Dong Yu heard this, a smirk surfaced on the face that had remained cold. Back? How was the harvest? Not bad. Wang Jianxiang smiled. The handsome man on the side couldn't help but frown when he saw Dong Yu and Wang Jianxiang talking so familiarly. Zoe, who is this? Hearing his address, a flash of disgust flashed across Dong Yu's eyes. Yi Fan, I'm not that familiar with you. Yi Fan was not annoyed. His gaze turned to Wang Jianxiang. Friend, what's your name? His gaze was filled with an invisible oppression. The moment his gaze landed on his body, Wang Jianxiang instantly felt a powerful pressure and his figure sank. His complexion stared as he subconsciously checked to see the man's information. Name, Yi Fan. Sex, male. Cultivation, early Jiedan stage. Age, 205. Roots and bones, wind and earth double spiritual roots. Good and evil value, -70 inch. Jiedan cultivator, -70 good and evil values. Wang Jianxiang's heart jumped. Yi Fan, you're too reckless. Dong Yu stood up directly from her seat. Yi Fan smiled faintly and gathered his breath. Don't be angry. Roar. I just wanted to say hello to this friend. Dong Yu snorted coldly. Get out. You are not welcome here. Well, I'll see you in a few days. Yi Fan spread his hands, glanced at Wang Jianxiang again, and walked towards the outside of the Foreign Affairs Hall. Are you okay? After Yi Fan left, Dong Yu looked at Wang Jianxiang and a flash of apology flashed across her face. It's okay. Wang Jianxiang let out a bitter laugh. I didn't read the calendar, but I ran into a madman. On the contrary, this madman is still ridiculously strong. -70 good and evil values. This is already a dangerous value. If not for Dong Yu being right beside him, he even suspected that the other party would have killed him immediately. Dong Yu nodded and inquired, did you come today to buy something or buy something? Thinking of the purpose of his visit, Wang Jianxiang's expression was straightened and he reported the item he wanted to purchase. 300 pieces of celestial green flower, 100 pieces of 7-star grass, 100 pieces of spirit bamboo fruit, and 100 pieces of dragon stripe grass. Hearing the herbs Wang Jianxiang reported, Dong Yu froze. These are all medicinal herbs that are only used in the refining of the foundation establishment pill. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but look at Wang Jianxiang. You've become a second-order Dan master? Wang Jianxiang nodded and smiled. I just broke through not long ago. I was just about to talk to Elder Dong. I wonder if the foundation establishment pill formula can be sold to a disciple now. Hearing Wang Jianxiang's words, Dong Yu's heart was suddenly excited. Wang Jianxiang had unexpectedly become a second-order Dan master. If his talent for refining perfect elixirs could be maintained until the second stage, he would be able to refine a perfect foundation building elixir, and foundation building would not be impossible at that time. Once you build a foundation, your lifespan doubles. Wang Jianxiang could then have plenty of time to continue refining, as long as he could become a second-order senior Dan master. The injury that had affected her foundation and stagnated her cultivation for over 100 years could certainly be cured. Seeing Dong Yu dazed, Wang Jianxiang's heart skipped a beat. She's not backtracking, is she? Couldn't help but call out, Elder Dong? Hearing Wang Jianxiang's voice, Dong Yu immediately came back to her senses. Wang Jianxiang coughed dryly and looked at Dong Yu with some apprehension. Elder Dong, you promised me that you would make an exception and sell me the foundation establishment pill formula once I became a second-order pill master. You're not going to back out, are you? Naturally not. Dong Yu smiled at his words and with a wave of his palm, a jade slip appeared over the table. Inside this jade slip is the foundation establishment Dan formula. Wang Jianxiang's eyes lit up, but he didn't take it over immediately. Dong Yu's palm swung again. A large number of medicinal herbs emerged and hovered in front of Wang Jianxiang. These are the herbs you asked for. The foundation building Dan formula and herbs are worth a total of 2 million spirit stones. Wang Jianxiang nodded his head and then took out a large number of items. There were magic weapons, pills, and some unused weapon and alchemy materials. These were the things in those storage bags he had gotten from the secret territory. He couldn't use it, so it was just right to exchange it for spirit stones. Elder Dong, take a look at how many spirit stones these things are worth. After accounting, Dong Yu looked at Wang Jianxiang. These items are worth a total of 1.6 million spirit stones. Wang Jianxiang nodded and took out another 400,000 spirit stones. After that, he quickly put away the foundation establishment Dan formula and auxiliary materials, bid farewell to Dong Yu, and impatiently left the Foreign Affairs Hall. Looking at Wang Jianxiang's back as he left, Dong Yu's face changed color for a while. Then he seemed to make up his mind and looked certain. Looks like we're going to have to talk to him tonight. Chapter 70, I Deserve to Die. Stand still. Wang Jianxiang had just walked out of the Foreign Affairs Hall when a voice suddenly came. In the next moment, he only felt a blur before his eyes, and a figure had already blocked in front of him. Ye Fan. Seeing the silhouette in front of him, Wang Jianxiang's face changed. What is your relationship with Dongyu? After Ye Fan appeared, he looked at Wang Jianxiang with an icy gaze. Wang Jianxiang didn't need to guess to know what Ye Fan was thinking. The word lickspittle is pretty close to being written on his face. He was tempted to irritate him, but gave up on the idea when he thought about his low -70 good/evil value. He was afraid that if he stimulated hard enough, Ye Fan would go crazy to the point of disregarding the rules of the sect. He shook his head. I have no relationship with Elder Dong. Impossible. Ye Fan snorted coldly. If you have nothing to do with him, how could she possibly smile at you? Wang Jianxiang thought for a moment and said, maybe it's because I come and go to the Foreign Affairs Hall more often on weekdays. Looks like you're not going to tell the truth. Ye Fan's face became colder and colder. An outer disciple, who had only known Dongyu for a few years at full count. Dongyu has always been unfazed by the opposite sex. He had known Dongyu for over 100 years. When had Dongyu ever smiled at him? Thinking of this, he was almost mad with jealousy, staring at Wang Jianshan with a deadly stare. The killing intent on his body began to loom. Ding! The value of good and evil has been lowered. Current value of good and evil -80. Hearing the system's prompt, Wang Jianshan's heart jumped. You don't think so? He hasn't even stimulated it yet and this guy is going crazy? Wait, I'll say, when I was in the mundane world, my ancestors had some relationship with the Dongyu family. That's why Dongyu took special care of me. Wang Jianshan was afraid that Yi Fan would go completely crazy and casually made up a lie. The killing intent on Yi Fan's body stagnated, then instantly dispersed like ice melting. The coldness on his face disappeared and turned into a faint smile. So that's why you didn't tell me earlier if it was so relevant? Fault. Honestly, you don't believe it. You don't even think about such an exaggerated reason? How did you get to the Dan with that kind of brain? Or are you blinded by the dog licker mentality? Wang Jianxiang secretly spat in his heart, but his mouth was not slow at all. I'm not afraid of influencing Elder Dong. After all, my previous reputation in the outer sect wasn't very good, and it's not good for Elder Dong to spread the word about this kind of thing by taking special care of me. Hearing Wang Jianxian's sincere words, a flash of appreciation flashed across Yi Fan's face. That's right, as it should be. Saying that, with a flip of his palm, a flying sword flashed out and hovered above his palm. I didn't prepare a gift for our first meeting. I see that your cultivation has already reached the perfect level of chi cultivation, and this flying sword is a high-level magic weapon, which just happens to be suitable for you, so I will gift it to you. A high-level magic weapon? It's just garbage. Wang Jianxiang skimmed his mouth in disdain in his heart. However, the surface showed a look of gratitude and carefully took it. Many thanks to the elder for the gift of treasure. Elder, if there is nothing else, disciple will go back first. Wait, just as Wang Jianxiang was about to leave, Yi Fan suddenly opened his mouth and called out to him. Wang Jianxiang didn't move and turned to look at Yi Fan. Elder, is there anything else you wish to order? Yi Fan rubbed his hands together. It's not true that I can talk about commands, but there is just one thing that I would like to ask little friend for a favor. What favor? Wang Jianxiang asked. Yi Fan coughed dryly. A flash of embarrassment flashed across his face. You should have seen it as well. I'm not pursuing Zoe, but Zoe has always been nonchalant towards me. She is treating you so well. You should be close in the world. I hope you can put in a few more good words for me. Not bad for a lickspittle. Dongyu's attitude is on the verge of freezing. And she's still not cold? Wang Jianxiang sighed in his heart and a sincere smile appeared on his face. Elder is overstating the case. These are just trivial matters. But Elder Dong has his own ideas and I can't influence them. So I can only try my best to help you. Yi Fan nodded repeatedly with gratitude on his face. Mr. Yi understands. After that, Wang Jianxiang once again took his leave. Yi Fan did not stop him again. He had Wang Jianxiang's departing back and was filled with remorse. What a knowledgeable and polite late bloomer. I can't believe I just tried to kill someone. I'll be damned. After returning to his residence, Wang Jianxiang immediately took out the foundation building Dan formula. Ding! Inferior Dan formula detected. Optimizing and upgrading requires 100 cultivation points to be consumed. Is it optimized and upgraded? Hearing the system's prompt, Wang Jianxiang was staggered. Upgrading a first-order advanced elixir formula however requires 30 cultivation points. The foundation establishment Dan formula was only a low grade of the second order, and the price had unexpectedly increased by more than 3 times. Previously, in order to raise his Dan Dao cultivation, his cultivation points had been depleted. You can only accumulate cultivation points first. Half an hour later, after several times of refining pills, Wang Jianxiang realized that after his Dan Dao cultivation had risen to the second rank, he could not even obtain cultivation points for refining first rank pills anymore. Should it be because a second-order elixir master refining a first-order elixir belongs to the descending blow, and doesn't fit the word bitter cultivation anymore? Wang Jianxiang pondered and turned to begin refining. No accidents happened this time, and he still gained attribute points as usual. True enough, his mind was instantly certain of his previous suspicions. After that, he took out the refining materials and continued to refine the magic weapon. Time passed extraordinarily fast while he was immersed in refining. The day passed in a flash. After a whole day of unremitting efforts, he accumulated 40 cultivation points in one breath. Just as he ended his day of refining, he was ready to rest. There was a sudden knock on the door, followed by a familiar voice entering his ears. Wang Jianxiang, are you there? Hearing this voice, Wang Jianxiang froze and thought he had heard wrong. Dong Yu? It's not, is it? This iceberg elder hardly left the Foreign Affairs Hall on weekdays. Why did she suddenly come to his door today? Wang Jianxiang opened the door of the house with a few moments of surprise and doubt. Under the moonlit night, a stunningly beautiful figure was standing outside the door. She was tall and had a long, light dress. The bodice was cinched up at the waist, and the waist was slim to an almost exaggerated degree. One can't help but be a little concerned that such a slender waist will not be crushed by those two seats on a grand scale. Elder Dong, please come in. Wang Jianxiang first invited Dong Yu into the house and asked Dong Yu after she took her seat. Elder Dong, why did you suddenly think of coming to my place? Dong Yu sniffed and pursed her red lips, not beating around the bush and getting straight to the point. I came to you today because I wanted to ask you for a favor. Help? Wang Jianxiang froze. Disciple's strength is shallow. I don't know what I can do to help, Elder. Dong Yu pondered for a moment. With your current ability, it is indeed still a bit insufficient, and to be precise, I came here today just wanting a promise from you. I'm not taking advantage of you for nothing. One promise for one condition. If you agree, I can fulfill one condition. Chapter 71, Old Man Wang is a good man. What promise? Hearing Dong Yu's words, Wang Jianxiang froze. After you become a second-order senior Dan master, help me refine a small creation Dan. Wang Jianxiang raised an eyebrow. Elder Dong is so sure that I can become a second-order senior Dan master? Dong Yu nodded. I've seen your growth during this period of time in my eyes. I have confidence in you. Why do you have to let me refine it? There doesn't seem to be a shortage of second-order advanced Dan masters in the sect, right? Even third-order Dan masters seem to have a few. A flash of incomprehension flashed across Wang Jianxiang's face. Dong Yu shook her head. The small creation Dan is an ancient Dan formula that I obtained by chance, and although it's only second-order advanced, the requirements for refining it are rather special. This Dan is not allowed to have the slightest amount of Dan poison mixed in when it is formed. Otherwise it will turn into a poisonous Dan with no efficacy at all. Normal Dan masters simply can't refine it successfully. Hearing Dong Yu's words, Wang Jianxiang finally understood. No wonder the other party gave him so many facilities after seeing that he was able to refine perfect pills. And no wonder the other party was so excited when they heard that he had become a second-ranked Dan master. It turns out that there has been a plan for a long time. However, Wang Jianxiang did not feel disgusted by Dong Yu's scheming. Never mind what Dong Yu's starting point was, at least it brought him tangible convenience. As for why Dong Yu needed the small creation pill, he didn't ask, and he didn't need to. The heavenly spirit root genius had stopped at foundation establishment perfection, surely because the foundation had suffered a severe trauma, and the small creation pill was inevitably the pill she needed to restore her foundation. Thinking of this, Wang Jianxiang looked Dong Yu up and down. There was a flash of amazement in his eyes. Elder Dong, a promise for a condition. Can this be taken seriously? Naturally when it's true. Dong Yu nodded. Well then, my request is simple. Sleep with me. What? Dong Yu froze, thinking she had heard wrong. Wang Jianxiang could only repeat it again. Sleep with the disciple. Dong Yu's face swished red. Acacia sect promotes dual cultivation is right, but the disciples of the disciples to seek a couple is still more subtle, not as reckless as the devil's six desire religion. She had many suitors, and Yi Fan was considered one of the thicker-skinned ones, but even then, there was always a courteous demeanor when dealing with her. When did you ever say such a vulgar thing? How can you be so vulgar? Where has Dong Yu ever encountered such a situation? If anyone else had molested her like that, she could have struck out without hesitation, but now it is she who is begging for Wang Jianxiang, and it is she who has taken the initiative to put forward a condition for a promise. At this moment, she, who had always been indifferent in nature, became somewhat overwhelmed. Hearing Dong Yu's words, Wang Jianxiang was full of innocence. Elder Dong, that's a bit wrong of you to say. Isn't our Acacia sect the most esteemed of dual cultivation paths? This is at best more direct on my part. Dong Yu was speechless for a while, and only after a long time did she blush and say, but you can't be like this. I'm an elder. So what? If you don't tell me and I don't tell you, who's going to know? Dong Yu was stunned. Seems to make a few sense. She didn't respond immediately, frowning in thought. Thinking of the consequences if she couldn't break through, she finally gritted her teeth and made up her mind. Okay, I promise. Wang Jianxiang was delighted at his words and rubbed his hands together as he walked over to Dongyu. Elder Dong, I'm offended. Good times always go by fast. The next day, early morning, Wang Jianxiang stepped out of the house. The early morning sunlight poured down on his body. The faint stinging sensation made him squint his eyes. Thinking about last night, I can't help but reminisce a little. Worthy of being Elder Dong, even if his cultivation talent was high, his physical talent was also exaggeratedly strong. It's just his shy nature that escaped in the middle of the night. Just as he had stretched his body and was about to continue to go back to the house to refine weapons to accumulate cultivation points, a silhouette suddenly appeared in his field of vision. Ye Fan. Seeing the visitor, Wang Jianxiang frowned imperceptibly. Little friend, hello again. A moment later, Ye Fan arrived in front of Wang Jianxiang and revealed a friendly smile to him. Greetings, elder. Wang Jianxiang respectfully saluted Ye Fan. Little friend need not be polite. Ye Fan hurriedly took 2 steps forward and enthusiastically held Wang Jianxiang, then somewhat embarrassedly said to Wang Jianxiang, Little friend, have you ever seen Zoe again after you and I parted yesterday? See, Wang Jianxiang nodded. Ye Fan's eyes lit up, and he said somewhat eagerly, then has little friend helped me with a few words of praise? Both of us were too tired yesterday and didn't take care of the matter of the elders. Wang Jianxiang looked somewhat apologetic. Tired? Ye Fan was stunned. Well, Elder Dong specially came last night to guide the disciples in their cultivation. Wang Jianxiang nodded. So that's how it is. Ye Fan was enlightened, and then laughed. So it seems that you are really close to Roer. It's only right that I ask you to do my business. Wang Jianxiang also smiled. Don't worry, elder. Your business is the disciple's business. The disciple will definitely do things beautifully for you. Well. Ye Fan was overjoyed and said 3 good words in a row in his excitement. But there's something the disciple doesn't know whether to speak or not. Right at this moment, Wang Jianxiang suddenly turned his words around and looked at Ye Fan with a somewhat hesitant expression. Ye Fan laughed. Harm. We are all family members. There is no harm in saying what old brother Wang has to say. In that case, I'll be blunt. Wang Jianxiang's voice paused and continued. Elder Dong has been plagued by an old disease for many years. His cultivation has stagnated and he has never been able to make a breakthrough. This matter should be known to elder brother Yi, right? Naturally. Ye Fan nodded inside. Unfortunately, pills to repair the foundation are too rare and I can't help. Elder brother Yi doesn't need to worry. The matter of treating the root injury has already been resolved by Elder Dong. Wang Jianxiang smiled and continued. The matter I want to remind elder brother Yi of happens to be related to this matter. Recently, Elder Dong has put almost all of her energy into this matter and has no time to be distracted. So you better not disturb her at this juncture or I'm afraid you'll leave a bad impression. Zoe has found a solution to her injuries? Hearing the first half of Wang Jianxiang's sentence, Ye Fan could not help but show a happy face. After hearing the second half of Wang Jianxiang's sentence, he pondered again, and then looked at Wang Jianxiang with a face full of recognition. It's still old brother Wang who has thought it through, and Yi will definitely keep that in mind. After saying that, he clasped his fist to Wang Jianxiang with a solemn face. Wang Jianxiang waved his hand repeatedly. Elder brother Yi, no way. This can't be done. I've known you since we met, so it's only right that I help you. Hearing Wang Jianxiang's words, Ye Fan couldn't help but recall again his own rude behavior when he first met Wang Jianxiang, in which he used his strength to overwhelm others. Ye Fan, look at others, then look at you. Are you a human being? The remorse in his heart grew stronger. Looking at Wang Jianxiang, he couldn't help but let out a sigh of emotion. Elder brother Wang is really a good man. Chapter 72. I know brother Yi like the back of my hand. After Ye Fan left, Wang Jianxiang returned to the house and started refining the weapons. 2 days later, he managed to accumulate 100 cultivation points. He took out the foundation building Dan formula and gazed at it, and the system's voice then sounded. Ding! Inferior Dan formula detected. Optimizing and upgrading requires 100 cultivation points to be consumed. Is it optimized and upgraded? Yes. Ding! The foundation building Dan formula has been successfully optimized and upgraded to a perfect foundation building Dan formula. As the optimization and upgrade prompt sounded, the perfect foundation building Dan formula flooded into Wang Jianxiang's mind. He silently empathized for half an hour, then took out the herbs and began to refine them. With his qualifications, the consumption was bound to be great if he wanted to successfully build his foundation. He was mentally prepared for this and closed his eyes for 5 days in one breath, refining 100 perfect foundation building pills. After that, it took more than 10 days to refine a large amount of perfect cloud haze Dan before stopping. Did nothing next, rested for a day, and got my body in tip-top shape. He was about to start his closed-door cultivation when a knock on the door suddenly came. Wang Jianxiang's expression moved as he got up and opened the door to his room. A stunningly beautiful colored figure then came into view. Seeing the person outside the door, Wang Jianxiang revealed an unexpected color. Elder Dong? What brings you here? Come on in. Dong Yu's face stiffened, as if she had thought of some unhappy past, and she subconsciously took a step back. I just wanted to come and see if you had refined the perfect foundation establishment pill, so I won't go in. That's not good. How rude to let you, an elder, stay outside the door? Wang Jianxiang's eyes rolled and he took Dong Yu's hand and walked towards the house. Dong Yu's body stiffened and she could only follow him into the house. After entering the house, Dong Yu tried to keep her expression as cold as possible. Could you have refined the perfect foundation establishment pill? When are you going to close the door to make a breakthrough? The perfect foundation building pill has been refined, Wang Jianxiang said, taking out a perfect foundation building dan and waving it in front of Dong Yu. As for the retreat, it's a coincidence that you came just as I was about to retreat. Dong Yu curiously looked at the perfect foundation establishment pill in Wang Jianxiang's hand, and then sensed a pure medicinal power far beyond that of an ordinary foundation establishment pill in this pill. Her eyes lit up. Worthy of being a perfect foundation building pill, the medicinal effects were truly amazing. She then looked at Wang Jianxiang. How many % sure are you? Upon hearing this, Wang Jianxiang coughed dryly. It's possible that it's 50%, and it's also possible that it's 10%. Dong Yu froze. What do you mean? 10 and 50%? That's a bit too wide of a range, isn't it? Whose good guy foundation building success rate fluctuates so much? When Wang Jianxiang heard this, he swept an extremely aggressive gaze over Dong Yu and he laughed. My current state of mind has not yet been perfected, so perhaps it will affect the breakthrough, or perhaps it won't. If I'm not affected by the state of mind, I can definitely succeed in building the foundation with my current preparations, but if I'm affected by the state of mind, it's up to luck. Hearing Wang Jianxiang's words, Dong Yu's heart suddenly snapped. Mindfulness issues can be small or large. If he was really unlucky enough to form a heart demon, it would be difficult for Wang Jianxiang to make a breakthrough. Her counting on restoring her roots could all rest on Wang Jianxiang. If he fails to break through, what will he do? Thinking of this, she said with a grave expression on her face, what is the problem with your state of mind? Is there any way to make up for it? Wang Jianxiang smiled at his words. The problem of my state of mind actually originates from you, and it's simple to want to solve it. Originating from me? Dong Yu was stunned, revealing a puzzled expression. Exactly. Wang Jianxiang nodded. Ever since that night passed, I've been nostalgic, which has created a defective state of mind. If Elder Dong can sleep with me one more time, my mind will be perfected. Dong Yu was dumbfounded at his words. After coming back to her senses, she instinctively thought that Wang Jianxiang was fooling her and shook her head back and forth. How can this work? We agreed before that we would only do it once. Wang Jianxiang sighed. Since the elder is unwilling to do so, then so be it. Perhaps with luck, this little flaw in the state of mind won't affect the breakthrough. Hearing Wang Jianxiang's words, Dong Yu instead became even more worried. Although what Wang Jianxiang said was probably false, she couldn't afford to gamble. Anyway, it happened once, so it's okay to do it again. She secretly gritted her teeth and looked at Wang Jianxiang with a reddened face. In the cultivation path, the issue of state of mind must not be underestimated. I help you with your state of mind. Hearing Dong Yu's words, Wang Jianxiang smiled. Elder Dong is righteous. The disciple is welcome. After the storm, Dong Yu took advantage of the night to leave. Early the next morning, Wang Jianxiang's state was restored and he began to close the door. After Wang Jianxiang closed his door, Dong Yu came outside his house. She glanced at the house, and her gaze pierced through the walls to see Wang Jianxiang, who was cultivating inside the house. After withdrawing her gaze, she pondered a little. Then with a wave of her palm, more than 10 streams of light respectively disappeared into the void around the house. The next moment, the aura emerged. A boundary enveloped Wang Jianxiang's house. With this boundary protection, no cultivator below the jade stage can affect his cultivation. Just as Dong Yu was about to leave, a figure suddenly appeared. Dong Yu's expression stared. Yi Fan, what's he doing here? It can't be because of her. To Wang Jianxiang have bad intentions, ready to find Wang Jianxiang trouble to come, right? A wary look flashed across her face at the thought. With a sway of his body, he blocked in front of Yi Fan. Yi Fan, what are you doing here? Roar, you actually personally guarded Wang Jianxiang. It seems that your relationship is even better than I thought. Seeing Dong Yu, a flash of joy flashed across Yi Fan's face. Hearing Yi Fan's words, Dong Yu became even more cautious in her heart. The spiritual energy in her body began to surge. A state of readiness. Yi Fan, it's not your turn to care about how I am related to anyone. Seeing Dong Yu acting so obviously defensively, Yi Fan froze and then reacted. Roar, you've misunderstood. I didn't come here to look for trouble. Dong Yu frowned and stared at him in silence. Seeing that Dong Yu had not yet relaxed her guard, Yi Fan laughed. Roar, I have known old brother Yi since we first met. and I came here today to catch up with him, but I did not expect to happen to run into him in closed-door cultivation. Since I've come across it, I'll come and contribute. As soon as the words fell, he waved his hand and flung out a turquoise bead. Dongyu's face changed and she was just about to block. Then she seemed to have realized something and stopped again. The green bead flew over the house in a flash, and then transformed into a turquoise barrier, like a large bowl that held the house as well as the boundary laid by Dongyu all within it, forming a second layer of guarding. Seeing this scene, Dongyu was dumbfounded and felt that her brain was a bit spinning. Originally, she thought that Yifan's words were just trying to lower her guard, but she didn't expect him to come true. How did his attitude towards Wang Jianxian suddenly take such a drastic turn? What happened between him and Wang Jianxian? Chapter 73, Building the Foundation. This is the son and mother spiritual barrier bead. This one is the daughter bead. The only way to lift the spiritual barrier of the mother bead is to hold this daughter bead. After laying down the second layer of protection, Yifan took out another smaller green bead, and with a wave of his palm, he sent the sub bead to Dongyu. I leave this subjewel in your care. Now, should you believe what I'm saying? Dongyu held the green beads in front of her, although it was a bit hard to believe. So far, Yifan really didn't seem to be lying. Is he trying to show his atmosphere in this way so that she will look at him differently? Dongyu wasn't narcissistic, but all this transformation was so sudden and fantastic that she couldn't think of any other reason other than this possibility. Just then, Yifan's voice came again. Since old brother Wang is in closed-door cultivation, I won't stay here much longer. I'll go back first. Although Yifan wanted to get close to Dongyu, he immediately suppressed his thoughts when he thought of Wang Jianxian's advice. After that, he turned and left, going dry. Seeing this scene, Dongyu let out a long sigh of relief. This Yifan even changed his nature and didn't pester her like a dogskin plaster when he saw her as usual. This is certainly great news for her. After Yifan left, Dongyu pondered for a moment and did not stay here any longer. He still had matters to deal with in the Foreign Affairs Hall, and Wang Jianxian's place of seclusion was already protected by 2 layers of protection, which was safe enough. It was useless for her to continue to stay here until Wang Jianxian started to make a breakthrough. Not long after Dongyu left, another figure came outside the house. Senior brother Wang, the sect's transfer order has come down, and tomorrow I will be promoted to the inner sect. I'm sure you'll be able to build your foundation successfully as well. Wang Yuyao whispered a few words and turned to leave. 3 days later, a red-skirted figure arrived. Yan Xingxian looked toward the house, her face flickering with complexity. As an inner sect elder of the Acacia sect, she knew quite a bit more secret information than an ordinary person. Because of this, she was more aware of the difficulty of Wang Jianxian's foundation building than the vast majority of people. Those with 5 spiritual roots were extremely special. In terms of rarity, 5 system spirit rooters were even much rarer than heavenly spirit rooters. However, the two were in a heavenly and underground situation in terms of cultivation. Those with heavenly spiritual roots had pure spiritual energy and extremely fast cultivation speeds, with almost no bottlenecks before the jade stage. The 5 spiritual roots of the person, although the spiritual power than the same level of cultivators more thick, but in the cultivation of the road but step-by-step difficult, since the ancient times of the rare foundation successor. However, once a person with 5 spiritual roots succeeded in building a foundation, they would undergo a metamorphosis. At that time, the battle power would be so strong that unusual cultivators even 1 or 2 small realms higher would not even be able to match it. It was rumored that in the ancient times, there had been a great power that had purposely cultivated a 5-system spirit rooter, spending a great deal of resources to smash them to the foundation establishment stage. However, soon this power gave up. The consumption of cultivating a person with 5 spiritual roots was simply too much. The consumption of cultivating a 5-system spirit root foundation builder was even greater than the consumption of an unusual cultivator who had formed a dan. So what if a 5-system spirit root cultivator is strong in battle? If the battle power is strong, how can it still be able to fight against a Jidan stage cultivator just as soon as the foundation establishment stage? Under this comparison of resource consumption, cultivating 5-system spirit rooters was obviously not very cost-effective. Since then, no one had ever cultivated a 5-system spirit rooter. The 5-system spirit root was also completely abandoned by the major powers, and was regarded as a waste spirit root, unattended. If Wang Jianxian hadn't gotten that token in the first place, the Yin Yang sect wouldn't have accepted him as a 5-lineage wasted spirit root. Let's hope that the perfect foundation building pill can help you break the barrier of the 5 spiritual roots. Yan Xingxian sighed. In the next moment, her figure faded, and then she completely disappeared. Due to Wang Jianxian's long absence, the news of his closed-door foundation building was eventually guessed by someone with a heart and circulated. The news spread throughout the entire outer sect in just 2 days, causing quite a stir. Have you heard? Wang Jianxian hasn't gone out for several months, and it's rumored that he seems to be in seclusion to build his foundation. There's a day when the king of waste builds a foundation? Who knows? I guess it's because the big day is approaching and I'm thinking of putting up one last fight. Ha ha, he doesn't think he's good again after breaking through to chi refining perfection. Does he? Can he break through to foundation establishment just because he wants to? Anyway, he doesn't have 2 years to live. Isn't it good to have more fun? What's the point of being closed? Upon learning this news, everyone without exception revealed a look of mockery. Not one person looked favorably on Wang Jianxian. Foundation building was the first major threshold on a cultivator's path of cultivation. How many 3-spirit root and 4-spirit root cultivators had cultivated to chi refining perfection early on, but had stagnated for decades without being able to cross over? Not to mention Wang Jianxian's garbage qualification of 5 wasted spirit roots. From the mere fact that he was approaching the end of his great life and his physical state was far inferior to that of a normal person, it would be more difficult for him to make a breakthrough than others. With the two stacked on top of each other, the breakthrough is difficult enough to make people despair. Moreover, he had still only just reached chi refining perfection not long ago, and his base was weak. Trying to make a breakthrough is tantamount to a fool's errand. When Wang Jianxian's retreat came to the 6th month, the outside world's mockery of him has reached its peak. Many people even taunted him that he had failed to break through and died at home. Hearing these rumors, even Dongyu couldn't help but feel a bit worried and went to see Wang Jianxian a few times midway. It was only when he saw that Wang Jianxian was still in the middle of his cultivation that he felt relieved. Time passes. When Wang Jianxian's seclusion came to a year and a half, the discussion about him in the outer gate of the Harmony sect had long since disappeared. In their opinion, if Wang Jianxian hadn't appeared after being in seclusion for such a long time, he was bound to have fallen long ago. Even Wang Yuyao, who had always had full confidence in Wang Jianxian, began to waver. She came to see Wang Jianxian almost every 10 days and half a month. However, there were 2 layers of defense guarding the outside of Wang Jianxian's house, so she couldn't see through it, and naturally, she didn't know Wang Jianxian's condition. On this day, Wang Yuyao once again came outside Wang Jianxian's house, looking toward the house that was shrouded by a boundary. He whispered softly, "Senior brother Wang, why haven't you left the gate yet? You can't really be as rumored." As she said this, her words trailed off, and a look of sadness flashed in her eyes. Buzz! Right at this moment, the spiritual energy in this part of the world suddenly rioted. Wang Yuyao was startled, and then she saw a scene of incomparable splendor, only to see that in the sky above the house, a multicolored vortex with a diameter of more than 30 feet had already taken shape at some point. A massive amount of 5-elemental spiritual energy was constantly being poured into the house. It was as if a black hole existed within the room, devouring all the 5 elements of spiritual energy that poured in. At the same time, an aura revealed itself from within the house and grew at an alarming rate. Seeing this scene, Wang Yuyao was stunned, then revealed a look of surprise. "Senior brother Wang, he's not dead." Chapter 74, Picking Peaches? Acacia Sect Outer Gate. A huge multicolored vortex was in the air, and the terrifying suction pulled the spiritual energy of most of the outer sect's area. At this moment, almost the entire outer sect was startled. Countless outer sect disciples revealed looks of surprise as they flew towards the colorful vortex. "That's Wang Jianxian's place." In the Hall of Foreign Affairs, Dongyu looked up sharply. When she saw the colorful vortex in the air, a smile lifted up on her face, which had remained indifferent. One of the disciples at the table looked dumbfounded. This iceberg elder actually laughed. So beautiful. A moment later, when he came back to his senses, he was shocked to find that Dongyu had actually disappeared long ago. The inner door. Yan Xingxian listened to a woman's transmission and waved her hand irritably for her to back off. That woman had just left. Yan Xingxian seemed to be aware of it, her gaze immediately casting to the outside of the room, and that face that had been filled with sadness before rarely lifted up a touch of a smile. "Did it finally work? I knew you could." Before the words left her mouth, her figure had already disappeared from the room. In front of Wang Jianxian's house, a large crowd had already gathered in just a few moments. "This is Wang Jianxian making a breakthrough. I can't believe he's not dead." When the crowd saw the colorful spiritual energy vortex in the air, they all revealed shocked looks. Is this a breakthrough in foundation building? It's a bit too much of a commotion, isn't it? Although they were only outer disciples, many of them had seen their fellow disciples build foundations before. Compared to the commotion caused by Wang Jianxiang at this moment, the scenes of those cultivators building their foundations that they had seen were simply child's play. There is absolutely no comparison. Seeing that the crowd around them was getting bigger and bigger, Wang Yuyao's face chilled as she flew up, her gaze sternly sweeping over the crowd. No one may come within 30 feet of this house or suffer the consequences. It's a foundation stage cultivator. Feeling the powerful aura emanating from Wang Yuyao's body, the crowd was startled and subconsciously backed up a distance of several feet. The scene was under control for a short time. However, over time, not only did the colorful vortex in the air not show the slightest sign of shrinking, but it continued to expand. It had reached 40 feet in diameter in a short period of time. The movement became more and more grandiose. Some inner sect disciples passing through the outer sect sensed the commotion and rushed towards this place. With the arrival of these inner disciples, the scene gradually lost control. Ha! A multicolored vortex? What an amazing vision of foundation building! In a surprised voice, a figure shot up. He directly ignored everyone present and shot straight towards the colorful vortex in the air. Another foundation establishment cultivator. Seeing this scene, the gazes of all the people in the arena all flickered. The aura that gathers when a cultivator breaks through is not an unusual aura. Instead, it was a special aura mixed with the supreme principles of heaven and earth. This kind of aura was not only extremely important for those who broke through, but it was also a great tonic for other cultivators. For breakthrough artists, the robbery of special auras was tantamount to a disaster. Once the special aura was robbed, the person who made the breakthrough would be lightly destabilized in his realm and would need to recuperate for many years before he could recover. If you fail to break through, you will lose your own body, and it will be difficult to break through again. It was for this reason that cultivators would choose an absolutely safe place when making a breakthrough. Just in case, although the Acacia sect prohibited private fights, if no one's life was harmed, there was a limit to the punishment after all. Under the lure of absolute profit, there will always be people who dare to take the risk. The reason why Wang Jianxiang had found Dongyu before the breakthrough was precisely because he wanted to be able to obtain Dongyu's shelter at the time of the breakthrough, preventing the peach from being plucked at the time of the breakthrough. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the silhouette quickly rushed within 30 feet of the house. Get the back! Right at this moment, a cold shout suddenly came out. A large hand of spiritual energy with a diameter of more than 10 feet suddenly slapped at the silhouette. A spiritual light flashed on the visitor's body, and a spiritual power light shield emerged. In the next moment, he was directly slapped away. However, the spiritual power light shield outside of his body only flickered violently for a moment, and was not shattered, nor was it harmed in the slightest. The silhouette flew out dozens of feet before stabilizing itself. Frowning, he looked at Wang Yuyo, his gaze flickering. It's you, one of the newly promoted outer disciples some time ago. I seem to remember that you're called Wang Yuyo, right? Wang Yuyo looked at the man with a grave expression. She didn't respond to the man's question, just said coldly, get out of here immediately. The man smiled at his words. A newcomer who just built his foundation is just a newcomer. How dare you threaten me? I don't know what relationship you have with the person who breaks through here. If you have the sense to leave immediately, I can take the blame. Otherwise, the consequences are your own. Wang Yuyo bit her red lips tightly and didn't say anything. She was able to feel that the person in front of her had a more robust cultivation than herself. Moreover, the other party had advanced to the inner sect earlier than himself, practiced more pure techniques, and was even in possession of a spiritual weapon. She was definitely no match for a real fight. But she mustn't let anyone ruin senior brother Yang's breakthrough. At the thought of this, her gaze became resolute. Seeing that Wang Yuyo looked like she was fighting to the death, a coldness flashed across the man's face. He had already taken a big risk by taking the initiative within the clan. She didn't have a lot of time. She had to get it before Interceptor reacted. The vision here was so amazing that once he devoured it, it might allow him to directly break through to the middle stage of foundation establishment. In that case, it was worth it even if he was punished by the Hall of Punishment. He pointed his finger. A sword light flashed and instantly appeared in front of Wang Yuyo. Wang Yuyo waved her palm. A golden seal platform emerged, and golden light hung down, enveloping her in it. The next moment, the sword light attacked. The golden light was like paper mache, instantly shattering. This flying sword is also a spirit weapon. Wang Yuyo's face changed, and she hastily urged the perfect water moon dress on her body. However, as strong as perfect mana weapons were, they were still just mana weapons in the end. The moonlight was pierced through by the sword light just as it was reflected. Immediately after that, Wang Yuyo's shoulder was pierced through and she spat out blood and flew backwards. The man sneered and continued to fly towards the colorful vortex. Seeing this, Wang Yuyo clenched her silver teeth, and spared the aggravation of her injuries to forcefully stop her retreat and once again blocked in front of the man. The man frowned. Self-indulgent thing, you should be glad that this is inside the sect. If it was outside you would be dead by now. As the words echoed, he pressed his 5 fingers forward. The sword in front of his body shook and manifested dozens of sword lights shooting towards Wang Yuyo. A large number of wounds instantly appeared on Wang Yuyo's body, and she stumbled helplessly towards the ground. The man gave Wang Yuyo a contemptuous look and flew forward. A few moments later, he arrived at the colorful vortex. Feeling the almost liquefied pure spiritual energy in the vortex, a touch of fervor spread across his face. Stretching out his palm, he pressed towards the colorful vortex. No! Wang Yuyo saw this and struggled to get up. However, her injuries were too severe. and she fell back down just as she got up. One could only watch in despair as the other party's palm landed on the colorful vortex. The man looked excited and was about to devour the spiritual energy in the colorful vortex when a huge spiritual pressure suddenly landed on top of his chest. The man's face turned white, and he sprayed blood from his mouth, shooting out backwards. At the same time, a figure flashed out from where the man had just stood. Chapter 75 Kill. After the man stabilized his stance in a lousy manner, he looked up with a grim expression on his face. However, after he got a good look at the figure that suddenly appeared, the gloom on his face was instantly dispersed, replaced by shock and horror. It's her, Dong Yu. Others may not understand Dong Yu. As an old man who had been a disciple of the inner sect for decades, he was well aware of Dong Yu's terror. Although Dong Yu was only a foundation establishment perfection, her battle power had long surpassed the foundation establishment stage. This could be seen from the fact that she was able to serve as a sect elder when she was only at the foundation establishment stage. Although he and Dong Yu were both at the foundation establishment stage, if Dong Yu wanted to kill him, it was no different from pinching an ant. As the man's color changed, an uproar also rose around him. The crowd revealed looks of disbelief after seeing Dong Yu appear. Surprisingly, it's Elder Dong. This iceberg elder even rushed over from the Foreign Affairs Hall specially for the Waste King. After Dong Yu repelled the man, her gaze first looked down to the houses below. Seeing that Wang Jianxiang's breakthrough was not affected, he was relieved and turned his head to Wang Yuyo, flexing his fingers and popping out an elixir. Your injuries aren't light. Take it first to heal your injuries. Wang Yuyo was also very surprised by Dong Yu's appearance. It wasn't until she heard Dong Yu's voice that she came back to her senses and caught the elixir with one hand. Many thanks to Elder Dong. Wang Yuyo nodded gratefully to Dong Yu and swallowed the elixir to silently refine it. After seeing Wang Yuyo begin to heal her wounds, Dong Yu's gaze then shifted and landed on the man. Stand there and don't move. If you dare to move one step, I will behead you on behalf of the Hall of Punishment. A faint voice mixed with a thick chill was transmitted, and the man's face instantly turned pale. The heart cried out for bad luck. Who would have thought that a small outer disciple could make the indifferent character of Dong Yu pay so much attention to it, even going so far as to personally guard it? He knew very well that his plan to devour the multicolored vortex had gone bankrupt from the moment Dong Yu appeared, but even though he had broken the rules of the sect, if he wanted to be punished he would have to wait for the people from the Hall of Punishment to come. Even though Dong Yu was an elder, he could not behead him at will. The only thing he could do now was to try not to let Dong Yu find a reason to kill him. Thus after hearing Dong Yu's words, he didn't dare to have the slightest retort and honestly stayed where he was, not daring to move a single bit. He had no doubt that if he dared to take a single step, Dong Yu would behead him on the spot on the grounds that he was trying to flee the clan. Seeing that the man honestly stayed where he was and did not move, a flash of regret flashed across Dong Yu's eyes. After that, she looked at the surrounding crowd again, her gaze focusing on the few inner disciples mixed in the crowd for a moment. Feeling the coldness in Dong Yu's gaze, those few inner disciples couldn't help their bodies trembling as they hurriedly retreated to the very back of the crowd, fearing that Dong Yu would misunderstand something. It was only at this point that Dong Yu withdrew her gaze and looked at the colorful vortex again. The colorful vortex had expanded to 49 feet in diameter. At this moment, the colorful vortex seemed to have finally reached its limit and no longer continued to expand. Time passes little by little. The multicolored vortex, a brutal gesture, crazily swallowing the aura of heaven and earth, and then pouring it into the house below. This infusion had continued for nearly an incense stick of time before gradually slowing down. The spinning speed of the colorful vortex began to slow down and eventually disappeared completely. The moment the colorful vortex disappeared, the aura within the house suddenly climbed up sharply. It worked! Dong Yu and Wang Yuyo simultaneously revealed joyful colors. Dong Yu pointed her finger and the green barrier outside the house disappeared, followed by a small flag emerging from the void and flying back to her. With a wave of her arm, she put the small flag away. After she had removed the boundary outside the house, the aura inside the house had climbed to the extreme, and then began to gradually converge. A few moments later, creak, with the sound of a door opening, a young man with an upright figure walked out from the house. After the man appeared, the gazes of the surrounding crowd looked over in unison. Then they all revealed a stunned look. This is Wang Jianxiang. Looking at this handsome figure, the crowd couldn't help but think of the little old man with a dry, thin, stooped figure and a wrinkled face. Who would have thought that Wang Jianxiang was so handsome when he was young? Even Dong Yu couldn't help but freeze. Wang Jianxiang raised an eyebrow when he saw the many figures outside the house. He then raised his head and nodded to Dong Yu, after which he walked over to Wang Yuyao's side under the many gazes. Senior Wang. Seeing Wang Jianxiang walking towards her, Wang Yuyo immediately stood up. After some recovery, although her injuries were temporarily suppressed, she still pulled a trace of her injuries when she got up, and her face went white. Wang Jianxiang's deep gaze swept over the wounds on her body, and then landed on her pale face. What's with the mess? I'm fine. It's good that senior brother made a breakthrough. Wang Yuyao smiled at his words. It was just that the injuries on her body obviously hadn't completely disappeared yet, and while laughing, her brow was still tugging every now and then. Wang Jianxiang nodded. Hard work. Because he was at the critical moment of breakthrough. All his five senses were closed. All his mind was focused on the breakthrough, and he didn't perceive what was happening in the outside world. But it's possible to make some rough guesses. It was nothing more than certain people wanting to take advantage of the opportunity to get the better of him, and Wang Yuyao was injured while blocking it. It's just that the person who did it can be really ruthless. A cold murderous look flashed across his face. Now, tell me who did it. Feeling Wang Jianxiang's killing intent, Wang Yuyao got a little worried. Senior brother Wang, I'll be fine. Things have already passed. Just leave the rest to the criminal hall. He broke the rules of the sect. The hall of punishment will punish him. There's no need for you to take matters into your own hands. Wang Jianxiang shook his head. That won't do. Blocking someone's cultivation is like killing their parents, and he injured one of my people. So how could I not take a stand? Seeing Wang Jianxiang's resolute attitude, Wang Yuyao immediately revealed a difficult look. Wang Jianxiang, calm down and be cool. This is within the sect. If you make a move you will definitely be punished. Right at this moment, Wang Jianxiang's slightly anxious voice transmission came from Dongyu in his mind. I'm cool. Wang Jianxiang sent a tone to Dongyu and looked around, then landed on a man. You have signs of injury, and your scent matches the scent left over from the battle here. I suppose you must have been the one who made the move before? The man sniffed and laughed. Indeed, it was my hand, and that woman was also injured by me. How do you still want to have a few moves with me? Rather, that's the idea. Wang Jianxiang nodded. When the man heard this, his laughter became even more reckless and his eyes were filled with sarcasm. You don't really think that you can fight me just because you've broken through to the foundation establishment stage, do you? Unconscionable thing. If it was outside the sect, I could have chopped off your dog's head with a single strike. Yeah, I'll give it a good try then. Wang Jianxiang's face was icy cold as his body slowly flew up, pulling himself up to a height that was flush with the man. Senior brother Wang, don't be impulsive. Wang Jianxiang, he's provoking you to make a move, trying to drag you along to be punished by the criminal hall. Don't be impulsive. Wang Yuyao and Dongyu's voices sounded in Wang Jianxiang's mind at the same time. Wang Jianxiang shook his head. The other party's behavior was clearly to break his path, which was no different from murder in the immortal cultivation world. A man lives for a breath. Some things can be tolerated and some things cannot. As the saying goes, people are good at what they do. If he chose to back down this time, it might lead to more unscrupulous moves in the future. Think about it. He detached a strand of consciousness to the Sea of Souls. On the attribute panel, the number of attribute points had clearly reached 100. 100 of these points were gained from the previous refining of the perfect foundation building pill. The remaining 1,000 points were the system's reward when he broke through the foundation establishment stage. He looked at the man in front of him, a flash of cruelty in his eyes. How could he not see the other party's clumsy agitation? Just trying to drag him along to the torture chamber? Then he'd have to have a life to live. System, all attribute points are added to the sacred body of ages. Chapter 76, I'll take care of this man. Ding, the addition was successful. The age saint body has increased by 1,100 spirit lines. Current number of spirit lines, 1,580. As the system's prompt sounded, the number of spirit patterns in Wang Jianxiang's body skyrocketed. He slowly clenched his fists, and the 1,580 spirit patterns shook at the same time. Dense golden light filled the air between his flesh and blood, making his entire body look as if it was poured out of gold. The power of 1,580 spirit patterns was released as much as it could be, and then twisted into a single force under his control, turning into an explosion of power that surged into his fist, and then he blasted out with a single punch. Invisible fist energy shot out, distorting the air wherever it passed. The man originally did not look at Wang Jianxiang at all. In his opinion, Wang Jianxiang was nothing more than a rookie who had just built his foundation, without a spirit weapon, not to mention that he hadn't even had the time to cultivate a foundation establishment level technique. What was there to fight him with? In his opinion, Wang Jianxiang's strength wasn't even necessarily comparable to Wang Yuyao's. It didn't pose the slightest threat to him at all. However, as Wang Jianxiang blasted out his fist, his face changed instantly. The power of this punch was completely beyond his imagination. The moment this punch was thrown, a death threat instantly filled his body like an electric current, causing the hairs on his body to stand up. He winced and immediately snapped back to his senses. Panically, he activated the defensive spirit artifacts on his body. A spiritual power light shield coalesced and protected him within it. The next moment, the fist force broke through the air. The defense that could block Wang Yuyao's all-out strike without any damage was as fragile as paper mache in the face of Wang Jianxiang's fist strength, and instantly shattered. The punch then landed on the man, His chest instantly collapsed, and a mouthful of blood laced with broken internal organs spurted out as he flew backwards like a scarecrow. Like a meteorite falling, it crashed to the ground with a bang, smashing a deep pit in the ground. The moment he landed on the ground, the earth trembled violently with him, causing the eyebrows of the crowd to follow suit. Wang Jianxiang's strike directly subdued everyone, especially the few inner disciples at the back of the crowd couldn't help but stare. Zhou Feng was actually punched in seconds. How is this possible? He only just broke through the foundation establishment stage. How can he be so strong? Those outer disciples might not understand Zhou Feng, but they were the same inner disciples as Zhou Feng, and they were also not the kind of inner disciple newcomers like Wang Yuyao. He was still very clear about Zhou Feng's strength. Zhou Feng's cultivation had already reached the peak of the early stage of foundation establishment and was only one step away from breaking through to the middle stage of foundation establishment, and has 2 spiritual weapons. The strength of the entire inner door is also enough to rank into the middle and upper reaches. In the inner disciples quite famous, ordinary early foundation establishment cultivators were not his match at all. As Wang Yuyao that just broke through soon after the foundation cultivator against him is even more only to be second part. Even if he faced a mid-stage foundation establishment cultivator, Zhou Feng would never lose too badly even if he was undefeated. And now, he was seconded by a guy who had just built his foundation. Even Dong Yu couldn't help but reveal a look of surprise. The battle power of a 5-system spirit root foundation builder was extremely strong. This she was well aware of. If Wang Jianxiang had cultivated a few powerful foundation building techniques, she would not be surprised if he was able to do this. However, he was only just building his foundation now, not to mention cultivating the foundation building technique. He hadn't even had time to familiarize himself with his own power. To be able to burst out with such great strength in this state was somewhat shocking. Just as the crowd was surprised by Wang Jianxiang's power, Wang Jianxiang's face did not change in the slightest because of the gazes around him. He looked to the deep pit in the ground. A figure covered in blood was struggling to rise from the bottom of the deep pit. Not dead? Wang Jianxiang raised his eyebrows. It's quite resistant to beatings. In that case, eat another blow from me. Before the words fell, Wang Jianxiang had already swooped down, like a humanoid meteor blatantly crashing into Zhou Feng. Zhou Feng looked up and his face was instantly filled with fear. A shrill cry rang out. You can't kill me. If you kill me you will be violating the rules of the sect, and the sect will definitely execute you. I was just defending myself. In the face of his threat, Wang Jianxiang's offense did not stagnate in the slightest. No! With a terrified scream, Wang Jianxiang crashed straight into Zhou Feng's body. It was as if a block of iron had hit a bubble, and Zhou Feng's entire body was instantly burst. Blood, as well as broken flesh and blood, splattered in all directions. Seeing this scene, horror appeared on the faces of the crowd. The bones are not there. It's too hard. When Wang Yuyao saw this, her face did not have the slightest hint of joy, and the worry in her heart had reached its peak. On the other side, Dong Yu sighed. Her complexion calmed down instead after what happened. Suddenly, her complexion shifted and she looked towards the back of the crowd with a face full of gravity. Is it coming? Just moments after Dong Yu's whisper fell, a gloomy voice suddenly came out. How dare you openly kill your fellow disciples within the sect? What a big nerve! A line of 5 people shot up as the icy cold words spread. The 5 men were dressed in uniform with the word Xing printed on their chests. The blood-red font was bright and colorful, as if written in blood. It's the criminal hall. Seeing the visitor, the faces of the people present changed drastically, other than Dong Yu, who had a frown on her face, and Wang Yuyao, who was looking at Wang Jianxiang with a worried face. The others backed away as if they were avoiding snakes and scorpions, daring to fight privately within the clan. You're quite bold. At the forefront of the 5 was a slim middle-aged man. His eyes were as gloomy and sharp as a falcon's, staring straight at Wang Jianxiang after arriving here. Wang Jianxiang looked at the slim middle-aged man. He took advantage of my breakthrough and wanted to take advantage of the situation. I was just defending myself. This seat doesn't care what your karma is. If you intentionally kill someone within the clan, you will have to pay for it. The slim middle-aged man snorted coldly. Wang Jianxiang's expression stared. The clan rules don't seem to stipulate this, do they? According to the clan rules, this is at most self-defense on my part. It's not your turn to tell a junior how this seat enforces the law. Hearing Wang Jianxiang's words, the slim middle-aged man's expression turned cold. Originally, he was cultivating with his 3 Taoists, and being interrupted in the middle of a mission was bad enough. I would have liked to end the mission as soon as possible and go back to renew my practice. I didn't expect that a mongrel who had just built his foundation would dare to gab with him. Elder. As soon as the slim middle-aged man's words fell, a voice suddenly came out. He frowned and looked coldly at the person who spoke. Facing the gaze of the slim middle-aged man, Wang Yuyao's heart tightened as she clenched her teeth and continued. Disciple can testify on behalf of Wang Jianxiang. This battle was all caused by that Zhou Feng. It was because of his desire to devour Senior Brother Wang's Foundation establishment vision that Senior Brother Wang retaliated in anger. And I ask that Hall Master Lord please be lenient with his punishment. How this matter is determined will have its own conclusion after returning to the Hall of Punishment. The slim middle-aged man lightly glanced at Wang Yuyo. Don't hinder this Hall Master's law enforcement again. Otherwise, treat it as an accomplice. With that, a wisp of Jiadan stage pressure was released. Wang Yuyao's figure sank. Her injuries were immediately triggered, and blood spilled out of her mouth. The slim middle-aged man let out a cold smile, and his gaze turned to Wang Jianxiang again. Will you come with me yourself, or will I subdue you and take you away? Wang Jianxiang looked at Wang Yuyo, and his gaze fell back to the slim middle-aged man, a flash of ice in his eyes. For some reason, facing Wang Jianxiang's gaze, the slim middle-aged man's heart unexpectedly developed a trace of chills. The slim middle-aged man's face sank. He was a Jiadan cultivator. Facing a small foundation establishment cultivator, he actually developed a sense of fear. Even if it was only an imperceptible hint, it made him feel insulted like never before. Looks like you're not going to tie your hands. He let out a cold snort and grabbed his palm forward. A spiritual palm instantly appeared and gripped toward Wang Jianxiang. Just at the moment when the palm was about to land on Wang Jianxiang's body, a figure instantly flashed out. A spiritual energy filled with a sharp aura erupted. The large hand of spiritual energy wielded by the slim middle-aged man was instantly crushed. At the same time, a cold voice entered his mind. Yan Biao, I'll guarantee this person. Chapter 77 Bullying Yan Qingxian. The sudden appearance of the figure caused the four people behind Yan Biao to look startled. The four were about to strike when Yan Biao suddenly waved his hand to stop them. He looked at Dong Yu, a flash of surprise flashing across his face. What? Elder Dong also intends to stop this hall master from enforcing the law? Dong Yu was silent for a moment and sighed. Say, how can we let him go? Yan Biao smiled at his words. Elder Dong, you're putting me in a difficult position. This person is committing the cardinal sin of brutally killing a fellow disciple. If I let him go, the risk I'll take is just a bit too great. Dong Yu looked at him coldly and was silent. Yan Biao smiled. But if you can promise me one condition, I will let him go. Dong Yu's expression shifted. Yan Biao looked at her, a flash of lust in his eyes. As long as you promise to be my Taoist partner, I will spare his life. Hearing Yan Biao's words, Dong Yu's complexion chilled and she was about to say something when a cold laugh took the lead. You're ugly, but you think pretty. Upon hearing this voice, Yan Biao's complexion instantly became gloomy. He coldly looked at Wang Jianxiang. Stupid thing, how dare you try to show off your mouth when you're dying? Because of your stupidity, I've changed my mind now. I am no longer accepting pleas from anyone. And now you're not only guilty of only killing your fellow disciples, but you have to add another one, bumping into the enforcers. You shall die. Wang Jianxiang sniffed. What a big mouth. Talking as if the rules of the Acacia sect were set by you. Yan Biao's face stiffened. I don't make the rules of the Acacia sect, but I can sanction you in accordance with the sect's regulations. With that, he took a step forward and was about to make his move. Stop. Dong Yu's face turned cold, and her aura instantly locked onto Yan Biao. Yan Biao frowned, and the spiritual energy surging through his body paused. He and Dong Yu were barely a generation apart, having witnessed Dong Yu's splendor. At that time, Dong Yu could be described as a stunning talent, once overpowering all the geniuses of the same generation, becoming the first person of that generation to reach foundation establishment perfection. It was the proud daughter of heaven that he could only look up to. Later on, Dong Yu suffered a change of heart when she was forming her Dan. Her foundation was severely damaged, and her cultivation permanently stayed at foundation establishment perfection, never able to break through again. That's how you fall from the altar. It was precisely because he understood Dong Yu's glorious past and had witnessed her experience of once crushing the heads of fellow cultivators, that he became more and more cautious when facing Dong Yu. Even though he had now reached the early stage of Jiadan and his cultivation was above Dong Yu, he still did not dare to underestimate Dong Yu in the slightest. A flash of gravity crossed his face. Elder Dong, you have to think clearly. According to the sect rules, anyone who stops the law enforcement of the Hall of Punishment will be severely punished. You're no different. Dong Yu was silent and didn't move an inch. The intent is self-evident. When Yan Biao saw this, a flash of sternness crossed his eyes. Since Elder Dong's mind is made up, then Yan is offended. As his words fell, a terrifying pressure transformed into a hurricane whistling up. Dong Yu's long skirt danced, her hair band was blown away, and her black hair fluttered backward. Yan Biao's spirit pressure was almost all blocked by her, and Wang Jianxiang stood behind her without feeling the slightest oppression. Wait! Seeing that the two of them were on the verge of a fight, Wang Jianxiang suddenly opened his mouth. Yan Biao looked coldly. What? There are still last words? This Elder Piao. Are you so sure I'm dead? Yan Biao snorted. What? After killing someone within the sect, what makes you think you can still live? Wang Jianxiang shook his head. As far as I know, The sect seems to have a rule that other than the crime of treason, all other crimes seem to be able to make up for their mistakes, right? Not to mention whether or not I'm an intentional killer. And even if I am, it's not like there's no turning back. Hearing Wang Jianxian's words, Yan Biao couldn't help but laugh out loud. His laughter filled with sarcasm. You want to take credit for that? Do you realize how exaggerated the ratio of offset between merit and demerit is? With you want to offset this murder? At this moment, it wasn't just Yan Biao who was laughing. The other 4 criminal hall enforcers also laughed. There has been a saying circulating within the Hall of Punishment. 100 times the work is worth the effort. It means that the ratio of offset between merits and demerits reaches more than 100-fold. Zhou Feng, who died at the hands of Wang Jianxian, was an early-stage foundation establishment cultivator. If Wang Jianxian wanted to offset this sin, he would have to at least establish a merit for the sect that could create 100 or even hundreds of foundation establishment before he could do so. This kind of credit, not to mention the district just stepped into the foundation stage of Wang Jianxian. Even if it is a perfect foundation cultivator without great chance, also absolutely cannot do. Compared to the mockery of the 5, Dong Yu did not show the slightest hint of surprise, as if she had expected it. Others might not be able to do it, but she knew that Wang Jianxian could definitely do it. If Wang Jianxian was willing to expose the secret that he could refine second-order perfect pills, it would definitely trigger a tremor in the higher echelons of the Acacia sect. At that time, let's not talk about killing a Zhou Feng. Even if he killed 10 or 20 more, the sect would certainly not make things difficult for him. A first-order perfect elixir had a limited effect, and the sect might not pay attention to it. But a second-order perfect elixir was a different story. Not to mention anything else, the perfect foundation establishment pill alone could easily create a large number of foundation establishment stage disciples for the Acacia sect, allowing the backbone of the Acacia sect to increase drastically. Let the power of the Acacia sect advance even further in a short period of time. Hearing Yan Biao and the others ridicule, Wang Jianxian was about to say something when a red shadow suddenly flashed out. With a wave of his hand, a hot and overbearing spiritual energy rushed towards the 5 Yan Biao people. Yan Biao took the brunt of the attack, stifling a grunt and shooting backwards. The 5 people behind him were not deliberately targeted by this force though, and were only slightly affected. However, since the 5 of them were only at the foundation establishment perfection realm, their strength was far inferior to Yan Biao, and instead, they were even more in a sorry state. He was instantly hit hard and fell towards the ground like a dumpling. Within 10 breaths, "Get out of my sight or suffer the consequences." A cold voice resounded through this heaven and earth. Yan Biao wiped off the blood from the corner of his mouth and looked at the red-skirted figure with a startled expression. Yan Qingxian. He couldn't help but take a few steps back, a flash of scorn on his face. "Are you going to participate in this matter as well?" One breath. Yan Qingxian glanced at him faintly. Yan Qingxian. This person has committed the cardinal sin of brutally killing a fellow disciple. Yan Biao gritted his teeth. 3 breaths. Yan Qingxian continued with an indifferent face. Yan Biao's face changed again and again. Yan Qingxian. "You're so disrespectful to my Hall of Punishment. Aren't you afraid that my Hall of Punishment's Grand Master will pay a visit?" Yan Qingxuan's face remained without the slightest change. 6 breaths. A flash of humiliation flashed across Yan Biao's face as he viciously gritted his teeth. "Retreat!" He waved his palm, rolling up the 4 henchmen with his spiritual power. He fled frantically into the distance. He knew very well that if he was slow to escape, Yan Qingxian would really strike, even dared to kill him outright. Every place has some special people who are above the rules. In the Acacia sect, the old ancestor as well as the 4 supreme elders were the special group of people. Under Yuaning, there were very few people who could be ranked among the special people. Yan Qingxian, the proud daughter of heaven who was regarded as the most promising baby bonding girl during the Hushuan sect's stand-forming period nowadays, was also one of them. Chapter 78, Good and Evil Values. Full Value, Bountiful Rewards. From Yan Qingxuan's appearance to Yan Biao's 5 people being injured to Yan Biao's 5 people fleeing in a hurry, it was only 20 breaths before and after. Many people hadn't even regained their senses before that. Yan Biao and the others, who had been unbeatable earlier, had already lost sight of them. When has an organization as domineering as the Criminal Investigation Department ever been in such a sorry state? This sudden scene not only dumbfounded the crowd of onlookers, even Wang Jianxian couldn't help but show a stunned look. He knew that Yan Qingxian was strong. This could be seen from the fact that no one dared to renege on their debt even when the other 3 power leaders lost their bets so miserably in the Cold Pool Mystic Realm line. But now it seemed that Yan Qingxuan's pugnacity was still beyond his expectations. In the midst of a silence, Yan Qingxian withdrew her gaze into the distance. The line of sight swept over the many figures watching around them. "Get out!" Faint words came out. The people's faces changed greatly, and they then fled in desperation. This person is the one who dares to beat up the people of the criminal hall. So it's not a matter of just slapping them to death? In the blink of an eye, the hundreds of figures that surrounded the area disappeared. The surrounding area instantly became empty. After the crowd dispersed, Dong Yu looked at Yan Qingxian, a flash of doubt lifting up on her face. Why did you come here? Yan Qingxuan's face stagnated as she glanced at Wang Jianxian without showing any trace. What? Am I surprised that I appeared here, senior sister? It was surprising. Dong Yu nodded. And what surprises me even more is that you would have a day of meddling. Wang Jianxiang is senior sister's predetermined lover. Helping him is helping you. Senior sister, how can this be considered meddling? A bewitching smile flashed across Yan Qingxuan's face. Hearing such revealing words from her, Dong Yu's face reddened. You are already in the position of an elder, but you are still so fond of babbling. Am I babbling? Yan Qingxian laughed, her gaze turning to Wang Jianxiang. TSK, I didn't expect the old clapper to have become so young and handsome. Looking at it makes people a bit moved. If senior sister can't see him, how about transferring him to senior sister? Wang Jianxian was still surprised at the relationship between the two of them, but when he suddenly heard Yan Qingxuan's coquettish words, he could not help but think of the flirtatiousness of this Jiedan powerhouse in the beginning. The heart was hot, and he smiled. It's good to be moved. It just so happens that I've just come out of the gate and I'm a bit tired. Why don't we go to bed together? Just after saying that, he regretted it a little. This one is different from Dong Yu. Dong Yu had something to ask for, and no amount of flirting would do anything to him. But that's not necessarily the case with this one. Just as Wang Jianxian was a little anxious in his heart, he realized that Yan Qingxian didn't seem to have been angered. She just looked at Wang Jianxian with a smile. Elder sister thinks so highly of you, so I won't take anything away from you. She looked at Dong Yu again, the smile on her face gradually tightening. Senior sister, you don't have much time left. Get ready before it's too late. Dong Yu's face fell silent as she sniffed. Yan Qingxian looked at the silent Dong Yu and shook her head. I will deal with the matter of this place with the Hall of Punishment, so you don't need to worry about it anymore. After saying that, her figure shuddered and disappeared. After Yan Qingxian left, Dong Yu didn't stay any longer. As for the little time in Yan Qingxuan's mouth, Wang Jianxiang only thought that Yan Qingxian meant that Dong Yu did not have much longer to live, so he did not think much about it. He came to Wang Yuyao's side and held her up. Is everything okay? Wang Yuyao shook her head. Earlier, Elder Dong gave me a healing elixir with a strong medicinal effect, so I'm no longer in any serious trouble. At most, the injury will be healed in 2 more hours of conditioning. Wang Jianxiang nodded. Since that's the case, then stay here with me to heal your wounds first. Night. Wang Yuyao, who was sitting cross-legged, slowly opened her eyes. Is the wound healed? Wang Jianxiang came up and revealed a kind smile, but before the smile could fully unfold, he suddenly remembered that this smile no longer suited him, so the smile changed to a handsome grin. Looking at the handsome, drop-dead smiling face in front of her, Wang Yuyao was a little uncomfortable and her cheeks reddened. Gently nodding, thanks to senior brother Wang's concern, it has already healed. That's good. Wang Jianxiang nodded and looked out the window. It's getting late. Let's rest. The next day, early morning, Wang Jianxiang pushed open the door of the house and walked out with his head held high. Although he hadn't rested all night, he didn't feel the slightest bit tired. As his body regained its youthfulness, the power of the extremely sublimated blazing sun locking elemental scripture was completely displayed. This, coupled with the increase in the bankruptcy version of the law of the heavens, allowed him to completely regain his self-confidence. What made him even more delighted was that message in the system. Good and evil value raised. Current good and evil value 100, has reached full value. Whether or not to solidify the Wang Yuyao attribute box. Early on he had guessed that the system would inevitably change after the value of good and evil reached full value. As expected, cured. Wang Jianxiang's mind moved. In the Sea of Souls, next to his attribute panel, a somewhat smaller attribute panel, glowing with silver light, surfaced. Name, Wang Yuyao. Sex, female. Cultivation level, early foundation establishment. Age, 37 out of 200. Root, water. Wind and wood. Good and evil value, 100, till death do us part. Never drop. In the past, only when other people appeared in Wang Jianxiang's field of vision was he able to see the attribute panel of the other person. And as Wang Yuyao's attribute panel solidified, her attribute panel permanently appeared in Wang Jianxiang's soul sea. Even if she wasn't in Wang Jianxiang's line of sight, Wang Jianxiang could check her attribute panel at any time. Ding! Wang Yuyao's attribute panel cured successfully. Avatar points +1. Golden attribute points +1. Silver attribute points +1. Gain 1 opportunity for talent avatar extraction. Every time Wang Yuyao makes a breakthrough in the future, the host will be rewarded with divine power points, golden attribute points and silver attribute points. Hearing the system's reward content, Wang Jianxiang was completely dumbfounded. He guessed that there might be rewards after the good and evil value was full, but he didn't expect the rewards to be so generous. 1 talent aptitude extraction opportunity. This reward needs no introduction, and its value is self-evident. The avatar points. Gold attribute points and silver attribute points are equally amazing. Avatar points can be used to enhance the degree of awakening of natural aptitude. Golden attribute points can enhance the host's own roots and bones. Silver attribute points can enhance the curing target's root bone. Looking at the notes within the system, Wang Jianxiang no longer knew how to express the exhilaration within his heart. Suddenly, Wang Jianxiang was stunned. Why didn't Wang Yuyao's good and evil values reach full value sooner or later? But only now? She couldn't be delaying the full good and evil values because she thought he was too short in the past, could she? The more Wang Jianxiang thought about it, the more likely it was. With a dark face, he walked back into the house and pulled Wang Yuyao, who was in an exhausted slumber, up again. A million words omitted. Chapter 79 Nephew Wang, thanks for your help. 3 hours later, Wang Yuyao left as if escaping despite her exhaustion. The anger in Wang Jianxiang's heart also finally calmed down. His attention fell on the system. Enhance the root bone. Wang Jianxiang moved with a thought. Ding! The 5 spiritual roots require 5 golden attribute points to be raised. A response came from the system in his head. Wang Jianxiang skimmed his lips. It really wasn't that simple to raise the root bone. But never mind. The main event is yet to come. He took a deep breath and was about to extract his second innate divine ability. A knock on the door suddenly came, interrupting his thoughts of extracting his natural aptitude. He got up and opened the door. Elder Dong? He froze when he saw the figure outside the door. It was the first time Elder Dong had come to him during the day. After returning to his senses, he sidled up and let Dong Yu into the house. After entering the house, Dong Yu looked at Wang Jianxiang with a serious face. There's something I've been thinking about for a while now, and I still think I should warn you about it. What is it? Wang Jianxiang froze. Don't ever expose the fact that you are able to refine second-order perfect pills. Why? Wang Jianxiang raised an eyebrow. Dong Yu shook her head as she sniffed. You must be thinking that if you spread the word about being able to concoct a second-order perfect elixir, you will surely be vigorously cultivated by the sect, right? Isn't it? Wang Changxiang asked rhetorically. Dong Yu sighed, showing one's value so as to obtain more resources. Normally there is nothing wrong with this kind of thinking. Many disciples within the sect have done the same. But have you ever thought about how much of an impact a Dan master who was able to concoct second-order perfect pills actually has on a clan? Like the perfect foundation building pill. For example, under normal circumstances, the probability of a 4-spirit root cultivator being able to successfully build a foundation is only 1 in 10,000. And the probability of a 3-spirit root cultivator achieving foundation building is only 1 in 1,000. Since the perfect foundation establishment pill is able to allow you, a 5-system waste spirit root, to successfully establish a foundation, 3 and 4 spirit root cultivators who take it will have a 100% success rate in establishing a foundation? Do you know what that means to a clan? Wang Jianxiang's eyes flashed. Dong Yu glanced at him and continued. This means they can cultivate foundation establishment stage cultivators in bulk without any threshold, and you can continue to refine other second-order perfection pills in the future. With your power alone, you can completely sway the development of a clan, causing its strength to soar in a short period of time. Wang Jianxiang sniffed and took a deep breath, completely reacting. One must not lose value, but if the value is too high, it can instead become a disaster again. He hadn't managed a party's power, and had only habitually thought about it from his personal perspective, not from the perspective of the clan's power holders. But with Dong Yu's reminder, he subconsciously brought himself into the position of the clan's power holder, instantly breaking out in a cold sweat. If he was the head of a sect, and a disciple of such importance appeared under his door, the first reaction is never to nurture, but to take control. Control him completely and then make him a sword in his own hands. Furthermore, even without considering the internal factors of the Acacia sect, how could the Xianqing Palace, the Zhengyang sect, and the 10,000 Swords sect let the Acacia sect dominate? At that time, I'm afraid their first reaction will be to kill him at all costs. He was a foundation establishment cultivator, and he was being targeted by the 3 major clans, so how could he end up in a good place? Seeing Wang Jianxiang's expression of afterthought, Dong Yu smiled. Thinking clearly now? Wang Jianxiang nodded, and then frowned. But the first-order perfection pill I made earlier has already been circulated. Some people already know that I can make perfect pills. Dong Yu smiled and shook her head. First-order perfect pills are of limited value. There's no harm in spreading the word. As long as you don't take the initiative to say it, no one will think that you can still refine second-order perfect pills. The fact that you've become a second-ranked elixir master only means that you can refine ordinary second-ranked elixirs, but it doesn't mean that you'll be able to carry on your ability to refine perfect elixirs to the second rank. There are countless opportunities in the world. For countless years, it's not unheard of for first-rank elixir masters who received special chances and were able to refine first-rank perfect elixirs to appear. But these people were unable to refine higher-rank perfect elixirs any longer after reaching a higher realm, and eventually died out. Such examples are not unheard of. You needn't worry. Wang Jianxiang's heart was relieved when he heard this. Dong Yu's words continued to ring out. It's just that you must be cautious in the future when you use second-order perfect pills. Try not to expose them in front of outsiders. And if you do get caught, shrug it off on me. I've been to an ancient forbidden place that the higher echelons of the clan know about. So just say that I got it in that forbidden place. The two talked a lot this day. At the end of the conversation, Dong Yu thought about herself again. For some reason, I have to break through within a year. Do you have a way to break through the Dan Dao cultivation level as soon as possible? After saying that, she looked at Wang Jianxiang with an expectant face. Wang Jianxiang froze. Dong Yu obviously still had 20 years to live. So why was she in such a hurry? A movement in his mind. After pretending to be contemplative, he hesitantly said, there is, but it's just that it has some impact on my future in the Dan Dao. Dong Yu's heart sank at the words, and she cautiously asked, is the impact big? Wang Jianxiang smiled indifferently. The impact is indeed a bit big. But for your sake, there's no harm in affecting some of your future. Dong Yu's heart warmed at his words. Ding, good and evil values have increased. Current good and evil value is 90. The system's prompting sound came from his mind, and Wang Jianxiang's heart was delighted. Previously, Dong Yu's good and evil value towards him was only 65 points, but he didn't expect that this time it would be raised by a full 25 points at once. Ever since Wang Yuyao's good and evil value became full, he completely realized how great the benefits of the cured attribute box really were. Now Dong Yu's increase in good and evil values gave him hope of curing the second attribute box. I had previously obtained a secret method to forcibly raise my Dan Dao cultivation in the cold pool secret realm, which can raise my Dan Dao cultivation through dual cultivation. If you can fully support me, in a short period of 3 to 5 months, or at most not more than half a year, I will definitely be able to become a second-order senior Dan master. Hearing Wang Jianxiang's words, Dong Yu's cheeks suddenly reddened. Dual cultivation to enhance Dan Dao cultivation? What's with this strange secret method? However, seeing that Wang Jianxiang looked serious and didn't look like he was lying, she couldn't help but believe a few points. There are countless techniques in the world, so perhaps there really is a Dan Dao genius who has developed such secret techniques. She just couldn't help but blush a little at the thought of the cost. At the earliest moment she clearly only wanted to have sex with Wang Jianxiang once, yet then it's been sparsely scammed several more times, and now it's surprising that it has to stay on for so long. Immediately afterward, she couldn't help but curse herself for thinking too much, except for the first time. After that, Wang Jianxiang all made the request for dual cultivation because he was looking out for her. Especially this time, Wang Jianxiang even went so far as to affect his prospects and paid a huge price. It was a bit of a mistake to think of a gentleman with a small man's heart. Thinking of this, Dong Yu finally made up her mind. Master Nephew Wang, thank you. Chapter 80, Second Avatar, Golden Eyes of Fire. 3 hours later, Wang Jianxiang walked out of the inner room with light steps. It was only after another while that Dong Yu followed with a face full of weakness. By the way, Rower, does the Foreign Affairs Hall have any second-order elixir formulas for sale? Wang Jianxiang looked at Dong Yu. Dong Yu held onto the chair and slowly sat down. Smiling angrily, he glared at Wang Jianxiang. You dare to call out the name of the sect elder? Your guts are really getting bigger and bigger. Wang Jianxiang hemmed and hawed. Isn't there no outsider here? What are you afraid of? Dong Yu shook her head helplessly. Not continuing to dwell on this topic, the clan has very strict control over Dan formulas above the second rank, and they are usually not listed for sale to the public. The foundation building Dan formula is only allowed to be sold because of its special nature, but the requirements for purchasing it are very strict. Saying that, she glanced at Wang Jianxiang. You kind of got it through the back door. Wang Jianxiang hemmed and hawed, not the least bit ashamed. Dong Yu shook her head helplessly and continued. If you wish to obtain other second order or higher Dan formulas, you can only wait until you enter the inner sect, receive a sect quest, and obtain it by way of sect rewards. Wang Jianxiang sniffed and frowned. The rewards for clan quests are often fixed. Anyone know how long it will be before a quest with a Danmaku reward comes out? There was too much luck involved in trying to get the Dan formula this way. Seeing Wang Jianxiang's frown, Dong Yu smiled. Don't fret for a moment. I do have a pair of second-order low-grade Dan recipes here. With that, she flipped her palm and took out a jade slip. This jade slip records a second-stage low-grade elixir called the Heavenly Spirit Pill, an elixir that enhances cultivation. I found it in a workshop years ago. The sadness on Wang Jianxiang's face instantly turned into joy when he heard this. How to sell? Dong Yu shook her head. Not for sale. It's for you. With that, he threw the jade sketch towards Wang Jianxiang. How can this be good? As soon as Wang Jianxiang accepted the jade sketch, he put it away with his backhand. Wang Jianxiang's skillful maneuver made Dong Yu roll her eyes, with his mouth saying he was sorry. His hands were moving faster than anyone else. It was as if he was afraid she would change her mind. Seeing this delicate expression of Dong Yu, Wang Jianxiang's eyes lit up and his natural aptitude could not help but release it. Dong Yu's face went white with fear. I still have to sit in the Foreign Affairs Hall, so I'll go back first. See you tomorrow. Before the words left her mouth, her figure had long disappeared. Seeing Dong Yu fleeing, Wang Jianxiang felt some emotion in his heart. It's quite a bit of masterful loneliness. A few moments later, thinking that there was still a chance to extract a talented avatar hosted in the system, Wang Jianxiang immediately came back to his senses. The consciousness entered the sea of souls and the mind moved, extracting the natural aptitude. Ding! Talent avatar extraction successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the god-level talent aptitude. The Fire Eyes. Hearing the system's prompt, Wang Jianxiang was stunned. You don't think so? The fiery eyes of the Monkey King, the great sage of Qi Tian are here? After returning to his senses, he hurriedly checked the system notes. Golden Eyes of Fire, God Great Innate Aptitude, can break through delusions and see through to the essence. Current level of awakening, primary, can break through delusions at a level no higher than one major realm above one's own. Surprisingly true. Wang Jianxiang was overjoyed. The Fire Eyes could not directly enhance his battle power though, but in certain specific scenarios, Fire Eye is simply buggy. Just like facing illusions in phantom formations, it would allow him to increase his survivability dramatically in the face of these bizarre and paranoid tactics. After the surprise, Wang Jianxiang's attention fell back to the one golden attribute point. After thinking about it, he didn't use it immediately, but kept it for now. You can add them later as needed. Since the first day, Dong Yu had come to Wang Jianxiang once a day. For 3 months now, there has been no interruption. During this period, Wang also asked Dong Yu to help him buy a large number of medicinal herbs. They were all the herbs needed to refine the heavenly spirit pill. Apart from the time he spent taking care of Dong Yu, he spent almost all of his time on alchemy. In one breath, he refined 1,000 perfect heavenly spirit pills. Cultivation points had also accumulated to 1,000. He first spent 200 cultivation points to raise his Dan Dao cultivation to the intermediate level of the second order, and after that, he spent another 300 cultivation points and his Dan Dao cultivation successfully broke through to the advanced level of the second order. The next day, Wang Jianxiang and Dong Yu walked out of the inner room one after another as per usual. Roar! My Dan Dao cultivation has reached the second rank advanced level yesterday. Wang Jianxiang looked at Dong Yu and said. Dong Yu was initially uncomfortable with Wang Jianxiang's address, but after correcting him several times to no avail, she simply stopped caring. 3 months down the line, and getting used to hearing it. Therefore, after hearing Wang Jianxiang's intimate address once again, he did not show the slightest discomfort. Only what Wang Jianxiang revealed in his words made her unable to resist being dumbfounded. A real breakthrough? She looked at Wang Jianxiang in surprise. Although she had known that Wang Jianxiang had the secret method of double cultivation to break through the Dan Dao cultivation, when this day really came, she was still a bit unbelievable. How many people had cultivated for tens of hundreds of years without being able to break through from a low second order to become a high-level second order Dan master? Wang Jianxiang, however, had broken through in just 3 months. Immediately afterward, she seemed to have thought of something else and looked at Wang Jianxiang. Are you saying that you broke through yesterday? Wang Jianxiang nodded. Then why are you still with me today? Dong Yu looked at Wang Jianxiang with wide eyes. Wang Jianxiang smiled. A breakthrough is such a big happy event. It's always a good idea to celebrate. Dong Yu. A few moments later, Dong Yu took out an ancient jade slip. This is the formula for the small creation pill. This Dan is an ancient Dan formula that I obtained from an ancient secret realm. I have looked for a Dan master within the door to evaluate. This Dan is extremely effective in repairing root damage, and should be able to have 60% certainty in helping me recover my foundation. Hearing Dong Yu's words, Wang Jianxiang bristled. Only 60% certainty? Dong Yu shook her head. My root damage was too severe, and being able to survive in the first place was already considered a lucky fate. 60% certainty is already considered a high probability. Wang Jianxiang nodded and took the jade slip, gazing at it. Ding! Inferior Dan formula detected. Is it optimized and upgraded? The system sounded as expected. Wang Jianxiang's mind moved. Yes. Ding! The minor creation Dan has been successfully optimized and upgraded to a perfect minor creation Dan. At the same time the system voice sounded. The perfect small creation Dan formula had appeared in Wang Jianxiang's mind. This is the material for refining the small creation pill. Right at this moment, Dong Yu waved her palm and several medicinal herbs levitated out. The herbs used to refine the small creation pill are very rare, and I've only managed to gather 3 copies over the years by all means. Are you sure you can refine them? With that, a tense look spread across her face. Wang Jianxiang smiled at his words. The pack is sure. Seeing Wang Jianxiang so confident, Dong Yu let out a long sigh of relief. When do you plan to start refining? Just for today. Dong Yu was dumbfounded. Not. You just became a second order senior Dan master. Aren't you going to familiarize yourself with the Dan Dao realm, playing the high road right off the bat? Why don't I go ahead and try to find a few pairs of unusual second-order advanced Dan formulas? And you practice first? No need. I've never had to practice my alchemy, and I've never failed. Wang Jianxiang waved his hand confidently. Ever since awakening the system, he hadn't known what failure meant. Seeing this, Dong Yu didn't push any further. I'll go outside and escort you. She greeted Wang Jianxiang and left the house with a flash of her body. Just as Wang Jianxiang began to refine the small creation pill, the internal area of the Acacia sect, the architecture here is exquisite and opulent, and the people coming and going are scarce and quiet. It was the living area of the top echelon of the Acacia sect. In a corner of this area, in an exquisite attic, the three figures were encircling into a circle, sitting on their knees. The three were a middle-aged beautiful woman, a woman as beautiful as the heavens, and a young girl who looked rather childish in face. The three have extremely similar features, and if you look closely, you can see that the three are more like three stages of one person's life. It was none other than Mu Lingxi who had split into 3 lifetimes. After returning from the cold pool mystic realm, she had people use the precious medicines she had brought back from the mystic realm, spent more than a year researching them, and successfully refined 12 purified versions of the foundation building pills. After obtaining the pills, she immediately began her closed-door breakthrough. Now she had been in seclusion for almost a month. At some point, the three figures opened their eyes at the same time, and the color of loss crossed the 3 pairs of gazes at the same time. Failed again. Chapter 81, Mu Lingxi seeks help. All counterintuitive feats must have drawbacks. The power of the 3 worldly bodies technique was self-evident, but the drawbacks are just as staggering. After practicing this technique, the difficulty of Mu Lingxi's foundation establishment was plucked up too high. Even the purified foundation establishment pill was surprisingly unable to help her breakthrough. Is it really only the legendary perfect foundation building pill that works? But in today's immortal cultivation world, perfect elixirs are almost extinct. Where am I going to find the perfect foundation building pill? Mu Lingxi couldn't help but feel a little desperate. She let out a long sigh and left the loft. Distraught, she prepared to walk around the clan to calm her mind. Just as she was passing through an area of the inner gate, she was suddenly caught by a conversation. Have you heard? There was a big incident in the outer sect some time ago? Che, who has the time to pay attention to what's going on in the outer sect? You're really idle. Hey, this thing is definitely explosive enough. What is it? 3 months ago, that brat Zhou Feng kicked the bucket in the outer sect and was slaughtered by an outer sect disciple who had just built his foundation. I'll go. It's really explosive enough. Who's so dense that they dare to kill someone inside the sect? It seems to be an outer disciple named Wang Jianxiang. Wang Jianxiang, did that old man succeed in building his foundation? Mu Lingxi was dumbfounded and immediately rushed to the side of the duo who were laughing and talking, eagerly asking one of them, did you just say that Wang Jianxiang of the outer sect succeeded in building his foundation? The 2 inner disciples were originally chatting nicely when they were suddenly interrupted, and their brows tightened. They were considered number 1 in this outer sect. Who the hell ate the bear's heart and leopard's gall and dared to be so rude to them? With faces full of ferocity, the 2 turned their heads. A beautiful face, a little too young, then came into view. So pretty. The 2 froze, 3 words popping up in their minds at the same time. However, in the next moment, the duo immediately reacted and couldn't help but shiver. The fierce eyes cleared up instantly and smiled. So it's Senior Sister Mu. The 2 of us didn't know that Senior Sister Mu had arrived. Please forgive us. Mu Lingxi ignored the duo's previous attitude and repeated the question she had just asked. The guy you guys were just talking about is called Wang Jianxiang, right? Is it an old clapper? That person who was questioned by Mu Lingxi nodded. Indeed. His name is Wang Jianxiang, but I only heard rumors about this matter. It is said that Wang Jianxiang seems to be quite old, and used to be a famous waste in the outer sect, and I don't know from when he suddenly became enlightened. Hearing this, Mu Lingxi's heart had completely confirmed that the Wang Jianxiang in this person's mouth was that old man. I didn't realize that he had already succeeded in building his foundation. Suddenly, she remembered the words Wang Jianxiang had said to her earlier in the secret realm. Wang Jianxiang had told her that he could help her build her foundation, but she didn't think so at the time and didn't take it to heart. But now that he, a 5-system wasted spirit root, had managed to build a foundation, he might actually be able to help her build a foundation. The thought renewed hope in her heart. Flying up, he shot off in the direction of the outer gate, outer door. Dong Yu had been waiting outside Wang Jianxiang's house for most of the day. Every now and then she looked to the house, looking a little anxious. Although he recognized Wang Jianxiang's level of alchemy, he had after all only just become a second-ranked senior Dan master, and the difficulty of refining the ancient Dan formula was extremely high. It's still hard not to be a little worried. After all, Wang Jianxiang's success or failure in alchemy this time is related to her future. I wonder how he's refining it now. Dong Yu looked at the house again. for the I don't know how many times she had looked up and watched. Just then, the door to the house suddenly opened. Immediately after that, a figure walked out from the house. Senior nephew Wang, how is the potion being refined? Did it succeed? Seeing Wang Jianxiang walk out, Dong Yu immediately greeted him. Wang Jianxiang smiled and didn't say anything, but opened his palm. In the palm of his hand, there were 3 round pills that emitted a medicinal scent. Seeing this scene, the boulder that had been hanging in Dong Yu's heart finally fell down. A flash of excitement then spread across his face. It really worked! She had been looking forward to this day for I don't know how many years, and now it had finally arrived. Dong Yu carefully received the Dan pill in Wang Jianxiang's hand, after looking at it as if it were a treasure. Suddenly, her expression froze. No! The medicinal power of these 3 pills was a bit different from what was recorded in the Dan formula. It seemed to be much thicker than what was written in the Dan formula. This is the perfect elixir. Dong Yu was shocked in her heart. Wang Jianxiang had not only just succeeded in refining the minor creation pill as simple as that, he had also transformed the minor creation pill into the perfect minor creation pill. Is there really someone in the world with such a strong Dan Dao qualification? Thinking about this, Dong Yu was already shocked and didn't know what kind of expression to make. Seeing the shocked look on Dong Yu's face, Wang Jianxiang instantly guessed what she was thinking. He smiled. Go back and refine it first. Restoring the foundation is important. Dong Yu sniffed and immediately returned to her senses. Thanks a lot. He looked deeply at Wang Jianxiang, and then quickly left the. After Dong Yu's figure disappeared into the sky, Wang Jianxiang was about to go back to the house when another figure suddenly appeared in the sky. The figure was rapidly approaching. Mu Lingxi? Seeing this figure, Wang Jianxiang's eyebrows raised and he stopped in his tracks. It's a great day. Thinking of what he had said to the other party in the secret territory, Wang Jianxiang couldn't help but smile. Not long after, Mu Lingxi landed in front of Wang Jianxiang. You have indeed broken through to the foundation establishment stage. A 5-system waste spirit root can even break through. How on earth did you do it? Seeing Wang Jianxiang with this young appearance, Mu Lingxi was filled with shock. Even if a 5-system waste spirit root cultivator was placed in the ancient times, it would be difficult to build a foundation. Now it's become even more of a near impossibility. Wang Jianxiang smiled at his words. You shouldn't have come here today just to make sure that I have made a breakthrough. Mu Lingxi's face stagnated and she said with some embarrassment, you said before that you were able to help me break through. Is that true? Naturally it's true. Wang Jianxiang laughed. Then if I want you to help me break through, what price do I need to pay? Wang Jianxiang looked at her. A trace of hesitation crossed his face. Before we talk about conditions, I want to confirm one thing first. What is it? Asked Mu Lingxi. How old are you anyway? Wang Jianxiang said. Is it important? Mu Lingxi looked at Wang Jianxiang somewhat strangely. In the immortal cultivation world, except for some cultivators who were about to reach their great limit, very few people cared about age, right? It's important. Wang Jianxiang nodded. 21. Saying that, Mu Lingxi shifted into a different appearance. It was the wonderful woman who was one of her 3 incarnations. This is what I was originally. Okay. Hearing Mu Lingxi's words, Wang Jianxiang let out a long sigh of relief. Well, now we can go on talking. Want me to help you? The terms are simple. Just sleep. Chapter 82 The Rascal's Third Life. Although Mu Lingxi had not experienced certain things, but after all, she was born in the Acacia sect, and under the influence of her ears and eyes, she was still very much aware of them. Although Wang Jianxiang drove the car in a hurry, she reacted instantly and her pretty face flushed. Can you change the terms? Can't. Wang Jianxiang hemmed and hawed, constantly sizing up the fairy-like stunning figure in front of him. Mu Lingxi sniffed with a somewhat hesitant expression. Wang Jianxiang smiled. Why don't you go back and think about it carefully? But it has to be quick. The pills I have on hand are the ones I got by chance in the secret realm of the cold pool, and there are a limited number of them. I've already used up quite a bit of it when I broke through myself, and what's left now can only supply one more person to build the foundation. Yesterday Jade came to me for help as well. She offered to sleep with me for a year. I didn't say yes right away and was going to raise the price to 2 years tonight. We're old friends. I've offered you a low enough price, and if you can make a decision before tonight, I can give you priority. Hearing Wang Jianxiang's words, Mu Lingxi froze. Who is Xiao Chui? Wang Jianxiang looked a little surprised. Xiao Chui, don't you know? The first beauty of the outer gate. Good looking. Yesterday begged me for half a day. I didn't agree. Mu Lingxi was puzzled. She rarely came to the outer sect during the weekdays and knew very little about the outer sect's affairs. The previous 3 great beauties of the outer sect were still heard of because they participated in the outer sect grand competition. Of the 3 great beauties of the outer sect, she had seen both Su Yutong and Bai Shiro. Only the last one has never been seen in person. Could it be that the Xiao Chui that Wang Jianxiang was talking about was the last of the outer sect's 3 great beauties? Thinking of this, a strong pressure arose in Mu Lingxi's heart. She thought she was no worse than anyone else though. But Wang Jianxian's condition for Xiaochui is a full 2 years, and she, just once in a district. Even in the spirit of the principle of the highest bidder wins, Wang Jianxian should have favored Xiaochui more. But looking at Wang Jianxian's attitude, he was instead thinking of giving her the first choice. That's really something. Thinking of this, Nilingxi's heart was somewhat self-condemning. The other Wang Jianxian obviously had Xiaochui as a better choice, but he preferred to give her preference at the expense of his own interests. And wasn't he a little too squirmy for not saying yes right away? Furthermore, does one have a choice? Wang Jianxian was already her last hope of building her foundation, so she had to try no matter what. Thinking of this, Nilingxi took a deep breath. She looked at Wang Jianxian and her expression became firm. No need to think about it. I promise. Hearing Mu Lingshi's words, Wang Jianxian smiled. In that case, it's settled. It just so happens that I've just finished refining pills and I'm a bit tired. Let's get some rest now. It had to be said that the three worldly bodies technique was simply too heaven-defying. In combat or otherwise, even if you're swarmed, the recovery rate is still 3 times that of a normal person. It's almost like a rascal. Since regaining his youth, it was the first time Wang Jianxian felt overwhelmed. 6 hours later, Mu Lingshi walked out of the door of the house and turned back to look inside. Many thanks to senior brother Wang for gifting the Dan. As she spoke she couldn't help but tighten her grip on the 3 jade bottles in her hand. It's a perfect base-building elixir. I didn't expect Wang Jianxian to have the perfect foundation-building pill in his hands. It's so hard to find the right place to get it. At this moment, she finally realized why Wang Jianxian was able to build his foundation successfully. Only a treasure like the perfect foundation-building pill would be able to allow a 5-system wasted spirit rooter to successfully build a foundation. After Mu Lingshi's words fell, the room fell silent for a few moments before a voice, if any, came out. I'll go back first. I'll come back to thank senior brother Wang some other time. Mu Lingshi's head was now filled with thoughts of going back as soon as possible and closing the door to build her foundation. Immediately after saying that, he flew into the air and was far away in a flash. Half an hour later, Wang Jianxian's energy was restored as before and he walked out of the room. He looked a little depressed. I thought that I was already invincible after recovering my youth, but I didn't expect that after only a short period of time, I would have encountered a strong enemy that was difficult to fight. Sure enough, the world never lacks genius. Buzz. Right at this moment, Wang Jianxian suddenly sensed a strange change arising in the Sea of Souls. He frowned and his consciousness immediately entered within the Sea of Souls. Wisps of mist floated everywhere in the chaotic mixed sea space. These mists were none other than his soul power. In the center of the mixed sea, there was a large and a small light curtain suspended. Among them, the small curtain of light was flickering sharply. The original curtain of light that had almost materialized looked surprisingly much more illusory at the moment. After Wang Yuyao's attribute panel was fixed, Wang Jianxian could not only check her attribute changes at any time, he could also confirm her situation at any time. As it is now, Wang Yuyao's attribute panel faded, indicating that Wang Yuyao was in danger and was seriously injured. Seeing this scene, Wang Jianxian's expression stared. The power of his soul penetrated towards Wang Yuyao's attribute panel. With that, a picture appeared in his mind. It was exactly what Wang Yuyao was experiencing at the moment. Seeing this image, Wang Jianxian's face sank as he quickly shot towards the inner door. The athletic area was a place of sparring that the Harmony sect had established specifically for inner disciples. Here, cutters could enter the secret realm of battle in their real bodies and fight each other to improve their combat experience and test their spells. After both sides of the duel enter the secret realm of battle, each person will obtain a piece of the order of the secret realm. And at the critical moment, as long as you crush the token, you can instantly leave the secret realm. It is because of this feature that the lives of the disciples who come here to compete are greatly safeguarded. Yet in a battle between cultivators, how could there be absolute safety? Since the establishment of the competitive zone, the examples of people who died in it before it was too late to crush the order of the secret realm were few, but they were not unheard of. The higher echelons of the sect naturally knew the ferocity of the battle between cultivators when they fought with all their might, so they purposely stipulated that as long as they entered the secret realm, life and death would be at the mercy of their fate, even if they heavily injured or even decapitated their opponents. They were not punished by the rules of the sect. Ever since Wang Yuyao had entered the inner sect, she would come to the competitive zone almost every few days in order to hammer out her newly cultivated techniques. Cultivating combat techniques was different from raising one's cultivation level. It was hard to achieve anything with a bitter cultivation, and the only way to progress at the fastest speed was to be in the midst of a battle. After more than 3 months, the techniques she had cultivated had already made great strides. On this day, Wang Yuyao followed her usual practice and came to the competitive area after a few days of closed-door cultivation. As usual, he randomly found an early foundation establishment cultivator as his opponent. It was expected to be another normal cut as usual. However, After entering the secret realm of battle, she ran into big trouble. Chapter 83 Sinan Tong. In the secret world of battle, Wang Yuyo had just appeared when a giant hammer suddenly smashed in like it was covering the sky. Spirit weapon. Feeling the powerful aura above the giant hammer, Wang Yuyo's face changed. Almost all of the people who entered the arena area to fight were here for the purpose of cultivating spells. Aside from those who had a grudge against each other, it was rare that someone would use a spirit weapon in the battle mystic realm. Wang Yuyo didn't recognize the other party, and hadn't even seen them before, and wouldn't have thought that the other party would use a spiritual weapon, and that it would be a killing move right out of the gate. In his haste to deal with the situation, he did not retreat in his entire body after all, and was seriously injured by the blow. She realized instantly that something was wrong. Taking out the order of the secret realm, he instantly crushed it. A force of teleportation quickly surfaced. However, right at this moment, the hammer-shaped magic weapon struck again. Pust! A mouthful of blood sprayed out from Wang Yuyo, and she was thrown far away. Fortunately, just then, the power of teleportation finally enveloped her completely. She was successfully teleported out of the secret realm of battle. At the same time, since she took the initiative to crush the teleportation jade order, the cut ended and the battle secret realm automatically dissipated. Her opponent was also teleported out. Wang Yuyo wiped off the blood from the corner of her mouth and looked at the other party angrily. She didn't understand why the other party would kill her when she clearly hadn't even met them. Oh, you seem surprised? Sensing Wang Yuyo's anger, a wry smile flashed across Liang Min's face. Wang Yuyo frowned. Wang Yuyo, long time no see. Just then, a voice suddenly came from behind Liang Min. Wang Yuyo was stunned and looked behind Liang Min. A feminine face with an evil smile came into view. Seeing this person, Wang Yuyo's face instantly sank. A nightmare-like memory came flooding back. Her parents have been dead since she was a child. Luckily, he survived by being adopted by a wealthy mundane merchant couple. The wealthy merchant couple had a son who was her age. The two grew up together and were childhood sweethearts. A few years later, the rich merchant couple was killed by bandits, and she and the son of the rich merchant couple managed to escape. After a bumpy ride, he was lucky enough to worship in the Acacia sect. After entering the Acacia sect, the son of the wealthy merchant couple showed an amazing talent for cultivation. In less than 10 years after joining the sect, he has achieved chi refining perfection from a mere mortal, and has made a name for himself in the outer sect. The mighty name was directly comparable to the #1 heavenly pride of the outer sect at that time. Sinan Tong. Sinan Tong is headstrong and narrow-minded. After the son of a wealthy merchant couple showed his talent, he had been treated as the biggest threat to his fame in the clan. So he deliberately approached her and the son of a rich merchant and asked them to leave the clan together to do a mission after they had gotten acquainted. Unfortunately, they hadn't been in contact with Sinan Tong before and didn't know who the other party was. Unprepared, he was caught in a pre-designed trap by the other side. The son of the wealthy merchant couple knew he could not escape and delayed her with his life. After she returned to the sect, the first thing she did was to go to the criminal hall to sue Sinan Tong. Unfortunately, Sinan Tong seemed to be extremely well connected within the sect. Her several appeals were dismissed by the criminal court on the grounds of one-sidedness and insufficient evidence. Not only did nothing happen to Sinan Tong, but she herself was deliberately targeted by him over the next few years. Although the other party didn't dare to lay their hands on her directly within the sect, it made her cultivation hit a wall at every turn, making her life extremely difficult. This situation did not ease until after Sinan Tong was promoted to the inner sect. When she became an inner disciple, she had also thought that she might encounter this enemy, but never thought the day would come so soon. Division South Same. Wang Yuyo stared at Sinan Tong dead on, word by word, her voice filled with hatred. Sinan Tong slowly walked in front of Liang Min, as if he was a superior, looking down on Wang Yuyo from above. Rather, I didn't expect that even with your qualifications you could succeed in building a foundation, and so fast. Shan Yu would have been happy if he knew. You. Wang Yuyo glared angrily at Sinan Tong, and a mouthful of blood sprayed out under her anger. Shan Yu, the son of the rich merchant couple who died in Sinan Tong's poisonous plan, looks like you haven't gotten over what happened back then. Ha? Sinan Tong looked at Wang Yuyo faintly. A touch of sinister flashed in his eyes. In that case, how about I send you to reunite with him? At those words, Wang Yuyo instantly regained her composure. She subconsciously took 2 steps back and coldly looked at Sinan Tong. This is not within the secret realm of combat. Do you dare to take a shot at me? Oh, you don't have to provoke me. I indeed wouldn't dare. Sinan Tong smiled grimly at his words. But I can make you walk into the secret realm of combat on your own initiative. When he finished speaking, he nodded to Liang Min behind him. Liang Min understood and pressed his palm toward the secret stone plate in front of him. In the next moment, his figure instantly disappeared and entered the secret realm of battle. Seeing this, Wang Yuyo's heart instinctively rose with a sense of ill will. and she turned around to leave. However, just the moment she turned around, an intense aura suddenly erupted in Sinan Tong's eyes. A ray of soul power instantly invaded Wang Yuyao's soul sea. Wang Yuyao's consciousness instantly became trance-like, and her face appeared stagnant for a moment. With that, her palm unexpectedly pressed uncontrollably towards the secret stone plate. Wang Yuyao, wake up! Right at this moment, a drinking voice suddenly entered Wang Yuyao's mind. Wang Yuyao instantly regained clarity in her dull gaze, and at that moment, her palm was almost on top of the secret stone plate. She looked shocked and took several steps back, her face covered in fear. In that instant just now, she was actually forced to control her consciousness by Sinan Tong. Seeing that Wang Yuyao suddenly got rid of her control, Sinan Tong frowned, then seemed to realize something and looked behind Wang Yuyao. In the next instant, a figure flashed out. Seeing this figure, Sinan Tong was stunned, always feeling somewhat familiar. After carefully surveying the area for a moment, he then revealed a look of surprise. The King of Waste, it's actually him. Wang Jianxian was initiated much earlier than him. When he first entered the outer sect, the reputation of the Waste King had already spread. Therefore he was not a stranger to Wang Jianxian. It's just that, shouldn't the Waste King be nearing the end of his days by now by the count? How come you're still so young? He froze at the thought. He then realized that he couldn't even see through Wang Jianxian's cultivation. Normally, those in a higher realm could directly see through the cultivation of lower realm cultivators. Cultivators of the same realm were unable to see through each other's cultivation when the other party had deliberately restrained their breath. However, if the other party actively releases their breath, the strength of the other party can be vaguely sensed. There was only one possibility that he couldn't see Wang Jianxian's cultivation. That is, Wang Jianxian has also reached the foundation establishment stage. At the same realm, Wang Jianxian didn't actively release his breath, so he naturally couldn't tell Wang Jianxian's cultivation level. A look of shock appeared on his face as he thought of this. You actually built a foundation. Hearing Sinan Tong's words, Wang Jianxian gave him a faint look. During the flight in, he had been watching Wang Yuyao's experience through the attribute panel. Naturally, he saw what Sinan Tong did. He gently stroked the chick on his shoulder, a cold aura flickering in his eyes. The chicks had fallen into a deep sleep since leaving the cold pool mystic realm. I didn't wake up until 2 days ago. Wang Jianxian didn't know exactly what changes had been produced in it. All that was known was that its fur was even more lustrous, as if it was glowing with green fire at all times. It seemed that the strength had increased quite a bit, but he didn't know exactly how strong it was, but thought, it should be enough to destroy Sinan Tong. Chapter 84. To do something you have to cut down the number of people. Noticing the coldness in Wang Jianxian's gaze, Sinan Tong's complexion stared, and a strong sneer surfaced on his face. Rubbish king, how dare you meddle in my Sinan Tong's affairs? Want to seek death? Although I don't know what kind of luck you've had to successfully build your foundation, you wouldn't be naive enough to think that you'll be able to be on par with me after building your foundation, would you? In front of me, you're just a piece of trash whether you've built your foundation or not. Hearing Sinan Tong's words, Wang Jianxian smiled. Sure enough, there are always some who like to mindlessly show their superiority. This Sinan Tong year when the outer door is the old son of the world's first hanging like, I did not expect so many years have not seen. Not only has this character not been tempered in the slightest, but it has become even more intensified. He didn't respond to Sinan Tong. For this kind of person, it is easy to not only lose one's value but also one's IQ when one is sparring with him. He shook his head and pulled up Wang Yuyao's palm to leave. You seek death. Noticing Wang Jianxian's disregard, a strong killing intent flared up on Sinan Tong's body. A flash of aura suddenly lit up in his eyes. Wang Jianxian's heart jumped, and then he felt his consciousness suddenly become blurred. Squeak! Just then, the sound of chicks squawking came out of nowhere, pulling his consciousness, which was about to fall into chaos, back. The moment he returned to his senses, he suddenly detected a strong fluctuation of spiritual energy. A huge palm condensed with spiritual energy had already enveloped them. Senior brother Wang, be careful. At the same time, Wang Yuyao's anxious voice reached his ears. A chill flashed across Wang Jianxian's face. Pat the chick. It's time to work after all this time off. Hearing Wang Jianxian's words, the chick lying on Wang Jianxian's shoulder lazily stood up. A pair of delicate pupils like green gemstones looked over toward Sinan Tong, and two green-colored fire shadows ignited in their pupils. The huge palm of spiritual energy that attacked was instantly enveloped by the green-colored flames, and was then burned into nothingness. Immediately afterward, Sinan Tong suddenly screamed miserably without any warning and took several steps back in panic. There was a surge of spiritual energy in his body, and it took him a while to recover. Looking up at the chick, his expression was already appalled. Just now, the spiritual energy in his body had inexplicably burned. If he hadn't reacted quickly enough, I'm afraid he would have been turned into a fireman at this moment. Senior brother Wang, don't! Noticing Wang Jianxiang's killing intent, Wang Yuyao was shocked. Previously, Wang Jianxiang's beheading of Zhou Feng was suppressed because Yan Qingxian had stepped in. If Wang Jianxiang killed Sinan Tong at this moment, Yan Qingxian would not necessarily help him out again. It's going to be a pain in the ass when that happens. Although she wanted to kill Sinan Tong at all times, she didn't want to hitch her senior brother Wang in the process. Don't worry, just stay on the sidelines and watch. Wang Jianxiang laughed and turned his head to look at Sinan Tong again, a flash of coldness in his eyes. Such as this kind of unscrupulous guy, if he couldn't be slaughtered directly, he was afraid that he would never have peace in the future. Instead of preventing thieves for 1,000 days, it is better to eliminate the roots. Noticing Wang Jianxiang's killing intent, Sinan Tong's heart chilled and he couldn't help but take a step back. Then colorfully said, Wang Jianxiang, how dare you make a move on me? Do you know that you have violated the rules of the sect? If you're sensible, kowtow and apologize to me immediately, or else you'll be waiting to go to the torture chamber. Breaking the rules of the door? Didn't you start it? Hearing Sinan Tong's threat, Wang Jianxiang just smiled in disbelief. Sinan Tong's face changed. Before he could react, Wang Jianxiang had already rushed towards him. Sinan Tong's heart chilled. A spiritual light flared up in his eyes, and as he was about to control Wang Jianxiang again, an illusory green fire suddenly appeared in his body. The moment the green fire appeared, his spiritual energy was instantly ignited. The searing heat filled his body in an instant. A cold sweat instantly surfaced on his forehead as the spell he had cast midway was interrupted. Call out. In a sharp and brief breaking sound, Wang Jianxiang flashed out. A punch lands to the body for Sinan Tong. Terrifying power erupted. Sinan Tong's chest instantly collapsed and he was thrown backwards. Wang Jianxiang instantly caught up, a palm pressed against his head. Sinan Tong's face, which was flushed with shock, exploded. As early as the moment Wang Jianxiang arrived, quite a few gazes from the surrounding area had already been attracted by the turn of events here. Most of the people who generally came to the athletic area to cultivate were disciples who had built their foundations and entered the inner sect within the last few decades. Almost all of them knew this waste king who had been renowned in the outer sect for over 70 years. Originally, when the crowd saw that Wang Jianxiang had actually clashed with Sinan Tong, almost all of them were holding on to the idea of watching Wang Jianxiang's jokes. However, as Sinan Tong fell, their gazes couldn't help but freeze up a bit. Between the foundation establishment stage and the chi practicing stage were two classes altogether, so they seldom paid attention to the affairs of the outer sect. Naturally, he didn't know about Wang Jianxiang's foundation establishment as well as the beheading of inner disciple Zhou Feng. In their perception, Sinan Tong was a heavenly pride when he was in the outer sect. After entering the inner sect, although he wasn't as dazzling as he was when he was in the outer sect, he was still a rather famous and powerful person in the inner sect. The strength had already reached the limit of the middle stage of foundation establishment, only one step away from breaking through to the late stage of foundation establishment, and Wang Jianxiang deserves to be a loser until he dies. And now, this trash has actually built a foundation, and also decapitated the genius Sinan Tong. After the stupefaction, a gloating look lifted up on the faces of the crowd again. Although this fight was caused by Sinan Tong was not an ordinary person and was rumored to have a great backstage within the Hall of Punishment. Wang Jianxiang decapitated him. I'm afraid I'm going to be in trouble today. Unfortunately, a loser has just bucked the trend and his life is coming to an end. However, what made them a little surprised was that Wang Jianxiang's expression did not change at all after he had beheaded Sinan Tong. It was still a bland color. I don't know if they really have something to go on or if they don't know what they're talking about, but the latter seems to them to be more than 99% likely. After all, if Wang Jianxiang really had a backstage, he wouldn't have been a waste in the outer door for so many years. Seeing Sinan Tong being beaten up by Wang Jianxiang, Wang Yuyao's expression became anxious. Senior brother Wang had beheaded Sinan Tong, and although he had helped her avenge her death, her heart was not the slightest bit relieved that her revenge had been avenged. Instead, it was filled with worry. It was true that she wanted to kill Sinan Tong, but even more so, she didn't want anything to happen to senior brother Wang. If it was possible, he would even stop senior brother Wang from doing it. Unfortunately, senior Wang was too fast. When she reacted, Sinan Tong had already had his head blown off. Senior brother Wang, Sinan Tong is most likely related to the Hall of Punishment. You must be careful. It's already too late to say anything else. She could only tell senior brother Wang as much information as she knew as possible so that he could prepare in advance. Hearing Wang Yuyao's reminder, Wang Jianxiang nodded without the slightest ripple in his heart. Sinan Tong had someone behind him, and he wasn't alone. The worst that could happen was merely to announce one's Dan Dao attainments. Without a word, he arrived in front of the secret stone slab. Seeing Wang Jianxiang's actions, Wang Yuyao froze. Senior brother Wang, what are you doing? Of course, eradicating the other side's associates. It would have been just as well not to make a move, but since he chose to do so, he would have to kill everyone. A cold light flashed in Wang Jianxiang's eyes as he pressed his palm on the secret stone plate. His figure instantly disappeared from sight. Inside the secret, Liang Min had thought that Wang Yuya would soon be gotten in by Sinan Tong, but after waiting left and right, he never waited for Wang Yuya. His brow gradually furrowed. Why hasn't that woman coming yet? Si Shao won't play it off, will he? His mind was flooded with mutterings, followed by a shake of the head. Si Shao's soul sentencing technique was learned from that lord in the Hall of Punishment. It was difficult for an ordinary mid-foundation establishment cultivator to resist. Wang Yuya had only just built her foundation not long ago, and was definitely defenseless. Buzz. Just then, a spatial fluctuation was suddenly transmitted. Liang Min instantly returned to his senses and looked over with a stern expression. Finally come in? Chapter 85, Mutilate a fellow clan member? This is to clean up the clan's assholes. In the secret world of battle, Liang Min stared tightly at the core of the spatial fluctuation. A moment later, an upright figure flashed out. Seeing this figure, Liang Min was stunned. Not Wang Yuya? Who are you? He couldn't help but ask offhandedly. Although Liang Min was Sinan Tong's little brother, he was actually much older than Sinan Tong. The entry time is even earlier than Wang Jianxiang. He had already entered the inner sect when Wang Jianxiang had made a name for himself in the outer sect and did not recognize Wang Jianxiang. Your honor, Wang Jianxiang grinned, then pointed at him. Chick, him. Hearing Wang Jianxiang's words, the chick looked up at Liang Min, and within the pupils of his eyes, two green-colored flame shadows flared up. The spiritual energy within Liang Min's body was instantly ignited. Liang Min's cultivation was only at the early stage of foundation establishment, far inferior to Sinan Tong. Facing this move from the chick, even Sinan Tong was struggling to resist it. How can Liang Min stop it? He didn't even have time to crush the order of the secret realm before he was directly transformed into a fiery man. In the blink of an eye, it was burned to ashes. The battle ended. The battle secret realm disappeared, and Wang Jianxiang and a small pile of ash were teleported out at the same time. All around, numerous gazes coalesced. It lingered on Wang Jianxiang for a moment. Then they landed on the small pile of ash and gulped. This pile of dust. It's not Liang Min, is it? Wang Yuya also looked at in that small pile of ash, and then came to Wang Jianxiang's side with a look of worry. Senior brother Wang, the people from the Hall of Punishment should arrive soon. Should we leave here first? Wang Jianxiang shook his head. The criminal hall will have to face it sooner or later. Escaping is not a solution, said the man. A smile appeared on his face. And, seeing is not always believing. Perhaps I am not indiscriminately killing my fellow disciples, but rather removing harm from the clan might be possible. Hearing his words, Wang Yuya froze, a little puzzled. Wang Jianxiang shook his head and did not explain, only casting his gaze into the distance. A moment later, a figure appeared in the sky. Before the person arrived, a domineering aura had already descended in advance. How dare you kill your fellow disciples within the sect, looking for death? In a gloomy chorus, his figure instantly crossed a distance of hundreds of feet and appeared in midair. The visitor was none other than Yen Biao, who had a previous encounter with Wang Jianxiang. I don't know if it was because he was too traumatized that day or for other reasons. Those four subordinates of his did not follow him. Upon Yen Biao's arrival, the first thing he looked at was the headless body on the ground. Feeling the lingering scent of the body, he suddenly froze. This is Sinan Tong. The Hall of Punishment could sense energy fluctuations through the clan's large formation, thus determining whether or not a battle had broken out within the clan, achieving the purpose of monitoring the entire clan. However, this kind of monitoring was only based on the perception of energy, and it was impossible to determine the identity of the person fighting. Before arriving, Yen Biao did not know the identities of the two fighting parties. At this moment, after realizing that there was Sinan Tong among the participants in the battle, and that Sinan Tong had been killed, he was shocked. Others may not be aware of it, but as a high-ranking member of the criminal hall, however, he was very clear about the relationship between Sinan Tong and the Hall of Punishment. Criminal Hall Hallmaster Si Tianyong was a flirtatious person by nature and had left many stories in the world. Among them, Sinan Tong was none other than the heirborn to one of his lovers in the world. Setanyan sowed countless seeds. If Sinan Tong is like his other children in the mundane world who do not have spirit roots or have ordinary spirit roots, he probably wouldn't bother. But on the contrary, Sinan Tong had excellent natural talent, and received the attention of Si Tianyong, and was received within the Acacia sect. However, the Acacia sect was not a demonic sect after all. Such things as mundane seeding are good to hear. For the sake of his own face, Si Tianyong did not announce his relationship with Sinan Tong, nor did he allow him to join the Hall of Punishment. Instead, he was left in the outer gate. Although Si Tianyong didn't explicitly say so, he didn't deliberately conceal it either. Many of the management within the clan are not cuties either. They can naturally guess the identity of Sinan Tong from some clues. thus opening up many facilities for Sinan Tong. Sinan Tong also did not disgrace Si Tianyong, and soon rose in the outer sect, suppressing the outer sect disciples of the same generation, and became the first heavenly pride of the outer sect of that generation. After he successfully built his foundation and became an inner disciple, Si Tianyong even taught him his famous technique, the Soul Sentinel technique. It was evident how much favor was shown to Sinan Tong. The matter involves the master of the lobby. It must be done well and beautifully, otherwise, I'm afraid I'll upset the lobby master. Thinking of this, Yen Biao's heart immediately became grave. Eyes swept around, and icy words were delivered. Who killed Sinan Tong? I killed it. As soon as his words fell, a flat voice followed. Yen Biao coldly looked away, and in the next moment, he couldn't help but stiffen his face. You again? That's right, it's still me. Wang Jianxiang nodded. Hall Master Yen, hello again. Yen Biao's eyes went a little black as he sniffed. How many years had it been since the Acacia sect had a disciple who dared to fight privately within the sect? How many days has this kid been building his foundation? Both killed too. Is he the reincarnation of the god of plagues? Immediately afterward, he recalled the scene where he was humiliated by Yen Qingxian because of this brat. The mind sneered. It's just as well. New grudges, old grudges. He looked at Wang Jianxiang. A cold light flashed in his eyes. Kid, do you really think you can do whatever you want with Yen Qingxian backing you up? Come back to the punishment hall with me to be punished. With that, he raised his palm and was about to tackle Wang Jianxiang. Wait, Yen Biao's palm lurched. Then he sneered. What? Trying to stall for time? Waiting for someone else to save you? I advise you to give up this idea before it's too late. No one can save you today. If Wang Jianxiang had killed an unusual disciple, Yen Qingxian might actually be able to save his life by stepping in. But Sinan Tong was the beloved son of the Hall Master of the Hall of Punishment, the Hall of Punishment's bearer, Si Tianyong. This time, even if Yen Qingxian were to intervene for him again, she would definitely not be able to protect him. Hearing Yen Biao's laughter, Wang Jianxiang shook his head. Are you so sure I'm maiming my fellow disciples? What? So many people are watching, do you still want to argue? Yen Biao sneered. Wang Jianxiang shook his head. Sometimes seeing is not always believing. It's true that I killed Sinan Tong, but I didn't brutally kill my fellow disciples. Rather I punished the wicked and cleaned up the moths for the sect. With that, he held out a fist. The palms of the hands slowly spread out. A wisp of residual soul surfaced. Feeling the aura of the remnant soul, Yen Biao was furious. You actually extracted Sinan Tong's soul. As he spoke, I don't know if it was on purpose or because he was too excited. A powerful spiritual pressure came crashing towards Wang Jianxiang. Feeling this spiritual pressure, Wang Jianxiang did not dodge or avoid it. His face did not change in the slightest. Just at the moment when this spiritual pressure was about to approach, a hot green light shield instantly enveloped him, blocking the spiritual pressure. Yen Biao frowned and looked at the chick on Wang Jianxiang's shoulder, his gaze flickering. What a strong bird. Wang Jianxiang gazed straight at Yen Biao and smiled gently. Why is Hall Master Yen so agitated? This Sinan Tong is sinister and treacherous, and he even mutilated the clan's heavenly pride many years ago. It's a pity that the criminal hall has been struggling to find evidence to pass judgment. Right now, I'm just helping the torture chamber gather some evidence. Chapter 86, Criminal Hall Master Si Tianyong. After Wang Jianxiang finished speaking, he pointed his finger toward the remnant soul. The memories sealed in the remnants of his soul turned into projections and appeared in midair, ganging up and suppressing dissent, bullying fellow disciples, designed to surround and kill Wang Yuyao and Qianyu, suppress Wang Yuyao. A scene flashed out at a rapid pace. Even the scene of his preference for handsome men, forcing the talented disciples in the door also appeared through the high-definition big screen. After reading the memories in Sinan Tong's remnant soul, everyone was silent. This Sinan Tong is also considered evil. According to the memories shown in the remnants of the soul, Qianyu wasn't the only one who died at his hands. There were a few others, all of whom were gifted and had competed with him in the outer sect. In order to fight for the title of number one in the outer sect, Sinan Tong designed to lure these people out of the sect one by one, and beheaded them with a trap that had been laid out in advance. So it seems that this Sinan Tong does deserve the title of sect cavity. Thinking of this, numerous gazes swept towards Yen Biao. Yen Biao was expressionless from start to finish. Is this your so-called evidence? He looked faintly at Wang Jianxiang. What? That doesn't count as evidence? Wang Jianxiang asked rhetorically. Yen Biao shook his head. It's just a piece of image. Who knows if you made it up with special means? Made up? Wang Jianxiang sneered. Ridiculous. I can make up images. Can I even make up Sinan Tong's soul breath? There are countless spells in the world, so it's hard to say. This hall master doesn't have time to waste time with you here. If you want to defend yourself, go back to the Hall of Punishment. As he spoke, a cold light flashed in Yen Biao's eyes as he raised his palm to grab at Wang Jianxiang. Stop! Just then, a scolding voice suddenly came. In the next moment, a young girl appeared beside Wang Jianxiang. It was none other than Mu Lingxi. Early on, while killing Sinan, Wang Jianxiang knew his true identity through his soul. Just in case, he passed out 3 messages at once. Rather, he didn't expect that the fastest person to come was actually Mu Lingxi. Seeing Mu Lingxi appear, Yan Biao's heart jumped and he couldn't help but collect his spiritual energy. Mu Lingxi herself couldn't do anything to her, but she had an extremely powerful and very protective aunt behind her. Once he messed with it, I'm afraid that the consequences would be even more of a headache than messing with Yan Qingxian. Thinking of this, he passed out a message without moving. After Mu Lingxi appeared, she first nodded to Wang Jianxiang, then looked at Yan Biao and faintly said, Hall Master Yan, I've already seen what just happened, and the memory images are true. Sinan Tong brutalized his fellow sect members and was jealous of the virtuous. Wang Jianxiang beheading him was to rid the sect of the evils and had merit. You shouldn't have taken him. Yan Biao swept his gaze across the surrounding crowd. Then he gave Mu Lingxi a deep look and did not open his mouth directly, but secretly transmitted his voice. The person this person killed is the beloved son of my penal hall master. Miss Mu, Mr. Yan advises you not to get involved in this muddy water. Hearing Yan Biao's voice transmission, Mu Lingxi couldn't help but glance at Wang Jianxiang. Wang Jianxiang had summoned him before and only said that he had killed someone, but he didn't say who he had killed. The head of the Hall of Punishment was not a generalized person, and would not necessarily by her account. Thinking of this, she touched a jade talisman at her waist. Meanwhile, Yan Biao had received a response. Just a simple word, kill. After getting a response, Yan Biao was instantly energized. When he looked at Mu Lingxi again, the scorn in his heart had disappeared. Ms. Mu, have you thought about it yet? Yan Biao looked at Mu Lingxi and spoke faintly. When Mu Lingxi heard this, her silver teeth clenched tightly, but she did not have the slightest intention of getting out of the way, and her intentions were self-evident. In that case, then Yan can only be offended. A cold light flashed in Yan Biao's eyes. With a grip towards Mu Lingxi was immediately imprisoned by a layer of spiritual power boundary all of a sudden. Kid, I told you, no one can save you today. Yan Biao's face was cold as he made another grab at Wang Jianxiang. A large hand of spiritual energy that was like substance slapped towards Wang Jianxiang. Wang Jianxiang's face was grave, and the chick on his shoulder leaped forward and was about to counterattack. A hot spiritual energy suddenly came across the sky and shattered Yan Biao's spiritual energy hand. At the same time, an ice-cold chiding voice was transmitted. Yan Biao, want me to break your dog's paw? Before the words fell, a demonic red-skirted figure had already appeared in midair. Yan Qingxian, it's you again. Yan Biao's face changed as he hurriedly distanced himself from Yan Qingxian and shouted sharply. This time, killing Wang Jianxian was ordered by the hall master himself. You can't change the outcome. Yan Qingxian's expression stared blankly. Then without a word, he slammed his fist out. A fire dragon condensed from spiritual energy roared as if it were a living thing and rushed towards Yan Biao. Feeling the power of the spiritual fire dragon, Yan Biao's face instantly turned pale, unbridled. Right at this moment, an icy cold drinking voice suddenly came. The spiritual fire dragon suddenly froze in midair when it was about to hit Yan Biao, and then dissipated without a sound. In the next moment, a tall figure flashed out. The moment this figure appeared, it was as if this heaven and earth had instantly turned into an invisible domain field. The domain field repels all power. Wang Jianxiang found that the moment this tall figure appeared, the spiritual energy in his body was completely suppressed, and he could no longer mobilize it in the slightest. Wang Yuyo and the surrounding crowd had the same look of shock on their faces, obviously in the same condition as him. The only two people present who had not been completely suppressed were Yan Biao and Yan Qingxian. Yan Biao was unaffected because the field didn't even fall on him. Yan Qingxian, on the other hand, was completely resisting the field in a hard way, and although her spiritual energy was not completely suppressed, she was still under great pressure, and her face appeared somewhat pale. Si Tianyong. She raised her eyes to the tall figure that suddenly appeared, and her expression became grave for the first time. Hearing Yan Qingxuan's words, Wang Jianxian's expression moved. It turned out that this person was Si Tianyong, Punishment Hall Master, Yuaning Stage Cultivator. This was the first time Wang Jianxian had seen a Yuaning Stage Cultivator, and his means of prowess was indeed incredibly powerful. The field formed by his breath alone surprisingly suppressed everyone present. As Wang Jianxian looked at Si Tianyong, Si Tianyong's gaze had already swept over Yan Qingxian. It then fell to Wang Jianxian. In an instant, Wang Jianxian felt the oppressive force of the surrounding field increase greatly. The body sank, the tops of his feet sinking into the ground. Seeing this scene, Si Tianyong couldn't help but reveal a look of surprise. Just as he looked at Wang Jianxian, the aura on his body released for a split second. I thought that I could make this An in front of me in a sorry state, but I didn't expect that the other party hadn't even bent his body a bit. It's a tough one. He let out a cold laugh in his heart, then spoke faintly. You brutally killed a fellow disciple. According to the sect's rules, you should compensate with your life. Do you know the sin? Disciple does not know. Wang Jianxian's expression stared as he took out the remnants of Si Nantong's soul. Disciple has evidence to prove his innocence. Si Tianyong looked at the remnant soul in Wang Jianxian's hand and his gaze chilled. It's just a false testimony evolved by some unseemly means. And you want to hoodwink this seed as well? As he spoke, the remnant soul in Wang Jianxian's hand suddenly exploded. Chapter 87, Shameless vs. Old Six. What a domineering hall master of the Hall of Punishment. Seeing that Si Tianyong had gone so far as to destroy the evidence in public, Yan Xingxian couldn't help but sneer out. Si Tianyong sniffed and turned his head to look. With a slight frown, Yan Xingxian, I've already considered giving you face that time in the outer gate before. Don't give an inch. So what if you get an inch? Yan Xingxuan's figure swayed to block in front of Wang Jianxiang. You destroyed the evidence in public. Aren't you afraid of being laughed at by the disciples in the sect if it gets out? Si Tianyong's gaze flickered. I already said that it was perjury. Yan Xingxian let out a cold smile, not arguing with him anymore, still blocking in front of Wang Jianxiang. Seeing this, Si Tianyong's face turned cold. So, you want to fight against me for this person to the end? You can think so. Yan Xingxian stared at Si Tianyong and said gruffly. Si Tianyong shook his head. You're too arrogant. You simply don't understand the gap between the Jidan stage and Yuaning stage. As he spoke, Si Tianyong pressed his palm forward. The space around Yan Xingxian instantly became sticky, unable to move in the slightest. You can't stop me. Si Tianyong sneered and took a step forward. The space under his feet rippled like water waves, and his figure instantly disappeared. Right at the moment when Si Tianyong disappeared, an invisible force descended. The space in this area trembled all of a sudden. In the next moment, Si Tianyong's body that had just merged into the space was again squeezed out alive by the turbulent space. A voice came immediately afterward. She can't stop you. What about me? Between the sound transmission, a woman suddenly flashed out from beside Yan Xingxian. The woman was beautiful, with a sultry figure, and quite a powerful look. Master! Yan Xingxian was stunned when she saw the woman and hurriedly saluted. Wang Jianxian looked at the woman in surprise. Was this person Yan Xingxian and Dawn Yu's master? The woman nodded to Yan Xingxian, then looked at Wang Jianxiang. Wang Jianxiang smiled, having not expected the latter to respond. Unexpectedly, after seeing his smile, the beautiful woman showed a hint of goodwill and nodded to him as well. Finally, the beautiful woman looked towards Si Tianyong, her gaze turning cold. How about letting today's matter go? And that's all that's uncovered? Si Tianyong laughed out angrily at his words. Shangguan Euro, you say this with ease. It's not like it was your son who died. Shangguan Euro sighed. How are you going to uncover this? Si Tianyong looked at Wang Jianxiang. Kill him. At the same time that the morose and cold words came out, his gaze stabbed at Wang Jianxiang like two sharp arrows. Before the attack arrived, the strong pressure had already locked onto Wang Jianxiang, making it impossible for him to dodge in the slightest. Right at this moment, Shangguan Euro's figure flashed and appeared in front of Wang Jianxiang, waving her hand to block the blow. Looks like you're not going to settle for good today. Shangguan Euro stared at Si Tianyong and took a deep breath. A touch of solemnity flashed in her eyes. She and Si Tianyong were at the same early stage of yuaning. If she really did it, she didn't have the certainty of victory. Of course, Si Tianyong likewise did not. Just as the two of them were facing each other and a great battle was about to break out, a light laughter suddenly came out. Oh, what a lively occasion. Si Tianyong, I also want to intervene in today's matter. I wonder if you're willing to give this face. A colorful skirted woman floated to the sound of a pleasant laugh. The woman was tall with delicate features. Although it looked young, its aura was not the least bit weaker than that of Si Tianyong and Shangguan Euro. Auntie, you finally arrived. Upon seeing the woman, Mu Lingshi waved her hand, a touch of delight flashing across her face. You girl, if I don't show up again, the transmission note will be stuffed with your messages. The woman glared at Mu Lingxi. This girl Mu Lingshi's backstage is really not simple. Wang Jianxian looked at the woman who bore a slight resemblance to Mu Lingshi and revealed an unsurprising look. Mu Yutong, you want to meddle in this matter as well? Si Tianyong looked towards the woman whom Mu Lingshi had addressed as little aunt, and pointed his finger at Wang Jianxian. This son has killed his fellow disciples within the sect, violating the rules of the sect, and you guys are blocking me from enforcing the law. Aren't you afraid that I'm going to report this matter to the old ancestor? Hearing the words old ancestor, Shangguan Euro and Mu Yutong's gazes flickered at the same time. Breaking the rules of the door? Mu Yutong let out a light laugh. Hallmaster C, don't think that just because I came late, you're lying to me. Hasn't this little brother already proved it? That Si Nantong is doing a lot of evil. Little brother is just pulling out moths for the clan. This is clearly a good deed. It's only right to be rewarded, right? Si Tianyong let out a cold laugh. Mu Yutong, Everything has to talk about evidence. You claimed that Si Nantong was evil. Where is the evidence? Mu Yutong frowned. Si Nantong's residual soul has already been destroyed by you. Joke. I did destroy a remnant soul. But what makes you say that it was the remnant soul of Si Nantong? When Mu Yutong heard this, a flash of anger flashed across her face. This Si Tianyong is clearly to play a trick. Play a dead no evidence. On the other side, Shangwan Yuro's brows furrowed at the sight. Just then, a voice suddenly rang out. That evidence I do still have a copy of. The three of them sniffed and looked at Wang Jianxiang at the same time. Shangwan Yuro and Mu Yutong had happy faces, while Si Tianyong had a gloomy face. Under the trio's gaze, Wang Jianxiang calmly took out a round crystal. A picture is playing out inside the crystal. It was the image of Wang Jianxiang holding the remnants of Si Nantong's soul and showing the contents of his memories. And there was even a scene of Si Tianyong destroying the evidence in the back. I didn't expect you to prepare a shadow retention stone. Mu Yutong gave Wang Jianxiang an appreciative glance, then looked at Si Tianyong. Si Tianyong, what else do you have to say now? Si Tianyong sniffed, and there was a moment of silence. Suddenly, without warning, a flash of light flashed in his eyes. The shadow retention stone in Wang Jianxiang's hand instantly exploded. Now, the evidence is gone. He looked at Mu Yutong and Shangwan Yuro, and a smug smile lifted up on his face. You, how dare a Yuaning stage cultivator perform such a despicable act? Mu Yutong and Shangwan Yuro obviously did not expect Si Tianyong to be so despicable. In a moment of inattention he got his way, and his face turned ugly at the same time. Just then, Wang Jianxing's voice came again. Sorry to interrupt. I have a lot of shadow retaining stones on me. This thing is 10 spirit stones apiece. It's not worth much. If the elder likes it, feel free to continue. At those words, the three of them were stunned and looked over again, only to see a shadow retaining stone appear in Wang Jianxiang's hand once again. In the shadow retaining stone, not only was there the content of the previous shadow retaining stone, but it also recorded the scene where Si Tianyong had just sneak attacked and shattered the shadow retaining stone in front of Mu Yutong and Shangwan Yuro. The image was finally fixed on Si Tianyong's smugly smiling face. See this scene. Si Tianyong's face instantly clouded over. The smugly smiling face framed within the shadow retaining stone was like a slap that viciously threw him in the face. It made him feel a fire in his face. Little brother acts cautiously enough. I admire you. Mu Yutong had been angered by Si Tianyong, and at this moment, she only felt that she had released a mouthful of bad breath. When looking at Wang Jianxiang he felt how to look at him. Shangwan Yuro was much more composed. While guarding against Si Tianyong destroying the evidence again, he coldly said, Si Tianyong, what else do you have to say? Chapter 88, Personal Bodyguard. Si Tianyong admitted that he has already counted enough did not expect that Wang Jianxiang even grew 800 hard eyes. It's more shady than he is. Now Wang Jianxiang not only has evidence in hand, but also recorded the scenes of his too deliberate destruction of evidence. If this matter continues, not only will Wang Jianxiang be fined, the clan, for the sake of the image of majesty and fairness established in the hearts of the disciples, I'm afraid that it will really give Wang Jianxiang a reward. As Mu Yutong said, when he thought about it, a pang of frustration ran through him. His own hallowed Yuaning stage cultivator had been shaded by an ant who had just built his foundation. If it was in the outside world, he could destroy the other party by blowing his breath. However, within the clan, everything must be done according to the rules. He could appropriately utilize rule loopholes, or secretly violate them, but not break them in public. He inhaled and exhaled long and hard, and did so several times before he suppressed the anger in his heart. Gloomily, he looked at Wang Jianxiang. Kid, you'd better pray that you don't fall into my hands in the future. Otherwise, a cold light flashed in his eyes. Then he looked at Shangwan Yuro and Mu Yutong, snorted coldly, and instantly disappeared. Seeing Si Tianyong retreat, Shangwan Yuro and Mu Yutong simultaneously looked relieved. Greetings to the two seniors. Just then, Wang Jianxiang came forward and saluted the two. Many thanks to the two seniors for doing justice to the late generation. Mu Yutong gently smiled. If you want to thank me, thank Lingxi. Before, if it wasn't for Lingxi begging me, I wouldn't have offended City in Yang for you. Without waiting for Wang Jianxiang to open his mouth, Mu Lingxi on the side couldn't help but skim her mouth. Little auntie, your relationship with Si Tianyong was already poor, and you're still afraid of offending him? This damned girl had gone so far as to tear her down in front of outsiders. Mu Yutong couldn't help but curse in her heart. On the surface, it was as if he hadn't heard Mu Lingxi's words, and without even glancing toward Mu Lingxi, he continued toward Wang Jianxiang. Since the matter is over, I won't stay here. After saying that, he glared at Mu Lingxi without showing any trace and disappeared. Master, why have you suddenly come? Yan Qingxian landed beside Shangwan Yuro. It was your senior sister who sent me the message, Shangwan Yuro said, giving Wang Jianxiang a deep look. A voice transmission entered his mind. Wang Jianxiang, I already know everything between you and Dongyu. Wang Jianxiang's heart jumped. In his mind, Shangguan Yuro's words continued to come. Your talent above the Dan Dao is indeed powerful. Thank you for helping Dongyu refine the minor creation pill. So that's what this is about. Wang Jianxiang froze. Seeing Wang Jianxiang's expression, Shangguan Yuro smiled, thinking that she had guessed Wang Jianxiang's mind, and her voice continued to enter his mind. Don't worry, I'm Dongyu's master teacher, someone who stands on the same line as Dongyu Yanqingxian. I won't pass on the matter of you being able to refine second-order perfect pills to anyone. Wang Jianxiang coughed dryly and nodded without moving. After some sound transmission with Wang Jianxiang, Shangguan Yuro didn't stay and left as well. Before she left, a voice transmission appeared in Yan Xingxuan's mind. Qing Xian, this son is of great significance to our lineage. From now on, you will be the one to secretly protect him. Be sure to guard him day and night, and don't let the slightest accident happen to him. Yan Qingxian froze, thinking of Wang Jianxiang's talent over the Dan Dao. He then reacted. I'm leaving too. After Shangguan Yuro left, Mu Lingshi greeted Wang Jianxiang and left in a hurry. She was about to start her seclusion after obtaining the perfect foundation building pill when she received Wang Jianxiang's distress message and rushed here. At this moment, Wang Jianxiang's danger was lifted, and putting down her heart, her mind returned to the closed-door breakthrough that was on her mind. As for Wang Yuyao, because she had serious injuries and needed to hurry back to heal her injuries, she also left after saying hello. In the end, only Yan Qingxian was left by Wang Jianxiang's side. Wang Jianxiang froze when he saw that she did not leave, then smiled at Yan Qingxian. Today's matter also troubles Elder Yan. Yan Qingxian glanced at him with a wry smile. That's how you cope without helping? You're pretty realistic for an old clapper. Wang Jianxiang hemmed and hawed. Elder, this can be wronged me. This is not just have two seniors in it. And who said that I call this coping? You're kind of the grand finale, and my thanks to you are the most sincere. That's more like it. Yan Qingxian looked around. Let's go. I have a few things for you. As she spoke, she waved her palm. When Wang Jianxiang came back to his senses, he realized that he had already been taken into mid-air and was flying rapidly ahead. A few moments later, the duo landed in front of a secluded small courtyard. Yan Qingxian pointed to the courtyard. Now that you've built your foundation, this will serve as your future residence in the inner sect. Hearing Yan Qingxuan's words, Wang Jianxiang then remembered. His own transfer order doesn't seem to be coming down. Under normal circumstances, once an outer disciple builds his foundation, in a short period of 3 or 2 days, and in a long period of 7 or 8 days, the sect transfer order will definitely be issued. He's been building his foundation for so long. Why hasn't the clan transfer order come down yet? Seeing Wang Jianxiang's expression, Yan Qingxian smiled. There's no need to wonder, your transfer was ordered a long time ago. However, the transfer orders for outer sect disciples to be promoted to inner sect disciples are uniformly distributed by the External Affairs Hall, and your transfer order should still be in the hands of your senior sister. Wang Jianxiang's heart dawned on him. Some time ago, he and Dongyu had been busy enhancing their Dan Dao cultivation with its special secret method. Dongyu must have been thinking that it would be inconvenient for him to enter the inner sect, and that's why he temporarily withheld his transfer order. That's pretty thoughtful. At that moment, Yan Qingxuan's words came again. After becoming an inner disciple, your residence in the outer sect will be taken back by the sect, and if you have left something behind, you can return to the outer sect to retrieve it within 3 days. Wang Jianxiang nodded. And these? Yan Qingxian brushed her palm in front of her, and 3 jade slips appeared, slowly flying to Wang Jianxiang. These 3 jade slips are the Longing Ancient Clock Artifact Diagram, the Soul Forging Technique, and a fragmented Ancient Dan Formula, all of which I won outside of the Cold Pool Mysteries in the first place. The bet was won thanks to you. I can't use these, so I'll give them to you. With that, Yan Qingxuan's voice lurched as she took out 2 more jade slips. There are also these 2 magic techniques. They are the explosive force art of the Zhongyang sect as well as the sword nurturing art of the 10,000 sword sect, respectively, but they are only topological versions. Although you don't have the original's intent and can't cultivate it to a high level, it's enough for you, a foundation establishment cultivator. Looking at the 5 jade slips in front of him, Wang Jianxiang's heart was delighted and he collected them all with a wave of his palm. Only then did he look at Yan Qingxian and heave a smile. How can this be good? Yan Qingxian blankly glanced at him and casually tossed out a jade pendant. This is the secret order to open the courtyard gate. After saying that, his figure shifted and disappeared. Wang Jianxiang only thought that Yan Qingxian had already left, but he didn't know that he already had one more personal bodyguard who was always watching him. Chapter 89, Meeting Yifan again. Wang Jianxiang turned to look at the small courtyard after receiving the jade pendant. The entrance to the yard is empty and no gate has been installed. There seemed to be a layer of restriction shrouding the outside of the small courtyard, and looking through the doorway, nothing could be seen in the chaos inside. After observing for a moment, Wang Jianxiang threw the jade pendant towards the door. When the jade pendant was about to enter the doorway, it seemed to have hit an invisible barrier and was suspended in mid-air. The location of the courtyard gate suddenly rippled like a wave of water. With a move of his palm, Wang Jianxiang retrieved the jade pendant, while taking a step forward and touching the watery rippling area. In the next moment, his figure instantly disappeared. Wang Jianxiang only felt his eyes blink, and when his vision returned again, he realized that he had already arrived in the middle of a courtyard. The yard was much larger than expected. After regaining his sight, the first thing he saw was the exquisite pavilion located at the innermost part of the courtyard. Compared to that, the outer gate's residence was simply an outhouse, especially after walking into the attic and seeing the large soft bed on the second floor that could accommodate 4 or 5 people. His expression became even more satisfied. After familiarizing himself with his new surroundings, he left the small courtyard and returned to the outer sect residence. After collecting all the items in the house, he walked straight towards the External Affairs Hall. Half an hour later, he stepped out from inside the Foreign Affairs Hall. Dong Yu was not in the Hall of External Affairs. It should be that the seclusion was not yet over. Just as he was about to return to the inner sect, he suddenly ran into a familiar figure. Yi Fan was originally frowning and seemed to be in a somewhat irritated mood. However, after seeing Wang Jianxiang, he immediately revealed an eager smile. Elder brother Wang, here to find Zoe again. So it's old brother Yi. Wang Jianxiang smiled back. Elder brother Wang succeeded in building the foundation. Congratulations. I'm sorry elder brother. Big brother, I've been delayed by something recently. I couldn't make it to the door in time to congratulate him. What are you talking about? Old brother Yi, are you trying to discount old brother? For you to have this intention, old brother is already very happy. When Wang Jianxiang said this, he turned his words around and pretended to be puzzled. What is this, elder brother Yi? Hearing Wang Jianxiang's inquiry, Yi Fan revealed a look of distress. Harm, don't mention it. I ran into Zoe outside your house last time when you were in seclusion for a breakthrough. Didn't you warn me not to pester her before? So I took it upon myself to find a reason to leave. I never bothered her again for over a year after that. It's been a long enough time in the last 3 months or so. I thought I'd come and see her. Guess what? I've been here dozens of times in a row, and I can't believe I haven't run into her once. Older brother, do you think she's angry because I hurt her pride that time when I offered to leave, and she's avoiding me on purpose? Hearing Wang Jianxiang's inquiry, Yi Fan, as if he had found a vent, shook out the bitterness in his heart in his head. After hearing his words, Wang Jianxiang looked odd for a moment. When did you even come to look for her? I haven't forgotten your instructions, old brother, and I've purposely picked the times when she's resting so as not to disturb her. Yi Fan seemed to have gotten the wrong idea, and hastily patted his chest to assure him, just short of swearing. Wang Jianxiang never imagined that one day his mouth would be so hard to control. To use a famous quote from a former life, at this moment, the corners of his mouth are harder to press than AK. No one knew Dong Yu's movements in the last 3 months better than he did, because over the past 3 months, Dong Yu would punctually go to help him raise his Dan Dao cultivation whenever he had a break. If Yi Fan hadn't picked such an opportune time, he might have seen it. Fortunately, Yi Fan was in a very low mood at the moment and did not notice Wang Jianxiang's strange behavior. Wang Jianxiang covered his mouth with his hand and made a pensive gesture. With that, the palm of his hand went downward, and he rawly stroked back the upwardly hooked corners of his mouth, and looked at Yi Fan in a serious tone. Elder brother Yi, of course I trust you. It's just that you misunderstood Elder Dong. She didn't intentionally avoid you. Yi Fan froze and his face instantly regained its vigor. Elder brother Wang, are you telling the truth? Wang Jianxiang smiled confidently. Elder brother Yi, are you doubting my relationship with Elder Dong or the friendship between the two of us brothers? Hearing Wang Jianxiang's words, Yi Fan's expression instantly relaxed completely, and then his heart was filled with guilt. Elder brother Wang is so close to Zoe. How could he not know Zoe's movements? Moreover, elder brother Wang had done his best to help him, but he even doubted the rightness of elder brother Wang's words instead. That's a hell of a thing. Elder brother Wang, I was in too much of a hurry. Yi Fan looked at Wang Jianxiang with an apologetic face. Then he gritted his teeth and took out a jade slip. Elder brother Wang, it's old brother, I was wrong. I shouldn't have doubted your words. This jade slip was obtained by me when I was out on my previous adventures, and within it is a second-order Dan formula. As an apology, I'm giving it to you. With that, the palm of his hand loosened. The jade slip slowly floated in front of Wang Jianxiang. Elder brother Yi, how can this be good? Elder brother Wang, this is a piece of my heart. You must accept it. This, well, in that case old brother, I will not be polite. With that, Wang Jianxiang put away the jade slip with a difficult face. Seeing this, Yi Fan nodded with satisfaction and then asked Wang Jianxiang, older brother, you just said that Zoe is not avoiding me. So what's going on that I haven't seen her so many times since I've been here? Wang Jianxiang pondered for a moment. Didn't I tell you before that Elder Dong had found a cure for his old illness? The reason you can't see her is because she went into seclusion long ago. So it is. Yi Fan drifted off. Wang Jianxiang looked at Yi Fan seriously. Very few people within the sect know about this matter. I only told you. You can't spread it out. A touch flashed across Yi Fan's face and he nodded heavily. Elder brother Wang. That's enough. Wang Jianxiang smiled, after which he chatted with Yi Fan for a few more moments before returning to the inner sect. Back in the attic, Wang Jianxiang took out the jade slip Yi Fan had gifted him and finally couldn't help but smile. The moment he received the jade slip, he had already read the information in it. Recorded within the jade slip was a second-order intermediate-level Dan formula called the Purple Chi Dan. Originally, he was still worrying about how to find a more advanced formula when the Heavenly Spirit Pill's medicinal effect on him decreased. Now this Dan formula was actually sent to the door of its own accord. Rather, it saved him a lot of trouble. After that, he sent a message to Wang Yuyo, Mu Lingshi, and Dong Yu, and after telling the three of them where he was staying nowadays, he began his cultivation. After reaching the foundation establishment stage, the consumption of the 5 spiritual roots was significantly more terrifying. However, Wang Jianxiang had accumulated a full 1,000 celestial spirit pills before and was so wealthy that he didn't need to consider consumption at all. After a perfect heavenly spirit pill went into his stomach, his cultivation increased at an astonishing rate. 5 days later, a jade pendant on Wang Jianxiang's waist suddenly flashed with an aura. Wang Jianxiang seemed to notice something and retreated from his cultivation state. A finger was pointed toward the jade pendant. The scene outside the entrance to the courtyard is mirrored. A figure with a delicate figure was standing at the door waiting. Seeing this figure, Wang Jianxiang smiled. So it's Yu Yo. Just in time. It's been several days of practice in a row, so it's just time to relax mid-session. Chapter 90, Meeting Mu Lingshi again. 6 hours later, Wang Yuyao left somewhat weakly. Wang Jianxiang's expression was as usual. The district was just to Wang Yuyao. It was not too much of a drain for him to talk about at all. He didn't even need to adjust his state before he started cultivating again. 1 month later, Wang Jianxiang was in the middle of practicing when a prompting sound suddenly came from his mind. Ding! Wang Yuyao's cultivation breakthrough. Avatar points +1. Golden cultivation points +1. Silver cultivation points +1. Cultivation points +500. Wang Jianxiang woke up from his cultivation, a flash of joy in his eyes. He had gifted Wang Yuyao 50 perfect green spirit pills during this period of time, and he had finally broken through. Another 5 months passed. The retreat lasted for a total of half a year, and after refining more than 800 perfect heavenly spirit pills, Wang Jianxiang's cultivation finally broke through to the middle stage of foundation establishment. He grew up. He was about to go out to get some fresh air when he suddenly detected the fluctuation of the forbidden system outside the courtyard. His first reaction was that Wang Yuyo had come. After all, in the past 6 months, there was no one else but her to visit him from time to time to relieve him of his boredom. However, when he reflected the scene outside the doorway through the jade pendant, he couldn't help but be stunned. The person outside the door was not the Wang Yuyo he expected. Instead, it's Mu Lingshi. With a thought of his mind, the doorway ban of the courtyard opened. Mu Lingshi entered the small courtyard and walked all the way into the attic. Seeing Mu Lingshi again, her cultivation had already broken through to the foundation establishment stage. Congratulations! Wang Jianxiang smiled and looked at Mu Lingshi. Thanks to senior brother Wang's pills, today I've come specifically to thank senior brother Wang. Mu Lingshi sincerely bowed to Wang Jianxiang. If it wasn't for the perfect foundation establishment pill gifted by senior brother Wang, Lingshi would definitely have no hope of establishing a foundation in this life. Wang Jianxiang smiled and shook his head. It's just that you're the one who's motivated. Mu Lingshi was about to say something else, but in the next moment, her words seemed to get stuck in her throat and she could no longer speak. Wang Jianxiang had just made a breakthrough and was still unable to skillfully collect the surging spiritual energy. That unintentionally revealed aura made Mu Lingshi feel a vague sense of oppression. This kind of oppression could not possibly occur between cultivators of the same level. A thought that shocked her suddenly popped up in Mu Lingshi's mind. She flipped her palm and took out a crystal ball. In the next moment, an intense aura glowed in the crystal ball. Seeing this, Mu Lingshi instantly confirmed her guess. The object in his hand was a spirit weapon that could identify a cultivator's realm. It was a gift given to her by her sister-in-law Su Yutong after he broke through the foundation establishment stage. Any cultivation level below the Jedan stage can be recognized by this treasure. She looked at Wang Jianxiang with some disbelief. Senior brother Wang, you've actually broken through to the middle stage of foundation establishment. Wang Jianxiang looked at the crystal ball in Mu Lingshi's hand in surprise. This thing can actually identify the cultivation of others, but it is strange. For ordinary cultivators is undoubtedly a precious treasure. It can be used to explore the roots of other people and maximize the protection of oneself when going out and encountering unfamiliar cultivators. However, he had this system with him, and this item was just chicken ribs to him. This thought only flickered in his mind. Then he nodded to Mu Lingshi. He just broke through not long ago. Aren't you a 5-system spirit root? How did you break through so fast? Hearing Wang Jianxian's words, Mu Lingshi couldn't help but blurt out. As soon as the words left her mouth, though, she regretted them a little. The method of breakthrough was an extremely secretive matter for cultivators. The reason why she had directly approached Wang Jianxian for the method to break through the foundation establishment before was because Wang Jianxian had said so when she was in the cold pool mystic realm. It was obviously a bit presumptuous to ask this at the moment. Seeing Mu Lingshi's expression, Wang Jianxian smiled. The pills I obtained in the cold pool mysterious realm aren't just one kind of perfect foundation building pill. When she heard Wang Jianxian's words, Mu Lingshi's eyes immediately lit up. She opened her mouth to speak. Want? The smile on Wang Jianxian's face grew even wider when he saw this. Mu Lingxi nodded. May I? Due to the cultivation of the 3 bodies, although she was a heavenly spiritual root, her cultivation breakthrough was far more difficult than that of an unusually qualified cultivator. I don't know how much time it will take to break through. If he could make a quick breakthrough, he would naturally beg for it. Wang Jianxian nodded gently. If it was someone else, naturally it wouldn't be possible, but you helped me a lot before, so if you want it, of course you can. Mu Lingshi's face was delighted at his words. But well, I know you are a strong person. If I give it to you for nothing, you must be embarrassed to take it. Wang Jianxian hurriedly followed up with another sentence. Mu Lingshi nodded approvingly as she heard. That's right, you tell me. How many spirit stones apiece for that elixir? I'll buy it. Wang Jianxian shook his head. How can that be? How hurtful to talk about spirit stones. Tell you what, I'll take a token amount. Sleep on one. Mu Lingxi was dumbfounded. Which was more cost-effective for her? Spirit stone payment or this method? When Wang Jianxian said this, she was a bit unable to react. She hesitated for a moment. Why don't I just pay with spirit stones? How does that work? Didn't I say? Talking about spirit stones hurts your feelings. You don't want to make me a friend, do you? That's not what I meant. Isn't that enough? Wang Jianxian coughed lightly, then said in a serious tone. Lingxi although you are from a not bad background, but in the future, there are many places where you need to use spirit stones for cultivation, so if you can save. How good is sleep? There is not the slightest loss to you, only the receipt. Anyway, it's already happened once. What are you afraid of? When Mu Lingshi heard this, she thought carefully and then nodded. Senior brother Wang's lesson is right. Thank you senior brother Wang for generously gifting the pills. Wang Jianxian nodded in satisfaction and took out 10 perfect heavenly spirit pills. This elixir is the elixir I was talking about. I'll give you 10 of them in advance, and when you run out, you can ask for them from senior brother. I still have quite a few here. Senior brother. Many thanks to senior brother Wang. Mu Lingshi happily put away the elixir. Wang Jianxian smiled and nodded, then added, in that case, senior brother I happen to be tired. Let's start now. 6 hours later, with a face full of joy, Mu Lingshi hurriedly left. After about half an incense stick of time again, Wang Jianxian slowly walked out from the room. He had dismissed the idea of going outside to get some air. Today's exercise is sufficient. He sat his butt on a chair and took out an ancient jade slip. This jade slip was precisely one of the 5 jade slips Yan Qingxian had gifted him, and within it was a fragmented ancient Dan formula. Ding! Found mutilated Dan formula. Is it replenished and optimized for upgrading? Only replenishing consumes 100 attribute points. Only optimizing upgrades consumes 100 cultivation points. Replenishing and optimizing upgrades consumes 180 cultivation points. After his attention was focused on the jade slip, the system's prompting sound came to mind. Hearing the system's pricing, Wang Jianxian was speechless for a while. A moment later, his mind moved. Complement and optimize. Ding! The defective Xian Yuan Dan formula has been filled and optimized and upgraded to a perfect Xian Yuan Dan formula. After some research, Wang Jianxian realized that the herbs used to refine Xian Yuan Dan were quite rare. One could only temporarily give up the intention of refining the perfect Xian Yuan Dan. Fortunately, the perfect Xian Yuan Dan was a second-order advanced elixir, and he still had a pair of perfect violet Qi Dan formulas in his hand, so he could still top it off for a while. There was enough time to collect the medicinal ingredients for refining the perfect Xian Yuan Dan. After that, he took out the herbs and refined some perfect heavenly spirit pills. After he had broken through to the middle stage of foundation establishment, the effect of the perfect heavenly spirit pill on him had diminished by a large margin, but he doesn't have to use it. There are others who do. It's always good to stock up. Chapter 91, The Third Gifted Avatar. 5 days later, Wang Jianxian sensed that the prohibition outside the courtyard had been touched and stopped alchemy. The jade pendant on his waist flashed with spiritual light and the scene outside the courtyard was projected. He couldn't help but smile at the sight of the figure outside the courtyard. With a thought, the ban opened. A few moments later, Mu Lingshi walked in. She looked at Wang Jianxian with a somewhat tangled expression. A moment later, red-faced to Wang Jianxian. "Senior brother Wang, are you tired?" Hearing her greeting so directly, Wang Jianxian froze, then laughed. "Originally, I wasn't very tired, but you're a bit tired for saying this. Come here and help elder brother to rest." Mu Lingshi walked over with a red face and assisted Wang Jianxian into the attic. 6 hours later, Mu Lingshi walked out of the room and waited silently for half an incense stick of time. Only then did Wang Jianxian walk out with one hand on the doorframe and one hand covering his waist. Seeing this, Mu Lingshi hurried over and assisted him to sit on the chair. After sitting on the chair, Wang Jianxian took a long breath. Raising his hand, he signaled that Mu Lingshi didn't need to be supported. Only then did Mu Lingshi straighten up and look at Wang Jianxian with some embarrassment. "Senior brother Wang, those pills you gave me earlier have been used up. Can you give me some more on credit? I'm sure it's not okay if it's someone else, but not you. It's all family, so of course it's okay." Wang Jianxian smiled, flipped his palm and took out 20 in one breath. "Take it. If you don't have enough, then you can ask your senior brother for more. Many thanks to senior brother Wang." After hearing Wang Jianxian's words, Mu Lingshi received the elixir in surprise. Ding! The value of good and evil has increased. As soon as Wang Jianxian's words fell, a system prompt suddenly came from his mind. He detached a strand of his consciousness to investigate. Previously, under his series of operations, Mu Lingshi's good and evil value towards him had already reached 80 points, and now, after giving away 20 perfect heavenly spirit pills, it had unexpectedly increased by another 10 points at once, and had reached 90 points. It's getting closer to full value. After getting the perfect heavenly spirit pill, Mu Lingshi left happily. After resting for half a day, Wang Jianxian left his residence and came to the Hall of Internal Affairs. The outer gate has an outer service hall, and the inner gate likewise has an inner service hall. Both are similar in nature. After entering the Hall of Internal Affairs, Wang Jianxian was a bit lost. The administrator of the inner sanctum is just a bearded, brown man, poorly reviewed. "Kid, buying or selling?" Wang Jianxian came to the counter, and the brown man asked lazily, "I want to buy herbs." Wang Jianxian pondered for a moment and reported the names of several herbs needed to refine the perfect purple chi pill, then followed up with 1,000 of each. The brown man froze, thinking he'd heard wrong, pulled out his ears and asked, 1,000 of each? "That's right." Wang Jianxian nodded. The brown man immediately sat up straight when he saw this, breaking his fingers and counting for a while, then looked at Wang Jianxian. "These medicinal herbs are worth a total of 1.5 million spirit stones." Wang Jianxian nodded. Painfully, he took out the spirit stones. After the transaction, Wang Jianxian returned directly to his residence, was about to open the barricade and enter the courtyard. Suddenly, he found that the spiritual energy around him instantly rioted, as if it had been strongly tugged, and frantically gathered towards a single location. He froze, sensing carefully for a moment. It was only then that he realized that the spiritual energy was rioting in the area within the reach of his spiritual sense. The range was so wide that it was feared to cover half of the sect. After this phenomenon had lasted for nearly half an hour, a golden pillar of light suddenly shot up into the sky, reflecting the white clouds in the sky into a golden color. At the same time, a pressure that belonged exclusively to a jade stage cultivator filled out, instantly spreading across half of the clan. Countless people stopped and looked at the golden light pillar. "Someone has successfully conjugated Dan." While the crowd was looking at the golden pillar of light filled with shock and envy, a smile appeared on Wang Jianxian's face. He sensed a familiar aura in this golden pillar of light. Ding! Dongyu's good and evil value has reached full value. Is it curing Dongyu's attribute box? Just then, a mechanical voice came from the back of his head. Wang Jianxian was delighted in his heart. Dongyu succeeded in conjugating the Dan, and the value of good and evil towards him was full. It's really a double whammy. Cured, he whispered in his mind. Ding! Dongyu's attribute box cured successfully. Within the Sea of Souls, in addition to his and Wang Yuyao's attribute panels, a third attribute panel coalesced. Name, Dongyu. Sex, female. Cultivation, early Jiedan stage. Age, 181 of 500. Root bone, gold system heavenly spirit root. Good and evil value, 100, till death do us part. Never drop. At the same time, the system's voice appeared in his head again. Avatar points +1. Golden attribute points +1. Silver attribute points +1. Gained the opportunity to extract the talent avatar one time. Wang Jianxian looked delighted. Together with the previous curing of Wang Yuyao's attribute panel and the rewards from when she broke through the middle stage of foundation establishment, he now had 3 each of divine power points, golden attribute points, and silver attribute points. More importantly, he had been given another chance to extract his natural aptitude. Extracting the natural aptitude. He mumbled in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the platinum grade innate aptitude. The power of pure yang. Only a platinum-level divine ability? Wang Jianxiang skimmed his lips. He who already had 2 epic-level talent aptitudes subconsciously somewhat despised this low-level aptitude. But it's better than nothing. Power of pure yang, a mouthful of pure yang qi, activated to enhance physical endurance as well as recovery speed. Current awakening level primary, boosted by 1x. After reading the introduction of the power of pure yang, Wang Jianxiang directly activated it. In an instant, a searing heat instantly flowed throughout his body. He took out a flying sword and cut a small slit on his body, which immediately began to scab over at a speed visible to the naked eye. It healed completely in just a few moments. His eyes lit up. The efficacy of this divine ability seemed to be quite good. A few moments later, he put away his talent aptitude, opened the door's outer barrier, and was about to enter the small courtyard when a figure suddenly appeared in front of him. Wang Jianxiang was startled and looked closely. Then he was relieved, then revealed a handsome smile. The clan has a new Jidan powerhouse. It's supposed to be a lively time. Why did you, the protagonist, come to me if you didn't properly prepare to welcome the congratulatory guests? Dongyu sniffed and a blush flashed across her cold face. I don't like these. In that case, go inside and do it. Wang Jianxiang smiled and naturally pulled her toward the courtyard. Dongyu subconsciously struggled for a bit and saw that Wang Jianxiang did not let go. 6 hours later, a somewhat weakened Dongyu left. Wang Jianxiang then began to refine the perfect purple chi pill. It went on for 3 months. In one breath, he refined 1,000 perfect purple chi pills before leaving the gate. This day, Wang Jianxiang, who hadn't gone out for a long time, walked out of the attic and was about to go out to sneak birds. Mullingar Creek is at it again. Chapter 92 Late Foundation Stage. Receiving Sect Mission. 8 hours later, Mullingar Creek returned with a big defeat. However, because of the perfect heavenly spirit pill treat, he was very happy when he left. Wang Jianxiang stood at the window of the second floor, his demeanor bland and with his arms folded. A breeze blew into the window, ruffling his hair and robes, and a high level of popularity arose. Just now, he was struck by a bright idea and stimulated the power of pure yang in the nick of time. Works surprisingly well. 8 hours was only Mu Lingshi's limit, not his. He easily crossed the big mountain of Mulingxi. It wasn't until Mu Lingshi left that Wang Jianxiang's tense body collapsed. Closing the window, he took out the perfect purple Qi Dan and began to cultivate. This closure was for most of the year. With the massive amount of perfect pills to support him, Wang Jianxiang managed to break through to the late stage of foundation establishment at a speed that would make it difficult for even a heavenly spirit root cultivator to achieve. Interludes are naturally rare during this time. Mu Lingshi visited him every 10 days and half a month, and managed to break through to the middle stage of foundation establishment 4 months ago, though the debt continued to be paid off until a month ago. Dongyu had already been promoted from outer sect elder to inner sect elder, and usually had more things to do, taking time out of his busy schedule to come a few times. Wang Yuyao came no less frequently than Mu Lingshi, and because of the perfect purple Qi pill supplied by Wang Jianxiang, she had broken through to the late stage of foundation establishment a month ago, adding 1 more point to his divine ability points, golden attribute points and silver attribute points. He had now accumulated 4 points each. It also awards 800 attribute points. Compared to when one breaks through from early foundation establishment to mid-foundation establishment, the attribute point reward is 300 points more. In other words, as her cultivation continued to rise, the reward of attribute points would increase after each breakthrough. As his cultivation level grew higher, the spending of attribute points was bound to increase. Purely relying only on alchemy and weaponry to obtain it would inevitably be difficult to supply it. It was undoubtedly great news for him to be able to have a new source of attribute points that he could obtain in great quantities. After that, he didn't immediately come out of the gate, but instead stabilized his cultivation again. Squeak! On this day, the disgruntled cries of chicks suddenly came to his ears. Well, that's going to take you out for a spin. Wang Jianxiang opened his eyes and looked at the chick and laughed. The chicks have not left the yard one step for most of the year. He can still relieve himself once in a while. Chicks have a hard time with it and have been bored out of their minds for a long time. Just as Wang Jianxiang walked out of the attic with the chicks and headed towards the courtyard entrance, the prohibition outside the courtyard was suddenly triggered. Wang Jianxiang pointed his finger toward the jade pendant on his waist. The ban at the entrance to the courtyard opened. A figure walked into the courtyard. Seeing the visitor, Wang Jianxiang raised his eyebrows. Mu Lingxi? Quite a coincidence. When he had just broken through the middle stage of foundation establishment, he happened to run into her coming, and now that he had just broken through the late stage of foundation establishment, he ran into her visiting again. Mu Lingshi had just walked into the courtyard and was stunned to see Wang Jianxiang. Senior brother Wang is preparing to go out? Wang Jianxiang smiled. After being in seclusion for such a long time, I'm ready to go out for some air. Mu Lingshi nodded. Senior brother Wang, I'm planning to go on a clan mission recently. Do you want to join me? Wang Jianxiang was stunned. Then something came to mind. Every inner disciple had to go on a sect mission within 2 years. Calculating the time, it had been more than a year and a half since he had entered the inner sect, and it was time to pick a task. He smiled at the thought and nodded. Yeah, and then inadvertently leaked a hint of breath. Ha! Mu Lingshi gave a sudden cry of surprise, somewhat in disbelief. He took out a crystal ball, and after carefully sensing it for a moment, he looked at Wang Jianxiang in shock, and stammered a bit. Wang senior brother, you broke through again? Wang Jianxiang put his hands behind his back, his face full of indifference. He just broke through not long ago. How are you so fast? Mu Lingshi's eyes widened. Wang Jianxiang smiled faintly. Didn't I already say that before? The pills I obtained in the cold pool mysterious realm were more than just the perfect foundation building pill? You have other perfect elixirs? Mu Lingshi couldn't help but ask. Ahem. There are a total of 3 types of pills that I obtained in the cold pool mystic realm. There's also an elixir that boosts cultivation. Wang Jianxiang didn't tell the truth. Before Mu Lingshi's good and evil value towards him reached full value, it was better to hide something from her. Mu Lingshi's eyes blinked. Is there more? Wang Jianxiang coughed dryly. There is some left. Can I have some? Mu Lingshi eyed Wang Jianxiang. Of course. Without the slightest hesitation, Wang Jianxiang nodded. Mu Lingshi was delighted. Just follow the old rules. Wang Jianxiang's words continued. Mu Lingshi's smile stiffened. She's only just had a month off. It was that this world was rather short of adjectives. If she lived in the world before Wang Jianxiang crossed over, she would have shouted. Even the donkeys of the production team can't work the mill like this, right? However, when she thought that she would be able to make another breakthrough in just a few short months, she couldn't help but throw away the sadness and nodded happily. Wang Jianxiang laughed. What a woman who knows how to take chances. He rubbed his shoulders. Senior brother, I'm suddenly a bit tired. Senior brother, let me help you to rest. Mu Lingshi was quick on her feet and immediately stepped forward to help Wang Jianxiang. A few moments later, the two entered the attic. Only wide-eyed chicks were left behind. A moment later, the chick rolled her eyes and covered her forehead with her tiny wings. 1 day later, Wang Jianxiang called Wang Yuyo over as well. The 3 of them left the small courtyard and went to the Hall of Internal Affairs. The place to get the mission was in the middle of a hall. The hall was filled with people. For most of the disciples, the sect quests were the only way to obtain spirit stones and various resources. A large number of disciples gathered here all year round, and some cost-effective or less difficult quests would cause a sensational rush when they were just awarded. The quests that had been hanging on the quest light screen were either cost-effective or extremely difficult. Wang Jianxiang swept his gaze across the light screen and saw that there were no quests that rewarded the Dan formula, so he chose a random quest. The mission was to travel to Blackwater City, 8,000 miles away, and kill the 3 devil sect cultivators who were plaguing the city. The cultivation level of the 3 was all in the middle stage of foundation establishment. The difficulty of this task is not too big for them, but the reward was only 3,000 spirit stones. It doesn't match the difficulty of the mission at all. However, he didn't lack spirit stones. Wang Yuyo had him supplied and there was no shortage. It goes without saying that there is even less of a shortage in Mullingar Creek. How many spirit stones were rewarded was unimportant to them. It was fine to fulfill the biennial mission target and cope with the situation. The Hall of Punishment. Inside a large, gloomy hall, Yan Bao respectfully looked up at Si Tianyong, who was seated on top of a high chair in front of him. Hall Master, according to the report from the deacon in the hall, it has been discovered that the 3 of them, Wang Jianxiang, Wang Yuyo, and Mu Lingshi, have already received the mission of sweeping out the disciples of the devil sect from Blackwater City. Finally leaving the clan? When Si Tianyong heard this, a cold aura flashed in his eyes. Little brat, I can't blatantly move you within the sect. After leaving the sect, I'd like to see who can still save you. Chapter 93 Adequate Preparation. Going to Blackwater City. After receiving the assignment, Wang Jianxiang bought some more weapon refining materials before leaving the inner hall with the 2 girls. I'll go back and make some preparations. We'll set out again in 3 days. Wang Jianxiang greeted the 2 women and returned to his residence, and the 2 women went back to their respective preparations. Going out on a mission was different from the fights in the sect. Within the clan, there are all sorts of rules and regulations that bind. Those who are privileged may be able to secretly violate or make use of rule loopholes in public, or even misinterpret the rules, but not to blatantly break the rules. Utilizing these rules, he could face Yan Biao of the Jedan stage head-on, and even not fear Si Tianyong of the Yuaning stage. But it's different when it comes to the outside world. There is not the slightest rule to utilize. It is the complete law of the jungle. The only thing you can rely on is your own strength. even though the targets of their mission were only 3 mid-foundation establishment demonic cultivators, which didn't seem too difficult. He still didn't dare to be the slightest bit lax. Before going out on a mission, he wanted to raise his battle power to the extreme as much as possible. First of all, the restoring spirit pill to restore spiritual energy and the earth yellow pill to treat injuries were 2 essential pills. Other than that, the more spirit weapons you have, the better. The only spirit weapon he had on him now was still the copper mirror that Yi Qingxue had snatched from Yeling Yun. Although the copper mirror was a high-level spiritual weapon, with both offense and defense, it could also provide insight into everything within 10 miles. However, in terms of attack strength alone, it was actually not outstanding amongst the high-level spirit weapons. He did have a drawing of a high-level spirit weapon with extremely strong attack power on him. It is the drawing of the ancient bell of Longyin. As long as he refined the Longyin ancient bell, with 2 spiritual weapons, one for offense and one for defense, his strength would definitely be able to go to the next level. Thinking of this, Wang Jianxian's consciousness came to his mind. His artifact Dao cultivation was still at the first rank advanced level today, and as he moved his mind, after consuming 700 cultivation points, the artifact cultivation instantly increased to the second rank advanced. After that, he took out the drawings of the Longyin ancient bell, spent cultivation points to optimize and upgrade it into a perfect artifact map. After that, he took out the weapon refining materials he had bought from the Internal Affairs Hall, and after refining 6 of them in one breath, he took out some more medicinal materials and began to refine the perfect earth yellow pill and the perfect spirit restoration pill. Time passed by under Wang Jianxian's busy schedule. 3 days later, early morning, Wang Jianxian had just woken up from his meditation when a sudden movement came from the ban outside the courtyard. He stood up and headed out to the courtyard. "Senior brother Wang, are we leaving now?" Mu Lingshi and Wang Yuyou immediately greeted Wang Jianxian when they saw him walk out. Wang Jianxian pondered for a moment and transmitted his Dao sound to Mu Lingshi. Mu Lingshi's face flickered as she nodded and quickly left. "Senior brother, senior sister Mu Shi." Seeing that Mu Lingshi had suddenly left, Wang Yuyou looked a bit puzzled. "Just doing some necessary defense." Wang Jianxian smiled. His finger gently tapped on the transmitting note again, then said, Let's go wait for her outside the sect first." After saying that, he took the lead and flew towards the outside of the sect. Wang Yuyou immediately followed when she saw this. When they reached the outside of the sect gate, the 2 of them didn't wait long for Mu Lingshi to follow them. After that, the 3 of them flew together in the direction of Blackwater City. It was shortly after the trio flew off. A figure suddenly flashed out without warning from the place where the 3 had stopped before. Looking in the direction that the 3 had left, his eyes showed murderous intent. "Little, your time to die has come." In a low and murderous voice, he took a step and instantly merged into space. However, just at the moment when he merged into space and was about to instantly move, the space of this heaven and earth suddenly trembled. The next moment, he was squeezed out again by the shaking space. His face was somber for a moment as he looked up, and 2 figures then came into view. "Shangguan Yuro, Mu Yutong, you 2 are really shady. Si Tianyong, with the 2 of us here, you'd better not have any crooked thoughts." Mu Yutong coldly looked at Si Tianyong. "If we catch you in the act, you'll be unable to take it in your stride when it becomes a big deal." Shangguan Yuro stared at Si Tianyong and continued, "That's right, don't think that you can do whatever you want. The sect rules are the foundation of the sect. Without the rules you can't become a sect. Although you are a senior member of the sect, if we spread the word of your brutal murder of the sect's disciples all over the sect, the old ancestor won't be able to protect you even if he comes out of the gate." Hearing the 2 men's words, Si Tianyong's face turned ugly for a moment. He thought that his actions were already stealthy enough, but he didn't expect that he would still be targeted by these 2 women. The 2 were right. Although he belonged to the privileged class of the Acacia sect, even the privileged class only had the ability to play with the rules. He can use the rules. He can define them in his own perspective to a certain extent, but he cannot break them. Otherwise, the entire clan would fall apart. Not only could he not afford this consequence, even the old ancestor could not afford it. Thinking of this, he could only give up although he was unwilling to do so. He glared fiercely at Shangguan Yuro and Mu Yutong, and with a cold snort, he shot towards the clan. Shangguan Yuro and Mu Yutong smiled at each other. It did not leave, but stood in place and continued to sit outside the sect, just in case Setanyan hits back. Noticing the duo's behavior, Si Tianyong completely extinguished the idea of personally going to kill Wang Jianxian. His eyes flickered for a moment, and then his heart fluttered. Blackwater City seems to be led by 2 great families, the Su family and the Yi family. The Yi family. Yeling Yun seems to be the person of the Yi family of Blackwater City. After the conflict with Wang Jianxiang, he had people collect information about him. Yeling Yun seemed to have had a fierce clash with Wang Jianxiang during the outer sect competition. Thinking of this, he shot toward a canyon within the clan. The Flame Canyon was a famous place of punishment within the Acacia sect. Inside the canyon, the flames were raging. Once a foundation stage cultivator was imprisoned here, the probability of survival was extremely low. As a result, those who were imprisoned here were often disciples who were deeply sinful. Yeling Yun had been locked up here after returning from the Cold Pool secret realm. When he first returned to the sect, he was sentenced to 10 years of imprisonment. Now he has been here for nearly 4 years. With this time limit, even an unusual foundation establishment perfection cultivator would die in 9 deaths. As for Yeling Yun, not only did he survive, but he was also incredibly lucky to find an ancient cave within the canyon, obtaining a powerful spell and a large amount of ancient pills. The cultivation level had now broken through to the late stage of foundation establishment. On this day, Yeling Yun was following the rules he had figured out, struggling to dodge a ball of fire that landed like a meteorite. A voice transmission suddenly appeared in his mind. Yeling Yun, this seat, Hallmaster Si Tianyong of the Hall of Punishment, do you want to leave the Flame Canyon? Half a day later, because Yeling Yun had contributed a large amount of ancient elixirs to the sect, he was personally guaranteed by the Hall Master of the Hall of Punishment, and his sentence was shortened and he was released. He first went to the Hall of Punishment, and then flew away from the sect and shot towards Blackwater City. During the flight, he took out a jade bottle from his bosom. The jade bottle contained a treasure called Jade Soul Treasure Liquid, which could nourish and repair the soul. He uncorked the bottle and dripped the liquid from it onto a ring. A faint aura flashed from the ring. The precious liquid was instantly absorbed. Seeing this scene, Yeling Yun's expression was joyful as he whispered softly, "Master, you have been sleeping long enough, you can finally awaken." Half an hour later, a melodious female voice suddenly came from Yeling Yun's mind, who had been paying attention to the ring. "Ling Yun, Master, you're awake?" Yeling Yun's expression was joyful. The female voice continued, "My soul has been repaired quite a bit, and it's a bit stronger than before, and you seem to have gotten a not-so-small opportunity." Yeling Yun let out a bitter smile, recounting the matter of being imprisoned in the Flame Canyon for 9 lives, and then being released after reaching an agreement with Si Tianyong. Hearing Yeling Yun's words, the female voice sighed. "I didn't realize that you'd had such a hard time during this time. You've suffered. Don't worry, your agreement with that Si Tianyong is nothing. With Master here, I will definitely be able to help you kill that Wang Jianxiang." Chapter 94, Blackwater City Su Family. Blackwater City is a city where cultivators and ordinary people mix. There were dozens of large and small cultivation forces in the city, and the strongest of them were 2 parties, the Su and Yi families respectively. The 2 major immortal cultivation families had been friends for generations and worked together to maintain order in Blackwater City. However, with the infiltration of 3 demonic cultivators from the Een Puppet sect, this originally well-organized city became chaotic. A large number of people began to disappear, and even the various cultivation forces were not spared. As the leaders of Blackwater City, the Su family and the Yi family took the initiative to take on the burden of searching for demonic cultivators. However, after a lot of twists and turns, not only did the 2 great clans fail to find the demonic cultivator, they instead hitched a ride on quite a few of their clansmen. In desperation, the 2 families could only join forces to ask the Acacia sect for help. Blackwater City was located within the sphere of influence of the Acacia sect, and the Acacia sect would naturally not be indifferent to the turmoil here. After the news was spread back to the sect, the higher echelons of the sect immediately issued a mission. In the beginning, although the rewards for this mission were not high, it was only killing 3 mid-foundation establishment devil cultivators, which was not too difficult for some of the experts in the inner sect. There are fewer but not none who take up the task. For most of the time this mission has been hanging out. In total, 3 waves of inner disciples had taken up this task. In particular, the 3rd wave of disciples from 2 months ago was led by a late-stage foundation establishment. Yet the weird thing is, these 3 waves of disciples who received the mission actually all went without a return, without a trace, flying on the way to Blackwater City. Wang Jianxiang pondered over the news that Mu Lingshi had poked around and frowned. "I thought I had picked a relatively simple task, but I didn't expect things to go against my wishes. This task seems simple, but after analyzing it carefully, it was bizarre in every way." He rubbed his brow. A sudden movement of the heart. The Yi and Su families? Or is it a family friend? An odd color flashed across his face as he looked at Mu Lingshi and Wang Yuyo. "Do you guys know where Yeling Yun and Su Yutong came from?" Mu Lingshi shook her head. Although she bore the name of an outer sect disciple before foundation establishment, she rarely stayed in the outer sect. Not much is known about the people and events of the outer door. It seems like is from Blackwater City. Wang Yuyao's expression moved. Yeling Yun and Su Yutong were both popular figures when they were in the outer sect, and some information about the 2 of them was widely circulated. She was somewhat impressed. Hearing Wang Yuyao's words, Wang Jianxiang couldn't help but laugh. "That's quite a coincidence. Now that's interesting." 2 days later, the 3 arrived at Blackwater City. Walking into the city, the wide main street was sparsely populated. Everyone's face was covered in fear and anxiety. Wang Jianxiang raised an eyebrow. Things are quite a bit more serious than one would think. A mere 3 demonic cultivators were able to scourge an originally prosperous city like this. That's a real powerhouse. Senior brother Wang, should we just start a citywide search? Or? Wang Yuyao looked at Wang Jianxiang. Wang Jianxiang shook his head. Go to Su and Ye's families first. After saying that, the 3 of them casually asked someone for directions while taking the lead towards the closer Su family. The Su family was situated on a busy street. The portal is tall. On either side of the gate, 2 young guards stood. As the gate guard of the hegemonic power of Blackwater City, representing the face of the Su family, it should have been majestic and proud. However, at this moment, although the 2 had tried their best to maintain facial seriousness, the fear in their eyes had betrayed them a long time ago. Missing persons are a daily occurrence. Although they were all 3rd-level chi refining cultivators, they were no different from ordinary people when facing demonic cultivators. There's no telling what day it will be their turn. This feeling that death could come at any moment was most torturous. Seeing Wang Jianxiang's trio come to the door, the 2 looked aghast and looked at the trio warily. Who are you? We are from the Acacia sect and want to see your family head. Wang Jianxiang directly opened the door. So it's a senior from the Acacia sect. Come on in. The 2 of them were overjoyed at the words, as if they had encountered a savior, and hurriedly led Wang Jianxiang and the 3 of them into the Su family. 3 seniors, please wait, the family head will be here soon. After leading the 3 to an elegant room, the guard said a respectful word to the 3 and left. Shortly after, a middle-aged man came into the room and cupped his fists to Wang Jianxiang's trio. Su family master Su Yutong, meet the 3 harmonious sect senior disciples. Seeing Su Yutong, Wang Jianxiang couldn't help but flash his gaze. This Su Yutong's appearance was a bit similar to Su Yutong's. Could, a sudden speculation set off in his mind. In the next moment, Su Yutong's voice came again, confirming his guess. My daughter, Su Yutong, is also cultivating in the Acacia sect. Do the 3 of you recognize each other? Not only do we know each other, we know each other well. Wang Jianxiang laughed. So it's Tonger's best friend. Su Yutong's eyes lit up, and his originally somewhat restrained demeanor instantly relaxed. Wang Jianxiang hemmed and hawed, not denying or admitting. Su clan master, our purpose of coming to the Su clan today is to find out about the situation in Blackwater City today. Su Yutong sniffed and spoke. Nowadays, the missing population of Blackwater City has exceeded 1 million. People are terrified everywhere in the city. If it continues to go on, I'm afraid that even if the residents of Blackwater City aren't killed off, they'll flee in large numbers, and it will eventually be reduced to an empty city. Wang Jianxiang nodded. Didn't some Acacia sect disciples come here before as well? Where did they go? They've all disappeared somehow. A flash of panic flashed in Su Yutong's eyes. Disappeared? Wang Jianxiang sniffed and frowned. That's right, all disappeared, as if they had evaporated from the face of the earth, without a trace. Before you, there were 3 waves of Acacia sect disciples who came to investigate, and none of them were spared. Speaking here, a trace of urgency flashed across his face. Tonger was among the 3rd wave of disciples, and she disappeared along with them. Little brother, you and Tonger are good friends from the same sect. You must save her. Su Yutong has also become an inner disciple? Wang Jianxiang was only slightly stunned, then calmed down again. Nearly 4 years had passed since he returned from the Cold Pool Secret Realm. In the Cold Pool Mystic Realm, Su Yutong had already started compressing her spiritual energy. With her qualifications, coupled with the resources she had obtained in the Cold Pool Mystic Realm, it wasn't too surprising that she had succeeded in building her foundation. After returning to his senses, Wang Jianxiang smiled. Don't worry uncle, I will do my best. Thanks a lot. Su Yutong's face was filled with gratitude as he sniffed. Until the 3 of them left the Su family, Mu Lingshi and Wang Yuyao's looks towards Wang Jianxiang still revealed oddities. With Wang Jianxiang's attitude of not denying or admitting it, Su Yutong had already treated them as his own family, almost went limp with neglect. Where to now? Muringxi said. Go to Ye's house again. Wang Jianxiang said and took the lead to walk towards the direction where the Yi family was. Chapter 95, The Scarlet World. Stop. This is the Yi family's residence. Idlers are exempt from entering. The 3 of them were stopped by 2 aggressive guards just before they arrived at the Yi family's gate. Wang Jianxiang swept his gaze over the 2. Both of them were at the 3rd level of Qi practicing cultivation, the same cultivation level as the Su family gatekeeper. However, compared to the Su clan's gatekeepers, these 2 people's mental qualities were obviously too strong. There was not the slightest bit of trepidation or fear in his eyes. Wang Jianxiang looked at the duo. We are disciples of the Harmonious sect, and have come to deal with the demonic cultivators of Blackwater City, and to meet your family head. Hearing Wang Jianxiang's words, the guard's gaze flickered. One moment. After saying that, one person immediately ran into the courtyard. Wang Jianxiang raised an eyebrow at the sight and waited without a word. A few moments later, a young man walked out. When he saw the duo of Wang Yuyo and Mu Lingshi, a flash of amazement clearly flashed across his gaze. He then looked at Wang Jianxiang, who was standing in the center of the trio, and said with a big smile, "My humble self, Yi Chong, the son of the Yi clan's patriarch. On behalf of the clan, I welcome the 3 harmonious sects senior disciples. Father found traces of the demonic cultivator a few days ago, went out to track him, and has not yet returned. For the time being, I will receive the 3 honored guests, so I hope you will not be offended," said the man, making a gesture of invitation. At the same time, the information of this Yi family's young master had appeared in Wang Jianxiang's mind. Name, Yi Chong. Sex, male. Cultivation, middle foundation establishment. Age, 50 out of 200. Roots and bones, fire, wind, and earth spiritual roots. Good and evil value, -90 inch. After reading his message, Wang Jianxiang was shocked. Surprisingly, he was in the middle stage of foundation establishment. A 50-year-old mid-foundation establishment cultivator can be called a genius even in the Acacia sect. The young master of a small immortal cultivation family, who had not joined a clan and was only cultivating in the secular world, surprisingly broke through to the middle stage of foundation establishment at only 50 years old. It would have been just as well if he had amazing natural talent, but on the contrary, he was still only a 3-system spirit root. It's a bit bizarre any way you look at it. More importantly, they were clearly only coming to Blackwater City for the first time. This Yi Chang's good and evil value towards him was surprisingly low at -90. It's a near immortal hate value. Is it because of Yeling Yun? Wang Jianxiang's heart fluttered. Then he returned to his senses and smiled at Yi Chong. Then I'll be grateful to Brother Yi. After saying that, he followed Yi Chong towards the inner courtyard of the Yi family. Along the way, Yi Chong talked and laughed with a gentle smile. Wang Jianxiang was a bit impressed with this guy. In his heart, he hated him and wanted him to die, but on the outside, he was as friendly and warm as a good friend. While talking with Yi Chong, Wang Jianxiang looked around from time to time. The Yi family courtyard was extremely large. The coming and going of the guards and underlings was well organized. From time to time, there are playing children running around, peaceful and cozy. A few moments later, the 4 came into a room. Wang Jianxiang asked about the situation in the city as usual. Yi Chang's answer was roughly the same as Su Yutong's. After inquiring, Wang Jianxiang was about to leave with the 2 women. Yi Chang's transmission note suddenly lit up. His face changed and he hurriedly called out to the 3 Wang Jianxiang. 3 of you wait. My father has discovered the hiding place of the devil sect cultivators. 100 miles outside of Blackwater City was a canyon shrouded in mist all year round. The canyon was dim and visibility was minimal. Under Yi Chang's leadership, Wang Jianxiang and the 3 of them arrived here as fast as they could. The hiding place of the devil sect cultivators is here? Wang Jianxiang swept through this canyon with his spiritual sense and looked at Yi Chong in front of him. Yi Chong nodded. To be precise, it's at the bottom of this canyon. Saying that, a flash of anxiety flashed across his face. We have to hurry up. The other side has a full 3 intermediate stage foundation establishment cultivators. If we were only dealing with one person, my father would still be able to handle it. But with 3 people joining forces, my father won't be able to hold out for long. With that, he reached out and pointed to a volcano in front of him. The entrance is right there. After saying that, he accelerated towards the volcano. This Yi Chong is bold enough. A mere chi practicing perfection cultivator dares to participate in a battle between foundation establishment level cultivators. Seeing Yi Chong take the lead, Wang Yuyao couldn't help but mutter. Mu Lingshi felt the same way and nodded. Wang Jianxiang smiled. This Yi Chong must be carrying a treasure to conceal his breath, and the grade would be above Mu Lingshi's crystal ball. Otherwise it was impossible to hide it from Mu Lingshi. The Yi family actually had treasures of this grade. The thought struck him. Looking inside the volcano, a golden light flashed within his pupils. A cold smile then appeared on his face. Following, Yi Chong flew down the crater all the way down. After flying about 2,000 feet downward, a wide underground world appeared in sight. It was a blood-colored world. The earth had completely turned red and black after being doused with blood, and the corrupted corpses were casually discarded on the ground like a mass grave, making one's scalp numb. The smell of blood and decay was sickening. Is this the lair of the devil sect cultivators? Wang Yuyao looked around and frowned. Wang Jianxiang sniffed and did not say anything as he looked forward to Yi Chong. Just then, Yi Chong suddenly smiled wryly. The palm of his foot stomped fiercely towards the ground. Dense blood-colored runes instantly surfaced on the earth within a radius of several hundred feet. At a glance, the entire land was glowing with blood. Yi Chong, what have you done? Seeing this scene, Wang Yuyao and Mu Lingshi's faces changed at the same time, and they were about to rush towards Yi Chong. Don't move. Right at this moment, Wang Jianxiang suddenly pulled them back. This place has been transformed into a killing formation. One wrong step will lead to a large formation attack. You guys are going to get in big trouble if you trespass. Hearing Wang Jianxian's words, the two women were stunned. You still know about formations? Mu Lingshi couldn't help but say. Wang Jianxiang smiled at his words and turned his head to look at Yi Chong. Yi Chong just casually took a few steps forward, and then he had already reached the outside of the formation. Finally couldn't resist? I thought you'd lure me to your father before you did it. Hearing Wang Jianxian's words, Yi Chong froze, and then sneered, pretending to be a god. Wang Jianxiang smiled. Not only did I know that you would make a move against me, I also knew that the real murderer who massacred the residents of Blackwater City was not one of the demon sect, but your Yi family. Yi Chang's pupil shrank. How did you know? Wang Jianxiang smiled. Ever since we entered Blackwater City, everyone we've seen along the way has looked terrified. Even the Su family, which is on par with your Yi family, is no exception. And yet everyone in your Yi family looks stable. Even the children don't show the slightest bit of uneasiness. It's hard not to be suspicious. There's one more thing Wang Jianxiang didn't say. That was the shocking malice Yi Chong had shown them upon meeting. Even though he hid it well, he couldn't hide it from the system's monitoring. Originally, he thought that perhaps it was his feud with Yeling Yun that had been passed back, but combined with the performance of the Yi family's crowd, the result would be obvious. Hearing Wang Jianxiang's words, Yi Chong suddenly laughed. You guessed correctly. The disappearance of the residents of Blackwater City was indeed done by my Yi family. You clearly guessed that I would deal with you, but you still jumped in looking for death. I really don't know if I should say you're arrogant or stupid. Wang Jianxiang looked at the formations around him. You want to kill me even with the formations here? What? Not enough? Yi Chong sneered. Not to mention the three of you. Even if 10 foundation establishment perfection level cultivators fall into this formation, they won't want to come out alive. Yeah, well, you'll have to watch. Wang Jianxiang smiled and pulled the wrists of Wang Yuyo and Mu Lingshi with both hands respectively, and a golden light glowed in the pupils of his eyes. Follow me. He let out a low gulp, and then his speed exploded. In a few twists and turns, he rushed out of the formation. The sneer on Yi Chang's face instantly froze. Chapter 96, Chick vs. Yi Family Head. After rushing out of the formation, Wang Jianxiang did not give Yi Chong the slightest time to react. He directly had his speed on full blast and slammed straight into Yi Chong with a brutal stance. When Yi Chong was awakened, Wang Jianxiang had already appeared in front of him. Before the person arrived, the terrifying aura carried by him made Yi Chong unable to help but lose his color in horror. Boo! Blood splatters. Yi Chang's entire body was smashed and burst apart. In the deepest part of the Scarlet World, there was a lake made of blood. Around the lake, dead bones piled up. In the sky above the lake, a middle-aged man was sitting in the air. There were 36 figures hovering right around him. On the blood-colored water, a large amount of mist was rising up and being absorbed by these 36 figures. As the blood-colored mist continued to pour in, the aura of these 36 figures was climbing at a rapid yet steady and continuous rate. Right at the moment Yi Chong fell, the middle-aged man sitting in the center of the 36 figures instantly opened his eyes. Dare to kill my Chonger, looking for death. A blood-colored luster flashed in his eyes, and a bloody light flashed on his body. Disappear in an instant. I didn't expect the news of the devil sect cultivators slaughtering Blackwater City to be false. After Wang Jianxiang killed Yi Chong, Wang Yuyo and Mu Lingshi came to Wang Jianxiang's side. Both had a look of disbelief on their faces. Who would have thought that an inconspicuous little immortal cultivation clan in the area under the jurisdiction of the Acacia sect would dare to countenance the Acacia sect? Immediately afterward, a flash of puzzlement flashed across Wang Yuyo's face. Since the real culprits of the scourge of Blackwater City are the Yi family, why did the Yi family still join the Su family to ask for help from the Acacia sect? Wang Jianxiang pondered for a moment. If I'm not wrong, the Yi family's massacre of the residents of Blackwater City should have started a long time ago. Only that it was only a small amount of massacres in the dark initially, but as more and more people disappeared, it became impossible to hide the disappearance of the population. When the Yi family saw that things were not going well, they introduced a shield. Devil sect cultivators slaughtering Blackwater City residents. The Yi family also knew that this shield wouldn't last long, so they sped up the slaughter. As the devil sect cultivators failed to catch them for a long time, and more of the city's residents disappeared, the news spread more and more widely. Seeing that the matter had already spread, and that the Acacia sect would get the news sooner or later, the Yi clan simply played a trick to keep the lights on. Take the initiative to unite with the Su family to report the news of the demonic sect cultivators slaughtering the residents of Blackwater City, misleading the Acacia sect and thus buying more time for development. If I'm not mistaken, the three teams that were on the mission before should have been tricked into coming here by the Yi family as well. For popping sound. As soon as Wang Jianxiang's words fell, a burst of applause suddenly rang out. He looked up with a scowl. A middle-aged man appeared in midair at some point. Name, Yip Chun Shan. Sex, male. Cultivation, early Jidan stage. Age, 205 of 500. Roots and bones, earth, water, and wind spiritual roots. Favorability, -100 inch. Surprisingly, it was the Jidan stage. After checking Yi Jinshan's information, Wang Jianxian's face instantly became grave and secretly transmitted a voice reminder to Mu Lingshi and Wang Yuyao. Look out! This person is Yi Jinshan, the head of the Yi family, and he has broken through to the Jidan stage. Hearing Wang Jianxian's reminder, the two women were startled at the same time, and their hearts were secretly on guard. Boy, you're smart. Yi Jinshan looked at Wang Jianxian with an icy gaze. The truth is just as you guessed. But since you're so capable of guessing, why don't you guess whether or not you'll be able to escape alive in this seat's hands today? Saying this, a shocking killing intent spread out from his body, and the temperature around him was instantly lowered by a few degrees as a result. Wang Jianxian laughed. We are different from those 3 waves of Acacia sect disciples before. We are the ones with the backstage. With that, he dragged Mu Lingshi over. See her? His little aunt is a Yuaning stage cultivator. If you dare to kill us, her little aunt will never let you go. Mu Lingshi, who was suddenly dragged to the front, was a bit confused and then reacted. He's right. My little aunt is the Heping sect's supreme elder Su Yutong. She won't let you go if you dare to touch me. Ha ha ha. Yi Jinshan suddenly laughed out loud, his face full of sarcasm. It's already happened. Do you guys think that I'll still be afraid of a harmonious sect's supreme elder? As long as I succeed in leaving you behind and delaying for a while, when my Yi family's grand plan succeeds, I will be able to create a large number of Jidan stage cultivators at once. At that time, even if the Acacia sect wants to touch my Yi family, they will have to weigh it up. Speaking of this, Yi Jinshan seemed to look forward to a bright future. There was a flurry of excitement in his expression. Just then, Wang Jianxian gave a wink to the chick on his shoulder. Under Wang Jianxian's exercise, nowadays the chick's ability to detect words and colors was not generally strong. After noticing Wang Jianxian's eye color, he shot out without hesitation. Yi Jinshan, who was in a state of exuberance, reacted a beat slower. When he came back to his senses, a large expanse of green flames had already enveloped him. A mere foundation establishment spirit beast dares to attack this seat? Seek death. He let out a cold snort as his spiritual energy surged out, about to wash away the surrounding flames. However, the next moment, his face changed instantly. His spiritual energy was actually ignited the moment it came into contact with the green fire. Not only did it fail to make the green fire recede, but it fueled the fire. What kind of weird bird is this? It was only a cultivation at the foundation establishment perfection level, but it was so strong. Yi Jinshan's heart was shocked, and he didn't dare to be the slightest bit careless anymore. The early stage Jidan cultivation exploded as much as it could, which suppressed the green fire by virtue of the advantage in spiritual strength. However, the first wave of attacks had just been neutralized when another green fire swept in. Yi Jinshan could only continue to resist, a pang of frustration in his heart. Although he had successfully formed the dance 6 or 7 years ago, he had been hiding his strength in order not to attract the attention of the Acacia sect. Originally, he was still expecting a hearty and world-shattering scene when he revealed his true strength, which would have thought that he would be overpowered by a strange bird at the foundation establishment stage. The endless suffocation caused the anger in his heart to become more intense. The blood spirit technique. He roared, and a burst of blood light instantly erupted from his body. The blood light immediately transformed into a blood-colored liquid after leaving the body, surging in all directions like a tsunami. The blood-colored liquid was viscous like blood, and it contained a strong corrosiveness. Under the impact of the blood-colored liquid, the green fire quickly extinguished. After dousing the green fire, the blood-colored liquid quickly coalesced together again under Yi Jinshan's control, turning into a river of blood that surged towards the chick. The chick's wings flashed. Endless green fire surged out and was then compressed into a palm-sized fireball. The fireball shot out and collided with the blood river. In the next moment, the river of blood directly drowned the fireball. After an instant of silence, a shocking temperature suddenly erupted from the blood river. With an ear-piercing snorting sound, the river of blood was instantly vaporized. The fight between Chick and Yi Jinshan was brief though. However, the battle prowess that the Chick had displayed in this short battle had long since stunned Mu Lingshi and Wang Yuyao. They couldn't help but look at Wang Jianxian, who was looking bland. When did Senior Wan's bird become so strong? Chapter 97. Compared to Wang Yuyao and Mu Lingshi, the shock in Yi Jinshan's heart was much greater. The blood spirit grand technique was a powerful attack technique that he had discovered along with the blood sacrifice technique in an ancient cave. Because of the blood sacrifice technique, he was able to quickly break through from a mid-foundation establishment cultivator who was approaching the end of his days to become a Jidan mighty. It was because of the blood sacrifice technique that his Yi family had the opportunity to rise to power. The art of blood sacrifice is so powerful, how could the blood spirit great technique that was discovered along with it be weak? Although he hadn't shown any real strength after his breakthrough, He was confident that he could easily suppress cultivators of the same level with his Blood Spirit Grand technique. However, now that he had already executed the bottom card of the Blood Spirit Grand technique, he was still unable to defeat this strange bird. Not only did it fail to defeat, it didn't even manage to hurt the strange bird in the slightest. This result completely shattered his pride as a jade stage cultivator. The initial confidence and condescension on his face had completely disappeared at this moment, and was replaced by a piece of gravity. His eyes flickered for a moment. A wave of the palm of the hand. Dozens of small flags shot out and hid into the void. Tao's spiritual light cut through the sky, transforming into a large formation that enveloped this underground world. The moment the grand formation was formed, an overbearing suppressive force descended indiscriminately. Within the area covered by the grand formation, the spiritual energy of all living beings was suppressed and could not be used. Mu Lingzhi and Wang Yuyao felt the silence of the spiritual energy in their bodies, and their faces flushed with astonishment. I can't use my spirit power or soul power. Mine too. Creaking and groaning, the chick gave a startled cry and flapped its wings back to Wang Jianxian's shoulder. Wang Jianxian could feel that the power in it was also suppressed. I admit that your bird is very strong and I can't help it, but now that its power has been suppressed in this forbidden great formation, I'd like to see what else you can use to block me. Yi Zhinshan looked at Wang Jianxian with a gloomy face, killing intent revealed in his words. After saying that, he took out another paper talisman. Spiritual energy poured in and the paper talisman shattered. A spiritual light erupted, then transformed into a film of spiritual light spreading in all directions, eventually merging with the forbidden great formation. This is the heavenly light Xian Yuan town. Once this formation is complete, only allowed to enter and not allowed to leave. Non-Yuaning cultivators can't break it. You and others are now my turtles in a jar. Wang Jianxian laughed. My bird was suppressed in power. Aren't you also suppressed in spiritual power? Yi Zhinshan sniffed and laughed triumphantly. My body is nourished by a large amount of blood qi and is far stronger than ordinary cultivators. Even if I only rely on my physical strength, I can still be a match for ordinary foundation establishment perfection cultivators. What are you guys going to fight with me? Today you will die. An odd color flashed across Wang Jianxian's face, while Yi Zhinshan was laughing. His consciousness came to the Sea of Souls. Check the attribute point balance. Mindfulness. Add all the attribute points to the sacred body of ages. Ding! The age sacred body has been added successfully. The number of spirit lines has increased by 1,620, and the current number of spirit lines is 3,200. Just as the system's prompt sounded from Wang Jianxian's mind, Yi Zhinshan's smile had already tightened and his gaze was icy cold as he looked at Wang Jianxian. Kid, die! He let out a cold cry and slammed his fist at Wang Jianxian. You go ahead and play on the side. Wang Jianxian casually picked up the chick on his shoulder and threw it to the side. Then like a stray arrow, he rushed straight towards Yi Zhinshan. Something that doesn't know how to die. Seeing that Wang Jianxian actually dared to meet the attack instead of running away, a sneer flashed across Yi Zhinshan's face. However, in the next moment, he was shocked to realize that Wang Jianxian's speed was even faster than his. The smile on his face couldn't help but stiffen, and a bad feeling flooded his heart. Just then, Wang Jianxian also threw out a punch. The power of 3,200 spirit patterns erupted at the same time. Boom! With a muffled sound, their fists collided. With a face full of dismay, Yi Zhinshan flew out backwards, flying dozens of feet before falling heavily to the ground. He rolled up from the ground and a mouthful of blood spurted out as his throat sweetened. Shocked, he looked at Wang Jianxiang, revealing a skeptical look. How can that be? You're only at the late stage of foundation establishment cultivation. How is your fleshly body strength so strong? Yes. Wang Jianxiang hemmed and hawed and slammed out another punch. Yi Zhinshan gritted his teeth to resist. In the next moment, he was sent flying again like a cannonball, spilling blood in the air. By now, he was a little green in the face. It wasn't caused by the injury, but by holding his breath. Luckily, he had thought of executing a brilliant killing move, and for insurance purposes, he had even used the only boundary suppression talisman to seal off the space. Now that's good. Instead, he counted himself out. In the end, the one who was caught in the jar was replaced by himself. It's like making all the effort you can, only to dig yourself a hole and then cover it with dirt yourself in a haphazard manner. How can you not be frustrated? It was at this time that another word came from Wang Jianxiang's mouth that added fuel to the fire, causing the suffocation in his heart to reach a new peak. Yi Zhinshan, if you don't set up these two great formations, I might not be able to help you. But now, you've really dug yourself a nice grave. Wang Jianxiang smiled teasingly and rushed towards Yi Zhinshan once again. Fists blasted out again and again. Yi Zhinshan seemed to be transformed into a sandbag, constantly being blown away. At a certain moment, Wang Jianxiang slammed his fist hard on Yi Zhinshan's face. His face was instantly deformed, and his entire body slammed down hard onto the ground in the distance. The hard stone ground was smashed out of a deep pit. Yi Zhinshan staggered and stood up from the deep pit, his crimson eyes staring deathly at Wang Jianxiang. Little bastard, you have indeed exceeded my expectations, but I said, today you all must die. Before the words fell, a cracking sound suddenly came. Immediately after that, 36 blood-colored figures suddenly rushed into the grand formation. The moment they rushed into the grand formation, they were all subjected to the grand formation's indiscriminate spiritual suppression. The spiritual power fluctuations on his body instantly fell silent, falling to the ground like a meteorite. Boom, boom, boom. A series of sounds accompanied by the earth shaking violently. These figures landed behind Yi Zhinshan. A rich bloodlight burst out from the 36 figures at the same time, merging into Yi Zhinshan. A look of pain flashed across Yi Zhinshan's face as he stifled a grunt. In the next moment, his body swelled up as if he had been fed, his size instantly pulling up several times, his muscles bulging high. Little bastard. In today's battle, you forced me to break the Bloodguard's power essence and ruin my plans. I'll make sure your soul is scattered. Yi Zhinshan gave Wang Jianxiang a sinister look and swung his huge fist towards Wang Jianxiang, trying to break my spirit. Then you'll have to step up your game. Dharma heaven and earth. Wang Jianxiang sneered as his body size instantly skyrocketed. At the same time, the power of the spirit pattern in his body multiplied. The power of pure yang, a stream of blazing heat flowed through his entire body, and the power of the spirit pattern doubled once again. The original 200 spiritual line power had instantly reached a terrifying 800 spiritual line power after the double increase. Chapter 98, Killing Yi Zhinshan in a Second. Yeling Yun's arrival. After fusing all the blood chi of the 36 blood guards, Yi Zhinshan's physical strength had been greatly enhanced in a short period of time. Self-confidence is also back at its peak. In his opinion, although Wang Jianxiang's physical strength was strong, his battle power was only equivalent to a top-level foundation establishment perfection cultivator. He was now enough to crush any foundation establishment perfection cultivator. With this punch it was enough to blast him to death. Just as he threw a punch, he suddenly saw Wang Jianxiang's size expand instantly. In the blink of an eye, it transformed into a height comparable to his. Playing God. At this he just sneered, unimpressed. The attack was not in any way diminished. Just then, he suddenly saw Wang Jianxiang swing his fist and blast out. Immediately afterward, it was shocking to see the air within the diameter of tens of feet in front of them directly explode. The terrifying fist force rolled with the explosive force formed by the gas explosion and crushed it. It made him stifle a tingle in his head. He was able to feel that this power had completely surpassed the boundaries of the foundation establishment stage. His newly recovered confidence instantly collapsed again. The heart thumped as if sounding the alarm of death, and a chill went from the tailbone straight to the sky. Panic welled up. He subconsciously wanted to dodge. However, the speed of the fist energy coming from the front was too fast. It didn't give him the slightest time to dodge. It could only be met with a stiff upper lip. In the next moment, a mountainous force surged in, destroying his power and crushing it. His entire body was lifted far away like a muppet. A few moments later, when the raging power dissipated, Yi Zhinshan had already collapsed on the ground hundreds of feet away. He was covered in blood and his breath was weak. It was as if it was already in a dying state. Mu Lingshi and Wang Yuyao looked at this scene dumbfounded. It felt like I was on a roller coaster, with all the ups and downs and excitement. When Yi Zhinshan sacrificed the Forbidden Grand Formation and the Boundary Suppression Grand Formation, they had already been somewhat desperate. However, Wang Jianxiang's sudden outburst of strong physical strength gave them hope again. However, this ray of hope was dashed once again with the arrival of the 36 blood guards. They could feel the strength of Yi Zhinshan's fleshly body after absorbing the power of the 36 blood guards. That kind of power had almost reached the extreme of the foundation establishment stage. However, the hope in their hearts had just been dashed. Wang Jianxiang, however, once again exceeded their expectations. A punch, just one punch. Yi Zhinshan, whose physical strength had increased dramatically, was then seconded. At this moment, they even suspected that Wang Jianxiang was capable of fighting Jade stage cultivators with his physical strength alone. In front of the two women, Wang Jianxiang slowly withdrew his fist and came to Yi Zhinshan's side. Looking at Yi Zhinshan, whose mouth and nose were constantly spilling blood and who was about to break, he smiled. Old dang, didn't you want to kill us? You can't either. As soon as the words left his mouth, he raised his paw and heavily stepped on Yi Zhinshan's chest. Yi Zhinshan's chest instantly collapsed, his 5 organs shattered. Wang Jianxiang's gaze scanned over Yi Zhinshan's body and finally settled on his fingers. He was wearing a silver and white jade ring on his finger. Space ring. Seeing this ring, Wang Jianxiang's eyes lit up and he hurriedly took it off. This thing is much better than a storage bag. With any random space ring, the internal space was often much larger than the topmost storage bag. Since Yi Zhinshan was dead, the soul imprint he had branded within the spatial ring had dissipated. Wang Jianxiang's spiritual sense entered within the spatial ring without any obstruction. A huge space with a diameter of tens of thousands of feet was then seen. Within this space, there were tons of resources piled up, mostly just miscellaneous things he couldn't use though. Among them, the only ones that could catch Wang Jianxiang's eye were the manipulation method of the Forbidden Great Formation and the 2 red jade slips. With a flip of his palm, he took out the 2 red jade sketches. Spiritual sense swept over one of the jade slips. Blood Spirit Dhamma. After checking the contents of the jade slip, Wang Jianxiang couldn't help but think of the blood river that Yi Jinshan had previously executed. The power of that blood river was actually not weak. It was only because the chick's strength was really a bit too perverse that it appeared that the blood river was generally powerful. For an ordinary Jidan stage cultivator, this blood spirit grand technique was enough to be considered a powerful technique. As for the second jade slip, Wang Jianxiang's eyes flickered after reading it. The art of blood sacrifice. Live sacrifices of living creatures to refine the blood. Accelerating cultivation with blood qi? This method is too extreme. Wang Jianxiang couldn't help but shake his head. It was true that one could have an amazing breakthrough speed by performing this method, but the drawbacks were too great. Just like the lightning tribulation when breaking through the Yuaning stage, thunder tribulation was the most restraining of yin and evil, and cultivators who relied on the blood sacrifice technique to break through were not only spiritually weak, but also possessed very strong yin and evil attributes. It was almost impossible to cross the thunderbolt. However, for those cultivators who had no chance of attaining Dan, this method was undoubtedly a shortcut to cultivation. Just then, Wang Yuyo and Mu Lingshi followed. Senior brother Wang, the formation laid by Yi Jinshan is still there. What should we do next? Wang Jianxiang came back to his senses, put the ring on his hand and looked at the 2 men. Yi Jinshan's spatial ring contains the method of maneuvering the Forbidden Great Formation, and I only need to comprehend it for a moment before I can put it away. As for the Boundary Suppression Formation, this formation was created by the Boundary Suppression Talisman and will automatically dissipate after 3 hours. Hearing Wang Jianxiang's words, the 2 women sighed in relief. Just as Wang Jianxiang killed Yi Jinshan, a youth appeared at the crater. A wisp of light smoke floated out from the ring on the youth's finger and transformed into a stunningly beautiful woman. She was bright-eyed and white-toothed, and her features were so perfect that she couldn't pick out the slightest flaw. A head of hair was silver-white in color and fell down to below her hips. When the youth saw the woman, a look of respect appeared on his face as he bent over and bowed. Disciple has met master. The woman nodded, her jade-white slender fingers pointing down. They're inside the volcano. The youth sniffed, and a cold stern look appeared on his face. Finally catching up? Wang Jianxiang, your time to die has come. Underworld. Wang Jianxiang had just finished comprehending the method of using the Forbidden Grand Formation and was about to put the Forbidden Grand Formation away. A breaking sound suddenly came from above. He looked up and a figure caught his eye. Yeling Yun? Seeing this figure, Wang Jianxiang raised an eyebrow. Yeling Yun had not returned to the Yi family since he left the Acacia sect, and had tracked Wang Jianxiang and the others all the way with his master's special tracking technique to lead the way. Naturally, he also didn't know about the Yi family schemes. Therefore, after seeing this bloody underground world, he couldn't help but freeze. Immediately after that, he saw Yi Jinshan's corpse. His pupils shrunk, and the color of hatred could not help but well up on his face. He was bullied by his own people as a child. However, after running into his master's rise to power, Yi Jinshan still treated him quite well, one of the limited number of clansmen in the Yi family who were friendly to him. And now, he's dead. Obviously, he died at the hands of Wang Jianxiang. In his heart, he was already extremely disgusted with Wang Jianxiang, and now after seeing Yi Jinshan's death, this disgust had turned into hatred. Ding, good sense decreases. A system prompt suddenly sounded in Wang Jianxiang's head. Yeling Yun's already extremely low favorability towards him instantly decreased to -96. Damn you! His eyes were crimson as he charged straight at Wang Jianxiang. The 2 great formations that were hidden in the void were not noticed at all. Chapter 99, The Mysterious Woman. Ling Yun, stop it! Just as Yeling Yun swooped down, an urgent reminder suddenly sounded in his mind. Yet the reminder came a little too late. When the voice sounded, Yeling Yun, who was drowned in anger, had already rushed into the cage of the formation. A force of suppression struck. The spiritual energy and even soul power within his body instantly fell silent. After losing his spiritual power, he directly demonstrated what freefall motion was. It fell straight to the ground above. Yeling Yun's brain that was flooded with hatred instantly regained its composure, and his crimson eyes that were flooded with killing intent became much clearer. He was hundreds of feet from the ground at the moment. He hadn't purposely refined his body, and without spiritual power to protect his body, he was afraid that he would be able to be thrown directly into meat paste if he just fell straight down like this. Just when he was a bit panicked, a voice suddenly came from his mind. Collect your mind and do not resist. Master. Hearing this voice, Yeling Yun's expression was delighted and he hurriedly did as he was told. The next moment, a strange consciousness took over his body. powerful and unfamiliar soul power surged within his body, and the suppressive force of the forbidden great formation was squeezed out of his body raw. His spiritual energy instantly recovered from its silence and rapidly increased. In the blink of an eye, he crossed over the foundation establishment stage perfection and reached the early Jiedan stage. The moment his body was about to hit the ground, it instantly stopped falling and hovered in midair. Seeing this scene, Wang Jianxiang's pupil shrank and his gaze went straight to the white jade ring on Yeling Yun's hand. There's that ring again. In the cold pool mystic realm, there was a bright flash of light on this ring, and Yeling Yun's strength increased dramatically. Just now, Yeling Yun's cultivation had clearly been successfully suppressed, and it was this ring again, with a flash of light, that allowed him to get rid of the suppressive power of the forbidden formation, and the power in this ring seemed to be even stronger than it was back then. Surprisingly, Yeling Yun's cultivation had directly increased from the late foundation establishment stage to the early Jiedan stage. What is hidden in this ring? Such a powerful treasure. If you can get. Thinking of this, Wang Jianxiang couldn't help but see a flash of light in his eyes. Just then, Yeling Yun suddenly looked over. I wonder if it's an illusion. Wang Jianxiang always felt that there was something wrong with Yeling Yun's eyes. In the past, when Yeling Yun looked at him, the coldness in his gaze was not concealed at all. Just now there was even more of an unquenchable hatred. However, at this moment, Yeling Yun's face was calm. The eyes that looked at him were incomparably indifferent, without the slightest fluctuation. It was as if an immortal were looking at a mortal, and as if a human were looking at an ant. It was a heartfelt contempt. It's like a different person. Wang Jianxiang couldn't understand how a person could suddenly have such a drastic change in temperament. Just as Wang Jianxiang frowned, Yeling Yun suddenly moved. He raised his palm and pointed it forward. A fingerprint broke through the air. Dharma, heaven and earth. The power of pure yang. Facing Yeling Yun, whose cultivation had skyrocketed to the early stage of Jiedan, Wang Jianxiang didn't dare to be the slightest bit careless and directly exploded into full strength. Boom! He blasted out with his fist, setting off a terrifying air explosion. Blast the fingerprints off, and the power of the fingerprints bursting open completely cancelled out the power of his punch. Ha! The power of flash? You're a tiny late-stage foundation establishment cultivator, but you have such powerful physical strength. A surprised voice came out from Yeling Yun's mouth. What made Wang Jianxiang a little surprised was that the voice did not belong to Yeling Yun. Instead, it was a melodious female voice. At this moment, he suddenly reacted. That ring itself didn't have the effect of increasing strength at all. What really allowed Yeling Yun to get rid of the array suppression and increase his strength by leaps and bounds was the person in the ring. A powerful woman hidden in a ring. Wang Jianxiang's heart jumped at the thought. To be able to forcefully resist the power of the forbidden grand formation, this woman's cultivation must be at least at the Yuaning stage. A flash of worry crossed his face at the thought. Immediately afterward he calmed down again. Nope. This woman was so powerful that her instincts directly appeared to destroy him. Since she didn't do it directly, but instead used Yeling Yun to make a move, it meant that she shouldn't be able to leave the ring, or leaving the ring would come at a great price. And although she had blocked the power of the forbidden grand formation, she had not been able to block it completely. Otherwise, Yeling Yun's cultivation would not be as simple as just raising to the early stage of Jiedan. Right at this moment, the indifferent female voice came again. Although your physical body is strong, you are unable to withstand me. If this is all you have, you won't be able to escape with your life from my hands today. Before the words left her mouth, she slowly raised her palm towards Wang Jianxiang and grabbed him. The temperature between heaven and earth plummeted. Endless ice crystals condensed and transformed into a large cold hand that slapped at Wang Jianxiang. The great hand has not yet descended. A terrifying chill had already invaded Wang Jianxiang. His physique that contained the power of 12,800 spirit lines couldn't even fully resist it and became stiff. Wang Jianxiang frowned. This woman has extremely strong means. Although it was only with the help of Yeling Yun's body, his cultivation was limited to the early stage of Jiedan. However, the strength she displayed far surpassed Yijinshan. It was obvious that he couldn't fight against the other party with the power he had today. However, he did not show the slightest hint of panic. The power of 12,800 spirit lines was not his limit. Since the power of 12,800 spirit lines wasn't enough, it would continue to get stronger. With a thought, he added a little divine ability point to the bankruptcy version of the Dharma Heavenly Elephant Earth. Ding! The degree of awakening of Dharma Heaven and Earth has increased. Bankruptcy version of FAT Ancien D, epic level. Can freely change body size, physical body enhancement after change. Current level of awakening is intermediate. Body change as well as increase, 2 times. Avatar points required for further awakening, 2. He had originally wanted to continue to raise the awakening level of the Dharma sky and earth, but immediately afterward, he changed his mind with a movement in his heart, adding all the remaining 3 avatar points to the power of pure yang. The awakening level of the power of pure yang instantly increased to advanced. Power of Pure Yang, Platinum level. A mouthful of pure Yang Qi, activated to enhance physical endurance as well as recovery speed. Current Awakening level advanced, boosted by 3 times. With the enhancement of the 2 divine abilities, Wang Jianxiang's size once again skyrocketed. The power also skyrocketed to 38,400 spirit marks of strength. His body shook. The frost on the surface of his body dispersed as much as possible. A punch out. The giant palm of cold ice instantly shattered. The terrifying fist force seemed to transform into a wave, directly sending Yeling Yun flying. At this moment, the indifference on Yeling Yun's face finally dissipated. In its place was a flash of shock. His expression instantly turned grave. You even hid your strength just now. Wang Jianxiang sneered and did not respond. Another punch slammed out. Yeling Yun pressed his palm forward and a wall of ice coalesced. The next moment, the ice wall shattered. Yeling Yun sprayed blood from his mouth and fell out again. Ling Yun, this sun's flesh is powerful. If I were in the outside world, I would be enough to burst out with the power of the Yuaning stage. Killing him would be easy. But now that I'm within this formation, my strength is suppressed and it's difficult to match him. If this continues, you and I will lose. Later on, when I explode my 5 origins to break through the formation, you need to seize the moment to escape immediately. Otherwise your life is in danger today. Chapter 100, Shameless Maniacs. Yeling Yun, who had been silent in the depths of the soul sea, was shocked when he heard the woman's voice. Master, your soul essence was only partially restored in the first place. It will hurt you a lot if you do that. There's no harm. As long as my soul essence is more than 30% intact, I won't fall into slumber, and it's not difficult to recover. The woman's voice came again. Yeling Yun's heart was relieved at his words. Ling Yun, get ready. I'm going to make my move. Outside, Yeling Yun, who was flying backwards, suddenly stopped his retreat and flew vertically high into the air. Wang Jianxiang raised an eyebrow at this. This area was covered by the boundary suppression formation and could not be left. What was Yeling Yun doing flying upwards? Instinctively, he felt it was best to stop Yeling Yun. With that thought, he leapt straight up. The power under his feet exploded and he shot out like a cannonball. Seeing that Wang Jianxiang's reaction was surprisingly fast, Yeling Yun's expression stared. On the white jade ring, a ball of light suddenly flew out and headed upwards. Next moment, a film of spiritual energy suddenly appeared from the void. Blast! As a cold female voice came out of Yeling Yun's mouth, the white light mass suddenly exploded. The force of the explosion impacted on the boundary suppression grand formation, and the boundary suppression grand formation trembled violently. A gaping hole less than a meter in diameter then cracked open. Ling Yun, rush out! After the woman blew up her soul essence, her soul was shaken and it was difficult for her to control Yeling Yun's body again for a short period of time. Yeling Yun instantly took over his body. It's about to burst through the gap. However, the next moment, his face changed instantly. Behind him, Wang Jianxiang had already caught up. Trying to run? Asked me? Wang Jianxiang laughed and slammed his fist out. The powerful fist energy set off a vast wave of air that swept towards Yeling Yun like a sky and earth. Yeling Yun's face instantly turned pale. Ling Yun, I'll block him. You go first. Just then, a wisp of white mist suddenly flew out from the ring on Yeling Yun's finger. It transformed into an overwhelming figure. Master! Yeling Yun couldn't help but cry out in shock. Get out of here. No need to mind me. The woman slapped her palm. A large ice crystal hand coalesced out like a large shield, deadening Wang Jianxiang's fist. Yeling Yun gritted his teeth fiercely and without any further hesitation, rushed straight out of the formation. The next moment, the gap in the formation healed. Boom! At the same time, the ice crystal hand shattered, and the remnants of the fist force directly sent the absolute woman flying. Wang Jianxiang couldn't fly because he couldn't use his spiritual energy. The power of one leap was exhausted, and he could not continue to pursue, so he could only give up his intention to take advantage of the opportunity to pursue the woman, and landed back on top of the ground, looking up at the woman. When he saw the woman's nearly perfect face, even he, who was used to seeing beautiful women, couldn't help but freeze. The woman stared at Wang Jianxiang equally closely. She didn't initiate the offense. This doppelganger of hers was only coalesced from 2 origins and had limited energy. If it was in the outside world, these 2 origins were enough to decapitate Wang Jianxiang. And now, she had to fight against the suppressive power of the grand formation. He could only barely burst out his cultivation at the early stage of Jiadan, and was completely unable to fight against the other party. However, she had already discovered that the great formation around her was made up of a combination of dual formations, in which the power of that ceiling formation was constantly draining away, obviously having a statute of limitations. If she could hold out until the grand formation automatically collapsed, her 2 costal sources would be preserved. You're trying to stall, aren't you? Just then, a voice that seemed to be laughing suddenly came. To be able to discover the flaws of the boundary suppressing grand formation so quickly, you have a keen sense of observation. worthy of being a Yuaning stage cultivator. The woman looked at Wang Jianxiang. The first stage of infancy? A flash of disdain flickered in the depths of her eyes. However, it did not retort, and even more so, it ignored Wang Jianxiang's intention to be silent. Seeing that the woman didn't say anything, Wang Jianxiang smiled and attacked the woman with all his might, making it clear that he wanted a quick battle. The woman sighed darkly and could only try to avoid colliding head-on with Wang Jianxiang. However, Wang Jianxiang's attack was too stiff, and even though she kept unloading the force with her superior means, she was still knocked backward, eventually falling to the ground. His power declined and he was finally unable to resist the suppression of the formation any longer. The power is silent. The strength is all but gone. She had just risen from the ground when a sound of breaking wind hit her, and Wang Jianxiang flashed out from in front of her. The formation still has about an hour before it dissipates. Your plan doesn't seem to be working. Wang Jianxiang looked at her with a smile. The woman just looked at Wang Jianxiang coldly, still not saying a word. Until this moment, her gaze was still condescending, like a high god looking at a mortal. This gaze made Wang Jianxiang a little uncomfortable. He frowned. A moment later, a wicked smile flashed across his face as his heart fluttered. I'm curious as to whether you're a soul body or a real body now. With that, he swept his gaze over her chest and raised his hand to grab it. In the next moment, the woman's haughty demeanor finally fell apart and turned into a rage. You're shameless. She covered her chest and retreated several steps, her beautiful eyes glaring at Wang Jianxiang as if she wanted to eat him up. Wang Jianxiang recalled the touch he had just felt, and his face was a little surprised. It can't really be the real thing, can it? He ignored the woman's angry look and with a flash of his body, he appeared in front of her once again. Reaching down, he was about to lift her skirt for a good inspection. The woman was alarmed, no longer caring about the heartache of these two origins of power. He panicked and self-destructed. Just the moment Wang Jianxiang's palm touched the hem of her skirt, the figure instantly collapsed into a roiling point of light. Gone. Not the real one? That's a shame. Wang Jianxiang shook his head regretfully, but remembering just now, there was some confusion. If it's not a real body, why does it feel like a real body to the touch? While Wang Jianxiang was defeating the woman's doppelganger, Yeling Yun had already rushed out of the crater and flew into the sky, escaping into the distance. Master, are you alright? It was only then that he finally breathed a sigh of relief and sent a message into the ring. The ring on his hand was extremely special. Only the master could use it, and he couldn't probe inside the ring. A short silence passed after his transmission entered the ring. A sigh came out. My doppelganger has been defeated, and those two origins are destined to be unrecoverable. Hearing the sigh, a flash of guilt flashed across Yeling Yun's face. Master, it is me who has caused you harm. No harm done. The woman's voice came again. Origin damage and then recovery is. Wasn't that how it came before? Anyway, halfway through the sentence, the woman's voice suddenly disappeared. Yeling Yun was stunned and a little worried. Master? His voice transmission entered the ring and waited for a moment without receiving the slightest response. He immediately became a bit anxious. Senior? What's wrong with you, Senior? As he shouted, the woman's voice finally came out again. Only at the moment, her voice was no longer calm as it had been in the past, but somewhat frantic. Shameless fanatic, I'll make you pay for it later. Chapter 101. Master, what's wrong with you? Yeling Yun froze. On weekdays, Master Teacher always had a bland, self-assured tone no matter what he encountered. It was as if nothing was too difficult to cause her mood swings. This was the first time he had heard such anger in his master's words. Hearing Yeling Yun's inquiry, the woman was silent. It was a moment before her voice came out again. It's fine. Yeling Yun opened his mouth. He always felt that something must have happened to his master, but he respected the master. The master has appeared since he was a teenager. There is no doubt about how much it has helped him. If it wasn't for the appearance of his master, he didn't know how many times he would have died, much less today. The master had been as kind to him as if he had been born again. He respected his master as if he were his own mother. Since his master's father didn't want to say anything, he didn't pursue the matter any further. Just then, the woman's voice came out of the ring again. Ling Yun, the Acacia sect cannot return. That spell you obtained in the Acacia sect's Flame Canyon earlier was extraordinary. With that spell, you can continuously raise your cultivation level and transform your physique into a fire spirit body just by constantly absorbing spirit fire. I happen to know a place that breeds spirit fire. Hearing his master's words, a look of surprise appeared on Yeling Yun's face. Following his master's instructions, he flew towards the place where the spirit fire was birthed. Underworld. Mu Lingshi and Wang Yuyao came behind Wang Jianxiang. Both women's gazes towards Wang Jianxiang were a bit odd. Wang Jianxiang's face did not change. I'm not looking at her to take advantage of her because she's pretty. I just want to make sure she's the real deal. After saying that, his palms came together and his 10 fingers pinched out several hand seals. The dozens of small flags that had transformed into a forbidden great formation manifested at once and were put away by him. With this forbidding array, unless someone was stronger than his physical strength, he was not afraid of anyone under the Yuaning stage. Only this formation does not have the effect of trapping the enemy, and needs to be used in conjunction with the trapping formation in order to maximize its power. He also had to find a way to acquire a trapped formation. After that, the three of them waited in place for some time before the power of the boundary-suppressing grand formation finally ran out. Instead of leaving directly, the three of them walked towards the deepest part of this underground world. When the three came to the end of this underground world, a blood-colored lake with a diameter of over 1,000 feet appeared in the trio sight. See this blood-colored lake? Mu Lingshi and Wang Yuyao changed color at the same time. The lake was surprisingly formed by blood. I'm afraid 1,000,000 people are not enough to form a lake of this size. How much killing has this Yi family done? This Yi family is simply more ferocious than the people of the devil sect. Wang Jianxiang cursed righteously, then came straight to the edge of the blood lake. After making a few hand seals, he punched a spiritual energy into the blood-colored lake. A large amount of blood chi immediately floated out of the vast blood-colored water and coalesced towards the sky above. It is? Seeing this, the two women looked at Wang Jianxiang suspiciously. Wang Jianxiang smiled. This is the method of condensing blood pills in the art of blood sacrifice. The blood chi of this place is so rich, it would be a bit too much of a waste to leave it unattended. The two women sniffed and were speechless for a while. Wang Jianxiang couldn't help but dryly cough at the sight. I'm not the same as Yi Zhinshan's old bastard. I belong to the passing hand. I actually heard after seeing this lake of blood. Stop it now. The corners of your mouth are splitting to the base of your ears. Mu Lingshi skimmed her mouth. Ha, yes? Wang Jianxiang hastily straightened his appearance. I don't blame him for being excited. The blood aura here is just too thick. He didn't care to use the blood elixir to cultivate though, but it didn't mean that everyone didn't want to use the blood dan to cultivate. There were many cultivators who were unable to break through the jidan stage. For those people, blood pills were treasures that could help them break through and renew their lives, more precious than anything else. For the blood pills, they would give anything. If all the blood in the entire blood lake was refined into blood pills, the value would be incalculable. Wang Jianxiang's refining of the blood pills continued for 10 days. 10 days later, the blood in the blood lake was completely consumed, while Wang Jianxiang had obtained a full 50 blood pills. Each blood dan contained an astonishing amount of blood chi that was enough to allow a successful foundation establishment cultivator to reach the jidan stage. Get rich! Wang Jianxiang happily put away the blood pills and inadvertently glanced at the lake that had dried up. It was found that there were hundreds of blood cocoons at the bottom of the amber. The vast majority of these blood cocoons had shattered, with only 5 still intact. As Wang Jianxiang saw the blood cocoon at the bottom of the lake, Mu Lingshi and Wang Yuyao sensed Wang Jianxiang's gaze and also looked over. Upon seeing the blood cocoon, the duo was stunned. What's that? Wang Jianxiang shook his head. Go over and take a look. After saying that, he took the lead and flew out. A moment later, he came to an intact blood cocoon. The palm of his hand tapped on the blood cocoon. Cut it out. The blood cocoon was unexpectedly fragile. Just a light tap, surprisingly the whole thing shattered open. In the next moment, the outer skin of the blood cocoon peeled off, and an unconscious figure was revealed from the blood cocoon. It's a middle-aged man. There wasn't the slightest bit of clothing on his body. His skin was white and somewhat sickly. His chi and blood were weakened to the extreme, and his vitality had already reached the brink of collapse. This man I know. Seeing this middle-aged man, Wang Yuyao spoke. His name is Lin Tao, a rather famous disciple of the inner sect. Lin Tao? Mu Lingshi's expression twitched. Didn't 3 waves of people take over the Blackwater City mission before us? The leader of the 3rd wave seems to be named Lin Tao. Hearing Mu Lingshi's words, Wang Jianxiang's gaze flashed as he slapped the remaining 4 blood cocoons again. After the 4 blood cocoons shattered, 3 men and 1 woman fell out of the blood cocoons. Wang Jianxiang's gaze directly skipped over the 3 males and landed on the female. This woman who fell out of the blood cocoon was none other than Su Yutong. Wang Jianxiang sized up Su Yutong for a moment, then suddenly raised his eyebrows and walked over to Su Yutong's side. Reaching out, he probed, Tisk's king under his breath. Worthy of being one of the 3 beauties of the outer sect back then, the material is really enough. As Wang Jianxiang became more and more excessive, Su Yutong suddenly opened her eyes and looked at Wang Jianxiang with a face full of shame. What? Don't you like pretending to be unconscious? Keep pretending? Wang Jianxiang hemmed and hawed. Don't look at me like that. I'm your savior. It's not too much to charge some interest, right? Su Yutong looked at Wang Jianxiang angrily. You're holding a favor hostage. Wang Jianxiang bristled. Yeah, I'm not your father. Why should I save you unconditionally? Su Yutong's face stagnated. Wang Jianxiang hemmed and hawed and continued. Just say if you want to return the favor. If you don't want to return the favor, the big deal is that I'm stuffing you back in. Su Yutong's face changed color for a while. It's not a good place to be inside that blood cocoon. as long as the blood sacrifice formation here was not removed. Once it was stuffed back into the blood cocoon, the only remaining blood chi in her body would be completely sucked out, and she would eventually turn into a puddle of blood like those in the shattered blood cocoons, flowing into the lake of blood. Thinking about it, she finally recognized the reality. Yes, I will repay you. With that, she looked at Mu Lingshi and Wang Yuyo behind Wang Jianxiang and pleaded, can it not be here? Yes, but you have to swear with your own Dao heart to do so, Wang Jianxiang said. When Su Yutong heard this, she gritted her teeth and swore with her Dao heart as Wang Jianxiang requested. Seeing her finish her oath, Wang Jianxiang smiled. Immortal cultivators' vows can't be taken casually, especially swear by the heart of the word. Once you violate it, you are bound to form a demon in your mind, with serious consequences. Therefore he wasn't worried that Su Yutong would back out. He got up and looked at Wang Yuyo. Give her a piece of clothing. Wang Yuyo nodded and casually threw her a piece of clothing. Can you move? Right? Do you need me to help you put it on? No need. Su Yutong was startled and climbed up from the ground with great difficulty, looking at Wang Jianxiang with some embarrassment. Can you evade for a while? No. Wang Jianxiang shook his head, his eyes glaring a little wider instead. Chapter 102, Su Tong. From now on, call him Uncle Wang. A few moments later, Wang Jianxiang finished observing. With intent, he withdrew his gaze. Let's go. Senior brother Wang. Where are they? Wang Yuyo pointed at the remaining four. They've lost too much blood chi, and they won't survive if they're not replenished in time to save them. Wang Jianxiang shook his head. Wang Yuyo understood at the words and didn't ask again. Didn't you happen to get quite a few blood pills? However, Mu Lingshi's somewhat insensitive voice sounded immediately after. Wang Jianxiang glared at her, his finger poking her glossy forehead. Are you stupid? That's my private property. How can I just take it out to save these insignificant people? Wouldn't that be a waste? Wastefulness is shameful, you know? Oh. Mu Lingshi came to a sudden realization, and then looked at Su Yutong in confusion. Your cultivation is obviously the lowest among these people. How come you have the least loss of blood chi? Su Yutong's face stagnated and she shook her head. I don't know. Wang Jianxiang skimmed his lips at the sight. Needless to say, she's Yeling Yun's childhood friend. That old man Yixinshan must have shown her mercy for Yeling Yun's sake. Su Yutong fell silent, her face complex, not knowing what she was thinking. For her part, Nilingxi was dazed for a moment. After that, Wang Jianxiang destroyed the blood sacrifice formation within the blood lake and left this underground world with a few people. They didn't return to the sect directly. The information on this mission was skewed, and there were no devil sect cultivators in Blackwater City at all. He needed to make a trip to the Su clan to have Su Tong, the head of the Su clan, resubmit the information once more as a basis for them to complete their mission. 1 hour later, a group of 4 people returned to the Su family. Su Tong was overjoyed when he saw that Su Yutong had been rescued. There was a burst of thousand thanks to Wang Jianxiang. Finally, he looked at Su Yutong with a sighing expression. Yutong, it's a blessing for you to have made 3 such righteous friends. Su Yutong, seeing that Su Yutong was a bit confused, Su Tong lamented. 3 of them had come to the Su family the other day and said that they were your close friends, so I told them about your disappearance. I didn't realize that the 3 of you were so attached to you that they immediately went looking for you. Friends? Su Yutong couldn't help but look at Wang Jianxiang, even more confused. Wang Jianxiang smiled. We didn't say that. It's just that family master Su's guess was accurate. Hearing Wang Jianxiang flattering himself, Su Tong smiled and lamented. Little brother is really a talented man. If not for Yutong's marriage contract, Mr. Su would have wanted to climb high. A marriage contract? Wang Jianxiang looked at Su Yutong thoughtfully. Yes, when my daughter was young, she was once betrothed to Yeling Yun of the Yi family. Su Tong smiled and nodded. That child Ling Yun is also in the Acacia sect. You guys should know each other as well, right? Quite familiar. Wang Jianxiang smiled. Su Tong nodded and continued. Yutong and Ling Yun have been close since childhood, and the 2 of them are very satisfied with the marriage contract, and according to the agreement, the 2 of them will be organizing a dual cultivation ceremony the year after next. You and Yutong are all close friends, so be sure to come and drink a cup of wedding wine then. Father, don't say that. Su Yutong was already somewhat unable to listen, and her bashful face turned red. Look, this girl is still shy on it. Su Tong laughed out loud. No. Su Yutong was a bit anxious, but for a moment she didn't know how to speak. Wang Jianxiang looked at Su Yutong with a smirk, then looked at Su Tong, smilingly saying, Su family master, I'm afraid we won't be able to drink the wedding wine. What? No time? That's right, you great sect disciples. Cultivation is most important. You can't delay it. It's Mr. Su who is being abrupt. Sutton expressed understanding. Wang Jianxiang laughed and shook his head. This is something that Su family master thought wrong. I'm afraid that the Yi family will be completely removed from the Blackwater City in a while. so I wouldn't mind drinking a cup of wedding wine if Family Master Su isn't afraid of being implicated. Hearing Wang Jianxian's words, Su Tong was shocked. What makes you say that, little brother? Wang Jianxian smiled, spoke out what the Yi family had done. After hearing Wang Jianxian's words, Su Tong was completely dumbfounded. It turns out that there are no devil sect disciples in Blackwater City at all, and this is all the work of the Yi family. It was only after a while that Su Tong finally came back from his shock. To Wang Jianxian, he smiled bitterly. It turns out that I was deceived by Yi Jinshan, so little brother is laughing. Wang Jianxian shook his head. It's not Su family master's fault, and subsequently, we have to trouble Su family master to re-upload the truth to the Acacia sect. Mr. Su understands. Su Tong nodded. Oh, right. Dare I ask the Su family master about your girth? Wang Jianxiang suddenly said. Su Tong froze, a little puzzled, but still truthfully said. Mr. Su is 108 years old this year. Wang Jianxiang smiled at his words. In that case, Su family master can just call me by my name or old brother Wang. The title of little brother is a bit too young for Mr. Wang to be comfortable with. Su Tong froze. How old is little Wang old brother? 102 years old. Hearing Wang Jianxiang's age, Su Tong froze. So big. Previously, after he heard about the Yi family, he was still prepared to set Yutong up with this person. Hearing Wang Jianxiang's age instantly dispelled the idea. 100 years old and only at the foundation establishment stage. What can you expect in the future? Whether or not he could break through the Jedan stage was still unknown. Yutong was only in her early 20s and had already built her foundation. Becoming a Jedan powerhouse in the future was on the cards. This man is not good enough for Yutong. No way. Yutong was so pretty, there was no way he wouldn't get ideas. Gotta find a way to block his back. When he thought of this, his heart moved and he apologized and looked at Wang Jianxiang. So old brother Wang is 102 years old. It's Mr. Su who is being abrupt. Elder brother Wang has saved Yutong's life. If elder brother Wang doesn't mind, the two of us will call ourselves brothers in the future. Old brother Su is joking. Mr. Wang is happy to do so. Wang Jianxiang smiled. Elder brother Wang is refreshing. With that, he beckoned to Su Yutong. Yutong, no matter how you were with elder brother Wang in the past, from now on, you have to address elder brother Wang as uncle when you see him. Got it? Su Yutong froze. How did this situation change so quickly? In the blink of an eye, Wang Jianxiang has become her uncle. What are you waiting for? Why don't you hurry over and call Uncle Wang? When Su Tong saw Su Yutong dazed, he immediately chided out. Su Yutong came back to her senses with a pang of embarrassment. Wang Jianxiang just smiled and watched the scene without opening his mouth. What's the matter? You've grown up. You've got hardened wings? You don't even listen to what I say anymore, do you? Seeing that Su Yutong still didn't open her mouth, Su Tong's face turned red with anger. Father, it's not me. Su Yutong looked at her father and saw that he looked like he wouldn't stop. With a dark sigh, he chose to obey after all. Pretty face reddened to look at Wang Jianxiang, half a day to hold out two words. Wang uncle. Seeing my daughter finally call out those two words, Su Tong smiled at once, and the big stone that had been hanging in his heart finally fell to the ground. Darkly pleased, my daughter is calling you uncle. If you have some face, you can't hit on my daughter, can you? Chapter 103, the time has come. After a moment of dark self-satisfaction, Su Tong smiled and looked at Wang Jianxiang. Elder brother Wang, you guys went out of your way to save Yutong, so you should already be tired, right? Wang Jianxiang nodded. Indeed, I'm a bit tired. Su Tong sniffed and looked at Su Yutong. Yutong, why don't you quickly go and arrange a few guest rooms for your uncle Wang and the others? Father, I'm a bit uncomfortable, or else let the subordinates make the arrangements. Su Yutong's expression was somewhat resistant. How can you let an underling go? Su Tong said angrily. Wouldn't that be neglecting your uncle Wang? Saying that, he glared at Su Yutong. Why don't you hurry up? Su Yutong could only nod her head in agreement. She glanced at Wang Jianxiang. Wang Jianxiang happened to look over with a smile. As if she had read the meaning in Wang Jianxiang's eyes, she stiffened as if she had received an electric shock. Soon after, Su Yutong arranged a room for each of the three Wang Jianxiang. Wang Jianxiang gave a wink to Mu Lingshi and Wang Yuyo, who skimmed their mouths and each went into the house. Only Wang Jianxiang and Su Yutong were left standing in front of an empty room. Wang Jianxiang looked at Su Yutong with a smile. Now, it's time for you to repay me. Su Yutong sniffed, her face somewhat hesitant. Seeing this, Wang Jianxiang was not in the least bit anxious and said lightly, but you have already sworn with your Dao heart, so if you are not afraid of being subjected to the backlash of the heart demon, I don't really care. Su Yutong's face changed. In the path of immortal cultivation, heart demons are a big no-no. Who dares to say that he is not afraid of the backlash of his mind? She walked into the room of her own accord, silver teeth clenched. One day later, the weak Su Yutong stumbled away. Wang Jianxiang walked out of the room refreshed and was about to go out to walk the birds when he suddenly ran into Su Yutong. Elder brother Wang, looking at your complexion, you should have rested quite well yesterday, right? Wang Jianxiang smiled. Quite good, just rest up. Su Yutong nodded, then asked, has elder brother Wang seen Yutong? This girl was not in her room early in the morning, and I don't know where she went. When Wang Jianxiang heard this, he was surprised. Elder brother Su didn't run into Yutong? She just left my room, so it's to look for old brother Wang. That's a relief for me. Su Yutong revealed a dawning look, then grunted. This girl is really something too, coming to disturb old brother Wang's rest so early in the morning. I'll be sure to give her a good lecture later on. Elder brother Su doesn't have to be too polite. Wang Jianxiang shook his head. Yutong, this child knows how to work and is capable. I can't wait to like her. How could I dislike her for being intrusive? Elder brother Wang, just spoil her. Su Yutong shook his head. After climbing with Wang Jianxiang for a while longer, he hurriedly walked towards Su Yutong's room. After Su Yutong returned to her residence, she felt like her entire body was falling apart, and was about to rest when her father's voice suddenly came from outside the door. It was all she could do to brace herself to get up and open the door. Yutong, father has to instruct you on one thing. Su Yutong immediately closed the door as soon as he entered the room and looked at Su Yutong with a serious face. Su Yutong was stunned. What is it? I just ran into Wang Jianxiang and heard him say that you went to him early in the morning. You've only just reached the foundation establishment stage in your early 20s. Your future is bright. You can't get too close to that Wang Jianxiang. He's caught up to my age, and he's still only a foundation stage. He doesn't deserve you. Hearing her father's words, Su Yutong was speechless for a while. Her father's meaning was evident to her yesterday, but what the father did was a little too shallow and childish. Just like calling Wang Jianxiang a brother and making her call him Uncle Wang. It might be useful for people who want to save face, but for Wang Jianxiang, not only did it not produce the slightest effect, but on the contrary, it increased the interest of the other side, didn't let her suffer much. Of course, she naturally couldn't tell her father about this. She nodded a little heartily. I know. Wang Jianxiang stayed in Su's house for a total of 7 days. 7 days later, after bidding farewell to Su Yutong, he, Mu Lingshi, and Wan Yuyo set off on their journey back to the clan. As for Su Yutong, these days increasingly emaciated, Su Yutong worried that her body did not recuperate, proposed to let her hide at home to recuperate for a period of time. In response, Wang Jianxiang did not force himself. Su Yutong was like being pardoned. 2 days later, Wang Jianxiang and the three of them returned to the sect. Since Su Yutong had already reported the actual facts of Blackwater City, the three of them quickly finished handing over their tasks. As for the rewards, Mullingar Creek couldn't see it. Wang Jianxiang simply gave all the rewards to Wan Yuyo. After getting the spirit stone, Wan Yuyo left happily. However, Mu Lingshi didn't leave, but looked at Wang Jianxiang pitifully. Senior brother Wang, aren't you forgetting something? Wang Jianxiang's heart stirred and smiled as he rubbed his arm. Oops, senior brother, I'm a bit tired. Quickly help senior brother to rest. Mu Lingshi was instantly happy when she heard this, hugging Wang Jianxiang's shoulders and sending him all the way back to his place, then walked into the small courtyard with Wang Jianxiang. 12 hours later, Mu Lingshi's face was pale, but her face had a look of joy on it, and she left happily. Inside the attic, Wang Jianxiang sat in the alchemy room, the perfect Xian Yuan Dan formula floating in his mind. A frown creased his brow. The perfect Xian Yuan Dan was an ancient Dan formula. One of the main medicines is not available in the Hall of Internal Affairs. Just as Wang Jianxiang was pondering whether or not to leave the sect and go around in the nearby marketplace, a red-skirted figure suddenly appeared in the house. Wang Jianxiang was shocked, but when he saw who was coming, he relaxed again. Elder Yan, what brings you here? He was a little surprised. Yan Xingxuan's appearance was so sudden that the formation outside the courtyard did not even fluctuate in the slightest. This life of yours is really colorful. Yan Xingxian looked at Wang Jianxiang with a wry smile. Although that girl Mu Lingshi is very smart, she has been too well protected since she was a child, and is very simple in some things. You're bullying her so much. If her little aunt finds out, aren't you afraid of being beaten to death? Wang Jianxiang's face stiffened. What does Elder Yan mean by that? How come I can't understand some of it? Playing dumb with me, huh? Yan Xingxian laughed. Sometimes I also admire this serious shamelessness of yours. You don't have to pretend. I've been secretly watching you all this time. Wang Jianxiang's brows instantly furrowed as he sniffed. You followed me? Wrong. I was ordered by my master to protect you in secret all this time. Yan Xingxian shook her head. Protect me? Wang Jianxiang was a bit skeptical. I've only met with Elder Shangguan once. Would Elder Shangguan value me so highly? Yan Xingxian smiled. Because you have enough value. Wang Jianxiang frowned and thought. Yan Xingxian laughed as she continued. You don't think that the reason why Senior Master went to bat for you last time and treated you kindly was because of Senior Sister's face, do you? As a matter of fact, the relationship between Senior Sister and Master Teacher is not very good. One could even say it's very stiff. The reason why Senior treated you so well is because Senior Sister told Senior Sister about your skill in alchemy in order to protect you. And your alchemy skills happen to be extremely useful to Master's plan. Wang Jianxiang's gaze flickered. Since your master asked you to secretly protect me, you should not want me to know about this, so why are you talking to me about this? Yan Xingxuan's face turned serious as she sniffed. Because the time has come. Chapter 104, The Inhuman Yuaning Stage. What time? Hearing Yan Xingxuan's headless words, Wang Jianxiang frowned. Yan Xingxian stared at Wang Jianxiang and said with a grave expression, the time to overthrow the Hahuan ancestor. For this Hahuan sect to change the sky. Hearing Yan Xingxuan's words, Wang Jianxiang's heart jumped. Yan Xingxian sensed Wang Jianxiang's fluctuating emotions, glanced at him, and sighed. In the eyes of many, we inner sect elders are all glamorous and hold heavy power in our hands. Who would have thought that we are nothing more than a group of slaves who can't help themselves? This person, old Acacia ancestor, has a strong desire for power and is extremely suspicious. Ever since he took charge of the Acacia sect, all cultivators who have reached the Jidan stage have to go to the Yinyan Hall. Wang Jianxiang looked puzzled. What is the Yinyan Temple? The name is unfamiliar. In all the years he had been in the sect, he had never heard of such a place in the Acacia sect. Yan Qingxian explained. The Yinyan Hall is located in the Acacia sect's Forbidden Land and is a powerful magic treasure. This treasure can topple soul cards and control people's lives and deaths. Once you are topped off with a soul plate, life and death will be at the whim of Elder Acacia. Wang Jianxian's eyes widened. That means that all the Jidan stage cultivators within the sect have been controlled. It's not just the Jidan stage. Even the Yuaning stage as well as some foundation establishment stage geniuses can't escape being controlled. Yan Qingxian sighed. Just like Senior Sister, she was also once asked to enter the Yinyan Hall, only to be delayed by her master. Later on, when Elder Acacia failed to make a breakthrough and closed his doors, he couldn't care less about all this, and only then did Senior Sister manage to be spared. Yan Xingxuan's words seemed like a thunderbolt ringing out, causing Wang Jianxiang's pupils to shrink. Immediately afterward, he frowned again. Since old Acacia ancestor can determine your lives and deaths with a single thought, wouldn't it be suicidal to make an enemy of him again? Yan Xingxuan's expression became stern as she sniffed. Normally, there is no chance for us to roll over, but 120 years ago the old ancestor of Hushuan failed to impact the transformation god, and his foundation was severely damaged, and since then he has been in seclusion to recover until today. The connection between the Yinyan Hall and him has become much weaker due to the fact that it has not been able to be nourished by his spiritual energy for a long time. It just so happens to give us the opportunity to break the situation. As long as we break the Yinyan Hall before he reacts, we will be able to get out of control. Now my master and I have found a way to break the Yinyan Hall. The only point lacking today is that the power to deal with old Acacia ancestor after breaking the Yinyan Hall is still lacking. Although old Acacia ancestor's foundation was damaged and failed to recover, but after all, he was once a Yuaning stage perfection cultivator, so it's hard to fight against it with just one person. Master, therefore, I must break through to the Yuaning stage before I start the operation, and it would undoubtedly be the best result if Senior Sister could break through as well. And we don't have much time left. We must act in a maximum of 10 years. Otherwise if old Acacia ancestor emerges, everything will be too late. With that, she stared at Wang Jianxiang and said sincerely, so, we need your help. Wang Jianxiang shrugged. I also want to help. But my current Dan Dao cultivation is only at the second rank advanced level, and I don't have any advanced Dan formula, so how can I help? The Dan formula my master will provide for you. As for the Dan Dao cultivation, Yan Xingxian looked at Wang Jianxiang with a wry smile. Don't you have a secret method that allows you to break through quickly? Don't you even told your master teacher about this? Wang Jianxiang's eyes glared. Yan Xingxian smiled. The success or failure of this plan will determine the survival of our lineage. The matter is of great importance. Senior Sister does not dare to hide it. Speaking here, her voice lurched. Elder Sister and I can both help you cultivate the secret method. Can you raise your Dan Dao cultivation to the third rank advanced within 5 years? What? Can't you? Yan Xingxuan's complexion suddenly became a bit tense. Without the third order perfection pill, there was not the slightest possibility of her trying to break through to the Yuaning stage within 10 years. The success of the program will also be minimized. Wang Jianxiang nodded. The stronger the object of my secret method of dual cultivation, the faster the cultivation will be raised. If it's only you and your Senior Sister, it's very difficult to reach the third rank advanced within 5 years. If you add your master's father to help you, then the possibility of a breakthrough will be greater. Yan Xingxuan's expression became odd as she heard this. How dare you hit on a Yuaning stage cultivator? Don't want to die? Forget it if you don't want to. I'm doing this for your consideration. Wang Jinxiang snapped. Yan Xingxian shook her head. It's not that she's unwilling, but she's afraid that you won't be able to bear it. What do you mean? Wang Jinxiang bristled. Aren't Yuaning stage cultivators also human? Can they still eat people? Yuaning stage cultivators don't eat people. But you're right about one thing. Yuaning stage cultivators you don't really count as people anymore. Yan Xingxian smiled and continued. Yuaning stage cultivators that are powerful existences that have passed through the lightning tribulation. Their flesh has undergone the baptism of the tribulation lightning and has long since detached itself from the mortal body. And it is not something that a mortal body can desecrate. Is that all? Wang Jianxiang smiled carelessly at his words. No matter, I have confidence in myself. Yuaning cultivators are not human, but he's not your average man, he's a man with a gift. So confident? Yan Xingxian couldn't help but smile as she remembered all the sights she had seen when she was secretly protecting Wang Jianxiang. This guy does have some abilities. He shouldn't lose his life if he just tries it, so let him suffer some pain. Thinking of this, she nodded. Since that's the case, then I'll go and confer with my master. 1 hour later, a strong pressure appeared at first, and a figure suddenly appeared. Wang Jinxiang was startled, then relaxed again and gave a respectful cupped fist to the visitor. Greetings to the Supreme Elder. No need to be polite when you're a member of your own family. Shangguan Yuro smiled warmly and gently waved her hand. Worthy of being a Yuan-ing big brother, doing things was quite straightforward. There were no more words with Wang Jianxiang at all, after which he directly entered the topic. After tea, Shangguan Yuro walked out of Wang Jianxiang's small courtyard with a calm demeanor. Inside the loft, Wang Jianxiang's face was pale as he held onto the wall, straining to sit on a soft chair as a bitter smile appeared on his face. It had been a long time since he had experienced this kind of extreme speed since he had built his foundation. Just then, a jade pendant at his waist flashed with light. Wang Jianxiang looked at the jade pendant, and with a thought, opened the prohibition outside the courtyard. A few moments later, Yan Xingxian appeared inside the attic, smiling as she looked at the weak-faced Wang Jianxiang. How was it? I didn't lie to you, did I? Wang Jianxiang let out a bitter smile. Worthy of being a Yuaning stage cultivator, I indeed can't hold it. It's better for you and your senior sister to help me cultivate next. After that, Wang Jianxiang made another request to Yan Xingxian. That was to help him find the medicinal ingredients to refine the perfect Xian Yuan Dan. Yan Xingxian agreed readily. Yan Xingxian had Shangguan Yuro's help. Looking for the medicinal materials to refine Xian Yuan Dan was not too easy, and in just 3 days he had found him 500 copies. After that, Wang Jianxiang officially began his journey of seclusion. Chapter 105, Third Order Advanced. Next time, Wang Jianxiang received Yan Xingxian and Dongyu, who reported to work on time every day, while refining Xian Yuan Dan. Soon after, all the herbs were exhausted and 500 perfect Xian Yuan Dan were obtained. After that, he sent a message to Wang Yuyo and called her over. After giving Wang Yuyo some perfect Xian Yuan Dan, he pondered for a moment and said, Yuyo, I have a method that can help you improve your root bones, but this law is a matter of great importance. You must keep it a secret. Wang Yuyo was shocked at his words. Root bones were fixed at birth, and she had never heard of a method to enhance them in this world. The gravity of the situation was suddenly clear. His face turned serious. Don't worry, senior brother Wang, I won't tell anyone. Wang Jianxiang nodded. Alright then, let's get started. Just as Wang Yuyo was full of anticipation and ready to wait for Wang Jianxiang to cast the spell, she was suddenly pulled towards the inner room by Wang Jianxiang. He couldn't help but be a bit stunned. This can raise the root bone? How come it didn't work so many times before? That's because I'm not firing. 12 hours later, although Wang Yuyo was exhausted, she was very happy, because her roots had really improved. Although senior brother Wang's secret method didn't transform her triple spirit root physique into a double spirit root physique, it did make her spirit root purer. The speed of cultivation was already not the least bit weaker than a dual spirit root. In a sense, this type of enhancement was much stronger than directly upgrading her to a dual spirit root. Alright, go back and cultivate, and strive to break through to foundation establishment perfection as soon as possible. Wang Jianxiang looked at Wang Yuyo who was looking uplifted and smiled. Wang Yuyo nodded heavily and left happily. Wang Jianxiang, on the other hand, continued his seclusion. Now that the perfect Xian Yuan Dan had been refined, he was prepared to raise his cultivation to foundation establishment perfection as soon as possible. In the next few hours, Wang Jianxiang became extraordinarily busy. Every day, Yan Xingxian and Dongyu would come together to help him enhance his Dan Dao cultivation. From time to time, Wang Yuyo and Mu Lingshi would also come to him to discuss cultivation. On top of that, he had to raise his cultivation and refine pills. Busy, though a little busier, but organized. The great law of time management has been put to good use by him. The time wobbles. 2 years have flown by. After spending hundreds of perfect Xian Yuan Dan, Wang Jianxiang's cultivation finally reached the perfection of foundation establishment stage. In the meantime, Wang Yuyao's cultivation had similarly reached the perfection of foundation establishment stage. It allowed Wang Jianxiang's divine power points, golden attribute points and silver attribute points to increase by 1 point each. Attribute points, on the other hand, were increased by 200 points at once. Mu Lingxi owed more and more debts and had not been able to pay them off until now, but her cultivation had reached the foundation establishment stage completion with the support of Wang Jianxiang's pills. Noteworthy. I don't know if it's because of the day-to-day or something else. When Mu Lingxi's cultivation broke through to the late stage of foundation establishment, her good and evil value towards Wang Jianxiang also reached full value. Therefore, when she broke through the foundation establishment stage perfection realm, she also brought a reward for Wang Jianxiang. Now Wang Jianxiang's avatar points had reaccumulated to 3 points. The golden attribute points had reached 7 points. Silver attribute points have also reaccumulated to 4. The number of attribute points had reached 4,980 after 2 years of alchemy accumulation and the stacking of rewards from the two women's breakthroughs. As for the talent avatar extraction opportunity that he got when he cured the Mu Lingxi attribute box, he hadn't had the time to extract it yet. It's about time. It was early in the morning. Wang Jianxiang looked at Dong Yu and Yin Xingxian, who walked out of the room full of fatigue and decided to raise his Dan Dao cultivation. He had gotten too close to Dong Yu Yin Xingxian and had long since been labeled as a member of their lineage. Whether it was to protect Dong Yu and Yin Xingxian or to prevent himself from being liquidated, he had to help their lineage achieve victory in this heavenly exchange program. Just as he was about to add to his Dan Dao, a sudden movement occurred in his mind. Turning to the golden attribute points, the 1 year of austerity represented by 1 attribute point is calculated based on one's current talent. Would the effect of attribute points become better if one's talent increased? Thinking of this, he directly added 5 golden attribute points on top of the root bones. A cool air current suddenly swept through his body. His body instantly underwent an inexplicable metamorphosis, and his sense of heaven and earth aura instantly became clearer. Wang Jianxiang's eyes lit up, and he then began to add attribute points to the top of the Dan Dao. After adding 200 attribute points, his Dan Dao cultivation level jumped from second order advanced to third order advanced. It really works. Wang Jianxiang's eyes lit up. With his original talent, 200 attribute points would be good enough to allow him to break through from second order advanced to third order. And now, it even directly made his Dan Dao cultivation reach the third rank advanced level. The effect had increased by more than 1 times. After following Wang Jianxiang out of the room, Dong Yu and Yin Xingxian did not directly leave as they did on previous days. The two looked at each other. Dong Ro nodded, then looked at Wang Jianxiang. Wang Jianxiang, to what extent has your Dan Dao cultivation been raised nowadays? Both she and Yin Xingxian trusted Wang Jianxiang so much that they had never inquired about Wang Jianxiang's cultivation progress during these 2 years. Just a helping hand. However, the matter of the heavenly exchange program is very important, and as the 5-year period approaches, they are also a bit impatient. Upon hearing Dong Yu's inquiry, Wang Jianxiang's consciousness pulled out of his mind. Looking towards Dong Yu, he smiled. It's quite a coincidence that you're asking. Just now, my Dan Dao cultivation has broken through to the third rank advanced level. So fast. Didn't you say before that it would take 5 years at the earliest to break through? Upon hearing Wang Jianxiang's words, Dong Yu and Yin Xingxian both revealed a look of surprise. Wang Jianxiang coughed dryly and said without moving, "That was the original plan. But I also didn't expect that cultivating with you two at the same time could have an additional bonus. The rate of improvement is beyond my expectations." The two women sniffed and didn't think much of it. At the moment, their heads were filled with surprise at Wang Jianxiang's early breakthrough. The sooner Wang Jianxiang made a breakthrough, the more hope they would have for their plan. Now that it was a full 3 years earlier, leaving ample time for them to make a breakthrough, the success rate of their plan could definitely be greatly improved. The Dan formula has long been prepared by Master. When will you start refining it? Want to take a break? Surprised, Yin Xingxian hurriedly inquired. No harm done. Wang Jianxiang shook his head. I'm so energized right now. Even if we have to do it again, it won't be a problem. Yin Xingxian and Dong Yu blushed at the same time. You wait, we'll go find Master to get you the Dan formula right now. The two women had just left for a short while before Shangguan Yuro hurried over. You've become a third-ranked senior Dan Master? She looked at Wang Jianxiang with some disbelief. Wang Jianxiang nodded, then shook his head regretfully. Unfortunately, for this breakthrough, I have overdrawn too much of my potential. I'm afraid that it will be difficult for me to become a fourth-ranked Dan Master in the future. Shangguan Yuro sniffed inside. You've made such a great sacrifice for us. I'll make it up to you in the future. Wang Jianxiang's heart was delighted at his words. It's true that the baby that cries gets milk. This chew wasn't called for nothing. After that, Shangguan Yuro took out 3 jade slips and handed them to Wang Jianxiang. A deep look at him, These 3 jade slips contain 3 pairs of Dan formulas, which are the Jade Spirit Dan of the low 3rd rank, the Yuan Ling Violet Heart Dan of the middle 3rd rank, and the Infant Transformation Dan of the high 3rd rank. Shenner has already told you what she should have told you, so I'll cut the crap. Anyway please. Chapter 106 Uncle Wang. I've thought it over. After that, Shangguan Yuro gave Wang Jianxiang another storage bag and left. Wang Jianxiang checked the storage bag. It was found to be filled with medicinal herbs, all of which were used to refine the Jade Spirit Pill, Yuan Ling Purple Heart Pill and Infant Transformation Pill. Among them, the herbs for refining the Yuan Ling Dan took up more than 70%. Those who refined the Yuan Ling Purple Heart Pill took up 29%. The herbs used to refine the Infant Transformation Pill were the most precious, and there were only 20 of them in total. After that, his attention fell back to the 3 jade sketches. Ding! Inferior Dan formula detected. Optimizing and upgrading the Dan formula will consume 500 cultivation points. Is it optimized and upgraded? Ding! Inferior Dan formula detected. Optimizing and upgrading the Dan formula will consume 800 cultivation points. Is it optimized and upgraded? Ding! Inferior Dan formula detected. Optimizing and upgrading the Dan formula will consume 1000 cultivation points. Is it optimized and upgraded? In his head, the system's prompt came. Yes. Ding! The optimization and upgrade was successful. The Jade Spirit Pill Dan formula has been optimized and upgraded to a perfect Jade Spirit Pill Dan formula. Ding! Optimization and upgrading is successful. The Yuan Ling Purple Heart Pill formula has been optimized and upgraded to the complete Yuan Ling Purple Heart Pill formula. Ding! The optimization and upgrade was successful. The Infant Transformation Dan formula has been optimized and upgraded to the perfect Infant Transformation Dan formula. In 3 successive mechanical-like sounds, all 3 third-order pills were optimized and upgraded to perfect pills. After that, he came to the alchemy furnace and started refining. 3 months later, in total, Wang Jianxiang had refined 200 Jade Spirit Pills, 100 Yuan Ling Purple Heart Pills and 10 Infant Transformation Pills. When Shangguan Yuro was called and saw these pills, couldn't help but stare. The fact that Wang Jianxiang was able to refine perfect pills was something she had prepared for, but she had not expected the rate of pills to be so high. It was 30% more than she expected. She didn't realize that Wang Jianxiang had only consumed half of the herbs to refine these pills. Otherwise, I'm afraid I'd be even more surprised. Of course, this was something Wang Jianxiang wasn't prepared to tell her. Shangguan Yuro still had to distribute the pills and there were still many things to arrange. After getting the elixir without staying longer, he quickly left in a hurry. After she left, Wang Jianxiang prepared to go out for a walk. After being in seclusion for so long, it was time to properly relax. Cultivation is about relaxation. The main thing is that chicks are getting bored. Walking through the inner gate and looking at the peaceful scene around him, Wang Jianxiang could not help but sigh a little. Who would have thought that underneath this peaceful situation there is already a dark current? I'm afraid that most of the Jedan cultivators don't know the details of it, not to mention these outer disciples. Elder brother Wang. Just then, a laugh came from behind him. Wang Jianxiang turned around to look at the sound, and a familiar figure walked up. Elder brother Yi. The visitor was none other than Wang Jianxiang's good brother, Yi Fan. Ha! Old brother made another breakthrough. Yi Fan saw Wang Jianxiang's current cultivation level at a glance and his eyes lit up. Congratulations old brother. It all relies on Elder Dong's help only. Wang Jianxiang smiled. Hearing the title Elder Dong, Yi Fan could not help but sigh. Why? Does old brother Yi seem to have something on his mind? Wang Jianxiang said with concern. AI. Old brother. I won't hide it from you. Old brother. I am indeed a bit confused right now. Yi Fan sighed. I did see Yuer a few times since she formed the Dan, but she seems to have gotten even colder towards me. Elder brother Yi doesn't have to be confused. Wang Jianxiang shook his head. There's a saying in my old family, as long as you have perseverance, an iron pestle grinds into a needle. As long as you have patience and lick well, sooner or later, Elder Dong will see how good you are. Yi Fan froze. That's not right in your old family. Isn't it simple to grind an iron pestle into a needle? It's just a casual thing. Wang Jianxiang shook his head helplessly. My old family are all mortals. The meaning of this phrase is to encourage one to have perseverance. Oh, so that's how it is. Yi Fan nodded, then smiled. Older brother, you're right. Hearing you say that, I suddenly have confidence again. Go for it. Wang Jianxiang smiled and nodded. Yi Fan laughed, then seemed to have thought of something, and looked at Wang Jianxiang in a serious tone. Right old brother. It's not that I'm talking about you. You're not too young. It's time for you to find a Dao mate. Although your root bones are not good, but with Yuer as your backing, a good character, and a kind person, it must not be difficult to find a female cultivator of the same level to be a Daoist couple. Wang Jianxiang froze and smiled. I'm in no hurry. How can you not be anxious? You don't know what life is like when you have a Dao partner. I know. Wang Jianxiang gave a dry cough. Shay, don't talk tough, but I heard that you haven't found a dowmate. Really can't old brother introduce you to one? No, I'm too busy on weekdays to take care of some of it. Busy with what? Busy. Wang Jianxiang's voice lurched, touched his nose, and changed his tone. Busy cultivating. Isn't dual cultivation also cultivation? If you ask me, you're just too unconfident. Although your talent is not good, but your background is hard. Under Yuer's care, haven't you also reached foundation establishment perfection? Cultivation hasn't fallen. Tell me more. Wang Jianxiang snorted and eventually refused Yuthan's good intentions. He's busy enough as it is. In addition to cultivating, he also had to refine pills and take care of Dongyu, Yan Qingxian, Mu Lingshi and Wang Yuyao. Time is indeed a bit tight. After walking around the inner gate, Wang Jianxiang returned to the entrance of the small courtyard and found a figure standing at the entrance. Su Yutong? Seeing this figure, Wang Jianxiang froze. What was even more baffling to him was that Su Yutong's good and evil value towards him had grown to 60 points at some point. What are you doing here? Wang Jianxiang looked at Su Yutong's stunning face and couldn't help but say. Su Yutong's eyes lit up when she saw Wang Jianxiang return, and after a moment's hesitation, she gently called out, Uncle Wang. Hearing this address, Wang Jianxiang's face immediately eased. It couldn't be helped. He was always a soft touch. It is most tolerant of the younger generation. Cough. Yutong ah. Looking for uncle for something? Su Yutong hesitated for a moment and said to Wang Jianxiang, Uncle Wang, was Wang Yuyao able to break through so quickly because of your help? With her qualifications, she shouldn't have broken through so quickly. Wang Jianxiang carefully sized up Su Yutong and smiled. That's right, I did help her. Su Yutong's eyes lit up. Uncle, I also want to progress. Can you help me? Want my help? It's not impossible. Wang Jianxiang smiled at his words. You'll have to come up with an attitude to do so. What attitude? Su Yutong seemed to have thought of something and blushed. Wang Jianxiang shook his head and with a wave of his palm, the prohibition outside the courtyard opened. As he walked towards the forbidden area, he said, come back to me when you've thought about it. Su Yutong's face changed when she saw this. She'd already lost an opportunity to make rapid progress before because of her own arrogance. Now that it was so hard to ease the relationship with Wang Jianxiang, he couldn't let this opportunity slip away again. Thinking of this, she took advantage of the fact that the ban hadn't completely closed. With a flash of his body, he directly chased after them. Uncle Wang, I've thought it over. Chapter 107, Commencement of Operations. Ever since the first time she got an elixir from Wang Jianxiang, Su Yutong had become completely addicted. Visiting twice in 3 days, the frequency of coming and going to Wang Jianxiang's small courtyard even exceeded that of Wang Yuyao. But with such diligence on her part, the results she brought were quite noticeable. In less than 2 short years, her cultivation had broken through from the early foundation establishment stage to the perfect foundation establishment stage at a rocket-like speed. During this period, Dongyu and Yan Qingxian had also begun their seclusion because of the imminent operation of the Heavenly Exchange Program. How Yan Qingxian was Wang Jianxiang did not know for the moment, but Dongyu was clear to Wang Jianxiang because the attribute panel had solidified. Because of the third order perfect elixir boost, Dongyu's cultivation breakthrough speed had increased greatly, and she had already risen from the early stage of Jiedan to the late stage of Jiedan. On the contrary, Shangwan Euro, during the period to find Wang Jianxiang once, especially with him to say some of the details of the Change the Sky program, and he was instructed to take some precautions. After that, Wang Jianxiang tried the depths of a Yuaning stage cultivator once more. It still ends as it did last time. He was defeated in a sorry state in a matter of tea. As for Mu Lingshi, just like Wang Jianxiang, her cultivation had stagnated at the perfect foundation establishment stage. So far there is no sign of conjugation. On the contrary, Wang Yuyao, due to the enhancement of her root bones, the difficulty of breaking through was greatly reduced, and she felt the barrier to break through a month ago. In order to increase her chances of conjugation, Wang Jianxiang added another 3 silver attribute points to her. Her roots were once again elevated. On the surface, although it was still just an ordinary 3-system spirit root, the cultivation speed was already no less than that of a heavenly spirit root cultivator. Another year has passed. Wang Jianxiang had just sent Su Yutong, who had a mouthful of Uncle Wang, away when a system prompt suddenly came from his mind. Ding! Dongyu's cultivation level has increased. Avatar points +1. Golden attribute points +1, silver attribute points +1, attribute points +2,500. In the meantime, on Dongyu's attribute panel, the font of the cultivation column changed, from late Jiedan to Jiedan perfection. As Dongyu's cultivation level rose again, Wang Jianxiang's aptitude points had risen to 5, his golden attribute points had reached 4, and the silver attribute points that were only 2 points left because they were consumed by upgrading Wang Yuyao's root bones had also reaccumulated to 3. As for the attribute points, because there was nothing to consume over the past 3 years, they had been accumulated to a full 8,600 points. When the time came to the 5th year, Yan Qingxian, who hadn't seen a trace of him since he had refined the 3 third-order perfect pills, had finally reappeared. You've broken through to the Yuanying stage? Wang Jianxian's eyes lit up when he saw her. After breaking through to the Yuanying stage, Yan Qingxuan's already extremely outstanding temperament became even better. The skin became crystal clear, as if it was radiating a spiritual light at all times. Yan Qingxian glanced at Wang Jianxiang in surprise. Wang Jianxiang, a foundation stage cultivator, could actually see through her cultivation? However, when he thought of all the amazing things about Wang Jianxiang, he was relieved again. She nodded and smiled. I was able to make a breakthrough thanks to you refining the Yuanling Violet Heart Pill and the Infant Transformation Pill. The two chatted a little longer and walked familiarly into the room. Tea time later, Wang Jianxiang was sad to find out. Yan Qingxian, who could be easily pinned down before, suddenly became unattainable. Yan Qingxian couldn't help but smile as she looked towards Wang Jianxiang, who was sitting paralyzed on the soft chair. Then he said with a straight face, I only came here today to see you. The news of my breakthrough needs to be concealed for the time being. In order not to scare the snakes, I will stay outside the clan until the plan is implemented. Wang Jianxiang nodded. After that, Yan Qingxian drifted away. 1 year later, Wang Yuyao finally succeeded in conjugating the Dan. Ever since he knew about the existence of the Yin Yang Temple, Wang Jianxiang had become cautious. Before Wang Yuyao made her Dan, she purposely left the sect with her, let her break through the Jiedan stage outside the clan, and she was specifically instructed to hide her strength. If a Jiedan stage cultivator wanted to hide his cultivation, it would take at least a Yuaning stage cultivator to discover it. And the Yuaning stage was all big brother-like existences in the Acacia sect. It's hard for normal disciples to want to see one another. Therefore, Wang Yuyao's cultivation was successfully hidden. No one had discovered that she had broken through to the Jiedan stage, nor had she received a summons from the Yin Yang Palace. Of course, after returning to the sect, a celebration was unavoidable. It was only after 3 days in a row that Wang Yuyao left Wang Jianxiang's small courtyard with a body full of fatigue. Another year has passed. 7 years have passed since Wang Jianxiang found out about the Changing Heaven program. This day, a system prompt suddenly sounded in Wang Jianxiang's head. Ding! Dawn use cultivation breakthrough. Avatar points +1. Golden attribute points +1. Silver attribute points +1. Attribute points +4,000. Wang Jianxiang froze, subconsciously checking Dawn Yu's attribute panel. He was then delighted. Dawn Yu had also broken through to the Yuanying stage. Immediately afterward, his face became grave. The situation of the Acacia ancestor was unknown, so naturally the sooner that heavenly exchange program was implemented, the better. With the formation of Dawn Yu's baby, the preparations for the heavenly transformation program have been completely completed. I'm afraid we're going to have to move up the execution. The truth was just as Wang Jianxiang had guessed. Half a day later, Shangguan Euro, Dawn Yu and Yan Qingxian came together in his small courtyard. Seeing Wang Jianxiang, Shangguan Euro didn't bend or exchange pleasantries and directly opened the door. The operation will begin at midnight this evening. Once there is a change in the Yin Yang Hall, old Acacia ancestor will immediately develop a sense and thus be on guard. Therefore, in my plan, breaking the Yin Yang Hall and attacking the harmonious ancestor must be synchronized. Me, Yuer and Shanner are responsible for ambushing the place where old Acacia ancestor is in seclusion, and someone else needs to be in charge of destroying the Yin Yang Hall. As for the candidate for destroying the Yin Yang Hall, originally I already had a choice, but now I feel that it is most appropriate for you to be the candidate. Me, hearing Shangguan Euro's words, Wang Jianxiang froze and then frowned. I'm only at the foundation establishment perfection cultivation level, and since the Yin Yang Hall is so important, I think the guarding force must not be weak. With my strength, it should be hard to break in, right? Hearing his words, Shangguan Euro smiled. I'm not asking you to go alone. I've also secretly cultivated some power over the years, and when the time comes, you'll only be responsible for leading the team. You don't have to underestimate yourself too much. You may be weak, but you're treacherous and cunning. I have faith in you. Chapter 108. Time is running out. No time to wait. Wang Jianxiang's face darkened a little at Shangguan Euro's compliment. What does it mean to be extraordinarily devious and cunning? That's called resourcefulness, okay? If a man can tolerate it, his uncle can't. Wang Jianxiang immediately pulled Shangguan Euro into a duel. Tea time. The battle falls away. Shangguan Euro walked out with a bland expression. Behind her, Wang Jianxiang held up the wall. When Dawn Yu and Yan Qingxian saw this, a teasing look appeared on their faces at the same time. You're really vegetable and fun-loving. Wang Jianxiang's old face blushed. If it were before, he would have to give the two a good hammering. Nay, now that the duo had become Yuanying stage cultivators, he couldn't knock them over. Well, don't play around. Shangguan Yuro blared at the two girls, then looked at Wang Jianxiang. Time is running out. I'll call the others in now, so you guys can familiarize yourselves first. After saying that, a message was sent out using the transmission note. Soon after, Wang Jianxiang sensed that the formation outside the small courtyard had been touched. He looked at Shangguan Yuro. Shangguan Yuro nodded. It's my people, let them come in. With a thought, Wang Jianxiang opened the prohibition outside the courtyard. A few moments later, 4 men and 1 woman, a total of 5 figures walked into the attic. Greetings to the Supreme Elder. When the 5 saw Shangguan Yuro, they immediately bowed respectfully. After that, he made a respectful bow to Yin Qingxian and Dongyu. Greetings to the 2 senior sisters. I called you all here today because I want you to meet someone. Shangguan Yuro looked at the 5 with an indifferent expression. At this moment, Wang Jianxiang suddenly felt an inexplicable majesty filling her body. Maybe that's how she usually presents herself to outsiders? Under Shangguan Yuro's powerful aura, a look of awe crossed the faces of the 5 and they made a listening gesture. Shangguan Yuro pointed to Wang Jianxiang who was sitting on the soft chair. This person is your leader. For the action at midnight tonight, all of you must follow his command and must not be the slightest bit negligent. The 5 people followed the direction of Shangguan Yuro's finger. They couldn't help but frown when they saw the figure lying limply and unimaginatively on the chair. The weakest of them were all mid-Jiedan cultivators. The strongest woman had even reached the perfection of the Jiedan stage. It was natural to see Wang Jianxiang's cultivation level. Foundation stage completion. With their cultivation levels, they didn't even bother to pay attention to foundation stage cultivators when they saw them on a normal day. Now the Supreme Elder actually wanted a tiny foundation stage cultivator to command the 5 of them. What? You guys have a problem with that? Seeing the 5 people's expressions, Shangguan Yuro didn't seem to be surprised and faintly said. The 5 looked at each other. In the end, the only woman among the 5, who was also the strongest of the 5, hesitated for a moment and gritted her teeth. Supreme Elder, we are not questioning your decision, but rather, we would like to know what is so exceptional about this person. Today's trip is of great significance, and we don't want the plan to be undone because of certain unnecessary reasons. Shangguan Yuro looked deeply at the woman, then looked at Wang Jianxiang. What do you say? Wang Jianxiang stood up from the soft chair and moved his arms and legs. With the power of pure yang, he had recovered his physical strength. He sized up the woman for a few moments. It's not that simple. Give me some time and I'll bet her down. Although the woman is not compared to Dong Ro Yin Qingxian this level of stunning beauty, but in the eyes of ordinary people, it is still considered a rare big beauty. Want to convince each other in person? It's quite a commitment. Shangguan Yuro smiled. Wang Jianxiang's response satisfied her. Although she was able to forcefully order the 5 to follow Wang Jianxiang's words, the effect would definitely not be as effective as if they had willingly followed the command. It would naturally be best if Wang Jianxiang could convince them. Thinking of this, Shangguan Yuro looked at the woman. Chill Frost, in order to convince you all, I respect your opinions. Now, I'll give you a chance to talk to him alone for an hour, so that you can fully understand him. Trust me, you won't be disappointed. Towards the end, Shangguan Yuro's voice became serious. Chill Frost said that he was her subordinate, but in fact, he was more like her third disciple. Otherwise, given her character, how could she possibly give her a chance to contradict herself? An hour is too little. Wang Jianxiang frowned at his words. It's hard to lull the other guy into limping in such a short time, let alone add in the time it takes to sleep in the suit. We must move on time at midnight tonight. We don't have time. Shangguan Yuro shook her head. After saying that, she secretly transmitted her voice to Wang Jianxiang. Chill Frost is a member of your own family. You don't need to be shy. Just directly show your strong points. She knew Q Frost well. This ninny reveres the strong. Wang Jianxiang could solve a large part of the problem by simply revealing his identity as a third-order senior Dan master. Afterward, he would show off his treacherous intellect, and he would surely be able to convince Chill Frost perfectly. This was why she was so confident and insisted on giving Wang Jianxiang only 1 hour of time. She had absolute confidence in Wang Jianxiang. Hearing Shangguan Yuro's voice transmission, Wang Jianxiang's eyes lit up. No worries? Does that mean you can bait? Doesn't that make it easier? He's the best at these. In this way, the difficulty of trying to sleep with the other person dropped quite a bit. Thinking of this, Wang Jianxiang nodded. Okay, it's settled. Shangguan Yuro nodded. You guys talk. When he finished, he looked at the 4 men. You will retire with me. With a wave of his palm, power swept over the 4. In the next moment, she and the 4 people disappeared at the same time. After Shangguan Yuro left with the 4 of them, Dongyu and Yin Qingxian couldn't help but glance at each other. They have spent more time with Wang Jianxiang and know him better. It always felt as if Master Teacher had misunderstood something. Yet there is no evidence. The 2 of them shook their heads breathlessly, and with a flash of spiritual light on their bodies, They instantly appeared outside the courtyard gate. As the crowd left, only Wang Jianxiang and Chiu Frost were left in the attic. 1 hour. You have to convince me in 1 hour. Otherwise, no matter how you've tricked the Supreme Elder into trusting you, I'll make her recognize you for what you really are. Chiu Frost coldly looked at Wang Jianxiang. She had shoulder-length hair and was dry. A black leotard outlines the perfect lines. If I'm not mistaken, you should have taken the Yuan Ling purple heart pill, right? Chiu Frost, who was having a frosty face, sniffed and stuttered. How did you know that? Because the Yuan Ling purple heart pill was refined by me. Wang Jianxiang smiled proudly. Chiu Frost was dumbfounded. You're still a Dan master? Wrong. Not only am I a Dan master, but I'm a very strong one. Wang Jianxiang stood with his hands behind his back and looked at Chiu Shuang indifferently. Not only is it the Yuan Spirit Purple Heart Pill, but the Jade Spirit Pill as well as the Infant Transformation Pill in Elder Shangwan's hands were also refined by me. Hearing Wang Jianxiang's words, Chiu Shuang had been completely frozen. As Shangwan Yuro's beloved, she naturally knew about the batch of pills that Shangwan Yuro had obtained a few years ago. Not only did she know, but she was the beneficiary. If it wasn't for that batch of pills, I'm afraid that her cultivation would still be stuck in the middle stage of Jiadan today. Her 4 partners were afraid that they were only at the early stage of Jiadan. As for the infant transformation pill, although she didn't get a share, it didn't stop her from knowing how powerful this Dan was. The reason why senior sister Dongyu and senior sister Yin Qingxian were able to become infants in such a short period of time relied on this infantilizing pill. Do you want to get the infant transformation pill? Want to become a Yuan Ying stage cultivator like Dongyu and Yin Qingxian? Just then, Wang Jianxiang's seductive voice came again. Just ask which cultivator can resist the temptation of breaking the realm? Think. Chiu Frost gulped and subconsciously replied back. Wang Jianxiang smiled at his words. Okay then, a sleep and a baby transforming pill. Chiu Frost froze and looked a little hesitant. We're running out of time. You only have 3 seconds to think about it. And that's it. 3, 2, I agree. Chapter 109, take it easy. This is my brother. 1 hour later, the ban outside the small courtyard opened, and Wang Jianxiang walked out with his head held high. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and come out. He took a step and chortled behind him without a word of humor. Yes, a figure hurriedly followed. This scene left Shangguan Yuro, who was hidden outside the courtyard, dumbfounded. How did Chiu Shuang, who had a strong personality, suddenly become so obedient like a little daughter-in-law? How the hell did he convince that? Is Wang Jianxiang so eloquent? The 4 people beside Shangguan Yuro were also dumbfounded for a while. Chiu Frost was their boss and they knew Chiu Frost's character well. Since Chiu Frost was so obedient to him, he thought that this person had real skills. At this moment, the contempt in their hearts instantly dissipated, and was replaced by respect from the bottom of their hearts. Dongyu and Yin Qingxuan's gazes swept over Chiu Shuang's rosy cheeks, their hearts growing more and more odd. Here, after the 2 of them walked out of the entrance of the courtyard, Shangguan Yuro showed her figure. Spiritual awareness surged out, closing off the surrounding space. After that, Dong Ro, Yin Qingxian and the 4 Jiadan stage cultivators successively appeared. Shangguan Yuro's figure flickered and appeared beside Wang Jianxiang and Chiu Frost, looking at the 2 of them with a somewhat curious expression. She was curious to know what exactly Wang Jianxiang had said to Chiu Frost, but the thought that the hour of dawn was approaching and the action was about to begin. Again, the heart of this gossip was suppressed alive. Chiu Frost, do you still have any doubts about my arrangement now? Shangguan Yuro looked at Chiu Frost and faintly said. Chiu Frost blushed and shook his head. Elder Taishan's arrangement is very reasonable. It was my subordinate who was overthinking. I hope Elder Taishan will forgive me. Shangguan Yuro shook her head and looked at the other 4. What about you guys? Can you still have doubts? The 4 of them shook their heads. Chiu Frost's decision represents ours, and since she has already tested this person, we also believe that this person has the ability to lead us. A smirk flashed across Shangguan Yuro's face. Since that's the case, let's introduce each other to facilitate the action afterward. The 4 of them sniffed and looked at each other. At this moment, Chiu Frost, who was standing beside Wang Jianxiang, took the lead and stretched out his slender palm to Wang Jianxiang. Chiu Frost, Jiadan stage perfection cultivator, thunder and fire dual spiritual roots. Wang Jianxiang smiled and held her soft, boneless palm. We've all been in deep contact. You just don't introduce yourself. I already know you very well. Chiu Frost sniffed and a blush flashed across her white face. The other 4 naturally did not know the deeper meaning of Wang Jianxiang's words and only thought that Wang Jianxiang was communicating normally. See the big sister take the lead. They also started introducing themselves. My name is Zhang Hubiao, middle stage of Jiadan, earth and wood dual spiritual roots. My name is Li Ye, middle stage of Jiadan, water and wood dual spirit roots. My name is Yang Wei, late stage Jiadan, gold and earth double spiritual roots. My name is Jia Zhengjing, late stage Jiadan, fire and wind dual spiritual roots. Although Wang Jianxiang had already seen the four people's information through the system, he couldn't show it. Showed a serious look as the four introduced themselves. It was only after the four had introduced themselves that Wang Jianxiang patted his chest. My name is Wang Jianxiang. He was succinct. At this, Chill Frost and the other four didn't care. Wang Jianxiang is just a conductor to them. His own strength was only a mere foundation establishment perfection, and he could not play the slightest role in this operation. Well, since we've already familiarized ourselves with each other, let's split up and head towards our destination. Shangwan Euro swept her gaze across the crowd, then landed on Wang Jianxiang and said seriously, remember, when the sub-hour arrives, do it on time. After the destruction of the Yinyan Hall, we will develop a sense and immediately raid the harmonious ancestor. You can just evacuate immediately to protect yourselves after destroying the Yinyan Hall. Understood. Wang Jianxiang nodded and with a wave of his palm, he advanced in the direction of the Forbidden Land. Behind him, Chill Frost and the other four followed closely. A group of 6 figures took advantage of the night, using their spiritual sense to hide their movements, and quickly approached the Forbidden Land. Let's go too. Shangwan Euro looked at Dong Yu and Yin Qingxian. Dong Yu and Yin Qingxian nodded with grave expressions. In the next moment, the three of them disappeared at the same time. Soon after, Wang Jianxiang and the others appeared outside the Forbidden Land. The 6 of them did not immediately enter the Forbidden Land, but instead hid their forms outside the Forbidden Land and waited silently. Chill Frost came over to Wang Jianxiang's side, his voice ringing in his head. The Supreme Elder has long since calculated the time. There's still half an incense stick of time left when the big formation outside the Forbidden Land replaces the spirit stones. We just need to wait until the moment when the big formation stops functioning to enter. Wang Jianxiang nodded. Soon, half an incense stick of time passed by. The space in front of them suddenly flashed with an aura. The formation has stopped. Speed in. Chill Frost's eyes lit up and he quickly opened his mouth to remind. The 4 people beside her immediately rushed out. Chill Frost, on the other hand, was concerned about Wang Jianxiang's lower cultivation level and slower speed, and pulled him in as he rushed forward right behind the 4. However, the formation stalled for an unexpectedly short period of time. It was just a blink of an eye and it was back to normal. The moment the formation was restored, the 4 of them, Zhang Hubiao, Li Ya, Yang Wei and Jia Zhengjing, managed to cross the formation and enter the Forbidden Land. Chill Frost and Wang Jianxiang, on the other hand, were a step slower and were blocked from the formation. What's worse, as the formation reappeared, the duo braked too hard and touched the formation, causing it to fluctuate. This fluctuation was immediately detected by the Forbidden Land guards. Who dares to trespass the Forbidden Land? With a cold shout, more than 10 auras rapidly approached. Crap! Chill Frost's face changed. Chill Frost, the 4 people who had entered the Forbidden Land also had their faces changed drastically. Chill Frost forced himself to calm down and transmitted his voice to the 4 of them. You guys go ahead and wait outside the Yinyan Hall. We'll find a way to get in. The 4 of them nodded at the words and quickly rushed towards the depths of the Forbidden Land. Not long after the 4 left, a group of more than 10 figures appeared in front of Wang Jianxiang and Chill Frost. Who are you people and why are you trespassing on the Forbidden Land? The man at the head of the group looked at Wang Jianxiang and Chill Frost with a stern face, his aura vaguely flowing as if he was about to strike at the drop of a hat. Chill Frost swept his gaze over the crowd, transmitting to Wang Jianxiang. He said, "This is the Forbidden Land Guard Squad. The captain is usually an early jade cultivator. A few captains are mid-jade, and the team members are all made up of foundation stage cultivators. Usually the captain will have the key to open the forbidden formation on him. Get ready. I'll see the right time to strike later and kill everyone, so I may not have time to take care of you. So be careful." Hearing Chill Frost's words, Wang Jianxiang nodded without showing any trace. The captain of the squad that had spoken earlier saw that Wang Jianxiang and his duo did not respond, and his face instantly sank. Looking for death. Give me these 2 trespassers of the Forbidden Land to take down. After his words fell, the squad members' auras instantly erupted and they were about to make their move. Just then, a voice suddenly came. All stop. Wang Jianxiang looked up, his eyes lit up, and he hurriedly transmitted his voice to stop Qiu Shuang, who was poised to strike. A few moments later, a figure swept in and blocked in front of Wang Jianxiang's duo to the guard squad. Everyone relax. This is my brother, one of our own. He seems to have a lot of prestige. After his words fell, the faces of the guard squad instantly became eased. A touch of tension was diffused straight away. Seeing this scene, Wang Jianxiang smiled. Elder brother Yi, I didn't expect to run into you here as well. What a coincidence. Chapter 110, Entering the Forbidden Land. The visitor was no one else. It was Wang Jianxiang's best buddy, Yi Fan. Hearing Wang Jianxiang's greeting, Yi Fan smiled at him and walked over to the crowd of the Guardian Squad and climbed into a familiar conversation. A moment later, the Guardian Squad leader handed over a jade tablet to Yi Fan. Seeing this scene, Xiao Shuang's face flickered and his voice entered Wang Jianxiang's mind. That's the thing that opens the Forbidden Land formation. Should we do it? Wait first. Wang Jianxiang's gaze flickered. While the two were talking, Yi Fan had already finished communicating with the crowd. The Guardian Squad leader glanced at Wang Jianxiang and Xiao Frost again. A wave of the palm of the hand. Withdraw. With an order, he led the crowd away quickly. After the crowd of the Guardian Squad left, Yi Fan returned to Wang Jianxiang. Wang Jianxiang's gaze unobtrusively swept over the jade tablet in his hand, and a flash of gratitude spread across his face. Elder brother Yi, thanks to you relieving me, otherwise I would have been in deep today. AI, old brother Wang is a bit out of place to say this. You have helped old brother so much, isn't it all proper for me to do so? Yi Fan waved his hand, then looked at Wang Jianxiang with a serious expression. But even though today's matter is over, you have to pay attention in the future. Old brother, this is a forbidden area of the sect, prohibiting anyone from approaching without authorization, and the management is extremely strict on weekdays, especially for those who touch the formations. The Guardian Squad has every right to kill them directly. If I didn't happen to be on duty today, wouldn't you be in danger? I haven't just become an inner disciple for a short while, and I haven't learned about the Forbidden Land aspect yet. Wang Jianxiang's expression snapped and he nodded repeatedly. Yi Fan shook his head, then looked at Wang Jianxiang in puzzlement. By the way, this place is so remote. What are you doing here in the middle of the night? Wang Jianxiang hemmed and hawed. Didn't elder brother Yi advise me to find a Taoist couple before? I thought about it carefully afterward and felt that what you said made sense. So I asked Elder Dawn to help me introduce a Taoist couple. It's not like I'm ready to come out at night and get some excitement, he said, with a you-know-what look on his face. Yi Fan froze, then laughed. Okay, old brother Wang, you're fast enough. As he spoke, he subconsciously looked at Xiao Frost behind Wang Jianxiang. When he saw Xiao Frost's looks and hot body, he couldn't stop laughing. It's too pretty, isn't it? How did Wang Jianxiang pick up such a high-quality female cultivator that he couldn't even come into contact with on a regular basis? What gives him the right? He was afraid of his brother's suffering, but he didn't want to see his brother be better than him. He and Dawn Yu hadn't even gotten to the end of their relationship yet, and Wang Jianxiang had already found such a great beauty. How could he balance his heart? Ha ha, it's all thanks to Elder Dawn. Wang Jianxiang pulled Xiao Frost into his arms. Xiao Frost blushed, but did not break free. Seeing this scene, Yi Fan couldn't help but feel a pang of redness in his eyes. Not only are they beautiful, they are surprisingly obedient. How he got so lucky. Damn it, elder brother Yi, you just said rotating duty. Could it be that you usually serve here? Just then, Wang Jianxiang's curious voice reached his ears, pulling his thoughts back. He smiled. You don't know, elder brother Wang, but I am actually a Guardian Squad leader as well. So it is. Wang Jianxiang drifted off, then his eyes lit up. This is good. What's better? Yi Fan froze. Wang Jianxiang hemmed and hawed. The rest of the clan is crowded, and Frost and I don't have a fun place to play. Why don't you give an accommodation and let us go into the Forbidden Land to have some fun? How can that be? Yi Fan shook his head repeatedly. Privately releasing someone into a Forbidden Land is not a small offense. If the higher-ups of the sect knew about it, I would not even be able to keep my position. It's only going in for 2 or 3 hours at the most, and I promise to leave before dawn. Isn't that enough? Who will know if you don't tell me? Yi Fan smiled bitterly as he heard this. Wang old brother. It's not that old brother doesn't want to help you. It's really, elder brother Yi. Frosty is a close friend of Elder Dong. If you are willing to help me, I can let Frosty help you. Hearing Wang Jianxiang's words, Yi Fan unexpectedly glanced at Xiao Shuang. Obviously a bit of a heart attack. He didn't reject it outright, his face hesitating for a moment. After a few moments, he gritted his teeth fiercely. Elder brother Wang, remember to come out before dawn. Don't worry, old brother Yi. Old brother, would I ever screw you over? Wang Jianxiang smiled. Yi Fan's heart was relieved when he heard this and smiled afterward. I believe in elder brother Wang's character. After saying that, he picked up the jade tablet in his hand and pressed it forward. In the next moment, the empty void suddenly flashed with a spiritual light, and a light door emerged. Elder brother Wang, just enter through this door. Many thanks to elder brother Yi. Wang Jianxiang hemmed and hawed and pulled Xiao Frost inside impatiently. Seeing Wang Jianxiang's anxious appearance, he thought of Wang Jianxiang's upcoming happy experience. Yi Fan's eyes glazed over again. That's too much luck for him. Damn it! The portal behind Wang Jianxiang and Xiao Frost quickly dissipated after they entered the Forbidden Land. Xiao Frost looked at his chest and turned red. Can you let go now? It's not like we haven't touched it before. Wang Jianxiang bristled. But, business is important. It's about to be Z hour. Xiao Frost had a red face and patiently persuaded. Okay, Wang Jianxiang nodded and withdrew his arm that was encircling her at the waist. The two of them unfolded their speed and soon arrived at the depths of the Forbidden Land. End of sight. A magnificent palace suspended in midair gradually became clear. This is the Temple of Yin and Yang? Wang Jianxiang looked at the palace in the distant air from afar and asked Xiao Shuang beside him in a low voice. Exactly. Xiao Frost nodded with a grave expression. There are strong guards inside the Yin Yang Hall all year round, so be careful on the next journey. As she spoke, she enveloped her and Wang Jianxiang with her spiritual sense. The two of them concealed their figures while approaching the Yin Yang Hall. Just as the duo was less than 100 feet away from the Yin Yang Hall, they finally ran into Jia Jingjing's four men. Xiao Frost, Captain Wang. The four of them looked delighted when they saw Xiao Frost and Wang Jianxiang. Wang Jianxiang and Xiao Frost came closer. How's it going? Did you find anything? Xiao Frost looked at the four. According to the 1,000-mile spirit-seeking treasure test, it was discovered that there are 4 people in the Yin Yang Hall, 1 perfect Jade stage cultivator and 3 late Jade stage cultivators. This protective force is quite a bit stronger than we expected. Xiao Frost's face sank. Then he looked at Wang Jianxiang. If we were to fight head-on, we're afraid that it would be difficult to break through the other party's defense. Wang Jianxiang nodded. The other side not only has superior strength, but also occupies the home field advantage, so we naturally can't fight them head-on. How is that going to work? Xiao Frost asked. Jia Zhangjing and the others also looked over. They execute well. Since it had been determined that this trip would be led by Wang Jianxiang, it was natural to seek Wang Jianxiang's opinion before taking action. Wang Jianxiang smiled. It's simple. Let them leave the Yin Yang Hall of their own accord. Chapter 111 Old Ancestor's Favorite Concubine. You mean, lure them out? Xiao Frost looked at Wang Jianxiang. That's right. Wang Jianxiang nodded. Hearing his words, everyone, including Xiao Frost, frowned. Wang Jianxiang's idea is a plan to put it nicely, but it is simply whimsical to put it badly. The other party's duty was to guard the Yin Yang Temple. Would they be so stupid as to give up what they were guarding and go after others instead? It's not like the other guy is a cutie. There seems to be something wrong with this plan, doesn't it? We can't possibly lure them all away. Xiao Frost organized his vocabulary and said to Wang Jianxiang in as euphemistic a tone as possible. As long as one is human, there will always be times when one is irrational. Wang Jianxiang smiled and shook his head, his gaze scanning the palace in mid-air, a faint golden light flickering in his pupils. Under the gaze of the fire eyes, the walls of the Yin Yang Hall became vaporized and transparent. The scene inside the temple appeared in his vision. A moment later, the golden light in his eyes converged and he looked at the 4 of them, Jia Zhangjing, Yang Wei, Liya and Zhang Hubiao. Later on, the 4 of you just need to listen to my command. I can't guarantee that I'll be able to lure everyone away, but I'm confident that I can at least lure away those 3 late-stage Jiedan guards. Hearing Wang Jianxiang's words, the 4 of them raised their eyebrows, instinctively somewhat disbelieving. They looked at Xiao Frost and ultimately did not utter a rebuttal. When Wang Jianxiang saw the expressions of the 4, he smiled, not taking it personally. He pointed at a window on the 2nd floor of the Yin Yang Hall. I will give the password when the hour comes later. When you hear my password you will attack that window position with all your might and rush in. Inside the window is an enclosed room with a pool. But your target is not the person in the pool. All you have to do is steam the pool dry while you enjoy a great view. Remember, keep your expression lewd, preferably with some body language. There is also the fact that you only have a maximum of 20 breaths of time. Once the 20 breaths have passed, flee immediately. You guys don't need to worry about what happens after that. Just leave it to Xiao Frost and me. Upon hearing Wang Jianxiang's words, Xiao Shuang and Jia Jingjing's 4 people couldn't help but become odd in their expressions. Aren't they here to destroy the Temple of Yin and Yang? It's a hot plan. Why does it sound more and more like hooliganism? Until Wang Jianxiang finished his plan, Jia Zhangjing and the 4 of them were all a bit lost in thought. It was Xiao Frost who reacted first, scolding softly, "Did you hear me clearly?" The 4 of them then came back to their senses and nodded their heads in a hurry. "I hear you clearly." Xiao Frost's face was serious as he continued, "Can it be done?" "Yes," the 4 responded in unison. "Very well." Xiao Frost nodded and looked at Wang Jianxiang. "You can just give direct orders later. They will do as they are told." Wang Jianxiang smiled. For the next few moments, the crowd did not speak again and waited silently for the hour of dawn to come. Shortly afterward, the hour of the sun finally arrived. Wang Jianxiang looked stern. "Do it!" as he let out a low shout. 4 figures instantly shot toward the Yin Yang Hall. The moment they flew out, the 4 of them did not hesitate to go all out and attack the window position designated by Wang Jianxiang. As the attack fluctuations spread, in the originally empty space, a layer of spiritual light that tightly enveloped the palace suddenly emerged. Formation. There's actually a formation hidden outside the Yin Yang Hall. Seeing this scene, Xiao Shuang's expression stared. The information from the Supreme Elder did not seem to point out this formation. Was it unchecked or was it set up later? Chill Frost suddenly felt some fear. If not for Wang Jianxiong, they would have definitely chosen to sneak in secretly. By that time, the unsuspecting women will be completely exposed, leading to the failure of the plan. She was able to feel the strength of this formation. Although it could not block Yuaning stage cultivators, it was difficult for Jiedan stage cultivators to break it, even if she, whose cultivation had already reached the completion of the Jiedan stage, wanted to break through. I'm afraid that it would take at least one incense stick of time. With the cultivation level of Jia Jingjing's 4, there was almost no possibility of breaking it. However, as the four people's attacks landed on top of the formation, a scene that blew her mind appeared. That powerful formation unexpectedly exploded like a fragile lens. She couldn't help but rub her eyes, full of shock. Immediately afterward, her mind wandered. It is rare, but not unheard of, to break the strong with the weak. As far as she knew, the only way to do that was to strike at the weak points with precision. In other words, Wang Jianxiong had not only discovered this hidden formation, but he had also found the weakness of this formation in a very short period of time. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but glance at Wang Jianxiong. There was a flash of awe in his eyes, worthy of being the one who was favored by the Supreme Elder. What amazing insight! While Qiu Shuang was surprised by Wang Jianxiong's insight, Jia Jingjing's four men did not dare to hesitate for a moment. Although the formation that suddenly surfaced startled them as well, they forced themselves back to their senses immediately afterward. Without the slightest delay, his figure rushed in from the window the moment the formation outside the Yin Yang Hall shattered. Because of Wang Jianxiong's description before the operation, the three had long known the layout of the window in advance. The moment they broke in through the window, they all gathered their strength and attacked the center of the room. Clamor, splash. The large pool in the center of the room was instantly vaporized dry by the raging spiritual energy. The four of them then had the time to look toward the pool location. And then, all four pairs of eyes lit up at the same time. How can there be such a benefit? Appearing in front of them was a woman with a wow figure. The woman looked a little older, but still had her charm. On top of that, she was now completely naked. I'll go. There's even an old woman. Team Wang is righteous. Yang Wei Hadako almost flowed down. Although he had had a few Taoists, none of their quality caught up to this woman. The point is that this situation is simply not too exciting. The three Jia Jingjing on the side were in a similar situation. All four of them were staring at the woman with eyes that were as lewd as they could be. It was not in carrying out Wang Jianxiong's instructions. It was purely from the heart. Ah, you seek death. The woman froze for a moment before finally responding. A powerful spiritual energy spread out like a storm. Jia Jingjing and the four of them instantly returned to their senses. Successful Jiedan stage cultivator. This old woman is the Jiedan stage consummate level guard. 20 breaths coming up. Hurry up and retreat. Escape. Without hesitation, the four twisted their heads and rushed out along the window. Bang. The moment the four fled, the door to the room was suddenly opened and three figures rushed in anxiously. My lord mother, are you all right? The three of them looked into the room, and then their faces froze. The woman's expression was startled, and her body flashed with a spiritual light, and she put on a long purple dress, looking out the window with a somber face, especially when he thought of the words old woman. His body's murderous intent grew even stronger. Someone is trespassing in the Yin Yang Hall. Go fetch me their heads. Hearing the woman's words, the three froze, somewhat hesitant. Master Mother, the Yin Yang Hall is of great significance to the master. It seems a bit inappropriate for us to go AWOL. How about informing the guards outside the Forbidden Land to enter the Forbidden Land to round up the thieves? The woman sniffed and her face went cold. The Yin Yang Hall can be guarded by me. I want those four thieves to die immediately. Go quickly and behead them. Do you want to disobey my orders? The three men's faces changed. This was the favored concubine of Elder Acacia. How could they dare to offend? I wouldn't dare. As soon as the words left their mouths, the three of them immediately chased after them in a murderous rage. Chapter 112, Breaking into the Palace. Outside the Hall of Yin and Yang, Xiu Frost and Wang Jianxiong had been keeping an eye on that window after Jia Jingjing and the others entered the Yin Yang Hall. Less than 20 breaths later, the four of them followed Wang Jianxiong's instructions and fled out. A few moments later, three murderous figures shot out from the window and chased after the four, disappearing into the night sky in the blink of an eye. Seeing this scene, Xiu Shuang couldn't help but glance at Wang Jianxiong. It was really lured away. He's got it all figured out? How did he do it? Noticing Xiu Shuang's gaze, Wang Jianxiong smiled. Didn't I say that? As long as one is human, there will always be times when one is irrational, especially women. The latter sentence he did not say. Hearing Wang Jianxiong's words, Xiu Shuang was thoughtful. After the three guards flew completely away, Wang Jianxiong looked at the Yin Yang Hall. Let's move now while they're gone. Yes. Qiu Frost nodded and took the lead. She had just rushed out when Wang Jianxiong saw the direction she rushed in and frowned. don't enter through the gate. Xiao Frost's figure lurched and looked at Wang Jianxiang in confusion. What's wrong? This Yin Yang Hall is filled with killing machines, and the only way to survive is actually that window. Otherwise, why do you think that Jidan stage consummate guard would be living in that room? Hearing Wang Jianxiang's words, Xiao Frost nodded in a moment of clarity. Understood. After saying that, without the slightest hesitation, he rushed straight towards the window that was previously broken by Jia Jingjing's 4 men. The moment she rushed into the window, the woman in the room was the first to notice the uninvited guest. Seek death. A cold murderous look flashed across her face. Having been taken advantage of by those 4 assholes earlier in being called an old woman, she had already held her anger and was worried that she had no place to vent it. After seeing another person rush in, the fire in his heart completely erupted. Without the slightest hesitation, she directly struck out with all her might. Xiao Frost's reaction wasn't slow at all. She had been prepared long before she entered. The moment the woman struck, she immediately returned the blow with all her might. The two of them instantly battled together. Outside the hall of Yin and Yang, Wang Jianxiang didn't follow Xiao Frost into the Yin Yang hall through that window. Feeling the intense battle fluctuations faintly emanating from within the window, his gaze flickered. As early as the moment he saw the Yin Yang hall, he had upgraded his fiery eyes with a divine ability point. However, it had only raised the fire eyes to intermediate level. Nowadays, the limit of what he was able to peek into was Yuaning level formations and items. The temple of Yin and Yang was stuck right at the limit of what he could peer into. However, outside of the Yin Yang hall, he could only see through the surface layer of the Yin Yang hall's arrangement, but was unable to fully see through the arrangement hidden within. If the awakening level of the Fire Eye's golden eyes was raised by another level, it would be possible to easily see through all the arrangements of this Yin Yang hall from the outside. However, as a god-level talent aptitude, the difficulty of raising the Fire Eyes and Golden Eyes was completely different from that of epic level and sub-epic level talent aptitudes. Epic level and below epic level natural aptitudes consume the same amount of aptitude points when raising the level of awakening. It was as if to the system, epic level as well as below epic level were just unusual divine abilities without any difference, but not at the level of legendary. Compared to the epic level and levels below epic level, the consumption of avatar points when raising the level of awakening of a legendary talent avatar is raised threefold. At the god level, it was a full 8 times higher. It wasn't that Wang Jianxiang didn't want to raise the awakening level of his Fire Eyes, but he couldn't. The Fire Eyes Golden Eyes alone had consumed the only 8 avatar points he had on him by raising it from beginner to intermediate level. Raising it from intermediate to advanced level even required a full 16 avatar points. He didn't have a single avatar point on him right now, so how could he raise it? If one wanted to completely see through this Yin Yang Hall and thus find its core, one had to enter it to explore it. No way. Although there might be unknown risks within the Yin Yang Hall, for the time being, they could only go in recklessly. But recklessness is recklessness, but not brainless recklessness. Inside the window that Jia Jingjing's 4 men had broken, Xiao Shuang and the Jidan stage consummate guard who had stayed behind were in the midst of a great battle. The two of them had equal cultivation levels, and it was unrealistic to try to separate the winners from the losers in a short period of time. If he entered from there, he was bound to be caught in the middle of the battle. Danger not to mention. It was almost impossible to bypass the guards to find the core of the Yin Yang temple. At the thought, his eyes swept over the other windows. There are dozens of windows in the hall of Yin and Yang. He was able to see that there were formations blocking off at these windows. Most of them were kill streaks, and only 3 windows were different. Of these 3 windows, 2 were trapped formations and 1 was an illusion formation. His eyes fell on the illusionary window. For ordinary cultivators, illusion formations were perhaps even more difficult than killing and trapping formations. However, to him who possessed fiery eyes, as long as it wasn't an illusion formation that surpassed the Yuaning stage, there was no threat to speak of. This phantom array is strong though, but it looked to him like an unobstructed door. He rushed towards the Yin Yang Hall without the slightest hesitation and directly rushed into that illusionary formation window. Just the moment he rushed into the window, his eyes blinked and he realized that he had not entered the Yin Yang Hall, but had instead arrived in a sea of fire. A scorching heat enveloped his entire body, and relentless flames were searing his body. The terrifying searing pain caused his face to instantly turn pale. However, his expression was extremely calm. Certain illusions do not only confuse, but also kill. Just like this phantom formation, once the intruder is unable to break the formation before being incinerated and killed, subconsciously he will believe that he has already been incinerated, and thus his soul will fall silent and die. Wang Jianxiang didn't dare to be slow, and a golden light flashed in his eyes. The horrible burning pain that swept through his body instantly disappeared. There was a distortion of the surrounding scene, and the world of flames quickly faded and disappeared, replaced by a dark room. Wang Jianxiang scanned the room, saw that there were no other organs, and directly rushed out of the room. Just as Wang Jianxiang broke through the illusionary formation and broke into the Yin Yang Hall, A jade tablet on the waist of the woman who was fighting Chiofrost suddenly vibrated. The woman's face changed. Someone had broken through the protection of the Yin Yang Hall and broke into it through the other entrances. You guys are really calculating. First, he lured away 3 of my subordinates. Then he stalled me, allowing the others to break into the Yin Yang Hall through another entrance. I don't know what exactly you guys want to do, but within this Yin Yang Hall, not to mention a few of you jade on-stage cultivators, even if a Yuaning cultivator came I wouldn't be afraid. The woman coldly glanced at Chiofrost. Her palms came together, and between her hand seals changing, several channels of spiritual energy were struck into the surrounding walls. In an instant, a dazzling spiritual light lit up above the surrounding walls. A spiritual power chain was like a spiritual python winding towards Chiu Shuang. The first thing that came to Chiofrost's mind after hearing the woman's words was Wang Jianxiang. Eyes brightened. Wang Jianxiang had unexpectedly entered the Yin Yang Hall through other entrances. However, without waiting for the joy on her face to spread, she saw a spiritual power chain twining around. She blushed. There's even a formation in this house. This formation is enough to trap early-stage Yuaning cultivators, so you can stay here honestly, and I'll come back to deal with you after I exterminate that rat. After the woman activated the formation, she let out a cold smile and quickly left the room. Chapter 113, Formation Mutiny? Seeing the woman leave, Chiofrost subconsciously wanted to go after her and stop her. However, the next moment, her body tightened and she was bound by spiritual chains. It was hard for her to break free no matter how much she struggled. At the same time, the spiritual light had completely covered the entire room, turning the place into a party prison. By the time the woman sensed Wang Jianxiang's intrusion, Wang Jianxiang had already left the dimly lit room. Through the maze-like corridors came a spacious hall. As a top-level magic treasure, the Yin Yang Hall cannot be destroyed by even a great cultivator of the perfect Yuaning stage level in a hard-fought situation. However, its core defense is extremely weak, and if you can find its core, even an early Yuaning cultivator can destroy it with a single strike. Wang Jianxiang recalled Shangguan Yuro's instructions in his mind, and his fiery eyes were activated, constantly observing the surroundings. According to what Shangguan Yuro said, the core of the Yin Yang Hall was hidden extremely deeply, and it wasn't easy to find it. It's a great test of a monk's insight and heart. However, this might be difficult for normal people, but it was much simpler for Wang Jianxiang. Under the insight of his fiery eyes, he quickly locked onto the hidden place at the core of the Yin Yang Hall. He swept his gaze over the dozen or so portals in the hall and randomly landed on a wall. These portals were just blindfolds. This was the real portal to the core. He didn't hesitate to slam into that wall. Buzz. Just moments before he hit the wall, this wall suddenly rippled like water. His body did not receive the slightest obstruction and instantly merged into the wall and disappeared. The moment Wang Jianxiang crashed into the wall, a figure suddenly flashed out from the hall, just in time to see the scene of Wang Jianxiang crashing into the wall. I can't believe he found the core so quickly. The woman's face changed, and without hesitation, she chased after him. It then blended into the wall and disappeared. After entering into the wall, Wang Jianxiang felt a blur before his eyes. Then he found himself in an empty space. In the deepest part of this space was built a tall altar. Above the altar, a large number of jade tiles were suspended in an orderly fashion. Feeling the aura of soul essence faintly emanating from the jade tablet, Wang Jianxiang's gaze flickered. These jade tiles were thought to be the soul essence that had been ingested by the Yin Yang Temple. The Yin Yang Hall, on the other hand, controlled the deaths and lives of cultivators through these jade tags. Immediately afterward, his gaze moved down to the altar. A faint golden light glowed in his pupils. He was able to clearly see the flow of energy in this altar. This place is like a centerpiece. Everything that runs in the Yin Yang Temple has to pass through this place. This is the core of the Yin Yang Temple. His eyes lit up. With a flip of his palm, he took out a palm-sized jade sword. This small sword was refined by Shangguan Yuro. It contained a power comparable to the full force of an early Yuaning cultivator. It was what he relied on to break the core of the Yin Yang Temple. Before the operation, Shangguan Yuro had specially given this item to him. Phew! He had just taken out the small sword when the space behind him suddenly distorted. The next moment, a woman appeared out of thin air. The woman showed up and directly locked onto Wang Jianxiang. Noticing Wang Jianxiang's cultivation, he couldn't help but freeze. Shaq, how could a mere foundation stage cultivator break into the Yin Yang Hall and find the core of the Yin Yang Hall? How is that possible? Immediately after that, she suddenly noticed the small sword in Wang Jianxiang's hand. Noticing the terrifying power contained in the small sword, a wisp of scorn flashed through his heart. What kind of person are you? How dare you want to destroy the Yin Yang Hall? Aren't you afraid of the old ancestors' retaliation? Wang Jianxiang smiled disdainfully. Isn't this pure nonsense? If I was afraid of that old man, I wouldn't have come today. A flash of anger crossed the woman's face. What kind of person is she? On weekdays, even those Yuaning stage executives in the clan had to give her a few thin faces when they saw her. When have you ever been yelled at like that? And leaving aside her identity, with her perfect jade and cultivation, how dare a foundation stage cultivator speak to her like that? It's a death wish. However, after she glanced at the jade sword in Wang Jianxiang's hand, and then worriedly looked at the altar, she finally suppressed the anger in her heart and said in a deep voice, "Junior, who sent you here? If you put down the jade sword in your hand and give an honest account, I can be the one to spare your life. Is this true?" Wang Jianqiangla sniffed out a hesitant look. Naturally, the woman's gaze flickered and she nodded. Wang Jianxiang seemed to have fallen into a deep thought, and after a few moments of silence, a sneer suddenly lifted up on his face. "I'm sorry, I've given it careful thought. I refuse." He laughed and flung the jade sword out with a wave of his palm. The power in the jade sword instantly erupted, shooting towards the altar at an astonishing speed. Seeing this scene, the woman was not shocked but pleased. The worry on her face before was all purposely done to show the other party, in order to make them think that the jade sword would definitely be able to destroy the altar. In fact, there was another layer of protective formations around the altar. This layer of formation could be called the strongest formation within the entire Yin Yang Hall, not to mention the district's jade sword. Even a Yuaning stage consummate cultivator in person would not be able to break it in a short period of time. Moreover, after the other party lost this jade sword, the only one that could threaten her, she would be able to strike with impunity and make the other party regret messing with her. Noticing the woman's look, a flash of sarcasm flashed across Wang Jianxiang's face. This old woman was counting on him, and why wouldn't he be counting on the other side? As early as the moment he saw the altar, he had already detected the formation outside of it. Otherwise, why would they be so slow to take action? The reason why he was hitching a ride with this old woman was to stall for time and gain a thorough insight into the loopholes of this formation. The woman's attention was on the jade sword, and she did not notice the sneer on Wang Jianxiang's face. Under her watchful eye, in a flash of spiritual light, the jade sword had appeared in front of the altar. A touch of mockery lifted up on her face, as if she had already seen the sight of the jade sword being resisted, and Wang Jianxiang's face filled with disbelief. However, the next moment, her expression froze instantly. The imagined scene of the formation blocking the jade sword did not happen. The jade sword unexpectedly passed straight through the formation, and in the process, the formation outside the altar acted as if it had not sensed the arrival of the jade sword and did not react in the slightest. No way? Could it be that the formation hasn't been energized for a long time and has been damaged? Boom! Just then, a deafening roar came. The tall altar instantly exploded into pieces. As the altar crumbled, the one soul essence that was bound by the altar instantly broke free from its bonds and dissipated. At the same time, the violent explosive power began to spread. However, right at this moment, a spiritual light instantly surfaced, deflecting the force of the explosion as much as it could. It was the same formation outside the altar. Seeing this scene, the woman's face was suddenly a mixture of green and white. Once the aftershocks of this comparable to a Yuaning stage cultivator's engagement spread completely. With her cultivation, although she might not necessarily retreat without injury, she would never have to worry about her life. However, the person who broke the core was only at the foundation stage, so it must be difficult to resist. That is to say, not only did this broken formation fail to protect the core of the Yin Yang temple, it instead became an accomplice to the person who destroyed the core, helping him block the aftermath of the explosion. Chapter 114, Destroying the Yin Yang Hall. In the middle of a forbidden land in the middle of nowhere, under the night sky, the 7 figures, 4 in front and 3 behind, were in rapid pursuit. At some point, the jade tags at the waist of the 3 suddenly shattered in unison. The 3 of them stopped in unison. Their faces changed greatly. Not good. The Yin Yang Hall has been destroyed. The depths of the forbidden land. The Yin Yang Hall suspended in the air suddenly shook violently. The spiritual light flowing above the temple body suddenly disappeared, and the formations within the temple collapsed. The entire hall instantly fell silent as if it had suddenly died, and then it fell towards the ground. Boom! The earth trembled and dust flew. The huge body of the temple smashed down to the ground, smashing a huge deep pit in the ground. In a room within the great hall, the dense spiritual light instantly converged, and Qiu Shuang, who was trapped in the formation and unable to move, had a loose circumference. She was first stunned, noticing the disappearance of the formation and associating it with the vibration of the great hall, and seemed to realize something. A flash of surprise crossed his face. The temple of Yin and Yang was destroyed, and their mission was successfully accomplished. The core place of the Yin Yang Hall was a special space opened up by the power of the Yin Yang Hall itself. With the core destroyed, the temple of Yin and Yang lost all its power. This core land dissipated at once. The woman and Wang Jianxiang, who were in the core of the place, had their sights blossomed, and then appeared in the middle of the previous hall. Next moment, a violent vibration came, and the woman who was in disbelief due to the destruction of the Yin Yang Hall instantly came back to her senses. Looking at Wang Jianxiang again, her face had become hard to see, The Hall of Yin and Yang was one of the most important treasures of old Acacia ancestor. As a precautionary measure, Old Man Acacia had specially ordered her to guard this hall before he closed down. Now that she was not guarding it well, the Yin Yang Hall was destroyed. Once Old Acacia ancestor came out of the gate, with the other party's temperament, he would definitely make her die for her crime. Think about it. Her face instantly turned livid. By destroying the Yin Yang Palace you have cut off my life. I want you to be buried with me. Before Sam Chill's words left her mouth, she grabbed out with one hand. A huge spiritual power palm instantly surfaced, carrying a violent spiritual power fluctuation towards Wang Jianxiang. Facing this huge spiritual palm, Wang Jianxiang was as small as an ant, yet he didn't show the slightest hint of nervousness or fear. With a wave of his palm, dozens of formation flags were flung into the air. Above the formation flag, the aura flashed. Dozens of formation flags were hidden into the void at the same time. In the next moment, a domineering force of suppression descended. The spiritual palm that slapped down towards him instantly crumbled. Meanwhile, the woman who had been overwhelmed by anger instantly regained her composure. It was because at this moment, she felt an unrivaled force of suppression rush into her body. Her spiritual power and even her soul power was instantly suppressed, no longer able to move the slightest bit. This is a forbidden spirit type of formation. A flash of panic crossed her face. She hadn't cultivated a body refining technique, and having her spiritual energy suppressed was the same as losing all means of attack. At this moment, she could no longer care about killing Wang Jianxiang to vent her anger and turned around to run. However, after losing her psychic power, she slowed down too much. Wang Jianxiang caught up with her in an instant with the explosion of his spirit pattern power. Without even utilizing his natural aptitude, he punched her out. After killing the woman, Wang Jianxiang waved his palm, retrieved the formation flag hidden in the void. Just then, a figure suddenly rushed into the hall. Xiao Frost's heart was filled with anxiety at the moment. The Temple of Yin and Yang has been destroyed and the plan successfully completed though, but it was too late for her to be happy. That Jade stage consummate guard had already gone after Wang Jianxiang. She had to find Wang Jianxiang as soon as possible. Otherwise, Wang Jianxiang must be in a bad way. When she swept her gaze across the hall and saw Wang Jianxiang, her complexion was instantly delighted. With a sway of his body, he appeared in front of Wang Jianxiang. Is everything alright? It's fine. Wang Jianxiang shook his head. Where's the guard? She didn't find you? Xiao Frost looked a little puzzled. It was reasonable that the other party should be far more familiar with this Yin Yang Hall than she was. But why was it that until now, she had already found Wang Jianxiang, and the other party hadn't even been able to do so? It doesn't make sense. Wang Jianxiang pointed to the ground. It's under your feet. Xiao Frost subconsciously looked at his feet. It was only then that he noticed that the ground was littered with blood as well as broken flesh and blood. She froze at the sight. This is what you did. You killed that Jiedan stage consummate guard? She looked at Wang Jianxiang in shock. Wang Jianxiang nodded. Used a little trick and killed it by fluke. Xiao Frost's mind drifted. In her opinion, it must be that the Supreme Elder had given Wang Jianxiang a special means of preserving his life. Otherwise, with his foundation stage cultivation, how could he possibly kill a perfect Jiedan stage cultivator? She pondered for a moment and said, now that the Yin Yang Hall has been successfully destroyed, our mission has been accomplished. Let's go find Jia Jingjing and the others first and help them get rid of those 3 late-stage Jiedan guards. With their strength, it's hard to fight against 3 late-stage Jiedan cultivators. She was well aware of the strength of Jia Jingjing's 4 men. Jia Jingjing and Yang Wei were both in the late Jiedan stage, and each should be able to deal with 1 guard without losing. However, the other 2 were only in the middle stage of Jiedan, and even if the 2 of them combined their efforts, it would be a bit too much to deal with a late-stage Jiedan cultivator. After a long battle, the 4 will be defeated. Hearing Xiao Frost's words, Wang Jianxiang smiled. It's not necessary. What doesn't have to be? Q Frost froze. Those 3 guards have rushed back. As Wang Jianxiang said that, with a wave of his palm, dozens of small flags shot in unison towards one of the hall's entrances and hid into the void. What is it? Xiao Frost couldn't help but ask Wang Jianxiang when he saw this scene. Wang Jianxiang smiled. Some small tactics. Don't make your move later. I'll just deal with those 3. With 3 late-stage Jiedan cultivators joining forces, it wasn't easy for Qiu Xuan to quickly kill them. To be on the safe side, he chose to do it himself. Hearing Wang Jianxiang's words, Qiu Frost froze, and then the heart was in the right place. Thinking of the guard who had been killed by Wang Jianxiang at the perfection of Jiedan stage, without questioning, he nodded his head and agreed. Good. While Wang Jianxiang was laying down the forbidden grand formation, the 3 figures had already rushed into the hall and headed towards the direction of the hall. The 3 men's faces were already gloomy to the extreme. They never expected to have their home stolen after only being away for such a short period of time. At the same time, they were filled with confusion. Although the Yin Yang Hall was in a semi-sleeping state, with the main mother sitting in charge and the formations inside the hall. Even if an early Yuaning cultivator barged in, they couldn't make the slightest wave. How could it be destroyed? Could it be that because of her anger over what just happened, the master mother lost her mind and carelessly failed to activate the temple's protection in time, and someone took advantage of the situation? Thinking of this, the fury in the three of them grew even more intense. They temporarily left the Yin Yang Hall, though they were commanded to do so by the main mother and had to do as they were told. But old man Acacia wouldn't reason with them. They could not be blamed for the destruction of the Yin Yang Hall. For the sake of today's plan, the only way to account to old Acacia ancestor for destroying the Yin Yang temple was to kill the person who had destroyed it, and only then could he possibly save his little life. Chapter 115, Battle against old Acacia ancestor. The three rushed into the hall with a full of anger as well as a determination to extract the murderer's soul. The moment they rushed into the hall, a powerful force of suppression surged dominantly into their bodies, and their spiritual energy instantly fell silent. In unison, they flopped to the ground and fell on their asses, without waiting for them to react. Wang Jianqiang, who had already prepared, flashed to them. Both fists pounded out at the same time. Two of the three were instantly blown away by the power of the fist. The person who hadn't been attacked instantly revealed a horrified expression when he saw this. No! He opened his mouth, and before the words could fully escape, Wang Jianqiang had already swung his fist again. His body instantly exploded into pieces. From the time the three entered the hall to the time the three perished at the end, it was only 2 breaths before and after. Looking at Chiu Frost, he was filled with astonishment, and then revealed a look of dawning realization. That's a forbidden spirit type formation? Wang Jianqiang's physical strength was surprisingly so powerful. No wonder he was able to kill that Jiedan stage consummate guard. With a move of his palm, Wang Jianqiang put away the formation flag of the forbidden break formation and looked at Xiu Shuang. Mission successfully completed. We can leave now. In the back of the Forbidden Land, the deepest part of the Acacia sect, an extravagantly decorated building collapsed instantly after the core of the Yin Yang temple was destroyed. Shangguan Euro, how dare you three, master and disciple, betray this seat? A wretched figure shot out from the broken building. He had a white beard and white hair, but he was not half as immortal as he was. A pair of narrow eyes revealed ruthlessness and gloom. After flying into mid-air, he wiped off the blood at the corner of his mouth and looked around coldly. At this moment there were 3 figures surrounding him in the center. It was none other than Shangguan Euro, Dong Yu and Yen Qingxian, the 3 masters and disciples. His gaze paused on Yen Qingxian and Dong Yu, his pupils contracting for a moment. The 2 of you have actually succeeded in forming babies as well. With that, he looked at Shangguan Euro again. No wonder you always pushed back when old man let your 2 disciples enter the Yin Yang Hall in the first place. So it turns out that you have long had the heart to wreak havoc on the clan. Back then, before he went into seclusion, he had allowed Yen Qingxian and Dong Yu to enter the Yin Yang Hall. Shangguan Euro always excuses herself for various reasons. It was only when he was really forced to do so that he allowed Yen Qingxian to enter the Yin Yang Hall. Dong Yu, on the other hand, ended up not entering the Yin Yang Hall either, citing a trauma to her origin. At that time, he had just failed to make a breakthrough and was in a hurry to close the door to recover, so he didn't pursue the matter. Hua Xingkong, you're the one who's messing with the clan. Shangguan Euro looked at the old ancestor of the Acacia sect, her face filled with hatred. You're tyrannical and dictatorial, forcing the higher echelons of the sect to be controlled by you, and you've long since stirred up the wrath of the heavens and the people. Today, the 3 of us, master and disciple, will eradicate you, the clan's tumor, and return peace to the Acacia sect. Old Acacia ancestor sniffed and let out a cold laugh. 3 things that don't know how to die. With a thought, he was about to communicate with the temple of Yin and Yang to extinguish the souls of the 3. However, the next moment, his face suddenly stiffened. The connection between him and the Yin Yang temple was surprisingly broken. Still want to manipulate our lives and deaths through the Yin Yang hall? You think I'd be so stupid as to not take the slightest precaution before making my move? Seeing the change in Yin Yang old ancestor's face, Shangguan Euro smiled. What exactly did you do? Old Acacia ancestor's face was in a state of dismay. You don't need to know. Shangguan Euro shook her head. Kill! With a shout, she took the lead in erupting her spiritual energy to attack the Yin Yang ancestor. Yen Qingxian and Dong Yu did not move the slightest bit slower either. Upon seeing the master's hand, he immediately launched an attack. The 3 of them attacked old man Hefzibah in a closed circle, blocking off all of his paths of retreat. A bunch of, when this seat catches you, I'll make sure to concoct something that you'll regret. Old Acacia ancestor grunted angrily, his arms spreading out to the sides, his palms pushing out flat. A spiritual power shield coalesced. In the next moment, the trio's attack descended. Boom! Violent roaring sounds resounded, and a terrifying spiritual power storm spread out in all directions, shaking the entire Harmony sect. What a terrifying fluctuation of spiritual energy! That's the deepest part of the Acacia sect. What the hell happened? Could it be that there are jade stage powers fighting? Countless outer disciples and inner disciples stopped cultivating and looked towards the deepest part of the sect in shock. In the eyes of these people, a jade stage cultivator was already a person of great power, a top-level cultivator that needed to be looked up to. The Yuaning stage was even more of a legendary existence. The Yuaning battle. They didn't even dare to imagine it. Unlike these bewildered inner disciples and outer disciples, the Jiedan elders had already vaguely realized what was happening. In the Acacia sect, apart from a very few inner sect elders who had formed Dan within the last 100 years, all inner sect elders had entered the Yin-Yang Hall. The moment the core of the Yin-Yang Hall was destroyed and their soul essence that was bound within the Yin-Yang Hall dissipated, they had sensed it in their hearts. The disciples within the sect might not know, but they were well aware of it. The location where the battle fluctuations were coming from was the place where old Acacia ancestor was in seclusion. Moreover, this level of battle fluctuation was simply not something that could be erupted from a Jiedan stage cultivator battle. Combine this with the destruction of the Yin-Yang temple, and the truth has become obvious. Someone who wanted to overthrow the rule of the harmonious ancestor and destroy the Yin-Yang temple was fighting the harmonious ancestor. Thinking of this, the crowd of Jiedan elders were pleasantly surprised. No one wants to be manipulated in life and death, much less be called around like a slave. They had gone through a lot of hard work to successfully conjugate Dan, and should have been able to become a powerful party, much less willing to be controlled. But old man Yin Yang was too strong. They couldn't even entertain the slightest thought of resistance. Now that someone has stepped forward, they are naturally willing to see it. But the gap between the Yuaning stage and the Jiedan stage was too great. Facing Yuaning stage cultivators, Jiedan stage cultivators were as vulnerable as a child. A great battle of this level was not something they could participate in, and they couldn't do anything to help even if they rushed up without fear of death. All they could do was to secretly pray that the person who fought against Old Man Acacia would succeed. Call out. Deep within the Acacia sect, amidst the raging spiritual energy, a figure shot out in a sorry state. It was none other than Old Man Acacia. Although his cultivation is high, but due to the failure of God transformation, the foundation damage is too serious. Until now is only able to recover less than 20% of the cultivation. These forces may be more than enough to deal with ordinary early Yuaning cultivators, but the face of Shangguan Euro Master and Disciple 3 People Siege is a bit too much. Not to mention that Shangguan Euro's cultivation had already reached the limit of the early Yuaning stage, and was only one step away from breaking through to the mid-Yuaning stage. Although Yan Qingxian and Dong Yu had only just made a breakthrough, their battle power was incomparably strong, far surpassing that of ordinary early Yuaning cultivators. The three of them were enough to suppress a mid-Yuaning cultivator when they joined forces. He fought the three with less than 20% of his cultivation, and eventually fell into a disadvantage. However, Old Man Acacia's face did not show the slightest hint of panic, but instead sneered out, "Not bad. Your strength is beyond this seat's expectations, but you guys don't really think that without the Yin-Yang Hall. This seat can't do anything about you, do you?" As soon as his words fell, two figures instantly flashed out and appeared on his left and right sides. Seeing these two figures, the faces of Shangguan Euro's master and disciple instantly changed. Chapter 116, Sect Protector Formation Enlightened. Dangerous. Appearing on either side of the old Acacia ancestor was a man and a woman. The male was tall, with a hazy gaze, and his cultivation had reached the early stage of Yuaning, which was precisely the hall master of the Hall of Punishment. Si Tianyong. The female was a beautiful woman. Her posture was no less than Shangguan Euro's, and her cultivation was similarly at the early Yuaning stage. Her name was Sun Yuling, and like Shangguan Euro, she was likewise a supreme elder of the Acacia sect. With the appearance of the two, the dominant situation of Shangguan Euro's master and disciple was instantly reversed. The hearts of the three masters and disciples sank at the same time. Si Tianyong, we have had friction before, but aren't you aware of how much more important this friction is compared to getting rid of the manipulation? And you, Sun Yuling, although the relationship between us has always been tense, this is not the time to get carried away. The two of you even chose to help Hua Xingkong. Have you ever thought about the consequences? Don't you guys want to get rid of Flower Walker's control? Shangguan Euro looked at the two of them, her expression grave and at the same time somewhat puzzled. Free from control? Hearing Shangguan Euro's words, old Acacia ancestor and Si Tianyong and Sun Yuling laughed at the same time. Shangguan Euro, you're too self-righteous. Sun Yuling shook her head. Si Tianyong stared at Shangguan Euro, his face filled with sarcasm. You think I'm against you because of the previous friction? Ridiculous. Shangguan Euro's brows furrowed, and the doubts in her heart intensified. Just at this time, the teasing voice of the old Acacia ancestor came. The two of them have never been under control. What is there to get rid of? Upon hearing the words of the Acacia ancestor, Shangguan Euro, Dong Yu, and Yan Qingxian were all a bit stunned. Old Acacia Ancestor was so suspicious that he would let two Yuaning stage cultivators go unchecked? How is that possible? Seeing the expressions of the master and disciple trio, the sneer on the face of Old Acacia Ancestor intensified a few points. Shangguan Euro, this seed is suspicious, but it's only the outsiders who are suspicious, not the Taoists and bloodline relatives. The three masters and disciples of Shangguan Euro revealed shocked expressions. Sun Yuling was actually the Dao couple of Old Acacia Ancestor. Is Zi Tianyong the son of Old Man Acacia? It was no wonder that the two were not manipulated by Old Man Acacia. This Old Acacia Ancestor was hiding so deeply that he had been deliberately hiding the identities of the two of them. I think he has been preventing this situation today for a long time. Hua Xingkong, you really do have a deep heart. The Acacia Ancestor had Si Tianyong and Sun Yuling to help them, and they had almost no chance of winning. After all these years of hard preparation, is it going to end in failure after all? Thinking of this, Shangguan Euro's expression was a bit unwilling. The world always says it's better to be prepared. As it turns out, this seat's calculations were not wrong. Old Acacia Ancestor looked at the Shangguan Euro trio indifferently. If the three of you can turn back from the wrong path and surrender with your hands tied, this seat can forget about it and spare your lives. Shangguan Euro sneered. Things have come to this, do you think we'll still believe your bull asterisk? With your style, if we really tied our hands, we're afraid that our fate would be worse than death. Dong Yu and Yen Qingxian were also unmoved, a flash of determination flashing across their expressions. Pity. Old Acacia Ancestor's gaze swept over the three of them with a somewhat regretful expression. Yen Qingxian and Dong Yu rose too late. When he noticed the two, it was already when he failed to impact the transformation god. At that time, he was too preoccupied with closed-door recovery to care about anything else. I was thinking of coming back later to savor the duo. I didn't expect the Shangguan Euro master and disciple trio to be so bold as to choose to stand up against him. What was more crucial was that they had managed to destroy the Yin Yang temple by some unknown method. He couldn't help but feel a suffocating heartache at the thought of the Yin Yang hall being destroyed. That's a Xian-ranked magic treasure. It was one of the most precious treasures he had on him, as well as the medium he used to manipulate the strongest members of the Acacia sect. Now that this object was destroyed, it would be difficult for him to control the Acacia sect powerhouses as easily as before. When he thought of this, a dense killing chance erupted out. Icy coldness rose up, and the clouds in the sky all became dim in an instant. Since you guys want to seek death, then this seat will fulfill you. I'll leave those two little ones to you, and I'll deal with Shangguan Euro. Kill. With his order, Si Tianyong and Sun Yuling killed towards Dong Yu and Yen Qingxian respectively. The Acacia Ancestor then killed Shangguan Euro straight away. He was surrounded by black water, and when he raised his hand, a path of black water swept and rushed like a water dragon. In the face of his attack, Shangguan Euro looked grave, not daring to let the black water stain her in the slightest. This method was the black water technique, the famous technique of Old Acacia, and it was an extremely sinister technique. The black water condensed by the black water skill could not only corrode the physical body, but could even erode the soul. Once stained, it is very difficult to get rid of. Back then, when Old Man Acacia was in his heyday, he had even defeated a Yuaning perfection cultivator with this method. If he had the help of Dong Yu and Yen Qingxian, gathering the strength of the three of them, he would naturally not be afraid of the black water erosion. However, facing the situation alone, Shangguan Euro was greatly overwhelmed. The black water is as if it were pervasive. Although she blocked the black water's attacks over and over again, every time she came into contact with the black water, much of her spiritual energy would be corroded away by the black water. Just a few moments of exchanging hands had already resulted in a lot of wear and tear. At this rate, in less than an incense stick of time, her spiritual energy would inevitably be eroded away. On the other two battlefields, the battle had already reached a scorching point. After all, Dong Yu and Yen Qingxian had just formed babies not long ago, and their cultivation was much weaker compared to Si Tianyong and Sun Yuling. Although he fought the duo back and forth with his powerful fighting talent, but couldn't pull away to help her. Once she lost here, they would all be in a situation of certain death. Seeing that things could not be done, she could not help but feel a sense of withdrawal in her heart. First, he sent a message to Wang Jianshang through the transmission note, and then looked at Dong Yu and Yen Qingxian and transmitted a message. Withdraw. Hearing Shangguan Euro's voice transmission, Dong Yu and Yen Qingxian decisively drew back. After Shangguan Euro had resisted the impact of the black water once again, she also used her strength to retreat and managed to get away. After the three of them broke away from the battle, they shot towards the outside of the sect without hesitation. Trying to escape? Asked this seat. Old Acacia Ancestor let out a sardonic laugh and glanced at Si Tianyong and Sun Yuling. The two nodded and sent out a message at the same time. Next moment, a huge curtain of light rose steeply into the air, and in the blink of an eye, it transformed into a huge canopy. It covered the entire Acacia sect like a large inverted bowl. This is the Protector formation. Seeing this scene, the three masters and disciples of Shangguan Yuro, who were running towards the outside of the sect, stopped at once. All three of them had a look of despair on their faces. The sect protector formation required at least 10 cultivators of the jade stage or above to strike at the same time in order to activate it. They had thought that after the destruction of the Yin Yang Hall, the numerous jade elders would surely be quick to eliminate Hua Xingkong, and no one would be willing to help him. Now it seemed that they had thought a little too simply. Call out, call out, call out. In three air-breaking sounds, Old Acacia Ancestor, Si Tianyong, and Sun Yuling chased after him. Old Acacia Ancestor looked at Shangguan Yuro with a sneer on his face. Ha ha ha, Shangguan Yuro, this seat is indeed unpopular, but you don't think that this seat only has this one means of the Yin Yang Hall, do you? Chapter 117 Lin Shuaran, Mu Yutong. This seat has always done things without betting on just one place. Old Acacia Ancestor looked at the Shangguan Yuro trio and smiled contemptuously. Why do you guys think I let Tianyong become the hall master of the Hall of Punishment? Why did you let Linger manage the Dark Pavilion? Hearing the words of Old Acacia Ancestor, the three masters and disciples of Shangguan Yuro instantly came to their senses. The Hall of Punishment and the Dark Pavilion were the two largest organizations of the Acacia sect. Among them, the four small hall masters of the Hall of Punishment as well as the 6 vice pavilion masters of the Dark Pavilion were all at the Jidan stage. The total number of Jidan stage cultivators in the two organizations was exactly 10. Previously, not knowing the relationship between Si Tianyong and Sun Yuling and Hua Xingkong, they had not thought much about it. Now it seems that this is precisely another backhand left behind by Hua Xingkong. Thinking of this, Shangguan Yuro couldn't help but laugh bitterly in her heart. I thought I had been planning for years and that my plan was foolproof. I didn't expect to fall into Hua Xingkong's calculations after all. Compared to this old fox, Hua Xingkong, she was still too young. Prepare to fight for your life. Shangguan Yuro let out a long sigh. Now the protector formation is open. The Acacia sect had been completely isolated from the outside world and could not enter or exit. If you can kill the 10 Jedan cultivators who maintain the formation, you will indeed be able to break the formation. But once the formation was activated, those 10 people would become one with the formation. Unless it was strong enough to shake the power of the sect protector formation, it would not be able to injure the 10 people in the slightest. This kind of power was far from being reached even when she combined her efforts with Dongyu and Yin Qingxian. It was simply impossible to kill those 10 people. Now it was impossible to escape, so he could only fight for his life. Spell one out and make one out before you die. Thinking of this, a touch of ruthlessness flashed across Shangguan Yuro's face. Dongyu and Yin Qingxian were naturally aware of the current situation, and a look of determination flashed across their faces. Just as the three masters and disciples had made up their minds and were about to start a deadly battle, a light laughter suddenly rang out. Hua Xingkong, you seem to be rejoicing a bit early. Before the words fell, two figures suddenly emerged. The visitors were two women. One looked young, slender and stunningly beautiful. The other was a beautiful woman, middle-aged in appearance, and although she looked a bit older, her posture had not lost half of its color. Both of them were Yuaning stage cultivators, especially that beautiful woman. Her cultivation was even more overpowering everyone present except for the old Acacia ancestor. It was clearly a mid-Yuaning cultivator. Lin Shuaran, Mu Yutong. Seeing these two figures that had suddenly appeared in the middle of the battlefield, the pupils of the hexagonal ancestor shrunk. Lin Shuaran was like Sun Yuling, and was likewise his Taoist couple. It's just that the two had a frosty relationship for some reason years ago. However, he had trusted Lin Shuaran from the beginning to the end, and not only had he not performed soul control on her, even her disciple Mu Yutong, as well as Mu Yutong's niece, Mu Lingshi, had not moved their minds. The appearance of the duo surprised him and at the same time, he couldn't help but feel a sense of suffocation as if he had suffered a betrayal. She glared angrily at the beautiful woman. Lin Shuaran, how dare you betray me as well? Betrayal? Hua Xingkong, have you forgotten how you got the power in your hands? Are you also worthy of talking about betrayal with me? A flash of hatred flashed across the beautiful woman's face. Old Acacia ancestor's brows furrowed at his words, as if he had been splashed with cold water. He instantly calmed down. How did you know that? Back then, he was just one of the senior members of the Acacia sect, and later on, he designed to attack and kill the previous generation of Acacia sect's patriarch, Luo Kong, and only then did he step by step rise to the top and take control of the entire Acacia sect. There is something dishonorable about this ascent and he has been extremely evasive about it. Under his deliberate suppression, the matter was now little known. Because I'm Rokan's daughter, Lin Shuaran looked at Elder Acacia with indignation. Back then, my father regarded you as his confidant, but you were a wolf and designed to attack and kill him. Afterward, he even beheaded all those who were close to him. How vicious and bloody were his methods. If I hadn't been able to return to the Acacia sect, I'm afraid I would have been poisoned by you as well. Later on, the reason why I returned to the Acacia sect, even going so far as to commit myself to you, was to take your life. Unfortunately, you are too cautious in your day-to-day life, and even with all my efforts, I have yet to find a chance to kill you, and today, that opportunity has finally come to me. Hearing Lin Shuaran's indignant words, the Hushuan old ancestor's face sank. So you're Luokong's daughter who's been living in exile. At first, he did hear Luokong mention having a daughter in the outside world. It was born to Luokong and the first daughter of a cultivation family. At that time, that woman didn't know that Luokong came from the Acacia sect, and later severed her relationship with Luokong when she found out. Luokong was extremely doting on that woman. Not only were they not annoyed, but they helped each other many times in the years that followed. However, back then, Luokong did not mention where that immortal cultivation family was, and he did not put it on his mind. Little did he realize that years later, the other party would come to his door and lurk around him until today. He stared at Lin Shuaran, silent for a moment, and said sorrowfully, I do admire your patience somewhat, to have lurked by my side for so many years, and still not let me notice the slightest abnormality. Back then, not only was Luokong's talent strong and outstanding, his character was also extremely tough. He could be called a generation of lords. I didn't expect that his daughter would be so remarkable. Hearing the words of the old Acacia ancestor, Lin Shuaran snorted angrily. Hua Xingkong, a villain like you doesn't deserve to judge my father. Old Acacia ancestor's eyes narrowed slightly as he looked at Mu Yutong. In that case, this woman must not be your niece either? Lin Shuaran coldly said, she is my daughter born before I joined the Acacia sect. Besides her, I have another son, and Lingxi is the daughter of that son of mine. Hearing Lin Shuaran's words, Old Man Hefzibah felt his head turn green and a flash of anger flashed across his face. Lin Shuaran had been his most trusted and favored Taoist. Even when their relationship later became stagnant, he still thought so, showing his love for Lin Shuaran. He didn't have the luxury of hoping that Lin Shuaran hadn't made a Taoist couple before she was with him, but he never thought that the other party had already conceived a son and a daughter before she was with him. You, old Acacia ancestor couldn't help but curse. Seeing that old Acacia ancestor was furious, Lin Shuaran smiled. It was exactly the effect she wanted. Old Acacia is too cunning. Even though they had clearly gained the upper hand now, she still didn't dare to be the slightest bit careless. The reason for saying so much to him was precisely to tickle his anger and make him lose his mind. The next moment, she did it without warning. With a wave of his palm, a flying sword broke out of the air. Old Acacia ancestor failed to react for a moment due to his extreme anger. However, Si Tianyong and Sun Yuling, who had been following the situation in the field, were the first to react. Look out! The two of them let out a cry of alarm and simultaneously gathered their spiritual energy to block in front of Old Man Hefzibah. Shoo away! With a booming sound, the spiritual energy that the two of them had condensed shattered, and their faces turned white as they staggered back. Old Acacia ancestor was impacted by the aftershocks and flew backwards for hundreds of feet. He forcibly stabilized his stance and spat out a mouthful of blood as he angrily looked at Lin Shuaran. Asterisk 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 you shady me. Lin Shuaran shook his head with some regret and looked at Shangguan Yuro. Senior sister Shangguan, make a move together and kill this old man. Yes. Shangguan Yuro sniffed and immediately returned to her senses. Dong Yu, Yan Qingxian, and Mu Yutong had fluctuations of spiritual energy flooding their bodies at the same time. Just as the five of them were about to join forces to kill the three of them, Old Acacia ancestor, Si Tianyong, and Sun Yuling, Old Acacia ancestor suddenly threw a jade order into the air. The jade order shattered, and an invisible force instantly spread out in all directions like a canopy, enveloping the entire Acacia sect in the blink of an eye. At the same time, Old Acacia ancestor's chilling voice entered the ears of the five. To have pushed the seat to such an extent, none of you five can escape today. Chapter 118, Participation in the War. In the Forbidden Land, Wang Jianxiang and Qiu Frost left the Yin Yang Hall after killing the remaining three guards and found the forge Zhengjing. As he was about to leave the Forbidden Land, the summoning talisman on Wang Jianxiang's waist suddenly lit up and a voice entered his mind. Hearing this message, Wang Jianxiang's face changed. What's wrong? Noticing the change in Wang Jianxiang's countenance, Xiao Shuang couldn't help but ask. Something's not right with the situation. Wang Jianxiang looked at Xiao Shuang and Zhe Zhengjing and the others with a grave expression. Our plan seems to be failing. Just now, Elder Shangguan sent me a message asking us to flee the sect immediately. As soon as Wang Jianxiang's words came out, Qiu Frost and the others were startled, and then they revealed a look of incomprehension. The temple of Yin and Yang has obviously been destroyed. Why did the plan still not work? Wang Jianxiang shook his head. Destroying the Yin Yang Hall is only one part of the plan. Killing the harmonious ancestor is the ultimate goal. I think that there should be an unresolvable change over there. Don't delay any longer. The transmission over there is urgent. It should be on the run as well. For safety's sake, We need to leave the clan as soon as possible. Hearing Wang Jianxiang's words, Xiao Frost and the others looked shocked and said no more. Just as Wang Jianxiang and the others wanted to leave the Forbidden Land, a canopy suddenly appeared and enveloped the entire Acacia sect. Wang Jianxiang's movement stalled. It is! He raised his head to look at the canopy in the air and felt the terrifying power coming from it, and his expression was shocked. This is the clan protection formation. On the side, Xiao Frost opened his mouth with an ugly face. Protect the clan formation. Hearing those 4 words, Wang Jianxiang's face also became ugly. Once the protector formation was opened, the Acacia sect would be completely isolated from the outside world. No one can come in or out without the big formation dispersing. In other words, they were trapped inside the clan. It's over. Jia Jingjing and the others also realized the seriousness of the matter and their faces went white. Xiao Frost looked at Wang Jianxiang. What now? There's nothing to do but wait. Wang Jianxiang shook his head. There's no way that old Acacia ancestor opened the clan protector formation just for us few little stragglers. The 3 of them, Elder Shangwan, Elder Yan and Elder Dong should all be trapped within the clan. If they can think of a way to get out, we might have a chance to leave. Hearing Wang Qianlian's words, Xiao Frost and the others sighed. Wang Jianxiang was right. The sect protector formation was not something they could sway. The only thing we can do for today is to wait and see what happens, and maybe a miracle will happen. The 6 looked at the direction from which the battle fluctuations came from and waited silently. A few moments later, an invisible sealing force suddenly enveloped the entire clan. The spiritual energy as well as the soul power in their bodies was instantly sealed and completely silenced. Xiao Frost and Jia Jingjing and the others looked at each other and couldn't help but laugh bitterly. Miracles don't seem to be able to happen. The moment this power of sealing came out, it was undoubtedly adding insult to injury. It's like giving them a complete death sentence. Compared to the despair of the 5, Wang Jianxiang's eyes brightened instead. Miracle. It seems to have appeared. After the Jade Order shattered, a sealing force that acted on spiritual energy and soul power instantly enveloped the entire Acacia sect. From the outer disciples of the Qi refining stage, to the senior level of the elder ancestor of the Yuaning stage, none of them were able to resist. The spiritual power and soul power of everyone within the clan was sealed at all costs. Crap! Noticing the silence of the spiritual power and soul power, Lin Shuaran and the 5 Shangguan Euros' faces changed. Have any of you cultivated body refining techniques? Lin Shuaran looked at Shangguan Euro. Shangguan Euro shook her head with a bitter smile. Lin Shuaran's heart sank when she saw this. Although the sealing power of the spirit prohibiting grand formation was an indiscriminate attack, Old Man Hop Sing was similarly sealed off from his power, but the other party was, after all, a Yuaning stage consummate cultivator. With all of them not having cultivated body refining techniques, the other party's physique was much more powerful than theirs. As such, the advantage they had previously established was instantly wiped out, and instead turned into a disadvantage. Seeing the change in the 5 people's expressions, old Acacia ancestor let out a cold smile and waved his hand at Si Tianyong and Sun Yuling. Kill me. As soon as the words fell, the 3 of them rushed out at the same time. Lin Shuaran and Shangguan Euro's complexion stared at each other as they simultaneously greeted the Acacia ancestor. Yutong, you come and help too. While rushing out, Lin Shuaran's grave words reached Mu Yutong's ears. Mu Yutong followed without hesitation. Dongro and Yin Qingxian, on the other hand, each greeted Si Tianyong and Sun Yuling. Yuaning cultivators were all powerful existences that had survived the lightning tribulation. Their physical bodies, spiritual energy and even their soul power had experienced the baptism of the tribulation. Even if they hadn't cultivated a body refining technique, the body of a Yuaning stage cultivator was incredibly powerful. Early Yuaning cultivators could even suppress late Jiedan cultivators who were at full strength with their physical strength alone. From early Yuaning stage to mid-Yuaning stage, the increase in physical body strength was not as exaggerated as it was during the lightning tribulation, but the increase was still considerable. At the Yuaning stage consummate level, it is even possible to defeat an ordinary Jiedan stage consummate cultivator with physical strength alone. Even though all of the people's spiritual energy was now sealed, the battle was still incomparably fierce. Dong Yu and Yin Qingxian were still quite easy to deal with their counterparts. Si Tianyong and Sun Yuling, Lin Shuaran, Shangguan Euro and Mu Yutong teamed up to fight against the Acacia Old Ancestor. And not only did they fail to gain the upper hand, they were instead completely suppressed by the Acacia Old Ancestor, being beaten back. In the meantime, the 6 figures had already crossed the Forbidden Land and arrived at this place of great battle. Looking at the figures fighting in the distance, Wang Jianxiang frowned. The situation already looks bleak. He looked back at Xiao Frost and the others. You guys wait here, I'll go help. Xiao Frost and the others were dumbfounded when Wang Jianxiang's words came out. After the spirit prohibiting formation appeared, Wang Jianxiang suddenly proposed to come to the battlefield to watch the battle. They didn't think much about it, only thinking that Wang Jianxiang simply wanted to understand the battle situation. I didn't realize how pugnacious and crude his ideas were. Team Wang, you're not kidding, right? Jia Zhengjing, Yang Wei, Lia and Zhang Hubiao looked at Wang Jianxiang with wide eyes. Xiao Frost couldn't help but pull Wang Jianxiang back. Don't be impulsive. We can just watch from here. You won't be able to help if you go. You'll only be sending yourself to death for nothing. Wang Jianxiang smiled, pushed Xiao Frost's palm away and ran towards the battlefield. At this moment, the battle situation was not optimistic, and he did not have time to explain. Add all attribute points to the sacred body of ages. As he rushed into the middle of the battlefield, he decisively passed a message to the system. Ding! The age sacred body has been upgraded. The current number of spirit lines is 15,260. Dense spiritual patterns were derived from between the flesh and blood. Wang Jianxiang's physical strength instantly produced a leaping strengthening. Dharma heavenly initiation. His running body instantly swelled 3 times, and his strength skyrocketed to 45,780 spirit marks of power. After that, he stimulated the power of pure yang. The power skyrocketed again. It reached the power of 18,312 spirit lines. The speed skyrocketed with it. Like an absolute lance, it roughly stabbed into the middle of the battlefield. Chapter 119, Beheading Yuaning. Battlefield. The great battle had come to a fever pitch, and everyone was fighting for their lives. Sun Yuling and Yan Qingxian just retreated backwards at the same time after sparring a punch. Just then, a figure suddenly rushed into the battlefield and appeared in front of Sun Yuling, who was retreating. At this moment, Sun Yuling was at the moment when her old strength was exhausted and her new strength had yet to be born, so she failed to react. A palm unceremoniously pressed down on her chest, flinging her hard above the ground. Boom! The earth crumbled and sand and rocks flew. Sun Yuling coughed out a large mouthful of blood. Not caring about anything else, she quickly rolled over and escaped from the flying sand as fast as she could. She hadn't breathed a sigh of relief until then. A flash of shame flashed across his face as he felt the pain coming from his chest. She glanced angrily ahead, and a figure appeared in her line of sight. She couldn't help but freeze when she saw the attacker. Foundation stage. Inner disciple? How could a small inner disciple's fleshly body be so strong? Immediately afterward, this astonishment was suppressed by an even more intense killing intent. A mere inner disciple. How dare he insult her like this? Seek death. Her complexion chilled as she rushed straight towards Wang Jianxiang. Look out! Yan Xingxuan's complexion tightened and she was about to block the other party. Wang Jianxiang twisted his head to look at Yan Xingxian. You go and help your master and the others. This person can be dealt with by me. Yan Xingxuan's rushing momentum lurched. Seeing how confident Wang Jianxiang was, he nodded. Take care of yourself. After saying that, he immediately joined the battlefield on the side. With her joining them, the 3 of them, Shangguan Yuro, who had already been precariously suppressed by old Acacia, suddenly had their pressure greatly reduced. Although still at a disadvantage, the situation has stabilized quite a bit. After seeing Yan Qingxian rush to the other side of the battle, Wang Jianxiang had shifted his attention to Sun Yuling. Facing the furiously attacking Sun Yuling, he looked calm. At the moment when Sun Yuling's fist was about to slam down on her body, she held her wrist, retreated and drew back, and skillfully unloaded her fist's strength with a 4,000 kilogram approach. Sun Yuling's body was brought forward uncontrollably. Her face changed, forcing her to stop her stance. Her body twisted, and she stomped her foot towards Wang Jianxiang's chest, wanting to force Wang Jianxiang to retreat and get rid of Wang Jianxiang's bondage. Facing Sun Yuling's strike, Wang Jianxiang smiled disdainfully and did not retreat a single bit. The palm of his hand that grasped Sun Yuling's wrist did not loosen. The other palm instantly lifted up and grabbed her slender ankle with as much precision as an iron hoop. As a result, the picture became Sun Yuling with her back to Wang Jianxiang, her upper body bent forward, one hand and one foot controlled by Wang Jianxiang, her long slender white legs lifted high in the air, and her wide-open skirt opening facing Wang Jianxiang. Gee, I can't believe it's transparent. Wang Jianxiang's eyes lit up and he laughed. The other side of the battlefield. Lin Shuaran sensed Wang Jianxiang's movements and his eyes lit up. Little brother doesn't know. This is the Tao couple of Elder Acacia. Shangguan Yuro's heart stirred and she laughed along. Wang Jianxiang, it's a blessing for you to be able to see the bottoms of Elder Acacia ancestors' Taoist couple. You must observe them properly. Lin Shuaran and Shangguan Yuro sensed Wang Jianxiang's move. How could the Acacia old ancestor, who had been paying attention to the situation on the battlefield, not have noticed? After seeing his Taoist partner being taken advantage of in public, his face had already darkened. Lin Shuaran and Shangguan Yuro's sarcasm was even more like pouring oil on the fire, completely igniting the anger in his heart. Junior, I'm going to crush your head. With an angry growl, he was about to charge at Wang Jianxiang. Lin Shuaran and Shangguan Yuro looked delighted. This old Acacia ancestor didn't know if his brain was a little rusty from being in seclusion for too long, or if he was just too angry from being molested by a tiny inner disciple who molested his Taoist couple. It was surprising that they had managed to be so obviously provoked. The two saw their chance and struck out with all their might at the same time. Two fists erupted and solidly struck above the back of the Harmony ancestor. A mouthful of blood spurted out of him and he shot backwards in a sorry state. After Lin Shuaran and Shangguan Yuro struck, they didn't give old Acacia ancestor the slightest chance to catch his breath and continued to attack. Mu Yutong and Yin Xingxian also reacted and surrounded them together. Old Acacia ancestor had to temporarily give up on decapitating Wang Jianxiang and hurriedly fended off the attacks of the four. He who originally had the upper hand instantly fell into a disadvantage. The other side. Si Tianyong was spat out blood and flew backwards by Dong Yu's punch. Sun Yuling was not his biological mother, and the two of them had little affection, but the other party was, after all, his father's Dao partner, his nominal elder. How could he be unmoved by being so humiliated? He felt an equally intense wave of humiliation and was lost in thought for a moment, so this momentary lapse of concentration became his breakthrough. Caught with precision by Dong Yu, the two were originally equal in strength. One move down, passive everywhere, it went straight to being pressed. Noticing the changes in the two battlefields next to him, Wang Jianxian was somewhat surprised in his heart. He originally simply wanted to disgust his opponent and make him lose his mind, thus becoming a little better to deal with. I didn't realize it would cause such a chain reaction. Surprisingly, it changed the situation of the entire battlefield in an instant. Compared to Wang Jianxian's surprise, Sun Yuling was a bit shocked. She leapt to her feet and kicked back with her other long leg. Wang Jianxian quickly reacted and threw her away the moment he kicked at him. Junior, I'll kill you. Sun Yuling, who was publicly humiliated by Wang Jianxian, almost lost her mind. It catapulted up from the ground and ferociously rushed towards Wang Jianxian. Wang Jianxian skimmed his lips. By now, he had completely figured out Sun Yuling's strength. The physical attack alone was enough to suppress a late Jiedan cultivator in full strike state, yet it was still quite a bit short of what he was now. With his current power, he was strong enough to fight hard against a Jiedan perfection cultivator in his full state. It wasn't hard to defeat Sun Yuling. With a bottom in mind, he no longer held back. A full force punch slammed out. Sun Yuling came fast and went even faster. The terrifying fist force directly shattered her attack, and then sent her flying backwards with the impact. Wang Jianxiang instantly chased after him after the blow. Another punch slammed out. A mouthful of blood sprayed out from Sun Yuling as she retreated in a sorry state. Wang Jianxiang continued to pursue. Sun Yuling was losing ground as a mouthful of blood continued to spray out. Perceiving Wang Jianxiang's strength, old Acacia ancestor's face completely changed. Originally, Lin Shuaran and Shangguan Yuro and the others were about to be defeated, but they didn't expect a variable to suddenly jump out in the middle. He was a great ancestor of the Acacia sect, a great cultivator of the perfection of Yuaning stage, but in the end, he had planted himself in the hands of a small foundation establishment stage cultivator. Boom! Facing Wang Jianxiang's airtight attacks, Sun Yuling was ultimately unable to defend herself as much as she could, and was smashed in the head by Wang Jianxiang's punch. After her body fell to the ground, a small, palm-sized figure vanished from her body. The little man is Sun Moon Spirit's Yuaning. At the Yuaning stage, the fall of the physical body was no longer fatal, and the only way to completely kill a Yuaning stage cultivator was to destroy the Yuaning. Although the Yuaning level cultivator's Yuaning was fragile and almost incapable of fighting, once it left its body and lost its physical boundaries, its speed would soar. It's not easy to destroy. However, under the restraints of the spirit prohibiting formation, Sun Yuling's Yuaning power could not be utilized at all, and she could only run away in fear like a mortal. Wang smashes out a jab. It easily crushed her Yuaning. Seeing this scene, old man Acacia's eyes turned red, stiffly resisting a blow from the four people around him. He sprayed blood while madly rushing towards Wang Jianxiang. Junior, even if this seat dies today, I will definitely drag you along with me. Chapter 120, The End of the Great War. Old Acacia ancestor was like an angry bull, madly charging towards Wang Jianxiang. Wang Jianxiang didn't dodge and slammed his fist. Boom! In the midst of the fist's explosive sound, the Hashang old ancestor's figure stagnated. Wang Jianxiang, on the other hand, used the force of the recoil to increase his speed dramatically and shot backwards. Instantly, he rushed to the side of Si Tianyong. Old man, go and be reunited with your son. A cold and ghostly voice entered Si Tianyong's ears, and before he could react, Wang Jianxiang had already smashed his fist on his head. His face instantly froze, and then his entire head shattered open like a watermelon. Phew! A small man with a terrified face scurried out of the body and was about to flee, but the moment he had just rushed out of his physical body, a palm suddenly reached over and clutched him in a death grip, tightening. No! With a terrified voice, the villain was crushed alive by the palm of his hand. Wang Jianxiang slowly retracted his palm and gave old ancestor Hahuan a smiling look. Old mongrel, thanks to the help of that punch you just threw. Otherwise I don't think it would have been so easy to kill him. Tian Yan. The acacia old ancestor's eyes were wide with rage. Little bastard. You go to hell. He stared at Wang Jianxiang dead in the face, his eyes almost spewing out fire as he was about to continue killing Wang Jianxiang. However, at this moment, Shangwan Yuro and the others had already surrounded him once again, putting him under siege once more. Wang Jianxiang shook off the blood on his fist and nodded to Dongyu. The two of them simultaneously rushed into the battle group besieging the Harmony Ancestor. With the two of them entering the battle, Old Man Hahuan immediately fell into absolute passivity. In just a few moments he was already seriously injured. Little bastard, die together. At a certain moment, Old Acacia Ancestor saw his chance and hardened himself against Shangwan Yuro's strike, rushing towards Wang Jianxiang regardless. A flash of ruthlessness flashed across Wang Jianxiang's eyes. Old mongrel, a family has to go neat and tidy. Go and reunite with them. Before the words left his mouth, he did not dodge and smashed his fist on the head of the Harmony Ancestor. Old Acacia Ancestor's head instantly caved in, and his eyeballs were shocked out of existence. At the same time, Wang Jianxiang took a solid punch to the chest. A mouthful of blood spurted out of him and he retreated several steps. Ha ha ha, go to hell, little bastard. Old Acacia Ancestor's face was covered in blood as he lunged again like a severe ghost. It's you who will die. Wang Jianxiang's body twisted and dodged the fist of the heping old ancestor at the same time. A whip leg swept fiercely over his opponent's head. The long deformed head of the Hop-Sing old ancestor instantly exploded. How? After old Acacia Ancestor's physical body fell, his Yuaning screamed and rushed out of his body, looking at Wang Jianxiang with disbelief filling his gaze. He was certain that this kid's internal organs had been severely damaged after taking the punch he had just thrown hard. This was evident by the fragments of internal organs mixed within his blood as he spat it out. But why is this kid acting like nothing happened? Seeing the shocked look on the face of the hop-singing old ancestor's Yuaning, Wang Jianxiang bared his teeth and smiled. A row of blood-stained teeth was revealed. He was able to guess what old Acacia Ancestor was thinking. His internal organs were indeed severely damaged. An injury of this level was enough to make an ordinary cultivator lose his battle power or even lose his life. However, it was nothing to him who possessed the power of pure yang. After the awakened state of the pure yang force had reached an advanced level, the recovery effect had long been incomparable. As long as his internal organs weren't instantly shattered, under the effect of the power of pure yang, he would be able to recover most of them in the blink of an eye. If old Acacia Ancestor had chosen to exchange his life with someone else, it might have been possible for him to get his way, but the other side had picked the wrong person to approach him. Wang Jianxiang wasn't going to give the other party an explanation. At the moment when the harmonious old ancestor's Yuaning came out of his body, he had prepared for it and grabbed it, and with the force of his palm, he was about to crush it. Wait! Just then, a voice suddenly came. Wang Jianxiang's tightened palm gave a start, twisted his head to look at Lin Shuaran with a somewhat puzzled expression. Senior, you, Lin Shuaran smiled. Yuaning is the essence of a cultivator's cultivation condensed. It may be used when refining certain precious pills. It's too much of a pity to destroy it just like that. Wang Jianxiang was a bit stunned. With his limited knowledge, he had never really heard of the uses of a Yuaning. Thinking of the two Yuaning that he had destroyed, he couldn't help but feel a little heartbroken. Why didn't Senior remind earlier? Lin Shuaran shook her head breathlessly. You started too quickly, and just now I was so focused on dealing with Huashingkong. How could I have the time to think about this? With that, she came to Wang Jianxiang's side. Hand over Huashingkong's Yuaning to me first. Wang Jianxiang looked at Shangwan Yuro and the others with some hesitation. Lin Shuaran was speechless for a while. Little fellow, I'm just trying to help you erase the consciousness in Huashingkong's Yuaning. It's too dangerous to keep his consciousness all the time, and only a pure Yuaning that doesn't contain the slightest bit of consciousness can be used for alchemy. Lin Shuaran's words lagged behind as Mu Yutong on the side glanced at Wang Jianxiang. Don't worry you guy, my mother won't misappropriate your loot. Hearing Mu Yutong's words, Wang Jianxiang was a bit surprised. This woman was actually Mu Yutong's mother. Sheesh, it's kind of similar when you look at it closely. I can't believe you're still skinny at your age. You still have your charm. Is there something wrong with me? Seeing that Wang Jianxiang couldn't stop staring at himself, Lin Shuaran couldn't help but say. Wang Jianxiang immediately returned to his senses, with a dry laugh. Of course not. I'm just a little surprised by Senior's identity. Lin Shuaran laughed, not thinking much about it, and teasingly said, now you can rest assured that you can hand over your Yuaning to me, right? Then I'll trouble Senior. Wang Jianxiang immediately reached out and handed over the Yuaning. Lin Shuaran smiled and took the Yuan baby. Wang Jianxiang was a little embarrassed in his heart and looked up in the air, immediately changing the topic. How do you close this patriarchal formation? Lin Shualan and the others sniffed and looked up into the air. A coldness flashed across Lin Shuaran's face. I know where the eyes of the formation are, and when the effect of the spirit prohibition order dissipates, it can be easily broken. Hearing Lin Shuaran's words, the crowd looked relieved. Immediately after that, a flash of fear flashed across Shangguan Yuro's face as she lamented. Luckily, there are only 10 Jidan stage cultivators under the Heping Old Ancestor, so he can only barely turn on the Grand Formation, and can't activate the Killing Formation at the same time, or else we're bound to lose. Hearing her words, Lin Shuaran and Dong Yu and the others nodded in agreement. The Acacia Sect Protector Formation was not a single Guardian Formation. Instead, it was a formation that combined a Protective Formation, an Illusion Formation and a Killing Formation into one. Once the Killing Formation was activated, even Yuaning stage consummate cultivators could be easily killed, and with their strength, it would be difficult for them to resist. 1 hour later, the power of the spirit ban is exhausted. The people's cultivation was restored. Under Lin Shuaran's leadership, the crowd easily found the location of the Protector Formation's islet. Lin Shuaran's fingers pointed in succession. Several channels of spiritual energy were injected into the eye of the formation. In the next moment, the canopy that enveloped the entire clan was suddenly shaken. It then dissipated completely. 10 figures manifested from the air. The 10 people seemed to have sensed the defeat of Old Man Hashang, and the moment they were forced to show themselves, they shot towards the outside of the sect in panic. Chapter 121, Holy Land, Great Desolate Immortal Palace. Just at the moment when the 10 figures were about to flee the sect, Lin Shuaran suddenly flashed out. A strong spiritual pressure spread, instantly enveloping the 10 people. The 10 people's bodies sank and fell towards the ground at the same time. Shoo away! Shoo away! With a roar, 10 people smashed to the ground one after another like meteorites. Wang Jianxiang was staggered by this scene. Yuaning stage cultivators who didn't have their spiritual energy suppressed were truly terrifying. Surprisingly, he had instantly crushed 10 Jiedan stage cultivators with just his spiritual pressure. Originally, after killing 3 Yuaning stage cultivators in a row, an illusion that Yuaning cultivators were nothing more than that could not help but rise in his heart. After seeing this scene, he instantly came to his senses. For the time being, complete Yuaning stage cultivators were still in existence he needed to look up to. Lin Shuaran stood amidst the high altitude, looking indifferently at the 10 figures sprawled out on the ground in a sorry state. A wave of the palm of the hand. The 10 people were simultaneously enveloped by an invisible force. The spiritual energy in his body was suppressed to death, and his body levitated uncontrollably. She looked again at the crowd of disciples below who were staring dumbfoundedly into the air, and her figure shifted and disappeared. Along with her, there were also the 10 Jiedan cultivators whose faces were ashen. A few moments later, Lin Shuaran flashed out from in front of Wang Jianxiang and the others. A wave of the palm of the hand. 10 figures fell to the ground. She looked at Shangguan Yuro's master and disciple, and then at Wang Jianxiang. What to do with these people? Any suggestions? Shangguan Yuro pondered for a moment. They helped Old Acacia Ancestor because they were manipulated in life and death by Si Tianyong and Sun Yuling. It's all in the body, and the crime is not mortal. Lin Shuaran nodded. What about you? What do you think? Wang Jianxiang froze. I'm also qualified to make suggestions? Of course. Lin Shuaran smiled. You're the biggest contributor to this operation. Without you we might have lost. If you're not qualified, we're even less so. Wang Jianxiang smiled at his words, and after a moment of contemplation, he said, I support Elder Shangguan's suggestion to leave them alive. But although they can be left alive, after all, they used to follow the side of Old Acacia Ancestor, so it's hard to guarantee that they'll have second thoughts, so the necessary measures still need to be taken. A soul seed can be planted within their soul sea, and only after 100 years if they behave well can they regain their freedom. Lin Shuaran nodded. That's exactly what I want. After she finished speaking, she looked at the three of you, Dong Yu, Yan Qingxian and Mu Yutong. What about you guys? Any other suggestions? It's settled. The three men shook their heads. In the end, it was Shangguan Yuro and Lin Shuaran who made their moves at the same time, and each of them planted soul seeds for 5 of them. The next day, led by Lin Shuaran and Shangguan Yuro, all of the sect's Jiedan elders were gathered for a meeting. At the meeting, Lin Shuaran and Shangguan Yuro announced the news of the fall of Old Acacia Ancestor, Si Tianyong, and Sun Yuling. As soon as the news came out, the hearts of all the Jiedan elders shook. As early as when they received the news of Lin Shuaran and Shangguan Yuro's meeting, they had already guessed that Old Acacia Ancestor might have fallen. But after the news was confirmed, it still couldn't help but be mind-blowing. Old Acacia Ancestor, a legendary figure who had been overrunning the Northern Realm for hundreds of years, had unexpectedly fallen. Not to mention that there were 2 other Yuaning Ancestor-level figures that fell with them. Acacia Sect, the sky has changed. A thought emerged in the hearts of the crowd of Jiedan elders at the same time, but they were not repulsed by it, and even took some joy in it. Old Acacia Ancestor was too underhanded and narrow-minded. In order to perfectly control the Acacia sect, the Yin Yang Hall was used to forcefully control their life and death. After Lin Shuaran and Shangguan Yuro and the others took power, even if the situation was worse, could it be worse than before? After that, as the meeting went on, a news that lifted their spirits came out of Lin Shuaran's mouth, causing their attitude to instantly escalate from one of non-rejection to one of strong embrace. The message was simple, just one sentence, that is, in the future, all people will be free and no longer subject to any control. This is followed by the organization of the vacant posts. Under the joint election of Lin Shuaran and Shangguan Yuro, Dong Yu became the new sect leader of the Acacia sect. Yan Xinxian became the new hall master of the Hall of Punishment. Mu Yutong then became the new Dark Pavilion master. No one expressed any opinion on the decision of the two. Not daring to retort was one aspect, but more importantly, it was because Lin Shuaran and the others had given them the freedom they had always dreamed of. The meeting went well. Soon, news of Dong Yu, Yan Xinxian and Mu Yutong's postings spread. Although the disciples within the sect were surprised by the sudden news, the news of the fall of Elder Acacia and the others was handled with secrecy and did not cause any commotion. Half a month later, the inner door, a small, exquisite courtyard. Wang Jianxiang's face was pale as he held up the wall. At this moment, he finally determined one thing. Physical strength has little to do with certain abilities. Behind him, Dong Yu followed, pursed her lips and smiled, helping him to sit on a chair. Wang Jianxiang leaned against the soft backrest and exhaled a long breath as he looked towards Dong Yu. Great Patriarch Dong is really busy with his affairs. It's been so long since the heavenly exchange program ended before he remembers me. This tiny inner disciple. You are not a tiny inner disciple. Dong Yu blushed. Who among the inner disciples would dare to do this to the Patriarch? Wang Jianxiang sniffed and hemmed and hawed. Dong Yu blankly glanced at Wang Jianxiang as her expression became solemn. I came here today because I have something I want to tell you. What is it? Wang Jianxiang's expression became a bit more serious at the sight. Dong Yu pondered for a moment and looked at Wang Jianxiang. Before we talk about that matter, I need to ask, how much do you know about this world? Wang Jianxiang thought for a moment and said, this area where our Acacia sect is located is called the Northern Realm, which is a vast area with countless immortal cultivation forces. Aside from the demonic forces, our Acacia sect, 10,000 Sword sect, Zhangyang sect, and Xianqing Palace are the four strongest immortal cultivation forces. With that, he smiled at Dong Yu. This information is known to almost every major sect cultivator. You're not trying to test me with this, are you? Dong Yu shook her head. What about beyond the Northern Realm? Wang Jianxiang froze. The North Realm was vast, and he hadn't even fully understood within the North Realm alone. So where would he think of understanding outside of the North Realm? Dong Yu gently smiled. The so-called Northern Realm refers to just the northern part of the Heavenly Flame Domain, only occupying less than 1/5 of the region of the Heavenly Flame Domain. And the Heavenly Flame Domain is in the Red Flame Realm, one of the 9 realms. Within the Red Flame Realm, there are thousands of territories like the Heavenly Flame Domain. Hearing Dong Yu's words, Wang Jianxiang couldn't help but widen his eyes. The area of the Northern Realm alone had already surpassed the world of his previous life, but he didn't realize that it was only a part of the Heavenly Flame Domain. In the Heavenly Flame Domain, on the other hand, it was only a part of the Red Flame Realm. There were surprisingly 9 realms such as the Red Fire Realm. This world is simply vast beyond imagination. A moment later, Wang Jianxiang came back to his senses. A flash of doubt flashed across his face. What are you doing talking to me about this? Dong Yu smiled. The world is so vast. The Acacia sect is just a drop in the ocean. Don't you want to go out and take a look? Wang Jianxiang skimmed his mouth. Not. I just helped you guys slaughter that Hohan old ancestor. And you want to drive me away? You're unloading on me. What's on your mind you? Dong Yu glared at him and continued. 3 months later, the Great Desolate Immortal Palace's examination will open. My Acacia sect has 4 spots. Do you want to go? Wang Jianxiang froze again. What is the Great Desolate Immortal Palace? A flash of yearning passed through Dong Yu's eyes. A holy place that all cultivators want to enter. Chapter 122 Immortal Palace Examination opens. The Great Desolate Immortal Palace Examination opens once every 1,000 years. Every time it opens, it attracts countless heavenly prides from the 9 realms and 10,000 realms to gather in crazy clouds. In this examination, millions of celestial pride will enter the same secret realm, erupting into the most direct collision just to fight for that limited number of immortal palace slots. On the path of immortal cultivation, talent is indeed important, but resources are equally essential. The Northern Realm is lacking in resources, and no one has broken through to the God transformation stage in 1,000 years. If you stay in the Acacia sect all the time, the future Yuaning stage might be your limit. And the Great Desolate Immortal Palace is different. It has the richest resources in this world. If you can enter it, your future will have infinite possibilities. Hearing Dong Yu's description, Wang Jianxiang couldn't help but conjure up a rippling scene in his mind. Immediately afterward, He frowned. There can't be no limitations for such a grand examination, right? I'm only a 5-system spirit root bone, and I'm qualified to participate? His spirit root had been upgraded once, and his true cultivation speed was already no weaker than the 4 lineage spirit roots. However, on the surface, it still appeared to be just a 5-system spirit root. Hearing Wang Jianxian's words, Dong Yu smiled. The participation standard for the Great Desolate Immortal Palace's examination is below 100 years old. Normally speaking, you are indeed overage. However, the Great Desolate Immortal Palace will recruit a portion of specialty cultivators for every examination. For the specialty cultivators, the age limit will be relaxed to 150, and you can participate as a specialty cultivator. Of the 4 spots in our Acacia sect, there happens to be a special spot. Although your roots are not good, with your talent in alchemy and weaponry, you have every chance of striking a place in the Immortal Palace, and compared to the general quota, the fight for the specialty quota is a bit safer without the need to fight and kill. Hearing Dong Yu's words, Wang Jianxian's heart stirred. Dong Yu was right. In the path of immortal cultivation, resources were indeed important. He was burdened with the system though, but after all, one could not directly raise one's cultivation level, and one's need for resources was not only not smaller than a normal person, but even greater. It seems that this great desolate immortal palace really needs to be visited. Thinking of this, Wang Jianxian made up his mind. The two chatted for a while afterward. Wang Jianxian learned about the other 3 places from Dong Yu. They were Su Yutong, Mu Lingshi and Wang Yuyao respectively. When Su Yutong was in the outer gate, she was known as a heavenly pride, and Mu Lingshi was even a heavenly root qualification, only because she cultivated a 3rd life body that her cultivation speed was slow. It makes complete sense that these 2 would get spots. Wang Yuyao's root bone had been upgraded by him to a level comparable to a heavenly spirit root though, but on the surface it was still only a 3 spirit root after all. Her ability to be selected on the other hand was a bit of a surprise to Wang Jianxian. He couldn't help but inquire. Only then did he realize that it was because of his relationship that Dong Yu had specially given Wang Yuyao a small meal. After Dong Yu left, Wang Jianxian held a token in his hand and looked at it in deep thought. This token was given to him by Dong Yu before she left. It was an entry qualification token for the Great Desolate Immortal Palace examination. When the Great Desolate Immortal Palace examination began, the token would automatically open a teleportation channel for the participants to enter the examination's secret realm. This token of his was different from the unusual examination token. It was an exclusive token for a specialty cultivator. Taking the test as a specialty cultivator was not too dangerous, but Mu Lingshi, Wang Yuyao and Su Yutong were different. The Great Desolate Immortal Palace examination was a gathering of millions of celestial pride from the 9 realms and 10,000 regions, and the competition was so great that it was unimaginable. There are bound to be countless people perishing in this examination. There were still 3 months left before the Great Desolate Immortal Palace examination, and before that, he had to improve the strength of the 3 as much as possible and increase their survivability. Moreover, if Wang Yuyao and Mu Lingshi's strength could be increased, he would also benefit. As for Su Yutong, she was also able to brush up her goodwill and increase her good and evil values. It can be a 2-for-1 deal. Thinking of this, he immediately began his seclusion. It took half a month to refine a batch of perfect Xian Yuan Dan and Jade Spirit Dan. After that, he temporarily came out of the gate and sent messages to Mu Lingshi, Wang Yuyao, and Su Yutong. Senior Wang, Uncle Wang. Shortly afterward, the 3 men arrived. Without any nonsense, Wang Jianxiang directly distributed the perfect Xian Yuan Dan to Mu Lingshi and Su Yutong. As for the perfect Jade Spirit Pill, it was used by Jiedan stage cultivators to enhance their cultivation, and the 2 of them couldn't use it for the time being. Moreover, the refining materials for 3rd order pills were limited, and the number of Jade Spirit Pills that were refined this time was not much, so they were only given to Wang Yuyao. The 3 of them were all delighted as they put away the elixir. Wang Jianxian didn't let the 3 leave after that. 18 hours later, Wang Jianxian wiped his sweat and sent the trio out of the small courtyard with a somewhat weak footstep. After returning to the attic, he rested slightly and continued his seclusion. In the next few moments he was going to refine spirit weapons and go all out to accumulate attribute points. A month and a half later, ding! Su Yutong's good and evil value has reached full value and can solidify the attribute panel. Is it cured? The sudden system alert sound in his head made Wang Jianxian's eyes light up. Cured! His mind moved. Ding! Su Yutong's attribute panel cured successfully. Avatar points +1. Golden attribute points +1. Silver attribute points +1. Gain the opportunity to extract the talent avatar. 1 time. Hearing the system's rewarding beep, Wang Jianxian's consciousness entered the Sea of Souls. Within the Sea of Souls, following Wang Yuyao, Dong Yu, and Mu Yutong, the 4th silver-colored attribute panel coalesced. He looked at Su Yutong's attribute panel. and the other party's cultivation had indeed reached the early jade stage. Unfortunately, it seemed that because her cultivation broke through first and her good and evil values filled up afterward, Wang Jianxiang did not receive her breakthrough reward. It made him unable to help but feel a little sorry for himself. After thinking about it, he took out his transmission note and sent a message to Su Yutong. After receiving Wang Jianxiang's transmission, Su Yutong, who had just made a breakthrough, hurried over without being able to stabilize her cultivation. Uncle Wang, looking for me? Upon seeing Wang Jianxiang, Su Yutong immediately said respectfully. Wang Jianxiang looked at Su Yutong with a kind face. Yutong, do you want to improve your root bone? You can help me raise my root bones? Su Yutong was instantly surprised at his words. Wang Jianxiang smiled and nodded. Come with uncle. 6 hours later, Wang Jianxiang walked out with a bemused face. Behind him, Su Yutong looked haggard but could not hide her surprise. Although she was still a dual spirit root, she was able to feel a clearer sense of the aura of heaven and earth. Her spiritual roots had really improved. Thank you Uncle Wang. After she thanked Wang Jianxiang, she left cheerfully. Time passed, and another half a month passed. This day, after experiencing a round of refining, Wang Jianxiang was meditating to recover when a token at his waist suddenly flew up and merged into midair. In the next moment, the surrounding space suddenly distorted and transformed into a dark space entrance. Noticing the sudden change of heart, Wang Jianxiang's eyes opened, and there was a flash of light in his eyes. Is the great desolate immortal palace's examination finally going to begin? Chapter 123, Entering the Place of Examination. Inside the Divine Wind City. Ding! Wang Yuyao's cultivation breakthrough. Avatar points +1. Golden attribute points +1. Silver attribute points +1. Attribute points +2000. Just as Wang Jianxiang was about to enter the spatial cave, a system prompt suddenly came. Wang Jianxiang was stunned, then revealed a smile. Wang Yuyao's breakthrough this time was timely enough, and surprisingly, she was just stuck before entering the secret realm of examination. On the contrary, it was Mu Lingshi who hadn't made any movement so far. However, Mu Lingshi's breakthrough speed was slow, second only to the 5 lineage spiritual roots, and he had expected this. Shaking his head, he stepped into the cavern of space. In the next moment, the spatial hole closed up and disappeared in the blink of an eye. As Wang Jianxiang entered the secret realm of assessment, similar scenes were being played out in many places within the heavenly flame domain. A side of the clan filled with sword chi. A young woman with a light green long skirt and stunning beauty carried a long sword on her back and stepped calmly into the spatial passage. A pool of blood. A demonic woman stepped out of the blood-soaked pool. The stunningly beautiful body that was enough to drive countless people crazy was just unreservedly exposed in the air. She looked at the hole in space above her head, and with a flash of red light, a long, blood-colored dress was draped over her body. The blood-colored dress was a stark contrast to her white, somewhat abnormal skin, a pair of exquisite jade feet without the slightest concealment. She took one step and instantly appeared in front of the spatial hole, and then disappeared into the spatial hole. A deserted mountain. A youth was sitting in a cave. Mauve flames burned outside his body. The flame was extremely hot, and its temperature was difficult to resist even for a jade stage cultivator. Yet it was as if the youth couldn't feel the slightest temperature and didn't react in the slightest. A moment later, the lavender flame gradually converged, and eventually completely contracted into the youth's body. The youth slowly opened his eyes, and a flash of joy appeared on his face. This 10,000 flames skill is truly miraculous, allowing me to absorb such explosive spirit fire. As soon as the youth's words fell, a light smoke floated out from his finger ring and transformed into a stunning figure. She looked towards the youth, and a smile of satisfaction surfaced on her stunning face. Originally, with the power contained in this spirit flame, it was enough to allow you to reach the middle stage of Jiedan. It is rare that you were able to resist the temptation to break through and forcefully suppress your cultivation at the early stage of Jiedan. The youth smiled. A momentary breakthrough is nothing. Stabilizing the foundation is the most important thing. Just then, a sudden spatial fluctuation came from outside the cave. A cool and ancient aura was transmitted. This is the entrance to the great desolate immortal palace's assessment secret realm. Her eyes lit up. There are 2 ways to participate in the great desolate immortal palace examination. One is to be directly teleported into by the teleportation token sent down by the great desolate immortal palace, and the other is to randomly open the teleportation channel, and the lucky cultivators can enter when they come across the entrance. The former is aimed at large cultivation forces around the world. The latter was aimed at casual cultivators, as well as small forces that did not qualify for a teleportation token. I didn't realize they were so lucky. Ling Yun, quickly enter the spatial passage outside the cave. Your great opportunity has come. Just as countless heavenly prides as well as lucky ones like Yeling Yun were pouring into the assessment space, Wang Jianxiang had already appeared in a city. At the same time, an unfamiliar message flooded into his mind. A flash of realization then flashed in his eyes. This unfamiliar message would be received by everyone who entered the secret realm of examination. It contained the content of the assessment and a brief description of this space of assessment. It is known from the description in the message. This examination space was a piece of ancient battlefield debris. Its area was vast enough to rival that of a domain. The examination space was divided into 9 war zones, corresponding to the 9 realms in the outside world. This area where he was located was precisely the Red Flame battle zone, and all those who were assessed within the Red Flame realm would be randomly transported to this area. The city in front of him was called Divine Wind City, one of the 9 major cities within the Red Flame war zone. After the examiners of the Red Inferno war zone were teleported into the examination space, they would be randomly teleported to the wilderness. In the wilderness, it was filled with all sorts of powerful demonic beasts and dangerous situations. Participants in the examination needed to enter one of the 9 cities within the 1-year period in order to qualify for the next round of the examination. As for Wang Jianxiang, who was a specialty cultivator, battle strength and survivability were not part of his assessment, and without the need to participate in the wild killings, he was directly transported within the Divine Wind City, one of the 9 great cities. Of course, being teleported within Divine Wind City did not mean that he could directly pass the first examination. There's still a test to pass before you can do that. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but look up at a sky-high tower in the distance as well as a towering loft in the other direction. Those 2 buildings were the Dan Tower and the Weaponry Pavilion. As a specialty cultivator, he had to choose one of them for the test. The choice of his first test implies the direction of his subsequent tests. If he chose the Dan Tower, he would be tested as a Dan Master in the future, and the tests would all be of the Dan Dao type. On the contrary, if he chose the Artifact Pavilion, the content of all future examinations would become the path of the Artifact Dao. Multiple specialties may not be selected for the same examiner. This also shows the attitude of the Great Desolate Immortal Palace, which emphasizes refinement over variety. In addition to the Dan Tower and the Weapon Pavilion, other specialties such as array formation, puppetry, and other assessment places were also set up within the Divine Wind City, but those weren't on Wang's mind. He thought carefully about it and finally decided to participate in the examination as a Dan Master. After making up his mind, he shot directly toward the Dan Tower. Just as he flew towards the Dan Tower, a figure flew up from all corners of Divine Wind City, each rushing towards those places of assessment. These were all people who entered the examination space as a specialty cultivator like Wang Jianxiang. Although the number of specialty cultivator quotas is small, and there are only 1 or 2 dozen quotas in one domain, the number of people down in thousands of domains in one realm is a bit shocking. Even if they were spread out over 9 cities, the number of people in each city was quite considerable. Wang Jianxiang looked around and initially projected that there were thousands of specialty cultivators within Divine Wind City at this moment. Dan Dao and Weapon Dao are both popular specialty categories. When Wang Jianxiang arrived in front of the Dan Tower, he found that a large number of figures had already gathered here. The number of people is already over 200. However, because the specialty cultivator examination did not involve fighting or killing, the crowd was in harmony at the moment and no one made a move. Of course, the scene may seem calm, but defense is not an option. Wang Jianxiang deliberately fell behind the crowd and walked towards the Dan Tower while keeping a vigilant eye on the surroundings. Just as he was about to enter the Dan Tower, his gaze inadvertently swept over his side. A beautiful figure suddenly came into view. Seeing this figure, Wang Jianxiang's eyes lit up. Worthy of being the Immortal Palace examination where heavenly pride is gathered. Ah, I didn't expect to meet such a superb girl just after entering the place of examination. Chapter 124 Yang Wanxin. The test begins. The woman's features were exquisite and her temperament was warm and elegant. Wang Jianxiang subconsciously checked her information. Name, Yang Wanxin. Sex, female. Cultivation level, foundation building consummation. Age, 21. Roots and bones, ethereal with spiritual body, lower grade spiritual body. Good and evil value, 0 inch. This woman was actually a special physique. After seeing the woman's message, Wang Jianxiang couldn't help but be surprised for a while. In the past, special physiques only existed in legends for him. This was the first time he had seen a cultivator with a special physique. For ordinary cultivators, the heavenly spiritual root was already considered the ceiling of cultivation qualifications. Yet there are always people in the world who are beyond the pale. For these demons that transcended common sense, the ceiling of qualifications in the eyes of the common man was nothing more than a mere threshold to see them. A spiritual body is a qualification that surpasses a heavenly spiritual root. It's the realm of the demonic. Ding! After discovering the spirit body owner and curing the spirit body owner's attribute panel, the host will be rewarded with spirit body points as the target's cultivation rises. Suddenly, a system alert sounded in his head. Wang Jianxiang froze. Spiritual points? Hearing this unfamiliar term, he couldn't help but look at the notes on the system. Spiritual body points, when the curing target is the owner of a spiritual body. The curing target can obtain them when its cultivation level is raised, can be used to upgrade the quality of a spirit body, or to upgrade a celestial spirit root curing target to a spirit body. Note, the host himself can also use it. After reading the efficacy of the spiritual body points, Wang Jianliang was overjoyed. Spiritual body points could surprisingly upgrade a heavenly spiritual root to a spiritual body, and could also enhance the quality of the spiritual body. What's more, it can work not only on curing targets, but also on himself. Isn't this a combined upgraded version of gold attribute points and silver attribute points? When he thought of this, the appreciation in his gaze towards young Wanxin became even more intense. However, this admiring gaze fell in the eyes of a youth beside young Wanxin, but it became somewhat obscene. He had noticed Wang Jianxiang as early as the first moment he cast his gaze on young Wanxin. At first he didn't think much of it, but what annoyed him was that the other party's gaze was staring straight at young Wanxin endlessly. It even ended up with that lewd look on his face. He coldly glared at Wang Jianxiang. "Don't you want your eyes?" Upon hearing this icy voice, Wang Jianxiang froze, and only then did he notice that there was a youth following beside young Wanxin. Noticing the unkindness in the other party's gaze, Wang Jianxiang raised an eyebrow. The other party's attribute panel appeared in his mind. Name, Wei Zhongxian. Sex, male. Cultivation, early Jiedan stage. Age, 40. Root, Earth Spirit Root. Good and evil, -50 inch. After reading the other party's message, Wang Jianxiang raised his eyebrows in surprise. A 40-year-old Jiedan stage cultivator? And that's even while practicing Dan Mudo on the side. This kind of cultivation speed would be enough to make many people's jaws drop if it was placed in the northern realm. Of course, if he really counted, Su Yutong had broken through a bit faster than him, but after all, Su Yutong was not distracted from the Tao of Dan, and there was still a supply of his perfect elixir, which could not be counted. Senior brother Wei, we've just entered the secret realm of examination, so don't make trouble. Just then, a soft and gentle voice suddenly came. Wang Jianxiang came back to his senses. At this moment, Yang Wanxin happened to look toward her, and the two of them exchanged glances, and Yang Wanxin immediately shifted her gaze. Hearing Yang Wanxin's words, Wei Zhongxiao nodded, then glared fiercely at Wang Jianxiang and entered the Dan Tower with Yang Wanxin. Wang Jianxiang smiled disdainfully and then entered the Dan Tower as well. The first floor of the Dan Tower was a wide hall large enough to accommodate tens of thousands of people. The hall was empty, and what attracted the most attention was a light screen suspended in the center of the hall. The light screen was displaying a row of names at the moment. Wanxin, look, there is the Dan Tower ranking list. In front of him, Wei Zhongxian was speaking to Yang Wanxin with an eager face. Wang Jianxiang's gaze just swept over him, then fell back to Yang Wanxin. Gee, that soft air. It's so sad to see. Seemingly sensing that someone was watching her, Yang Wanxin twisted her head to look at her. When she saw that it was still the same obnoxious person who had just stared at her, her white eyebrows furrowed slightly. Wang Jianxiang smiled and stopped looking at the other party, turning his head to look at the light door at the bottom of the list. There was the door to the Danta testing space. At this moment, people were continuously stepping out and entering inside the light door. He lifted his foot and walked up. Meanwhile, Wei Zhongxian, who was talking eloquently in front of Yang Wanxin, suddenly noticed that Yang Wanxin was a bit distracted and couldn't help but ask, Wanxin, what's wrong? Yang Wanxin came back to her senses and shook her head. It's nothing, senior brother Wei, let's go test as well. Wei Zhongxiao smiled and nodded. Good, now that more than 80% of the people in the Dan Tower have been tested, it's our turn as well. Let these bumpkins see the Dan Dao cultivation of our 10,000 medicinal valleys twin prides. After entering the light door, Wang Jianxiang only felt a blur before his eyes, and then realized that he had arrived in an enclosed space. The place was empty and void. Just as he was surveying his surroundings, an invisible force suddenly swept through his body without warning. He was so alarmed that he was about to check his body for any abnormalities. Just then, a voice suddenly entered his ears. Soul age 112. Dan Dao cultivation of the 3rd rank advanced. Rating for this round, heavenly inferior. When he heard the voice, he reacted instantly. That power just now should have been measuring his age and Dan Dao cultivation. He was relieved at the thought. As for the source of this voice, the probability was that it came from the Danta artifact spirit. The second test begins next. Just then, the voice of the artifact spirit sounded once again. Immediately afterward, Wang Jianxiang saw a sudden distortion in the space in front of him, and 3 items flashed out. They were a Dan furnace, a jade slip and a storage bag. Please ask the examiner to refine the pills recorded within the jade slip. The time limit is 2 hours. Wang Jianxiang took the jade slip and after reading the information within it, he realized that what was recorded within the jade slip was a 3rd-order advanced elixir called Beneficial God Pill. Its effect is to contain the soul. Good lord, it's actually an elixir for soul injuries. Wang Jianxiang's heart burst with surprise. Pills involving the soul were always extremely rare and hard to come by. not to mention that the grade of this beneficial god pill was as high as 3rd order advanced. Such a precious Dan formula was used to make an assessment item. This Dan tower was really generous. Ding! Inferior Dan formula detected. Optimizing and upgrading the Dan formula will consume 1000 cultivation points. Is it optimized and upgraded? Just then, a system alert sounded in his head. Yes, he made his choice without hesitation. He then took the storage bag and removed the herbs in the storage bag and began to refine them. Just as Wang Jianxiang began his second round of examination, the first floor of the Dan tower, a figure stepped out of the light door, causing many onlookers to gasp in surprise. This is awesome. Surprisingly, it's a ground level rating. This is still the first Earth level raider so far in the test, right? Facing the many gazes of admiration and surprise, the corner of Wei Zhongxian's mouth hooked up slightly. He looked above the light screen. Unsurprisingly, his name has managed to rise to the top, above everyone else. First place, Wei Zhongxian. Appraisal rating, Upper Earth level. Chapter 125 Results of the Examination. Danta list. Wei Zhongxian's name was high on the first line. Behind the many names on the list, he was the only one whose appraisal rating was displayed as Earth grade. Below him, the second and third places were all just lower Xian level, and there was a clear gap between them and him. It can be described as a unique view of the mountains. He scanned the crowd in front of him, his heart filled with pride. The 10,000 Medicinal Valleys was a powerful sect that solely ruled a region. In terms of the level of Dan Dao alone, even if one looked at the entire Red Flame realm, it was a powerful enough existence to be ranked among the top. As far as the Dan Dao was concerned, there weren't many cultivators of his generation who could be placed in his eyes. At least none of those in front of him were qualified. In his opinion, these people in front of him were nothing more than dirtbags who came out of nooks and crannies and were not worth mentioning. Just as Wei Zhongxian looked around with a face full of pride, in the door of light, a slim and slender figure walked out. The many gazes projected from all around couldn't help but fall onto this slender figure, and then the eyes of all of them flashed with amazement. What a beautiful woman! Everyone couldn't help but have this thought flash through their minds. Hiss, look at the list. Just as the crowd was engrossed in the woman's magnificent beauty, a cry of alarm suddenly rang out, pulling the crowd's attention back. After coming back to their senses, the crowd subconsciously looked at the list, and then they all revealed a look of surprise. As the woman stepped out of the light, the name of the first place winner surprisingly changed again. First place, Yang Wanxin. Appraisal rating, lower heavenly grade. Surprisingly, it's a heavenly rating. Everyone's heartbeat suddenly slowed by half a beat when they saw the rating. In this list where the Earth level dominated and the Xian level were all extremely rare, this heaven level inferior was so dazzling. Before the people present entered the secret realm, who wasn't a pride of the Dan Dao and one of the forces? Yet at the moment they have suffered one of the biggest setbacks of their lives. In this examination, the vast majority of them were rated as nothing more than yellow level, and there were only a handful of Xian level ratings. Such an achievement, not to mention comparing it to this woman called Yang Wanxin, even in front of that Wei Zhongxian there was not even the slightest comparison. In front of a true heavenly pride, they were actually so bad. Senior sister, the patriarch was right. You really are the most talented person in the Dan Dao and my 10,000 medicinal valleys in the past 1,000 years. With your talent, you can definitely succeed in entering the great desolate immortal palace. As the crowd looked downcast from the blow, Wei Zhongxian suddenly let out a bright laugh. His voice was not concealed in the slightest and instantly reached the ears of everyone present. The crowd sniffed again. These two people actually came from the same clan. 10,000 Medicine Valley? Which realm's power is this? Surprisingly, he was able to cultivate two such amazing Dan Dao heavenly prides at the same time. Noticing the shock of the crowd, Wei Zhongxiao's heart was very flattered, followed by a burst of smugness. That's exactly what he wanted when he said those words. Just then, the light door behind them flashed and another figure walked out. Wei Zhongxian and Yan Wanxin were the first to notice something and subconsciously looked back. A familiar figure came into view. It's him! Yang Wanxin couldn't help but frown when she saw the silhouette that stepped out from the light door. Beside her, Wei Zhongxian was staring at the figure that walked out of the light door with a chilly expression. He also saw it when Wang Jianxiang entered the light door, and it was entered before them. Calculating the time, this moment coincided with the arrival of the time limit for the examination. That means this guy probably didn't complete the second round of tests, or was stuck in a tough time to do so. A sneer flashed across his face at the thought. Really, what kind of cats and dogs dare to come to participate in the examination? Boy, if you are sensible, you'd better get out of the secret realm of examination before it's too late, so as not to be eliminated from the game later on, and stay here to humiliate people. Wang Jianxiang had already noticed the duo when they had just stepped out of the light door. Hearing Wei Zhongxian's sarcastic words, Wang Jianxiang looked at him lightly. Whether I'll be eliminated or not is left aside for now, but for you, a 40-year-old baby doll to dare to address me like that, isn't that a bit too big and small? Wang Jianxian's words made Wei Zhongxiao freeze. How did the other guy know his age? Immediately afterward the doubt was squashed by the shame in his heart. He didn't know exactly how old Wang Jianxian was, and he didn't want to know. He only thought that Wang Jianxian was deliberately humiliating him. You seek death. A morose killing spirit flashed across his body. Just as he was about to make a move, Yang Wanxin suddenly stopped him. Senior brother Wei, don't be impulsive. Fighting is strictly forbidden within the Dan Tower. Be careful of being disqualified from the examination. Hearing Yang Wanxin's words, Wei Zhongxian was like being poured down from his head by a pot of cool water. He shivered and instantly calmed down. Wan Xin is right. It's not worth getting disqualified for a dirtbag who's bound to be eliminated. Thinking of this, he let out a cold laugh. Old me doesn't see eye to eye with you. A doomed waste. Oh, how do you know I'm doomed? I can guess just by looking at your wasteful appearance. Wei Zhanyo snorted coldly. Wang Jianxian wasn't annoyed either, and smiled lightly. You're screaming with a mouthful of waste. Do you want to raise your head and look at the list first? Otherwise if you find out later that you're not even as good as a piece of waste, how embarrassing would that be? Wei Zhongxian did not go through the list. At this moment, it was as if he had heard a heavenly joke, and he laughed out loud. His laughter filled with thick mockery. He didn't look at the list, but the crowd around him seemed to have received a reminder and broke away from their state of eating to look at the list. Immediately afterward, bursts of gasps erupted from the crowd. Look, the list has changed again. Ah, how is this possible? This is unbelievable. Hearing the clamor coming from all around, Wei Zhongxiao's laughter gradually tightened. He frowned at the boiling crowd and then looked at Yang Wanxin beside him. At this moment, Yang Wanxin similarly maintained the same posture of looking up and staring at the list, her delicate face filled with shock. Seeing this scene, Wei Zhongxiao's heart thumped, and a sense of ill will suddenly arose in the bottom of his heart. Chapter 126, The Exasperated Wei Zhongxian. A reader has reported that the letter ratings are out of play and have now been changed to 4 levels of heaven, earth, and earth. Wei Zhongxian slowly raised his head and gazed at the list. It was then realized that Yang Wanxin, who had originally occupied the first place, had fallen to the second place. Above her name, an unfamiliar name had appeared at some point. First place, Wang Jianxiang, appraisal rating, heavenly medium, heavenly medium. Seeing this rating, Wei Zhongxian's eyes almost protruded out. There was no doubt that this Wang Jianxiang was definitely the asshole in front of him, because no one else had ever stepped out of the light door again after the other had come out. This person's appraisal rating was even higher than Yang Wanxin's. How is this possible? The Dan Tower test examined comprehensive potential, not current Dan Dao cultivation. Although everyone's second round of tests corresponded to their own Dan Dao cultivation, the grade of the elixir to be concocted in the test would vary. However, the time limit for the assessment was all 1 hour. In addition to the quality of the elixir produced, the length of time taken to refine the elixir would also have an impact on the rating. This person is clearly stuck out of time, so why is the rating still so high? A thought arose in Wei Zhongxian's mind that shocked him. His score in the first round was Celestial Grade Upper. Definitely, Celestial Grade Upper Class was already the highest rating of the Dan Tower. The only way to achieve a Heaven Grade Upper Class rating for the second round of examinations was to refine a perfect elixir. It's simply not going to happen. In this day and age, there was not a lack of Dan Dao geniuses capable of refining perfect pills, but it definitely could not include this Wang Jianxiang. Compared to that, he was more willing to believe that Wang Jianxiang had received a heavenly superior rating in the first round. Even so, he still couldn't help but feel a sense of frustration rise in his heart. As much as he didn't want to admit it, he had to. As of now, this asshole's Dan Dao talent was indeed stronger than his. Wang Jianxiang looked at Wei Zhongxian, whose face was cloudy, and smiled. Now, do you still think I'll be eliminated? Upon hearing Wang Jianxiang's words, Wei Zhongxiao's face was like being slapped viciously, and a fiery sensation surfaced. If all of the heaven grade medium raters would be eliminated, I'm afraid that not many of the Dan Dao specialists in the entire examination mystic realm would be qualified enough to stay. When he thought of this, his bottom was instantly a little lacking, and he glared at Wang Jianxiang. Don't get cocky, it's just a momentary rating. The Immortal Palace examination is a long time. The current you can reach the heaven grade medium rating, but not necessarily in the future. And although I'm only at the lower earth level rating now, I'm bound to be more than just lower earth level in the future. Wang Jianxiang sniffed and bristled. Don't want to play lip service with the other side. Right at this moment, a voice suddenly rang out, reaching the ears of everyone present. The test is over. The total number of people in this Dan Tower examination is 296. This round of examination will eliminate 50% of the examiners, and all those ranked below 148 will be eliminated. At the moment the voice came out, a spatial fluctuation came out. One by one, the disheveled appraisers were teleported away, not just leaving the Dan Tower, but also leaving the appraisal's secret realm. completely withdrew from the Great Desolate Immortal Palace's examination. After half of the examiners were teleported away, the previous voice came again. The remaining examiners are qualified to live in Kamikaze City. The key to the residence is hereby issued. As the words passed, a key flashed out in front of each person. A handful of the same surfaced in front of Wang Jianxiang. He had just held the key in his hand when the voice of the artifact spirit came again. The examiner's place of residence is not randomly assigned, but is assigned according to the ranking of this examination. The higher the ranking, the more advanced the place of residence and the better the supporting facilities. While residing in Divine Wind City, examiners can come to the Dan Tower to test at any time, and the Dan Tower list rankings are adjusted every 3 months. The rankings change, and the place of residence changes with them. After 10 years, those who are in the top 10 of the list advance to the next round of examinations. Now that this round of examination is over, the examiners can sense the location of their residence through the key and find their own residence. At this point, the voice fell completely silent and did not come out again. Just as Wang Jianxian's spiritual sense swept through the key in his hand and sensed the location of his residence, a faint aroma suddenly came around his nose. He subconsciously withdrew his spiritual sense and looked up. At some point, a stunningly beautiful figure had arrived in front of him. It was Yang Wanxin. Yang Wanxin's sudden proximity caused some surprise in Wang Jianxiang's heart. He raised an eyebrow. Fairy Yang, any instruction? Yang Wanxin blushed and bowed gently to Wang Jianxiang. Just now, there was some misunderstanding between my senior brother and I and fellow Taoist. I hope that you will not take it to heart. Wang Jianxiang sized up Yang Wanxin with interest. Since Fairy Yang has said so, this matter will not be a matter of concern for Mr. Wang. Thank you, fellow Taoist Wang. Yang Wanxin was delighted. Then a flash of hesitation flashed across her face. Fellow Taoist's talent in Dan Dao is amazing. Wanxin admires it. I wonder if Wanxin can pay a visit to fellow Taoist in the future, and ask for Dan Dao knowledge from fellow Taoist. Wang Jianxiang smiled at his words. Fairy Yang sounds like an upwardly mobile person at first glance. Mr. Wang likes to make friends with upwardly mobile people the most. If Fairy Yang is interested, Mr. Wang will naturally welcome it. Upon hearing Wang Jianxiang's words, Yang Wanxin immediately revealed a look of delight. Thank you, fellow Taoist Wang. On this side, Wang Jianxiang and Yang Wanxin were talking happily, but not far away. Wei Zhengxian's face became more and more gloomy. His fists were clenched tightly. If his gaze could kill, he hated to cut Wang Jianxiang into 1,000 pieces. Yang Wanxin was the #1 heavenly pride of the 10,000 medicine pavilion, and he was the second only to Yang Wanxin's heavenly pride within the 10,000 pill pavilion. The two are a match made in heaven. Horizontal tablet or inscribed board. At least that's what he thought of himself. From the time Yang Wanxin had just joined the sect not long ago, he had noticed the other party and pursued them bitterly. After all these years, the progress is considerable. Before the Immortal Palace examination, he managed to become ordinary friends with Yang Wanxin. He sees this as the beginning of success, especially after entering the secret realm of assessment. When he realized that both he and Yang Wanxin had actually come to Divine Wind City, he once thought that even the heavenly Tao was setting them up. It is believed that he and Yang Wanxin are destined to be together. Out of this mentality, he had long since viewed Yang Wanxin as his future Tao couple at this moment. Yet now, a strange male cultivator was actually talking and laughing so much with Wan Xin, and to his face, it was a blatant dig at him. What an abomination! Especially in the middle of this conversation. Yang Wanxin's silver bell-like smile that emanated from time to time made him rooted to the spot. Yang Wanxin had never laughed so happily when she was with him. Wang Jianxiang had been separating a sliver of his mind to observe Wei Zhengxian as he laughed and talked with Yang Wanxin. The other's ironic countenance put him in a soothing mood. Seeing that the other party was about to explode with anger, and that the good and evil value had dropped to -80 points, Wang Jianxiang then withdrew his hand. Fighting is forbidden in this Dan Tower. If Wei Zhengxian was really mad at Wei Zhengxian and struck out at him, and lost his qualifications for the examination, then he would be sitting on wax. He smiled at Yang Wanxin. Fairy Yang, let's talk here today. Come to my place some other time and we'll talk more deeply in private. Yang Wanxin didn't notice Wei Zhengxiao's expression, much less Wang Jianxiang's thoughts. Sniffing happily, he nodded. Some other day Wanxin will definitely pay a visit to senior brother Wang. Chapter 127 Illusory Spirit Pill. Yang Wanxin's visit. Wei Zhengxian was like a ball filled with gas that could explode completely at any time. Wang Jianxiang didn't dare to continue irritating him. He left the Dan Tower after bidding Yang Wanxin a cordial farewell. Instead of flying directly to his residence, he walked the streets. While familiarizing himself with the surroundings within Kamikaze City, he approached his residence. After some observation, he realized that the concentration of aura was increasing in Divine Wind City from the outside to the inside. The architecture is also becoming more sophisticated. The residence assigned to Wang Jianxiang was a small independent courtyard in the core area. The small courtyard didn't look big, and it wasn't even as spacious as the one he had in the inner gate of the Harmony sect. Is this the treatment for the first place in the examination? Wang Jianxiang skimmed his lips. Apart from the fact that the surrounding heaven and earth aura was a bit thicker, it didn't seem to be as good as it was imagined to be. He came to the gate of the small courtyard and pressed the key forward. A spiritual light instantly shot out from the key and landed in the center of the two tall doors. The space in front of the gate suddenly rotated and twisted, transforming into a spatial hole. He stepped forward and stepped inside the cave entrance. Space flows. Wang Jianxiang only felt a blur in front of his eyes, and when his sight was restored, what he entered was a vast space of birds and flowers. The clear stream ran through the flowers and plants, resounding with the sound of gurgling water, and from time to time fish leaped out of the stream. At the end of the space was constructed a fine courtyard in the same style as the appearance of the small courtyard he had seen when he stood outside the gate. The aura between the sky and the earth was incredibly dense, and strands of atomized aura floated past from time to time. Under the shroud of spiritual mist, it was as if it was a heavenly realm on earth. Looking at everything around him, Wang Jianxiang's face had long since become dull. The space was extensive enough to be worth half of the Harmony sect, far larger than the small courtyard that he had seen when he was outside the gate. Obviously a space opened up by special means. Earlier, he was still spouting off about how he wasn't treated as well as he had imagined for this first place, but he didn't expect to be slapped in the face in the blink of an eye. It's a treatment that is so much more than meets the eye. After briefly familiarizing himself with his surroundings, he pulled himself up and flew towards the small courtyard. Walking into the small courtyard, the entry point was an exquisite 4-story attic. Step into the attic. The first floor is the hospitality area with a spacious and airy lobby. The second floor is a lounge area. The third floor was the alchemy area, with more than one furnace prepared. As for the fourth floor, the moment he arrived on the fourth floor, Wang Jianxiang thought that he had arrived at some kind of store. There are many items laid out here. There were medicinal herbs, pill furnaces, finished pills, and even pill formulas. But these items were not gifted to him. There are tags next to each item with the price, and it wasn't spirit stones that were needed to purchase items here, but contribution points. Seeing the unfamiliar name of contribution points, Wang Jianxiang couldn't help but stare. What the hell is this? Not being able to figure it out, he didn't dwell on it too much, intending to go inside the Dan Tower to inquire about it sometime. After that, he came to the location where the Dan formula was placed and looked at it. There were thousands of Dan formulas here, and the lowest grade was a second-grade Dan formula, and the highest grade even reached the 5th grade. But surprise is surprise, he couldn't use the 4th or 5th level Dan formula for the time being. Without checking too much, his main focus was all on the 2nd and 3rd order Dan formula. It was also unknown if it was because of the 5 spiritual roots, although his spiritual root quality had already gone through an upgrade. After refining a large number of pills for such a long time, his cultivation still remained stagnant at the foundation establishment perfection without the slightest feeling of a breakthrough. He was able to sense that the perfect Xian Yuan pill no longer played the slightest effect on his cultivation enhancement. He now desperately wanted to find an elixir that could help him conjure the Dan. Originally, Wang Jianxiang didn't have much hope. However, after a bit of searching, he really did find an elixir formula that could assist in conjugating the Dan. The name of the elixir was Illusory Spirit Pill, a 3rd-order low-grade elixir. This Dan was extremely peculiar, containing 7 sets of formulas in one Dan formula. Mirage spirit pills with 7 different attributes of gold, wood, water, fire, earth, wind and thunder could be refined. Cultivators can hallucinate a false elixir in their bodies after taking an illusion spirit elixir that corresponds to their physique. Using the false Dan as a base, one continues to inject cultivation and eventually evolves into a true golden Dan, dramatically increase the chances of conjugation. After discovering the illusory spirit pill formula, Wang Jianxiang's thoughts of obtaining contribution value suddenly became strong. He immediately left his residence and came to the Dan Tower. After inquiring, he indeed received a response from the Danta artifact spirit. The so-called contribution value can be regarded as the currency in the assessment space. All resources within Divine Wind City required contribution value to purchase. The most important way to obtain contribution value is to take quests in the Kamikaze Pavilion. In addition, breaking through the Tower of Heaven and ascending the Kamikaze list can also earn contribution value rewards. Both the Tower of Heaven and the Divine Wind ranking tested battle power, not items that specialty cultivators excelled at. For specialty cultivators, there was really only one way to truly obtain contribution points, and that was to take on missions. Wang Jianxiang did not feel unbalanced about this. Compared to the unusual examiners who were always fighting to the death, the assessment environment of the specialty examiners was much too peaceful. With such an advantage, it is normal to have a single way of obtaining contribution points. After leaving the Dan Tower, he went directly to the Divine Wind Pavilion. Since the time to enter the assessment space was still short, No one from the wilderness of unusual assessors had yet entered the city, and there were only a few hundred specialty cultivators in the large city. As he walked inside the Divine Wind Pavilion, there were only a handful of dozen figures picking out quests. It seemed very cold. Noticing the arrival of someone, these people just looked at them and withdrew their gazes. Wang Jianxiang came to the interior of the hall with ease, looking towards a huge curtain of light. The light screen displayed small, dense letters. There are hunting quests, medicine-picking quests, and quests to find spirit mines. All kinds of quests are available. There are even street-sweeping assignments among them. His eyes lit up, then he shook his head again. Sweeping the streets is not much of a challenge, but it's too time-consuming, and the reward for contribution points is too small to be worth it. He searched for a while longer and finally found a quest belonging to a Dan Master among these densely packed quests. Refining 100 pills of any third-order low-grade elixir within 3 months rewards 300 contribution points. Seeing this task, Wang Jianxiang was delighted and immediately took it. He happened to still have some herbs on him for refining the Jade Spirit Pill, which could be used to accomplish this task. The illusory Spirit Pill formula only required 240 contribution points. If he completed this task, not only would he be able to gather enough contribution points to purchase the illusory Spirit Pills formula, he would even have enough contribution points to purchase the herbs. Half an hour later, Wang Jianxiang returned to his residence and immediately began refining the Jade Spirit Pill. 3 days later, Wang Jianxiang, who was in the middle of alchemy, hooked his finger and a Jade Spirit Pill flew out of the furnace. The 20th one. He put the elixir away and was about to continue refining it. Suddenly, he sensed that the formation in the outside world had been touched. His spiritual sense merged into the formation, and he then saw the beautiful figure that was waiting outside the gate. Yang Wanxin? His eyes lit up and he immediately opened the passageway to this space. Chapter 128, Too Much. After passing through the spatial entrance and seeing Wang Jianxiang's living environment, Yang Wanxin couldn't help but have a flash of envy on her face. She was ranked second on the Dan Tower list, only one place lower than Wang Jianxiang, but her assigned residence was far worse than Wang Jianxiang's here. Not only was there a difference in aura concentration, but even the size was nearly half the difference. Immediately afterward, she turned back toward the courtyard at the end of the space. When she crossed the courtyard and walked into the attic in the courtyard, Wang Jianxiang had already been waiting on the first floor for a long time. Upon seeing Wang Jianxiang, Yang Wanxin gently bent over and performed a salute. "I've seen you, fellow Daoist Wang. I took the liberty of coming here. I didn't disturb you, did I?" Wang Jianxiang smiled. "To be honest, I was in closed-door alchemy before. I wouldn't have seen it if someone else had visited." Hearing Wang Jianxiang's words, a flash of apology flashed across Yang Wanxin's face. "Fellow Daoist Wang is really sorry. Wang Jianxiang waved his hand. "Fairy Yang doesn't have to be like this. I haven't finished yet. I won't see anyone else when they come, but I've known Fairy Yang from the first moment we met, so I'm but happy that you're here." Yang Wanxin's pretty face blushed. "Thank you for your love, fellow Daoist Wang." Wang Jianxiang smiled. "I don't know what Fairy Yang came to see Wang about this time." Hearing Wang Jianxiang's words, Yang Wanxin hesitated for a moment and said, "Ever since the Dan Tower parting, Wang Daoyou's Dan Dao attainments Wanxin admires." Wanxin came here this time because she encountered some problems on the Dan Dao and wanted to consult with Daoyu Wang. "I don't know if Daoyu Wang is willing to solve Wanxin's doubts." Fairy Yang is flattering. Mr. Wang is just a few years older. Wang Jianxiang waved his hand smilingly and continued. "You first say the problem you encountered. Mr. Wang likes to help people the most, and if he has the ability to help, he will certainly not hide it." Hearing Wang Jianxiang's words, Yang Wanxin looked delighted. "It's like this. When I was refining the unusual third-order intermediate pills, the purity of the pills basically stabilized at more than 80%. The day before yesterday I obtained a pair of Dan recipes and attempted to refine them. This kind of elixir is clearly also a third-order intermediate grade, and the difficulty of refining it isn't that high, but for some reason, no matter how hard I try, after it's formed, the purity is only just barely over 60%. I want senior brother Wang to help me see what the problem is." Hearing Yang Wanxin's words, Wang Jianxiang pondered for a moment. "Did you bring any medicinal herbs?" "Brought." Yang Wanxin nodded. "Let's go upstairs and you can refine one in front of me." After saying that, Wang Jianxiang brought Yang Wanxin to the third floor. 1 hour later, Yang Wanxin finished refining. Wang Jianxiang took the elixir and examined it for a moment, and then he looked at Yang Wanxin, hesitating for a moment. "I wonder if Fairy Yang could let me take a look at the Dan formula." "Naturally." Yang Wanxin nodded, and with a flip of her palm, a jade slip appeared in her palm. Wang Jianxiang couldn't help but take one more look. Yang Wanxin's fingers were long and perfectly proportioned. Of all the people he'd ever met, she had the best hands. "This is that Dan formula." Yang Wanxin's slender hand sent a jade slip slowly floating in front of Wang Jianxiang. Only then did Wang Jianxiang withdraw his admiring gaze, took the jade slip, and examined the Dan formula therein. Recorded within the jade slip was an elixir called the Ice Heart Melting Pill. The effect is to restore damaged roots. After seeing the effects of the elixir, Wang Jianxiang couldn't help but be shocked in his heart. The pills that can restore the foundation are all extremely precious, just like the small creation pill that Dong Yu had asked him to refine in the first place. However, the small creation pill was only a second-order elixir, and was only applicable to foundation establishment stage cultivators. The Ice Heart Melting Pill, on the other hand, was a third-order intermediate, enough to help a Jidan stage practitioner repair root damage, and was obviously much more precious. Ding! Crippled and inferior Dan formula detected. Completion only costs 300 attribute points. It costs 800 attribute points to optimize the upgrade only. Completing and optimizing the upgrade costs 1000 attribute points. Hearing the voice coming from his mind, Wang Jianxiang was dazed for a moment. It turned out to be a crippled Dan formula, so it was no wonder that Yang Wanxin's refining was problematic. In terms of the consumption required to make up the whole, there should be very few mutilated parts, otherwise Yang Wanxin wouldn't have failed to notice. Thinking of this, he did not hesitate and directly chose to complement and optimize. Ding! The Ice Heart Melting Pill has been successfully replenished and optimized and upgraded to a perfect Ice Heart Melting Pill. After the system's voice sounded again, the complete formula for the perfect Ice Heart Melting Pill appeared in Wang Jianxiang's mind. Senior brother Wang, how is it? Got an eyebrow? Just then, Yang Wanxin's slightly urgent voice entered his ears. Wang Jianxiang looked back at Yang Wanxin. Fairy Yang, the problem, Mr. Wang has already found it for you. Yang Wanxin looked happy and was about to ask, when she suddenly noticed a flash of hesitation on Wang Jianxiang's face. His expression couldn't help but tighten. Is there something difficult for fellow Taoist Wang? Wang Jianxiang laughed bitterly. Fairy Yang doesn't know. The clan that Mr. Wang came from is called the Gentleman Sect. The purpose of the clan is to practice the way of the gentleman. Do not do evil. Do not dip into karma at will. Yang Wanxin froze. The Gentleman Sect? It sounds so high and mighty. Especially after hearing Wang Jianxiang state the sect's purpose, he couldn't help but have a look of admiration appear on his face. What a gentleman's clan! A clan of gentlemen. All the people that come out of the clan are gentlemen. Wang Xin admires them. Speaking here, a flash of incomprehension flashed across her face. It's just that. Is there any conflict between this and fellow Taoist Wang helping me? Wang Jianxiang shook his head. The so-called non-involvement in karma is not just about not inviting trouble. It also contains another layer of meaning. I.e., not scrambling, not giving without reason. So, Lin Wanxin suddenly realized at his words. I see. Don't worry, fellow Taoist Wang. I won't let you go against the sect's tenets. I can pay you spirit stones or other items in exchange. It won't be considered an unwarranted payment. Wang Jianxiang shook his head. Fairy still doesn't understand karma. The fairy's request to me was the cause. And the first thought that flashed through my mind after hearing the fairy's request was the effect. If I can't fulfill this idea, the apparent exchange has no meaning, or I will surely be haunted by my mind's demons. Mind the devil. Yang Wan was shocked in her heart. The heart demon can be called one of the greatest enemies on the path to immortality. For countless years, I don't know how many amazingly talented cultivators have fallen at the hurdle of heart demons. However, all cultivators were scared of it. She couldn't help but feel her heart skip a beat when she learned that once this matter was handled poorly, it would actually cause Dao Yu Wang to develop a heart demon. Fellow Taoist Wang, I understand. I was reckless just now. I wonder what you would like as payment. Wang Jianxiang gave her an appreciative look. Simple. All the fairy needs to do is sleep with Mr. Wang. When she heard Wang Jianxiang's words, Yang Wanxin thought she was hallucinating and froze before reacting. A pretty face instantly turned red. Fellow Taoist Wang, you too, this request is too much. How can this be? Chapter 129. The spacious and bright alchemy room. Yang Wanxin's gaze towards Wang Jianxiang was filled with disappointment. Fellow Taoist Wang, Wanxin was wrong about you. Wanxin is sincere in befriending you, but I never thought that you would have such nasty thoughts. Wang Jianxiang sniffed and his face was calm. All people have the desire to love beauty, and with Fairy Yang's heavenly beauty, it's hard not to let certain thoughts come to mind. On normal days, even if someone generates thoughts such as Wang's, they will bury them in the bottom of their heart, and naturally the fairy will not know about them. If it were ordinary times, Wang Mao would have suppressed this idea, but now that it is a matter of karma, Wang Mao is forced to reveal it truthfully. Speaking here, Wang Jianxiang shook his head. Mr. Wang is also helpless. Fairy Yang, forgive me. Yang Wanxin's face eased up when she heard this. Fellow Taoist Wang has a point. It was Wanxin who misjudged you. So, the fairy has agreed? Wang Jianxiang said. Yang Wanxin shook her head repeatedly. No, I will never agree to such a thing. I don't need fellow Taoist Wang's help. Wang Jianxiang saw that things were going to be yellow, and did not move to dissuade him. Fairy is obsessed. It's just a skin. It's actually nothing compared to the immortal way. But, Yang Wanxin hesitated for a split second after hearing this. But in the end, she chose to shake her head and refuse. Seeing this, Wang Jianxiang secretly shook his head in his heart. It seemed that in the aspect of upward mobility, the Acacia sect disciples were still much more determined than the outside cultivators. If he were to be a disciple of the Acacia sect, this set of continuous moves of his own would have come down, and the other party would have surrendered their weapons. This Yang Wanxin, however, still had a look of oil and salt. It looks like a shift in your own thinking is in order. Thinking of this, he gritted his teeth. Fairy Yang, since you have something to beg to Mr. Wang, if I can't help you. Mr. Wang has a guilty conscience. Tell you what, how about you and I each take a step back? Let's not come for real. I just need to observe. In this way, Mr. Wang has barely accomplished karma and avoided the harboring of heart demons. Hearing Wang Jianxian's words, Yang Wan's expression moved, but she was still a bit hesitant. Wang Jianxian's eyes lit up as he saw something. Fairy Yang, Mr. Wang is only making concessions for the sake of our friendship. It's already the last bottom line. Doing so would be a considerable risk to Wang himself. And if it were someone else, Wang would never agree to it. And I'll just watch and do nothing. What are you afraid of? When Yang Wanxin heard this, the hesitation on her face once again loosened a bit. But if this matter spreads out, how can I still go out and meet people? Wang Jianxiang shook his head. So what? If you don't say it and I don't say it, who will know? That statement was like the last straw that broke the camel's back. As soon as the words fell, Yang Wanxin was completely moved. Fellow Daoist Wang must remember to keep it a secret. Fairy Yang, don't worry. Mr. Wang has always spoken with a mouthful of spittle and a nail. I will definitely let today's matter rot in my stomach and won't spread it out in the slightest. Yang Wanxin completely put her heart down at those words and gently nodded. Good. It's settled. Almost an incense stick of time later, Wang Jianxiang looked at Yang Wanxin, who had become fully clothed again, and looked emotional. This Yang Wanxin looked soft and weak, but he didn't expect the figure to be this domineering, making him almost break. Fellow Daoist Wang, is it okay now? Yang Wanxin looked at Wang Jianxiang with a reddened face. As the #1 heavenly pride of 10,000 Medicine Valley for 1,000 years, the 10,000 Medicine Valley master was afraid that this precious lump would be abducted by someone. Has been as protective of her as she can be. Not even a few male friends, let alone couples. This was the first time she had encountered such a situation, and it took a long time for her mood to calm down. Naturally, Wang Jianxiang smiled. After he finished speaking, he put his hands behind his back and said slowly, the reason why the ice heart melting pill you refined is not of high purity is because there is a problem with the formula of the ice heart melting pill. Sure enough, Yang Wanxin gave a cry in her heart. She had guessed before that there was a problem with the Dan formula. However, after careful study no problem was found. Yesterday she had approached her senior brother Wei Zhongxian, although Wei Zhongxian's talent was inferior to hers. After all, he held the advantage of being older. The Dan Dao cultivation wasn't inferior to hers, and had also reached the middle level of the third order, but still couldn't find anything wrong with the Dan formula. After that, she really had no way out before she thought of coming to Wang Jianxiang for help. After coming back to her senses, a flash of amazement flashed through her gaze at Wang Jianxiang. Fellow Daoist Wang is really powerful. I had the same guess before, but I was never able to find out what was wrong with the Dan formula. Please also ask fellow Daoist Wang to explain. With that, she bowed to Wang Jianxiang. Fairy Yang doesn't need to be so polite. Wang Jianxiang smiled. Actually, the problem with the Dan formula is quite obvious, as can be seen from the name. Hearing Wang Jianxiang's words, Yang Wanxin froze and looked somewhat puzzled. Seeing this, Wang Jianxiang explained. In the name of the Ice Heart Soul Melting Dan, the focus is actually not on the ice heart, but on the soul melting. Yang Wanxin's complexion was shaken. Wang Jianxiang gazed at her and continued. What's missing from the Ice Heart Soul Melting Dan formula is precisely the step of soul melting. The Ice Heart Soul Melting Pill you refined is actually only a semi-finished product. The real Ice Heart Soul Melting Pill actually has to melt the beast's soul before it becomes a pill. Condense the medicinal power with beast souls of different attributes to give the Ice Heart Soul Melting Pill the corresponding attributes. Hearing this, Yang Wanxin suddenly had a sense of enlightenment. Right at this moment, he suddenly saw Wang Jianxiang take out a jade slip, followed by his voice once again. This is the Dan formula I've added for you, and it contains the complete soul melting method. As he spoke, the jade slip had already flown to her. Yang Wanxin subconsciously received the jade slip and after checking it, her eyes lit up. Not only did Wang Jianxiang add the missing method of soul melting, even the refining method in the original Dan formula was also slightly improved. She hadn't tried it, but she was sure of it. After Wang Jianxiang's improvement, the Dan formula became more reasonable. She looked at Wang Jianxiang in shock. Her eyes flashed with heartfelt reverence. You, Daoist Wang's talent in the Dan Dao is the only thing Wan Xin has ever seen in her life. Wan Xin admires it. Wang Jianxiang waved his hand indifferently. Fairy Yang is flattering. What he had branded in the jade slip was not a true perfect Dan formula, but a simplified version of the perfect Dan formula that he had simplified. Although the simplified version of the perfect Dan formula refining cannot refine the perfect ice heart soul melting Dan, but it is not difficult to reach 90% purity. But even so, it was already amazing enough in Yang Wanxin's opinion. Trying to improve a third-order intermediate Dan formula was something that few people could do even if they were fourth-order Dan masters. Yang Wanxin was bent on going back to test the improved Dan formula, and did not chat much with Wang Jianxiang afterward. He said goodbye to Wang Jianxiang and then left in a hurry. Wang Jianxiang, on the other hand, continued his seclusion and refined the jade spirit pill. Time passed and a month rushed by. When Wang Jianxiang had gathered enough jade spirit pills for 100, he walked out of his residence. It was discovered that there was a lot more popularity within Kamikaze City. Obviously, some of the examiners who were strong or lucky enough to be closer to Divine Wind City when they teleported into the examination space had already arrived. It was thought that more examiners would soon follow. At that time, the entire Divine Wind City would become completely lively. At that time, it's when the real heavenly pride fights for supremacy. Chapter 130, False Elixir Completion. 1 hour later, Wang Jianxiang re-entered his residence in the small space and ascended straight to the 4th floor. He came to the location where the illusory spirit pill Dan formula was placed and pulled out a jade order. On the jade spirit, a faint aura converged into 2 words. 300. This jade order was called the contribution order, which he had obtained after handing over the alchemy task within the Divine Wind Pavilion. The number above the contribution order represents the number of contribution points. He posted the contribution order toward the illusory spirit pill Dan formula. Just at the moment when the contribution order was about to touch the illusory spirit pill Dan formula, a faint layer of spiritual shield emerged. In a flash of light, the contribution order changed from 300 to 1000. In the next moment, the spirit mask shrouded outside the illusory spirit pill Dan formula flickered and completely disappeared. Wang Jianxiang's other palm reached over without encountering the slightest obstruction and smoothly obtained the jade slip that recorded the Dan formula. Spiritual sense probes in. After a quick look around, a look of delight spread across his face. That's right, it's exactly the illusory spirit pill formula. Ding! Inferior Dan formula detected. Optimizing and upgrading will cost 500 attribute points. Is it optimized and upgraded? Yes. Ding! The illusory spirit pill Dan formula has been successfully optimized and upgraded to a perfect illusory spirit pill Dan formula. The system prompt continued to sound. A message flooded into his mind. It was the optimized and upgraded illusory spirit pill Dan formula. After checking the optimized and upgraded Dan formula, Wang Jianxiang's eyes couldn't help but light up. The original illusory spirit pill had a total of 7 subformulas within the formula of gold, wood, water, fire, earth, wind and thunder. If a person with a multi-system spirit root wanted to break through with this Dan, they had to take multiple illusory spirit dawn to form a corresponding number of false dawn in their body. And then the spiritual energy of each attribute was injected into the false Dan of the corresponding attribute to cultivate the false Dan to perfection. And eventually multiple false dawn were fused in order to become a complete golden Dan. For example, if a water-wood dual spirit rooter wanted to take an illusory spirit pill to conjugate, he had to take 2 illusory spirit pills, the water and wood attributes respectively. When the medicinal power of the illusory spirit pill had formed a false Dan in the body, the 2 false dawn had to be cultivated with water attribute spiritual power and wood attribute spiritual power respectively. When the 2 false dawn had reached their limit of holding spiritual energy, and then the 2 false dawn would be fused into one to form the true golden Dan. The same applies to 3 spirit root and 4 spirit root cultivators. It was only that the number of illusory spirit pills taken was much larger, and it was a bit more difficult to perform the step of fusing the false pills. The perfect illusion spirit pill, on the other hand, did not need this trouble at all. After being optimized and upgraded, the 7 attributes of the illusory spirit pill formula were perfectly fused together. A single illusory spirit pill could hold up to 7 attributes of spiritual energy at the same time, and perfectly distributed proportions. Once the false Dan formed by the perfect illusion spirit pill was filled with spiritual energy, it could automatically fuse and transform into a golden Dan without any effort from the cultivator. In this way, not only was it more abbreviated, it could also minimize the probability of failure when fusing false Dan. After returning to his senses, he went back to the location where the herbs were placed. Spending 50 contribution points, he purchased 5 medicinal herbs required to refine the illusory spirit pill, 1 copy of each of the 5 attributes of gold, wood, water, fire and earth. After that, he returned to the 3rd floor and couldn't wait to start refining. 1 day later, Wang Jianxiang stopped refining pills. After that it took most of the day to get in shape. When the state reached its peak, the spatial ring on his hand flashed with a spiritual light, and a colorful Dan pill levitated out. The Dan pill was about the size of a dragon's eye, round and smooth as a mirror. The pills consist of 5 colors: gold, green, blue, red and brown. The 5 colors were distinct, perfectly dividing the entire elixir into 5 areas of equal size. The surface was glowing with a faint 5-colored halo, and it was divine. It was the perfect illusion spirit pill of the 5 systems that was refined from the 5 attribute herbs of gold, wood, water, fire and earth. Wang Jianxiang reached out and picked up the elixir, swallowing it in one gulp. After entering the throat, the Dan pill instantly transformed into a multicolored airflow that traveled in a circle along the meridians and eventually surged into the dantian, transforming into a translucent multicolored Dan pill. Is this the fake Dan? Wang Jianxiang curiously looked inward at the translucent colorful Dan pill that appeared within his dantian, and after a moment of contemplation, he tried to transform his body's spiritual energy into metallic spiritual energy, and poured it into the golden area of the colorful Dan pill. On the colorful Dan pill, a slight imperceptible solidification suddenly appeared within the golden area that belonged to metallicity. Moreover, he was able to feel that his spiritual energy was calm after entering the false Dan and did not produce the slightest feeling of being out of control. Sure enough, Wang Jianxiang's eyes lit up and completely put his heart down. Continue to pour spiritual energy into the false Dan. 2 months later, there was a lot more popularity within the Divine Wind City. The streets were no longer dead, and every now and then some walking figures could be seen. Inside the Dan Tower, the list ranking received its first update. However, due to the short period of time, the vast majority of the rankings have not changed, except for a few individuals at the back of the list. Birdsong in a small space. Wang Jianxiang, who had been in seclusion for 2 months, slowly opened his eyes. Now the spiritual energy in his body had been completely transferred to the false Dan. The 5 color areas on the false Dan had completely solidified, and the entire false Dan no longer looked translucent, but had turned into substance. The false Dan is completely consummated. Next it's just a matter of waiting for the 5 regions of the false Dan to fuse on their own until they are completely transformed into the golden Dan. Wang Jianxiang's face flickered with a touch of joy. The process is quick, and will inevitably be completed in as long as 10 days, or as short as 5 or 6 days. In other words, in 10 days at the most he would be able to successfully conjugate pills and officially become a jade stage cultivator. At that time, the limit of his lifespan would be raised again to 500 years. Just then, Wang Jianxiang suddenly sensed that the formation outside his residence had been touched. He moved his expression and his spiritual sense merged into the formation. The scene outside the gate was then seen. A familiar figure then came into view. Yang Wanxin? He raised an eyebrow and opened the entrance to this space with a thought, and later to the first floor. Shortly after, a delicate and slender figure walked in. Fairy Yang. Hello again. Wang Jianxiang looked at Yang Wanxin who walked in through the door and a faint smile lifted up on his face. Greetings, fellow Daoist Wang. Yang Wanxin bowed to Wang Jianxiang. Wang Jianxiang's gaze swept around her body and a look of concern flashed across his face. Fellow Daoist had a sad look on her brow when she entered. Have you encountered trouble again? Fellow Daoist Wang is a good judge of people. A flash of surprise flashed across Yang Wanxin's face. Then she sighed. Wanxin still came here this time for the issue above alchemy. After you, Dao Lord Wang, cleared up the confusion for Wanxin last time. Wanxin went back and tried it out. And the purity of the Ice Heart Soul melting pill had really increased, and it reached a staggering 90%. But I always feel that when I was refining the Ice Heart melting soul pill, there were some places that were not done satisfactorily enough. If I could have done a little better on top of the details, the purity of the Ice Heart melting soul pill could have been further advanced. But it's not like you can find out exactly which details were done poorly. That's why I've specially come to ask fellow Daoist Wang for advice. Hearing Yang Wanxin's words, Wang Jianxiang smiled. To be able to help Fairy Yang, Mr. Wang would be happy to do so, but the rules of our Junzi sect, Fairy Yang should still remember them, right? Naturally remember. Yang Wanxin blushed. Dao Yu Wang, how is it still the same as before? Wang Jianxiang shook his head. No, 2 incense sticks this time. Chapter 131, Men 2? Hearing Wang Jianxiang's words, Yang Wanxin's eyes widened. Fellow Daoist Wang, why are you still raising the price here? Wang Jianxiang shook his head. Fairy Yang is wrong. Mr. Wang has never charged you any fees. So what's with the price hike? The so-called requirements are also just to keep from being tainted by karma and to avoid harboring heart demons. Yang Wanxin froze at his words. Think about it carefully. That seems to be the case. A flash of guilt flashed across his face. It was Wanxin who made a slip of the tongue. Please forgive fellow Daoist Wang. No harm done. Wang Jianxiang smiled and continued. Greed is human nature. Often what you have gotten, you will still want more. This is human nature. It's human nature to be unfulfilled. We monks are not exempt. After the last time we saw each other, although I don't want to admit it. I have to truthfully tell Fairy that Mr. Wang's ambitions seem to have grown bigger without him realizing it. The first thought that arose after hearing the fairy's plea for help was to get more time. This is human nature, human instinct, and Mr. Wang can't control it, so please forgive me. Fairy. Yang Wanxin's pretty face blushed. Fellow Daoist Wang is overly concerned. You are warm-hearted and sincere, much better than those moralistic people. Wanxin's admiration is not enough. Speaking here, she hesitated for a moment, then clenched her teeth. Since the words have already been spoken, Wanxin won't wriggle, so let's follow what you, Dao friend, have said. 2 incense sticks later, Wang Jianxian brought Yang Wanxin to the 3rd floor alchemy area. After watching Yang Wanxin's refining, he gave her a simple instruction on her alchemy method, perfect solution to her problem. Shortly afterward, Yang Wanxin left in satisfaction. Wang Jianxian looked at her departing back and smiled gently. The trap left in the Dan formula that day had really worked. After that, Wang Jianxian didn't go out, but continued his seclusion. While adjusting his state, he waited for the opportunity to break through to arrive. Now a third of the time had passed since the 1-year deadline for the first round of examinations. Every day, a large number of examiners would pour into Divine Wind City. The atmosphere in the city is getting more and more lively every day. The popularity of the Tong Tian Tower and the Divine Wind Pavilion, the 2 main places for obtaining contribution points, was even increasing day by day. As the tallest building in the entire Kamikaze city, the Tower of Heaven had 108 floors, thrusting into the sky. Examiners are given the opportunity to break into the Tower of Heaven once a month, and each floor they break through will be rewarded with generous contribution points. On top of that, the Kamikaze ranking was also set up outside the Tower of Heaven. The names of the top 100 finishers in the Tower of Heaven will be displayed on the Kamikaze ranking. Anyone who enters the list will be rewarded with a certain number of contribution points every day. In addition to the reward of contribution points, the Divine Wind ranking was also recognized by all as the most authoritative strength ranking list. Those who could make it to the list were all the best among the Divine Wind City's examiners. Which of the examiners who were able to enter the Divine Wind City alive were not the pride of heaven that shook one side when they were in the outside world? Who will admit that they are not as good as others? With the double boost of contribution point rewards as well as fame, the attraction of the Divine Wind ranking to the city's examiners reached an astonishing level. From the first batch of cultivators who broke through the Heavenly Tower, the competition had never stopped. It made the Tongtian Tower hotter than even the Divine Wind Palace. It has remained high. A large number of examiners come to break into the tower every day, and the rankings on the list change daily. Its intensity is grueling, and it was in the midst of such fierce competition that the name of the first place in the Divine Wind ranking never changed. Mo Wushu, a name that had many cultivators in Divine Wind City talking about. This person was one of the first people to enter within Divine Wind City besides the specialty cultivators, and was also one of the first cultivators to break into the Tower of Heaven. All the other examiners were terrified of the crisis-ridden wilderness, while he resented the lack of excitement within the Divine Wind City shortly after entering it. In turn, he left Kamikaze City again and took the initiative to go on a wilderness adventure, and has yet to return. And the battle record he left on the Divine Wind ranking had not been broken by anyone until now. No matter how lively the outside world is, the small space where Wang Jianxian lived was always calm as ever. As his seclusion lasted until the 8th day, the false Dan in his body was finally fused. The 5-colored Dan pill had now transformed into a golden Dan pill whose spiritual light constantly shifted between strength and weakness. Only compared to the real golden Dan, this pill was too small. Over time, on the golden Dan pill, the alternating strong and weak spiritual light quickly became stable. When the spiritual light had completely stabilized, a powerful suction force suddenly erupted from the golden Dan pill and then penetrated the body. The spiritual chi in heaven and earth was pulled and crazily poured into Wang Jianxian's body. The continuously surging aura gradually formed a vortex around his body. The vortex is getting bigger and bigger. Eventually it even spread out of the attic and obscured the yard. And by this point, the aura in the entire small space was pulled over. The incomparably dense spirit mist continuously poured into the vortex, and was then swallowed into Wang Jianxian's body and transformed into pure spirit power. Under the constant infusion of spiritual energy, that golden Dan pill was constantly expanding in size. I don't know how long it took, but the vortex that covered the yard gradually converged. It eventually dispersed completely. In the attic, Wang Jianxian's figure shook as a powerful aura belonging to the Jidan stage spread out. It instantly spread to every corner of the entire small space. A few moments later, the breath quickly tightened and was eventually completely withdrawn into the body. Wang Jianxian's closed eyes slowly opened. A flash of exhilaration crossed his face, finally breaking through to the Jidan stage. Since then, his lifespan has increased again, up to a full 500 years, one step closer to the way of eternal life. He grew up. With a flash of his body, he left this small space, outside the gate of the small courtyard, a hole in space manifested itself. Ha! Wang Jianxiang stepped out from the cave entrance and was about to go to the Divine Wind Pavilion to pick a suitable task to earn some contribution points when a startled leap suddenly came. Wang Jianxiang subconsciously looked over. Immediately, a handsome face that was handsome to the core was reflected in the middle of his eyes. Name, Mo Wuming. Sex, male. Cultivation, early Jiedan stage. Age, 27 of 500. Roots and bones, Taishan Taoist body, upper grade spiritual body. Good and evil value, 0 inch. In his mind, a panel of attributes emerged. Surprisingly, it was another special body type cultivator. Wang Jianxiang was shocked in his heart. Not bad for a fairy palace test. Spirit bodies that normally existed only in legends in the outside world had unexpectedly appeared 2 in a row in such a short period of time. Ding! After discovering the spirit body owner and curing the spirit body owner's attribute panel, the host will be rewarded with spirit body points as the target's cultivation rises. Just as he was secretly sighing, a prompt suddenly came from his mind. Hearing this prompt, Wang Jianxiang froze. Men too? Chapter 132 Mo Wuming who fell and fled. After hearing the system's prompt, Wang Jianxiang was suddenly enlightened. He realized that he seemed to have misunderstood something all along. The good and evil values, which refer to the degree of emotion, are positive for good feelings and negative for evil feelings. It's not just the love of a man and a woman that you can achieve if you want to bring your good and evil values to full strength. Kinship, friendship, love, and a host of other emotions. As long as the positive emotions, after reaching the extreme, can make the good and evil value to reach the full value. Thinking of this, Wang Jianxiang's eyes instantly lit up. This meant that his path to obtaining system resources such as attribute points had become wider again. Just as Wang Jianxiang's mind flashed, Mo Wushu, however, couldn't help but shiver. As the first place in the Divine Wind ranking, he was rightfully assigned the best residence within Divine Wind City. He had stayed here for a few days just after he was assigned a place to stay, but had not encountered any other cultivators in the neighborhood, so it was always assumed that he was the only one living in this area. This time back in town, he had just walked back to the door of his residence when he suddenly realized that a figure had actually stepped out of the next yard, and he couldn't help but let out a shocked deep. But immediately afterward, he regretted it. He noticed something seemed off about the way the other man was looking at him. The other man hadn't taken his eyes off him since the first time he saw him, not even with a blink. What made his scalp tingle even more was the change in the other man's eyes, from initial amazement to excitement to greed and desire. Is this the kind of look a man is supposed to give to a man? Although he hadn't been practicing for a long time, he had experienced not a few things due to his love of adventure, but this was the first time he had encountered such a scenario. At this moment, he suddenly felt that the person in front of him was incomparably terrifying. He would rather fight to the death with a late-stage Jiedan cultivator than spend another moment with this person. Thinking of this, he immediately lowered his head and walked towards his residence with hurried steps. Seeing this, Wang Jianxiang instantly returned to his senses. That's a rare spirit possession, a walking spirit point. How could he pass up this opportunity to make a connection? Hastily adjusting his emotions, he spoke in as gentle a tone as possible. This little handsome fellow Daoist, please stay. Hearing this obscene voice, Mo Wuming's scalp exploded, his face darkened, and he hurriedly accelerated his steps. For the first time, he felt that the short distance of a dozen feet was so far away. Seeing that the other party ignored him and just walked on his own, Wang Jianxiang was not amused. It's a pride. It's normal to be a little high-strung. Yang Wanxin was also very cold at first, but now she's become warm and friendly, isn't she? He was the best at probing these high-flying celestials. With a flash of his body, he appeared in front of Mo Wuming. Mo Wushu looked startled and instantly backed up a dozen feet. Looking at Wang Jianxiang with a guarded face, this fellow Daoist, what do you want to do? You're very guarded, aren't you? Wang Jianxiang's heart stirred. Then a warm smile spread across his face. Fellow Daoist, the first time I saw you, Mr. Wang felt very kind, and it can be said that I knew you at first sight, and I would like to make friends with you. I wonder if you'd like to give it a shot. No. Noticing the lewd smile on Wang Jianxiang's face, Mo Wuming subconsciously took another step back and shook his head to refuse without even thinking about it. After saying that, he wanted to pass by Wang Jianxiang on the wrong side. Wang Jianxiang hurriedly reached out to stop him, his smile still gentle. Mr. Wang is genuinely interested in befriending fellow Daoist. Why would you turn people away? With that, he atmospherically took out a jade spirit pill from his spatial ring. This is a third-order low-grade spirit pill, a sort of meeting gift I'm giving to fellow Daoist. How? Mo Wuming looked at the pills in Wang Jianxiang's hand and his face became even darker. What do you mean? A third-order low-grade elixir wants him to sacrifice his color? Pooh, give no more than that. Mo is not interested. Mo Wuming looked at Wang Jianxiang with a cold face. Fellow Daoist, don't stop Mr. Mo again. or else you'll suffer the consequences. After saying that, he walked straight to his place. In front of the gate, a spatial hole emerged and Mo Wushu took a step inside. He didn't breathe a long sigh of relief until he was inside the small space. Just the thought of him living in close proximity to the other party couldn't help but send a nasty chill down his spine. Sorrow filled his brow. For the first time, I felt the trouble of being handsome. Wang Jianxian didn't continue to block. Looking at the disappearing spatial hole, he looked a little regretful. This Mo Wushu's wariness was a bit too strong. But think about it. Within this immortal cultivation realm, those who are not vigilant are almost all dead. It's only normal to be a little more guarded. He smiled again at the thought. The future is still a long time. Want to make friends with each other, there is plenty of time, but there is no need to rush. After that, Wang Jianxiang went to the Divine Wind Pavilion, and after some careful selection, he chose a cost-effective alchemy task that was quite good, and then he left the Divine Wind Pavilion. While returning to his residence, he happened to meet Mo Woming, who was quietly peeking out from the spatial hole. Fellow Daoist, hello again. Wang Jianxiang waved to Mo Woming with a cordial and friendly smile. Mo Woming's expression stiffened and he instantly shrunk back. Wang Jianxiang shrugged indifferently and returned to his residence. After the spatial hole at Wang Jianxiang's doorway disappeared, a spatial hole recoalesced at the doorway of the small courtyard next to him. Mo Wushu poked his head outward to look. Seeing that no one was nearby, he breathed a sigh of relief and walked out of the spatial hole, flying towards the outskirts of the city as fast as he could. He had wanted to go back to the city to rest for some days before going out to explore, but after running into Wang Jianxiang, he suddenly changed his mind. Inside the city seems to be a bit more dangerous than outside the city. It's better to go out into the wilderness and continue to make some noise, and then come back when the one-year period is approaching. Wang Jianxiang didn't know that his heartfelt little Taoist friend had already fled Divine Wind City. After returning to the pavilion, he directly went to the third-floor alchemy area and began to refine pills to complete the Divine Wind Pavilion's mission. The task he received this time was to refine 10 third-order low-grade pills with a time limit of 10 days. The number of contribution points awarded is 50. The medicinal ingredients for refining quest pills could be found on the 4th floor, and they were not expensive. Wang Jianxiang still had 10 contribution points left on him, which was just enough to purchase 10 portions of herbs. After buying the herbs, he returned to the 3rd floor and started refining. 2 days later, 10 pills come together. Wang Jianxiang was about to leave his residence and go inside the Divine Wind Pavilion to hand over his tasks when he suddenly noticed that the formation in the outside world had been touched. He merged his consciousness into the formation and looked out. Yang Wanxin. Upon seeing the figure outside the gate, his eyes instantly lit up. Immediately the entrance into this space was opened. In the endless wilderness, perils and opportunities coexist. Since the opening of the secret realm of examination, countless cultivators had died in the wilderness, but there were also many lucky people who had gotten a chance to leap in cultivation. A deserted mountain. A mountain tip suddenly exploded. A bloody shadow rushed out from within the mountain and shot off into the distance. After the red shadow left, 5 figures shot out one after another. The 5 people stood in mid-air, looking at the distant figure with a gloomy expression. This woman's strength is simply terrifying. Hard against the damage of the soul-breaking incense even managed to break out under our siege. If not for the soul-breaking incense, I'm afraid that the one who should run away will have to change to the 5 of us. It's a pity that the treasures and the relics were still taken by her. Humph. So what if she escapes? Her soul has already been heavily damaged. If she cannot be saved as soon as possible, it will definitely be hard to escape death. Pills to treat soul injuries are not that easy to find. Fair enough. Chapter 133, Reproducing the Trick of Fooling. What? You want to do it? How's that work? Just now, Yang Wanxin raised the problem she encountered with Wang Jianxiang. Originally, she had planned for a longer period of time, but Wang Jianxiang's request this time was out of her expectation. It was a little hard for her to accept. Wang Jianxiang shrugged. Fairy Yang, this is all human nature, and Mr. Wang can't control it. Besides, Wang Mao has already seen all the ones he should have seen and shouldn't have seen long ago. Even if it goes a little more overboard, it won't have much of an effect on the fairy. Will it? As long as we don't tell anyone, who's going to know? Hearing Wang Jianxiang's words, Yang Wanxin's face hesitated for a moment. Fairy, to cultivators of my generation, what can be more important than the great Tao? If you can't go farther, after 3 to 5,000 years, even the most beautiful face will wither. Wang Jianxiang's voice came again. These words were like a twilight drum and morning bell, completely waking up Yang Wanxin. Her expression instantly became firm as she solemnly bowed to Wang Jianxiang. Fellow Daoist, Wang is right. 1xin has been taught. Wang Jianxiang shook his head smilingly. Fairy, there is no need to be so polite. If you don't have the motivation, Mr. Wang can't wake you up even if he wants to help. It's you who have a firm heart of the Tao. 1 hour later, Wang Jianxiang finished solving the problem for Yang Wanxin and left the small space with her. Thank you, fellow Daoist Wang, for your eagerness to help. Wanxin takes her leave. Outside the main door, Yang Wanxin was full of gratitude as she bowed to Wang Jianxiang. A salute was given before he turned to leave. After Yang Wanxin walked away, Wang Jianxiang walked towards the direction of the Divine Wind Pavilion, preparing to go and submit the quests he received 2 days ago, and pick up another quest along the way. In terms of purchasing power, the contribution points within Divine Wind City could be much more powerful than Spirit Stones. Dan formulas above the 3rd rank in the outside world were difficult to find channels to purchase even if they had Spirit Stones. However, here, as long as you have contribution points you can buy as much as you want. He was prepared to accumulate more contribution points and buy some Dan formulas to keep as a backup. Save yourself from worrying about the Dan formula later. Halfway through the line, a figure suddenly blocked in front of Wang Jianxiang. Wei Zhongxian, seeing the visitor, Wang Jianxiang raised his eyebrows. Ignoring him, he was about to pass him by the wrong side. Wei Zhongxian took a step across and once again blocked in front of Wang Jianxiang. Fellow Daoist Wei, what do you mean by that? Wang Jianxiang looked at Wei Zhongxia with an expressionless face. Kid, what did Wan Xian find you to do? Wei Zhongxian stared at Wang Jianxiang dead on, his eyes filled with blood within. He kept an eye on Yang Wanxin's whereabouts. He had known about it when Yang Wanxin first visited Wang Jianxiang. He also took in each of the 2 subsequent visits. It made him very hard inside. Wan Xian had never been this attached to someone on a regular basis. This kid wasn't as handsome as him, and although his Dan Dao talent was a little ahead of him for the time being, he was confident that he would surpass the other party later on. In terms of excellence, the other party was equally outmatched. What makes him so important to Wan Xian? Hearing Wei Zhongxiao's words, Wang Jianxiang gently laughed. Fellow Daoist Wei, that doesn't sound like you're begging. Wei Dao's face twitched with anger. Where do you hear that I'm begging you? I am warning you. Answer honestly if you know what you're doing, or else. Without waiting for him to finish, Wang Jianxiang spoke up and interrupted him. What else? Are you going to make a move within Divine Wind City? You can't be that you haven't understood the rules of Divine Wind City, right? Shall I remind you? Private fights are forbidden in Kamikaze City except for the Northern City Center. If you're not afraid of being expelled from the secret realm, you can give it a try. Hearing Wang Jianxiang's unconcerned tone, Wei Zhongxian was infuriated and his face turned blue. Ding! The value of good and evil is lowered. Wei Zhongxian's current good and evil value has reached -90 points and is on the verge of going out of control. Please treat the host with caution. Hearing the system alert sound coming from his mind, Wang Jianxiang's heart jumped. It wasn't that he was afraid of the other side. Rather, he didn't want Wei Zhongxian to be expelled from the secret realm of examination just like that. The other party had provoked him 3 times, and he hadn't had time to retaliate yet. That would be too cheap. Seeing the killing chance on Wei Zhongxian's body becoming more and more intense, Wang Jianxiang's heart was speechless for a while. This tiger thing isn't really going to do it, is it? Is it that topsy-turvy? He coughed lightly and his tone became softer. Fellow Daoist Wei, you have to think about it. If you really move, you will definitely be disqualified from the examination. At that time, Fairy Yang will be the only one left in this examination. There are countless generations of heavenly pride in the examination mysteries. Aren't you afraid that Fairy Yang will be abducted by some genius? Wei Zhongxian was dumbfounded, and the murderous energy in his body clearly hesitated for a moment, then slowly faded. Seeing this, Wang Jianxiang continued to speak, his tone becoming heartfelt. Didn't fellow Daoist Wei want to know what Fairy Lin was looking for Wang for? There's no harm in telling you. Fairy Yang is looking for Mr. Wang because she wants Mr. Wang's help in solving a difficult problem in the Dan Dao. Hearing Wang Jianxiang's words, Wei Zhongxian's expression moved. He recalled the matter of Yang Wanxin approaching him some time ago to inquire about the purity issue of the Ice Heart Soul melting pill refining. Is it about that? Immediately afterward, his brows frowned again and he coldly said, but as far as I know, Wan Xian did not only look for you once. Wang Jianxiang smiled. You don't think she will only encounter problems in her Dan Dao cultivation once, do you? Mr. Wang is not talented. Tim is ranked number 1 on the Dan Tower list, so it's quite reasonable for her to come to me to discuss Dan Dao problems, right? Hearing Wang Jianxiang's words, Wei Zhongxia let out a long sigh of relief. Think about it. In fact, the first person Wan Xian found in the beginning was him, but he failed to solve Wan Xian's dilemma. That's why he retreated and found Wang Jianxiang, an outsider, to help. Immediately afterward, he felt a sudden pang of heartburn. When he was in the 10,000 medicinal valleys, he was a pride of the sect who was admired by the audience of disciples, a rising star who was valued by the elders of the sect. I never thought that one day I would be disliked by my most admired senior sister. After returning to his senses, Wei Zhongxia looked at Wang Jianxiang, and his tone was obviously too much more soothing. Even so, Wanxin is still a yellow-bloomed girl after all, and it's always a bit bad to stay in your residence for an hour or 2 at a time. Wang Jianxiang shook his head at his words. I know that Brother Wei has preconceived notions about me because of our first meeting outside the Dan Tower. Wei Zhongxian's expression moved and he didn't say anything. Wang Jianxiang let out a bitter smile. Mr. Wang came from a clan called the Gentleman Sect. Due to the fact that all of the clan's disciples are male, they seldom come into contact with the opposite sex. And the first time I saw such a beautiful woman, that's why I lost some of my temper. In fact, you cannot be hostile to Mr. Wang. Our purpose of the Gentleman Sect is to perform the deeds of a gentleman, and deal with things in an upright manner. Everything cannot be forced, and even more so, do not do unrighteous deeds. Mr. Wang knows that fellow Daoist Wei is interested in Fairy Yang, so how could he make a move to steal her love? How is that different from the Chao thieves? Hearing Wang Jianxiang's words, Wei Zhongxiao froze. Although he didn't know who the Chao thief was, it didn't stop him from understanding the meaning of Wang Jianxiang's words. He looked at Wang Jianxiang with some hesitation. Are you serious about what you say, fellow Daoist? Wang Jianxiang nodded seriously with a firm expression. Mr. Wang dares to swear by the clan that everything he just said is true, and if there is a single false statement, he will have the Junzi sect's legacy cut off from here on out.